In the year 2187 of the Galactic era, Blue Star has become an integral part of the vast universe. Collectively referred to as the Blue Star people, although it is internally divided into 5 remaining sovereign nations. Among them is Huaxia, a nation that has never sought to expand its territory, yet no one dares to invade it. This is largely due to Huaxia being the first to develop a cosmic-class starship, successfully breaking through the atmospheric confines and establishing contact with the Galactic Alliance, thereby becoming its representative from Blue Star, holding an irreplaceable position within the Alliance. In Star City, a second-tier coastal city in the south, a frail figure traverses the twilight streets, tightly clutching a galactic coin worth 10 units, a lifeline of his daily earnings destined to procure dinner and the following day's breakfast. Rubbing his emaciated stomach, Qin Yifan offers a bitter smile. This encapsulates the tragic existence of an ordinary person in the era of the vast universe, particularly for him, a destitute orphan without any support, amplifying his sorrow. Before turning 18, he fervently aspired to awaken his innate abilities and become a supernatural being. Alas, despite his relentless efforts, he ultimately failed, being ruthlessly expelled from the welfare institution to fend for himself. Thus commenced his tumultuous life. 3 years have elapsed, during which he has experienced the vicissitudes of life, contemplating the pursuit of self-improvement, yet he finds himself still enduring the hardships of sporadic meals. In his heart, he yearns for a swift demise on the battlefield, believing it would be far more meaningful than this meager existence. Regrettably, individuals like him lack even the qualifications to serve as cannon fodder. Unless mutated beasts breach the city defenses, he would merely become fodder for these creatures. Unbeknownst to him, night has fallen, and he realizes he has wandered into an unfamiliar area, merely an alley's breadth apart. One side glimmers with urban brilliance, while the other descends into a state of disarray and decay. An immediate sense of dread washes over him, cold sweat saturating his garments as he cautiously retreats, aiming to escape this perilous zone. Yet, it is too late. A shadow suddenly darts from the side, targeting the galactic coin in his right hand. Instinctively, he raises his hand and turns to flee without a glance back. "Ha ha! Since you've come, do you think you can leave without offering something in return?" The voice echoes beside him, and in that moment, clarity strikes him. This narrow alleyway is a threshold between life and death. To escape means survival, to remain perhaps death is uncertain, yet suffering is guaranteed. Thus, without hesitation, he hurls the galactic coin into the air and exclaims loudly, "I'm sorry, this is all I've earned today. I intended to dine at Old Son's noodle shop, but seem to have wandered into the wrong place. Please spare my life." Do you truly believe 10 units can buy your life? Isn't that a bit paltry? A figure materializes before Qin Yifan, cloaked in an oversized robe, their face obscured by the hood, revealing only 2 fingers pinching a crumpled galactic coin. Qin Yifan comes to a sudden halt, barely stopping just short of the coin that lies on the ground. Soon, darkness enveloped him, and his body swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground, murmuring softly, "Are you joking with me?" The individual stood frozen, inwardly questioning which of his eyes had perceived humor in the situation. At that moment, a cool voice resonated, "Xiao Bauer, what are you doing?" With remarkable swiftness, the person hastily shoved a galaxy coin into Qin Yifan's pocket, then feigned nonchalance as he spoke. "Nothing much. Just an outsider intruded, and I thought to scare him off, but who would have thought he—" A slender figure appeared, glancing down at Qin Yifan and coolly stating, "He is evidently just an undernourished, ordinary person who has endured a day of toil. How could he withstand such fright? I shall grant you an opportunity for atonement, take him to enjoy a hearty meal, and ensure he poses no further issues before returning. Do not attempt to be perfunctory, you are well aware of my talents." Xiao Bauer removed his hood, revealing a face both youthful and despondent, a visage that still bore the marks of childhood. Were Qin Yifan to discover that he had been rendered unconscious by a mere minor, one can only wonder what thoughts would cross his mind. Old Son's Braised Noodles, a modest eatery, was situated not far from the alley where the earlier commotion had transpired. Suddenly, Qin Yifan's nose twitched as he lay on table, for though his consciousness had yet to fully awaken, his nose instinctively reached forward and saliva began to pool in his mouth. "Awake now? If you're conscious, Hurry up and eat, fainting at the entrance. How long has it been since you last ate? A somewhat juvenile voice finally roused Qin Yifan, yet he offered no reply, as all his focus was captivated by the braised noodles before him. With no time to ponder further, he seized the chopsticks and began to devour the noodles with fervor. While others savored their meal, he practically inhaled it. In less than half a minute, an entire bowl of noodles had vanished, broth included. Ding! Host has consumed noodles. Flexibility talent 1. Ding! Host has consumed broth. Water element talent 1. Burp cough. His satisfied belch was abruptly interrupted by the notification ringing in his mind, leading him to choke violently. Xiao Bauer, momentarily taken aback, quickly reached out to pat his back. Are you a reincarnation of a starving ghost? To finish a bowl of noodles in one go, if you didn't choke, you'd have gotten lucky. Qin Yifan, however, ignored him, using the coughing as a cover to inquire within his mind, what's going on? Was that notification I heard before I fainted real? Yes, host. You have successfully activated the Foodie System. This system allows the host to grow stronger through the consumption of food. Therefore, please indulge in ample nourishment. I can't believe this. Qin Yifan found himself at a loss for words. No wonder he had uttered that line before losing consciousness. Here he was, a man on the brink of starvation, yet he had activated a Foodie System. Was this some kind of farce? And to consume more food? Did they think he wasn't willing? It was merely a lack of funds. However, system, how exactly do I become stronger? Host, please review your attribute panel. Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, ordinary person. Talent, flexibility talent 1, 10 awakens upon reaching 10. Water element talent 110. Skills none. Upon discerning the attributes panel, Qin Yifan's eyes ignited with a fervent glow. I crave braised noodles. I desire 10 bowls. Yet, the moment he recalled his meager 10 yuan, the fervor in his eyes extinguished instantaneously. Today, he must concede, lest he awaken to an empty stomach come morning. As he contemplated this, the previously tender voice resonated once more. What's the matter? Still hungry? If you haven't had enough, feel free to continue. Rest assured, it's on me until you are satiated. Really? Only then did Qin Yifan turn to the person beside him, a boy who appeared no older than 15 or 16, his certainty wavering. The boy, perceiving the uncertainty in his gaze, defiantly produced 100 yuan note and slapped it onto the table. Eat. Braised noodles are merely 4 yuan a bowl. Indulge yourself. Just don't worry about overindulging. Qin Yifan's eyes sparkled with delight, and he seized the 100 yuan note, raising it aloft and exclaiming, "Boss, bring me 9 more bowls of braised noodles. Let's settle the bill first." The boy's mouth twitched in disbelief, thinking to himself, "You truly dare to order that? I refuse to believe you want burst." However, what transpired next imparted a vivid lesson, revealing to him the adage that one should not judge by appearances. Chapter 2. It was indeed a notification. 9 bowls of noodles. One by one, they were consumed by Qin Yifan, leaving a towering stack of empty bowls beside him. Onlookers gazed in astonishment at his flat stomach, bewildered as to how he managed to ingest such a prodigious quantity. Qin Yifan, however, was too engrossed in monitoring his attribute panel to notice anything else. After 10 bowls had vanished into his belly, an alert sounded from the system, and the attribute panel underwent a significant transformation. Ding! The talent for flexibility has reached its maximum. The talent for flexibility has awakened, granting the skill soft bone technique. Ding! The talent for the water element has reached its maximum. The talent for the water element has awakened, granting the skill liquid purification technique. Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, level 1. Energy value, 1010. Talents, flexibility talent level 1, 0-100. Water element talent level 1, 0-100. Metal element talent 110. Skills, soft bone technique level 1 proficiency 0-100. Liquid purification technique level 1 proficiency 0-100. A warm current surged throughout his body, instilling in Qin Yifan an overwhelming sense of comfort as he realized that his body had been enhanced following the awakening of his talents. In the next moment, he instinctively extended his index finger to touch the empty bowl, activating the liquid purification technique. He sensed something draining from within him, and ripples formed on the remaining noodle broth in the bowl, revealing a mysterious white crystalline substance at his fingertip. Before he could fully savor the exhilaration of becoming an ability wielder, a powerful sense of oppression enveloped him from the side. He suddenly recognized the predicament he was in. The young boy beside him was also an ability wielder and undoubtedly possessed strength far surpassing his own. With a stiff neck, he turned to the boy, forcing a sheepish smile. "Apologies, I was simply too hungry. Here, I have $10 for you. The rest I shall owe you. How does that sound?" The boy, with a sly grin, replied, "What do you think?" Qin Yifan inwardly cursed his own hubris. Had he not been so eager to awaken his talents, he would not have been so easily discovered. Dejected, he lowered his gaze and softly inquired, "What do you wish to do?" The boy smirked. "Come with me for a moment." A chill ran down Qin Yifan's spine. He was inclined to refuse. Yet the unyielding pressure radiating from the boy warned him that resistance would yield dire consequences. Casting a furtive glance around, he calculated the likelihood of escaping. But the boy spoke again, "Do not think of running. However, do not fear, I bear you no ill will. I merely wish to have a proper conversation." Though the words were reassuring, the glint of a dagger in the boy's hand made it difficult for Qin Yifan to believe. Nevertheless, even if he were skeptical, he dared not entertain further thoughts. He could only obediently follow the boy. Not far from the noodle shop, they approached a building, Unit 101, adjacent to the community wall, with a fence so low that an ordinary person could easily scale it. Alone in the living room, Qin Yifan sat contemplatively, his eyes fixed on the window latch, mentally devising an escape route. Just as he summoned the courage to rise and open the window, the master bedroom door swung open, revealing the boy and a stern-faced young woman. Qin Yifan's gaze narrowed in alarm. He was certain that this woman had not been in the master bedroom before. How had she suddenly appeared? Immediately, he sensed an even more intense pressure emanating from the beautiful woman, far surpassing that which he felt from Xiao Bauer. Inwardly lamenting his misfortune, he reflected on how difficult it had been to encounter a single ability user, yet today he found himself confronted by two. Just as he was lost in thought, the woman suddenly gasped, her voice tinged with astonishment as she inquired, "My friend, how is it that you were an ordinary person before, yet after just one meal, you have awakened your talent?" I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it's because I was starving for too long and finally had a hearty meal," he chuckled awkwardly, preoccupied with concealing the secret of the system, oblivious to the inconsistencies in his own words. The woman, trusting and intrigued, continued without suspicion, "So, it seems Xiao Bauer was not lying. Can you tell me what this is?" As she spoke, she opened her palm, revealing a small, white crystalline object that gleamed with an exquisite luster. While her delicate, elongated fingers were captivating, Qin Yifan's attention was riveted on the small crystal nestled in her hand. His expression grew peculiar, as he had not even noticed when Xiao Bauer had concealed this item. After a moment's hesitation, he stammered, "Beautiful lady, that might be salt." Previously, he had been unaware of its identity, but during their journey, he had suddenly realized it must be sodium chloride crystallized from the broth, commonly known as salt. His earlier investigation into the emergence of his metal affinity talent had revealed that it was due to the intake of sufficient sodium, leading him to deduce the most frequently used seasoning in kitchens. Although water could contain trace elements, the proportions were minuscule. Thus, the most plausible substance he could extract from the soup would indeed be salt. The woman furrowed her brow but decided to taste it, confirming it was salt, which brought her silent delight. However, she masked her excitement, casually discarding the salt grains and retrieving a reagent bottle from her pocket. "Here, let us see what we can extract from this." A wave of dread washed over Qin Yifan. He knew what was coming. He raised his gaze, eager to defend himself. Yet before he could utter a word, he caught sight of a dagger appearing in Xiao Bauer's hand, prompting him to swallow his words. Trembling, he accepted the reagent bottle, struggling several times to remove the cork, then closed his eyes, adopting a resigned expression. As he activated the liquid purification technique, he summoned his attribute panel and discovered that utilizing the skill consumed energy, diminishing by 1 with each use. This indicated that with a full energy reserve, he could perform the purification technique 10 times. Although he felt little impact from the energy depletion, he feigned great exertion, as if this were a daunting task. "Wow!" Both Xiao Bauer and the woman exclaimed in unison, prompting Qin Yifan to open his eyes and behold a small red pill materializing at his fingertips. It was unmistakably a pill, exuding a faint herbal aroma. He felt a wave of relief that it was not the object he had feared. In the next moment, the small pill was in the woman's hand, and for the first time, her demeanor shifted from calm to urgent. "My friend, how many times can you utilize your extraordinary ability in a single day? There exists a multitude of special powers, each with its unique characteristics. Yet one can generally categorize them. Abilities that involve extraction are particularly taxing on one's energy, which explains the lady's inquiry. Qin Yifan, sensing the inevitable question, feigned innocence as he replied, "Madam, I have only recently awakened my powers and was uncertain of my success earlier. However, I believe I can still attempt several more times, though I cannot guarantee a high success rate." He was reluctant to divulge information so readily, but with the dagger in Xiaobao's hand, he felt compelled to share some pertinent details for his own safety. The lady pondered for a moment before formally introducing herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiao Hong, and this is Jiao Bao, whom you may call Xiaobao. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name?" Qin Yifan flashed a smile. "I am Qin Yifan. Indeed, that is my true name, just as yours is." Jiao Hong raised an eyebrow and continued, "Firstly, I must clarify that we are not malicious individuals. Secondly, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us, and I sincerely hope you will accept." Qin Yifan glanced at the dagger in Xiaobao's grip, internally scoffing at her words. Is this truly an invitation, or merely a notification? Chapter 3. Entering the chaos zone. Upon returning to the alley, witnessing Xiaobao don a robe and emit a peculiar cackling laugh, Qin Yifan's expression was nothing short of captivating. If he had previously resigned himself to despair, now he was determined to survive at all costs. After enduring such hardships, he had gained a system to support him, and he aspired to become a formidable wielder of extraordinary abilities. He had no intention of perishing at this nascent stage. He yearned for the patrol team to appear, as it would at least offer him a chance to escape. Alas, he was acutely aware of the minuscule probability of their arrival, given the proximity to the infamous chaos zone. Disregarding his grim countenance, Jiao Hong tossed him a robe and a mask, instructing, "Wear these. If you wish to traverse the normal zones of the future, it is best not to reveal your true identity here." As she spoke, she had already adorned herself with a metallic mask. Observing his sluggish movements, Xiaobao waved his dagger insistently. "Hurry up, we are truly not villains. Or we would not have been concerned for your well-being before." There was little comfort in his words, and Qin Yifan would have preferred if they had left him to fend for himself. "Might we negotiate? Is it possible to avoid entering? That building earlier appeared quite suitable. Surely working there would suffice." Jiao Hong shot him a sidelong glance. "Our laboratory is within. Do you truly believe I would relocate the entire facility for your sake?" With his last glimmer of hope extinguished, Qin Yifan resigned himself to following them inside. In the face of adversity, one must bow their head. He had no faith that this brother-sister duo would spare him if he resisted. Exiting the lengthy alley, he was met with an entirely alien scene. Gone were the vibrant lights and bustling streets, replaced instead by dim illumination and figures clad in robes or masks. The atmosphere here is undeniably eerie. Although there are people around, it exudes a chilling ambience. However, this unsettling feeling is merely a figment of Qin Yifan's imagination. In truth, the dim lighting and the enigmatic nature of the passers-by contribute to this perception. As he anxiously surveyed his surroundings, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. "Ah, the sin of a newcomer. Jiao, where did you acquire this fresh merchandise?" In an instant, a tall figure materialized before Jiao Hong, and judging by the voice, it was likely male. Jiao Hong halted her steps, retorting sharply, "Get away." TSK, Jiao, you were rather unfriendly. This might frighten the newcomer," he remarked, seemingly concerned for Qin Yifan, yet his actions terrified the young man. Without warning, he drew a slender sword, aiming it directly at Qin Yifan's throat. At that moment, two figures appeared beside Jiao Hong and Jiao Bao, both launching fierce attacks. Consequently, the duo was unable to assist Qin Yifan. The young man stood frozen, staring at the advancing blade. It was not that he lacked the will to evade, but his body refused to respond, for he had never encountered such a life-threatening situation before. Just as the sword was about to pierce his throat, he suddenly recalled a skill he could employ. In the next instant, he silently activated the soft bone technique, causing his body to shrink significantly, allowing the sword to miss its mark. The soft bone technique renders bones pliable and flexible, yet not entirely soft, still capable of supporting the body. Outwardly, he appeared as though he had been paralyzed by fear. "Tang Laosan, you seek death." Jiao Hong's voice grew even more frigid, her sword gleaming ominously as she swung it at the assailant. Tang Laosan, missing his strike, swiftly retreated, his voice laced with mockery. "Oh dear, Jiao, don't be angry. I was merely teasing the newcomer. If you disapprove, I shall take my leave." As he spoke, his form rapidly withdrew, and by the time his words faded, he had vanished from sight. The two accomplices who had attacked had also mingled into the crowd and fled, leaving Jiao Hong and Jiao Bao to mutter a few curses but refraining from pursuit. You're quite pathetic, Jiobao remarked, tugging at Qin Yifan, who regained his composure and retorted with irritation. It seems you are accustomed to this, but I have only just awakened my talent and am merely a support type. It is a miracle I didn't soil myself. By the way, beautiful lady, could you spare me? I truly do not wish to die. Jiu Hong slightly bowed her head, her mask obscuring her expression. I apologize. This was merely an accident. I assure you such incidents will not occur again. Dear sister, you must at least clarify what you wish for me to do. Allow me to perish with understanding. After all that had transpired. This was the question Qin Yifan longed to have answered. Sensing a hint of remorse, Jiu Hong finally ceased her reticence and spoke candidly. In truth, there is little to it. I merely require your assistance in conducting a series of extraction experiments. Regardless of their success, I shall bestow upon you a generous reward. Should they prove successful, she paused momentarily, prompting Qin Yifan to eagerly inquire, what if they succeed? Jiu Hong turned to glance at him, stating, if successful, you shall be the esteemed hero. Whatever you desire, the alliance leader will grant you. Alliance leader? What alliance do you belong to? He inquired. A newly formed alliance. She replied, though you may not comprehend its significance, suffice it to say we primarily focus on the creation of potions. Qin Yifan was left speechless. A newly established alliance in such a chaotic region? It seemed implausible that they could maintain a large laboratory here, where even the authorities held no sway. However, the focus on potions did ease his mind somewhat, for it aligned perfectly with his liquid purification techniques. As long as he could meet their requirements, his life would be ensured. Whether he could ultimately evade their grasp remained uncertain, and he resolved to take one step at a time. A true gentleman knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Currently, he had no desire for demise, thus he must endure for the time being. After winding their way through the corridors, they finally arrived before a relatively intact storage room. Jiu Hong retrieved a badge from her waist and waved it towards a shadowy corner, causing a small door of the storage room to open. Upon entering, they found themselves in a scanning corridor, not for the purpose of checking for hazardous materials, as such measures held no significance for those endowed with various abilities. The scan was intended to confirm their humanity, for Blue Star was rife with mutated beasts, some of which possessed the ability to shape-shift and blend among humans. At the end of the scanning corridor stood a grand door, now ajar, revealing a brilliantly illuminated hall. The stark contrast between the exterior and this interior spectacle left Qin Yifan momentarily bewildered. I must ask, fair lady, what is the meaning of this? Jiu Hong spread her arms in a gesture of invitation. As you can see, this is the base of our alliance. First, I shall assist you in obtaining temporary membership. After the testing, we shall discuss further matters. Testing what? My abilities? Qin Yifan's expression tightened, for he had awakened a dual system talent and wished to keep this secret concealed. Jiu Hong offered no answer to his query, leading him instead to an unused laboratory. It appeared to have lain dormant for quite some time, containing little more than a few tables equipped with basic experimental tools, devoid of even a single chair. Noticing Jiu Hong engrossed in her portable computer, Qin Yifan leaned closer to her companion, asking, Hey, little one, this is my first time awakening a talent. I have no experience. What should I do during the test? With a peculiar chuckle, Jiu Bao responded, Fear not, you shall soon discover everything. Qin Yifan found the child's voice disconcerting, as it seemed incongruous for one so young to speak in such a manner. Just as he was lost in thought, the laboratory door swung open, revealing a delivery robot approaching Jiu Hong. Greetings, esteemed Jiuji. The 3 vials of mutated beast blood you requested have been delivered. Please verify receipt. In this world, technology coexists with supernatural abilities, and technology has advanced to remarkable heights. Personal computers, delivery robots, and autonomous vehicles are merely the tip of the iceberg. However, this does not imply that human labor will be entirely supplanted, for certain tasks, regardless of technological advancements, still necessitate manual intervention. Take, for instance, the classification of mutated beast blood. Within the robot's camera, the 3 vials appear identical, yet they originate from 3 distinct mutated beasts. To return to the main subject. Upon seeing the 3 vials of mutated beast blood before him, Qin Yifan secretly exhaled in relief. It seemed that Jiu Hong's tests were meant to assess his supernatural abilities rather than evaluate his innate talent through instruments, thus alleviating his fears of exposing his dual talents. Nevertheless, he feigned confusion and inquired, Miss, is this the test? Jiu Hong replied with clarity, Indeed, please commence your performance. After a brief moment of blinking, Qin Yifan adopted a look of realization and reached for one vial of the mutated beast blood. He was certain he did not know which mutated beast the blood belonged to, only that upon uncorking it, a strong metallic scent wafted forth. He seldom encountered such an aroma, almost causing him to regurgitate the 10 bowls of marinated noodles he had consumed, though the system had absorbed them, rendering him unable to vomit. This time, he refrained from closing his eyes and instead pressed his fingertip against the vial's opening, silently invoking the liquid purification technique. He felt a significant drain of energy within him, although the energy value on his attribute panel still decreased by 1. He sensed this was the limit of the first-level liquid purification technique. Exceeding it might lead to failure. Thereafter, he feigned a grimacing expression, and a small red crystal began to coalesce between his fingers, while the mutated beast blood in the test tube transformed into a white liquid. What the hell? Jiao Bao exclaimed, momentarily disregarding her disguise. Jiao Hong's pupils constricted as well. Had she not been masked, Qin Yifan would have undoubtedly witnessed her jaw drop in astonishment. Gasping for breath, Qin Yifan wiped non-existent sweat from his brow before smiling and declaring, "It worked, though I am uncertain about what I extracted." Beneath her mask, Jiao Hong's lips moved before she uttered 2 words, "Blood crystal." Jiao Bao cast a surprised glance at her, and after calming her nerves, Jiao Hong continued to elucidate. A blood crystal is the essence of mutated beast blood, utilized for concocting potions. The higher the level of the mutated beast, the more valuable the extracted blood crystal. At this juncture, she turned to Qin Yifan and inquired, "With your current abilities, how many vials of first-level mutated beast blood can you extract in succession?" She did not inquire about the success rate, as this remained uncertain, but given that Qin Yifan had succeeded on his first attempt, she presumed his success rate was decent. Qin Yifan pretended to reflect silently before replying softly, "It's hard to say, but I feel that 2 more would be my limit. Is this blood crystal valuable?" Jiao Bao also directed her gaze toward her elder sister, eager to hear her explanation. Jiao Hong pondered momentarily before finally responding, "We are on the brink of becoming partners. And I shall not conceal from you that regardless of the grade, blood crystals hold significant value. Take this small piece before us, for instance. It is worth approximately 100 galactic coins, and after deducting costs, one could still earn at least 80 galactic coins. Astonishing, isn't it?" The glimmer of wealth sparkled in Qin Yifan's eyes, a reflection of his genuine thoughts rather than mere pretense. Just moments ago, he had been a lowly laborer, toiling away for a meager 10 galactic coins a day. Now, merely by purifying a vial of first-tier mutated beast blood, he could amass 80 galactic coins, an unimaginable fortune for him. Thus, in the next moment, he seized another vial of mutated beast blood, and with a deft application of liquid purification technique, he produced yet another small blood crystal. Another 80 galactic coins earned. How delightful. Then came the final vial. But this time, the mutated beast blood merely rippled before it ceased to react entirely. Simultaneously, Qin Yifan's complexion paled, and he swayed, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, Jiao Bao was quick to catch him. In the next moment, the composed Jiao Hong spoke in a low tone. "First, as you have witnessed, the extraction of blood crystals carries a risk of failure. Thus, we have lost a vial of first-tier mutated beast blood, meaning 1 blood crystal does not guarantee an earning of 80 galactic coins. Furthermore, regardless of the profits, they are not solely yours. We shall discuss the division later. For now, what are your thoughts?" Rubbing his temples, Qin Yifan muttered, "My head aches severely, and I am quite hungry." "What? That equates to 10 bowls of braised noodles. It has only been a short while, and you are already hungry again? Are you a bottomless pit?" Jiao Bao exclaimed in shock. But Jiao Hong adeptly provided an explanation for Qin Yifan. Awakening one's talents is immensely energy-consuming, and he had also exerted his abilities several times before. Thus it is only natural that he is drained. Yet, Jiao Bao still felt something was amiss, even if one's energy were entirely depleted. Hunger should not set in so quickly. I have experienced such exhaustion myself, and it only results in a bit of weakness. Qin Yifan retorted, "Can one compare people? You may feel weak, but you have ample fat reserves for energy. Just look at me." Upon glancing at his skeletal physique, Jiao Bao found his argument to be quite sound. Jiao Hong then interjected, "Little Bao, take him to the cafeteria for a meal. Once he is full, bring him directly to my room." "Very well," Jiao Bao replied, though somewhat begrudgingly. Yet, Qin Yifan secretly rejoiced at the prospect of indulging in delicious food, which meant he could continue to develop his abilities. In truth, he had initially been quite excited, but after purifying the second vial of mutated beast blood, He had come to his senses, thus feigning failure with the third vial. He pretended to be utterly exhausted, and just as he pondered how to explain himself, Jiu Hong had conveniently provided a justification. This base is vast, with numerous personnel, hence the necessity for sustenance. Soon, they arrived at the cafeteria. A hall exceeding 1,000 square meters, surrounded by stalls reminiscent of food markets, with a series of relatively enclosed small rooms in the center. However, as the meal hour had already passed, few stalls remained open. Qin Yifan quietly inquired, "Little Bao, is food here expensive? I find myself rather short on funds. Perhaps you could cover this meal?" Jiu Bao's lips twitched. "I will pay. Hurry and eat. My sister is waiting." "Very well. I shall not hold back then. Boss, I would like 5 pounds of dumplings to start." Chapter 5. Working for oneself. Jiu Bao was too apathetic to retort, and upon seeing Qin Yifan relish his meal, he ordered a pound of dumplings for himself as well. However, he could only manage to eat half, leaving the remainder to be devoured by Qin Yifan. After they finished, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in Qin Yifan's mind. Ding. Host has consumed dumplings, space-related talent 1. Ding. Host has consumed dumplings, space-related talent 1. Burp. Qin Yifan remained unperturbed. After all, this system had a penchant for absurdity. He even believed it when it claimed that consuming excrement could awaken a worthless talent. He then opened his attribute panel. Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, level 1. Energy value, 1010. Talent, flexibility talent level 1, 0-100. Water talent level 1, 0-100. Metal talent level 1, 110. Space talent level 1, 510. Skills, soft bone technique level 1, proficiency 1-100. Liquid purification technique level 1, proficiency 5-100. Aside from the 5 additional points in space-related talent, nothing else had changed. It appeared that the consumption of dumplings was calculated as a whole. As for consuming another 5 pounds to awaken the space talent, feeling the dense aura of darkness emanating from Jiu Bao, Qin Yifan decided it prudent to refrain. "Little Bao, I am full. Let us find your sister." Jiu Bao retorted sharply, "You still owe me 50 galactic coins." With that, he stood and left, prompting Qin Yifan to hurriedly follow. "What is the matter with you? Weren't you the one who said you would treat me? Who knew you could eat so much? My money does not grow on trees, you know." Their bickering continued as they arrived at the door of an office on the 2nd floor. Jiu Bao did not knock but simply pushed the door open. In the next moment, Qin Yifan's hair nearly stood on end, for he spotted Tang Laosan seated within the room. The harrowing memories of nearly being pierced came flooding back, and fear gripped him, making him want to flee. "Jiu Bao," suppressing his voice, inquired, "Tang Laosan, what are you doing here?" Tang Laosan had removed his hood, revealing a mask that obscured half of his face. The visible portion adorned with a grin that was more menacing than amiable. "Little brat, don't put on airs. Your sister invited me." Jiu Bao glanced at his sister, who gave a slight nod. Business discussions. This explanation quelled Jiu Bao's concerns, but Qin Yifan felt a sense of foreboding, uncertain of the nature of their business. Surely they were not planning to sell him? His sense of security was scant. Despite having awakened dual talents, his skills were woefully inadequate for self-defense, let alone rebellion. The feeling of being at the mercy of others was indeed unsettling, and he hoped to awaken some formidable combat skills in the future. At that moment, Tang Laosan suddenly turned his gaze toward him, his tone dripping with mockery. "Miss Jiu, are you looking to place a large order for the blood of first-star mutated beasts? Perhaps due to this newcomer? Does he possess extraction abilities?" Jiu Hong replied coldly, "Why do you care so much? Will you proceed with this deal or not?" "Of course. Why would I refuse? However, your offered price is far too low. I require at least an additional 100 for each liter." Qin Yifan was struck by a wave of confusion. The previous test tubes held 100 milliliters each, meaning a single liter could accommodate 10 tubes. This dramatically increased the cost by 10, which seemed exceedingly unfair. Jiu Hong, growing increasingly direct, said, "Take your time. I want to be seeing you off." "Hey, Jiu girl. Think carefully. If I leave just like this, no one in the alliance will dare to do business with you. Do you believe that?" Jiu Hong furrowed her brow in silence, eventually asking helplessly, "What exactly do you want?" "Equity." Tang Laosan turned his gaze back to Qin Yifan. "I have high hopes for this newcomer. I'm curious to see how far I can develop him." Jiu Hong fell silent for a moment. He had just awakened his talent, with a success rate of approximately 50% and very low skill durability. "What do you propose?" "Haha, just having awakened is a good start." Tang Laosan grinned. "Is the success rate and skill durability really an issue?" The purpose of cultivating him is precisely to take that gamble. Jiuhong asked straightforwardly, how much do you want? 30%, permanently. As long as you agree, I will provide all the blood of the mutated beast he uses. Tang Laosan's smile vanished, and his expression turned serious. Jiuhong then looked at Qin Yifan, saying, I will supply the materials and take 30% of the net profit. I will handle all miscellaneous matters. And the remaining 40% will belong to you. How does that sound? Qin Yifan, incredulous, pointed to himself. You're giving me 40%? Is this for real? What about the alliance leader? Tang Laosan let out a scoff. Indeed, this is an exceptionally naive newcomer. However, Jiu Girl is quite generous. Young man, you should accept. Jiuhong shot Tang Laosan a sidelong glance and then turned to Qin Yifan with a serious tone. This is genuine. Although you are currently weak, you possess the most essential technology. Without your abilities, we cannot hope to make a profit. As for the alliance leader, you won't meet him just yet. You will have the chance to see him once you truly grow. Do you understand? Her words served to explain not only to Qin Yifan but also to Tang Laosan. Indeed, Qin Yifan had just awakened and knew nothing, but that did not mean he would remain uninformed in the future. Unless they intended to forsake future profits by eliminating him before he matured. Tang Laosan understood her implication, yet he was accustomed to a more predatory mindset, and found it difficult to adjust to Jiuhong's rhythm. Qin Yifan blinked, suddenly interjecting, So, are you saying I'll be working for myself from now on? Uffed. Jiubao could not hold back a laugh. When the other two turned to look at her, she awkwardly waved her hands, saying, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Please, continue. To be honest, Tang Laosan also found it hard to stifle a chuckle. Only Jiuhong could likely comprehend Qin Yifan's perspective, as she too had once struggled at the lowest levels. You could certainly say that. After all, you are the boss and the one doing the work. We merely aim to ensure you can focus better on your tasks. Qin Yifan, still somewhat uncertain, asked, Are you saying I'm the boss? Does that mean I can eat whatever I want in the future? Is there anyone who would mock me for devouring 10 pounds of dumplings? This statement left Jiubao with a rather peculiar expression, pondering the implication that consuming 5 pounds of dumplings earlier was insufficient. Tang Laosan found this amusing and chuckled, You, so slender, can eat 10 pounds of dumplings? Aren't you afraid of bursting your stomach? Jiuhong, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, Do not doubt it. He awakened after consuming 10 bowls of braised noodles. Jiubao added softly from the side, He just ate 5 pounds of dumplings. By heavens! Tang Laosan exclaimed, then gave Qin Yifan a thumbs up. After a discussion, it was settled that Qin Yifan would unwittingly assume the role of the boss. However, his position as the boss also made him the most hard-working employee, yet he did not mind, as he was eager to attain culinary freedom. He immediately shouted, I'm feeling quite energized after my meal. Boss Tang, let me have a liter of first-tier mutant beast blood. I want to make money quickly. Jiuhong hesitated, pausing with her hand on the drawer, contemplating whether to give him the portable computer later, feeling that this fellow might be a bit unreliable. Tang Laosan, startled by his words, said, Brother Qin, we should take it slow. Losing a bit of first-tier mutant beast blood isn't a big deal, but we mustn't exhaust you. His concern was genuine. It was hard to come by someone with extraction abilities, and they couldn't afford to lose him so soon. Chapter 6. Yet another auxiliary skill in truth. Tang Laosan's worries were somewhat unfounded. Upon realizing he was working for himself, Qin Yifan was fully energized. He could purify 10 tubes of first-tier mutant beast blood at once, equivalent to 1 liter. Although he chose to do it tube by tube for the sake of success rate. Even so, the results were enough to astonish Jiuhong and Tang Laosan. As for sustaining his skills, the answer was simple, eat. While others restored energy through cultivation or potions, methods that also worked for Qin Yifan, he found that eating was far more efficient than cultivating and that potions were considerably more expensive than food. After a night of testing, he discovered that for every pound of dumplings consumed, he regained full energy. Of course, this was due to his insistence on only eating dumplings, as he had not tested other foods yet. During this time, Jiubao became the errand boy, making multiple trips to the cafeteria. Had everyone not needed rest that night, he likely would have been occupied the entire time. In truth, Qin Yifan was reluctant to pause, as the prospect of earning money while awakening his talents was too good to pass up. However, upon seeing the dagger materialize in Jiubao's hand, he heeded the advice to call it a night and returned to his dormitory with his very first portable computer. The dormitory was arranged by Jiuhong, a private room of over 20 square meters with a bedroom and bathroom. For Qin Yifan, who had long been living in parks and under bridges, This cozy haven was a delightful change. After enjoying a hot shower and lying on the comfortable bed, he sincerely reflected, life is unpredictable. Who would have thought that I, Qin Yifan, would finally have my day of resurgence? Yet, system, why must you give me another auxiliary skill? Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, level 1. Energy value, 110. Talent, flexibility talent level 0-100. Water system talent level 0-100. Metal system talent 110. Space system talent level 0-100. Skill, cartilage technique level 1 proficiency 10-100. Liquid purification technique level 1 proficiency 49-100. Personal space, passive, size 111 cubic meter. After consuming 5 pounds of dumplings, his space system talent awakened, granting him a passive skill known as personal space. This skill operates continuously without the need for activation, remaining ever-present, devoid of levels, yet expanding as his space system talent increases. While this ability is undeniably practical, it does not possess offensive capabilities, which left Qin Yifan feeling somewhat disappointed. Reflecting on this, he suddenly noticed an old garment discarded on the ground. As he was now, in a sense, a proprietor, it seemed reasonable to reward himself with a new outfit. With that thought in mind, he resolved to act. After all, sleep eluded him, and he could familiarize himself with the features of his personal computer. After considerable effort, he finally grasped the ordering service, purchasing 2 sets of new clothing, simple yet elegant, for a total of just 200 galactic coins. Once he completed the order, he patted his flat stomach, reminding himself of his hunger. Perhaps he should order a late-night snack? Glancing at his balance, he noted he still had 800 galactic coins. This amount was saved by Jiao Hong, who had entrusted him with full discretion over it. With this in mind, he decided to place an order. However, he refrained from indulging in mindless spending, instead making deliberate choices. Although the gluttony system awakened talent resembles a blind box, it is one that should not be opened recklessly. Based on current patterns, if he ordered a haphazard assortment of items, he would only discover talent points corresponding to certain foods. Awakening a talent, after all, requires a focus on a singular type of food, as awakening any particular talent necessitates a minimum of 10 talent points, signifying that he must consume a substantial quantity of that food. With this realization, he opted for a quintessential late-night delicacy, barbecue. 100 skewers of meat and 10 bottles of ice-cold beer. Just the thought of it made his mouth water. The gluttony system is truly splendid, allowing him to savor delectable dishes while enhancing his strength. He did not have to wait long for both the clothing and the late-night snack to arrive. Paying no heed to whether the new attire fit him, he immediately tore open the barbecue packaging and began to feast. Taking a bite of a meat skewer, he was met with exquisite flavor and generous seasonings that tantalized his taste buds and left a lingering aftertaste. After devouring 10 skewers, he opened a bottle of beer. Just as a notification chimed from the system. Ding! Host has consumed meat skewers, enhancing strength talent 1. What is strength talent? Qin Yifan was uncertain, but chose not to dwell on it, and tilted his head back to down the beer. Ding! Host has consumed beer, enhancing water system talent 2. Burping contentedly, Qin Yifan felt a surge of satisfaction. If drinking beer could elevate his water system talent, then surely beverages and water would have a similar effect. He resolved to have Jiao Bao prepare more functional drinks for him the following day. After a feast of skewers and beer, Qin Yifan came to understand what strength talent entailed. Ding! Strength talent has reached its maximum capacity, awakening strength talent and granting the passive skill body enhancement. Qin Yifan felt a wave of comfort enveloping his entire being. The awakening of his innate talent had naturally enhanced his physical form, and now, with an additional layer of passive ability, his defense must surely surpass that of an ordinary level 1 ability user. Although it was yet another auxiliary skill, Qin Yifan had grown accustomed to it, for it could indeed serve as a means of self-preservation. What more could one desire? Glancing at his attributes panel, he noted, Host, Qin Yifan ability level, level 1 energy value, 10 talent, flexibility talent level 1, 0-100 water system talent level 1, 2100 metal system talent level 1, 110 space system talent level 1, 0-100 enhancement system talent level 1, 0-100 skills, soft bone technique level 1 proficiency, 10-100 liquid purification technique level 1 proficiency, 49-100 personal space, passive volume 111 cubic meter body enhancement, passive enhancement effect, 1 times this passive skill of body enhancement. Much like the personal space, could not be upgraded through proficiency but would grow stronger with the advancement of his enhancement talent. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he drowsily climbed into bed and soon drifted into dreams. Suddenly, a gasp escaped his lips as Qin Yifan awoke from a nightmare, quickly sitting up to survey his surroundings. Thank goodness, it was not a dream. He had merely been dreaming within a dream. He stumbled over his words, for he had just dreamed that acquiring the system was merely a figment of his imagination. In truth, he was still adjusting, and his anxious psyche was playing tricks on him. After muttering to himself for a while, he finally regained his composure, rose from his bed, and washed his face. Dressing in the new clothes he had purchased the previous night, he donned his robe and mask before messaging Jiobao to inform him of his departure. The reply came swiftly, "On my way." This was a directive from Jiao Hong, aside from his dormitory and studio. Qin Yifan was required to have Jiobao accompany him for all other ventures. It was not intended as surveillance, but rather a precaution for his safety. Though the base was populated by members of the Alliance, and the likelihood of danger was minimal, one could never predict when misfortune might strike. Just as Qin Yifan opened the door to step outside, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the base. Without hesitation, Jiobao pushed Qin Yifan back into the room, forcefully shutting and locking the door. Qin Yifan, bewildered, inquired, "What is going on, Jiobao?" "Who knows? The patrol might be apprehending someone. Or perhaps there is an external force attacking. Regardless, we shall remain here quietly. If the sky falls, let the tallest among us bear the weight." Boom. Chapter 7. There must be something amiss. While Jiobao remained unfazed, Qin Yifan's mind raced with apprehension. He pondered the possibility of the base's destruction. Would he, having been a boss for merely a day, find himself out of a job? Then he considered whether he could escape this chaotic zone if the base were indeed to be obliterated. Yet, he was not allowed to dwell on such thoughts for long. 5 minutes later, the alarm ceased its wailing. Jiobao, toying with his mask, grinned and said, "See? I told you it was nothing." As he donned his mask, he waved his hand and urged, "Come, let us venture outside and see what unfolds." Qin Yifan rose stiffly to follow, and after walking for quite some time, he found no trace of any recent combat. What could have caused that earlier explosion? Jiobao seemed to sense his confusion and smiled as he explained. "The battlefield is outside. If we were to be attacked internally, a different alarm would have sounded, and I wouldn't need to lead you to hide indoors. We would simply flee." Qin Yifan, still trying to grasp the situation, asked if such events occurred frequently. "Not often," Jiobao replied. "After all, our alliance is quite formidable here. Few dare to provoke us." "What exactly is our alliance?" Qin Yifan inquired. "Higi, we are known as the Alchemist Alliance. My sister isn't deceiving you. We have branches in various cities, and what we have here is merely a small one." Jiobao continued. "The reason we established our base in the chaotic zone is that it allows us to acquire a vast amount of materials and facilitates rapid shipping." This rationale was difficult for Qin Yifan to fully comprehend at the moment. The chaotic zone was akin to a black market, where transactions could circumvent numerous regulations, albeit with significant risks. As they conversed, Jiao Hong's figure suddenly appeared, and Qin Yifan felt a strong surge of energy emanating from her. Jiobao, seemingly unperturbed, asked, "Sister, which fool dared to confront our alliance again?" "Do not ask what you shouldn't," Jiao Hong replied coldly, before turning her gaze to Qin Yifan. "Follow me. I have arranged a high-end studio for you. You and Xiaobao can reside there together." Is that really necessary?" Qin Yifan felt that the studio and living space from yesterday were quite satisfactory, but Jiao Hong was not seeking his opinion. Lowering her voice, she added, "It is much safer there. Also, remember, do not reveal your abilities to anyone outside our group. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee your safety." Qin Yifan blinked, still somewhat bewildered. But Jiao Hong did not offer further explanation. Before long, they arrived at a door on the 3rd floor. Jiao Hong first recorded their facial recognition, fingerprints, and voice patterns before pushing the door open. Upon entering, the first sight was 4 large experimental tables equipped with numerous advanced devices, which Qin Yifan considered a sheer waste. Further inside were 2 suites, complete with a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and 2 spacious bedrooms. The sight of these made Jiaobao's tone considerably more serious. "Sister, the rent here is not cheap," he began, but Jiao Hong interrupted. "This is provided by Tang Lao-san. Although he is rather unpleasant, he is meticulous in his work." Jiaobao's expression turned peculiar, and after a moment's pause, he suddenly remarked, "Sister, is the rivalry between you and Tang Lao-san merely for show?" Jiao Hong's movements momentarily stiffened. But she quickly regained her composure and chose not to answer, instead stating, Qin Yifan, you must rapidly enhance your talents and skill levels. Only then can you justify the investment we have made in you. Do you understand? Qin Yifan, still somewhat dazed, nodded, I will. Jiuhong directly asked, do you have any other requests? No, he began to respond, but upon recalling the system, he changed his mind. You are aware that I rely on sustenance for endurance. So there should be no issue with that, right? Jiuhong cast him a sidelong glance. What could possibly be wrong? There are countless extraordinary abilities, and many portly individuals abound. Besides, if you fear exposure, you could always prepare your own meals. Jiu Bao raised his hand, declaring in advance that he was willing to run errands, but he wouldn't cook. Qin Yifan flashed a grin, stating that he could handle that himself and save a considerable sum of money in the process. Jiuhong's eyelid twitched slightly. She was tempted to argue that cooking was a waste of time, but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. All right then. It will be arranged for Tang Laosan to regularly deliver mutated beast blood here. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them to him. I have matters to attend to, so unless it's urgent, do not contact me. After giving these instructions, Jiuhong hurriedly departed, leaving Qin Yifan and Jiu Bao staring at each other in surprise. Ah, Jiu Bao exclaimed, startled by Qin Yifan. What's wrong? Why the sudden alarm? Qin Yifan, with a hint of excitement, replied, I bought 2 sets of clothes last night, and there's another set in my old room. You startled me. I thought it was something serious. Someone will deliver them later. That's good. Qin Yifan felt a bit awkward, attempting to scratch his nose, only to be thwarted by his mask. Little Bao, it's just the 2 of us here. Is it really necessary to wear masks? Wait a moment. Jiu Bao busied himself in the room, conducting a thorough inspection inside and out, finally exclaiming, it seems there is definitely something going on between Tang Laosan and my sister. Humph. As he spoke, he removed his mask and gestured for Qin Yifan to relax. Qin Yifan was more straightforward, shedding his robe and meticulously arranging his new clothes. I say, little Bao, isn't Hong Jie your biological sister? Wouldn't you be familiar with her affairs? Jiu Bao's expression flickered with a moment of melancholy, but was quickly masked. Mind your own business and focus on preparing for our tasks. Qin Yifan, puzzled, inquired. What is there to prepare? Jiu Bao rolled his eyes at him. Aren't you relying on food to regain energy? There are no ingredients here. So hurry and tell me what you want to eat, and I'll go buy it for you. Also, check if the kitchen utensils are complete when the time comes. You'll have to cook for yourself. I'm not keen on running errands all day. Let us not rush to buy food just yet. I want to test the effects of functional drinks first. Jiu Bao blinked. So drinking will suffice? Let us try everything. Otherwise, you'll just call me a glutton. Qin Yifan joked, deftly changing the subject. He began inspecting the kitchen while simultaneously placing orders on his portable computer. This time, he purchased ingredients directly, wanting to experiment with various delicacies on his own, along with a substantial quantity of beverages and beer. Thus, when Tang Laosan arrived personally to deliver the goods, he found himself blocked at the door by an array of delivery robots. Observing the 2 figures joyously receiving their shipments, Tang Laosan grumbled, What are you 2 up to? Is it Crazy Thursday? Qin Yifan quickly adjusted his misaligned mask and smiled. Oh, nothing much, just some food and drinks. Hong Jie advised us to stay in. So I thought I'd cook here. As you know, I have quite the appetite. Tang Laosan was utterly speechless, opting not to enter but instead tossing a large suitcase towards Jiu Bao. This is today's shipment. Contact me directly if there are any issues. I want to be going in, he stated. Jiu Bao caught the suitcase and, somewhat aimlessly, inquired, Tang Laosan, what is your relationship with my sister? Tang Laosan simply replied, Chapter 8, there is nothing to worry about. Naturally, he did not answer Jiu Bao's question, and Qin Yifan refrained from further prying. After the 2 completed their task and filled the refrigerator, they finally opened the large suitcase that Tang Laosan had sent. Wow, Tang Laosan must have noticed your enthusiasm. He sent 50 liters of first-grade mutated beast blood all at once. It seems he intends to wear you out. Qin Yifan, however, had his eyes gleaming with the prospect of wealth, thinking, I want to be worn out. This is all money. Who would complain about earning money? With that, he immediately set to work, purifying 10 tubes in one go until his energy reserves were depleted, raising his proficiency in liquid purification by 10. Afterward, he picked up the functional beverage he had prepared and drained an entire liter bottle in one gulp. Ding. Host has ingested functional beverage, water attribute talent 2. Burp. As his talent increased, his energy was fully replenished. This outcome left Qin Yifan thoroughly satisfied, and he continued his purification endeavor with a cheerful demeanor. 2 hours later, having exhausted his energy once more, Qin Yifan chose not to consume any more functional drinks. Zhou Bao, who was sorting blood crystals, tilted his head and looked at him, asking, "So, have you finally realized you're tired?" Qin Yifan tilted his head back and smiled at him, replying, "Not tired, just hungry." He truly did not feel fatigued, after all. Using his skills did not drain him mentally like it did for others. With the system, it felt akin to controlling a game character. Just a thought activated the skill, consuming a bit of energy, and it was done. Were it not for the occasional need to use soft bone technique for disguise, he wouldn't expend much energy at all. The only reason he paused was the monotony of prolonged mechanical labor, prompting him to seek a break to enjoy some delicious food and relax. Zhou Bao, genuinely impressed, gave him a thumbs up and remarked, "I truly envy you. If it were me consuming that much drink, I would have made several trips to the restroom by now, even after becoming an ability user." Basic needs like eating and excreting remained, and the higher the level, the more one needed to consume. Hence, Jiuhong had mentioned not to worry about Qin Yifan's appetite. Of course, it was indeed peculiar that he could eat so much right after awakening, but Jiuhong and the others did not delve deeper into it. After all, this pertained to personal privacy. They had no intention of completely controlling Qin Yifan and thus refrained from prying into his secrets. Qin Yifan shrugged, unsure how to explain, and opted to change the subject. "What do you feel like eating? Just name it. I'll make it." Zhou Bao raised an eyebrow. "I'd like a pan-seared steak. Medium rare. Can you manage that?" "Of course," Qin Yifan replied confidently, though he was uncertain since he had never cooked a steak before, having never been able to afford the ingredients. However, he could indeed cook, and now with his portable computer, he could learn anything he didn't know how to do. After several failures, he finally mastered the art of cooking steak, and thereafter, he became insatiable. He prepared 30 hefty steaks, leaving Zhou Bao at a loss for words. Additionally, he managed to cook a pot of rice and bake a large cake in the oven. Once the dishes were served, it was evident that the quantity was far more than sufficient for just 2 people. Qin Yifan, however, was undeterred and boasted, "Eat to your heart's content. The leftovers are all mine." Zhou Bao, confident in his friend's capacity, wasted no time and began to eat. Although he couldn't match Qin Yifan's appetite, being a level 30 abilities user, he still required substantial energy to maintain his daily activities, even without engaging in battles. Nevertheless, despite his efforts, he managed to consume only 2 bowls of rice, 5 steaks, and a small piece of cake for dessert. The remainder vanished into Qin Yifan's stomach. Yet the meal did not bring him the expected delight. Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, level 1. Energy value, 1010. Talent, flexibility talent level 1, 10-100. Water system talent level 1, 83-100. Metal system talent, 610. Space system talent level 1, 0-100. Enhancement system talent level 1, 26-100. Skills, cartilage technique level 1 proficiency, 18-100. Liquid purification technique level 1 proficiency, 79-100. Personal space, passive, space volume, 111 cubic meter. Body enhancement, passive, enhancement effect, 1x. The water system talent increases through beverage consumption, and this meal led to an increase in both flexibility and enhancement talents. It is noted that rice and simple pasta enhance flexibility, while meat contributes to enhancement, and various seasonings are currently classified under the metal system. Observing the water system talent value, he inquired while picking his teeth, "Little Bao, could you enlighten me about the abilities users?" "Sure, what would you like to know?" Qin Yifan shrugged. "I only knew that awakening a talent would make one an abilities user. Beyond that, I was oblivious." Zhou Bao, puzzled, asked, "Haven't you ever been to school?" "Never. I am an orphan raised in an orphanage, where I only received basic education and training," Qin Yifan replied. Zhou Bao nodded in understanding. "No wonder you struggled so much before." Qin Yifan took it in stride, as it was indeed the truth. Zhou Bao felt a twinge of sympathy and smiled, saying, "In reality, being an abilities user is not that complicated. It simply involves awakening various talents and striving to elevate their levels." Qin Yifan's lips twitched. "Is it really that simple?" Zhou Bao shrugged. "That's how I perceive it. If you wish to delve into more details, you can search for information online. I lack the eloquence to explain it thoroughly." All right," Qin Yifan replied, feeling somewhat awkward, as he was still adjusting to his newfound circumstances, even forgetting that he could access most information through his portable computer. "I'll look up the information, you clean the dishes, and we can resume work in the afternoon." After an hour of research, Qin Yifan realized that Jiu Bao's summary was indeed accurate, though it neglected the intermediary processes and the outcomes of diligent upgrading. According to the available data, the highest level of ability users on Blue Star currently stands at 60. Those who have surpassed this threshold have predominantly ventured into the interstellar realms, as the conditions on Blue Star are insufficient for individuals above level 60 to enhance their powers. Naturally, not every ability user can reach this esteemed level. It is intricately linked to personal aptitude and the innate talent awakened within them. Personal aptitude dictates the heights one can achieve, while the awakened talent determines one's worthiness for cultivation. No matter how high one's aptitude, if the awakened talent is subpar, it is of little use. Conversely, even exceptional talent is rendered futile if one's aptitude is lacking. Qin Yifan, however, harbored no concerns regarding this. He felt assured by the presence of a system that would liberate him from the common difficulties of breaking through bottlenecks. As for the quality of his talent, it was hardly a concern. His sole preoccupation was the rate of his advancement. He feared that rapid progression might lead to unforeseen complications, but that worry had since dissipated. The records indicated that the fastest advancement occurs after awakening, with the transition to a level 10 ability user being particularly swift, allowing one to ascend to level 60 in less than 20 years. Thus, even an accelerated progression would not pose significant issues for him. Consequently, he soon cast aside his portable computer and joyfully set to work. After downing another bottle of beverage, a sudden surge of energy coursed through him, causing Jiu Bao, who sensed the shift, to widen his eyes in astonishment. Chapter 9. A glimpse of brilliance. You leveled up? Upon witnessing Jiu Bao's ghostly expression, Qin Yifan feigned nonchalance. It's merely a level up. What's the fuss about? Merely? Do you have any idea what you're saying? Jiu Bao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Do you understand why my sister places such importance on you? And why Tang Laosan has invested so heavily? Qin Yifan blinked in confusion. Is it not simply because of my abilities? What is the matter? What is the matter? Jiu Bao's hands trembled violently as he hastily set down the vial containing blood crystals, fearing he might inadvertently hurl it at Qin Yifan's face. Extraction-type abilities are exceedingly rare and notoriously difficult to enhance. Do you comprehend this? Qin Yifan's gaze narrowed, a sense of dread creeping in as he realized that the online information might be misleading. In truth, there were mentions of this online, but he had only skimmed through some general information, leading him to mistakenly believe he had a solid grasp of the subject. Nevertheless, he endeavored to clarify. Perhaps it is due to my superior aptitude that my progression is swifter. You know, I can replenish my energy simply by consuming food, which must set me apart from others. Jiu Bao pressed his lips tightly together, grappling with the emotional impulse to believe this explanation, while reason cautioned him that it was implausible. The traditional advancement of ability users relies on the accumulation of certain quantities and the mastery of innate skills. While the latter involves understanding and executing skills at their most perfect level, the accumulation aspect is distinctly different. Other talents, such as fire, lightning, or wood attributes, can achieve their accumulation goals by absorbing various special items of the same element. However, the extraction ability is a unique and extraordinary power, lacking any special substances available for absorption. The accumulation of such a capacity must be achieved through diligent and earnest cultivation, a process that cannot be accomplished in merely a day or two. Some who possess extraction abilities may never reach a high level in their lifetime. Yet, how could Qin Yifan, having awakened his talent for less than a day, possibly advance so easily? Seeing that his skepticism persisted, Qin Yifan could only resign himself to the situation. Regardless, I have already advanced. Your disbelief is of no consequence. Jiu Bao was rendered speechless, but upon reflection, he realized that even if he were to doubt, the advancement had indeed occurred. Moreover, his rapid progression was a positive development. With this revelation, he felt enlightened and quickly inquired, since you have advanced, can you extract the blood of a 2-star mutated beast? Qin Yifan shook his head. I am uncertain. Perhaps you could ask Tang Laosan for some blood from a 2-star mutated beast for me to try? Let us give it a shot, Jiu Bao replied, no longer hesitating, and directly contacted Tang Laosan, requesting the delivery of the blood. Upon hearing his request, Tang Laosan expressed surprise. What do you mean? If you want to play tricks to make money, find another way. I have no time to entertain your childish games. Jiu Bao's lips twitched in irritation. Who is trying to make money? It's Qin Yifan who has advanced. What? Tang Laosan's voice rose by an octave, clearly audible to Qin Yifan nearby. Are you joking with me? An extractor has advanced in less than a day? You must be pulling my leg. Jiu Bao shot a glance at Qin Yifan, conveying that it was not just he who doubted the claim. Haha, Tang Lao-san, while I too find it hard to believe, the advancement happened right before my eyes. This is an undeniable fact. Upon hearing this, the other end fell silent for a considerable time, ultimately severing the communication without uttering another word. Qin Yifan felt the gravity of the situation, realizing it had become an established fact, one he could not alter. He could only take a glance at his attribute panel to calm his nerves. Host, Qin Yifan ability level, level 2 energy value, 2020 talent. Flexibility talent level 110 100 water system talent level 2 200 metal system talent 610 space system talent level 10 100 enhancement system talent level 126 100 skill. Soft bone technique level 1 proficiency 25 100 liquid purification technique level 2 proficiency 1 200 personal space passive space size 111 cubic meter body enhancement passive enhancement effect 1x both the talent values and proficiencies for upgrading have doubled, leaving him to ponder whether this doubling would continue. Fortunately, sustenance could resolve his challenges, thus making advancement not overly daunting for him. He merely contemplated whether to expedite his progression. Just as he reached a decision after much deliberation, Tang Lao-san and Jiao-hong arrived together. Immediately, Tang Lao-san approached with a tone of skepticism. Kid, did you truly advance? If you're deceiving me, I assure you there will be consequences. Jiao-hong, more straightforward, interjected. Enough with the nonsense. Give him the blood of the 2-star mutated beast. Tang Lao-san shot a glare at Qin Yifan, sulkily slamming a smaller suitcase onto the experimental table. Now, please commence your performance. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow. Hongjia, Brother Tang, even if I have just awakened and my level is low, is it truly necessary for you to look down upon me so? Moreover, I recall our agreement from yesterday. I am the one in charge of this little group, correct? Besides, my advancement seems to benefit everyone. So what is the meaning of your attitudes? In truth, Qin Yifan was not one to passively accept disdain. He had merely endured in the past due to circumstances beyond his control. However, now that he had awakened his talent, which was considered rare in their eyes, he was unwilling to continue accepting such unequal treatment, despite his current low level. Jiao-hong exchanged glances with Tang Lao-san, who was about to speak but was interrupted by her. You are not wrong, but regardless, you must demonstrate that you possess the qualifications to converse with us as equals. Very well, I shall prove it to you this time, but I hope you will refrain from questioning me in the future. As he spoke, he opened the suitcase and, without waiting for anyone else to chime in, extracted a vial of 2-star mutated beast blood and activated the liquid purification technique. The familiar sensation washed over him. Energy value decreased by 1, skill proficiency increased by 1, and then a slightly larger red crystal appeared at his fingertips. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Both Jiao Bao and Tang Lao-san exclaimed in disbelief, with Tang Lao-san particularly flabbergasted, as this was a direct slap to the face. After all, Jiao Bao had witnessed Qin Yifan's advancement firsthand, hence his exclamation was one of excitement, while Tang Lao-san expressed incredulity, indicating his lingering doubt. Qin Yifan maintained a sidelong glance at him, continuing the purification process. He successfully purified 20 vials in succession. At this point, even Jiao-hong could no longer contain her astonishment. What? 100% success rate? Are you performing beyond your capabilities, or? Qin Yifan replied defiantly. I don't know. Jiao-hong, taken aback by his bold retort, could only shoot an annoyed glare at Tang Lao-san. Sensing her irritation, Tang Lao-san finally reacted, plastering on a feigned smile as he approached Qin Yifan. Brother, don't be angry. I'm just a rough man with limited experience. Don't take offense, all right? Chapter 10. The plan to escape. Qin Yifan felt an exhilarating sense of vindication, never having experienced such satisfaction before. Even though he recognized Tang Lao-san's insincerity, he relished the praise. However, before he could bask in his triumph for long, Jiao-hong immediately doused him with cold water. While you have indeed proven your qualifications to converse with us as equals, it is also exceedingly perilous. Qin Yifan's expression faltered as he turned to her, asking, why? Tang Lao-san looked at her as well, opening his mouth, but ultimately saying nothing. Jiao-hong gave him a calming glance before turning to Qin Yifan and stating, do you know why the base was attacked this morning? How would I know? But it certainly has nothing to do with me, right? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yifan replied, for he was merely a novice who had just awakened and was not yet worthy of attracting the attention of significant figures. Jiao-hong gently removed her mask, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Indeed, those individuals were not targeting you. However, this twist sent a jolt of unease through Qin Yifan. as he sensed that something ominous was about to transpire. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Jiao Hong did not continue. Just as he was on the verge of losing his patience, Jiao Hong cast a glance at Tang Lao-san, who sighed and spoke. I shall not elaborate on who attacked the base. They were after a level 30 extractor-type ability user. This is neither the first occurrence, nor will it be the last. Goodness. Although his words were vague, Qin Yifan was able to infer much. Disbelief etched across his face. Is it truly so dangerous to possess an extraction ability? Tang Lao-san shot him a disdainful look. What do you think? The reason we urge you to be cautious is for your own sake. Thankfully, only the three of us are aware of this. Otherwise, his unspoken words lingered in the air, the implication clear. Qin Yifan furrowed his brows in frustration, lamenting that he had only just prepared to stand up, only to be told to continue hiding. Jiao Hong inquired solemnly. Do you know why I did not hand you over to the Alliance directly? Instinctively, Qin Yifan shook his head, to which Tang Lao-san scoffed. It is to protect you. Miss Jiao has gone against the Alliance's regulations for this reason, and if discovered, the consequences would be dire. This fellow has a penchant for leaving things half-said. Yet his meaning was sufficiently conveyed. Qin Yifan pressed his lips together, his voice somewhat parched. It seems that a dialogue of equality between us is out of the question. Thus, I shall refrain from expressing my opinions. You may dictate what should be done next. Tang Lao-san regarded him with a knowing glance. Yet Jiao Hong shook her head and stated, No, you still possess the right to engage with us as an equal. I am quite eager to hear your thoughts. Tang Lao-san looked at her, puzzled by her intentions. Zhou Bao, who had remained silent until now, coldly interjected, Qin Yifan. You would do well to refrain from harboring unrealistic notions. Should my sister find herself in any peril, I would not hesitate to take drastic measures. Qin Yifan grimaced. What unrealistic notions could I possibly entertain? I merely wish to live well. Is that too much to ask? This statement was rather superfluous. No one wishes for anything less than a good life, and thus, no one responded, all awaiting his continuation. Qin Yifan managed a wry smile and shook his head. Sister Hong, Brother Tang, first, I thank you for keeping my secret. Secondly, I wish to inquire, how long can my secret remain safeguarded within this space? Now it was Jiao Hong and Tang Lao-san's turn to fall silent. Indeed, given this fellow's rate of growth, how long could this secret truly be kept? Initially, it was manageable. The blood of low-level mutated beasts could be extracted into blood crystals using instruments. However, beyond level 5, such devices become largely ineffective. Their time was limited. Jiao Bao directly questioned, What exactly do you wish to convey? Qin Yifan cautiously glanced at Jiao Hong and Tang Lao-san, contemplating that rather than enduring such substantial risks, it would be wiser for him to depart from the base. However, both Jiao Hong and Tang Lao-san simultaneously exuded a formidable aura, which forced Qin Yifan to sit down abruptly on the ground. Struggling to speak, he stated, I did not imply that I would cease collaborating with you. I merely wish to express that the risks of being discovered if I leave here would be significantly diminished. Upon hearing his words, the two retracted their imposing presence. Tang Lao-san, somewhat irked, remarked, Next time, please refrain from speaking as if you were out of breath. Qin Yifan found himself at a loss for words, replying, I am not out of breath. It is you who did not allow me to finish. Jiao Hong, deep in thought, murmured, Had I known your ability was so straightforward, I should have heeded your advice from the outset. Qin Yifan nodded vigorously. That is precisely my point. After all, you possess properties outside, and a mere room would suffice for me to work, which is certainly preferable to remaining here in constant apprehension. Exchanging glances filled with unease, Jiao Hong and Tang Lao-san decided to confer privately, retreating into a room and locking the door behind them. Jiao Bao, irritated, declared, Anyone who claims there is no intrigue between them will face my wrath. Qin Yifan felt optimistic that his proposal would be favorably received, and cheerfully remarked, When a man reaches maturity, he marries. When a woman comes of age, she weds. What is the issue with that? Nevertheless, Jiao Bao, still youthful in spirit and protective of his only sibling, Jiao Hong, was reluctant to see his sister depart so readily. Yet, some matters are beyond personal desires. Qin Yifan's wish to leave the base was not a trivial affair. When Jiao Hong and Tang Lao-san returned to face him, they presented a rather grave inquiry. Your identity has already been recorded by the Alliance. Thus, to leave the base, you must provide a legitimate reason. We cannot conceive of one. Do you have any reason? Qin Yifan felt a twitch in his eye, realizing he was indeed caught in a precarious situation. Couldn't you just say I am a waste and cast me out of the Alliance? A waste must be substantiated. yesterday, upon learning of your extraction abilities. We refrained from conducting tests. To prove you are a waste, one must undergo the examination. Qin Yifan swallowed hard and tentatively inquired. As long as the extraction ability remains undisclosed, is that correct? Yes, but, just as she began to speak, Jiuhong's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at him. Tang Laosen quickly caught on, exclaiming in shock, "No way. Don't tell me you've awakened dual talents." Qin Yifan was tempted to reveal that he had awakened several talents, but he ultimately held back. Indeed, he possessed dual talents, however. The second was rather trivial, a flexibility talent with a rather unimpressive skill known as soft bone technique. He regarded this particular talent as rather lackluster. Hence he had no qualms about exposing it entirely. Yet, upon hearing his words, the other three stood frozen in astonishment. After a considerable pause, Tang Laosen finally shouted, "You dare to call the flexibility talent trivial?" Qin Yifan was momentarily taken aback. The advanced talents he had previously come to understand were predominantly combat-oriented, leading him to feel that his own ability was rather unimpressive. However, it now appeared that it was, in fact, quite remarkable. Chapter 11. Incredibly unbelievable. Seeing Qin Yifan's innocent expression, Jiuhong and her two companions found themselves at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Tang Laosen who kindly took it upon himself to enlighten him. Although the talent of flexibility did not initially seem to belong to the combat category, it was classified as a special combat type ability of considerable caliber. Individuals possessing such a talent could alter their form and appearance, making it the ideal ability for assassins and him. At the very least, it could serve as a means to act as a decoy. Upon hearing this explanation, Qin Yifan's expression grew even more bewildered, as he had thought that the art of flexibility was rather trivial, never suspecting its potential applications. Tang Laosen suddenly remarked, "Last night, when I struck at you, you were not paralyzed by fear. Rather, you evaded my attack using your flexibility technique, correct?" At the mention of this, Qin Yifan shot him a resentful glance. "You still dare to say that? If I hadn't suddenly remembered I possessed such a skill, I would have lost my life." "Ah, I merely intended to scare you. How could I possibly kill you?" Tang Laosen chuckled, simultaneously casting an inquiring glance at Jiuhong, who shook her head in response. Both of these talents must remain concealed. Otherwise, you could either be captured for extraction or trained as an assassin or decoy. Qin Yifan wished to mention that he possessed other talents, yet hesitated, fearing that it might provoke the trio before him. At that moment, the personal computers of Jiuhong and Tang Laosen chimed simultaneously, and upon checking them, their expressions shifted dramatically. Jiu Bao, puzzled, inquired, "Sister, what is happening?" Tang Laosen replied tersely, "Base inspection. It's a routine check conducted after every attack. How could I have forgotten this?" Jiuhong furrowed her brow deeply, donned her mask, and spoke in a low tone, "I will think of a way. If all else fails, we will force our way out." Tang Laosen, with a look of urgency, asked, "Jiu, is it worth it?" Jiuhong met his gaze, stating, "If not this way, then what?" "Concealing the truth is equally perilous." With a resigned sigh, Tang Laosen added, "How did I end up on this treacherous path? I'll think of a solution as well." With that, the two departed, leaving Qin Yifan in a state of confusion. "Little Bao, what are they discussing?" Jiu Bao's expression mirrored his unease. The base inspection was a rigorous examination of everyone within the facility, leaving no one unaccounted for. Qin Yifan blinked, still unable to grasp the gravity of the situation. "But we haven't done anything wrong. Is there truly a need for such anxiety?" "Ugh." Jiu Bao desperately wished to knock on his head to see what was inside. They had just been discussing this matter. Yet he seemed to miss the crux of it entirely. "Do you understand what they are inspecting? The focus is on identifying the presence of individuals with the special ability of flexibility. If you wish to keep your flexibility talent hidden, you must reveal an extraction-type talent instead, which is not significantly inferior. Otherwise, it could implicate my sister as well. Do you comprehend?" "Ah." Qin Yifan finally grasped the seriousness of the situation, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Is it really that dire?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would my sister and Tang Laosen be so anxious? What should I do now?" Jiu Bao was extremely worried, while Qin Yifan cast a glance at his attribute panel and began to strategize. He had awakened 4 talents, flexibility and water affinity, which could not be revealed. That left him with spatial and enhancement abilities. The spatial ability also belonged to a special category, and it was likely that it too should remain concealed. He was unsure whether the enhancement ability qualified as special. He hurriedly consulted his portable computer and discovered that enhancement abilities were rather common, considered a more moderate talent, which finally relieved him. Observing him fiddling around nonchalantly, Jiao Bao retorted irritably, I truly wish to eliminate you to avoid bringing trouble to my sister. Please don't. Qin Yifan quickly leapt aside, waving his hands. Sister Hong and Brother Tang are looking for a solution. Why are you so anxious? Fear not. A way will surely present itself when the time comes. Jiao Bao clenched his teeth in frustration. He genuinely contemplated ending Qin Yifan's life. But the potential complications, if discovered, caused him to hesitate. His internal struggle did not last long, as the laboratory doors soon swung open. A team of individuals exuding an air of intimidation entered first, followed by his sister and Tang Laosan. Although their faces were obscured by masks, he could sense that their expressions were far from pleasant, intensifying his anxiety. Subsequently, all eyes turned towards Qin Yifan, and a burly figure spoke coldly, Jiao Ji, sure. Is this the newcomer you brought back yesterday? Indeed, Jiao Hong replied, her voice somewhat strained. She had not anticipated that this internal inspection would commence with the newcomers, leaving her no time for maneuvering. The man continued, why was his talent not tested? Jiao Hong endeavored to maintain her composure as she explained, he has just awakened, and I am uncertain whether he can join the alliance. I intended to conduct the test after our discussion. Oh? The man scrutinized Qin Yifan closely. You truly just awakened? Although there was no strict age requirement for awakening, most individuals did so between the ages of 10 and 18, with some prodigies awakening even earlier. Naturally, it was not impossible to awaken after 18, but such cases were exceedingly rare, making the man's skepticism understandable. Qin Yifan nodded. Indeed. Just last night I was merely a laborer, fainting from hunger at the entrance to the chaotic zone when the kind-hearted Jiao Bao offered me some braised noodles, and unexpectedly, I awakened. His words were the truth, yet to the inspecting team, they sounded like an elaborate fabrication. The burly man snorted. The truth will be revealed through testing. With a wave of his hand, someone set a testing device on the experimental table. Qin Yifan shrugged and stepped up to the device. It resembled an oversized, thickened laptop, devoid of a keyboard, featuring only a touchpad. Taking a deep breath, he extended his right hand towards the touchpad. This seemingly ordinary action caused Jiao Hong, Tang Laosan, and Jiao Bao's hearts to race with trepidation. In Jiao Hong's eyes flickered a dangerous glimmer as she began to strategize whether she could escape with her brother from the clutches of the inspection team. Indeed, she had become indifferent to Qin Yifan, focusing solely on preserving herself and her sibling. Meanwhile, Tang Laosan's eyes darted around, lost in thought. Qin Yifan pressed his hand upon the touchpad, a wave of anomalous energy coursing through it into the testing apparatus. Jiao Hong's hand reached behind her, only to be gently restrained by Tang Laosan. Jiao Bao gritted her teeth in silence, manifesting a dagger from the concealed depths of her sleeve, poised for an imminent confrontation. With a soft beep, the testing device displayed several lines of characters, prompting an astonished exclamation from the burly man upon reading the results. To his surprise, it indicated only a secondary level, a clear sign of recent awakening. Jiao Ji, why would you bring someone like this to the base? He questioned. In truth, her brother had claimed homelessness, prompting her to offer him shelter for a night. She had never anticipated an attack on the base that day. Jiao Hong's explanation was somewhat distracted, as she was utterly taken aback by the revelation that Qin Yifan had awakened 3 distinct talents. This was truly astonishing. Chapter 12. Departure from the chaotic zone. The inspection team departed swiftly. Had Qin Yifan possessed a higher level, they might have speculated about the possibility of dual talents. However, a mere secondary level anomalous individual was of no concern to them. Even if he concealed his abilities, he posed no significant threat. The inspectors did not even question why Jiao Hong had placed him in such a spacious laboratory. After their exit, Jiao Bao regarded Qin Yifan as though he were a ghost, leaving him rather perplexed. Little Bao, let us speak candidly. Stop looking at me like that. It's rather unnerving, he remarked. You still want me to be straightforward? You concealed so much. Do you realize my sister almost erupted in violence just now? I hadn't the chance to explain, and honestly, would you have believed me if I had? Qin Yifan replied. Upon hearing this, Jiao Bao fell silent. Indeed, the notion of dual talents was already frightening. If he were to claim the simultaneous awakening of 3, Jiao Bao would find it utterly unbelievable. So, you truly awakened 3 talents at once? How is that even possible? Qin Yifan wore an innocent expression. I have no idea why this occurred. How about we focus on our tasks for now, and discuss it when Hong Jie and Brother Tang return? Subsequently, Jiao Bao appeared somewhat distracted. mulling over how Qin Yifan had managed to awaken 3 talents. Meanwhile, Qin Yifan was equally preoccupied, contemplating how to elucidate this predicament. Ultimately, he could devise no coherent explanation and continued to feign ignorance. Thus, when Jiao Hong and Tang Laosan returned from their endeavors, the 3 encircled him as though he were a curiosity. He maintained a look of utmost innocence. I truly don't know what's happening. Perhaps you should just end me. After a lengthy pause, Jiao Hong finally spoke. He is not lying. However, she had yet to articulate the entirety of her thoughts. Nor had she conveyed the full truth. Jiao Hong's talent lay in the realm of mental abilities. Though lacking the power of telepathy, she possessed a skill for lie detection. Upon activating her ability on Qin Yifan, the feedback she received was ambiguous, leading her to this conclusion, yet she refrained from voicing it. Tang Laosan turned to Jiao Bao, who harbored no suspicions, and inquired, "What shall we do next?" Jiao Hong replied with an air of certainty. "What else is there to do? Didn't Captain Li instruct me to expeditiously expel this worthless individual from the base?" As she spoke, a smirk danced at the corners of her mouth, an expression she could not suppress. Tang Laosan nodded lightly, murmuring, "It seems we can only proceed down this path to the bitter end." He then looked back at Jiao Hong and asked, "Do you think the 3 of us can hold this fellow? What? Are you lacking in confidence?" Jiao Hong teased him before adopting a serious demeanor. "His level is still low. If we tread carefully, we should remain unnoticed. Your task is to swiftly clear a path, and I shall handle the rest." "Very well," Tang Laosan replied, nodding in agreement as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, Qin Yifan interjected, "It's nearly mealtime. Let us finish our meal before we depart." Jiao Bao exclaimed, "You glutton, all you think about is eating." Yet, with their impending departure and the abundance of ingredients previously purchased, they opted against waste and gathered around the table to enjoy hot pot. Despite the complaints, no one left, and they relished the meal together. With limited time to create something elaborate, they settled for a hearty mix instead. Qin Yifan, encouraged by the system's intermittent prompts, found himself increasingly exhilarated as he ate. Ding. Host has consumed vegetables, with affinity 1. Ding. Host has consumed fungi, mental affinity 1. Ding. Host has consumed spicy elements, fire affinity 1. These were new talents acquired, while the others merely indicated the accumulation of previously obtained talent points. Midway through the meal, another prompt sounded. Ding. Gold affinity has reached its maximum. Gold affinity awakened. Acquiring the skill of metal purification. Qin Yifan could only lament, "Another extraction skill? Can't I have a combat skill instead?" He hastily raised his glass to mask the fluctuations of his awakened abilities, fortunate that the others were oblivious and paid it no mind. Subsequently, Qin Yifan focused on spicy ingredients, intent on awakening his fire affinity. After all, during his research, he learned that fire affinity ranked just below lightning affinity in terms of offensive capabilities, and he thought to himself that this would finally grant him a combat skill. However, by the end of the meal, when he finally awakened his fire affinity, the skill he received left him utterly disheartened. Ding. Fire affinity has reached its maximum. Fire affinity awakened, acquiring the skill of temperature control. Yes, you read that correctly. Temperature control, not fire control. As the name suggests, it allows the manipulation of flame temperature. Currently adjustable by half. Qin Yifan glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, level 2. Energy value, 2020. Talents, flexibility affinity level 1, 15100. Water affinity level 2, 2200. Gold affinity level 1, 3100. Space affinity level 1, 0100. Enhancement affinity level 1, 87100. Wood affinity, 510. Mental affinity, 310. Fire affinity, 0100. Skills, cartilage surgery level 1 proficiency 4100. Liquid purification level 2 proficiency 52200. Personal space, passive, dimensions 111 cubic meter. Body enhancement, passive, enhancement effect, 1x. Metal purification level 1 proficiency 0100. Temperature control level 1 proficiency 0100. Had I known that the fire affinity would grant a temperature control skill, I might have indulged more in fungi to activate my mental affinity. Perhaps I could have acquired telepathy or mental shock abilities. Alternatively, consuming more meat could have elevated my enhancement affinity. Regrettably, remorse is futile, as I have already consumed all the food. After a satisfying belch, I was about to speak when a tremendous roar erupted behind me. Qin Yifan felt as though the entire room was shaking before being tugged outside by Tang Laosan. The roaring in his ears rendering him unable to comprehend what was being said. Upon exiting the laboratory, he discovered that a severe explosion had occurred in the adjacent lab. Qin Yifan muttered aloud, "If you're going to explode, just do it. Why the excessive force? You nearly endangered those nearby." He believed his words were mere murmurs, but the ringing in his ears obscured the volume of his voice. A few individuals from the other lab happened to run out and, upon hearing his remarks, nearly succumbed to rage instead of death. Meanwhile, others engaged in rescue efforts cast him strange glances, prompting him to hastily cover his mouth. As the flames intensified, threatening to engulf his laboratory, Qin Yifan impulsively employed his recently acquired skill against the fire. The temperature of the flames immediately halved, preventing high ignition point materials from igniting further and making it easier to extinguish with water. Soon, the inferno was under control. Quietly lending a hand, Qin Yifan found the temperature control skill quite effective. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase he had encountered online. There are no worthless talents, only uncharted domains. This explosion was purely accidental. The inspection team merely glanced at the scene before departing without further inquiry. Concerning the laboratory he rented, Tang Laosan remained to address subsequent issues, while Jiao Hong took Qin Yifan and her brother away from the base. Through a secret passage, they returned to the previous apartment building, where Qin Yifan felt the outdoor air was remarkably refreshing. As he was about to express his exhilaration, a chill swept past him. Chapter 13. The paradigm-shifting abilities. Qin Yifan turned to Jiao Hong, flashing a smile. "Sister Hong, what's wrong now?" Jiao Hong regarded him intently, stating, "Though the chaotic zone has its drawbacks, I can at least protect you there." However, outside she glanced at her younger brother, continuing, "Even though Xiaobao has reached level 31, I cannot guarantee absolute safety. I hope you will exercise caution." Qin Yifan blinked, asking earnestly, "Sister Hong, won't you stay with us outside?" Jiao Hong shook her head. "I am an officer of the Alliance. While I possess certain authority, I have also forfeited much of my freedom. To be frank, I am genuinely uneasy about leaving you all outside alone. Qin Yifan, can you assure us that you won't cause any trouble?" Qin Yifan composed his expression, responding with utmost seriousness. "Hongjia, while I cannot guarantee much, I can assure you that I am quite timid and will never intentionally seek trouble." Jiao Hong, without needing to activate any skills, recognized the truth in his words and gently nodded before addressing Jiao Bao. "Little Baoer, ensure his safety." She initially intended to say to keep a watchful eye on Qin Yifan, but ultimately chose her words more carefully. She thought to herself, "Fortune favors the brave. If I can seize this opportunity, perhaps in the coming days, Qin Yifan may enjoy a semblance of freedom." To ensure safety, Tang Laosan had refrained from hastily sending mutated beast blood to this location in recent days. Thus, aside from indulging in food and drink, Qin Yifan found himself with little to occupy his time, spending his days tinkering with his portable computer. During this period, he diligently absorbed various forms of knowledge, finally gaining some understanding of the broader survival environment, albeit limited to what was available online. Additionally, through his hedonistic pursuits, he awakened his talents and elevated their levels. He has now reached a third-level proficiency, not in water-based talents but in enhancement abilities. Recently, his diet had primarily consisted of meats, and since enhancement skills are passive, leveling them up proved to be relatively effortless. Furthermore, he awakened wood and psychic talents, both yielding auxiliary skills without exception. The wood talent granted him a healing ability, a form of single-target healing that currently only accelerates the healing of external injuries. The psychic talent bestowed upon him a passive skill, reconnaissance, allowing him to monitor his surroundings within a 10-meter radius, akin to carrying a reconnaissance radar at all times. These two skills are quite commendable, significantly augmenting his survival capabilities. While he does not wish to neglect the awakening of other talents, he remains limited to acquiring ordinary ingredients, resulting in a rather narrow range of culinary creations. Thus, his current focus centers on leveling up. Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, level 3. Energy value, 40-40. Talents, flexibility talent level 1, 69-100. Water talent level 2, 186-200. Metal talent level 1, 2100. Space talent level 1, 3100. Enhancement talent level 3, 1400. Wood talent level 1, 1100. Psychic talent level 1, 1100. Fire talent level 1, 3100. Skills, soft bone technique level 1 proficiency, 4100. Liquid purification technique level 2 proficiency, 52-200. Portable space, passive size, 111 cubic meter. Body enhancement, passive, enhancement effect, 4 times. Metal Purification Technique Level 1 Proficiency, 0-100. Temperature Control Technique Level 1 Proficiency, for 100. Healing Technique Level 1 Proficiency, 0-100. Reconnaissance, Passive, Range, within a radius of 10 meters. After reviewing his attributes, Qin Yifan felt a tinge of boredom and, upon noticing Jiubao nearby practicing with a dagger, smiled and inquired, "Little Bower, are you honing your proficiency?" Jiubao cast him a sidelong glance. Recognizing the potential offense in such a question, yet considering he had only recently awakened, chose not to hold it against him. Roughly. But you would do well to refrain from asking such questions in the future, lest you find yourself on the receiving end of a beating. Qin Yifan absent-mindedly touched his nose, acknowledging his awareness of the matter at hand. Speaking of which, could you enlighten me about other taboos, so I might avoid speaking inappropriately and incurring wrath? To avoid missteps, it is best to speak less, particularly regarding the abilities of others, and refrain from prying into their private affairs. Ah, I see. Qin Yifan responded, his gaze drawn to the daggers dancing in the air, and suddenly an idea struck him. Shabao, are your daggers made of metal? Of course. If they weren't metallic, could they possibly be made of plastic? How would one commit a murder with that? Qin Yifan blinked, pondering aloud. What if I were to use my skills on your dagger? What would happen? Jiubao paused for a moment, then retorted with irritation. You truly dare to imagine such things. The metal I manifested does not exist in reality. Your abilities cannot possibly take effect. Nevertheless, Qin Yifan remained undeterred, suggesting, why not give it a try? After all, I have nothing but time. Jiubao's lips twitched, and with a flick of his wrist, the dagger plunged directly at Qin Yifan's feet. You imaginative fool, unless you fail once, you'll never grasp how naive you truly are. Ignoring Jiubao's words, Qin Yifan crouched down and pressed his hand upon the dagger, silently activating his metal purification technique. Following a faint surge of energy, the dagger vanished. Jiubao scoffed, see? That's my manifestation. Just as he spoke, Qin Yifan turned his hand over, revealing a small shard of crystal gleaming with a metallic luster. He swiftly appeared before Qin Yifan, his eyes fixated on the metallic crystal, filled with astonishment, muttering to himself, is this steel essence? How is this possible? How could a manifested object yield a tangible entity? This is inconceivable. While he pondered the absurdity of existence, Qin Yifan was brimming with excitement. Having not anticipated that his ability could purify a manifestation into a physical form. Suddenly, Jiuhong's voice broke through. Xiaobao, what are you mumbling about? The two paid little heed to her abrupt presence. Jiubao eagerly seized the steel essence from Qin Yifan's hand and presented it to his sister, exclaiming, Sister, look at this. Startled, Jiuhong almost recoiled, pushing him away with irritation. Why the fuss? Huh? This is steel essence. It is known that 100 pounds of steel can yield 1 pound of refined steel, and 100 pounds of refined steel can produce 1 pound of steel essence. Hence, the rarity of such a material is evident. However, Jiuhong was not astonished by this fact alone. Her surprise led her to inquire, where did you get the steel essence? You didn't venture out secretly, did you? Jiubao shook his head excitedly, his eyes sparkling. We didn't go out. Can you guess where the steel essence came from? His question inadvertently hinted at a deeper issue, yet Jiuhong could not fathom the root of it. Still, she regarded Qin Yifan with skepticism. Could it be that he extracted it? But there isn't that much refined steel here. It seems improbable. Hee. Jiubao manifested a dagger, twirling it playfully before his sister, the implication unmistakable. However, Jiuhong, exasperated, swatted his hand away. What are you doing? Trying to disfigure me? Upon witnessing her elder sister's ignorance regarding certain matters, Jiubao felt a sense of pride swell within her. She promptly extended a dagger towards Qin Yifan, exclaiming, Come on. Brother Fan, perform a demonstration for my sister. Her admiration for Qin Yifan was genuine, hence her address became notably more affectionate. Qin Yifan, not one to hesitate, was equally eager to test his abilities once more. He activated the metal purification technique, and in an instant, a piece of refined steel materialized in his palm. Reminiscent of his earlier success. By the heavens, Jiuhong nearly lost her composure. The ability to extract tangible objects from manifestations was beyond her comprehension. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would have deemed it utterly implausible. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as a wild notion struck her mind. Little Bao, why not manifest a large weapon for him to try? Jiuhong felt a surge of madness, yet in light of the astonishing ability to extract real objects, a moment of insanity seemed inconsequential. Jiobao blinked uncertainly, responding, "Sister, he's only at level 3. If it's too large and fails, what if he gets injured?" It was known that even those with abilities could overextend themselves. The repercussions of forcibly employing powers beyond one's limits could be dire, ranging from stagnation to complete incapacitation. Level 3? Jiuhong paused, taken aback. Your advancement is impressive. However, Little Bao's concerns are valid. Let's proceed cautiously and manifest something larger than the dagger. Qin Yifan yearned to clarify that his metal purification technique was merely at level 1. Yet he refrained from arguing, knowing that such an explanation would be futile. Moreover, he was eager to test the boundaries of his capabilities. Jiobao, finding the situation rather amusing, said nothing further and directly conjured a short sword. In terms of size, this short sword exceeded the dagger by more than double, showcasing Jiobao's high proficiency with her abilities. However, the focus of both siblings remained fixed on Qin Yifan, anticipating his forthcoming performance. As he accepted the short sword, he inhaled deeply and activated the metal purification technique once more. The short sword vanished, replaced by a larger piece of refined steel in his palm. Did he succeed? The siblings exclaimed in unison, and Jiuhong urged, "Quickly, manifest something larger." Without hesitation, Jiobao produced a long sword, which was again more than twice the size of the short sword. Qin Yifan, undeterred, activated the metal purification technique once more and achieved success, though he noted a consumption of 2 energy points this time. This indicated that purifying a dagger required less than 1 energy point, while activating the skill itself consumed 1 point, resulting in some waste. The quantity of the short sword was just right, whereas the long sword demanded the expenditure of 2 energy points. Jiuhong, brimming with excitement, cried out, "Continue." A large blade successfully consumed 4 energy points. A staff that reached her brow consumed 8 points. A long-handled saber successfully consumed 16 points. However, the attempt to manifest a Qinglong Yinhua blade failed to activate. The siblings exchanged puzzled glances with Qin Yifan, who shrugged and remarked, "I'm only at level 3. My endurance is insufficient." Jiuhong let out a long breath, her face blossoming into a charming smile. "This is quite satisfactory. Now I entrust you with a task. Continue extracting steel essence." Qin Yifan inquired directly. "Is steel essence truly valuable?" Jiobao grinned. "I know this one. Steel essence is priced at 100 galactic coins per gram. By heavens!" This time it was Qin Yifan who exclaimed in astonishment. Though indifferent to supernatural abilities, he harbored an extraordinary obsession with wealth, having once been exceedingly poor. 100 galactic coins per gram means that the total from earlier must amount to at least 1,000 grams. My arithmetic isn't great. Could you calculate how much that is? No need to calculate. I can assure you, soon you shall become a millionaire, and in the not-too-distant future, a billionaire. With this declaration from Jiobao, the symbol of wealth sparkled in Qin Yifan's eyes. Jiuhong then calmly stated, "This time, you will collaborate with Xiaobao. I shall solely handle sales. We shall split the profits evenly. How does that sound?" Jiobao nonchalantly nodded. "I have no objections." Qin Yifan raised both hands. "I have no objections either. All right, you may proceed." After saying this, Jiuhong turned to leave, but soon she smacked her forehead. "With all this commotion, I nearly forgot the pressing matter." She then glanced at Qin Yifan, biting her lip in contemplation. Qin Yifan, perplexed, urged, "Hongjia, just tell me what it is." "Elder Tang is ready. The mutated beast blood can be delivered here tomorrow, but can you manage to extract the steel essence simultaneously?" "Oh, I thought it was something serious." "This is no trouble at all. Leave it to me. Truly no issue." After Qin Yifan reassured her multiple times, Jiuhong departed with a sense of excitement, leaving Jiobao to endure a grueling period. There was no choice. Although Qin Yifan's level was low, he recovered swiftly. Moreover, knowing that steel essence was more lucrative, he was determined to enhance his metal affinity. Thus he concocted the most concentrated saline solution to restore his energy. This meant he could sustain himself indefinitely, whereas Jiobao could not. Once his supernatural energy was depleted, he would require several hours to recuperate. However, by the next day, circumstances improved, as Elder Tang delivered the mutated beast blood. Without Jiubao's metallic resources, Qin Yifan had the mutated beast blood to purify. Additionally, the high-concentration saline solution could simultaneously enhance his water affinity, yielding a dual benefit. He was advancing and earning simultaneously, reveling in the process, unaware that Jiuhong and Elder Tang were ensnared in a crisis. One evening, a month later, Elder Tang was in Jiuhong's office discussing matters. With a loud crash, the office door was forcibly swung open, and a group of inspectors stormed in. Jiao Hong frowned sharply upon seeing the leader, Captain Chun. "What is your intention?" The man, slender and clad in the uniform of the inspection team, wore a distinctive mask indicating his rank, his voice notably effeminate. "Jiao Steward, given the inspection team's arrival, shouldn't you reflect on your past actions?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiao Hong retorted. "I have done nothing wrong. There is nothing to ponder. Yet, you from the inspection team. Do you not fear the chill that such unwarranted investigations into the Union's steward may instill in people's hearts? Who claims it is unwarranted?" With a sly, delicate smile, he pointed at Tang Laosan and declared, "We are here to apprehend him." Tang Laosan, repulsed by the gesture, was taken aback and incredulously pointed to himself, asking, "Me? While I may not be a steward, I am a veteran of the Union, having contributed significantly over the years. On what grounds does the inspection team seek to detain me? Simply for your collusion in the embezzlement of vital strategic resources belonging to the Union." Though his voice held a semblance of mirth, the words were laced with a chilling severity. "What? This is slander." Tang Laosan quickly grasped the implication and retorted vehemently. "I do not even know where the Union's warehouses are. How could I possibly pilfer strategic resources? This is clearly a fabrication." The man let out an eerie chuckle. "Whether it is a fabrication or not, you shall find out upon your return to the inspection team. Seize him." Tang Laosan and Jiao Hong exchanged a resolute glance, each recognizing the determination in the other's eyes. 2 hours later, Qin Yifan and Jiao Bao returned to the residential building, each carrying 2 large shopping bags, their laughter filling the air. They typically operated under the cover of night. Upon opening the door, Jiao Bao caught a faint whiff of blood and immediately cautioned Qin Yifan. Halting his entrance, he dropped the shopping bags to the floor, conjured a dagger in each hand, and stealthily entered the room. In the next instant, he was astonished to find his sister sitting on the sofa, tending to her wounds. "Sister, what happened?" he began, but abruptly halted as realization dawned upon him. He quickly pulled Qin Yifan inside and, with swift yet careful movements, secured the door. Chapter 15. Preparing to escape Star City. Qin Yifan also noticed Jiao Hong's injuries. Disregarding any further concealment, he approached her and performed a level 5 healing spell. Throughout the past month, he had not only enhanced his water and metal affinities, but had developed comprehensively. Although the skills acquired were primarily supportive, they proved invaluable. Healing magic was now of particular relevance. However, time was of the essence, and he had only managed to elevate his wood affinity to level 5, limiting his skills to the same level. Previously, Jiao Hong would have been astounded, but her concern for her own injuries took precedence. Feeling significantly better, she urged Qin Yifan, "Do not concern yourself with me. Hasten to treat Tang Laosan. His injuries are far more severe." She gestured towards the guest room, and without hesitation, Qin Yifan dashed in that direction, while Jiao Bao inquired earnestly, "Sister, what exactly transpired?" Sighing, Jiao Hong shook her head in resignation, opting not to answer, instead making her way towards the guest room. "I will explain later. First, let us see if you can heal Tang Laosan." As they entered the guest room, Qin Yifan had already cast over a dozen healing spells upon Tang Laosan. He wished he didn't have to cast so many, but the severity of Tang Laosan's injuries necessitated it. Although his healing spell had reached level 5, its efficacy was primarily for external wounds, offering limited relief for internal injuries and fractures. Nevertheless, there has been some progress. Tang Laosan's pallid visage has finally regained a semblance of color, though he remains temporarily in a state of unconsciousness. Observing his continuous exertion of abilities, Jiao Hong felt a sense of comfort. Regardless of whether they were compelled or had ulterior motives, at least they had not betrayed Qin Yifan. Now, receiving a tangible response from Qin Yifan has led her to regard him as one of her own. At this moment, Jiao Bao finally comprehended what Qin Yifan was doing, his eyes widening in astonishment. "What? You possess healing talents as well?" Qin Yifan chose not to provide an explanation, deeming it unnecessary. Typically, after awakening their abilities, practitioners receive a single skill, with a second skill manifesting only after reaching level 10. Qin Yifan's progress has been swift, yet he is currently stalled at level 9. As the ascent to level 10 presents a formidable challenge, those with lesser talents may not even surmount this hurdle, but for Qin Yifan, the issue lies not in talent, but in the sheer volume of experience points required for advancement. It is nearly equivalent to the cumulative total from levels 1 to 9. Despite his frenzied ingestion of concentrated saline over the past few days, he has yet to elevate his water and metal affinities to level 10. Jiao Bao and the others are aware of his extraction, flexibility, and enhancement abilities, which seem incompatible with healing, leading to the inevitable conclusion that he possesses additional talents. Jiao Hong placed her hand on her younger brother's shoulder. Little Bao, do not inquire further. This is a personal secret. Very well. Jiao Bao relinquished his curiosity and inquired anew. Sister, what exactly transpired? How did both you and Tang Laosan sustain injuries? We have departed from the alliance, and henceforth, we will rely on you two little ones to support us, she stated lightly. However, Jiao Bao immediately grasped the implication, incredulously asking, Sister, have you become wanted by the alliance? Not necessarily, but we must hasten our departure from Star City. We shall discern the outcome upon reaching our next destination. Jiao Hong glanced at Tang Laosan with concern, hoping for his swift recovery, as every minute of delay amplifies their peril. Do not assume that leaving the chaotic zone equates to safety. The pharmaceutical alliance wields considerable influence in the legitimate realm. They can only hope that the actions of those individuals are personal. Should this escalate to an alliance-wide issue, they may find themselves forced to scurry like rats, hiding in the dark undercurrents of the underground. At that moment, Qin Yifan withdrew his hand from Tang Laosan, having concentrated all his energy into healing him. He reached into his pocket, extracting a vial of prepared saline solution, which he consumed in rapid gulps. Jiao Bao had grown accustomed to such behavior, though Jiao Hong scrutinized him for a moment, finding nothing amiss. In truth, the saline solution was merely a ruse. It was actually retrieved from his spatial storage. After finishing the entire vial, his energy was rapidly replenishing, yet he knew that a single vial would not suffice for complete recovery. Nonetheless, he refrained from continuing his energy restoration and finally voiced his lingering question. Sister Hong, how did Brother Tang sustain such severe injuries? He was well aware that Jiao Hong and Tang Laosan were both formidable experts at over-level 40. The severity of their injuries raised questions about the dangers they had encountered. Just as Jiao Hong was about to say something, Tang Laosan, who lay on the bed, stirred and groaned as he awoke. After a moment of confusion, he was taken aback and exclaimed, I'm still alive? He knew just how grave his injuries were. While he hadn't lost any limbs, he had sustained serious internal injuries while protecting Jiao Hong. Based on his assessment, without immediate medical attention, he was likely destined for the underworld. Given their current predicament, Jiao Hong certainly couldn't take him to a medical facility, leaving him baffled as to why he was still alive. Jiao Hong glanced at Qin Yifan with a complex expression and said, I can only say that our decision was not mistaken. Tang Laosan was puzzled, while Qin Yifan inquired, Brother Tang, do you feel any discomfort? Prompted by his question, Tang Laosan began to assess his condition. To his astonishment, he found that there were no external wounds. While his internal organs were still quite uncomfortable, the situation was not as dire as he had feared. If it weren't for this, he might have thought the preceding events were merely a dream. At a loss for words, he was met with Jiao Hong's straightforward declaration, it is thanks to Qin Yifan. He possesses healing talents. Tang Laosan's mouth twitched, and after a long pause, he managed to exclaim, Damn, a beast. You can call him a genius for awakening dual talents, but for 3, you might call him a prodigy. Now that Qin Yifan has revealed 4 talents, who knows if there are more hidden? Tang Laosan found himself at a loss for adequate descriptors, merely needing to vent his frustration. Scratching his head, Qin Yifan remarked, Now is not the time for this. Let us discuss what exactly happened to you. Jiao Hong and Tang Laosan exchanged glances, and the former asked, Can you move? I can walk, but fighting. Being able to walk is sufficient. Jiao Hong interrupted, turning to Qin Yifan and continuing, Initially, we thought we could conceal the sources of the blood crystal and steel essence. But we underestimated the capabilities of the alliance, or rather, the greed of certain individuals. We escaped from the Alchemy Alliance, and he sustained severe injuries while protecting me. Therefore, the current situation is untenable in Star City. We must leave at once. Qin Yifan was no longer the naive individual he once was. He immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and understood why Jiao Hong emphasized these points. Sister Hong, just tell me your plan. My level may not be high, but I can manage to protect myself. Jiao Hong, aware that he had his secrets, stated plainly, we must leave the city tonight. Chapter 16. A hot pot before departing leave tonight? Isn't that too hasty? We have no preparation. What will we do in the wilderness? This was not a question from Qin Yifan, but rather from Jiao Bao. He had long recognized the seriousness of the situation, but hadn't anticipated his sister's urgency. Jiao Hong shook her head in resignation. We must act quickly. Otherwise, if we are trapped in Star City, it won't be long before we are found by the Alchemy Alliance. Had it not been for Tang Laosan's grave injury and ensuing coma, she would have long departed from Star City, subsequently seeking a way to contact Jiu Bao and the others. Tang Laosan understood that he was the one hindering Jiu Hong and urgently stated, "You all should leave first. I will stay behind to provide cover." Jiu Hong shot him a glare, but remained silent. It was Qin Yifan who, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up, "Sister Hong, Brother Tang, why don't you both exit the city first? Xiao Bao and I will prepare the supplies and join you outside the city later." Currently, the situation on Blue Star is one of coexistence between humans and mutated beasts, with most humans residing in heavily fortified cities, while the mutated beasts are confined beyond the city limits. The sole safe means of transit between cities is the aerial shuttles, high-speed vessels akin to aircraft, whose safety is attributed to their velocity, which surpasses that of the flying mutated beasts. As for the ground and underground routes, they lack safety unless an armed military unit is deployed. Otherwise, no one dares to traverse the wilderness brazenly. Naturally, this does not imply that the wilderness is devoid of life. After all, where would the blood of the mutated beasts come from? Surviving in the wild is, however, an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Jiu Hong's decision to leave the city stemmed from her fear that the Pharmaceutical Alliance would employ official forces against them, leaving them with no escape if trapped in an aerial shuttle. Tang Laosan blinked and suggested, "That's a feasible plan. Perhaps we should proceed as you suggested?" Jiu Hong pondered for a moment before nodding. "That works. The Alliance has us in their crosshairs, but those two pose a minimal risk. However," she said, gazing intently at Qin Yifan and Jiu Bao, "even though the Alliance may not notice you, exercise utmost caution, and the swifter, the better. Additionally, I will send you a list of supplies shortly. Please prepare as much as you can." Since she and Tang Laosan were fleeing, they might encounter battles, thus necessitating a light load, leaving the preparation of supplies to the two of them. Aware of the urgency, Qin Yifan refrained from hesitation, placing his hand back on Tang Laosan to initiate the healing spell. Although a single healing spell has minimal effect on severe injuries, its cumulative application proved substantial. If an ordinary healer witnessed his approach, they would likely be envious enough to cough up blood. Tang Laosan, reveling in the comfort, couldn't help but jest, "What a beast." Everyone understood he was not insulting anyone, and no one took offense. Jiu Bao, with a hint of worry, addressed his sister, "Sister, do you think you can leave Star City safely?" Jiu Hong nodded vigorously. Perhaps it was uncertain before, but now that Tang Laosan can move, there should be no problems. Tang Laosan added, "This fellow's healing is quite potent. I should not be a burden." At that moment, Qin Yifan interjected, "Sister Hong, Brother Tang, we are now completely bound together. There are some matters I wish to clarify." Jiu Hong thought to herself that this was expected, while Tang Laosan expressed his surprise. "Are you trying to frighten us? You can chat while casting spells? Are you even human?" Qin Yifan's mouth twitched, and he helplessly replied, "What I wanted to say is this. I indeed harbor many secrets from you, but my intentions are solely for self-preservation, so I hope you will not take offense." Jiu Hong softly remarked, "Were we not initially harboring intentions to exploit your mindset? As long as you have no objections, what do we have to be concerned about?" Tang Laosan grinned, declaring, "Although I am not a paragon of virtue, I am unwaveringly loyal." Qin Yifan, in fact, was merely issuing a precaution, for as he stated, the four of them were now bound together like grasshoppers on a single string. There was no escape for any of them. Thus, he was unperturbed by revealing a bit more, as he would inevitably need to utilize his spatial abilities, saving him the trouble of further explanations. "That is well," he concluded, flipping his hand to reveal a bottle of concentrated saline solution, beginning to heal while simultaneously restoring himself. This display left the three onlookers utterly astonished, even though they had mentally prepared themselves. "Damn, the fifth kind, truly a beast." Jiu Bao echoed Tang Laosan's words, prompting the latter to grumble, "You stole my line." Jiu Hong, casting a profound glance at Qin Yifan, said nothing, yet internally she was engulfed by tumultuous waves. Indeed, they had placed their bets wisely this time. Soon, the considerably healed Tang Laosan and Jiu Hong departed from the residential building, seeking a way to exit Star City. They had not walked far when Jiu Bao urged the need to gather supplies. However, Qin Yifan disagreed, instead beginning to prepare ingredients. "Little Bao, let us first indulge in a hot pot. We shall gather supplies at dawn." Jiu Bao retorted with exasperation, "What time is it?" Fine, fine. I'll accompany you for a meal." Considering Qin Yifan's usual tendencies, he altered his words midway and began assisting Qin Yifan. Eventually, it turned into Jiu Bao serving Qin Yifan, and he finally grasped the meaning behind Qin Yifun's suggestion of waiting until dawn to gather supplies. This fellow consumed an entire night's worth of food, devouring all the ingredients they had prepared for a week. In truth, by the time he was halfway through, Jiu Bao had become numb, muttering about beasts as he continued to toss ingredients into the pot. Qin Yifun's motive for this indulgence was to level up. Although his level was quite low, his numerous talents compensated for it. Surpassing the 10th level threshold would either grant him new skills or transform his existing abilities, thereby enhancing his combat prowess or survival tactics. Once he had consumed everything, 3 of his talents reached level 10, while the remainder saw significant improvements. He glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Qin Yifun ability level 11 energy value, 600 talents. Flexibility talent level 669, 1200 water talent level 10, 5000 metal talent level 10, 5000 spatial talent level 7385, 1500 enhancement talent level 11651, 6000 wood talent level 6211, 1200 mental talent level 5135, 900 fire talent level 8430, 1900 skills, soft bone technique level 5 proficiency 546, 900 true liquid purification technique level 9 proficiency 2589, 2700 personal space passive volume 777 cubic meters. True body enhancement passive enhancement effect 22 times. True metal refinement skill level 9 proficiency 2478, 2700. Temperature control skill level 5 proficiency 2900. Healing skill level 5 proficiency 431, 900. Exploration skill passive exploration range within a radius of 50 meters. Disappointed, he did not acquire any new skills. However, the qualitative transformation of his existing abilities was still commendable. The effects of liquid purification and metal refinement had yet to manifest. Yet the doubling effect of the passive enhancement skills was undeniably tangible. He had never attempted such a feat, but he felt confident that his physical strength had significantly improved. He was eager for Jiu Bao to stab him with his tempered steel dagger to ascertain the extent of his enhanced strength. Chapter 17. Finally leaving the city, Qin Yifun merely entertained the thought, as he wished to avoid provoking Jiu Bao. After all, there would be ample opportunities in the future, and this excursion could very well serve as a verification of his newfound abilities. He swiftly tucked away other musings and addressed the dazed Jiu Bao. Little Bao, what supplies did Sister Hong mention we should prepare? Let me check again, Jiu Bao replied, still momentarily disoriented. He glanced at his portable computer, but did not answer Qin Yifun's inquiry, instead posing a question of his own. Brother Fan, I recall you possessing a talent for enhancement. But typically, enhancement-type abilities merely bolster defense or attack. Yet yours, he cast a peculiar glance at Qin Yifun. Why do I feel it has enhanced your digestive system? Qin Yifun burst out laughing, but upon reflection, he understood why Jiu Bao might have such an impression. However, Jiu Bao was unaware that the true cause was not his enhancement talent, but rather the system's fortification. Ahem, enough of that. Let us focus on what Sister Hong asked us to prepare. Oh, it's nothing much, just some essential supplies for wilderness survival, such as unmanned reconnaissance drones, beast-repelling sonar devices, and survival kits, Qin Yifun stated. He checked the time. The store should be open now. Let us hurry and make our purchases so we can rendezvous with Sister Hong and the others by evening. In the past, he might have pondered whether he could afford these items, but after a month of substantial financial gains, he had grown indifferent to the issue of expenditure. As Jiu Bao had previously mentioned, he had now become a millionaire. Given time, becoming a billionaire was merely a dream within reach. Soon, they arrived at a large outdoor survival goods market, one of the busiest shopping venues in the area. Given the current environment, where every aspect of life was intertwined with mutated beasts, acquiring anything related to these creatures necessitated wild hunting. Upon entering the market, they encountered many hurried individuals, primarily adventurers or mercenaries clad in practical attire. There were few who dressed as ordinarily as they did, but the salesperson who greeted them showed no sign of disdain, maintaining a courteous demeanor. Good day, gentlemen. How may I assist you? As Qin Yifun was slightly older, he took the lead in their interactions. We yearn to broaden our horizons in the wilderness and are uncertain about the recommended equipment. He is rather astute, refraining from overtly expressing his desires. As they are evidently not professionals, perhaps better off feigning ignorance. He possesses no fear of being taken advantage of, knowing well what to acquire and what to avoid. The sales assistant, exuding patience, inquired, Might I ask, gentlemen, whether you wish to merely sample the experience or delve into an adventurous exploration. Qin Yifan glanced at Zhou Bao and, with a smile, replied, though this is our inaugural venture into the wild, we aspire to journey further afield. The sales assistant felt a surge of delight within, yet maintained a facade of calm as he responded, understood, gentlemen. Please, follow me. He guided them through the store, earnestly making recommendations, the majority aligning with Jiuhong's shopping list, albeit with a few extravagant items. Qin Yifan, however, was not inclined to be a fool. He promptly dismissed the impractical options, purchasing items from Jiuhong's list intended for a 30-person expedition group. His intention was not to ostentatiously display wealth, but rather to prepare adequately due to the ample space he possessed. Unbeknownst to him, this prudent approach allowed them to narrowly escape a predicament. As they departed the mall in the delivery vehicle, a squad of security personnel arrived at the mall's management office, promptly reviewing the shopping details from the previous night to the present. Those who had purchased supplies for 2 to 4 individuals during this time frame were subjected to rigorous scrutiny. They directed the delivery vehicle to a secluded corner, swiftly unloading all the supplies before dismissing the vehicle. This was done to avoid revealing their spatial abilities, which, while not uncommon, were still relatively rare. One could never know if their conspicuous presence might attract unwanted attention. Given the current circumstances, caution was paramount. After stowing the supplies within their spatial compartment, Qin Yifan and Zhou Bao ambled along, intermittently stopping at various supermarkets under the guise of preparing for an evening meal, purchasing an assortment of ingredients in quantities suitable for several people. Once outside, Qin Yifan would again secure the items in his spatial storage. This was both to avert suspicion and to await news from Jiuhong and the others, as they were unaware if those two had exited the city. Thus, they stealthily traversed until 3 in the afternoon, at which point they received word from Jiuhong, stating they had successfully exited the city through the southern gate 3. Without hesitation, Qin Yifan and Zhou Bao found an unoccupied corner to don their exploration gear and hailed a cab directly to the southern gate 3. This marked Qin Yifan's first proximity to the city walls. From a distance, he gazed upon the towering 50-meter alloy fortifications, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression. A kilometer beyond the walls lay an utterly vacant expanse, characterized only by hardened terrain and various scanning beams. Qin Yifan was convinced that anyone daring to tread upon that ground would undoubtedly become a target of concentrated fire. Naturally, there were designated pathways leading to the city gate, albeit stringently controlled by the military. No vehicles were permitted within 2 kilometers, necessitating foot travel to exit the city. However, exceptions existed for large adventure groups and mercenary teams, who could obtain special permits allowing vehicular passage beyond the city limits. Upon reaching this point, Zhou Bao led the way, owing to his elevated rank and relevant experience. The two strolled silently through the crowd, absorbing the whispers that drifted from all directions. Although the information was largely trivial, their attention was soon captured by the discussions behind them. Hey, have you heard? The Potion Alliance has issued a bounty. It seems there's a traitorous steward in Star City. Capturing that fellow comes with a substantial reward. It truly is peculiar in these times. While many aspire to join the Potion Alliance, someone has chosen to defect. One wonders what goes through that person's mind. Gentlemen, what are you discussing? I wasn't informed of any announcements from the Potion Alliance. You're not from Star City, are you? This is a notice from the Star City branch. At this, Qin Yifan and Zhou Bao exchanged glances, both sensing concern reflected in each other's eyes. The wilderness was already fraught with peril, and now it seemed they had to contend not only with mutated beasts but also the treachery of adventurers and mercenaries. The city gates were guarded, but the soldiers only inspected those entering the city, imposing no restrictions on those departing, merely maintaining a semblance of order. Beyond the gates lay vast expanses of hardened terrain, where individuals were free to wander and admire the scenery, unimpeded. However, venturing here posed risks, for beyond the city walls lay an even greater realm of chaos, where the nature of nearby beings remained uncertain. Once outside the city, Zhou Bao manifested 2 daggers and conjured a large sword for Qin Yifan. Their intention clear, to signal to others that they were not to be trifled with. Observant individuals noted that Zhou Bao wielded weapons forged from refined steel, indicating his formidable level, thus refraining from provoking them. Yet, not everyone possessed such discernment. Shortly after they left the hardened area, they sensed several malicious gazes directed at them from behind. Chapter 18, a test of skill. Zhou Bao, through instinctive experience, recognized the ill intent lurking behind them, while Qin Yifan employed his detection skill. At this moment, the advantages of this passive ability became apparent, with his senses fully attuned. He could discern everything within a 50-meter radius with clarity. The hushed conspiracies of a group 30 meters behind were distinctly audible. After listening to their scheme, Qin Yifan smirked. Little Bao, it appears we caught the attention of some unsavory characters. They plan to ambush us in the wild. Jiao Bao shot him a glance and muttered, "Beasts." Qin Yifan, somewhat exasperated, defended himself. That is just another form of talent. Please refrain from calling me a beast. It sounds dreadful. A prodigy. All right, I can accept that. Qin Yifan conceded, choosing not to elaborate further. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, the group dispersed, and the two made their way towards the coordinates sent by Jiao Hong. After traversing for over half an hour, the sky darkened, and they had long strayed from the main path, entering a wooded area. Within the radius of Qin Yifan's detection skill, there were no signs of the earlier individuals, and his tactical glasses revealed no anomalies, leaving him perplexed. Little Bao, do you think those fellows realized something was amiss, was hesitating to act against us? Jiao Bao cast a glance at him, thinking to himself that just because one possesses remarkable talent does not mean they can form a team without employing drones for reconnaissance. It is highly probable that someone with scouting abilities is among them. I see. Qin Yifan tightened his grip on the large blade in his hand, realizing that his lack of experience necessitated vigilance. Just then, a sudden shift in perspective appeared in his tactical goggles, causing Qin Yifan to exclaim in surprise, "What on earth? Is that a chicken?" Xiao Bao, unfazed, remarked, "It's merely a level 10 mutated wild chicken, brother Fan. You should have leveled up last night, right? Why not face it in a duel?" Qin Yifan's lips twitched. While he had indeed leveled up, he lacked combat skills. Nevertheless, he was determined not to back down. For with enhanced passive abilities, he should at least be capable of self-defense even if he couldn't defeat the creature. Having made up his mind, he said nothing further and strode towards the direction of the image. Jiao Bao followed closely, jesting aside. He certainly did not wish for any harm to befall Qin Yifan, lest his sister's ordeal be in vain. Soon, a colossal wild chicken, standing at half a man's height and with an elongated form, appeared before them. Upon seeing the duo, the mutated chicken's eyes turned a furious crimson, its feathers bristled, wings partially spread, and its body lowered as it scraped its claws on the ground, signaling an imminent attack. Faced with such a situation for the first time, Qin Yifan felt a wave of apprehension, yet he refused to retreat. Taking a step forward, he shouted at the wild chicken, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Jiao Bao wanted to facepalm. Fortunately, there was no one else around, or it would have been quite embarrassing. He hastily called out, "Brother Fan, the mutated chicken's beak, quick, dodge." As the mutated chicken launched its attack, Qin Yifan stood there, seemingly dazed, prompting Jiao Bao to rush forward. However, halfway there, he froze in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, the mutated chicken's beak was about to pierce Qin Yifan, yet now it was being firmly grasped in his hand. To be precise, he had seized its head. To clarify, he had first used his palm to block the sharp beak of the mutated chicken before finally closing his fingers around its head. Jiao Bao, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, pondering how the beak, akin to a weapon forged of steel, appeared as though it were made of plastic before Qin Yifan. Moreover, the mutated chicken was notably swift. How could Qin Yifan have timed his movements so precisely? Was his speed truly superior to that of the mutated chicken? This enhancement ability was rather extraordinary, wasn't it? Jiao Bao was indeed correct. Qin Yifan's enhancement ability was exceptionally formidable, providing comprehensive augmentation. The speed of the mutated chicken seemed sluggish in his eyes, which is why he remained still, and after confirming his defensive capabilities, he had seized the chicken's head, preparing to deliver the final blow. Naturally, the mutated chicken would not remain passive. It spread its wings and lunged at Qin Yifan, its claws glinting menacingly as they aimed for him. Qin Yifan grasped the head of the mutated chicken and swung it fiercely, effectively neutralizing the attacks while forcefully slamming the creature to the ground. With a resounding thud, before the mutated fowl could regain its composure, Qin Yifan brought down his large blade with a swift motion. With a squelch, the intact head of the chicken was severed, yet its body continued to twitch, albeit devoid of any combat capability. As he observed the blood gushing from the chicken's neck, Qin Yifan exclaimed in dismay, "What a waste. Had I known, I wouldn't have aimed for the head." With that, he discarded the head and seized the mutated chicken by its neck, activating the liquid purification technique. In an instant, the creature's body shrank rapidly, ultimately collapsing into a desiccated carcass upon the ground. Meanwhile, a blood crystal, roughly the size of a thumb's tip, materialized in Qin Yifan's hand. At that moment, Jiubao finally regained his composure, exclaiming, "No way. This actually works?" Qin Yifan, anticipating the outcome, glanced at his attribute panel and noted that the skill had consumed 10 points of energy, while his proficiency had increased by the same amount. Not bad, not bad. This pace of leveling up should remain steady. After a brief moment of delight, he stored the dismembered body of the mutated chicken into his spatial storage before presenting the blood crystal to Jiubao. Hee. This time you can't complain about the size of the crystal being too small for collection, can you? Seeing his smug expression, Jiobao's lips twitched several times, and he retorted, "Hurry up and put it away. Don't you know that wealth should not be flaunted?" Qin Yifan was taken aback. "Isn't this always your job?" Jiubao rolled his eyes at him. "You already possess a storage space. Are you trying to wear me out by having me carry these?" Qin Yifan widened his eyes, clutching the thumb-sized blood crystal as if to say, "Can something this small really tire you out?" However, Jiubao paid no heed to his expression and walked past him with utmost seriousness, adding lightly, "You rascal." "Humph." Qin Yifan huffed, collecting the blood crystal while muttering, "You just don't want to work. Had I known, I would have concealed my spatial talent and let you bear the burden." Hardly had he uttered these words when Jiubao suddenly darted back to his side, brandishing 2 daggers and lunging at him. Startled, he shouted, "Hey, was that really necessary?" "I was just speaking the truth." Initially believing Jiubao was jesting, he soon realized the gravity of the situation as he heard the clash of metal. In a panic, he swiftly evaded to the side. Looking at Jiubao, he noticed the daggers dancing expertly as they deflected a barrage of arrows with precise clangs. It was then that Qin Yifan discovered that the images from his tactical goggles had vanished, indicating that their drone had been destroyed. This served as a stern reminder to him. One must remain vigilant at all times in the wilderness. Chapter 19. Breaking through the encirclement, Qin Yifan was momentarily stunned but quickly returned to Jiobao's side. With his detection skills fully activated, enhanced abilities allowed him to hold his ground, thus alleviating some of Jiobao's pressure. However, although they managed to fend off the enemy's ranged attacks, they found themselves completely surrounded. A dozen figures, their faces obscured by black scarves, emerged around them, with 1 or 2 glaring menacingly. Qin Yifan and Jiubao stood back to back in a defensive posture. Though no words were exchanged, both had resolutely decided to fight to the death. At that moment, a burly individual stepped forward, lowering his voice to address them. "Gentlemen, we seek only wealth and mean no harm. If you willingly surrender your valuables, I shall allow you to depart unscathed." Jiubao retorted coldly, "Do you hold the authority to make such decisions? And can you guarantee your word?" "I am their leader." "Of course I can." The man, eager to assert his dominance, swept a commanding glance over his subordinates before continuing, "Moreover, I, Liang, am a man of my word. If I say you may leave, then you shall." After a brief silence, Jiubao nudged Qin Yifan with his shoulder, and together they cautiously removed their backpacks, casting them at the feet of the burly man. This was a premeditated ruse to cope with unexpected circumstances. While their packs contained numerous treasures, to them they were merely trifles. One of the henchmen inspected the bags and, with a gleam of excitement, nodded to the burly leader. Just as the latter prepared to speak, he was interrupted by a voice. "Wait, boss, I detected that they had just killed an anomalous wild chicken. Yet there is no sign of its carcass here." The burly man expressed confusion, while Qin Yifan and Jiubao felt a jolt of alarm. Jiubao whispered, "To your 9 o'clock." Qin Yifan remained silent, but the tension in his taut muscles signaled to Jiubao that he was ready to break free. Noticing his leader's lack of response, the henchman continued, "An anomalous wild chicken is quite large. We attacked while they were preoccupied with battle, meaning they would not have had time to conceal the body." Therefore, a glint of realization flashed in the burly man's eyes. "They possess a spatial ability, user." He laughed, but his expression swiftly darkened. "So, they wish to play tricks on me? Then I shall not be merciful." As he uttered these words, Jiubao shouted, "Now, attack!" Simultaneously, his comrades surged forward, with Qin Yifan closely following. Jiobao's keen observational skills had led him to choose the weakest point in the enemy's defense. Where only 2 foes stood, neither of significant rank, he swiftly dispatched one, preparing to aid Qin Yifan with the other, only to discover that Qin Yifan had already felled his opponent. Though not killed, the severe wound from shoulder to abdomen rendered the assailant effectively doomed. With no time for astonishment, Jiubao urged, "Follow me." As the two effortlessly breached the encirclement, the gang members, though surprised, were determined not to let them escape. Under the burly man's command, they pursued with full force. Jiobao's pace was not swift. In truth, he had no intention of fleeing outright. Instead, he led the assailants in circles through the forest, seeking an opportunity to eliminate them. He was not one to tolerate being robbed in silence, nor did he subscribe to the notion of noble revenge being best served cold. It is essential to address matters today rather than defer them. And even if one cannot resolve everything entirely, it is crucial to make the opponent aware of one's capabilities. Only by instilling fear in them can one avert further complications. Although Qin Yifan was unaware of his opponent's intentions, he was nonetheless cooperating with him. Behind them trailed 4 others, while the whereabouts of the others remained unknown. They intended to encircle them, but he exclaimed, "This way." As he spoke, he swiftly pivoted and charged in another direction. Qin Yifan did not question him further and followed suit, but soon he gasped in surprise. "Xiao Bao, there are 2 individuals directly ahead of us." In truth, even without his warning, Xiao Bao had already spotted them, despite the low visibility in the forest. The proximity of 50 meters made it nearly impossible not to notice them as they approached each other. A cruel smile curled upon Xiao Bao's lips. "Brother Fan, which one do you choose?" "The one at the back. I find him unpleasant." "Very well, let us eliminate him." At that moment, their opponents had also detected their presence, alerting their leader while preparing to intercept. However, since they had a team to rely on, they refrained from engaging in a full-blown confrontation, holding back their efforts. In contrast, Xiao Bao and Qin Yifan aimed for a decisive blow, unleashing their full power from the outset. Even though Xiao Bao's adversary was several levels stronger, he was caught off guard, sustaining multiple injuries almost immediately. Qin Yifan's foe was even more straightforward, receiving a long gaping wound. There was little surprise. Qin Yifan's energy fluctuations were minimal, leading his opponent to underestimate him. Little did they know that although Qin Yifan's level was low, his true prowess was formidable. And he quickly incapacitated his adversary. After dispatching this opponent, he noticed Xiao Bao was in a fierce struggle and turned to assist. With his intervention, Xiao Bao's opponent, despite unleashing all their strength, met a dismal fate beneath Xiao Bao's dagger. During the skirmish, Xiao Bao received a minor injury, fortunately, just a superficial wound. Initially, he intended to disregard it, but Qin Yifan placed a hand on his shoulder, activating a healing spell. To expedite the healing process, Qin Yifan unleashed 10 consecutive healing spells, the effects manifesting visibly as the wounds rapidly healed. For someone who had already advanced to level 10, casting numerous healing spells posed no challenge for Qin Yifan, who could restore his energy without the need for sustenance. The energy expended during battle was merely trivial stamina, of no consequence. Xiao Bao's lips formed various shapes before he finally uttered, "Thank you." Qin Yifan patted his shoulder, saying, "No need for formality. Feel free to express your frustrations." "What a monster. Brother Fan, why do I feel you are even more formidable than I?" Qin Yifan shook his head, replying, "It is not that I am superior, rather, they underestimated me due to my low level, making it easy to overlook my abilities." Though Xiao Bao found comfort in his words, he understood it was a form of self-deception. Even though the opponent underestimated him, Qin Yifan was merely at level 10. To slay someone at level 30 with such ease was not something a typical level 10 ability user could achieve. The answer was unequivocally negative. Fortunately, this prodigy was on their side. Otherwise, Xiao Bao could hardly fathom the discomfort of facing Qin Yifan. The duo did not linger at the scene. Their actions unfolded in motion. Shortly after their departure, the burly leader arrived with his men, only to be greeted by the sight of his fallen comrades. In a fit of rage, he turned to one of his subordinates and shouted, "How did you conduct the reconnaissance? Wasn't it said that one was at level 30 and the other merely at level 10? Why then did 2 individuals at level 30 not stand a chance against them?" The subordinate, feeling the weight of his leader's fury, hastened to defend himself. "Boss." There was a spatial ability user on the opposing side, perhaps possessing formidable skills, though their energy must be significantly depleted. Chapter 20. The gathering of for the burly leader found some merit in his subordinate's reasoning. Suppressing his anger as he commanded, "Keep pursuing. Inform the others to be wary of the opposing spatial ability user." "Yes, boss." Initially, they believed that Qin Yifan and his companion had escaped. But the one skilled in reconnaissance reported that they had not fled far, corroborating the assertion of substantial energy expenditure. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that this was precisely the outcome Xiao Bao aimed to achieve. After losing another 4 subordinates, the burly leader finally sensed something amiss and furiously interrogated the reconnaissance expert. "Didn't you say they had expended considerable energy? What is your explanation now?" The subordinate, feeling despondent, thought to himself, "How am I to know what is happening? It was evidently abnormal that one individual at level 30 and another at level 10 could toy with a group of individuals at levels 20 and 30. At this moment, another subordinate hesitantly inquired, "Boss, should we continue the chase?" With a grunt of frustration, the burly leader gritted his teeth. Yes. Which direction did they head? The reconnaissance expert, not daring to delay, activated his skill, but after a long while, there was still no response. The burly leader slapped his hand against the subordinate's head, demanding, "Speak." "You mute." Rubbing his head in resignation, the subordinate replied, "Boss, they have vanished." "Vanished? What do you mean by vanished?" The subordinate grimaced. "They've simply run out of my reconnaissance range. I only know they were heading in that direction." "Damn it, pursue them." The burly leader, now feeling cornered, realized his men were nearly wiped out. He could not simply concede. What would the remaining members think? If he returned like this, his second-in-command might have something to say, and the risk of a coup was ever present. After eliminating 8 of the enemy, Zhou Bao felt significantly relieved. Moreover, with the remaining individuals gathered together, the two of them could hardly prevail, so he chose not to press the matter further. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, they slowed their pace and set their course towards the location indicated by Jiuhong, releasing another set of drones. Zhou Bao felt a sense of relaxation wash over him as he smiled and asked, "Brother Fan, how does it feel to have taken a life for the first time?" Previously, the tension had left little room for reflection, but now, as the words were spoken, Qin Yifan felt a wave of nausea. It was tolerable, albeit somewhat uncomfortable. No worries. One will get accustomed to it. In the wilderness, mutated beasts are not the only peril. At times, humans can be far more terrifying than these creatures. If you do not strike them down, they will seek to eliminate you without cause. Ah, I see that clearly. Well, there is no need for concern. Once we rendezvous with my sister and the others, those foolish enough to provoke us will think twice. How far are we from them? Almost there. It should be just beyond this forest. Zhou Bao's judgment was accurate. The coordinates provided by Jiuhong were merely a few dozen kilometers in a straight line from Star City. Even taking a detour by car wouldn't take more than half an hour. However, they were traveling on foot and had taken quite a few detours. So by the time they found Jiuhong and the others, it was already past 9 in the evening. Had it not been for the ability to contact through their portable computers, Jiuhong might have feared the worst. Upon meeting, she immediately sensed something was off and asked anxiously, "Little Bao, have you encountered danger?" Zhou Bao shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a foolhardy little shrimp. By the way, sister, have you been here all this time? Aren't you worried about being discovered? This area is relatively open. Even if we are found, we can escape." He attempted to divert the topic, but Jiuhong was not easily misled and pressed on with another question. "But what about you? Why didn't you contact us if you were in danger? What would happen then?" As she spoke, she glanced at Qin Yifan, clearly indicating that the danger referred to him. Zhou Bao pouted. "Sister, you should be more concerned about your own brother than worrying about him. That guy is a freak, and I might not even match his prowess." Tang Laosan expressed his surprise. Is he really that formidable? Indeed, Zhou Bao recounted the earlier events, prompting Tang Laosan to exclaim in disbelief. And even Jiuhong's gaze towards Qin Yifan grew somewhat peculiar. Just as Jiuhong appeared ready to unleash a string of expletives, Qin Yifan hurriedly shifted the subject. "Ladies and gentlemen, should we consider where we will spend the night?" The three shot him disdainful looks, and Zhou Bao yawned. "This guy devoured hot pot all night long while I stayed up watching over him with wide eyes. I'm utterly exhausted." "Freak." Tang Laosan muttered his catchphrase before asserting, "We'll sleep here tonight. Mutated beasts rarely wander into open areas, and if anyone approaches, we'll notice in advance." Jiuhong nodded. "You three rest first. I'll keep watch." Tang Laosan promptly added, "I'll set an alarm, then it will be your turn." Seeing their arrangements in place, Qin Yifan said nothing more and began retrieving items. First, he distributed tactical gear to Jiuhong and Tang Laosan, followed by drones and beast-repelling devices, and then tents, sleeping bags, and food. Jiuhong waved her hand. "Forget the tent. It's too conspicuous. We can just sleep in the sleeping bags." Qin Yifan returned the tent, shared a meal with the others, and then crawled into his sleeping bag, quickly drifting into slumber. The night passed without incident. The next morning, as Qin Yifan emerged from his sleeping bag, he was startled to find a mutated wild boar lying beside him, staring at him with unblinking eyes. Upon seeing Zhou Bao chuckling mischievously at a distance, Qin Yifan immediately recognized it as one of his pranks and retorted, "Little treasure. Do you find amusement in grossing me out?" Zhou Bao, however, defended herself. Who am I grossing out? This is our breakfast for today. My sister and Tang Laosen are on night watch. You're in charge of preparing breakfast, right? Besides, this is meat from a level 20 mutated wild boar. Don't you wish to savor its flavor? Qin Yifun's eyes brightened at the mention of the meat. Most of what he had consumed previously was ordinary, with the highest being that of a level 2 mutated beast. Encountering level 20 mutated wild boar meat was indeed a first for him, and he was eager to discover its taste. More importantly, he was curious about the potential benefits the system would bestow upon him for consuming it. Regretting his earlier decision, he slapped his forehead and lamented, "Had I known I should have kept that mutated wild chicken from yesterday, it might have been even more delectable." "Don't be ridiculous," Jiobao replied, exasperated. "Is a complete blood crystal worth less than your meal? Moreover, we are in the wilderness. There will be plenty of opportunities to feast on mutated wild chickens." "That's true," Qin Yifun mused, tilting his head thoughtfully. He then voiced a concern. "Wouldn't starting a fire here attract trouble? Brother, it's too early for barbecuing. Why did we purchase so many energy stoves? Just prepare a few pots of meat soup." Although he felt it was a pity not to roast, he ultimately decided on the meat soup. Over an hour later, Jiao Hong and Tang Laosen emerged from their sleeping bags, only to be astounded by the sight before them. There, neatly arranged in the clearing, were 20 energy stoves, each equipped with matching cookware, radiating an enticing aroma. As they awoke, Jiobao cheerfully announced, "Sister, Tang Laosan, you woke up just in time. Wash your faces and join us for breakfast." Chapter 21. A surprising breakfast. Tang Laosen stood in disbelief, pointing at the 20 energy stoves, incredulously asking, "Is this what you call breakfast? Are we feeding pigs?" The expression on Qin Yifun's face darkened instantly, while Jiao Hong, initially shocked, burst into laughter upon seeing Qin Yifun's reaction. "Here I am, kindly preparing breakfast for you, and instead of gratitude, you resort to collective mockery. How uncouth." Despite this slight disappointment, his mood lifted the moment he took his first bite of the mutated wild boar meat. Ding. Host has consumed Wind-type mutated wild boar meat. Wind-type talent 10. Ding. Wind-type talent has reached its maximum. Awakening Wind-type talent grants the passive skill Wind Step. As expected, it was yet another supportive ability, yet remarkably practical. It enhanced his speed by 10%, a vital skill for survival. This was merely the first bite, and true to the nature of a level 20 mutated beast. The rewards were substantial. Soon, as he indulged himself, the system continuously chimed with notifications. In a frenzy of consumption, he devoured 17 pots of meat soup, elevating his Wind-type talent to level 10, transforming Wind Step into true Wind Step. His speed doubled, now enhanced by 20%. He was already swift, and now he was even swifter. Not only did he relish the meat, but he also consumed all the meat soup. For being made from level 20 mutated wild boar meat, it significantly bolstered his water-type talent as well. Although composed of flesh, the system primarily defaults to the wind attribute, thus limiting enhancements to the reinforcement system, yet allowing a level increase in the reinforcement talent. Qin Yifun glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Qin Yifun. Ability level, level 12. Energy value, 800. Talent, flexibility talent level 8469-1900. Water talent level 12701-8000. Metal talent level 101701-5000. Space talent level 7385-1500. Reinforcement talent level 123561-8000. Wood talent level 6211-1200. Mental talent level 5135-900. Fire talent level 8430-1900. Wind talent level 10-1700-5000. Skills, Soft Bone Technique level 6 Proficiency 546-1200. True Liquid Purification Technique level 9 Proficiency 2639-2700. Personal Space Passive, Space Size 777 cubic meters. True Body Reinforcement Passive, Reinforcement Effect 24 times. True Metal Purification Technique level 9 Proficiency 2478-2700. Temperature Control Technique level 5 Proficiency 2900. Healing Technique level 5 Proficiency 87900. Detection Technique, Passive, Detection Range, within a radius of 50 meters. True Wind Step, Passive, Speed Increase, 220. Although he possessed no combat skills, Qin Yifun felt immense satisfaction. After yesterday's practice, it seemed he hardly required combat skills. The energy fluctuations inherent in the mutated wild boar meat concealed his awakening changes, and coupled with the astonishment at his voracious appetite, the other three failed to notice anything unusual. Upon finishing his meal, Tang Laosan simply uttered 2 words, livestock. Jiobao contemplated for a moment, refraining from stealing his line, freak. Jiuhong could not hold back and exclaimed, pervert. Qin Yifun's good mood evaporated instantly, and he retorted with irritation, what is this? Just because I'm full. I'm being berated by the cook? Is this really how you treat me? Tang Laosan, even less amused, snapped, enough nonsense, hurry up and pack your things. Next time. Don't prepare so much, it wastes too much time. Qin Yifun twitched his mouth. Come on, I ate quite quickly, didn't I? He was not wrong. Although the pot was large and the meat hot, it posed no challenge for him, while the others took their time consuming the pot of meat soup. He had already devoured more than half, finishing only a few minutes later than them. Jiuhong, regaining her composure, gently urged, let us not bicker, we should set off promptly. Jiubao, with a mischievous grin, suggested, sister, those fellows from yesterday are still persistent. Should we indulge in some post-meal exercise to aid digestion? He was responsible for the guard duty, hence he had kept his tactical glasses on, and this time he had positioned the drone high above, remaining undetected by the adversary. Upon hearing his words, Jiuhong and Tang Laosan donned their tactical glasses, the latter grinning widely. You really are quite the little rascal. You and Qin Yifun gather your things. I'll handle them alone. Jiuhong, somewhat concerned, inquired, are you sure your injury is all right? Tang Laosan waved his hand, acknowledging the peculiar healing abilities of this creature. He sensed that his internal injuries were gradually mending, and he was now nearly recovered, capable of dealing with a few minor karami without difficulty. Very well. But do exercise caution, he advised. With a gesture in return, Tang Laosan swiftly charged towards the group. With a formidable expert in action, Qin Yifun felt no concern. He quickly stowed his belongings into his spatial pouch, preparing for the upcoming formation. Just as he finished packing, Tang Laosan returned gracefully, teasingly remarking, oh, your speed is rather unimpressive. I've already concluded my battle while you're still tidying up. It was not Qin Yifun's fault for being slow. The act of retrieving items from his spatial pouch required physical contact with the objects, and he pondered when he would be able to collect things with merely a thought. Once I reach your level, my speed will surpass yours. He retorted. Hey now, comparing your speed to a wind element ability user, you have potential, young man. Tang Laosan laughed heartily, though his mirth was abruptly halted by Jiuhong's remark. How do you know he doesn't possess wind element talent? Qin Yifun responded with a goofy grin, prompting Tang Laosan to become flustered, resorting to his habitual exclamation. Beast. The 4 prepared themselves, and Jiuhong confirmed, Qin Yifun. The wilderness is fraught with peril. You must remain in the center at all times, understand? Noting his nonchalant expression, Tang Laosan admonished seriously, Kid, this is merely the outskirts. Venture deeper and you will encounter level 30 mutated beasts everywhere. If we encounter a herd, we must circumvent them, let alone the level 40 mutated beasts. Qin Yifun became more earnest, inquiring, what is our destination? City, Jiuhong replied in a low voice. Although the journey will be long and fraught with dangers. It is the only way to keep those from Star City's sub-alliance at bay. Tang Laosan and Jiubao had no objections, and Qin Yifun nodded in agreement, stating that having a goal was sufficient, and he would also strive to level up along the way. Hearing this, Tang Laosan could not help but exclaim his catchphrase, Beast. However, Qin Yifun ignored him and put forth his own request. Sister Hong, Brother Tang, if we encounter any special mutated beasts, I hope we can leave their bodies intact. Tang Laosan shot him a glare, questioning, what do you mean? Do you have a relative among the special mutated beasts that warrants leaving a complete corpse? Why not suggest we spare them altogether? Jiuhong pondered thoughtfully, while Jiubao replied directly, isn't it obvious? He wants to eat them. Brother Fan. What do you mean by special? Before he could respond, Jiuhong interjected, are you referring to mutated beasts with unique abilities? Qin Yifun casually fabricated a reason, indeed. I just had some mutated wild boar meat, and it tasted remarkably good. Jiubao, slightly exasperated, remarked, Brother Fan, while mutated wild boars aren't exactly everywhere. They are quite common. Yet, Qin Yifun raised an eyebrow. Are there many wind element mutated wild boars? There are wind element mutated wild boars? Tang Laosan pondered. No wonder I felt it was faster than other mutated wild boars when I killed it. How did you know that the wild boar you encountered was of the wind element? Chapter 22. The journey begins. The questions posed by the 3 individuals left Qin Yifun enveloped in silence. He realized that he had spoken excessively, noticing his lack of response. The others fell into a quietude, creating an awkward atmosphere. After a prolonged pause, the familiar exclamation of Tang Laosen broke the stillness. Jiao Hong cast a deep glance at Qin Yifan, understanding the unspoken sentiment, and inquired if there were any further questions. With none forthcoming, she declared, "Let us embark." Thus, the four adventurers commenced their journey, their destination being the Ice City. Presently, Huaxiao boasts 30 major cities, each serving as a nucleus surrounded by 10 to 20 satellite cities. Star City is classified as a satellite city, with its main city being Thunder City. Fearing a potential connection between the apothecary alliance of Thunder City and Star City, Jiao Hong opted for a significantly distant major city as their target. Although the major cities maintain some degree of interconnection, they predominantly govern themselves independently. Even though the apothecary alliance operates as a unified entity, various discrepancies arise once dispersed across different cities. Regarding the recent actions of the Star City Alliance, Jiao Hong surmised that it stemmed from the greed of a few individuals. Greed is the original sin. Not everyone possesses the ability to restrain their desires, let alone the mutated beasts. As they traversed the outskirts, Jiao Hong and Tang Laosen exerted their presence to intimidate the lesser mutated creatures. Yet, some reckless individuals, undeterred by the imposing aura, sought to challenge their limits. For instance, the mutated bison that appeared within the tactical goggles of the four was, to be precise, a formidable beast standing 2 meters tall and measuring 3 meters in length. Its muscular limbs resembled an amalgamation of steel rods, and its massive hooves conveyed an overwhelming sense of weight. A single stomp would surely spell disaster. Tang Laosen was the first to analyze the situation, stating, "This creature is either a level 40 mutated beast or simply lacks intelligence." I leaned towards the latter. Jiao Hong nodded slightly, pondering that it might possess some unique abilities. After glancing at Qin Yifan, she noticed his eyes gleaming with a predatory desire. Without hesitation, Jiao Bao manifested a large blade and charged towards the bison. Tang Laosen instinctively followed, providing support, while Qin Yifan maintained a distance behind them. Jiao Hong, being primarily a ranged attacker, stayed close to protect him. The bison was naturally drawn towards them. There was no need for communication between mutated beasts and humans, thus the encounter quickly escalated into a confrontation. Goodness! This bison's hide is impenetrable. I can't seem to cut through. Tang Laosen exclaimed, frustrated. Why does this bison emit a yellow glow? Could it possess Earth-type abilities? Jiao, unleash a mental shock on it. After a series of probing attacks, they discovered that physical assaults were largely ineffective. Yet the creature's sluggish speed suggested they could wear it down. The mental shock proved effective, but inexplicably, the bison, which had appeared dazed a moment ago, suddenly regained its composure and launched an attack against Jiao Bao and Tang Laosen. Observing the battle from the sidelines, Qin Yifan felt the urge to join the fray and called out to Jiao Bao, "Little Bao, conjure me a spear. I shall see if I can pierce it." In the midst of his busy schedule, Jiao Bao cast a fleeting glance at him, thinking to himself that while mutated beasts may not rival human intelligence, they do possess a certain level of understanding. Are you shouting so loudly out of fear that others might not recognize your intent to ambush? Nevertheless, he conjured a long spear for Qin Yifan, though he had reservations about whether the latter could indeed pierce the formidable big green bull. Jiao Hong, intrigued by Qin Yifan's prowess, launched another mental assault on the creature. The big green bull momentarily staggered, dazed in place. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yifan expertly maneuvered to position himself before the beast and thrust the spear with all his might. It seemed that the bull had sensed the imminent danger, awakening more swiftly this time. Yet, it was still too late to evade the attack. With a resounding thud, the spear penetrated the bull's left eye. In agony, the big green bull let out a mournful bellow, shaking its head violently, thus averting a potentially fatal blow. One must understand that the eyeball is connected to the brain, and had the spear penetrated further, it would have reached its mind. Though it sacrificed one eye, it managed to save its life. Qin Yifan was yanked away by the force of the bull's thrashing head, but quickly regained his footing, not forgetting to retrieve the eyeball from the spear's tip and store it in his spatial pocket. The ordinary cow's eyeball is sizable, but this particular one from the big green bull was as large as a volleyball, ample enough for a hearty meal for an average person. Observing this act, Tang Laosen snorted in disdain, muttering, "Beast." Seeing Qin Yifan's success with the spear, Jiao Bao discarded his great sword and switched to a spear, beginning to stab indiscriminately. It wasn't that he lacked proficiency with the spear. Rather, the big green bull was in a frenzied state, rendering even the most exquisite techniques ineffective. Witnessing both of them wielding spears, Tang Laosen felt a twinge of inadequacy with his sword, yet he remained steadfast. as he truly lacked the skill to wield a spear and thus did not change weapons. Just as they believed the big green bull would continue its rampage for a while, the creature suddenly froze in place, its lone remaining eye fixated intently on Qin Yifan. Nostrils flaring with heavy breaths, everyone braced themselves defensively, anticipating a frenzied assault from the big green bull directed at Qin Yifan, but an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The bull, initially poised as if to attack, abruptly turned and bolted away at a galloping pace. It was attempting to escape. Jiao Bao and Tang Laosan were momentarily stunned. They had never encountered a mutated beast that fled, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. As a newcomer, Qin Yifan was oblivious to such nuances. Seeing his prey attempt to flee was intolerable. Without a second thought, he gave chase. His speed astonished even Tang Laosan, who exclaimed, "Goodness! This beast truly possesses wind affinity." Jiao Bao quickly regained his wits, realizing the urgency of the situation. "Forget about that. We must catch up. We cannot allow this anomaly to escape." Jiao Hong was the quickest to react. Seeing Qin Yifan in pursuit, she hastily unleashed another mental assault on the big green bull. However, she soon realized that this attack had minimal effect, only causing the bull to momentarily hesitate. This perplexed her greatly. Clearly, the big green bull was not of a higher level than her, nor did it appear to be a psychic-type mutated beast. Why then did her mental assault seem so ineffective against it? She stood behind in confusion, while Qin Yifan, chasing the great azure bull, seized the opportune moment. With an unwavering momentum, he thrust a spear directly towards the bull's vulnerable rear. One could hardly blame him. The bull's defenses were formidable, rendering strikes to other areas largely ineffective. Thus, targeting the weaker spot was only logical. This particular area indeed lacked robust protection, and Qin Yifan's speed far surpassed that of the great azure bull. Consequently, the spear pierced deeply without hindrance. A resounding moo erupted from the bull, a cry of sheer agony, as it instinctively lifted its powerful hind legs in a frenzied kick. Qin Yifan, caught off guard by the unexpected success of his strike, was reveling in his triumph when he suddenly found two massive hooves descending upon him. He barely had time to evade, instinctively adopting a defensive posture before being sent flying by the force of the kick. Chapter 23. Encounter with the beast cult. The turn of events transpired so swiftly that no one had the opportunity to assist, nor even to utter a warning. They could only watch helplessly as Qin Yifan was propelled through the air. "Afan, brother Fan, my azure bull." The final exclamation momentarily disoriented the three present, causing them to forget about catching the airborne Qin Yifan. All three pairs of eyes turned towards the source of the last voice, spotting a figure rushing towards them from a distance. Adjusting their tactical goggles for clarity, the three simultaneously gasped, "The beast cult." At that moment, Qin Yifan landed several meters away. Dazed and irritated, he muttered, "What is this beast cult nonsense? Is no one going to come to my aid?" The other three, however, paid him no heed, instead regarding the approaching figure with palpable tension. The man was clad in animal skins, his face obscured by an unknown substance, rendering his features unrecognizable. Only the deep lines on his face hinted at his advanced age. He approached the nearly incapacitated great azure bull, bending down to gently stroke its massive head, murmuring indistinguishable words. Meanwhile, Qin Yifan, rubbing his chest, joined the trio. The kick from the bull had indeed been heavy, but with his body reinforced 24 times, he had endured well. Apart from a sharp pain in his chest, he felt largely unscathed. Observing the situation, he inquired with genuine perplexity, "Where did that guy come from?" Before the three could respond, the man lifted his head, glaring at them with fierce animosity. "Those who dare harm my azure bull shall pay with their lives." A chill ran through the hearts of Jiao Hong and the others. Yet Qin Yifan remained nonchalant, retorting, "What? Does this beast think we will just stand here and wait for our demise? Are you out of your mind?" The man gritted his teeth, declaring, "I care not. Since you have harmed my azure bull, you shall all accompany it to the grave today." "What nonsense is this? You expect us to bury a mutated beast?" Qin Yifan pointed at the man and the bull, bewildered, and asked, "Sister Hong, brother Tang, is this fellow here for a laugh?" His words dispelled much of the gloom hanging over the three, prompting Tang Laosan to respond with a hearty chuckle. "I am uncertain whether he is here to jest, but I am aware that without his mutated beast companion, this individual should be easily manageable." Jiao Hong nodded. He was only in his 40s in terms of levels. "With the collective strength of the 3 or 4 of us, we should be able to subdue him." Jiao Bao, ever straightforward, declared, "Let us do it." Qin Yifan, puzzled, inquired about the meaning behind this. Before Jiao Hong could elucidate, Jiao Bao pointed at the large azure bowl, stating, "Brother Fan, he intends to steal your food." Instantly, Qin Yifun's eyes widened in alarm. "What are we waiting for? Let us take him down," he exclaimed, preparing to charge forward, only to realize he was unarmed. Hastily, he halted and turned back to Jiao Bao, saying, "Little Bao, bring me a big knife. I'm going to take him out." Tang Laosan found the situation amusing, thinking to himself that it was he who was the real joker. Jiao Hong, however, regained her composure, feeling a tinge of shame for her earlier timidity, while simultaneously admiring Qin Yifun's newfound resolve. Upon entering the wild, he seemed transformed. Gone was his previous hesitance, replaced by an indomitable spirit. Who would have imagined that among the four of them, it would be a mere level 10 ability user leading the charge? Such a revelation would likely be met with disbelief. Jiao Bao had only heard of the infamous Wan Shou Jiao, thus he felt astonished yet unafraid. Since they had resolved to take a life, he naturally would cooperate. He first conjured a great sword for Qin Yifun and then, brandishing his spear, charged alongside him towards the adversary. The man cast a scornful glance, taking a moment to close the eyes of the fallen azure bowl before slowly rising and extending his finger towards the duo, uttering the word, "Death." As the word escaped his lips, a formidable mental shockwave surged towards them. "Be careful." Jiao Hong immediately sensed the potency of the opponent's mental prowess and hastily conjured a mental barrier. However, her skill was singularly focused, meaning she could only shield one individual from the impending mental onslaught. Without hesitation, she chose to protect her brother, leaving Qin Yifun to silently express his regrets. It was an unavoidable choice, part of human nature. With the mental barrier in place, Jiao Bao felt only a mild impact, though he still momentarily staggered. Conversely, Qin Yifun experienced a far graver effect, as if he had been struck by a hammer, collapsing directly to the ground. Fortunately, he too possessed a mental affinity, which allowed him to mitigate a portion of the shock. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to a fate worse than death. Tang Laosan, in a fit of urgency, darted forward, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, prepare to meet your end." His speed surpassed that of Qin Yifun and even Jiao Bao, reaching the man before them. He swung his sword with unwavering resolve towards the man's neck. Though the adversary was slow to react, his bone staff intercepted Tang Laosan's blade just in time, followed by yet another mental shockwave. However, having already recognized him as a mental ability user, Jiao Hong had preemptively cloaked Tang Laosan in a mental barrier. Furthermore, the man's hasty strike lacked the intensity of his previous attack, causing little disturbance to Tang Laosan. At that moment, Jiao Bao had recovered and was now wielding his spear to assist Tang Laosan, finally managing to suppress the man and preventing him from unleashing another mental strike. However, the individual not only possessed formidable mental prowess but also exhibited remarkable physical skills. Even when besieged by two opponents, he merely found himself at a disadvantage, not to the point of outright defeat. As they engaged in a fierce and indecisive battle, Qin Yifun finally began to respond. With a few movements of his fingers, he slowly rose to his feet, only to be overtaken by a fit of retching. At that moment, the world around him spun chaotically, his head throbbed incessantly, and everything appeared as mere phantoms. Jiao Hong, who had been intently observing the battlefield, was astonished. She never anticipated that after enduring such an intense mental assault, Qin Yifun could still manage to rise. Yet, she quickly reacted, employing her own mental energy to alleviate his lingering symptoms. This was not a skill per se, but rather an application of mental power that she had developed through her own explorations. In an instant, Qin Yifun felt significantly better, at least free from the sensation of dizziness. Noticing that the battle was still unresolved, he could not afford to ponder the situation further. He stealthily approached with his large blade in hand, intent on launching a surprise attack. Unbeknownst to him, the opponent's formidable mental energy had already detected his movements. But having assessed him as merely a low-level adversary, they did not regard him as a threat. The consequence of their disdain was starkly revealed when, after he unleashed his assault, a deep wound was inflicted upon the back of the adversary, exposing bone. The opponent was utterly unprepared for the speed and strength exhibited by someone of such a low level, resulting in a significant miscalculation. This served as a poignant lesson. One should never underestimate anyone. Regrettably, for him, there would be no future to learn from this error. Under the full-on assault of the three, he was deprived of any opportunity to even prepare a mental strike, ultimately meeting a frustrating demise at the hands of Qin Yifun. After dispatching the adversary, Jiao Bao and Tang Laosan both exhaled deeply, relieved by the end of a taxing battle. Qin Yifun, seemingly indifferent, spat on the corpse, muttering under his breath, "That'll teach you to mess with me, humph." Jiao Hong then took control of the drone and urgently urged Qin Yifan, "Hurry and clean up the battlefield. We must leave this place swiftly." Upon hearing this, Tang Laosen quickly sprang into action. Qin Yifan, in his naivety, asked, "Should we collect this guy's body too?" Chapter 24. Group Burrowing Technique. Qin Yifan meant to convey that the body was not something he wished to store in his personal space. However, Tang Laosan, unaware of his reasoning, replied anxiously, "Of course we need to collect it. If the people from the Beast Alliance discover his body, we'll be in serious trouble." Only then did Qin Yifan grasp the gravity of the situation and inquired, "What is the Beast Alliance? Is it an organization similar to the Pharmaceutical Union?" As Jiao Hong wiped away the blood on the ground, she explained, "Indeed, it is an organization, but it does not exist within the cities. Rather, it is spread throughout the wilderness, an exceedingly terrifying and inhumane faction." "Inhumane? Aren't they human?" Understanding his confusion, Jiao Hong patiently clarified, "They are human, but their ideologies are deeply flawed." This issue traces back to the significant upheaval that occurred on Blue Star. At that time, the creatures on Blue Star began to awaken various talents. A group of individuals believed that the mutated beasts could be tamed and thus dedicated themselves to this endeavor. Under normal circumstances, such actions would enhance human combat capabilities, which would be a commendable pursuit. However, it was not long before this group mysteriously vanished. When they were discovered again, a century had passed, and they had become adversaries of humanity, commanding myriad mutated beasts to assault human strongholds. From that moment on, they proclaimed themselves the cult of the 10,000 beasts. Qin Yifan listened in stunned silence, exclaiming in disbelief at their insanity for allying with the mutated beasts. What could they possibly be after? Tang Laosen remarked disdainfully, "It's difficult to ascertain what transpired back then. But one thing is certain, the members of the cult harbor a deep hatred for humanity. Did you not see how that fellow valued the mutated beasts above our very lives? Furthermore, their abilities were exceedingly abnormal, granting them the power to control various mutated creatures. If they were to learn of our actions against that individual, one can only imagine the dire consequences." Qin Yifan finally grasped the gravity of the situation and hurriedly collected the corpses of the man and the Great Azure Bull, while also employing a liquid purification technique on the ground. This was done to eliminate any traces of blood, with the acquisition of a few small blood crystals being merely a supplementary benefit. After completing these tasks, they departed swiftly, remaining cautious in case there were any members of the cult nearby. They tread carefully, avoiding any mutated beasts they encountered, fearful that they might be tamed by the cult. Thus, the first day's journey concluded in an exceedingly low-key manner. In an open area, they replaced a batch of drones and released a circle of beast-controlling devices. The four of them sat together, exchanging glances. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yifan murmured, "I wish to consume that Great Azure Bull. Do you all agree?" Jiao Hong and Tang Laosen exchanged worried looks, each seeing concern reflected in the other's eyes. However, Jiao Bao straightforwardly declared, "If you wish to eat, then let us do so. I'm hungry too. Bring out the Great Azure Bull, and I will assist you in preparing it." Qin Yifan hesitated, casting an inquiring glance at Jiao Hong. She bit her lip, contemplating for a moment. "It is said that what is meant to be will be, and if calamity is unavoidable, then let us feast." Very well. The oppressive atmosphere that had lingered throughout the day was finally dispelled at that moment. The four of them sprang into action, their efficiency remarkable. An hour later, a piping hot meat stew was ready. This time, Qin Yifan did not go overboard, yet he still produced 10 pots of stew. Each of the others received 1 pot, while the remainder was his. As the first morsel of meat entered his mouth, the system promptly emitted a notification. "Ding! Host has consumed the meat of a terrestrial mutated wild bull. Earth Affinity 50. Ding! Earth Affinity level is now full. Earth Affinity talent awakened." Granting the skill Earth Burrowing Technique. The Earth Burrowing Technique allows the user to merge into soil structures. Currently, it can descend up to 1 meter. This newly acquired skill was intriguing. It remained an auxiliary ability, yet it could play a decisive role in combat. For instance, had he possessed this skill during his encounter with the cult member today, a swift burrowing maneuver would have allowed him to launch a surprise attack, undoubtedly alleviating the arduous struggle they had faced previously. Although this time I prepared 10 fewer pots of meat soup, the formidable level of the Azure Bull allowed me to elevate my Earth Affinity to the maximum level. The transformation of my skills left Qin Yifan in a state of contemplation. The Earth Escape technique had astonishingly evolved into a group escape technique, currently enabling me to submerge one person underground by a meter. Both the water and enhancement affinities have ascended by 1 level. And I find myself increasingly enamored with the enhancement affinity, a talent often underestimated by others. With a 24-fold enhancement, I am unperturbed by the wrathful kicks of the 30-plus level Azure Bowl. Should I reach level 20, the enhancement would soar to 40 times. If my skills were to upgrade further, the magnitude of enhancement by the time I reached level 30 remains uncertain. It is unknown if I would become impervious to blades and spears, yet I am confident that those of levels 30 to 40 would struggle to breach my defenses. The more I scrutinize my attribute panel, the more jubilant I become. Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, level 13. Energy value, 1000. Talents, flexibility talent level 10, 354, 5000. Water talent level 13, 346 10,000. Metal talent level 11, 34 6000. Space talent level 7, 385 1500. Enhancement talent level 13, 231 10,000. Wood talent level 6, 211 1200. Mental talent level 5, 135 900. Fire talent level 10, 439 5000. Wind talent level 10, 1,705,000. Earth talent level 10, 300 5000. Skills, True Soft Bone Technique. Level 8 Proficiency 956 2300. True Liquid Purification Technique. Level 9 Proficiency 2639 2700. Personal Space, Passive Volume 777 cubic meters. True Body Enhancement, Passive Enhancement Effect, 26 times. True Metal Purification Technique. Level 9 Proficiency 2478 2700. True Temperature Control Technique. Level 6 Proficiency 542 1600. Healing Technique. Level 5 Proficiency 431 900. Detection Technique. Passive Detection Range, 50-meter radius. True Wind Walk, Passive Speed Increase, 220. Group Earth Escape Technique. Level 1 Proficiency 0100. Unbeknownst to me, my expression may have appeared rather lewd, yet the other three could discern that I had undoubtedly reaped some benefits. Tang Laosan and Jiao Bao exchanged glances of exasperation, while Jiao Hong directly inquired. Qin Yifan, tell us the truth. Does consuming something awaken a corresponding talent? I was taken aback by her sudden insight into the essence of the matter, momentarily at a loss for words to evade her question. Tang Laosan, with a casual demeanor, remarked, Buddy, we're allies now. There's no need for secrecy. Knowing your capabilities will benefit our future endeavors. I remained silent, yet my demeanor implied tacit agreement. Jiao Bao pressed on eagerly. What skills have you acquired? Is it that defensive aura of the Azure Bowl? They were unaware of the Azure Bowl's specific skills, but the description was indeed fitting. I opened my mouth, unsure of how to articulate my thoughts, and ultimately chose to demonstrate my abilities directly to them. The forthcoming scene was somewhat peculiar, as he began to merge into the ground at an exceedingly slow pace until he vanished completely. After a few seconds, a hand suddenly grasped Jiao Bao's foot, pulling him underground before he had the chance to react. Moments later, Qin Yifan emerged from the earth, his face alight with excitement. Accompanied by Jiao Bao, Tang Laosan no longer needed to use gestures. He simply exclaimed, Beast. Jiao Hong directly inquired, How many people can you take underground? For how long? After pondering, Qin Yifan replied that he could currently only take one person and could stay for a minimum of 10 minutes. Damn. Jiao Hong couldn't help but curse, though her expression was one of immense exhilaration. Chapter 25. Entering the wilderness, Jiao Hong had every reason to feel thrilled. The earth-burrowing technique was already impressive, and now Qin Yifan had introduced a group variant. Indeed, although he claimed he could only take one person and only descend a meter, Jiao Hong was convinced it was a group ability. Given that fellow's extraordinary capabilities, it wouldn't be long before he could take all three of them underground, significantly diminishing the dangers they would face in the wild. Qin Yifan, your task now is to enhance the earth-burrowing technique. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Qin Yifan mused that it seemed he wasn't required to manage anything in the first place. However, he certainly wouldn't object, as he could foresee the advantages of a group earth-burrowing technique. Just imagine, when confronted with a mutated beast, instead of engaging in direct combat, they could burrow beneath it, pull it down, and then release it, suffocating the creature. What a delightful image that conjured. Thus, Qin Yifan commenced his practice of the group earth-burrowing technique, all the while utilizing an energy furnace to ensure his rapid energy recovery. The broth was made from the meat of the great Azure Bowl, which not only elevated his earth affinity level but also inadvertently enhanced his water and enhancement affinities, truly a multifaceted endeavor. Jiuhong and Tang Laosan finally witnessed his remarkable tenacity. This fellow could indeed eat for an entire night. Each time they observed him savoring a pot of broth, they felt that practicing the group earth-burrowing technique was merely a secondary pursuit. By the following morning, Qin Yifan had astonishingly consumed 20 pots of broth, elevating his earth affinity above the others and advancing the group earth-burrowing technique to level 12. The group earth-burrowing technique could now accommodate 12 individuals, with a descent distance of 12 meters. A glance at the attribute panel. Only the changed attributes are noted. Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, level 15. Energy value, 1,600–1,600. Affinity, water affinity level 14, 235, 13,000. Gold affinity level 11, 54, 68, 6,000. Enhancement affinity level 14, 5, 31, 13,000. Earth affinity level 15, 35, 60, 16,000. Skill, true body enhancement, passive, enhancement effect, 18 times. Group earth burrowing technique level 12 proficiency 586, 8000. Seeing him effortlessly prepare breakfast, the other three were at a loss for words, silently consuming their respective pots of broth. Although the flavor remains exquisite, they cannot shake off a sense of discomfort, as if partaking in such a sumptuous broth is a sheer waste. This time, Qin Yifan consumes only a single pot of meat soup, allowing him to devour it at a pace far quicker than theirs. Observing their less than pleased expressions, he mistakenly assumes they are preoccupied with concerns regarding the 10,000 Beasts sect. And thus, he chuckles, after practicing throughout the night, I can now take all three of you down to a depth of 10 meters. With this, we should have no fear of any pursuit from the 10,000 Beasts sect, right? Tang Laosan's lips quivered slightly, yet ultimately, he refrained from uttering a word, even shying away from forming the shapes with his mouth. Even if they're mere beasts, they possess their own strengths. They strive diligently, and he holds no right to criticize them. Jiuhong gazed at him with softened eyes, akin to a caring older sibling, filled with compassion yet tinged with sorrow. Qin Yifan, are you not tired? Not at all, not in the slightest. Qin Yifan waved his hand dismissively. Hongjia, today I shall lead you to wreak havoc in the wilderness. Jiao Bao instantly joined in the revelry, exclaiming, yes, wreak havoc, haha. Jiuhong and Tang Laosan exchanged glances, each detecting a glimmer of amusement in the other's eyes, coupled with a steadfast resolve. Seeing others exerting themselves so earnestly, they too felt compelled to rise to the occasion. Thus, in the subsequent journey, Tang Laosan fully embraced his innate talents, stepping up as a competent scout. Despite the presence of drones overhead, the mechanical marvels lacked the agility of a human. Jiuhong diligently wielded her mental prowess, ostensibly to probe for any mutated beasts possessing stealth capabilities, while in truth, she was honing her own mental strength. Observing the collective dedication, Jiao Bao began to tap into his own talents, conjuring forth massive weapons for Qin Yifan to refine. His efforts proved immensely valuable, not only elevating his own level but also accumulating significant wealth for the future. As for Qin Yifan, he undoubtedly represented the most valuable asset. With the group's ability to burrow underground, exterminating mutated beasts became a trivial endeavor, unless they happened upon another equipped with similar abilities. Otherwise, it was merely a matter of suffocation. The carcasses of these beasts would then serve as his experimental subjects. Consuming a morsel to ascertain the absence of new talents would result in the entire body yielding its lifeblood, transforming into a mere desiccated husk. With Jiao Bao's cooperation, one could assert that even amidst the wilderness, he had not squandered the opportunity to profit, albeit he was yet unable to convert blood crystals and steel essence into tangible wealth. Thus, they spent 5 days traversing the wild. On one particular day, they arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. Jiuhong glanced at her portable computer, her tone grave as she remarked, advancing any further will take us beyond the boundaries of Thunder City, plunging us into the wilderness, where we may encounter any number of unforeseen circumstances. Tang Laosan nodded gently. We are already isolated and unsupported. We need not concern ourselves with the loss of signal. Since we have made our decision, we shall see it through to the end. Qin Yifan also raised his hand to check his portable computer, noting the fluctuating signal. It appears that even the most advanced technology has its limitations. Fortunately, the drones operated on a local network, meaning there would be little impact. At most, they would be deprived of public information, which was of little consequence. He remains unaware that stepping into the wilderness presents a stark contrast to the previous terrains, signifying a perilous escalation. Nevertheless, he possesses a certain nonchalance. Having navigated this journey with a disregard for the so-called dangers that lie ahead, Jiao Bao, with an air of indifference, conjured a Qilong Yinwei Dao and tossed it to Qin Yifan, exclaiming, "What is there to fear? With Brother Fan here, we shall undoubtedly prevail." Jiao Hong exhaled deeply, expressing her confidence in Qin Yifan's capabilities, yet underscoring the necessity for caution. "Understood. Let us set forth." Soon, the four ventured into the heart of the forest. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, while wildflowers flourished in vibrant hues in the distance. Had it not been for the ominous roars of beasts echoing in their ears, this scene would have felt serene. Yet, it was fraught with hidden perils. After delving 2 kilometers into the wilderness, Jiao Hong and Qin Yifan halted simultaneously, exchanging a glance before proceeding as if nothing were amiss. Suddenly, Qin Yifan's portable computer vibrated. "Have you noticed?" "Yes, there's a creature capable of invisibility lurking nearby. I'll call Tang Laosen back. Please alert Xiao Bauer." "Understood." This marked Qin Yifan's inaugural encounter with an invisible mutated beast, stirring a mix of anxiety and exhilaration within him. He envisioned the potential rewards of vanquishing this creature, which could bestow him with newfound abilities, perhaps even the coveted skill of invisibility. The mere thought sent a thrill through him. If they could achieve group invisibility, they would reign supreme in this wilderness. Of course, this was contingent upon their ability to defeat the mutated beast. After all, even Jiao Hong had not provided any useful information, indicating they would need to discern the creature's abilities through trial and error. Tang Laosen soon returned, and the four feigned cautious advancement while discreetly strategizing with their portable computer. In no time, they devised a plan. Chapter 26. Preparing to open the blind box, Qin Yifan and his companions proceeded with utmost caution, seemingly unchanged from before, yet they were covertly encircling a target. According to the descriptions provided by Jiao Hong and Qin Yifan, the creature was a crawling, mutated beast exceeding 3 meters in length, now lying motionless, mouth agape, awaiting their approach. Their strategy was straightforward: to feign an approach to the creature's vicinity, allowing Qin Yifan to surprise it and draw it underground. The other 3 would stand guard above. Should the creature possess any earth-moving abilities, they would be poised to strike at a moment's notice. Before long, they found themselves within 5 meters of the mutated beast, close enough to detect its distinctive odor. It appeared that the creature could only render itself invisible visually, failing to mask its scent. Nevertheless, this ability was formidable. Had it not been for their quartet's mental probing techniques, they would not have discerned the creature's presence with mere ordinary long-range visual reconnaissance. Even if they had caught a whiff of its unusual scent, they might have dismissed it as a peculiar aroma of the wilderness, oblivious to the fact that a mutated beast awaited them just ahead. In the next moment, Qin Yifan exerted force beneath his feet, swiftly appearing beside the mutated beast. He grasped the creature's foreclaw and instantly activated the group Earth Escape technique. The successful execution of this technique hinged upon the condition that the individuals or beings being transported could not resist, otherwise, the skill would falter. However, the adversary was entirely unaware of Qin Yifan's capabilities and stood there, smugly awaiting their demise, completely unprepared for this turn of events. By the time it realized what was happening, it had already been pulled down 16 meters underground, and upon releasing his grip, any potential reaction was rendered futile. Yet, one must not underestimate any mutated beast. Even lacking earth affinity, it would not succumb easily to suffocation underground. Its frantic thrashing before death could still pose a significant threat. Thus, Qin Yifan promptly retreated to a safe distance, keenly observing the creature's condition. The beast, now fully revealed, resembled a colossal chameleon, likely a mutated version of its smaller counterpart. Although it had yet to comprehend the situation, it sensed the oppressive weight of the earth and struggled to escape its predicament. Despite its lack of earth affinity, it possessed considerable strength and formidable claws adept at digging, even while firmly ensnared in the ground. It was desperately attempting to excavate its way out. Regrettably, the absence of light and directional cues underground rendered its efforts instinctual and aimless. Since Qin Yifan had grasped its forelimb, the beast's orientation was directed deeper into the earth. Thus, the more it dug, the further it would descend. This tactic was devised by Qin Yifan based on previous experiences. As long as the mutated beast could not discern its direction, its digging prowess would be rendered ineffective. The underground environment lacked sufficient oxygen, and regardless of its level, suffocation was inevitable. Hence, the next step was to exercise patience. After 10 minutes, the beast had managed to advance a full meter, nearly regaining full mobility. Sensing this development, Qin Yifan cautiously approached, seizing the creature's tail and attempting to activate his skill to transport it elsewhere. However, this time he was unsuccessful, and it appeared that the beast had received some indication, prompting it to earnestly attempt to turn around. Frowning in contemplation, Qin Yifan decided to retreat from the underground. Upon reappearing before Jiao Hong and the others, he wasted no time in consuming a vial of concentrated saline solution to restore his energy before speaking. This creature is remarkably tenacious and possesses the ability to dig underground. Hongjia, accompany me down to deliver a mental shock and see if we can incapacitate it. Understood, Jiao Hong replied decisively, placing her hand on Qin Yifan's shoulder. This strategy was one they had employed several times before, and they executed it with practiced ease. Soon, they found themselves before the mutated beast, though it remained oblivious to their presence. Without hesitation, Jiao Hong unleashed the prepared mental shock upon the creature, and in the next instant, it rolled its eyes back and fell motionless. After a while, Jiao Hong conjured another mental shock and hurled it once more, merely as a precaution. It should be about time. You might want to try relocating it. Once the Group S burrowing technique was activated, a protective membrane enveloped them, allowing vision, breath, and speech. As long as Qin Yifan's energy remained intact, the skill would persist without interruption, rendering their experience akin to that of the outside world. Accompanied by Jiao Hong, Qin Yifan returned to the rear of the mutated beast. This time, seizing its tail met with no resistance, and he successfully relocated it without difficulty. The intent behind this action was to expedite its suffocation. After the relocation, Qin Yifan led Jiao Hong back to the surface, where energy consumption was necessary, and remaining underground was less preferable. After consuming several bottles of concentrated saline, he employed a detection technique and discerned that the creature had ceased breathing and pulsating. Tonight we shall savor a new variety, he remarked. Tang Lao-san, overhearing, smirked and replied, I'm quite looking forward to it. If only we could procure an invisibility technique and cloak ourselves collectively. They had grown accustomed to such occurrences, now harboring a sense of anticipation. After all, they were a united front. The stronger Qin Yifan became, the greater their sense of security. Zhou Bao, with envy evident on his face, remarked, If only I could awaken extraordinary abilities through consuming food. Just imagining it is exhilarating. Jiao Hong gently tapped his head, cautioning him not to indulge in fanciful thoughts, for such prowess belonged solely to Qin Yifan, unattainable by them. Zhou Bao stuck out his tongue, acknowledging, I know, just daydreaming. After exchanging a few light-hearted jokes, Qin Yifan delved underground to complete the task of collecting the remains, and their group continued onward. Fortunately, they encountered no further incidents along the way, although the density of mutated beasts was significantly greater than in the wild. Ultimately, they amassed a collection of over a dozen mutated beast carcasses. Before nightfall, they discovered a river and set up camp in a spacious clearing along its bank. Qin Yifan took charge of the cooking, while the other three handled the remaining tasks. Once the camp was established, Jiao Bao approached Qin Yifan and inquired, Brother Fan, what kind of talent does this creature possess? Qin Yifan shrugged, replying, This appears to be a mutated chameleon. I cannot ascertain its specific abilities. Let me check. Jiao Bao raised his hand to consult his portable computer, only to be met with dismay upon realizing it could not connect to the internet. I forgot we left the city limits. It seems we'll have to resort to blind boxing. At that moment, Tang Laosan joined in, grinning as he remarked, A chameleon can change color for two reasons. One is the presence of 3 layers of pigment cells in its skin, and the other is the existence of photonic crystals within its skin, both contributing to its transformative capabilities. Jiao Bao raised an eyebrow. Tang Laosan, I didn't realize you had quite the knowledge about the creatures before the Great Mutation. With a cheeky smile, Tang Laosan responded, That's thanks to him. Over the past few days, I've extensively researched these topics, and I have stored the information on my portable computer. If you wish to see it, I can share it with you. Jiao Bao promptly shook his head. No, I find the thrill of blind boxing much more captivating. Chapter 27. Encounter with the mutant moth. The process of unboxing was exhilarating, yet the outcome left much to be desired. The 4 individuals stood in silence, gazing at a shimmering orb above them. Indeed, this was the new skill that Qin Yifan had acquired, illumination, a manifestation of his awakened light affinity. Disappointed by the skill, he merely consumed a bowl of meat soup, allowing the remainder to grow cold in the wake of his prolonged silence. After a considerable pause, Jiao Hong finally spoke softly. Afin, you should dismiss the skill to avoid attracting mutant beasts. With nightfall, our light stands out conspicuously, and even with the beast repellent device. We cannot guarantee the curiosity of the mutants will be deterred. Obediently, Qin Yifan ceased the skill, and once again, he lapsed into silence amidst the darkness. After a while, Tang Laosen patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort, saying, "Well, illumination isn't entirely useless. At least we'll save on lighting energy at home." Qin Yifan's lips twitched. He thought to himself that perhaps it would be best if one refrained from speaking when comforting others. Was awakening a talent merely to provide light for everyone? Jiao Bao's words were more pragmatic. "Brother Fan, continue eating. Perhaps upon reaching level 10, you will acquire other skills. Yes, there is still hope." This sentiment rekindled a flicker of optimism within Qin Yifan, prompting him to indulge in the meat soup of the mutant chameleon. Minutes later, amidst the wilderness, a great orb of light ascended with a curse. What on earth is this? Indeed, the skill he acquired after surpassing level 10 was still a disappointment, an enhanced version of illumination, aptly named super illumination. He could not fathom how a light affinity, which sounded so grand, had resulted in a mere illumination skill for him, especially when the mutant chameleon possessed an invisibility ability. Why had it devolved into a mere lighting spell, albeit an enhanced one, with little utility? Jiao Hong and Tang Laosen were at a loss for words. While Jiao Bao timidly remarked, "Brother Fan, there is still a chance. Indeed, there must be another opportunity. After all, every 10 levels offers a new chance." However, reaching level 20 is no small feat. Over the past few days, Qin Yifan had indulged himself and only managed to elevate his level to 16. Of course, his progress was not linear. This multiplicity of talents had indeed slowed his advancement. Even in the presence of abundant sustenance in the wild, it was impractical to remain stationed for prolonged periods. Although the system would prevent him from starving, monotonously repeating one activity was rather tiresome. Furthermore, skill levels required enhancement. While passive abilities were inconsequential, elevating active skills was a far more challenging endeavor. Therefore, striving for comprehensive development naturally led to a slower progression. Just as Tang Laosen was about to voice something further, his expression shifted sharply. "This is bad. A horde of mutant beasts is approaching us." As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the drone activated its thermal sensing mode, providing only a vague outline of the impending threat. The others, having observed this through their tactical goggles, wasted no time deliberating. Without gathering their belongings, they swiftly departed in the opposite direction of the mutant beasts. However, just after they had ventured a short distance, a multitude of mutated beasts appeared in the thermal imagery ahead. What on earth is happening? Are we surrounded? Soon, they realized they were indeed encircled, with only a few hundred meters separating them from the oncoming mutated creatures. Jiao Hong remained the calmest among them and stated decisively, "Afin, lead us underground to observe the situation." Understood. Qin Yifan promptly activated the group burrowing technique, allowing them to descend half a meter underground. This would conserve energy while enabling them to closely monitor the surface situation. Before long, their vision was filled with gigantic mutated moths, numbering in the thousands. The other three exchanged peculiar glances with Qin Yifan, who scratched his head in resignation. "I didn't anticipate this outcome. This illumination spell has not only proved ineffective, but has also caused us trouble. It truly is worthless." However, Tang Laosen shook his head and remarked, "The illumination spell is far from worthless, you know? Typically, finding a single mutated moth is a challenge. Yet now we have thousands before us." Jiao Hong was even more direct, noting that the wings of the mutated moths are the primary ingredient for hallucinogenic agents, and their flesh is exceptionally delectable. Moreover, they are among the rare foods that can enhance mental fortitude. Regardless of whether one possesses a mental power affinity, one can still benefit from increased mental strength, albeit without awakening the same profound abilities as others. Upon hearing this, Zhu Bao exclaimed excitedly, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go after them." He made to dash out but was swiftly restrained by the quick-witted Tang Laosen. "Are you out of your mind? Do you realize why mutated moths, despite their low levels, are so difficult to kill? One reason is their gregarious nature, and the other is their ability to spray venom. With your small stature, you'd be incapacitated after just a few sprays." "Wow, that's quite formidable. What should we do?" Zhu Bao gasped in surprise, instinctively shrinking back, fearing the venomous spray. Tang Laosen suddenly had an idea and analyzed. Moths are drawn to light due to their heightened sensitivity to it. It seems this trait has persisted even after mutation. "How about this, Afin? Cast another illumination spell to see how they react?" Qin Yifan glanced at Jiao Hong, who nodded in agreement, realizing there were no other options but to proceed with this trial. He subsequently cast a super illumination spell, conjuring a large sphere of light that illuminated the area for hundreds of meters. In the next moment, all the mutated moths went into a frenzy, swirling towards the luminous sphere, quickly enveloping it in layers. However, this was not the end. While the number of moths that could enter the inner circle was limited, those outside also sought to gain entry. Thus, a conflict arose. Initially, there was little commotion. The moths near the inner circle merely attempted to squeeze in with a bit more effort. But as more attempted to crowd in, the scenario escalated into a struggle where they began to pull others out to make room for themselves. Reluctantly drawn out, they began to retaliate. Unaware of the heavy hand that had struck them, casualties soon began to mount, and with the first fallen, there came a second, until the ground was strewn with the remains of mutated moths. The four below exchanged glances, pondering whether this was indeed a viable strategy. Jiao urged, "What are we waiting for? Quickly, gather the bodies." In a forgotten corner, a hand stealthily emerged from the earth, and one by one, the corpses of the mutated moths vanished from sight. After a brief span of minutes, Qin Yifan, having collected over 1,000 mutated moth carcasses, began to lead the others away from the swarm. Despite the presence of additional corpses on the ground, he pressed on without hesitation. There was no choice. His energy was nearly depleted, and even consuming concentrated salt water could not sustain the energy loss. After sprinting a kilometer, the four suddenly surfaced from the ground just as Qin Yifan's energy level hit zero. He promptly retrieved the concentrated salt water and began to consume it. As his energy abruptly ceased, the brilliant orb created by the super illumination technique vanished, causing the swarm of mutated moths to descend into chaos. Chapter 28. A bounty of spoils with the disappearance of the super illumination technique. Qin Yifan and his companions became the focal point for the mutated moths that were not far off. Fortunately, Qin Yifan's energy replenished rapidly. Before the moths could charge in their direction, he conjured another large orb of light above. In an instant, the moths disregarded them and once again lunged toward the glowing sphere. Though the distance was considerable, they could still observe the spectacle, each one expressing their astonishment. Tang Laosan remarked, "This reminds me of a term, light death." Zhou Bao added, "It seems like once they see the light, they disregard everything else." Qin Yifan, "Do you think if we set a fire down there, we could incinerate them all?" Jiao Hong, ever practical, suggested, "Since they're ignoring us, let us hurry over and collect the bodies." Qin Yifan glanced at his spatial compartment and grinned, "Sister Hong, let us first deal with the bodies we've collected. We're running out of space." Previously, they had vanquished a mutated rabbit with spatial abilities, which elevated his spatial talent to level 10 and enhanced his skill portable space by 1 level, transforming it into a true portable space. However, this enhancement did not increase the dimensions of the space itself, but rather its capacity to hold objects, allowing for living beings to be stored within. Time would stand still for any life placed inside, yet they would not perish upon release, and consent from the entity was required for retrieval. Though the increase did not expand the spatial dimensions, his current portable space measured 10 by 10 by 10 cubic meters, which was indeed substantial. Yet the sheer number of mutated moths posed a challenge. Upon hearing this, Tang Laosan teased, "Oh, I thought you were omnipotent. It seems even you have your limits." Jiao Bao chimed in, "Exactly. You can't manage this alone. Hurry up and level up." Noticing Qin Yifan's expression darkening, Jiao Hong playfully scolded, "If you're so capable, awaken your spatial talent too. Affin, ignore them and take out the bodies. Let us handle them right here." All right. Thus, under the watchful gaze of a swarm of mutated moths, for individuals jovially set about disposing of the moths' carcasses, Qin Yifan, in a moment of inspiration, ignited a bonfire while handling the remains, curious to see if the flames could entice the mutated moths to their demise. Regrettably, the experiment yielded peculiar results. The moths did not even cast a glance in their direction, indicating that the light held no allure for them. Ultimately, Jiao Hong and Tang Laosan concluded that while Qin Yifan's super illumination technique might be of little use elsewhere, it possessed a lethal allure for the mutated moths. As the saying goes, there are no useless skills, merely a lack of the right application. Nevertheless, the bonfire was not in vain, as Qin Yifan proceeded to grill the mutated moths. In truth, disposing of the moths was quite straightforward. One simply needed to detach the heads, discarding them due to the presence of toxic sacs, while keeping the wings, which served as materials for hallucinogens, leaving the rest as edible portions. After savoring a bite of the mutated moth's flesh, a notification chimed from the system. Ding! The host has ingested a psychic mutated moth, psychic talent 10. Indeed. As Jiao Hong had stated, consuming mutated moths could enhance psychic abilities. Moreover, with the system in play, his efficiency would undoubtedly surpass that of others. A single hearty bite yielded a 10-point increase, and he found himself surrounded by thousands of moths. However, he knew he could not consume them all in one sitting, lest he be faced with an endless feast. Additionally, a portion needed to be set aside for monetary gain. Their methods of earning had diversified, and upon reaching Ice City, they should no longer find themselves in previous predicaments. Thus, while the other three handled the remains of the mutated moths, he indulged in grilled moths. This continued for an hour, ultimately elevating his psychic talent to level 10. As expected, he did not acquire a new skill. Instead, his detection technique was upgraded to True Detection. True Detection, a passive skill, boasted a range of 200 meters. Simultaneously, due to the consumption of flesh, his enhancement talent also ascended by one level, reaching the pinnacle of 17. Glancing at his attribute panel, it read, Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, 17. Energy value, 2,300. Talents, Flexibility talent level 13, 569 10,000. Water talent level 16, 12346 19000. Metal talent level 14, 6,533 13,000. Space talent level 10, 538 5000. Enhancement talent level 17, 123,000. Wood talent level 6, 211 1200. Psychic talent level 10, 100 5000. Fire talent level 14, 640 13,000. Wind talent level 15, 1980 16,000. Earth talent level 16, 519,000. Light talent level 10, 15,000. Skills, True Soft Bone Technique level 10 proficiency, 354 5000. True Liquid Purification Technique level 11 proficiency, 1545 6000. True Portable Space, passive space dimensions 10 cubic meters, capable of storing living beings. True Body Enhancement, passive, enhancement effect, 34 times. True Metal Purification level 12 proficiency, 3654 8000. True Temperature Control level 7 proficiency, 589 1500. Healing Technique level 6 proficiency, 1200. True Exploration Technique, passive, exploration range, 200 meters radius. True Wind Walking, passive, self-speed increase, 300. Group Earth Escape Technique level 16 proficiency, 14583 19000. Super Lighting Technique level 1 proficiency, 5100. These figures evoked a mixture of admiration and frustration in Qin Yifan. Everyone desires a wealth of talent, as it leads to an abundance of skills. However, an excess also breeds anxiety, leaving him feeling somewhat unable to sustain himself. Presently, being in the wild was manageable, as he could freely consume the corpses of high-level mutated beasts, but once he entered the city, such opportunities would be far less convenient. He now hoped to encounter a few more mutated beasts with spatial talents, which would elevate the capacity of his personal space, allowing him to store more beast corpses. At this moment, Jiao Hong and her companions had gathered and processed all the corpses that had fallen nearby, while the remaining mutated moths ceased their conflict. Just in time to envelop the large luminous sphere, Jiao Hong halted Qin Yifan from continuing his grilling, softly advising him to retract the lighting technique and position it lower, so they could swiftly eliminate the remaining mutated moths and relocate. Not a problem, Qin Yifan replied, promptly retracting the super lighting technique. The mutated moths, now in disarray, revealed another large luminous sphere hovering a meter above the ground. Soon, the sphere was entirely enveloped, and the four of them cautiously approached. Realizing that the mutated moths paid them no heed. Even as they engaged in a slaughter, the moths remained unresponsive, allowing themselves to be dispatched without resistance. Jiao Hong and Tang Laosan concluded that the super lighting technique effectively incapacitated the mutated moths, rendering them utterly lifeless. After dispatching the final mutated moth, Qin Yifan quickly retracted the super lighting technique, and the four of them hastened their departure. Their confidence in lingering for over an hour was bolstered by the nature of the mutated moths, as ordinary mutated beasts generally dared not provoke them. However, with all the moths now vanquished, they could only speculate what unforeseen events might transpire. It was prudent to vacate this treacherous area. Fortunately, the moths were swift in their retreat, and before long, a massive mutated black bear was drawn to the scene. Judging by its size and presence, it was undoubtedly a level 50 mutated beast. Given the current capabilities of Qin Yifan and his companions, confronting such a formidable opponent was nothing short of a fanciful notion. Their only recourse would be to employ the group Earth escape technique to flee. Thankfully, they were not venturing deeper into the wilderness, allowing them to tread separate paths from the mutated black bear, effectively avoiding a perilous encounter. Chapter 29. An unconventional application of personal space after 2 hours. They finally came to a halt. They had distanced themselves from that region, and they should now be relatively safe. Additionally, after running through the dark wilderness for 2 hours, they were utterly fatigued, both physically and mentally. Relatively speaking, among the 4 of them, Jiao Bao possesses the weakest stamina at present. He slumped directly onto the ground and cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yifan, uttering 2 words, freak. Tang Laosan also exhibited signs of exhaustion, waving his hand and saying, "You can't compare yourself to livestock. It's simply unattainable." Jiao Hong rolled her eyes and declared, "Enough chatter. Let us make the most of our rest. A fan. You shall take the night watch tonight." Typically, it was the 3 of them who stood guard, but they were utterly drained today, and thus, Qin Yifan was spared from practicing his skills. However, keeping watch did not prevent him from honing his abilities. It merely required him to multitask. His mental acuity was quite commendable, allowing him to manage several tasks simultaneously. To be precise, he was not merely multitasking, but rather engaging in a multitude of activities at once. He had to observe the reconnaissance data from the tactical goggles drone while remaining vigilant within the scope of his own detection techniques. Simultaneously, he embedded himself in the earth, with only his upper body exposed, continually shifting forms, and occasionally replenishing his energy with concentrated saline solution. There was no alternative with so many skills to master. He had to seize every moment for practice. At 4 o'clock the following dawn, Jiao Hong was roused by the alarm. Emerging from her sleeping bag, she discovered Qin Yifan diligently practicing his skills while on watch, which filled her with genuine admiration, even a tinge of concern. "A fan, you should rest. We'll remain stationary today and continue our journey tomorrow." Qin Yifan was momentarily taken aback, then noticed the look in Jiao Hong's eyes. He smiled and shook his head, replying, "Sister Hong, I'm not tired. There's no need to delay our progress on my account." Jiao Hong smiled brightly. "It won't hinder our journey. After traveling for so long, everyone is quite fatigued. A sufficient rest will help us avoid unforeseen mishaps. All right then, I shall indulge in a good sleep." "Yes, do go." He truly slept soundly, not awakening until noon. Upon rising, he greeted Jiao Hong and Jiao Bao, found a secluded spot to attend to his physiological needs, and returned to camp to see Tang Laosan returning with 2 large rabbits slung over his shoulders. "Hey, a fan, do you think these 2 might be spatial-type rabbits?" The reason he carried them was that the mutated wild rabbits were quite substantial, exceeding a meter in length, with exceptionally sharp claws and formidable front teeth. However, they were ultimately still rabbits, and their mutations primarily enhanced their speed and attack power, resulting in relatively low defense. Thus, when faced with wind-type Tang Laosan, these mutated wild rabbits were simply unfortunate. They couldn't escape, and even if they weren't killed, they would surely perish from frustration. Qin Yifan sneered. "Spatial-type rabbits are not so easily dispatched. You've killed 2, thus, they certainly aren't. The last time they hunted spatial-type mutated rabbits, the creature employed a teleportation skill, and despite their combined efforts, they nearly let it escape. Now, Tang Laosan managed to kill 2 alone, which was why Qin Yifan was skeptical. With a mischievous grin, Tang Laosan teased, "What if there's a possibility that these mutated wild rabbits are as unfortunate as you?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Seeing Qin Yifan's bewildered expression fueled Tang Laosan's amusement. "I mean, although they awakened spatial abilities, the skills they acquired might be rather mediocre." Qin Yifan was momentarily speechless, realizing that he was indeed referring to this. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that true? If you don't believe me, just taste it," came the reply. As he spoke, he began to deal with the 2 mutated wild rabbits. At that moment, the keen-eyed Jiao Bao suddenly pointed at Tang Laosan's forehead and asked, "Did you injure your head? Was it from killing these 2 creatures?" It was only then that Qin Yifan noticed the swelling on Tang Laosan's forehead, which he had overlooked due to the angle. Tang Laosan coughed awkwardly twice, saying, "Oh, I wasn't paying attention." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yifan had already walked over and healed him with a spell, restoring his injury instantly. "By the way, Brother Tang, it's just 2 mutated wild rabbits. They shouldn't have been able to hurt you, right? Even if they are mutated, they are still at the lower end of the food chain, typically around level 20, and it's rare for them to possess king-level abilities. Logically, they shouldn't have been able to injure you. At first, Tang Laosan was reluctant to explain, but under the persistent questioning of the two, he eventually relented. It turned out that these two mutated wild rabbits indeed possessed spatial abilities. However, the skills they acquired seemed useful to Qin Yifan but were rather trivial for the rabbits, being akin to a personal space skill. The reason they managed to injure Tang Laosan was that they had dropped several large stones from their spatial realm, catching him off guard and causing minor injuries. Hearing how he had been injured in such a manner made Jiao Bao laugh uncontrollably, while Qin Yifan remained serious, his eyes gleaming with intensity. His personal space had limitations when collecting items. He had to physically touch the objects. However, retrieving them was remarkably easy, allowing him to place them wherever he wished. Thus, he picked up 2 small stones from the ground and stored them in his space. Then, with a thought, made the stones appear above Jiao Bao's head. Hey, what is that? The small stones, falling onto his head, caused minimal harm but certainly startled him. Quickly, Jiao Bao identified the culprit and said in annoyance, "Brother Fan, what are you doing? Is this childish?" Qin Yifan chuckled mischievously. "Little Bao, do you think I'm just playing with you? Watch closely." He repeated the earlier action, and this time Jiao Bao was prepared, managing to avoid being hit by the stones. However, he was still startled. "Wow, Brother Fan, it can be done this way too." Qin Yifan shrugged. "Wasn't that what Brother Tang just mentioned? I never realized it before." "It turns out this is also a form of attack," Tang Laosan remarked with feigned irritation. "So I've become your example for learning skills?" Although his tone was grumpy, the smile on his face was hard to conceal. He knew Qin Yifan was capable of grasping this point. Qin Yifan cast a grateful glance at him. Given their current relationship, there was no need for verbal expressions of thanks. No one contested Qin Yifan's claim to the 2 mutated wild rabbits, and after he consumed them, his spatial talent rose to level 13, expanding his personal space to a volume of 13 by 13 by 13 cubic meters. This expansion more than doubled the size of his space, alleviating any concerns about capacity. As for the other 3 individuals, Qin Yifan ensured they would not suffer, preparing a sumptuous feast of roasted meat using the exquisite flesh of mutated beasts previously stored in his space. The day of respite unfolded delightfully, albeit not devoid of skirmishes. They had ventured deeper into the wilds, where the level of mutated beasts had escalated, rendering their beast-driving devices less effective. Fortunately, the peril remained manageable, allowing the 4 of them to navigate the challenges with ease, merely enhancing their dinner with a few additional dishes. Soon, their journey recommenced, winding along the fringes of the wilderness as they advanced towards Ice City. After 5 days, they successfully traversed an entire mountain range, arriving at a gently undulating plain. Here, the presence of bovine and ovine mutated beasts became markedly pronounced, alongside several encounters with formidable mutated creatures. On this day, while they cautiously progressed, Tang Laosan unexpectedly returned with news of moderate significance. Ahead, human presence had been detected. Chapter 30. Encountering the beast sect. Again, encountering humans in the wild is not an uncommon occurrence, nor is it a rarity for individuals to venture deep into the wilderness. Meeting people in such desolate areas often signifies considerable strength. It is advisable not to provoke them. This understanding of human encounters in the wild is widely accepted. However, the gravity etched upon Tang Laosan's face while delivering this news prompted deeper contemplation. Of course, Qin Yifan, being a novice in the wilderness, did not grasp the implications, and Jiao Bao merely considered the superficial aspects, while only Jiao Hong discerned the underlying tension in his demeanor. "Tang Laosan, who did you encounter?" she inquired. Tang Laosan's voice was notably subdued, revealing that there were only 2 individuals, one of whom belonged to the Beast Sect. The moment the name Beast Sect was uttered, the other 3 widened their eyes in astonishment. Qin Yifan exclaimed, "Did the Beast Sect discover us?" Jiao Bao questioned, "Is that true? Should we hasten our escape?" Yet, Jiao Hong entertained a different perspective, pondering the identity of the other individual. Tang Laosan did not respond to their trivial inquiries, instead shaking his head uncertainly. Judging by their attire, the person did not appear to belong to the Beast Sect, but standing alongside a member from that faction raised questions about their true identity. Jiao Hong pressed further, "Did they notice you?" "Probably not," came Tang Laosan's uncertain reply. His tone revealed his doubt. Possessing wind-based abilities, he was indeed well suited for reconnaissance. His talent for concealment exceptional. However, with one being a member of the Beast Sect and the other capable of traversing the wilderness alone, he found it challenging to ascertain whether they had been detected. Jiao Hong examined the tactical goggles display, seeing no immediate threats, and then asked in a low voice, "What direction are they headed? We must expedite our departure. They are to the north. We can circumvent them from the east or west." "Very well, let us proceed westward." Currently, they found themselves on an expansive plain. Although the wild grasses reached heights of half a person, visibility was vast, allowing them to clearly observe situations several kilometers away. Therefore, to avoid an encounter with the adversaries, they needed to traverse several dozen kilometers, significantly reducing the likelihood of confrontation. They then proceeded cautiously westward, even spotting mutated beasts on the drone footage, which seemed to steer clear of their path, wary of potential taming by the beast sect. However, they soon discovered the most undesirable situation had transpired. A member of the beast sect appeared on the drone's monitor. This indicated that he was merely a few kilometers away. And perplexingly, he was unaccompanied by any mutated beasts. Jiaohong furrowed her brow in contemplation for a few seconds before inquiring aloud. They faced two possible choices. The adversary might have detected the drone, compelling them to abandon it and escape underground with Qin Yifan leading the way. The alternative was to confront him, as he was devoid of mutated beasts, and their 4-against-1 would still afford them an advantage. Tang Laosan, however, was quick to express his dissent. If he exceeds level 50, even 40 of us would be futile. We should flee. Which direction should we run? Jiaohong's inquiry remained unanswered. At that moment, no one could ascertain whether the opponent had noticed them, and if so, how. Tang Laosan bit his lip, gazing at the approaching figure on the screen before decisively stating, "Leave it to a fan. We will follow his lead." Very well, they concurred. Although this was a decision left to fate, no better options were available, and they all turned their attention to Qin Yifan. He blinked in surprise. "You truly wish for me to decide?" The other three nodded vigorously. With a grin, Qin Yifan replied, "All right, leave it to me." Afterward, the four expertly linked shoulders and descended half a meter underground, with Qin Yifan leading them in a specific direction. As they ran, Tang Laosan sensed something amiss. "A fan, what is going on? Why are we heading towards that person? What if we get discovered?" Qin Yifan grinned. "The most perilous places often prove to be the safest." Jiaohong nodded in agreement. In the dark beneath the light, it might indeed work. Besides, even if we are detected, being underground gives us a considerable advantage. Tang Laosan hesitated, his thoughts unvoiced, as he watched the distance to that figure diminish. When they were merely 50 meters away, their hearts raced, including Qin Yifan's. He was engaging in a high-stakes gamble. The distance between them swiftly evaporated, and the man stepped over them. The other three exhaled in relief, but Qin Yifan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he pivoted and pursued the individual. "Hey, a fan. What are you doing?" Tang Laosan nearly raised his voice, yet his simmering anger was undeniable. Jiaohong harbored similar doubts, though she refrained from vocalizing them. In a hushed tone, Qin Yifan remarked, "Don't you wish to know what this beast sect individual intends to do?" Tang Laosan, exasperated, retorted, "What concern is it of ours? If you wish to court danger, don't drag us into it." This time, Qin Yifan remained silent, driven by a gut feeling that they must eliminate him at the first opportunity. Otherwise, they would face significant troubles ahead. Despite his silence, the others felt powerless to oppose him and followed him into the unknown. Before long, the man halted, returning to the spot where they had previously lingered. He sniffed the air, perplexed, murmuring, "Why has the scent vanished here?" At this moment, the four individuals finally comprehended how he had discovered their presence. It seemed this fellow possessed an innate sense of smell. Fortunately, the earth could conceal their scent. Otherwise, evading him would have proven exceedingly difficult. The man paused for a moment, and suddenly, a figure swiftly approached him, inquiring in a hushed tone, "Elder Son, have you located them?" Elder Son, associated with the Beastmaster sect, shook his head, stating, "Their sin has vanished from here. Is there anything on your end that could reach this point?" "What?" The other man was taken aback. "This is dire. The city lord must have uncovered something and secretly dispatched someone to follow me. His subordinates possess a cadre of experts capable of completely masking their presence. Elder Son, we must find those individuals. We cannot allow them to relay information back. Otherwise, our operation will be compromised." Elder Son chuckled coldly. "And what if it is exposed? Even without your cooperation, my Beastmaster sect can still breach Ice City. For we are thoroughly prepared." The four underground exchanged glances, astonished at the revelation that the Beastmaster sect intended to assault Ice City. Should they still proceed to that perilous place? Yet the other man grew anxious. "Elder Son, you are unaware of the current city's defense system. Without my coordination, even if your Beastmaster sect unleashes a beast tide, Breaching Ice City would be exceedingly difficult. Even if you succeeded, the losses would be monumental. Why did you not mention this earlier? The man aimed to assert his significance, yet Elder Sun seized upon another critical point, leaving the man somewhat speechless. Elder Sun, I refrained from mentioning it earlier because I believed our collaboration was stable. Who could have anticipated you would consider abandoning me? Elder Sun coldly regarded him, then raised his gaze towards the drone hovering above. They have discarded their reconnaissance tools. They should not have ventured far. I shall summon my subordinates to eliminate everyone on this plane. That should suffice. In Chapter 31, Ambush and Escape. While Elder Sun prepared to confront Qin Yifan and his companions, the four below quietly deliberated. Qin Yifan pointed to his nose, then gestured towards Elder Sun above, ultimately mimicking a throat-cutting motion. The implication was clear, that man had a keen sense of smell, and they could not remain underground indefinitely. Once they emerged, he would surely detect them. They needed to eliminate him. Jiao Hong and Jiao Bao had no objections, while Tang Laosen hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. There was no alternative. He could not completely mask his own presence. Given Elder Sun's remarks, it was evident the Beastmaster sect operatives were nearby, should they be discovered. The outcome would be predictable. Seeing that all three concurred, Qin Yifan outlined a strategy. He instructed Jiao Hong to prepare a significant mental shock, intending to catch Elder Sun off guard. If he could incapacitate Elder Sun for even a second, he and Jiao Bao would have the opportunity to drag him underground. In truth, if the mental shock proved successful, he could also confine Elder Sun within his spatial realm. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed in his mind. He had no desire to carry a living person around with him. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Furthermore, it is essential to deal with this individual sooner rather than later. Rather than encountering complications later on, it would be far more convenient to eliminate him in the wilderness. The group quickly reached a consensus, for it was evident that Elder Sun was about to summon his subordinates, should he signal. The situation would escalate beyond merely killing one person. Thus, after Qin Yifan gestured, Jiao Hong lunged upward, her upper body emerging from the ground, and unleashed a long-prepared mental assault upon Elder Sunday. This unforeseen turn of events was truly unexpected. Who could have anticipated someone rising from beneath the earth? Not only was Elder Sun caught off guard, but even the man nearby remained oblivious to Jiao Hong's presence. He merely noticed Elder Sun's unusual demeanor and was about to approach him for clarification when, in the blink of an eye, Elder Sun vanished from his sight. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and instinctively scanned his surroundings, only to confirm that Elder Sun had indeed disappeared. A wave of panic washed over him, accompanied by a profound sense of fear. He was unaware that Elder Sun had been dragged underground. He merely assumed that Elder Sun had been dismissing him and had now completely abandoned him. He feared that without Elder Sun's intervention regarding the previous individuals, the city lord would discover his actions, resulting in dire consequences for him. The more he pondered, the more terrified he became, ultimately deciding to flee in haste. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not remain passive. He had to return and devise a plan. Meanwhile, he believed that Elder Sun, whom he thought had forsaken him, was currently struggling for survival 16 meters below the surface. Elder Sun was no ordinary figure. He had attained level 50 and possessed formidable strength. In a direct confrontation, Qin Yifan and his three companions would be mere trifles, as Elder Sun could easily dispatch them without even resorting to his innate skills. Unfortunately for him, this was Qin Yifan's territory, and despite Elder Sun's might, being ensnared by the earth rendered him unable to break free. Coupled with Jiao Hong's mental assault, which could be unleashed at will, Qin Yifan and his companions would soon inundate him with various attacks. No matter how powerful or well-defended he was, he could not withstand such an onslaught and swiftly succumbed beneath Qin Yifan's blade. Qin Yifan promptly collected the remains and performed a purification ritual on the surrounding soil, hastening his departure with his companions. Utilizing the wind walk technique to its fullest extent, they fled several dozen kilometers until their energy reserves were nearly depleted, at which point Qin Yifan led his group back to the surface. Upon emerging, the other three immediately encircled him, cautiously surveying their surroundings. The drone had been left behind, and they could now only rely on their eyesight. They had moved far from the plains and found themselves in a modest valley flanked by gently sloping hills. Within their line of sight, no immediate danger was evident. Otherwise, Qin Yifan would not have chosen this location to surface. After consuming a few bottles of concentrated saline solution to regain some energy, Qin Yifan began retrieving the drone. Jiao Bao coordinated seamlessly with him as he extracted one. She connected it and released it into the air. Soon, Tactical glasses displayed a 5-kilometer radius view. Thus far, the surroundings appeared relatively safe, with signs of mutated beasts. Yet none had been spotted in the vicinity. Tang Laosan let out a sigh of relief, his heart still racing as he remarked, "That was exceedingly perilous. If we had been ensnared by the people of the 10,000 Beast sect, I doubt we would have escaped the wilderness." Jiao Hong, seizing the opportunity to rest, couldn't resist teasing him. "You were the one who suggested leaving it to Afin, yet you were the most skeptical. But in the end, wasn't it Afin who proved to be right?" Tang Laosan rubbed his head. "How was I to know that fellow possessed a heightened sense of smell? By the way, Afin, how did you come to that conclusion?" Qin Yifan smiled shyly. "I didn't really discover it. It was just an instinct. I felt that if we didn't eliminate that guy, we would surely encounter grave trouble." Jiao Bao gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Fan, impressive." Jiao Hong added, "Thanks to your intuition, or else today would have been disastrous for us." Tang Laosan, feeling somewhat sheepish, said, "I'll go check the surroundings. You all rest for now." 20 minutes later, Tang Laosan returned, cradling a large object, his face beaming with joy. "Look what I found." The trio quickly recognized it as a mutated potato. Yet they remained astonished. Goodness, how can this mutated potato be so enormous? Is it possible that it thrives wildly in the wild? The fact that such a large mutated potato hadn't been devoured by mutated beasts was nothing short of a miracle. Tang Laosan pointed in a direction and stated, "Who says there are no mutated beasts eating this? I followed their tracks and found a vast field of mutated potatoes over there." Jiao Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. Could it be that mutated beasts have learned to cultivate?" Jiao Hong rolled her eyes. "What are you thinking? It's far more likely that there are simply too many wild potatoes for them to consume." At that moment, Qin Yifan transformed his astonishment into exhilaration, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Mutated potatoes. The Wood Affinity talent is finally here. Big Brother Tang, hurry and take me to see how many mutated potatoes there are." Upon hearing his enthusiastic shout, the other three paused before their expressions turned peculiar. Tang Laosan smacked his lips after being out for over half a month. "I've grown weary of eating meat every day. A change in flavor would be delightful." Jiao Hong nodded in agreement, while Jiao Bao was the most straightforward. "Dude, Brother Fan, you want to awaken your talent just by eating potatoes, will you?" Qin Yifan said nothing, merely grinning foolishly. Tang Laosan waved his hand. "Let us hurry over. We must avoid the feeding time of the mutated beasts, or it could become troublesome." "All right." The four ceased their banter and swiftly arrived at their destination. Upon looking up, they beheld a sprawling expanse filled with mutated potatoes. Tang Laosan chuckled. "So, Afin, is this enough for you?" Qin Yifan's lips twitched. He estimated that this field of mutated potatoes covered at least several hundred acres. While he certainly wouldn't starve, he would undoubtedly eat until he was ill. Jiao Hong, however, sensed something amiss. Why are there so many mutated potatoes? Could it be? Chapter 32. Setting up camp. Jiao Hong's words conjured the phrase invasive species in everyone's minds. In a general sense, invasive species refer to foreign organisms that disrupt the ecological balance of their local environment. They were unaware of the valley's appearance prior to this moment. However, upon closer inspection, the trees surrounding the mutated potatoes exhibited signs of withering, clearly unable to compete with the mutated potatoes. Tang Laosan scoffed, remarking that by extracting these mutated potatoes, they were inadvertently preserving the ecological balance of this valley. What a peculiar situation. Following the cataclysmic changes, not only had humans and animals undergone mutations, but plants had as well. Yet, the extent of plant mutations was relatively minor and generally posed no threat. Rather, the surplus yield allowed for the sustenance of more humans and animals. No one anticipated the emergence of species invasion in the wilderness. Qin Yifan paused momentarily before dismissing the notion of species invasion from his mind, leaving behind a casual remark before burrowing underground. The mutated potatoes grew in the soil, and excavating them one by one was laborious. Thus, descending underground to collect them was far more convenient. The other three merely watched as the land was gradually stripped bare, though only a small portion was cleared. As Qin Yifan's spatial storage reached its limit, despite the previous upgrade providing over 1,000 additional cubic units, the sheer quantity and size of the mutated potatoes were overwhelming. As Qin Yifan gazed forlornly at the remaining mutated potatoes, a sense of frustration washed over him, unable to take them. Tang Laosan patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Afin, do not be disheartened. It is an opportune moment for us to rest. Let's linger here for a couple of days and indulge." Jiao Hong nodded in agreement, stating that their encounter with that person from Ice City indicated they were not too far from it, thus allowing them to prepare adequately. Her notion of preparation was aimed at gathering supplies for their eventual entry into the city, ensuring they would not face the same scrutiny as before. Additionally, there was the need to level up. With greater personal strength, they would be less vulnerable to pursuit. Jiobao directly addressed Qin Yifan, urging, "Hurry and retrieve the camp equipment. It is finally time to put it to use." Qin Yifan hesitated, expressing concern to Hong Jue and Brother Tang that it might not be wise. He worried they had not ventured far enough to avoid detection by the beast sect. Jiao Hong pondered briefly before responding, "It is fine. Let us swiftly construct a camp, which should not draw too much suspicion. Camps do exist in the wilderness, albeit typically larger ones established by adventurers and mercenary groups, with few smaller camps scattered about." Tang Laosan resolved firmly, "Even if we are discovered, you can still lead us to escape underground." Jiao Bao chimed in excitedly, "Brother Fan, we have finally found a prime location. Stop hesitating and let us get moving." "All right, let us commence," Qin Yifan replied, feeling touched yet refraining from voicing his emotions, for actions spoke louder than words. He dedicated himself wholeheartedly, utilizing his skills to the fullest, collaborating with everyone to erect a camp that resembled something substantial. For large tents were arranged in a staggered formation at the center of the camp, while a 3-meter-high alloy wall stood robustly, flanked by 2 massive alloy gates that could withstand an assault from mutated beasts for a considerable duration. This time, instead of utilizing drones to scout the surroundings, an extensive network of cameras spanning several kilometers has been deployed. Naturally, these are not ordinary cameras. They are equipped with an array of high-tech detection methods, including thermal imaging, infrared, and ultraviolet capabilities. They can detect intruders with various stealth attributes. And should even a mosquito cross their path, an alarm would be triggered. In the clearing between the 4 tents, Qin Yifan was diligently preparing dinner for everyone. Unlike the previous simple meat broth, he was now concocting a stew made from mutated potatoes and meat, the latter being used sparingly as a mere seasoning. Each of the 3 companions received a pot, and the aroma wafting from them was quite delectable. As for the remaining energy stove, it contained a pot of stewing potatoes, which Qin Yifan had prepared solely for himself. Among all his talents, the wood-based ability proved to be the most challenging to upgrade, although psychic and spatial abilities were rare. He occasionally encountered mutated beasts possessing such talents. Fire, water, earth, and wind abilities were relatively common, and the majority of mutated beasts he carried in his spatial pocket belonged to these categories. While flexibility and metal abilities seemed unrelated to consumption, they could be slowly enhanced as he ate. The system offered no explanations, and he was too indifferent to speculate. As long as there was an increase, he was content. However, since entering the wilderness, his wood-based talent had remained stagnant, as he had yet to encounter mutated beasts with wood abilities or edible mutated plants. Now, it seemed he would finally have the opportunity to enhance his wood-based talent. As they were enjoying their dinner, the tactical goggles emitted an alarm, and various images appeared in their line of sight. It was a mutated monkey, moving with remarkable speed and having already traversed half the distance. But it had paused atop a large tree situated 1 kilometer away from the camp. This mutated monkey was quite large, standing at approximately 2 meters tall, with robust limbs and a long, powerful tail. At that moment, it hung upside down by its tail, clutching a thick branch, observing the camp. Although the 4 of them remained seated, their eating ceased as they focused intently on the imagery projected by the tactical goggles. Moments later, the mutated monkey suddenly turned and sprinted away. Tang Laosan remarked, "This mutated monkey doesn't appear to be of a high level, probably between 30 and 40. Jiao Hong added, "Its gaze is quite intelligent, and it hasn't initiated an attack on us. It seems akin to one that has been tamed." Jiao Bao exclaimed, "The Beast Masters Guild." Tang Laosan and Jiao Hong exchanged glances, both perceiving concern in each other's eyes. However, Qin Yifan seemed largely unconcerned upon seeing the mutated monkey depart. He resumed his hearty meal. Jiao Bao blinked and asked, "Brother Fan, aren't you worried?" Qin Yifan, amidst his busy preparation, mumbled back, "Worried about what? I sense that monkey harbors no ill intentions towards us." Tang Laosan's lips twitched in disbelief. "You can feel that?" "Intuition, for heaven's sake." The conversation ended there, and they resumed their quiet meal. Regardless of what might transpire next, replenishing their energy was paramount for better preparation. As Qin Yifan finished consuming 20 pots of stewed potatoes and prepared to examine his attribute panel, the tactical glasses began to emit an alarm once more. The mutated monkey reappeared, accompanied by a man whose attire unmistakably marked him as a member of the beast cult. The other 3 companions braced themselves for confrontation. Yet Qin Yifan remained unfazed, rising to step out of the camp and standing before the alloy gate, locking eyes with the member of the beast cult from a distance. After a prolonged silence, the man finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "I mean no harm. I merely wish to inquire about an individual." Qin Yifan nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Very well, but I cannot guarantee I have seen him." Chapter 33. A relaxed response. Qin Yifan maintained a calm demeanor, regardless of the beast cult's reputation. As long as they did not provoke him, he posed no threat. However, any sign of hostility would be met with lethal force. The other party clearly bore no ill intentions, and Qin Yifan was open to a brief exchange. The man produced a piece of animal hide from his pocket, displaying a drawing of a person's likeness, and raised it high, gesturing towards the visible camera. "Have you seen this individual?" Though the portrait was hand-drawn, it was remarkably vivid, and the four recognized it instantly as the companion of the elder son, whom they had slain. The atmosphere grew tense among the trio, while Qin Yifan furrowed his brow. Pondering for a moment before responding, "I feel as though I have encountered this person, but it likely was not in the wilderness." This statement nearly caused the hearts of the other three to leap into their throats. Tang Laosan even contemplated rushing over to silence him, only to be restrained by Jiao Hong. The man pressed further. "Are you certain you haven't seen him in the wild?" "No. Our journey from my city has led us to many people, yet we have not crossed paths with him," Qin Yifan replied. The man nodded and departed with the mutated monkey. Once they were out of sight, Tang Laosan exhaled in relief, gritting his teeth as he questioned, "Qin Yifan, how dare you speak so recklessly? What if you are discovered?" Qin Yifan shrugged. "Did you not say that the beast cult members are always in the wilderness, disconnected from the city?" "What we said is entirely plausible." Jiao Hong concurred, analyzing, "What Afan stated holds merit. If that man could articulate the concept of internal and external collaboration, his identity must be significant. As a resident of Ice City, it is not unreasonable for him to have encountered him." Tang Laosan paused, taking a moment to comprehend, then turned to Qin Yifan with astonishment. "Wow. When did you become so clever?" Qin Yifan tapped his head with a grin. "I have always been quite intelligent. Thank you very much. It was simply that I had not found the opportunity to showcase it." His assertion was indeed accurate. He was not lacking in wit, but previously had not been in a position to demonstrate it. After all, awakening his talents under duress and being thrust into their company had rendered him a novice, and no one had valued his opinions. However, from the moment he resolved to escape Star City, he began to reveal his intellect, albeit subtly, unnoticed by others. It was only today, when he conducted a remarkably rational analysis leading to the demise of Elder Sun and concocted an ostensibly flawed fabrication to deceive the beast cult member, that everyone recognized his remarkable cleverness. Jiao Hong remarked with a touch of self-deprecation, "It seems we were rather presumptuous in the past. A fan. You are now an invaluable member of this team. Please do not disdain us." Qin Yifan responded with a shy smile. "How could I? I am an orphan, without family. As long as you're willing, we shall be like family from now on." Jiao Hong smiled and nodded, while Tang Laosan had no objections. However, Jiao Bao, with a peculiar tone, interjected, "Brother Fan, it's fine that you and my sister are family, but Tang Laosan cannot be." "Why not?" Qin Yifan inquired, only to realize his peculiar expression as he glanced at Tang Laosan and Jiao Hong. Jiao Hong maintained her composure, but Tang Laosan appeared quite embarrassed, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Why can't I? We have supported each other throughout this journey. Surely that counts as family?" He attempted to blur the lines, but Jiao Bao was undeterred, exclaiming, "I said it's not, so it's not. Humph." After which, he turned his head away, clearly displaying a child's tantrum. Jiao Hong chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle his hair, and gently said, "All right, if there is nothing else, let us each focus on our training. Today, I will keep watch with Tang Laosan, while Xiao Bao and Afan should get a good rest." Jiao Hong's words held significant weight, as she had subtly assumed leadership from the outset of the team. Although Qin Yifan demonstrated considerable intelligence, he had no intention of usurping Jiao Hong's position. As for Tang Laosan, his intentions remained uncertain, but he certainly would not oppose Jiao Hong. The nighttime wilderness was perilous, with mutated beasts becoming more ferocious than during the day. Fortunately, their camp was situated in a prime location, minimizing the presence of numerous mutated creatures, should one or two beasts encroach upon their territory. As long as they were of a low level, both Jiao Hong and Tang Laosan could handle them independently. Thus, Qin Yifan and Jiao Bao slept soundly, only to awaken in the morning to discover the carcasses of mutated beasts within the camp, realizing that the previous night had not been as tranquil as it seemed. However, they were already accustomed to such occurrences, so there was little surprise. After attending to their morning routines, Qin Yifan busied himself with breakfast and thus began an exhilarating day. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Qin Yifan and his companions did not experience tranquility. They had to fend off various mutated creatures intruding upon their camp, as well as strategically hunt specific beasts. This latter endeavor was primarily for Qin Yifan's benefit, as everyone hoped to assist him in leveling up. Indeed, Qin Yifan exerted himself diligently, managing to elevate all his existing talents to surpass level 20 within this month. Achieving this was no small feat, primarily due to the multitude of talents he had awakened. Had he possessed only one talent, reaching level 40 would likely not have been a challenge. The greatest advantage of breaking through to level 20 across all talents was that he finally beheld the prospect of new skills. However, to assess these new skills, one must first consult the attributes panel. Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, 22. Energy value, 8,000. Talents, flexibility talent level 20, 569,50,000. Water system talent level 20, 48,960,50,000. Gold talent level 21, 6,533,60,000. Space talent level 20, 150,000. Enhancement talent level 22, 36,980,000. Wood talent level 20, 150,000. Mental talent level 20, 150,000. Fire talent level 20, 50,000. Wind talent level 20, 90,000. Earth talent level 20, 550,000. Light talent level 20, 10,000. Skills, Ultra Space passive, with a volume of 40 cubic meters, capable of collecting living beings. Ultra Temperature Control level 12 proficiency, 560-8000. Ultra Detection passive, with a detection range of 800 meters. Ultra Windwalk passive, enhances personal speed by 800. True Group Earth Escape level 19 proficiency, 26,894 32,000. Super Illumination level 10 proficiency, 560-5000. Universal Purification level 1 proficiency, 0-100. Bone Body Enhancement passive, with an enhancement effect of 2x. Holy Light Healing level 1 proficiency, 0-100. New skills have emerged, yet they are born from the amalgamation of older skills. Liquid Purification and Metal Purification have fused into Universal Purification, with levels reclassified, but the skill's efficacy has significantly increased, as the system indicates that everything can be purified. Soft Bone Technique and Body Enhancement have merged into Bone Body Enhancement, specifically enhancing the skeletal structure, while retaining the original enhancement effects that will still increase with the new skills level. Thus, it remains uncertain whether he possesses the strength of copper, but he is certainly progressing towards iron-like resilience. The final new skill, Holy Light Healing, is a fusion of light-based new skills and the wood-based true healing, resulting in a more potent healing effect. The remaining skills are upgrades that greatly enhance their potency. The effects of True Group Earth Escape have doubled both the number of individuals it can transport and the depth of descent. Currently, it can carry 38 individuals, with a descent distance of 38 meters, significantly enhancing the ability to eliminate mutated beasts more swiftly. Overall, while the number of skills has diminished, the developmental trajectory remains promising. Aside from the absence of combat skills, Qin Yifan is relatively satisfied. Chapter 34. Encountering the beast tide. On this particular morning, after breakfast, Jiuhong gathered everyone together. Afin has achieved a significant breakthrough, and now we must contemplate our next steps. During this period, everyone has been diligently striving for improvement, deliberately avoiding discussions on this topic. Now that Qin Yifan has surpassed level 20, he too has determined his destination. Initially, they had planned to head to Ice City, but since their encounter with Elder Son of the Beast sect, they no longer consider Ice City a viable option. Tang Laosen fiddled with his portable computer, murmuring, "If we're not going to Ice City, we could continue north to Frost City, or perhaps retrace our steps slightly to Rain City." Jiao Bao and Qin Yifan remained silent, as they were unfamiliar with the external circumstances and found it better to refrain from comment. Frost City, Rain City. Jiao Hong murmured these names, her mind swiftly analyzing the situation, and after a considerable time, she softly spoke. Frost City is already near the border, and even if the beast cult is absent, it frequently suffers attacks from beast tides. The situation there is likely to be unstable, though the Pharmaceutical Alliance has limited control. As for Rain City, Regardless of its circumstances, it is the hometown of the founder of the Pharmaceutical Alliance, which is reason enough for me to advise against going there. How could I have forgotten this? Tang Laosen slapped his forehead and then proposed another suggestion. Why don't we just stay in the wilderness and establish our own gathering place? Not a chance. Before Jiao Hong could respond, Jiao Bao interjected, clearly opposed. Staying in the wilderness? Just look at how everyone is now. Do I still look like a child? Do you want us all to become wild savages like those from the beast cult? Though we do manage to wash up occasionally, it cannot compare to the convenience of being in the city, and staying in the wild for too long leads one to neglect their appearance. Even a stunning beauty like Jiao Hong now resembles a savage, devoid of any semblance of grace. Jiao Hong cast a significant eye roll at Tang Laosen, perplexed by his thoughts. If we remain in the wilderness, what use will be those preparations we made earlier? Tang Laosen mumbled, I merely suggested creating a gathering place. I never said we shouldn't enter the city. We can still sell our goods. Upon hearing this, Qin Yifan suddenly interjected, a gathering place is one thing. But establishing a mercenary group is worth considering. Our strength is still too meager with just the 4 of us. This is a viable idea. I want to be the vice captain. Jiao Bao was the first to respond, and Tang Laosen was somewhat intrigued, while Jiao Hong fell into deep contemplation. Just then, their tactical glasses simultaneously alerted them, revealing a dense swarm of mutated beasts rapidly approaching their camp. Tang Laosen sprang up, exclaiming, What the hell? It's a beast tide. Jiao Hong, remaining much calmer, grabbed Jiao Bao and shouted, Affin, run. Although Qin Yifan was a moment slower to react. His movements were swift as he grasped the arms of Jiao Hong and Jiao Bao, leaping out of the camp and sprinting away. Wait for me. When did you become faster than me? Tang Laosen called out, exerting his talents to keep pace behind Qin Yifan. There was no time to worry about the camp now. Fortunately, their speed was sufficient to evade the pursuing mutated beasts. As they ran, Tang Laosen shouted, Why is there a beast tide? Is the beast cult really planning to attack Ice City? Jiao Hong, being pulled by Qin Yifan, was running fast but found it no easy feat and retorted, Are you not afraid of swallowing wind? Let us find a safe place first. After sprinting for over 10 kilometers, they entered another plain. Unsure if it was the same as the previous one. It was not that they intended to run this way. They were being driven here by the swarm of mutated beasts. Now, they had slowed their pace, and Qin Yifan no longer dragged Jiao Hong and Jiao Bao along, having already deployed the drone to scout ahead. Behind them, in every direction, were mutated beasts, leaving only the path ahead as their sanctuary. Tang Laosen expressed his concerns. It appears that even if this beast tide is not orchestrated by the beast sect, it is undoubtedly heading towards the city. What should we do? Run, of course. What other choice do we have? Are you brave enough to turn back? Jiao Bao retorted with disdain, having grown cold towards Tang Laosen ever since Qin Yifan mentioned the notion of family. Jiao Hong shot them both a stern look before turning to Qin Yifan and inquiring, Affin, do you have any thoughts? Qin Yifan shrugged. What thoughts could I possibly have? It's just the 4 of us. To halt this tide of beasts is utterly impossible. Our only hope lies in escaping the encirclement. Otherwise, we could be driven all the way to Ice City. He was now certain that this beast tide was instigated by the beast sect. In the past month, no one from the beast sect had appeared. But that did not imply they had abandoned their plans. After all, it was a strategy targeting a major city, and it would not falter due to the demise of a single elder. Upon hearing this, Tang Laosen, undeterred, quickened his pace. I'll go investigate further. Qin Yifan chose not to join him, opting instead to ensure the safety of Jiao Hong and Jiao Bao. Although he had only recently surpassed level 20, he possessed the capability to protect others. Half an hour later, Tang Laosen returned, his face a mask of frustration, shaking his head in silence. At that moment, Qin Yifan spoke up, Hong Jie, I have a somewhat unorthodox plan. What is it? We should run farther away, and then I can lead you underground to hide. Qin Yifan said uncertainly, but I'm not sure how vast the beast tide is or if we can truly evade it. After a prolonged silence, Tang Laosen gritted his teeth. How about you take us back? No matter how numerous the beasts, there must be an end to them. Jiao Hong nodded in agreement. Indeed, even an endless swarm of mutated beasts cannot be infinite. Let us give it a try. Very well. I shall do everything in my power to protect you all, Qin Yifan declared with a grave tone. Trusting him, they felt a sense of reassurance. They hastened forward for a considerable distance, retracting all drones before Qin Yifan led them a meter underground. This distance served as a buffer while allowing them to observe the situation above. Subsequently, he guided them toward the direction of the beast tide. Initially, their plan seemed sound as they ran in the opposite direction of the tide. believing they would eventually escape its grasp. However, upon encountering the beast tide, Qin Yifan halted. Confronted by a multitude of mutated beasts, the spectacle was utterly overwhelming. Even while sheltered underground, they were paralyzed by fear, prompting Qin Yifan to descend another meter. Had it not been for the concern of exhausting energy, he would have submerged himself to the maximum depth. Imagine the sensation of various colossal feet descending towards one's head. It was a terrifying thought. Though they knew it was unlikely to actually happen, the psychological fear remained. Even the carefree Tang Laosan turned pale, unable to steady himself without Jiuhong's support. After fully adapting for 10 minutes, they finally began to feel somewhat at ease. Qin Yifan mustered his courage and took a step forward, albeit at a slow pace. Yet no one urged him on. Another 10 minutes passed, and the mutated beasts finally began to thin out, but their presence became all the more intimidating. As the tide of beasts progressed, the level of the mutated creatures escalated, with their aura suggesting they were at least level 50. Both humans and mutated beasts experienced a dimensional shift with every 10 levels, and reaching level 50 marked a significant threshold, heralding a qualitative change. It could be said that without crossing this threshold, even someone at the pinnacle of level 49 would be regarded as mere insects in the face of level 50. Prior to level 50, one might challenge higher levels, but for a level 49 to confront a level 50 was an arduous endeavor. The elder son, whom Qin Yifan and his companions had slain, actually possessed the strength of a quasi-level 50. Though he had not yet crossed that line, his power was formidable. Regrettably, he met his end at the hands of Qin Yifan, dying a most frustrating death. Now, Qin Yifan and his companions found themselves in a similarly desperate situation. Hiding underground and scarcely daring to breathe, fearful of attracting the attention of the mutated beasts above. After a few more minutes, the area overhead was finally devoid of mutated beasts. Tang Laosan let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Goodness, this is utterly terrifying. With such a massive number, our city is surely in peril. We must avoid going there at all costs." Jiuhong nodded in agreement, yet Qin Yifan remained silent, continuing to press forward. Curious, Jiubao inquired, "Brother Fan, there are no mutated beasts left. Shouldn't we go up and rest for a while?" Qin Yifan shook his head, his expression grave, quickening his pace ahead. Soon, they spotted a group of people, more accurately, a group of individuals riding mutated beasts. Tang Laosan gasped, "Goodness, it's the people from the Beast Alliance. They must have instigated this tide of beasts." Jiuhong's expression turned serious, while Qin Yifan's gaze sharpened as he pointed to a mutated elephant being ridden by one of them, saying, "Sister Hong, Brother Tang, what is that hanging from the mutated elephant?" Tang Laosan scrutinized it closely, then exclaimed in shock, "Is that a drone? The Beast Alliance employs such technology as well?" Jiuhong's lips twitched slightly as she replied in a low voice, "That is the drone we abandoned. Goodness, they can't be seeking revenge on us by orchestrating this beast tide, can they? That is far too flattering." Jiuhong slapped Tang Laosan, saying, "I think you hold yourself in too high regard. They are indeed retaliating for Elder Son, but it is certainly not for our sake." Tang Laosan appeared perplexed. "Then for whom?" Qin Yifan responded gravely, "They must be targeting the person who met with Elder Sunday. It seems we have unwittingly provided the Beast Alliance with a rationale to unleash this tide of beasts." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew exceedingly heavy. After a lengthy pause, Tang Laosan chuckled nervously. "How could that be? Even if we hadn't killed Elder Son, he would still have colluded with someone else against Ice City. Moreover, by eliminating Elder Son, we have thwarted their plans. Perhaps Ice City will successfully withstand this tide, and we could emerge as its great benefactors." He is often not very reliable in his speech, yet this time he inadvertently spoke the truth about a matter that indeed provided solace to Qin Yifan. After nodding, Qin Yifan's tone lightened somewhat, "But nonetheless, this situation is partly our responsibility, and we cannot turn a blind eye to it." Tang Laosan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Afin, you can't be serious. This is a beast tide, initiated by the beast sect no less. What do you intend to do about it? Rely on us few little Karami? We aren't even enough to withstand a single stomp from a mutated elephant." Qin Yifan furrowed his brows tightly, finally letting out a long sigh of despair. There was indeed no way to prevent this calamity, even if he were to sacrifice his own life. Jiuhong patted his shoulder, offering comfort. "Afin, Tang Laosan is right. Even without our intervention, the beast sect is already preparing to strike Ice City." At that moment, Jiu Bao spoke up, "Brother Fan, while it may be impossible to stop the beast tide, we can at least notify Ice City to prepare for its arrival." The other three looked at him in confusion. Jiu Bao blinked and asked, Did I say something wrong? Tang Laosan retorted, we are right beneath the beast tide. How can we notify Ice City? He continued, you really can't think of that? Zhou Bao first mocked him before continuing. I won't even suggest that Brother Fan run over to deliver the message. At the very least, we can change direction and head to a nearby city. Then take an airship to Ice City. Can't we do that? Of course we can, they realized, albeit they had not considered this approach before. They had assumed it was impossible to prevent the beast tide, forgetting that it was still quite far from Ice City. Such a massive force marches at a relatively slow pace, and they had chosen to retreat behind the beast tide in hopes of evading it. However, now that Qin Yifan had changed his mind, wanting to assist Ice City due to their connection to the beast tide, multiple options emerged. With Jiao Bao's reminder, the other three snapped back to reality, momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, it was Jiao Hong who broke the silence. Afin, what do you intend to do? Qin Yifan pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, Hong Jie, what is required to form a mercenary group? Although uncertain why he suddenly inquired about this, Jiao Hong replied, there are no special requirements. You just need to register at the Mercenary Guild. If you wish to operate as an informal group, registration is not necessary. Not informal. I want to go formal, Qin Yifan asserted. He then added, I plan to head directly to Ice City and capture images of the beast tide at the city's edge to send back as an early warning. Allowing Ice City to prepare. Tang Laosan, utterly confused, interjected, Afin, what do you mean? How is notifying Ice City related to forming a mercenary group? Before Qin Yifan could respond, Jiao Hong exclaimed excitedly, how could it not be? We can send a message to Ice City under the name of our mercenary group. This will greatly enhance our reputation, making it easier to recruit members. After expressing her thoughts, she turned her gaze towards Qin Yifan, her eyes sparkling with surprise at how much he had managed to contemplate in such a short time. Tang Laosan, somewhat astonished, extolled, impressive. Afin, you've got some talent. Qin Yifan felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. Indeed, he had intended to send a message to Ice City under the banner of the mercenary group. But he had not considered the advantage of attracting more recruits through fame. However, serendipity played in his favor, and he could only silently bask in the wave of compliments. If one were to inquire why, with such advanced technology, satellites could not capture the movements of mutated beasts, the answer is no. After the Great Upheaval, the magnetic field of Blue Star underwent significant changes. Satellites could still ascend, but their function was limited to signal transmission, lacking global coverage. Capturing images was impossible. No matter how sophisticated the camera, the aerial imagery remained indistinct. Scientists had conducted experiments revealing that above 1,000 meters, the output from cameras became shrouded in fog. While below 1,000 meters lay the dominion of flying mutated beasts. Small drones could manage a flight, but if they displeased someone, they could easily be rendered inoperative. Qin Yifan and his companions had incurred considerable losses of drones along their journey. Airships could operate safely within secure zones. But venturing into the wilderness was akin to presenting toys to flying mutated beasts. Chapter 36. Successfully transmitting the message having made their decision. Qin Yifan no longer dwelled on it. He first sought a secluded spot devoid of both mutated beasts and humans to recharge his energy, then, along with the other three, hastily advanced toward the front of the beast tide. After returning to the ground, they set their course and proceeded towards Ice City. Throughout their journey, they ignored any encounters with mutated beasts or humans, shedding them with remarkable speed. Though Qin Yifan had contemplated whether others would report the beast tide to Ice City upon discovery, he harbored doubts about anyone's ability to do so. For not everyone could recognize it as a beast tide. Even if one did, escaping the vanguard of the beast tide was another matter. And even if someone managed to evade it, there was no guarantee they would report back to Ice City. Even those who wished to do so would likely be slower than them. Thus, they ran nonstop for 2 days and nights, pausing only twice to refuel and eat. Even foregoing sleep, until they finally exited the wilderness. Upon reaching a remote area with signal, Qin Yifan instructed Jiao Hong to promptly send a warning to Ice City under the mercenary group's name. The message included the video of the beast tide he had discreetly recorded on his portable computer. This was not overly challenging for him. But the real difficulty lay in convincing the higher-ups in Ice City of its authenticity. Next came the second phase of their plan. Jiao Hong, accompanied by Zhu Bao and Tang Laosan, would head to Ice City, register the mercenary group, and devise a way to contact the upper echelons. Qin Yifan would remain in the wilderness, prepared to livestream the impending beast tide to the higher-ups through Jiao Hong. Therefore, Jiao Hong's ability to connect with Ice City's leadership was paramount. The potential danger of Qin Yifan remaining alone in the wilderness was a concern that the other three had not contemplated. They firmly believed that Qin Yifan, possessing an abundance of talent, can traverse the wilderness with ease, even if his level is not particularly high, provided he is not encumbered by them. Should he encounter formidable mutated beasts, he is entirely capable of evading them with his remarkable speed. This is a fact that Tang Laosen can attest to, as he himself struggles to keep pace even while accompanied by two others. Alone, he would likely find himself at a loss. Consequently, their primary concern shifts to the safety of the trio. Fortunately, during this period, everyone has been diligently enhancing their abilities, which should suffice to confront the mutated beast lurking in the wild. The greatest threat, however, arises from the potential betrayal of fellow humans. Thus, before their separation, Qin Yifan felt compelled to impart a few anxious reminders to Jiubao. Please, do not wander off. You must adhere to Sister Hongjia's instructions, and inform me the moment you arrive in Ice City. Jiubao rubbed his nose and replied, Brother Fan, I never realized you could be so verbose. You've repeated yourself several times during our meal. My ears are nearly calloused. Qin Yifan couldn't help but ruffle his hair, reminiscing about their first encounter, which had left him quite stunned. It was during that moment that he had activated the Foodie System, and now, over 3 months later, he had yet to spend such an extended period in the company of others since leaving the orphanage. At that moment, he felt a pang of reluctance. But he mustered a smile and said, All right, I shall say no more. You may set off. Jiuhong approached and patted his shoulder, reassuring him, Afan, rest assured. We will accomplish our mission. Tang Laosen grinned widely and declared, I will ensure their safety. Jiubao shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, Just take care of yourself. My sister and I do not require your protection. Their playful banter alleviated the melancholy of parting, and Qin Yifan smiled as he watched them depart. It was only after their figures faded from view that he climbed the tallest tree he could find. He resolved to establish his camp atop the tree before the impending beast tide arrived, as the elevated vantage point would offer a broad view and minimize disturbances from many mutated creatures. If any flying mutated beasts appeared, they would merely enhance his provisions. As a day passed, he received word from Jiubao that the trio had successfully entered the satellite city of Ice City and had registered their mercenary group with the Mercenary Alliance. The group's name, Blood and Glory Mercenary Corps, while somewhat kitsch, was striking and memorable. Jiubao informed him that immediately upon registering, contacts from Ice City reached out to Jiuhong, and they were currently awaiting someone to escort them into the city. It seemed that the higher-ups in Ice City regarded this matter with considerable seriousness, which would undoubtedly facilitate their subsequent plans. Soon, they reached Ice City and were ushered directly into the Lord's residence. Although they did not meet the Lord himself, they were granted an audience with the highest commander of the city defense forces. They relayed detailed information regarding the beast tide and informed the commander of Qin Yifan's decision to remain in the wild to observe the situation. The commander took this matter very seriously, assigning an aide to accompany them while he attended to strategic preparations. Certainly, he was discreetly orchestrating matters. After all, the impending arrival of the beast tide had yet to be definitively confirmed, and he could not incite panic based on uncertain news. Nevertheless, the substantial mobilization of the city defense forces imparted an ominous atmosphere, prompting some astute individuals to begin evacuating from the heavily fortified satellite cities. This situation swiftly garnered widespread attention, with rumors igniting a sense of trepidation among the populace. Just as chaos appeared imminent, the beast tide finally came into view for Qin Yifan. Upon witnessing the dense throng of mutated beasts, Qin Yifan felt an immense weight settle upon him. He immediately initiated a video call to Jiuhong, saying nothing as he switched to the footage of the approaching beast tide. The aide accompanying Jiuhong wasted no time and promptly contacted the commander of the city defense forces. Upon receiving confirmation, the commander simultaneously notified the city lord and issued a formal decree, announcing the imminent arrival of the beast tide and placing Ice City and its satellite cities on a state of heightened alert. In this state of readiness, all matters within the city would be governed by the commands of the city defense forces. The priority was to evacuate non-combatant civilians and summon capable individuals to join the defense of the city. Of course, this conscription was not without compensation. Participants would be equipped with combat gear and rewarded for their valor, with the opportunity to enlist in the city defense forces under special provisions. Reluctance to comply was not an option, unless one wished to forfeit their chance of residing within Ice City or retreat to the chaotic zones. Indeed, every city harbored its unique zones of disorder, Yet even those areas would contribute to the city's defense in the face of the beast tide. After all, they too were part of Ice City, and the inhabitants of these chaotic zones concealed their identities merely to navigate the city freely. Jiohong and her companions had previously been exposed due to her position as a steward within the Medicinal Alliance, necessitating the disclosure of her true identity to higher authorities. As preparations commenced in Ice City to confront the beast tide, Qin Yifan relayed the news and leapt down from the tree, racing toward Ice City with fervor. 2 hours later, he arrived at the periphery of a satellite city. Aware of the impending beast tide, the city had already secured all its gates. However, this did not impede Qin Yifan's entry. After undergoing a thorough verification process, he ascended the city wall via a designated external handhold. Indeed, while the main gate was off-limits, access to the walls was permitted. There, he encountered the long-awaited Jiohong and her companions. Chapter 37. Gaining recognition, the four greeted one another with palpable excitement, yet exchanged only nods, refraining from words. The aide beside Jiohong stepped forward, extending his right hand in a warm greeting. "You must be Mr. Qin Yifan. We are grateful for your contributions to Ice City and welcome you." Qin Yifan shook his hand and gravely inquired, "I wish to speak with the commander of the city defense forces. Can you arrange this?" The aide hesitated momentarily, responding, "The commander is rather busy at the moment. Unless it is of significant importance, of utmost importance," Qin Yifan firmly asserted. "It pertains to our ability to successfully withstand this beast tide." The aide's expression sharpened, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded. "Please wait here. I will seek permission." He lacked the authority to permit Qin Yifan to meet the commander, so he hurriedly stepped aside to make a phone call. At that moment, Jiohong discreetly slipped a piece of paper to Qin Yifan. Upon opening it, Qin Yifan quickly scanned its contents, feeling a twinge of anxiety in his heart. His task was to report on the individual who previously met with Elder Sun, whose identity turned out to be a vice mayor from Ice City. No wonder Jiohong had hesitated to send him a message. She feared being scrutinized by higher-ups. After perusing the note, he executed a super purification technique, leaving only a minuscule shard of white crystal in his hand. Jiohong and the others were already accustomed to this and said nothing further, just as the vice officer returned from his call. "Mr. Qin, our commander has agreed. Please follow me." Soon, they were aboard a helicopter heading to Ice City, landing atop a grand edifice. Standing on the helipad, Qin Yifan could survey the entirety of Ice City, which attested to the building's towering stature. This was the city lord's residence, the nucleus of all systems operating within Ice City, akin to the brain of the city. Ascending via an exclusive elevator for the city defense forces, they reached the 108th floor in half a minute, which housed the independent offices of the commander of the city defense forces. Naturally, he was not alone on this floor. There were also his vice officers, think tanks, and assistants. Guided by the vice officer, they bypassed numerous procedural checks and awaited in the reception room for an extended period, as the commander was indeed quite occupied. Just as Qin Yifan finished his third pot of tea, the door to the reception room swung open, and a middle-aged man with a solemn demeanor strode in with a commanding presence. Without preamble, he stated, "Speak quickly. I am busy and can only spare you 5 minutes." The vice officer promptly introduced, "Mr. Qin and esteemed guests, this is our commander." In truth, they would have recognized him anyway, as the external electronic screen featured his introduction. Qin Yifan quickly rose. "Commander, greetings. I have a matter of great importance to report to you. But first, may I inquire if I can fully trust you?" "Eh?" The commander was taken aback by his query, but quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile. "I am the second most concerned individual about the safety of Ice City, after the city lord. Do you think you can trust me?" Hearing this, Qin Yifan felt a sense of relief wash over him, then spoke earnestly. "Commander, we hail from other cities and have traversed the wilderness. A month ago, we encountered a peculiar situation. Initially, Qin Yifan intended merely to mention the beast sect's reconnaissance of the vice mayor, but Jiohong and the others advised against it, suggesting it would lack credibility. Thus, he was compelled to recount the details of the meeting between Elder Sun and the vice mayor, omitting the part about their killing of Elder Sun, instead claiming he possessed a unique talent that enabled him to overhear their conversation. To gain the commander's trust, he felt it imperative to demonstrate the group's earth-escaping technique on the spot. Finally, he presented footage of the beast sect's reconnaissance of the vice mayor, along with videos captured from behind the beast tide featuring members of the beast sect. After conveying this, Qin Yifan fell silent, leaving the subsequent decisions to the commander. The commander paused for a moment, then earnestly addressed Qin Yifan. expressing gratitude for the invaluable intelligence he had provided. Once the beast tide has subsided, I shall petition the city lord on your behalf for a commendation, a prestigious honor for you. Commander, we do not seek accolades, Qin Yifan replied with utmost seriousness. As fellow humans, I cannot remain indifferent in the face of the impending beast tide. I implore you to ensure the safety of Ice City. Rest assured, barring unforeseen circumstances, ultimate victory shall belong to humanity. The commander did not emphasize Ice City, his intent being to align with Qin Yifan, which indicated his high regard for him. Finally, he extended his hand, saying, Mr. Qin, although you have already formed a mercenary group, I would still like to invite you to join the city defense army. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other three individuals immediately brightened with eagerness, and Qin Yifan's gaze shifted as well, though he ultimately declined. I appreciate your recognition, Commander, but we are but simple folk, accustomed to a carefree life. However, we will comply with the city defense army's directives and do our utmost to repel this beast tide. The commander did not release his grip, smiling as he said, Do not be hasty in your refusal. My offer still stands. Come find me when you reconsider. Very well. Commander, I once again thank you for your confidence in us. We shall, starting today until the beast tide is repelled, you shall remain by Mr. Qin's side, catering to all his needs. The commander issued this command without turning back, then nodded firmly at Qin Yifan before departing. Li Xiao, the aide, then snapped to attention, saluting. Yes, Commander, I promise to fulfill the task. Once the commander exited the meeting room, he eagerly turned to Qin Yifan. Mr. Qin, please feel free to express any requirements you may have. As long as they do not jeopardize Ice City, any condition is acceptable. Qin Yifan scratched his head, taken aback by the commander's regard, momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Laosan, like a dog eager for scraps, attempted to rush to Qin Yifan's side, but was held back by Jiao Hong, who also used her mental energy to calm him. Do not disrupt. Let us listen to what a fan has to say. Despite Jiao Hong's mental soothing, Tang Laosan remained exceedingly excited. I am merely concerned that he is too young to seize this opportunity. Jiao Hong replied calmly. Indeed, this is an exceptional opportunity, but it also poses risks. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Do you understand? Tang Laosan opened his mouth but ultimately bowed his head. Indeed, receiving the commander's favor was a blessing. Yet it could also incite jealousy. The four of them were like drifting weeds. If they were to be schemed against because of this, it would not bode well. Jiao Bao, however, did not contemplate such matters. He merely viewed Qin Yifan as impressive, his gaze filled with admiration. He believed that whatever Qin Yifan said was undoubtedly correct, and following his lead would surely yield favorable outcomes. At this moment, Qin Yifan spoke up, saying, Deputy Officer Li, I have no particular demands. I merely request a place to rest before we head to the front lines to confront the beast tide. Li Xiao nodded in agreement, responding, Of course, please follow me. Chapter 38. A new talent awaits. Qin Yifan and his three companions followed Li Xiao to the City Defense Army's encampment, where they were met with an atmosphere of solemnity and bustling activity. It is essential to understand that Li Xiao's arrangement was not a slight against the four. Entry to the city defense camp is not granted to just anyone. Even a level 50 ability user cannot enter without permission, as unauthorized intrusion is met with lethal consequences. The four were assigned to a clean and tidy suite, and Li Xiao made it clear that this was a privilege reserved for those of deputy commander status, leaving them with a sense of astonishment. After stating that he would make some preparations, Li Xiao left them to their own devices. The other three had little to attend to, leaving only Qin Yifan with any tasks at hand. An hour later, Qin Yifan entered the hall, feeling rejuvenated, having changed into a fresh outfit. Upon seeing him, Jiao Bao instinctively exclaimed, Wow, brother Fan, how come I never noticed before that you were so handsome? Tang Laosan raised his eyebrows in agreement, noting that Qin had indeed become much more robust compared to their time in Star City. Jiao Hong nodded in approval, recognizing that from a woman's perspective, Qin Yifan was undeniably attractive. However, she had already come to regard him as a younger brother, so witnessing his striking appearance brought her a sense of satisfaction as an older sister. Their reactions were understandable, for Qin Yifan had undergone a remarkable transformation. His enhanced physique no longer bore the frailty of his past. While he lacked bulging muscles, he possessed a well-defined and appealing form. Coupled with his sincere eyes and refined features, he certainly exuded an air of charm. Particularly noteworthy was the humility he displayed effortlessly, a quality that left a profound impression on those around him. Feeling somewhat bashful from their compliments, Qin Yifan quickly shifted the conversation, asking, Are you all hungry? I haven't cooked for you in several days. What would you like me to prepare today? Before the trio could respond, Li Xiao's voice rang out from outside. There's no need for Mr. Qin to cook here. If the Supreme Commander found out, he might think I am neglecting my duties. As Li Xiao entered, several guards followed behind, each carrying various items. After instructing the guards to set down their burdens and dismissing them, Li Xiao smiled and said, Mr. Qin and esteemed guests, these are the supplies I have prepared for you. Please try them on to see if they fit. I will arrange for any necessary adjustments. Qin Yifan quickly recognized that these were not ordinary military uniforms, but rather full combat gear belonging to the City Defense Army. Deputy Officer Li, we're not part of the City Defense Army. Wearing this might not be appropriate, he expressed hesitantly. There's nothing inappropriate about it. This is the Supreme Commander's intention. We cannot allow you to face the beast tide in your current state, Li Xiao replied, skillfully invoking the authority of the Supreme Commander, leaving Qin Yifan with little room to refuse. Especially upon noticing the combat vest emblazoned with the words blood and glory, his reservations faded entirely. However, he remained courteous and inquired, Deputy Officer Li, might this adversely affect the city defense forces? Not at all. The commander has already made the necessary arrangements. You shall soon find out, came the reply. With this assurance, the four exchanged glances and, adhering to their respective sizes, each selected a set of equipment before returning to their quarters. 10 minutes later, the quartet reassembled in the hall, their new gear adorned. Jiao Bao, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I just tested it, and this armor boasts remarkable defensive capabilities. My weapon couldn't breach its defenses. Tang Lao San chuckled, adding, these battle boots enhance my wind abilities. With them, I should be able to catch up to the previous Avon. Jiao Hong also shared her thoughts, noting, this helmet amplifies mental prowess, at least doubling my attack strength. While this equipment proved invaluable to the three of them, for Qin Yifan, it merely accentuated his striking presence. The so-called enhancements paled in comparison to the formidable system before him. They were almost negligible. However, he kept these thoughts to himself and expressed his gratitude to Li Xiao, saying, Thank you, Deputy Officer Li. With this equipment, our chances of survival on the battlefield have significantly increased. Li Xiao nodded with a smile. I'm glad you're satisfied. I have arranged dinner for you. Would you prefer to dine in the mess hall or here? Qin Yifan waved his hand. Let us not disturb others in the mess hall. We can eat here. Very well, I shall have the food brought to us. Before long, the five gathered around a table laden with sumptuous dishes. Li Xiao, with a hint of apology, remarked, alcohol is prohibited in the barracks, so I can only offer you tea. Qin Yifan waved his hand again. We are not fond of drinking, so we wouldn't want to trouble you further. Li Xiao smiled gently, raising his teacup. Then let me toast with tea in place of wine, to express my gratitude for your contributions to Ice City. You are too kind, Deputy Officer Li. We have done little, they responded after some polite exchanges. Li Xiao then picked up his chopsticks and said, Please, do not hold back, enjoy your meal. The other three glanced at Qin Yifan, not out of fear of poison, but primarily to see if he would sample the dishes first, hoping to avoid hindering his awakening of innate abilities. Qin Yifan, however, wasted no time. He had already sensed the energetic vibrations emanating from the food, indicating that all the ingredients were of high quality. Yet, as they were already prepared, he could not discern their nature without tasting them. He picked a piece of roasted beast meat from the platter, savored it meticulously, and swallowed. Instantly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Ding! The host has consumed the flesh of a dark-type mutated beast, dark-type talent 100. Ding! Dark-type talent value is now full, awakening dark-type talent. Acquiring the skill Dark Canopy. Dark Canopy envelopes a designated area in absolute darkness, currently covering a range of 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters, controllable. Seeing his expression, the other three understood that something significant had occurred. However, Li Xiao remained oblivious, interpreting Qin Yifan's astonishment as mere surprise, infused with a sense of pride. There is no need for Mr. Qin to be surprised. This is the meat of a level 50 mutated gorilla, a personal reserve of the commander. Just right for this feast. Please, everyone enjoy. The other three responded with laughter and began to use their chopsticks, but they only consumed the side dishes, leaving all the meat for Qin Yifan. Understanding their intent, Qin Yifan felt no need for pretenses and began to feast heartily. Soon, the meat from the dishes had all found its way into his stomach, astonishingly elevating his dark affinity to level 11. It seemed that consuming high-grade beast meat provided a swift upgrade, especially since the table had not featured much meat. As expected, The skilled dark canopy ascended to its true form, with its coverage area doubling. However, it remained at level 1, only achieving its full effect at level 10. The absolute darkness meant that those within, whether humans or mutated beasts, would lose their sight, undoubtedly leading to remarkable feats in unexpected situations. Coupling this with the super illumination technique, one could imagine the sheer exhilaration of suddenly losing sight only to be confronted with a blinding sun right before them. Li Xiao also noticed the peculiar behavior of the four at the dining table, but chose not to comment further. After finishing their meal, he retreated to his room without disturbing them. Once he left, Jiobao hurriedly approached Qin Yifan, inquiring, "Brother Fan, have you made any new discoveries?" A subtle smile played on Qin Yifan's lips. "Do you truly wish to know?" Chapter 39. Becoming a blade. Seeing the mischievous smile on Qin Yifan's face, Jiobao blinked, ultimately allowing his curiosity to prevail. "Of course I want to know, but please don't use me as a test subject." Unfortunately, he uttered this too late, as Qin Yifan had already initiated the dark canopy. However, he did not fully expand it. Instead, he created a cube that enveloped Jiobao's head. "Whoa! Who turned off the lights? I can't see anything," Jiobao exclaimed, flailing about as his head transformed into a black cube, eliciting astonished gasps from Jiuhong and Tang Laosan. Tang Laosan swallowed nervously and asked uncertainly, "Afin, is this your dark affinity?" Qin Yifan nodded slightly and then ceased the energy output, causing the dark barrier to dissipate, prompting Jiobao to quickly shut his eyes. "What on earth, Brother Fan, what kind of bizarre skill is this?" Hearing Tang Laosan's remark, Jiobao realized he had indeed fallen victim to it. Jiuhong suddenly recalled something and said, "I've heard of such a skill. It resembles the effect of absolute darkness. Doesn't he it?" Qin Yifan was somewhat surprised. Indeed, Sister Hong was correct. The effect was absolute darkness, albeit at a low level, only capable of covering a 10-meter cube. "Incredible!" Tang Laosan exclaimed, "Absolute darkness. If others become blind, doesn't that mean you can kill at will?" Qin Yifan tilted his head, having not considered that aspect. "This is my first attempt. I'm still uncertain about its effects on myself." Without hesitation, he unleashed a large dark canopy, enveloping everyone within. The other three fell into absolute darkness, but, now aware of the skill's effect, remained calm, while Qin Yifan was unaffected. Observing them glance around without focus, he decided to conduct another experiment and approached Tang Laosan directly. Tang Laosan seemed to sense something and raised his hand to address him. "Afin, is that you?" Qin Yifan promptly deactivated his skill, causing all three to squint. This ability could obscure vision, but it did not mitigate other senses. Jiuhong nodded. "My mental strength remains unaffected." However, a smirk reappeared on Qin Yifan's lips, startling Tang Laosan, who exclaimed, "What on earth are you planning now?" Qin Yifan shrugged. "I want to experiment on you with this, but you may ponder this. Later, I will cast a super illumination spell." Hee. Tang Laosan shuddered. "Thank goodness you didn't use us as test subjects. Otherwise, our eyes would surely be blinded." Jiobao feigned fear, yet her eyes sparkled with amusement. Jiuhong, contemplative, nodded after a while and remarked, "Afin, your combination is truly remarkable. It would undoubtedly play a significant role in city defense." "Would it be substantial?" Qin Yifan murmured uncertainly, then shook his head. "A beast tide cannot be repelled by just one or two individuals. We can only do our utmost." "Indeed," Jiuhong nodded, then glanced at Li Xiao's door, softly inquiring, "Afin, what are your thoughts regarding the commander today?" Qin Yifan paused in silence, then raised his gaze to Jiuhong and sincerely replied, "I apologize, Sister Hong. I did not anticipate matters would unfold this way." Jiuhong shook her head. "This is a decision we all made. It is not your fault." Qin Yifan nodded and continued, "Honestly, I do not have many thoughts. I just intend to assist in resisting this beast tide to the best of my ability, considering we will most likely reside in Ice City in the future." Jiuhong agreed. "You are correct. We are now bound to Ice City, so you must accept the commander's arrangements." Qin Yifan sighed with a wry smile. "Sister Hong, do you think we have a choice?" Jiuhong fell silent, while Tang Laosan shrank back nervously. The last time they had offended an unknown figure from the Apothecary Alliance. They had been on the run for over 3 months, offending the commander of the city defense forces. What a terrifying prospect. Qin Yifan spread his hands. "I believe the commander harbors no ill will towards us. However, in the current circumstances, we will most likely become a tool in their hands. Of course, that is contingent upon us demonstrating our worth. Otherwise, we would not even qualify to be a tool." Jiuhong nodded. "All right. Since we cannot escape such matters wherever we go, let us do our best and leave the rest to fate." At least we have a formidable ally here. Tang Laosen nodded vigorously. Even if we are to be used as a blade, at least it is in the hands of the commander, at the very least. We will be above the masses. Qin Yifan smirked. You are indeed optimistic. You must perform well, or you may find yourself beneath the masses. Well, look at the news. While they deliberated on significant matters, Jiao Bao, unable to join the discussion, busied herself with her portable computer. Suddenly, a breaking news alert flashed across the screen. Shock. Deputy City Lord Qin Qiong arrested by the City Defense Forces at a banquet, with his crimes publicly announced. Following this was a segment of live footage, showcasing a deputy commander of the City Defense Forces apprehending Deputy City Lord Qin Qiong at the banquet and publicly reading a document. Order of the City Lord. Following an investigation, it has been determined that Qin Qiong, during his tenure, has been negligent in his duties, engaging in corruption and colluding secretly with the Beast Cult, intending to harm the citizens of Ice City. His crimes warrant execution. Qin Qiong is to be apprehended. And on the day the Beast Tide arrives, his blood shall be used to consecrate the banner, proclaiming the might of our Ice City. Furthermore, the Blood and Glory Mercenary Corps has devoted all its resources to uncovering the evidence of Qin Qiong's collusion with the Beast Cult, issuing a timely warning before the Beast Tide, thus meriting the reward of becoming an independent regiment under the direct command of the Chief of the City Defense Army. Upon viewing this video, Qin Yifan and Jiao Hong were taken aback, while Tang Laosen excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, the chief is truly formidable, granting us the title of an independent regiment, haha." Qin Yifan managed a wry smile. Now we have truly become a blade, yet there are only 4 of us. Jiao Hong's lips twitched. With this news, the number of those wishing to join us would surely swell. Jiao Bao, disregarding everything else, exclaimed with joy upon hearing of potential recruits, "Now I, as the vice leader, am no longer a lone commander. This is fantastic, aha." Due to the heightened state of alert, all matters fell under the jurisdiction of the City Defense Army, and thus this news was forcibly disseminated to every portable computer. Consequently, soon everyone in Ice City and its satellite cities became aware of the cause behind the impending Beast Tide, igniting a wave of anger among countless individuals. However, this was merely the superficial reaction. A portion of the populace discerned the deeper implications of the City Lord's decree. Ice City was on the brink of a transformation, not merely due to the arrival of the Beast Tide, but rather a significant reshuffling of power within the city. Upon realizing this, many began to connect with one another, while others sought to identify the nearest point of entry, namely, the Blood and Glory Mercenary Corps. Regrettably, after a night of searching, they could not find any contact information for the so-called Mercenary Corps. The Mercenary Alliance, however, dispatched a large number of individuals eager to register under this name. Yet none succeeded. The chief of the City Defense Army was not one to operate with such laxity. Chapter 40. Patrol of the City Defense. The atmosphere in Ice City, already tense due to the impending Beast Tide, became even more fraught with uncertainty, all stemming from the actions of Qin Yifan and his companions. They had anticipated that reporting Qin Qiong would elicit a significant response, yet they never imagined the magnitude of the reaction. However, the situation was far from over. Amidst the brewing storm outside, Jiao Hong received a communication from the Mercenary Alliance. Though they were a newly established mercenary corps, they were nonetheless part of the Mercenary Alliance and naturally needed to leave their contact information. It was through this that the leader of the Mercenary Alliance, a middle-aged man named Jiang He, located Jiao Hong. After a brief introduction, he began to voice his grievances. "Captain Jiao Hong, your blood and glory is soaring, yet I, a mere Alliance leader, am suffering." Jiao Hong's eyelids twitched, but she maintained her composure, replying, "Alliance leader Jiang, you flatter us. We are merely a newly registered level 1 mercenary corps. How can we be compared to you?" "Oh dear. Captain Jiao Hong, please do not belittle me. You are now the head of an independent regiment, and I cannot be mentioned in the same breath as you." Despite having encountered grand scenes in the past, Jiao Hong found herself nearly undone by this casual manner of conversation. "Leader Jiang, there is no need for such formalities. Let us speak plainly." Jiang He opposite her wore a silly grin, appearing rather bashful for someone of his advanced years, which rendered the situation somewhat awkward. "Then I shall not hold back. Leader Jiao Hong, you are likely in need of personnel, are you not? My son has just graduated from university and is struggling to find suitable employment. Might I arrange for him to serve under your command? Could you grant me this favor?" "This seems inappropriate," Jiao Hong replied, taken aback that he would be the first to attempt to place someone in her ranks. Jiang He continued to smile. "There is nothing improper about it. I assure you, the lad will be obedient under your leadership. I would not make such claims lightly." His emphasis on the latter part of his statement hinted at something unspoken, which Jiohong quickly grasped. She nodded, yet did not fully acquiesce. That can be arranged, but our independent brigade falls under the command of the supreme leader. Until I ascertain what rules he will impose, I can only promise that your son will be the first I consider should we be allowed to recruit. Splendid. I knew Leader Jiohong would agree. It was worth enduring the pressure from all sides to refrain from divulging your contact information, he chuckled. Ultimately, he had laid his cards on the table, though it no longer felt like a threat, but rather a gesture of goodwill towards cooperation. Yet, this goodwill was rather insipid. Had he not wished to place his own son in her brigade, he might have covertly sold Jiohong's contact information, even with the supreme leader's orders in hand. After concluding the call, Jiohong wore a look of resignation. It seemed that forthcoming troubles would be relentless. They ought to rest and gather their strength to face the challenges of the morrow. Qin Yifan nodded, feeling little concern, believing it sufficient to focus on his own responsibilities. Meanwhile, Jiobao and Tang Laosen were positively exhilarated. They were on the verge of becoming significant figures, and even a fleeting moment of glory was still glory. As they were undisturbed, they managed a decent night's rest. However, Jiobao and Tang Laosen, caught up in their excitement, went to bed late and rose the next morning slightly fatigued. Yet, after breakfast, their spirits lifted as Li Xiao announced he would take them to inspect the city's defenses. Inspecting the city's defenses was not merely a patrol, it involved overseeing all defensive operations, typically the responsibility of the deputy commander of the city defense forces. Soon, the four donned their gear and set off with Li Xiao. Initially, Jiohong and Qin Yifan assumed Li Xiao was merely taking them to observe the city walls to identify a suitable defensive position. To their surprise, the deputy officer actually intended for them to fulfill the task of inspecting the defenses. This left Qin Yifan bewildered, prompting him to whisper, "Deputy Officer Li, isn't this overstepping?" Li Xiao smiled mysteriously. "This is an order from the supreme leader. Although you may not grasp the protocols of city defense, consider it a show of deterrence. Just enjoy the stroll." Qin Yifan was taken aback, realizing the supreme leader was indeed decisive and had swiftly set them to work. "Before you wield the knife, could you perhaps sharpen it first? We are still in the dark about everything." Fortunately, with the presence of Li Xiao, the adjutant, who guided them through the city while providing explanations, they gained some understanding of the current situation in Ice City. The entire city is under martial law. Ordinary citizens are prohibited from venturing outside unless it pertains to matters of life and death. The streets are traversed solely by vehicles transporting defensive supplies, while pedestrians are all above level 20 in supernatural abilities, either assisting in the transportation of materials or aiding in patrols. Everyone is diligently fulfilling their respective roles. After taking a comprehensive tour of the city, they found nothing amiss. Rather, it made them aware of the existence of the Independent Legion. There's no escaping the fact, as their vehicle bore striking insignia, making it nearly impossible for others to overlook. Eventually, they arrived at the base of the city wall, where Qin Yifan gazed up at the towering structure, nearly 50 meters high, and could not help but exclaim in awe. How many resources and manpower must have been expended to ensure the stability of the city's inhabitants? Li Xiao echoed this sentiment, reflecting on the sacrifices made by their forebears during the construction of the first generation of city walls, hoping that they would not betray the efforts of those who came before them. Having expressed their thoughts, Li Xiao gestured, "Mr. Qin, allow me to show you the defense arrangements atop the wall. Please feel free to voice any opinions you may have." Qin Yifan quickly waved his hand. "I am but an outsider and would not dare to offer unwarranted suggestions." Li Xiao merely smiled, choosing not to press further, and led them into the troop elevator. What is referred to as a city wall is more accurately described as an enlarged and fortified structure. Its overall average height exceeds 50 meters, taking on an octagonal shape facing 8 directions. However, each wall is not merely a straight line, but rather possesses a certain curvature. While the height is impressive, the width is even more astounding, with the foundation measuring a staggering 100 meters in thickness. The outer 80 meters are solid, while the inner 20 meters accommodate a plethora of essential infrastructure. The troop elevator is merely the most rudimentary of the various facilities, which also include large elevators for transporting vehicles and elixirs, along with barracks, dining halls, training centers, and more. Even in times of peace, the vicinity of the wall is under strict military management, devoid of ordinary citizens. As the elevator came to a halt at the 40-meter mark, Li Xiao led the 4 individuals out and introduced them directly. The wall above 40 meters is no longer solid. It is equipped with numerous automated firearms, The materials used in the upper 10 or so meters are of even higher quality, as they must ensure formidable firepower while also providing adequate defensive capabilities. Stepping out of the elevator, despite being mentally prepared, they were nonetheless taken aback by the grandeur before them. Before them lay a 10-meter-wide thoroughfare, with transport vehicles bustling back and forth, laden with various munitions destined for specially designated fire points. These fire points appeared somewhat chaotic at first glance. Yet there was an underlying order, likely the result of careful calculations by professional designers. Witnessing the automated weapons that he had never even heard of before, Qin Yifan could not help but feel a sense of awe. Deputy Li, with such formidable firepower, combined with the city defense forces and the ability users. I believe we should be able to withstand this beast tide, said Qin Yifan. However, Li Zhao's expression was far from optimistic. Mr. Qin, while these automated weapons appear impressive, they are only effective against low-tier mutated beasts. Even laser weapons can only inflict damage on mid-tier mutated beasts. Those high-tier mutated beasts must still be confronted by us ability users. Qin Yifan fell silent, realizing he had been overly optimistic. The thought of those enormous mutated beasts scaling the city walls, while human soldiers and ability users relied on their flesh to fend them off, left him with a lump in his throat. Noticing his distress, Li Xiao hurriedly reassured him, in truth, these weapons are quite significant. After all, the majority of mutated beasts are of the low tier, and having these weapons can greatly alleviate the burden on our defenders. Qin Yifan nodded silently, forcing a smile. I truly do not understand these matters. I apologize for my ignorance. Li Xiao shook his head. Mr. Qin, have you never faced a beast tide before? Qin Yifan's gaze sharpened as distant memories surged forth. Every city endures beast tides periodically, occurring every year or every 4 to 5 years. Qin Yifan had experienced 7 or 8 beast tides throughout his life, though in his early years, he had been well protected by the orphanage and remained unaware of the true nature of these tides. However, at the age of 19, he vividly experienced the ferocity of a beast tide. That particular tide was unprecedented in scale, and the onslaught was fierce. It breached the gates of Star City in no time. The cause of this calamity lay not in the inadequacy of the defenders, but rather in the panic of ordinary citizens and low-level ability users, which precipitated chaos and severely disrupted military maneuvers. Those ordinary people and low-level ability users, who contributed to the turmoil, soon became prey for the invading mutated beasts, yet the opportunity to counterattack was lost. Fortunately, the number of high-tier mutated beasts in that tide was not excessive, and the commander of the defenders dispatched a powerful battalion to clear the beasts. However, the premature deployment of that strong battalion left the city vulnerable to new threats from mutated beasts outside the gates. Thankfully, reinforcements were dispatched in time, and Star City ultimately survived, albeit with countless casualties. At that time, Qin Yifan fell gravely ill, lying weakly in a low shelter beneath an overpass. He watched helplessly as the city descended from order to chaos, madness, and death, believing he would surely perish that day. Yet, miraculously, he survived and even received free medical treatment, subsequently becoming a part of the reconstruction of Star City. Regrettably, as an ordinary person, once the city was rebuilt, he returned to his previous life. Until now, he had not encountered another beast tide. Those memories had been selectively forgotten, only to be awakened by Li Zhao's question today. Zhou Bao, noticing his troubled expression, shot a disapproving glare at Li Xiao. Only recently has Fanggu awakened. Previously, he was an ordinary individual. How could one expect him to confront the beast tide without courting death? Li Xiao appeared somewhat taken aback, but quickly offered an apology. I beg your pardon, Mr. Qin. I did not mean to offend. Qin Yifan waved his hand dismissively, shifting the conversation. It's quite all right. By the way, Deputy Li, have we completed our inspection here? Or is there another area that requires our attention? There is one final stop, the fortifications at the top of the city wall, Li Xiao replied. Gesturing for Qin Yifan to enter the elevator, then elaborated, the city wall serves as a bastion against the beast tide, and the summit is of utmost importance. A significant portion of our troops is stationed here, equipped with melee weapons distinct from the automated turrets, which are effective for eliminating high-level mutated beasts. Qin Yifan nodded in understanding and stepped silently into the elevator. Soon, they arrived at the pinnacle of the city wall. As the elevator doors opened, Qin Yifan beheld a bustling scene. The wide battlements were alive with activity as vehicles transported various strategic supplies. Numerous city defense troops and summoned ability users were either familiarizing themselves with defensive weaponry or sparring in the open areas, exhibiting none of the tension typically associated with the brink of battle. Li Xiao noticed Qin Yifun's confusion and smiled as he explained, "Thanks to your efforts, Mr. Qin, we were able to detect the approach of the beast tide in advance, allowing ample preparation time, which is why everyone is so relaxed." Qin Yifun nodded in recognition. Indeed, this was his accomplishment. In the past, the beast tide was only detected when it was within 100 kilometers of the city. Even though the city defense troops were always in a state of readiness, it was far less effective than the current level of preparedness. Most importantly, military control was in effect within the city, preventing any disruptions caused by ordinary citizens, ensuring the battle would be fought with clarity and focus. Initially, their presence went unnoticed among the throng of over 100,000 gathered on the battlements. A few additional individuals were hardly remarkable. However, it was crucial to remember that Qin Yifun and his companions were adorned in the exclusive gear of the Independent Legion, quickly drawing attention as the focal point atop the wall. This was inevitable, given that the city lord had personally decreed that they were under the command of the Supreme Commander, placing them on par with the Deputy Commander. Such prominence inevitably elicited envy, jealousy, and even resentment. Sensing the increasingly peculiar gazes from those around him, Qin Yifun furrowed his brow slightly, preparing to suggest to Li Xiao that they depart when a loud voice interrupted him. "Ah, Deputy Li, what brings you to this part of the city?" The sarcastic tone led Qin Yifun to suspect there might be some unresolved tension between them. However, Li Xiao stepped forward with a hint of excitement, grinning as he responded. "Captain, surely you jest." The man playfully thumped Li Xiao on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Look at you, thriving while basking in the Commander's favor. You never come back to visit us old-timers. Captain, you are anything but old. You are in your prime." As they spoke, Li Xiao hurriedly introduced, "Captain, this is Jiu Hong, the leader of the Blood Honor Mercenary Corps, and this is our deputy leader, Qin Yifun, along with Tang Laosan and Jiu Bao." Then he introduced to Qin Yifun, "Mr. Qin, this is my former captain, Chen Quan, who took great care of me in the past." Qin Yifun smiled and said, "Hello, Captain Chen." Jiu Hong merely nodded in acknowledgement, while Tang Laosan and Jiu Bao glared fiercely at Li Xiao, questioning why, despite all being vice-captains. The introduction was so casual. On the opposite side, Chen Quan disregarded the other three, instead scrutinizing Qin Yifun with a discerning gaze, exclaiming with a hint of mockery, "Lucky lad, you effortlessly acquired such a significant achievement, and you accept the reward so nonchalantly. Aren't you afraid of being overwhelmed?" Qin Yifun raised an eyebrow. That remark hardly sounded like a compliment. Li Xiao was also somewhat taken aback. "Captain, you." Yet Chen Quan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. His gaze filled with provocation as he continued to stare at Qin Yifun. Suddenly, Qin Yifun revealed a smile that held deeper meaning. Chapter 42. The Commander's rules. Although Qin Yifun wore a smile, he inwardly mused that he had not anticipated that his blade would draw blood so soon. "Captain Chen, even if it is an unearned achievement, it remains an achievement. The reward is indeed a favor from the city lord and the commander. But I do not believe I will be overwhelmed. Don't you agree?" "Ha." Chen Quan burst into laughter, glancing at the others. "Look at you all. The highest level among you barely exceeds 40, and you, at just over 20, dare to position yourself alongside the vice commander. On what grounds?" Qin Yifun maintained his smile, responding, "Didn't you say it was due to my unearned merit? What, are you dissatisfied?" "Of course I am." Chen Quan raised his voice naturally. "I would never question the commander's decisions. However, while you may be an independent legion, you still fall under the commander's jurisdiction. So we shall abide by the rules set forth by him." Qin Yifun asked, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Before Chen Quan could reply, Li Xiao hurriedly interjected. "Captain Chen, the independent legion is not part of the city defense forces." However, Chen Quan cut him off, saying, "I never claimed they were part of the city defense forces. We have no desire to be their comrades. What I meant is that all soldiers under the commander must follow his established rules." Noticing Li Xiao's demeanor, Qin Yifun understood there was something amiss, yet he needed clarity. "Deputy Li, I wish to know what rules he is referring to." Just as Li Xiao was about to speak, Chen Quan interjected. "The commander's rules dictate that your strength must correspond to your position." Li Xiao quickly defended, "Do not misinterpret the commander's words. He stated that one's virtue and strength must be sufficient to attain a higher position." Chen Quan grinned, "I may be a simple man, but my words are not erroneous. Brothers, do you think my virtue is adequate to challenge the position of the Independent Legion? Captain Chen's virtue is certainly sufficient. Had you not been unable to defeat the division leader, you could easily have assumed that role. However, now the Independent Legion's leader is barely over 40. and Captain Chin's opportunity has arrived. A Legion leader is several levels above a division leader. Aha. Originally, when Li Xiao made the introduction, he used the title of the Blood and Glory Mercenary Corps precisely to avoid this situation. However, it seems that what one fears most often comes to pass. At such a moment, Chen Quan unexpectedly presents a challenge. Even if it were a jest, Qin Yifan must respond, particularly as Chen Quan does not appear to be joking. Oh? Qin Yifan initially seems taken aback, then smiles as he speaks. I did not realize the Grand Commander had such protocols. But, Lieutenant Li, is this challenge truly so casual? Can anyone participate? Li Xiao hesitates momentarily before responding. Of course not. A subordinate must obtain permission to challenge a superior. If Commander Chen truly wishes to issue a challenge, it must be sanctioned by someone above the rank of Corps Commander. Is that really necessary? Chen Quan tilts his head and retorts, he is merely a deputy Corps Commander. As long as their Corps Commander consents, it should suffice. Upon hearing this, the onlookers display peculiar and mocking expressions. The structure of the City Defense Army is as follows: 1 Grand Commander, 3 Deputy Commanders, and 13 Corps Commanders. Each corps consists of 100,000 soldiers, divided into 10 armies, with 3 divisions forming an army, 3 regiments constituting a division, 3 battalions making up a regiment, 3 companies in a battalion, 3 platoons in a company, and 3 squads in a platoon. Additionally, there exists a separate reinforcement regiment, a special corps exclusively under the Grand Commander's authority. The minimum criteria for joining the City Defense Army is level 30, excluding the reinforcement regiment. A battalion commander must exceed level 40, while a corps commander must be at least level 40 or higher. Therefore, Chen Quan feels justified in looking down upon Jiao Hong, especially considering that Qin Yifan is only in his 20s in terms of levels. Thus, everyone eagerly anticipates the unfolding spectacle. Upon hearing Chen Quan's intent to challenge Qin Yifan, Jiao Hong, Tang Laosan, and Jiao Bao display expressions of incredulity, while Qin Yifan, in astonishment, points to himself and exclaims, "You wish to challenge me?" His tone is devoid of skepticism, merely astonished. However, to Chen Quan, it comes across as sheer ridicule, which he disregards. What is the matter? Are you not the Deputy Corps Commander? Or do you wish to be a coward? A smile spreads across Qin Yifan's face. If this fellow were to challenge Jiao Hong, matters would become complicated. He cannot impose upon the Grand Commander to alter the rules. Yet, if it is a challenge directed at him, then let it be. Lieutenant Li, as long as Hongjie consents, he may challenge me, correct? Lieutenant Li appears troubled, contemplating whether to report to the Grand Commander. Upon hearing the question, he instinctively nods. Yes, but he realizes the implications and attempts to dissuade, only to hear Jiao Hong's voice interject. Very well, I consent to this challenge. However, I wish to inquire. What are the consequences of failure? Surely, there must be some stipulation. Failure? This fellow, at merely 20-something levels, I could defeat him with both hands tied. Originally, Chen Quan had been ordered to test Qin Yifan and his companions, but unexpectedly, the situation escalates to this extent. It appears that the position of Deputy Corps Commander is all but secured for him. With a few strategic maneuvers, he envisions rendering Jiao Hong ineffectual, thus gaining control over the independent regiment. In that eventuality, even the current commander would owe him a salute. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, a blaze of ambition ignites within him, as if he can already envision the day when he wields power over all. As he indulged in sweet dreams, Qin Yifan once again pressed Deputy Li with a question. Is there truly no consequence for this challenge? Seeing that matters had escalated to this point, Li Xiao could only permit them to proceed with the challenge, resigning himself to whatever punishment the commander might impose later. Of course not. If one challenges a superior, say, a battalion commander challenging a deputy division commander, the penalty for failure is minimal, a mere deduction of 1 month's benefits. However, the repercussions for challenging beyond one's rank are dire. Chen Quan, in his capacity as battalion commander, challenges the position of deputy corps commander. The punishment would be severe, relegation to the status of a soldier, with a 5-year prohibition on promotion and no possibility of discharge, lest he be deemed a traitor, pursued and slain regardless of distance. Ah, that is indeed grave. Qin Yifan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Quan. Commander Chen, would you care to reconsider your decision? Already envisioning himself on equal footing with the commander, Chen Quan waved dismissively. No need. Let us proceed without delay. I can hardly wait to share the good news with Big Brother. A flicker of anxiety crossed his gaze as he glanced toward the corner, silently hoping his superior would not discover his intentions. For if he were to intervene in this challenge, it would spell disaster for him. Qin Yifan, noting his expression, focused his senses and soon discerned two individuals observing from a distance. It was unclear whether their scrutiny stemmed from jealousy or the commander's decree. Should it be the latter, it would indeed be intriguing. Presumably, the commander had yet to decide where to wield this proverbial knife. And now someone had willingly thrust themselves upon its blade. He could hardly be blamed. All right, let us bear witness to this moment. Qin Quan, do you affirm your intention to challenge me for the position of Deputy Corps Commander? Chapter 43. An unexpected battle. Qin Yifan reiterated his inquiry to solidify the matter, ensuring that no one could later question the legitimacy of the challenge. At this moment, Qin Quan, intoxicated by excitement, paid no heed to the messages on his personal computer and shouted defiantly, I affirm. Very well, the challenge is established. It can commence now. As Qin Yifan's words echoed, Jiu Hong and the others swiftly retreated to a safe distance, clearing an area for the impending duel. Li Xiao hesitated briefly before ultimately shaking his head and stepping aside. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Qin Quan laughed heartily. Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll even give you 3 moves to start. Really? Qin Yifan tilted his head in inquiry, to which Qin Quan nonchalantly replied, Absolutely. Hurry up. Nodding, Qin Yifan strode forward, assuming a stance to throw a punch. Goodness. This boy is audacious. Does he not realize that Qin Quan is an Earth-type ability user, renowned for his formidable defense? Were it not for his relatively low offensive power, his rank would easily secure him a place in an enhanced battalion, even without becoming a division commander. Alas, it appears Qin Quan has seized the opportunity first. Otherwise, I too would be tempted to challenge that Deputy Corps Commander position. Do not fret. Once Qin Quan prevails, you may challenge him as well. The onlookers harbored doubts about Qin Yifan's ability to triumph, yet he remained indifferent to their idle chatter, instead contemplating the extent of force he ought to exert. Should he unleash his full strength to intimidate the entire assembly, or should he temper his might to encourage more challengers to emerge? After a mere 2 seconds of reflection, he resolved to choose the latter and promptly threw a punch. As his seemingly unremarkable fist approached, Qin Quan did not even resort to his skills, merely regarding Qin Yifan with a mocking expression. However, when that fist connected with his body, his demeanor transformed from derision to astonishment, then to shock and pain, executing a rapid succession of expressions before he was sent hurtling backwards. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. The spectators were left in bewilderment, grappling to comprehend the unfolding events. After a prolonged pause, incredulous voices began to emerge. What did I just witness? That could send Qin Quan flying with a single punch. Can't be real. I refuse to believe it. Qin Quan must have been play-acting. What utter shamelessness. I thought he was a man of substance. Yet another privileged elite. Humph. Amidst the murmurs rife with incredulity and disdain, Qin Yifan feigned exaggeration as he remarked, Oh dear, Captain Qin. Even a mere level 20 punch from me is too much for you to handle. That's rather disappointing. In truth, Qin Quan hadn't been propelled far, had he been attentive. The outcome would have been different, likely resulting in a mere few steps back. Besides, as an Earth-type ability user, even without invoking his skills, his defensive capabilities were exceptionally high, and Qin Yifan's punch had caused him little actual harm. However, the insult was profoundly impactful. He swiftly regained his footing, shaking his head with gritted teeth as he declared, I was momentarily distracted. Let us do this again. Damn it. Qin Quan, you do possess some guts. Captain Qin, we stand with you. Knock him down. A level 20 individual daring to be so audacious. Captain Qin, teach him a lesson. The corners of Qin Yifan's mouth curled into a slight smirk as he inquired of Qin Quan. Are you prepared this time? Humph. Qin Quan scoffed dismissively. Yet the golden aura radiating from him betrayed his intent. This fellow had indeed activated his skills. Nonetheless, Qin Yifan was unfazed, having exerted merely 2/10 of his strength previously. He was now prepared to double that. In the next moment, he unleashed another punch, just as unremarkable as the first, yet the outcome remained the same. Despite Qin Quan having employed his skills and focusing all his attention, he was still sent flying. Is this some form of deception? This was the collective thought of the spectators. After all, the disparity between level 20 and level 40 was monumental. It was expected that a level 40 would easily dominate a level 20. Yet, the tables had turned. A level 20 had managed to send a skilled Earth-type ability user flying without the use of any skills. Were they still awake? No one dared to believe what they were witnessing, and Qin Quan was no exception. Although he suffered no significant injury, His thick earthen armor had been shattered. How could this be possible? Even if he specialized in enhancing strength, a mere level 20 could not possibly break through his robust armor. He gazed at Qin Yifan in disbelief, asking, "What level are you, exactly?" Qin Yifan shrugged his shoulders and said, "As you can see, it's merely level 23. Would you care to test it with an instrument?" However, Qin Yifan did not afford him a moment's hesitation, asking if he wished to continue. "You still have one move left." To be honest, Chun Quan felt a twinge of fear, for the earth armor was his strongest defensive skill, and any further action would only lead to humiliation. Yet, this challenge was initiated by him. Even if he conceded now, he would bear all the consequences. Contemplating this, a flicker of regret and determination flashed in his eyes. Since there was no turning back, he would not hesitate to act decisively. With that thought, he donned a serious expression and stepped back. It appeared he was returning to his original position, yet his fist was already gathering strength. Although he lacked extensive combat skills, he believed that someone reliant on strength must have a weak defense. With this in mind, a sinister smirk crept onto his lips. These changes did not escape Qin Yifan's notice, but he remained unperturbed. With his enhanced physique, as long as his opponent did not wield a weapon of steel grade, he would be unlikely to suffer a fatal injury. Thus, he waited, anticipating the unveiling of his opponent's true nature. Qin Quan did not keep him waiting long. Upon resuming his position, he unleashed a punch aimed directly at Qin Yifan's head without hesitation. How despicable, Qin Quan, Qin Yifan thought. This guy is resorting to trickery. But if victory means becoming the deputy commander, then the scorn will be worth it. Didn't you just boast about your integrity? Is this it? Li Zhao's eyes were filled with astonishment, unable to comprehend why the seemingly righteous former commander would act in such a manner. Qin Yifan wore a look of shock, standing there motionless, as if caught off guard and unable to evade the blow. Observing his reaction, Chun Quan wore a malicious grin. "Kid, the fault lies with your overestimation of yourself. Do you think the title of Independent Legion is easily earned? Prepare to meet your demise." Bang! The punch landed as intended. But alas, it struck not Qin Yifan's head, but his palm. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yifan had already raised his hand to firmly catch the blow. "Commander Qin, one must honor their word. I deem you unworthy of the title of commander with such character. Perhaps you should return to being a soldier." With that, he retaliated with an uppercut, striking Chun Quan squarely on the chin. Chun Quan did not even have time to utter a cry of agony before his eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Yifan beckoned to Li Xiao. Deputy Li swiftly announced the results of the challenge, and then proceed with the necessary reports. Hold on. Before he could finish his sentence, a stern voice interrupted. The onlookers turned to see most of them exclaiming, "Commander of the 4th Army." Chapter 44. The young challenge brings forth the old Wu Lei, the commander of the 4th Army, one of the 3 legions guarding Ice City, was the foremost warrior under the command of the 10th Legion, a level 52 ability user. He had previously challenged the deputy commander of the 9th Legion and suffered a narrow defeat without facing any repercussions. As these thoughts danced in his mind, Li Xiao realized that today's matter was far from simple. However, Chun Quan remained an enigma to him, as the former Chun Quan was not like this. What could possibly explain this change? Amidst the greetings from the crowd, Wu Lei approached with an air of indifference, his large eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuations, coldly inquiring, "In such a critical military situation, you still choose to engage in private duels? Do you not regard military discipline at all?" Even though Qin Yifan was unfamiliar with the organization of the military corps, he instinctively understood that the military discipline office was not a favorable place and quickly interjected. "This is not a private duel. It is a formal challenge initiated by Qin Quan. Is it not justifiable for me to defeat him to secure my position? A challenge? What gives you the right to be challenged by him?" Qin Yifan internally scoffed, observing how Wu Lei had been spectating from afar yet pretended not to recognize him. Such acting was truly commendable. Nevertheless, he refrained from exposing the charade and instead gestured towards Li Xiao. "Li, please make the introductions." With a stoic expression, Li Xiao advanced. "Mr. Qin, this is General Wu Lei of the 4th Army of the 9th Corps. General Wu, this is Qin Yifan, the Deputy Commander of the Independent Corps." Deputy Commander? Wu Lei's astonishment was palpable, but his words halted midway as he scrutinized Qin Yifan for a prolonged moment before muttering, "It's no wonder he wishes to challenge you. With your rank, I too would be tempted to personally engage." Though he attempted to lower his voice, the audibility of his remark was sufficient for the onlookers, prompting several to chime in. "General, why not challenge him?" "Indeed, Last time you faced the deputy commander, you fell short. This time, success is assured. Yes, General. If you become the deputy commander of the Independent Corps, I would immediately request a transfer to serve under your command. Qin Yifan noted that the crowd's enthusiasm was now divided. Half were animatedly cheering, while the other half remained silent, their expressions decidedly grim. Furthermore, he observed the corners of Wu Lei's mouth twitching upwards, indicating a genuine intent to challenge him. Goodness, have I become an easy target? As Wu Lei's desire for a challenge became evident, Li Xiao could no longer contain himself. General, you have acknowledged the urgency of the military situation. Please think carefully. Wu Lei finally cast a glance at Li Xiao, then retorted coldly, What are you? Merely a dog at the commander's side, and you presume to instruct me? Li Gao's face turned a ghastly shade. The title of deputy essentially labeled him as an assistant, lacking formal rank. However, even low-ranking officials must be mindful of their superiors. After all, he was the aide to the commander. Wu Lei's blatant disregard for Li Xiao was a subtle indication that he was unafraid of the commander himself. Qin Yifan regarded Wu Lei with confusion. If his suspicions were correct, then the city defense forces were certainly not a monolithic entity. And there were indeed many adversaries he could confront. Ignoring the furious Li Xiao, Wu Lei focused on Qin Yifan and asked, So, are you afraid? Rest assured, I have no intention of challenging you. I scarcely regard the so-called Independent Legion. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow, pondering what one could possibly hold in esteem if not the Independent Legion. The vice commander, Wu Lei, narrowed his eyes and then burst into hearty laughter. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a worthy soldier. I, too, regard myself as quite the commander. However, I shall tread carefully, step by step, towards the pinnacle of achievement, rather than relying on unearned accolades. Qin Yifan smirked and scoffed. You lot are truly amusing. If you possess such prowess, why don't you procure an unearned accolade for me? It's not that I look down upon you. Take a stroll through the rear of the beast tide. If you manage to return alive, I will acquiesce to any request you make. This time, it was Wu Lei who felt the sting of discomfort. He was well aware of the magnitude of such an accomplishment, but sought to suppress their burgeoning influence, thus resorting to derision. Though he could traverse the rear of the beast tide himself, bringing back such invaluable reconnaissance material would prove exceedingly challenging. While he could indeed detect the beast tide in advance, he could not remain outdoors indefinitely. Those who roamed the wilderness were either annihilated by the vanguard of the beast tide or scattered to distant locales, making it impossible to traverse as Qin Yifan and his group had done with such ease. This was all thanks to Qin Yifan's group teleportation technique and his extraordinary endurance. Without these advantages, traversing the beast tide would be an insurmountable challenge, let alone delivering timely intelligence back to I-City. Observing Wu Lei at a loss for words, Qin Yifan snorted coldly and continued. I am here under the command of the great commander to inspect the city defenses. Commander Wu, which section are you responsible for? Has your work been completed? Let me so I may conduct an inspection. The atmosphere fell silent once more as onlookers recalled Qin Yifan's identity. He was not only the vice commander of the Independent Legion, but also wielded considerable authority. At that moment, a deep voice echoed from a distance. What great authority you exhibit! One might think you are truly on par with the great commander. Turning his gaze, Qin Yifan beheld a man of about 50 years, striding confidently towards him, flanked by several aides whose attire indicated their high status. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, yet no one dared to speak. Qin Yifan, puzzled, signaled to Li Xiao, Lieutenant Li, who is this gentleman? Li Xiao, with a grim expression, introduced him. He is one of the 3 vice commanders, Wu Batian. Wu Batian? Wu Lei? Upon seeing Li Xiao's slight nod, Qin Yifan's mouth twitched in realization. No wonder Wu Lei had the audacity to disregard the great commander's authority. His father's backing provided him with such confidence. How ironic that the adage holds true. One produces the old after the young, yet here the elder appears before the younger has even made his mark. Ah! Vice Commander Wu, Qin Yifan interjected, this is not a matter of authority, but rather of duty. Just as you, in the face of the impending beast tide, ought to remain steadfast at your post. Such trivial rhetoric was easily dismissed by Wu Batian. Indeed, I have my responsibilities. This defense sector falls under my jurisdiction. I came to conduct an inspection, only to find you here misusing your authority. Pray tell, what should I do about this? Misusing authority? Deputy Commander Wu, do not slander me unjustly. I am merely conducting a routine inspection, Qin Yifan declared with righteous indignation. Upon arriving here, I encountered individuals daring enough to provoke me. and naturally, I had to take action to discipline them. Then, this General Wu emerged to defend them. To be frank, Deputy Commander Wu, your appearance at this moment cannot be merely to shield your subordinates, can it? Impudent rogue, how dare you speak so recklessly? You deserve a beating. To slander the Deputy Commander is a crime worthy of punishment. As Qin Yifun's words fell, two figures sprang forth from behind Wu Batian, vociferously proclaiming their justification for attacking, and charged directly at Qin Yifun. Chapter 45, Combining Techniques to Harm from the Energy Emanating from These Two Individuals. Qin Yifun easily discerned that their levels were not to be underestimated. They possessed at least high-level 40 strength, potentially nearing the threshold of 50. It was astonishing that a deputy commander would employ subordinates of such caliber. This configuration surpassed even that of a commander. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Qin Yifun deftly evaded their onslaught while shouting, "Deputy Commander Wu, if you do not rein in your subordinates who dare to overstep their bounds. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Overstepping? I think not, Wu Batian retorted leisurely. You insulted me first. They are merely fulfilling their duty to teach you a lesson. After all, I outtrank you. Teach me a lesson? Very well, Qin Yifun exclaimed thrice, his countenance suddenly darkening as he coldly asserted, You all believe me to be a sickly cat in the absence of a tiger's roar, do you? Today, I shall demonstrate to you that I traverse the beast-tide with genuine prowess. With that, he raised his hand and a dark sphere enveloped one individual's head. Suddenly deprived of sight, the man instinctively sought to cry out, but as he was in rapid motion, he swiftly escaped the sphere, his expression shifting to one of sheer astonishment. However, this momentary delay disrupted his attack rhythm, forcing him to trail behind the other assailant in pursuit of Qin Yifun. Meanwhile, Qin Yifun felt a surge of frustration. The combination technique he had meticulously crafted the previous day had revealed its flaw before it could even be unleashed. The dark canopy was immobile, an oversight he had not anticipated. Had he known, he would have conjured a larger veil of darkness. Just as he contemplated retracting the dark sphere to cast another canopy, a spark of inspiration struck him. He raised his hand once more, casting a vast shroud of darkness over the first assailant. At that moment, the previous dark sphere remained, allowing him to simultaneously deploy multiple dark canopies, as long as he possessed the stamina and energy to sustain the spells. With this realization, he began to use the dark canopies to toy with the two adversaries. Once he sensed they had acclimated to their visual deprivation, he suddenly unleashed a blinding illumination spell before them. Not only the two assailants but also the onlookers were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the radiant sphere, hastily turning away or shielding their eyes. The two targeted individuals, however, were now groaning on the ground, hands pressed against their eyes, blood seeping through their fingers, a clear indication of their severe injuries. Wu Batian and Wu Lei both felt their pupils constrict suddenly, instinctively averting their gazes from Qin Yifun, as if fearing the searing intensity of his gaze. Wu Lei was genuinely apprehensive, silently grateful that he had refrained from challenging Qin Yifun earlier. Otherwise, should such a technique be employed against him, his fate would undoubtedly be no better than that of the two others. Wu Batian, on the other hand, felt a surge of trepidation, astonished that a mere individual of such a low level possessed such formidable skills. Delving deeper into thought, he realized that with such a ruthless character under the command of the supreme leader, the Ice City was on the verge of a significant upheaval. This could not be allowed to transpire. In the next moment, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes as he coldly declared, Qin Yifun, your arrogance has blinded you to the consequences of your actions. Today, as the deputy commander, I shall administer punishment on behalf of the Military Discipline Office. As he spoke, his figure flickered, and he was suddenly before Qin Yifun, yet his gaze remained fixed elsewhere, solely using his mental prowess to lock onto Qin Yifun. It was evident that he had been intimidated by Qin Yifun's combination of techniques. Just as his hand was about to descend upon Qin Yifun, a booming voice suddenly interrupted. Old Wu, the Military Discipline Office is under my jurisdiction, Ludali. When did it become your place to act in my stead? The Supreme Leader has issued no such command. Upon this declaration, another figure emerged beside Qin Yifun. Towering at nearly 2 meters, he was extraordinarily robust. His muscular physique living up to his name, he truly embodied strength. At that moment, one of his hands gripped Wu Baishan's wrist, rendering Wu Baishan's efforts futile. As he was just shy of reaching Qin Yifun, a glint of sharpness flashed in Wu Baishan's eyes as he summoned an energy wave, preparing to unleash a skill against Qin Yifun. However, Lu Dali pivoted, placing his other hand upon Wu Baishan's shoulder, though it appeared as a friendly gesture. The force behind it was considerable, dissipating the energy enveloping Wu Batian. Old Wu, do you think you can wield magic in front of someone like me, a close combat specialist? Isn't that a tad disrespectful? Furthermore, preying upon a junior is hardly commendable. Come, let us retire to the training grounds and engage in a proper spar. With that, he unceremoniously draped an arm around Wu Batian, leading him away while tossing out a seemingly nonsensical remark. If you don't want the military discipline office to take notice, you all better keep your heads down. The dungeons have been rather empty for too long. The others, having heard this, fell silent, hastily pretending to be preoccupied. Wu Lei, his face darkened, glared at Qin Yifan for several moments before turning away in silence, instructing his subordinates to remove the 3 individuals lying on the ground. Soon, only Qin Yifan, his 3 companions, and Li Xiao remained standing. Qin Yifan blinked, inquiring, Deputy Li, would you kindly elucidate the situation? Li Xiao pressed his lips together, apologizing. I am unable to comment on certain matters, for fear of bias. Damn, you still pretend to be righteous, Qin Yifan muttered under his breath before asking, somewhat exasperated. Then tell me, are you not under the Supreme Leader's command? I am indeed a soldier under the Supreme Leader, thus I am aligned with him, Li Xiao stated, his posture straightening as if making a solemn vow. Qin Yifan merely scoffed. If that is the case, what else is there left for you to withhold? Li Xiao pursed his lips, his expression clearly reluctant to discuss the topic. Qin Yifan spat on the ground, remarking that at least the dog beside its owner could bite for them, while he himself was a coward. Li Xiao's eyes instantly reddened, but Qin Yifan remained indifferent. What do you mean? Am I wrong? He pointed out the ferocity of the deputy under his command and compared it to Li Xiao's demeanor. Clearly provoked, Li Xiao swiftly approached Qin Yifan, gritting his teeth as he whispered, I can be fierce too. It's just that the commander has always asked us to endure. Unaware of any malice in his words, Qin Yifan did not retaliate, but instead responded with a look of understanding. He gently patted Li Xiao's shoulder and smiled. It seems you are indeed one of the commander's people. If you are unwilling to speak, then so be it. However, I am curious, who is that last individual? Li Xiao collected himself, taking a step back before replying, Lu Dali, one of the deputy commanders, in charge of military discipline. Wu Batian oversees the Special Corps, composed entirely of abilities above level 50, so he is never short of experts. Qin Yifan continued to inquire, what about the last deputy commander? What is his role? The last deputy commander is named Gong Chang, responsible for the think tank, tasked with providing the commander with various combat strategies and plans. Li Xiao had no hesitation in sharing this information, and Qin Yifan nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further questions. The next step was to continue the patrol or return. Just as Li Xiao was about to speak, his portable computer suddenly received a command. Chapter 46, The Commander's Plan in Ice City, at the garrison camp. Qin Yifan and his companions were seated in a high-level reception room of the command center, awaiting further instructions. Li Xiao, having received orders from the commander, had directly brought them here. Before long, the door to the reception room swung open, and the commander strode in, flanked by 2 individuals. One was the robust Lu Dali, while the other was unfamiliar to Qin Yifan. However, walking alongside Lu Dali suggested a significant position, likely the last deputy commander, Gong Chang. As expected, the commander straightforwardly introduced them. Qin Yifan, you have already met Lu Dali. This is Gong Chang, my 3rd deputy commander. Qin Yifan promptly rose, bowing to acknowledge them. Deputy Commander Lu, Deputy Commander Gong, greetings. Lu Dali grinned and gave a thumbs up. You did well, kid. Next time, be even more ruthless. Gong Chang merely nodded slightly, saying nothing. The commander looked at Qin Yifan with appreciation and remarked, to be honest, you have brought me great surprise. The idea of awarding you an independent corps was proposed by Gong Chang. We have long intended to restore order in Ice City, and this Beast Tide is a perfect opportunity, with you serving as the catalyst. Of course, that was the original plan, but due to your unpredictable variable, we are also drafting a modified plan. Qin Yifan smirked. It's because I, as the catalyst, have not disappeared, correct? A catalyst ignites the explosives, but once the mission is accomplished, it will vanish. Now, Qin Yifan has successfully ignited the explosives, yet he has not become a casualty, thus, the commander must alter his plans. The commander, chuckling honestly, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that indeed, your performance has exceeded our expectations. It appears that previously considering you as sacrifices was a grave error. Upon hearing this, neither Qin Yifan nor Zhou Hong reacted significantly, but Tang Laosan and Zhou Bao were visibly incensed. Commander, what do you mean by that? We have tirelessly traversed the wilderness to inform you of the impending beast tide. And this is how you treat your benefactors? Had I known, I wouldn't have persuaded Brother Fan, letting you suffer significant losses instead. HMPF. The commander did not engage with their grievances but responded with a smile. I apologize. Time was indeed limited, and the plan was not entirely flawless. To compensate you, I have decided to formally establish an independent legion for you. Tang Laosan retorted with indignation. What do you mean by that? Are you implying you never intended for us to have an easy time? Zhou Bao, equally irate, spoke with a harsh tone. Don't think we care. We are still bound by the city defense forces. We could easily form a mercenary group that would rival your legion. Ludali's booming voice interrupted. If you two don't quiet down, I swear I'll send you both to the medical department like Wu Wangba. The two immediately fell silent, retreating behind Qin Yifan. With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Yifan addressed the commander. Before we discuss the formation of an independent legion, can we clarify some matters? You know we are not from my city. It is entirely unnecessary for us to get involved. Right now, we VE boarded this ship but are utterly in the dark regarding the situation. The commander nodded and spoke candidly. I trust you and Jiao Hong have discerned that Wu Beishan's appearance was no coincidence. He is indeed our primary target for elimination. However, considering the number of individuals behind him and the special legion he commands, it is quite challenging to address him. Hence, you now understand why I require you to establish an independent legion, correct? Just relying on us? Qin Yifan incredulously gestured to his companions. Any one of those special legions could easily annihilate us. What do you expect us to do to contend with them? Before the commander could respond, Ludali's voice boomed again. Do not underestimate yourself. We all witnessed how you outmaneuvered those two level 50 contenders. How is it that you, at merely 20-something levels, are so formidable? Qin Yifan merely smirked, remaining silent, while the commander continued with a smile. Of course, it cannot rely solely on you. Moreover, it is not intended for you to confront the Special Legion head-on, as they are still my soldiers and not entirely under Wu Beishan's control. Furthermore, regarding the challenge aspect, any challenge to the Legion leader must have my consent or the approval of both vice commanders. So your decision to have Jiao Hong as the Legion leader is indeed wise. And with your capabilities, I trust you can handle level 50 ability users, correct? Qin Yifan, uncertain, replied. Whether I can defeat them remains to be seen, but I should be able to escape. Ha ha, you rascal, let me give it a try, said Ludali as he initiated his move, his figure flashing to stand before Qin Yifan. However, in the next moment, he found himself at a loss. Unable to lock onto Qin Yifan despite exerting his mental prowess, for he was a strength type, and both speed and mental acuity were not his forte. Nevertheless, Qin Yifan did not halt his movement, for he sensed that a strand of mental energy was persistently targeting him. It was neither the Supreme Commander nor Ludali, but rather the silent Miyazaki. After a moment of contemplation, he unleashed the dark canopy, plunging the reception room into darkness. He then pushed his speed to the utmost, finally evading that mental pursuit and lightly returned to his previous position. As the dark canopy dissipated, Miyazaki finally spoke. Your speed is remarkable. Qin Yifan touched his nose, replying. Even so, I cannot outrun a beast tide. The Supreme Commander, deep in thought, remarked, Earth, darkness, light, and combined with your speed, likely a wind-type skill. A rare 4-elemental talent indeed. Both Ludali and Miyazaki nodded in agreement, while Jiao Hong remained impassive, and Zhou Bao and Tang Laosan secretly reveled in their triumph. If only they knew he possessed other talents, their astonishment would be beyond measure. The Supreme Commander and his companions, seasoned individuals, did not find the 4-elemental talent particularly astonishing. Yet, they were still quite taken aback, for Qin Yifan was merely at level 20. And earning the praise of the mid-level 50 Ludali and Miyazaki was no small feat after a moment of silence. The Supreme Commander regained his composure and continued. With this, both you and Jiao Hong are safe, while these two must temporarily endure some grievances. Unable to assume positions in the Independent Legion, Tang Laosan and Zhou Bao's spirits plummeted, yet they dared not voice their discontent, knowing that further words would only invite tears. At this juncture, the Supreme Commander's expression turned grave. Qin Yifan, I will prepare sufficient personnel for you. The choice of whom to retain will be yours. Additionally, there are 2 missions to choose from. Qin Yifan smirked. Can I opt not to undertake a mission? The Supreme Commander ignored his remark and proceeded. First, lead your chosen companions to the rear of the beast tide and attempt to eliminate the members of the beast sect directly. Second, confront the beast tide head-on with your selected companions, achieving great military merit and establishing the reputation of the Independent Legion. Chapter 47. Loyalty to the Supreme Commander. The Supreme Commander and his allies approached the matter from a position of authority, considering all actions to be for the benefit of Ice City, viewing personal gains and losses as trivial. Qin Yifan and his companions could not empathize, nor were they citizens of Ice City, rendering any sense of shared experience impossible. However, they found themselves compelled to accept the Supreme Commander's directives, unless they wished to abandon Ice City and continue their journey through other cities. Yet, they now understood the Supreme Commander's plan, making it unlikely for them to leave Ice City. Thus, they could only temporarily acquiesce. Qin Yifan conferred with Jiu Hong and the others, concluding that undertaking a mission in the enemy's rear was not worth the peril, especially considering the risk of exposure. After all, in the second task, gaining the reputation of the Independent Legion should be a common objective. So why not undertake this endeavor in front of everyone? Supreme Commander, I choose the second option. May I inquire about the personnel arrangements? No problem. I'll leave the rest to Miyazaki. I have other matters to attend to. If there are any questions, just direct them to him. The Supreme Commander departed with Lu Dali, while Miyazaki led Qin Yifan, along with 4 others and Li Xiao, to a training ground. The City Defense Army actually comprises more than one encampment, as each city possesses 8 walls, making it inconvenient for all forces to cluster together for defense. Moreover, in the absence of large-scale battles, the City Defense Army must also assist the local law enforcement in maintaining order, resulting in their stations being dispersed throughout Ice City. The encampment where Qin Yifan and his companions were stationed is located in the city center, serving to protect the high-ranking officials of Ice City, and can directly function as a command center during wartime. Those stationed here are trusted subordinates of the Supreme Commander, while the Special Legion under Wu Batian does not reside here. However, the soldiers present here are of considerable rank, although their energy fluctuations are quite subtle. Qin Yifan can sense that none of them are below level 40. Before long, they arrived at their destination, where several hundred individuals stood in formation. However, Qin Yifan quickly noticed that although these individuals were also donned in military uniforms, their collars and shoulders bore no insignia. This was clearly unusual, as any member of the City Defense Army would possess a rank, at the very least, the insignia of a private. A private is the rank of an ordinary soldier, followed by a corporal, then a sergeant, and so forth, making the hierarchy of the City Defense Army easily discernible. Yet, the soldiers before him lacked any rank, leaving Qin Yifan perplexed. However, seeing everyone's serious demeanor, he refrained from inquiring further and silently aligned himself with Miyazaki. Upon seeing them stand at attention, the individual at the front of the formation on the far right called out loudly, "Attention!" With a sharp command, all personnel straightened their posture, standing as erect as javelins. The individual then jogged a few steps forward and reported to Miyazaki with a loud voice, "Vice Commander Miyazaki, 581 retired veterans have answered the call to return. Please provide your instructions." Miyazaki nodded in acknowledgement and softly replied, "Good, welcome back to duty." Yes. The individual returned to the formation. Miyazaki then addressed the crowd. "Firstly, I would like to express my gratitude for your return. Secondly, there will be significant tasks assigned to you. If anyone finds this challenging, you may choose to withdraw now." No one spoke up or stepped forward. All eyes remained steadfastly fixed on Miyazaki. He nodded slightly. "Very well. It seems you have not forgotten that you are soldiers of the Supreme Commander." The crowd responded in unison, loyal to the Supreme Commander. Qin Yifan couldn't help but grimace, wondering if these individuals were truly the ones arranged by the Supreme Commander. Why did it feel as if they had been brainwashed? Would he even be able to command them? However, considering the situation, it made sense. The Supreme Commander, while not overtly expressing doubt, might not fully trust him and the others. Additionally, given the time constraints, it was unlikely he would allow just anyone into the Independent Legion. Hence the necessity of assigning individuals he could rely upon. Having come to terms with this, he no longer cared and continued to listen as Miyazaki proceeded with his introduction. Miyazaki spoke of the daunting circumstances at hand, essentially laying the groundwork for Qin Yifan's merits while informing the retired soldiers of their forthcoming assignments. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are all veterans of the Special Corps. However, the Supreme Commander does not intend for you to return, but instead plans to assign you to the Independent Corps. Yet, whether the Independent Corps will accept you depends on their own discretion." After introducing the 4 individuals alongside Qin Yifan, Miyazaki solemnly inquired, "Do any of you have questions?" Once again, the same individual stepped forward and boldly asked, Deputy Commander Miyazaki, if the Supreme Commander wishes to establish the independent corps, why appoint outsiders as commanders? Miyazaki replied with a calm demeanor, they are not outsiders. As I mentioned earlier, their achievements surpass yours collectively. More than sufficient to assume the roles of both commander and deputy. The man fell silent for a few moments before posing another question. Achievements aside, what about their capabilities? Miyazaki, rarely showing amusement, replied, although you lack military ranks, your abilities are adequate for the role of commander. Therefore, I permit you to challenge the deputy commander without fear of retribution. And the commander? The man pressed further. Miyazaki declared, have you forgotten the Supreme Commander's rules? To challenge the commander, one must obtain permission from the Supreme Commander or both deputy commanders. Do you think we would consent? This response was no mere hint but a clear indication that they should not harbor thoughts of contesting the commander's position. While it could be framed as a defense of Jiohong, it was, in less flattering terms, a subtle incitement. Qin Yifan cast an odd glance at Miyazaki, puzzled by his motivations. However, he soon understood, as the 500 individuals below erupted into a tempest of rebellious expressions, each casting him furtive, malevolent glances. Goodness! Deputy Commander Miyazaki has truly set a trap for me. These 500 challengers will surely wear me out. Tang Lao-san and Zhou Bao also noticed the shift in the crowd, their gazes towards Qin Yifan filled with sympathy and helplessness. Jiohong stepped forward, asserting, Deputy Commander Miyazaki, I permit them to challenge Qin Yifan, but the number must not exceed 10. Her statement reflected her faith in Qin Yifan's strength, while also seeking to avert chaos. She possessed a skill that allowed her to discern the intentions of others, not a mind-reading ability, but one that could ascertain whether someone harbored hostility or ill intent. Upon her inspection, she found these retired soldiers merely felt a sense of discontent, lacking any further negative emotions, suggesting they were trustworthy individuals. If she could recruit them, even if they were loyal to the Supreme Commander, as long as her small group did not oppose him, survival in this icy city would pose no challenge. Very well. Miyazaki nodded, then addressed the group. Did you hear that? You may now select 10 representatives to challenge Deputy Commander Qin Yifan in succession. Qin Yifan interjected. Is there no one who might consider my feelings? A 1 versus 10 endurance match sounds exhausting, does it not? However, observing the situation at the scene, it seemed futile to voice any objections. Thus, he chose to refrain from further comments and began retrieving items from his spatial pocket. Simultaneously, he addressed Zhou Bao, requesting a barbecue grill. Sure thing, Zhou Bao replied. Chapter 48. The wheel battle commences. Qin Yifan and Zhou Bao shared an unspoken understanding, with just a single remark. Zhou Bao knew precisely what was required. Before long, a robust barbecue grill materialized before the onlookers. Tang Laosan also sprang into action, seizing the charcoal produced by Qin Yifan and igniting it, using his wind affinity to stoke the flames. Jiohong cast a glance at Qin Yifan, then quietly approached the grill, expertly threading meat onto skewers. The usually stern Miyazaki was momentarily taken aback. He initially intended to halt the four's frivolous antics, but suddenly realizing the situation, he stood frozen in place. His eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the unexpectedly materialized mutated beast meat. Just recently, he had remarked on Qin Yifan's already rare 4 elemental abilities, and now he had discovered an additional spatial affinity. What manner of prodigy had the commander unearthed? Noticing the rigidity of Miyazaki's expression, Qin Yifan flashed a grin. Commander Miyazaki, I must contend with 10 opponents in a wheel battle, which is quite energy-consuming. These skewers are for replenishing my energy. Is that against the rules? Miyazaki's lips twitched as he suppressed his astonishment, responding, you could use recovery potions for energy restoration. Why resort to this? My circumstances are rather unique. Recovery potions are ineffective for me, and besides, nothing compares to the delight of indulging in skewers. Miyazaki's forehead was lined with dark thoughts, pondering that the real reason was his yearning for barbecued meat. However, witnessing the flames already ignited, he realized it was too late to intervene. He shifted his gaze to the veterans. Please select 10 individuals swiftly and feel free to voice any additional requests. The barbecue festivities had already begun. It would be inappropriate to allow the veterans to feel discriminated against. Fortunately, the veterans upheld their dignity and refrained from making excessive demands. Furthermore, they believed they could easily handle Qin Yifan, so there was no need for additional requests. Before long, 10 individuals stepped forward, led by the same spokesperson as before. Reporting to Commander Miyazaki, we are ready. Miyazaki nodded, then turned to Qin Yifan, who shrugged. I was prepared long ago. Very well, let the challengers enter the arena, Miyazaki declared. As his words echoed, the veterans formed two neat lines, clearing 100-meter space for the challenge. Qin Yifan strode confidently into the arena, while one of the 10 stepped forward to stand opposite him. I am Sun Miao, a level 51 water elemental ability user. I look forward to your guidance. Qin Yifan scratched his head and inquired of Miyazaki, Commander Miyazaki, is it necessary to declare my abilities? Miyazaki's lips twitched again. You need not. All right then. Qin Yifan grinned and addressed Sun Miao. I am Qin Yifan, a level 23 ability user. I look forward to your guidance. As his words fell, the expressions of the retired soldiers, though silent, betrayed their astonishment. They had presumed that Qin Yifan had employed some means to conceal his true strength, only to discover that he genuinely possessed a mere 20-something levels. In such a solemn setting, the thought of him lying seemed utterly pointless. As Qin Yifan's adversary, Sun Miao was both shocked and at a loss for words, turning to glance at the leading retired soldier. Although the latter was equally taken aback, he gave a slight nod. Receiving the signal, Sun Miao, albeit reluctantly, assumed a combat stance. Deputy Commander Qin, I await your guidance. Qin Yifan chuckled, replying, Guidance is too much praise. Let us commence. Very well. Sun Miao responded, immediately entering a state of battle, his expression grave as he awaited Qin Yifan's move. Given that he was at level 51 while Qin Yifan was only at level 23, he felt a sense of embarrassment in initiating the first strike. Qin Yifan, understanding his hesitation, smiled and raised his hand, conjuring a dark canopy that enveloped Sun Miao entirely. The eyes of all the retired soldiers widened in astonishment. Instantaneous skill activation. Setting aside the issue of levels, achieving such a feat is undeniably a hallmark of genius. Typically, an ability user requires a preparatory process to unleash skills, the duration of which varies based on skill proficiency and potency. The greater the skill's intensity, the more energy it consumes, leading to a longer preparation time. Naturally, as one's proficiency improves, this preparatory phase shortens. However, achieving instantaneous activation remains an arduous challenge, even for those with lower intensity skills. And only prodigious talents can accomplish it. Miyazaki was equally astonished. Despite having seen Qin Yifan's instantaneous skill activation through video, it still struck him as remarkable. They were either in disbelief or awe, while Sun Miao was caught in a state of panic. This was not due to Qin Yifan's rapid skill activation, but rather the terrifying effect of the dark canopy. Logically, lower-level ability users should exhibit diminished potency when casting skills against higher-level users. In other words, Qin Yifan, being at level 23, should not have had a significant impact on him. Yet, he found himself completely deprived of vision, if this was the diminished effect. How potent was the original power? Would it blind him outright? However, he regained his composure swiftly, utilizing his mental energy to scan his surroundings. To his shock, he found himself unable to locate Qin Yifan. What was happening? Had Qin Yifan surrendered the position of deputy commander in the face of the challenge? That seemed implausible. Just as he was grappling with his astonishment, a sudden brightness caught his attention, prompting him to squint and adjust to the light. In the next moment, he heard a gasp, followed by a chilling sensation at his neck. Looking down, he saw a large blade pressed against his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief. Although his vision had been impaired, his mental energy had remained unaffected. When had Qin Yifan approached him? At that moment, he finally comprehended why his comrades had gasped in astonishment. They were not merely shocked that someone at the mere 20-something level could defeat him. Had they not also perceived this anomaly? Qin Yifan, indifferent to their surprise, flashed a grin and asked, So, do you still refuse to concede? I concede, though reluctant. The reality was undeniable. Quibbling would serve no purpose and would only invite further disdain. Very well, next. With that, Qin Yifan retracted his large blade, simultaneously devouring a skewer of meat from his other hand. It was then that the onlookers realized that this fellow was indeed battling while munching on skewers. Sun Miao returned to the challenge team, and another of the remaining 9 stepped forth. He swiftly entered the arena, his demeanor devoid of previous disdain, and earnestly declared, Vice Commander Qin, my name is Li Ming, a level 52 wind element ability user. I seek your guidance. Qin Yifan smiled and nodded, choosing silence as he raised a finger. However, Li Ming was well prepared. He swiftly evaded the area enveloped by the dark canopy and charged toward Qin Yifan. Previously, Qin Yifan had cast the dark canopy to cover a 1-meter cubed area, which was adequate for the challenge at hand, and he employed it accordingly. Yet, he had underestimated the combat experience of these retired soldiers, who had discerned the canopy's limitations. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, casting 3 dark canopies in quick succession, managing to trap Li Ming within them. In the next moment, as Li Ming burst forth from the shroud of darkness, he was met with the gleam of a blade. Chapter 49. A game decided by a single move. As Li Ming emerged from the dark canopy, he perceived a flash of cold light before him, its suddenness catching him off guard, leaving even his mental faculties momentarily unresponsive. Yet, guided by muscle memory, he instinctively dodged the oncoming strike. Qin Yifan was taken aback for a moment, casually popping another skewer into his mouth while flashing a toothy grin at Li Ming, only to vanish from his sight in an instant. This time, Li Ming finally grasped the astonishing speed of this Vice Commander Qin, so swift that even his mental acuity could not lock onto him. What a remarkable prodigy. It is well known that level 50 represents a pivotal threshold. The disparity between those who have crossed it and those who have not is akin to a vast chasm. While it is not entirely impossible for individuals to challenge those above their level, such feats are typically reserved for prodigies on the cusp of level 50. Yet here stood a mere level 23. To think that someone of such a low tier could vanquish a level 50 if he were to transcend the 50 mark. Would he not ascend to the heavens? Indeed, Li Ming had initially believed Qin Yifan's prior victory to be a mere stroke of luck, but his perspective had shifted. As a wind element ability user himself, he understood all too well what Qin Yifan's speed signified. Even without that dark skill, it would only be a matter of time before his opponent triumphed over him. It was no wonder that Qin Yifan had set up a barbecue stand from the outset. It seemed that endurance was his only apparent weakness. These thoughts flitted through his mind in rapid succession, yet ultimately distracted him. In the arena, victory or defeat often hinges on a fleeting moment, and as his vision was once again obscured, he realized that trouble was imminent. However, it was too late to react. As he felt a chill emanating from his neck, losing 2 consecutive matches did not deter the veteran soldiers. Rather, their gaze towards Qin Yifan was now devoid of disdain. These veterans adhered to the regulations set forth by their commander, believing that virtue and strength are the true measures of a person. The young man before them possessed sufficient power, and despite his youth, he exhibited remarkable strength without arrogance, earning the respect of the veterans. The only minor flaw was his somewhat reckless demeanor, yet this was merely a trivial imperfection and of little consequence. As he watched Li Ming rejoin the ranks, Qin Yifan broke into a smile, wondering who would be next. Just as someone was about to step forward to speak, another raised a hand and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, we all recognize Deputy Commander Qin's strength. Continuing with a rotating challenge serves no purpose. Instead, let me face him for a decisive match, shall we?" He was the strongest among them, and even without consulting the others, he could have acted independently. Yet he chose not to be autocratic. The remaining 7 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The man responded with a nod and stepped into the arena. Standing 5 meters in front of Qin Yifan, he proclaimed, "Deputy Commander Qin, I am Huang Liang, a level 53 Earth and Fire dual element ability user. If you can defeat me, we shall follow your command from henceforth." He was indeed a dual element prodigy, yet in the face of Qin Yifan, he appeared somewhat lacking. He realized that Qin Yifan was the true powerhouse. Otherwise, the beautiful commander would not willingly act as a barbecue chef, hence his statement. Qin Yifan blinked and turned to Gong Chang, asking, "Deputy Commander Gong, is this acceptable?" Gong Chang, having returned to his usual demeanor, replied, "Of course." Qin Yifan then nodded at Huang Liang. "Very well, let us begin." "Forgive me," Huang Liang declared as he made the first move. He regarded Qin Yifan as an equal opponent and thus sought to strike first. Energy surged around him, and as a massive fireball hurtled towards Qin Yifan, a large firewall spell manifested to his right. This was the result of his battle experience. He anticipated that Qin Yifan would attempt to evade the fireball to the right, so he preemptively cast the firewall spell there. Unfortunately for Huang Liang, Qin Yifan was not one to adhere to conventional tactics. With his passive skill, reconnaissance, activated to its fullest extent during combat, Huang Liang's every move was perceptible to him. The significant energy fluctuations before the spell's release led Qin Yifan to deduce that Huang Liang would not merely release a single fireball, prompting him to remain calm and not rush into evasion. As expected, just as the fireball was about to strike, a firewall spell appeared to his right. Had he indeed attempted to evade in that direction, he would have fallen into a trap. Although he might not have been defeated, the outcome would have been quite precarious. In a split second, he darted to the left to avoid the fireball. only to find himself engulfed in a sea of flames as Huang Liang's second firewall spell emerged. By heavens! Qin Yifan uttered a profanity, instantly elevating his speed to the utmost limit, appearing as if he had teleported outside the firewall technique. In a flurry of confusion, he began to flail about. His antics left everyone astounded. Huang Liang, who had prepared his skills, stood frozen in disbelief, watching him perform. Jiao Hong and Jiao Bao could only cover their faces, while Tang Laosen laughed so hard that his jaw nearly dislocated. Miyazaki, with a furrowed brow, noticed that Qin Yifan had been in a state of frenetic activity for quite some time and cleared his throat to remind him, Vice Commander Qin. What on earth are you doing? It seemed Qin Yifan had only just registered the situation, pausing to assess himself. To his surprise, he realized he hadn't sustained any injuries. The most he suffered was a slight curl in the hair peeking out from his helmet. Our City Defense Army's equipment is indeed impressive, huh? His reaction was understandable, given that he had never encountered such a scenario before. After all, in the wild, his combat style was straightforward and brutish, leaving little room for mutated beasts to maneuver. Experiencing the formidable firewall technique for the first time understandably rattled him. Seeing him cease his antics, Huang Liang inquired, Vice Commander Qin, may we continue? Qin Yifan quickly nodded. Yes, let us proceed. He then began to experience the sensation of being a kite on a string. Previously, he had toyed with others using the dark canopy, but now he found himself forced to dart about, evading Huang Liang's firewall technique. Given his speed, it was challenging for the firewall to harm him, yet it effectively served as an obstacle, preventing him from approaching Huang Liang. The combination of fireball technique and firewall technique compelled him to scurry from side to side, never daring to remain in one place for long. Continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy, while he was too concerned about being defeated. Achieving victory seemed equally daunting. After all, it was a challenge, and a resolution had to be reached. However, despite pondering deeply, he could not devise a suitable plan, as most of his skills were supportive. Ultimately, he could only rely on the dark canopy for a breakthrough. Once again forced back by the firewall technique, he activated the dark canopy. This time, it was not a mere small-scale version, but rather enveloped the entire challenge arena. Now, not only was Huang Liang deprived of sight, but the spectators were also left in the dark about the unfolding events. At this juncture, Qin Yifan ceased to conceal his intentions and directly initiated the Earth Escape technique, burrowing towards Huang Liang's feet. However, just as he emerged from the ground, poised to place his blade against Huang Liang's neck, he sensed a subtle upward curl at the corner of Huang Liang's mouth through his mental acuity. An instinctual alarm rang within him, urging him to retreat. Yet he was too late. With a resounding thud, Huang Liang swiftly delivered a punch, striking him squarely in the chest. Ouch, that hurts. Chapter 50, Victory through Special Abilities in the Arena. The dark canopy dissipated, and the firewall technique vanished without a trace, leaving only Qin Yifan and Huang Liang. Qin Yifan staggered backward, rubbing his chest, a look of bewilderment on his face as he queried, How did you detect me? In truth, Huang Liang was equally perplexed. He had believed that his punch was sufficient to subdue Qin Yifan, thus refraining from employing any additional skills. To his astonishment, that punch had felt as though it had struck iron. Do not be deceived by Qin Yifan's ostentatious demeanor. He sensed that his strikes had not inflicted any real pain upon his opponent. Furthermore, what had become of the firewall technique he had previously employed? He had not interrupted his skill while executing his punches. His intention was to force Qin Yifan into the effects of the firewall technique. Yet now, the arena was devoid of any such manifestations. Observing Qin Yifan's lack of intent to continue, he spoke in a low voice. I possess an earth affinity as well. Although I lack the ability to manipulate the earth, I can perceive the energy fluctuations beneath my feet. After articulating this, he voiced his lingering curiosity. How did you extinguish my firewall technique? Qin Yifan glanced around, and upon realizing that not a single firewall remained, his confusion deepened. I truly do not know, he admitted, yet a bold hypothesis began to take shape in his mind, prompting him to eagerly declare, Brother Huang, please conjure another firewall technique. Huang Liang's lips twitched, but he complied and cast a firewall before him. Without hesitation, Qin Yifan enveloped the firewall in a dark canopy and then abruptly ceased the skill. The retired soldiers, despite their commendable qualities, couldn't help but emit a chorus of astonished gasps. Huang Liang quickly grasped the situation, casting a speechless glance at Qin Yifan, wondering how they were to proceed with such a development. Qin Yifan had not anticipated that the dark canopy possessed such a hidden function. It was indeed an unexpected delight. Just as he was about to suggest another experiment, Miyazaki suddenly interjected, "All right, Huang Liang, I declare you the loser of this round. Do you have any objections?" Huang Liang shook his head in resignation, realizing that Qin Yifan had enveloped the entire arena in darkness, leaving him with no option but to endure the blows. Although he suspected his opponent's attack power was not particularly formidable, his defeat was merely a matter of time. Qin Yifan wished to express further thoughts but was interrupted by Miyazaki. "Enough. Friends are forged in battle. From this point onward, you shall be members of the independent corps. Uphold the traditions of camaraderie and mutual assistance. Do you understand?" "Understood." Qin Yifan could not help but scoff at the slogan, finding it somewhat juvenile. Couldn't they simply say they would be brothers, sharing both fortune and adversity? Unfortunately, Miyazaki paid him no mind and turned to Jiuhong, saying, "Captain Jiuhong, I would like you to have Li Xiao assist in integrating these individuals. I need to take Qin Yifan to meet the Supreme Commander." Jiuhong glanced at Qin Yifan and nodded. "Very well, Deputy Commander Miyazaki. I will familiarize myself with the regulations of the City Defense Corps as quickly as possible to align with the Supreme Commander's plans." "Excellent. It is no wonder you have been appointed as the commander. I look forward to our fruitful collaboration." After shaking hands with Jiuhong, Miyazaki unceremoniously led Qin Yifan away. Upon returning to the previous parlor, Qin Yifan finally had the opportunity to speak. "Deputy Commander Miyazaki, what is your intention?" Miyazaki furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Vice Commander Qin, how many types of affinities do you possess?" What does it matter how many affinities I have? As you can see, none of my skills are particularly useful." He was evading the question, and Miyazaki recognized this. Opting not to press further, but instead shifted to another inquiry. "I sense you are not yet fully acquainted with your skills, am I correct?" Qin Yifan scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed, as opportunities to demonstrate his abilities in the wild were indeed rare. Miyazaki furrowed his brows momentarily, but soon grasped the essence of the situation and moved on without dwelling on it. "Please wait here for a moment," he instructed, before stepping aside to send a message from his portable computer. Within a few minutes, he returned, locking eyes with Qin Yifan. "The commander will arrive shortly, this time. We intend to mold you into a hero." "A hero? What do you mean?" Qin Yifan responded, puzzled. "To be frank, we're planning to have you draw fire." "What nonsense! You mean to use me as bait?" Qin Yifan exclaimed, incredulous. "You must think highly of me." However, before he could voice any further thoughts, the door to the reception room swung open, and the commander, along with Lu Dali, rushed in. Lu Dali, in a flurry, asked, "So, does this kid have space-type talent?" The commander, exhibiting a steadier demeanor but with an urgent tone, pressed on. "Miyazaki, is it true that his shadow skills can sever others' abilities?" Miyazaki's expression darkened. "Commander, did we not agree on a different way to address me?" The commander chuckled, quickly deflecting, "Let us not focus on trivialities. Get to the point." With a resigned glance, Miyazaki conjured a skill, summoning a whirlwind before the four of them. He then turned to Qin Yifan, remaining silent. Qin Yifan grinned and cast a dark canopy, only to terminate it immediately. "Seriously? Is this for real?" "Miyazaki, you're not intentionally cooperating with him, are you?" Lu Dali exclaimed. "Do you wish to meet an untimely end?" Miyazaki retorted. "My apologies, it was the commander's idea. I won't do it again," Lu Dali replied, sheepishly. The commander's eyes gleamed as he unleashed a skill, summoning bolts of lightning that crackled and struck the ground. Fortunately, he controlled the intensity, or the reception room's floor would have been left in tatters. Qin Yifan, like a mere instrument, cast another dark canopy. The commander's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Qin Yifan, refrain from using that skill too often. At least do not reveal its specific characteristics. Understood? "Why? It's hard to come by a life-saving skill. Why shouldn't I use it?" Miyazaki interjected, "Commander, there is no need for excessive secrecy. After this beast tide, they will undoubtedly take action. His skill will surely prove effective. That is exactly my concern. What if they discover it beforehand and devise a countermeasure? I doubt they will find a solution. After contemplating for a while, I believe the only way to counter the skill is to keep their distance." "That is true." The commander nodded, then patted Qin Yifan on the shoulder. "The first battlefield against the beast tide will be entrusted to you. Do you have confidence?" "What do you mean?" Qin Yifan asked, bewildered. "How could I possibly withstand the beast tide alone?" Miyazaki added, "It's not about you handling it solo. It's about you playing the most significant role within it." Qin Yifan remained utterly confused, genuinely unable to comprehend the implications of their words. As Miyazaki was about to elaborate, their portable devices emitted simultaneous alarm signals, accompanied by a series of ominous roars from outside. Qin Yifan wore a perplexed expression, bewildered by the situation. Had the beast tide breached the city? The commander's face turned ashen. This rabble dared to instigate a rebellion at such a critical moment. An utter absurdity. Damn it, Wu Batian, that old scoundrel, actually had the audacity to betray us. I shall take matters into my own hands and eliminate him. Lu Dali's face was engulfed in fury, while Miyazaki gasped in shock. The vanguard of the beast tide has appeared, surrounding all satellite cities. The three received messages from various sources, and the atmosphere in the reception room grew exceedingly tense. Without uttering a word, the commander left with Lu Dali. While Miyazaki lingered for a moment longer and instructed Qin Yifan, "Go find your independent legion. Li Shao will inform you of your tasks." Chapter 51. Everything is in disarray. Just moments ago, the ice city was orderly, but now it was filled with the jarring sounds of alarms. As the bewildered Qin Yifan rushed out of the city lord's mansion, he discovered the area engulfed in chaos. The city lord's mansion was fortified with walls, though not as towering as the city walls, standing at over 20 meters high, and a considerable number of city defense troops were retaliating from atop. Just as he was about to retreat underground to the military camp, a communication request from Jiao Hong came through. "Afan, the situation is critical. The commander has ordered the Independent Legion to head to Yunqing to fend off the beast tide. Where are you? Can you return in 3 minutes?" "What? I'm at the city lord's mansion. There's no way I can reach the military camp in 3 minutes." Jiao Hong's voice was grave. "In that case, we shall set off first. You must find a way to join us in Yunqing. Why the rush? Can't we wait for me to return and depart together? Orders must be followed. Even if we wish to wait, Huang Liang and the others will not, and it will lead to complications." Qin Yifan grasped the underlying meaning of her words. After a brief silence, he replied, "All right, Hongjia, please take care. Rest assured, Huang Liang and the others are formidable. We three are not to be underestimated." Just as Qin Yifan ended the communication, a loud shout erupted beside him. "A breach has occurred in the northern wall. Come with me to reinforce." "You." "Yes, you. What are you dawdling for? Move." Qin Yifan, bewildered, pointed at himself. Realizing that the individual was on the verge of drawing a weapon against him, he hurriedly followed suit. Although the insignia of the mercenary group adorned his back, it was entirely plausible that he was mistaken for a member of the city defense troops stationed at the city lord's mansion. Confused, he trailed a group of formally dressed individuals to the northern wall, where various skills were unleashed chaotically, and one corner of the wall was embroiled in a tumultuous melee. Gazing at the masked assailants, Qin Yifan's first thought was of the chaotic zones, followed by a bitter smile. How brazen they were to assault the city lord's mansion. Did they wish to forfeit their standing in Ice City? As he pondered this, another shout rang out. "You. Again, you. What are you waiting for? Get in there." Qin Yifan opened his mouth but ultimately shook his head in resignation, once more trailing behind them as they ascended the city wall. As he ascended the city wall, an icy arrow suddenly shot towards him, prompting him to swiftly dodge to the side. However, in his peripheral vision, he noticed someone behind him. He abruptly halted his movement and raised his arm, bracing himself to take the arrow head-on. With a sharp clang, a large blade appeared before him, shattering the icy projectile, followed by a furious roar. "What are you dawdling about? Are you frightened? Do you truly deserve that armor? Your equipment seems amiss. Who are you, exactly? Goodness. At last. You've realized something is off." Yet before he could respond, the assailant's blade was already poised at his throat. "Speak. Are you an accomplice of those outside, attempting to infiltrate our ranks to collude with them?" Qin Yifan quickly raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, exclaiming, "I am one of you. I belong to the Independent Legion and have no ties with those outside." The individual seemed poised to retort, but suddenly, a masked figure charged towards them, forcing him to withdraw his blade for a counterattack. Seizing the moment, Qin Yifan pointed his hand forward, conjuring a dark canopy that enveloped the masked assailant. The man paused, glancing back at him, and inquired once more, "Are you truly one of us?" Taking advantage of his distraction, Qin Yifan unleashed a blinding light spell, dispelling the dark canopy. The masked figure let out a pained cry, and Qin Yifan remarked, "Of course. If I intended to collaborate with him, it would be you who is injured now." The man glanced at the masked figure clutching his face in agony before swiftly ending his suffering with a decisive strike, then turned his gaze back to Qin Yifan. "For now, I will trust you, but I shall keep a vigilant eye on you." With that, he gestured for Qin Yifan to step forward, indicating a desire to fight alongside him. Embracing the principle of making the best of his circumstances, Qin Yifan resolved to assist. As escaping to Yunqing amid the chaos would prove difficult, he figured that Jiao Hong and Huang Liang, both of whom were formidable level 50 experts, would manage without issue. With this thought in mind, he strode toward the melee. Those endowed with extraordinary abilities not only hone their skills but also practice martial techniques, as casting spells requires time, and opportunities to do so can be scarce. The current situation exemplified this, where amidst the fray, casting spells was impractical, and care must be taken to avoid harming allies with stray magic. With Qin Yifan's presence, the tumultuous battle quickly subsided, as he dispatched each masked assailant with a single punch. The companion wielding the large blade followed suit, effortlessly eliminating foes with remarkable efficiency. Peering down from the breach, Qin Yifan spotted a line of masked figures surging upward. Without hesitation, he cast another dark canopy to envelop them all. Following this, he unleashed a brilliant light spell, and upon dispelling the darkness, the air was filled with shrieks as the masked figures plummeted from the city wall. Impressive. My name is He Wen Yuan, an officer from the Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Lord's Manor. And you? Qin Yifan responded while continuing to cast dark canopies downwards. I am Qin Yifan, of the Independent Legion. I was just about to regroup when you forcibly summoned me here. Oh, I remember now. You are that great hero. Apologies for any inconvenience caused. I hope I haven't delayed Brother Qin's affairs. Qin Yifan cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering the utility of such remarks at this juncture. As he lifted his gaze towards the horizon, a multitude of masked figures surged forth, prompting him to inquire with growing perplexity, He Wen Yuan, who are these individuals? Do they possess a death wish, daring to besiege the Lord Mayor's residence? He Wen Yuan, conjuring a whirlwind from above, whispered discreetly, Brother Qin, I would not divulge this to anyone else, but since you are the esteemed whistleblower against Qin Xiong, I shall not keep it from you. Our Anti-Corruption Bureau is currently delving deep into Qin Xiong's affairs. Alas, before we could unearth the core of the matter, these assailants appeared to assault the Lord Mayor's mansion. I suspect they are undoubtedly affiliated with Qin Xiong. A sharp intake of breath escaped Qin Yifan's lips, reflecting upon the encounter between Qin Xiong and Elder Sun. It seemed they were merely representatives of their respective factions. Elder Su epitomized the Beastmaster sect. Thus, whom did Qin Xiong represent? Although his whistleblowing had disrupted their plans, it might also have inadvertently galvanized them into a decisive confrontation. The simultaneous occurrence of their rebellion and the Beast Tide suggested a connivance between the two. This revelation illuminated Qin Yifan's recent confusion regarding the sluggish arrival of the Beast Tide. Evidently, it was all part of a meticulously orchestrated scheme. An internal insurrection diverted the attention of the Lord Mayor and the Supreme Commander, while the Beast Tide assaulted all satellite cities, compelling the station legions to act independently. This battle would prove arduous. Lost in contemplation, he was abruptly roused by He Wen Yuan's exclamation, Brother Qin, that sector is on the verge of collapse. I must assist. You must hold your ground. It was then that Qin Yifan realized that, witnessing the efficacy of his skills, others had rushed to support different areas. Such a turn of events was rather absurd. Yet, it was not entirely surprising. Despite his momentary distraction, he had not ceased unleashing his abilities. Coincidentally, his proficiency had peaked, elevating the dark canopy to level 2, transforming its dimensions from 10 by 10 by 20 to a formidable 20 by 20 by 20. The city wall, standing at just over 20 meters, was now overshadowed by the dark canopy, which rendered any intruder visually incapacitated, leaving them disoriented for an extended period. The masked assailants stationed outside hurled their abilities towards him, but they fell harmlessly into the abyss, posing no threat to this region. Consequently, others flocked to areas in need of urgent assistance. Realizing this, Qin Yifan resolved to harness the potency of his skills further, treating it as an opportunity to refine his proficiency. Thus, he conjured darkness across a horizontal expanse of 400 meters and a vertical span of 200 meters, perpetually enveloping the area. Subsequently, without warning, patches of darkness would vanish, replaced by radiant orbs resembling miniature suns. The majority of the trapped masked figures suffered severe ocular burns. Even those who managed to evade complete incapacitation found their combat efficacy significantly diminished. A fortunate few who sensed the impending danger and narrowly escaped the radiant orb were met with yet another wave of darkness. After such repeated attempts, if anyone still manages to ascend the city walls, it will solely rely on Qin Yifan's own prowess. Initially, Qin Yifan found himself somewhat flustered. For those besieging the Lord's estate were not ordinary folk. They were all at least level 40 or above, adept in their extraordinary abilities. These individuals, with their formidable skills and martial techniques, posed a significant challenge. Were it not for the interference of the dark canopy and the super illumination technique, dealing with them would not have been so effortless. His defensive efforts proved remarkably successful, bolstering the morale of his comrades while simultaneously drawing the attention of the attackers. It would be implausible to suggest that this siege lacked a commander, though the preparation had been rather hasty. Individuals from various factions had not coordinated in advance. Upon arrival, they discovered that their command systems were functioning independently. After a period of confusion, they finally established a chief commander, who then instructed the rest to follow his lead. At this moment, they happened to notice the situation at the northern wall, where a hawk-nosed man gazed sharply at Qin Yifan. When did the city defense forces acquire such a formidable figure, and why was this not included in the provided intelligence? A member of the city defense, clad in their uniform but lacking insignia, felt a chill at this remark. The city defense corps numbered in the millions. Even the supreme commander could not claim to know every individual. Moreover, who could guarantee that aside from the special legions, the supreme commander had no hidden strengths? Enough of this chatter. The priority is to dispatch someone to deal with him, lest it jeopardize our grand plan, spoke an elderly man in robes, his voice discernible despite the mask he wore. Although his identity remained a mystery, it was known that he had been appointed as the chief commander by higher authorities, and all actions were to heed his directives. The hawk-nosed man scoffed. My forces will attack from the front. What is there to fear from merely 2 deceptive skills? The member from the city defense responded coolly, I shall send reinforcements from the side. The masked elder said little more, merely nodding before signaling discreetly behind him, prompting a shadow to rush towards the northern wall. Meanwhile, on Qin Yifan's side, the ground was littered with masked figures and an abundance of beverage bottles. Alongside He Yuan returning to keep him company. Rather than companionship, it seemed more like a respite, for aside from delivering the finishing blows, there was little else for him to do. While Qin Yifan sipped his drink, this fellow seized the opportunity to engage him in conversation. Brother Qin, your skills are remarkably potent. If we had more individuals of your caliber, the crisis at the Lord's estate would be resolved. He continued, Brother Qin, you possess a heart too kind. These individuals are traitors for my city. Why do you still grant them a breath of life? Sighing, he added, another one knocked unconscious. I must assist him once more. Brother Qin, do you hesitate to take a life? Qin Yifan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he could multitask and wield numerous skills, yet he genuinely lacked the time for such discourse. Just as his annoyance peaked, He Yuan suddenly spoke in a grave tone. Something is amiss, Brother Qin. Those traitors seem to be targeting you. What is happening? Qin Yifan was somewhat perplexed by his meaning, prompting the latter to clarify. I'm an elemental adept of the wind, possessing a skill known as wind listening, which enables me to detect sounds carried by the wind over several kilometers. The stringent defenses on your end have attracted the attention of those traitors, who have dispatched individuals to confront you. At this revelation, Qin Yifan finally understood. This individual was not merely engaging in casual conversation, but genuinely wished to assist him, albeit with limited capabilities. Thank you. I will exercise greater caution, he responded. Subsequently, Qin Yifan intensified his mastery of the detection technique, ensuring that even the slightest rustle within an 800-meter radius would not escape his awareness. Soon, he discerned 2 unusual groups of masked individuals. One team launched an assault from the front, while another attempted a flanking maneuver from the side. However, the frontline assailants exhibited a degree of arrogance, ensnared in the shroud of darkness, and the side attackers were impeded by allied forces, making swift progress difficult. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, as he identified a small area from which he could not sense anything. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Typically, even the most adept of chameleons could be detected, yet this particular 1-meter radius remained a void in his perception. Nonetheless, he could distinctly observe that the area was advancing towards him along a peculiar trajectory. This indicated that whatever lay within that space was indeed intent on confronting him. Despite this revelation, Qin Yifan felt a profound sense of frustration. He could not help but harbor resentment towards the system for not granting him combat skills. If only he had such abilities, he would not be rendered powerless, merely watching as the foe drew closer. He contemplated informing He Yuan to intervene on his behalf, but feared that such a disclosure might alert the enemy. making it challenging to deal with a hidden opponent without a decisive strike. Thus, he feigned ignorance, yet most of his attention remained fixated on that enigmatic area. 2 minutes later, it had reached the city wall and was slowly advancing towards him, although he could not discern the opponent's posture. He sensed that they were crawling on the ground towards him, their movements agonizingly slow. Qin Yifan found himself admiring the opponent's formidable stealth skills and meticulous approach, almost compelled to commend them. As 3 minutes elapsed, the region finally approached him but came to a complete halt 2 meters away. Another minute passed, and sensing that Qin Yifan had not detected him, the assailant decisively initiated their attack. A shadowy glimmer darted forth, revealing a pitch-black dagger aimed straight at Qin Yifan's throat. Chapter 53. Special Circumstances. 2 meters is a distance from which even a skilled assassin could deliver a fatal blow, particularly one proficient in the art of stealth. Yet, Qin Yifan was audacious enough to test his limits. It was not merely a desire for challenge. He simply had no knowledge of what lurked in the shadows, rendering it difficult for him to strike first. Unless he was unwilling to kill his opponent, having waited so long without securing a decisive blow, it would have been better to frighten the adversary away earlier. Thus, he remained patient, ultimately waiting for the opponent to strike first. In that moment, the figure finally revealed itself, yet to Qin Yifan's senses, it was merely a humanoid creature cloaked in a long black robe, rendering its full appearance indistinct. However, he could not afford to dwell on such details any longer. With a swift motion, he evaded to the side and seized the creature's wrist. Perhaps taken aback by Qin Yifan's evasion and his unexpected grip, the creature emitted a strange cry and attempted to withdraw its arm. Unfortunately for it, Qin Yifan's hand clamped down like an iron vice, making escape impossible. Even the slightest movement was a challenge. The creature struggled momentarily before relinquishing its hold, swiftly reaching for a fallen dagger to launch another attack against Qin Yifan. Qin Yifan admired the creature's quick wit, but he was determined not to let it succeed. Acting first, he snatched the dagger and with a delicate flick of his wrist, severed the creature's other hand at the wrist. Dark crimson blood gushed forth. Witnessing this, Qin Yifan instinctively activated his universal purification technique. The blood flow from the wrist was halted, yet the creature continued to emit bizarre cries, its body trembling violently beneath the shadow of its cloak. When Qin Yifan realized something was amiss and ceased the technique, the creature's convulsions had weakened significantly, and he found a blood crystal resting in his palm. At that moment, He Yuan finally reacted, swinging his great sword towards the creature. With a resounding thud, the sword cleaved through, delivering a beheading, yet the sound resembled that of striking drywood. The severed head rolled out from beneath the hood, and He Yuan, upon closer inspection, gasped in shock. What on earth is this? Why does it have so much fur? Qin Yifan, having completed the dark canopy beneath the city walls, stored the blood crystal in his personal space before discarding the corpse. He Yuan, uncertain, approached and lifted the creature's robe, letting out a startled exclamation. Oh my goodness! It's a mutated monkey. What the hell is going on? Qin Yifan furrowed his brow. This mutated monkey could not speak and had undoubtedly been brought in by someone else. Given its obedience, it must have been tamed by the followers of the beast sect. How despicable of these scoundrels to allow the beast sect's minions into the city. At that moment, 2 masked individuals rushed up the city wall. Qin Yifan swiftly dispatched them with 2 dagger strikes, severing their throats. With his enhanced speed, complemented by the super wind-walking technique, the 2 had no time to react before they met their demise. Qin Yifan glanced with surprise at the dagger in his hand. He had exerted little effort, yet had effortlessly completed the throat cutting, suggesting that this dagger was exceptionally sharp. It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. Upon witnessing this scene, He Yuan, who had been cursing earlier, exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my! Brother Qin, it turns out it wasn't your mercy, but rather the lack of a suitable weapon. Why didn't you say so sooner? I could have lent you my great sword." Qin Yifan cast a fleeting glance at him, simultaneously unleashing his skills while stating, "If you are truly so idle, do reach out to the higher-ups and urge them to dispatch reinforcements promptly. We cannot allow this group to persist in besieging the Lord's mansion." He Yuan, with a resigned grin, replied, "I am merely a lowly clerk, utterly incapable of contacting the upper echelons. However, I firmly believe that the Lord and the Grand Commander have a plan." Before he could finish his thought, chaos erupted outside the walls as a contingent clad in attire reminiscent of the city defense forces emerged behind the masked individuals. He Yuan exclaimed in delight, "The Special Legion. What did I tell you? The Grand Commander certainly has arrangements in place, haha." The Special Legion earned its designation due to its composition of extraordinary individuals who had transcended the 50th level of ability. Qin Yifan was unaware of the levels of those masked figures, but upon the appearance of the Special Legion, the masked foes fell like cabbages under the scythe. While the situation was not visible elsewhere, a mere dozen or so members of the Special Legion on the northern wall had already decimated the masked assailants outside the walls. Before long, one of the Special Legion members re-entered the shadowy veil and emerged with even greater swiftness, looking up towards the walls. Qin Yifan gestured slightly. Lifting a layer of the darkness, and without hesitation, the individual dispatched the trapped masked foes. This process continued through the second and third layers until all shadows were lifted and the masked adversaries on the northern wall were thoroughly eradicated. The Special Legion member coordinating with Qin Yifan leaped onto the wall and nodded in acknowledgement. Vice Commander Qin, thank you for your contributions in this battle. The Grand Commander has issued orders for you to proceed to Yun City without delay. Qin Yifan, somewhat perplexed, raised his hand and noticed several unread messages on his portable computer, realizing he had been too tense to notice them earlier. Understood. By the way, there is a special circumstance here. He-Wen Yuan, please explain it to this gentleman. All right, Brother Qin, you attend to your matters, he replied. Qin Yifan turned to leave, but halted abruptly, exclaiming, but how am I supposed to get to Yun City? Surely, you cannot expect me to run over 100 kilometers. The Special Legion member pointed, revealing a transport helicopter approaching. Given the current beast tide, it was audacious to operate a transport helicopter at such a time, which also confirmed that the Grand Commander was indeed mindful of him, willing to send aid even in these perilous moments. The transport helicopter arrived almost instantaneously, and as he saw the soft ladder before him, Qin Yifan set aside all other thoughts, offering a brief take care before ascending. Climbing aboard the swaying helicopter, he soon realized that the spacious cabin contained only the pilot aside from himself. Upon noticing his entrance, the pilot turned and gestured for him to don the headset. Once equipped, the pilot announced loudly, Vice Commander Qin, I am Li Guangyao, the captain of the helicopter squadron, tasked with transporting you to Yun City. However, given the ongoing beast tide, the airspace is perilous, so please be prepared to jump at any moment. Thank you. Qin Yifan glanced down at the chaotic ice city below, at a loss for further words, and silently opened the messages on his portable computer. One of the messages was sent by the Supreme Commander, succinctly informing him of ongoing surveillance and the dispatch of reinforcements. Regrettably, Qin Yifan was preoccupied with battle and entirely oblivious to it. The remaining messages were from Jiao Hong. The first conveyed their safe arrival in Yun City. Following that were a series of reports regarding the tense situation on the battlefield, indicating that Jiao Hong sought to prevent Qin Yifan from intervening to avoid unnecessary peril. Given the unprecedented scale of the beast tide, Jiao Hong estimated that the defenses might falter, even with the presence of formidable experts like Huang Liang, who were at least level 50. Chapter 54. The efficacy of purification techniques. The transport helicopter soared at remarkable speed, for only by flying swiftly could it evade aerial threats, resulting in a rather uncomfortable experience for its passengers. However, Qin Yifan paid little heed to this discomfort, as his concerns were solely for the safety of Jiao Hong and their companions. He had sent a message to Jiao Hong moments ago, yet the absence of a reply suggested that circumstances were equally dire on the other side. He refrained from initiating a call, wary of interrupting and causing undue complications, just as the Supreme Commander and Jiao Hong had done before. 5 minutes later, the transport helicopter began a low-altitude flight, and Li Guangyao's voice resonated through the headset. Deputy Commander Qin, we are nearing the beast tide zone. I can only take you this far. The rest is up to you. Good luck. With that, the helicopter made a sharp stop, and without hesitation, Qin Yifan removed his headset and leapt into the fray. Upon landing, he utilized an earth-shifting technique to burrow underground before glancing upwards. He observed 2 swarms of flying mutated beasts hurtling towards the helicopter, one group emerging from the beast tide, and the other having pursued them since Ice City. This clearly illustrated the perilous risks Li Guangyao undertook to deliver Qin Yifan safely. Amidst his concerns, the transport helicopter executed a wide lateral maneuver before swiftly ascending and disappearing into the sky. Though the action seemed straightforward, executing such a series of maneuvers was no simple feat, particularly when besieged by flying mutated beasts, which underscored Li Guangyao's indomitable courage. With the helicopter safely departed, Qin Yifan redirected his gaze toward Yun City, now surrounded by a myriad of mutated beasts. Powerful abilities clashed in the air, with some striking the beast tide while others impacted the city walls. Beneath the walls, numerous mutated beasts relentlessly battered them, and the resounding crashes echoed ominously, leading Qin Yifan to fear that the walls might soon collapse. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yifan prepared to traverse the beast tide in search of Jiao Hong and their allies. In an instant, a wildly audacious idea sparked in his mind, one that refused to dissipate. He swiftly navigated beneath the surface, recalling the sensation of activating the universal purification technique. His gaze steadfastly fixed upon a colossal mutated elephant at the outermost perimeter. Its immense size suggested that this mutated elephant was at least on the cusp of level 50, if not having already surpassed it. Yet, for Qin Yifan, this was inconsequential. He was solely intrigued to discover whether his audacious notion could indeed materialize. Soon, he arrived at the feet of the mutated elephant. Raising his hand, he pressed it firmly against the creature's soul. The universal purification technique was activated. The mutated elephant let out a heart-wrenching cry as it attempted to flee, yet one of its legs betrayed it, causing it to fall clumsily to the ground. Following this, the mutated elephant began to undergo a transformation. Its entire body rapidly weakened, gasping for breath, seemingly on the brink of death. At this moment, Qin Yifan gazed at a crystal of spiritual energy in the size of a ping-pong ball, unable to contain his joy. This was the crystallization of the mutated elephant's energy. Now, having lost all its vitality, its organs were swiftly deteriorating. In essence, it was succumbing to its own massive form. Qin Yifan's intentions were not only unproblematic, but also yielded additional gains. As long as he activated the universal purification technique, the subject of purification could not escape his control. Furthermore, provided his energy was sufficient, the technique would never fail and would complete the purification process in a remarkably short time. The spiritual crystal obtained served a multitude of purposes. It was a primary ingredient for restorative potions, could be fashioned into weapons, and could also serve as an energy source for various everyday items. Its paramount function, however, was in cultivation, though extracting spiritual crystals was no simple task, especially for high-grade crystals, which were priceless and beyond the reach of most. Qin Yifan's acquisition of the spiritual crystal stemmed from an instinctive activation of the universal purification technique, during which two choices manifested in his mind. One was to purify blood, and the other was to purify energy. At that time, he had casually opted for the familiar choice of purifying blood. This time, however, he chose to purify energy, fearing that if the mutated beasts were drained to dry husks, it would be hard to explain. As for the mutated elephant's demise, he could easily deliver a final blow and claim responsibility for its death. Who would truly know the underlying cause? He then produced a dark dagger and ruthlessly slashed a long gash across the elephant's neck. As blood gushed forth, he lamented the loss but, without hesitation, dove underground, making his way toward the city gate. Acknowledging the limitations of his solitary strength, he resolved to maximize its effectiveness. The challenge of repelling the beast tide lay in two aspects: the sheer number of mutated beasts, which was beyond his control. Killing them would take more than a day or two even if they stood still, and the presence of high-level mutated beasts among them, which posed a significant threat to both the city walls and the defenders, with the greatest casualties stemming from these formidable creatures. Qin Yifan focused on this point. While his capacity for destruction was limited, he aimed to enhance its quality. By eliminating all high-level mutated beasts, the threat of the beast tide would be considerably diminished. Determining which beasts were of a higher grade was simple. He merely needed to select the larger specimens. Before long, he reached the city gate, a focal point for the beast tide's assault. Concealing himself underground, he began to systematically reap the lives of high-level mutated beasts, indulging in the luxury of using spiritual crystals to replenish his energy, thus creating a virtuous cycle. Although it may seem somewhat wasteful, one must recognize that it is a no-cost venture. Whatever remains in the end is merely profit. Moreover, there is no necessity for him to deliver the final blow, as the fallen mutant beasts will be crushed by those charging from behind, eliminating the need for him to seek any excuses. Suddenly, Zhou Bao, who was diligently casting spells to defend the city walls, exclaimed in surprise to his companion, Jiao Hong, "Sister, why do I feel that the intensity of the mutant beast's attacks has diminished?" While consuming a high-grade recovery potion, he manifested layers of tempered steel outside the city walls. It can be said that this young boy bore a weight of responsibility beyond his years, yet his ability to materialize metal was a boon. Naturally, he could only defend a limited area, but his efforts were immensely beneficial. Jiao Hong and Tang Lao San stood by his side. Jiao Hong was commanding the Independent Legion in battle, while Tang Lao San was safeguarding the two siblings. Upon hearing Jiao Bao's remark, Jiao Hong did not grasp the situation immediately, but Tang Lao San softly noted, "I have also observed a peculiar phenomenon. The skills the mutant beasts can launch onto the city walls have noticeably decreased." At that moment, Li Xiao, who had just hurled a fiery explosion downwards, turned back and remarked, "You needn't speculate. A considerable number of the advanced mutant beasts below have inexplicably perished." "What?" Tang Lao San's eyes widened, and as a thought struck him, he leaned over to peer down from the city wall. Jiao Hong swiftly yanked him back, scolding loudly. "Are you trying to throw your life away?" Tang Lao San, chuckling foolishly, replied, "I have a hunch. A fan is right below us." "Huh." Upon hearing this, Jiao Hong immediately sprang into action. If not for Tang Lao San's quick reflexes in restraining her, she would have nearly leaped off the combat platform. Chapter 55. Team Synergy. "You chastise me for being reckless, yet you are no different," Tang Lao San said, holding on to Jiao Hong. "Do not forget that you are a psychic ability user. It is quite simple to ascertain whether a fan is below, is it not?" Though his tone was teasing, Jiao Hong was too preoccupied to feel embarrassed. She extended her mental energy downwards and soon located Qin Yi Fan, who was hiding underground and slaying advanced mutant beasts. Her heart filled with joy, she smiled and announced, "It is a fan. He is defeating the advanced mutant beasts." She refrained from detailing Qin Yi Fan's situation, as it was tied to his secrets, and publicizing such information could lead to unforeseen complications. Jiao Bao was also delighted, yet a hint of worry laced his voice. "Why has T Brother Fan entered the city? It is far too dangerous outside," Tang Lao San replied. "The slaying of the advanced mutant beast serves to alleviate the pressure on the city walls, does it not?" Jiao Hong nodded thoughtfully and after a moment of contemplation declared, "His efforts alone may be too slow. We must coordinate with him." She then turned to Huang Liang, who stood a short distance away, and commanded loudly, "Huang Liang, assemble all fire-type ability users and collectively unleash the firewall technique to attack the city gate." "Understood, but Commander, maintaining the firewall technique demands significant resources. We may not be able to sustain it for long," Huang Liang responded instinctively, yet soon expressed his concerns. "They are all formidable experts at level 50, however. Human capacity is finite. Maintaining the firewall technique, a vast area skill, is both mentally and physically taxing, and they cannot sustain it for an extended duration. Currently, the outer perimeter of the city is teeming with mutated beasts within a 5-kilometer radius. Even if they collectively unleash the firewall technique, it would be a mere drop in the ocean, and he deemed it unnecessary." Jiao Hong furrowed her brow slightly and spoke in a low voice, "This is an order. Do you intend to disobey?" Huang Liang paused for a moment before responding, "Yes, Commander." Although he admired Qin Yifan's prowess, he still felt a twinge of resistance towards Jiao Hong's position as commander. However, given the wartime circumstances, he did not wish to be branded as insubordinate and thus complied with her orders. Soon, 68 fire-type ability users, including Huang Liang, gathered together and began to cast the firewall technique at the base of the city wall. The skills of these fire-type ability users varied. Some employed the standard firewall technique, while others utilized the grand firewall technique, with the smallest coverage area being 20 meters by 5 meters. As a result, a substantial area at the base of the city wall erupted into roaring flames, inflicting lethal damage on the encircled mutated beasts. Nevertheless, this approach had its drawbacks, as other mutated beasts would undoubtedly refrain from charging into the firewall. Yet Jiao Hong insisted on this strategy because she understood that Qin Yifan would grasp her intentions. Sure enough, hidden underground, Qin Yifan noticed this situation and quickly deduced the implications. Focusing his mind, he employed a probing technique that instantaneously relayed the scene at the city wall into his consciousness. It was indeed Jiao Hong and the others atop the wall. After all, only they understood their own talents and skills. This was about coordinating with oneself. A smile crept onto his face as he contemplated this and proceeded to cast several dark canopies around the perimeter of the firewall, subsequently using a temperature control technique to assist the firewall. The dark canopies not only blocked incoming skills aimed at the city wall but also obscured the vision of the mutated beasts, preventing them from perceiving the firewall technique and concealing any indications of his actions against high-level mutated beasts within. A minute later, Jiao Hong began to adjust their tactics. Huang Liang, divide into 3 groups and take turns casting the firewall technique. You may determine the duration of each shift among yourselves. Although Huang Liang initially expressed doubt, she had already made her decision, yet insisted on her viewpoint to establish her authority. Regardless of circumstances, she was now the commander of an independent legion, and following orders was imperative. Huang Liang sighed in relief, understanding Jiao Hong's rationale. It appeared that this commander was indeed quite astute. They quickly organized themselves into groups, and the other two teams ceased casting their skills, beginning to murmur amongst themselves. Hey, the commander is quite adept at delegating tasks at this rate. The fire-type ability users will be utterly exhausted. Indeed, other elements have area skills as well. Why must we be singled out? Have you noticed how powerful Huang and the others' firewall technique is? I did notice. I thought it was just my imagination, considering we are only a few levels below them. The disparity shouldn't be so pronounced. Jiao Hong paid no heed to their murmurs, instead focusing on coordinating with others to support the fire-type ability users. Indeed, the individual prowess of the Independent Legion is formidable. However, as a newly formed unit, despite some members being former comrades, they lack tactical synergy and have primarily been operating in isolation. Jiao Hong's previous attempts at commanding the battle merely involved adjusting their positions while she observed their movements. This instinctual behavior has now proven to be invaluable. Below, Qin Yifan quickly realizes that the space he has allocated is insufficient for the individuals above to fully utilize their abilities, prompting him to make immediate adjustments. At that moment, his proficiency with the Dark Canopy skill has reached level 2, allowing him to swiftly replace his previous abilities and deploy 10 level 2 Dark Canopies 50 meters from the city wall. Each level 2 Dark Canopy covers an area of 20 by 20 by 20 meters, thus creating a zone of absolute darkness measuring 200 meters in length and 20 meters in width. The mutated beasts ensnared within the shroud lose their vision and have various defensive skills stripped away. In this scenario, the loss of sight is less concerning, as the beasts only need to charge forward blindly. However, the loss of their defensive skills is far more catastrophic. Many of these skills significantly enhance their defensive capabilities, sometimes by several folds, which is why these mutated beasts are notoriously difficult to kill. With their defensive skills removed, they are left to rely solely on their physical bodies to withstand skill damage. Under the onslaught of a level 50 ability user, their endurance is drastically reduced, leading to widespread fatalities. The previously dominant firewall skill has now become a mere tool for clearing away corpses, as the accumulation of dead bodies forms a perilous ramp for the mutated beasts to ascend the city wall. Observing the Independent Legion's increasingly harmonious cooperation, Jiao Hong smiles with satisfaction. However, her moment of triumph is interrupted by a distant roar. In an instant, the scattered flying mutated beasts begin to converge, charging towards the Independent Legion. Although the automated fire points are equipped with anti-aircraft cannons and surface-to-air missiles, these defenses seem trivial against the overwhelming tide of flying mutated beasts. Seeing this development, Jiao Hong's expression darkens, and she swiftly issues commands. Defensive ability users, protect the others. Prepare area of effect and crowd control skills to eliminate all these flying mutated beasts. In a heartbeat, the Independent Legion shifts their focus of attack skyward, leaving the firewall skill as the sole defense remaining at the base of the city wall. Meanwhile, underground, Qin Yifan hears the furious roar and squints towards its source, recalling the 2 missions given by the commander. In the rear, the forces of the 10,000 Beast sect are manipulating the Beast King to instigate this tide of beasts. If they can be dealt with, a significant portion of this beast wave will be neutralized. After all, without the Beast King's command, the mutated beasts will be disorganized and much easier to handle. Chapter 56. Repelling the flying mutated beasts. A plan rapidly crystallizes in Qin Yifan's mind. However, he refrains from acting hastily, for there remains an imminent crisis to address. With thousands of flying mutated beasts advancing towards the Independent Legion, he knows he cannot afford to remain idle, as the exploration technique was fully activated. When the flying mutated beasts approached within 150 meters, 100 meters from the Independent Legion, vast expanses of darkness suddenly enveloped the sky. At present, Qin Yifan's true Dark Canopy had ascended to the 4th level, casting a shadow over an area of 40 by 40 by 40 meters. Each singular deployment already covered a considerable range. With his current mental prowess, he could extend it up to 800 meters, albeit for only a brief duration, and could not sustain multiple deployments simultaneously. 150 meters remained within his manageable limits, allowing him to easily cast 10 at once, though he had to forego the darkness over the ground below. Nevertheless, he did not cease utilizing his super purification technique to eliminate high-level mutated beasts. The threat posed by the flying mutated beast was too significant, negligence would leave the Independent Legion completely exposed to their assaults. By placing the dark canopy at that distance, Qin Yifan effectively provided the Independent Legion with a formidable shield, enabling them to evade the flying mutated beast skill attacks. This singular benefit alleviated the Legion's most pressing concerns. For the primary threat from the flying mutated beast lay in their skill-based assaults. Their defenses were notably weak, and they possessed aerial supremacy, rarely engaging in close combat with humans. Without the advantage of their skills, they became mere targets before the Independent Legion. After all, diving down while preparing their skills only to emerge from the dark canopy empty-handed rendered them vulnerable, as the fleeting 100 meters left them no time to regroup. Boom. 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 Crack. 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 The Independent Legion understood that their commander was aiding them, and they all exerted their utmost effort. Group attacks and crowd control skills filled the air. Even single-target skills, as long as they could be launched skyward, were hurled forth. The results were remarkably evident, as the carcasses of flying mutated beasts plummeted in droves. Such achievements were not extraordinary for the Independent Legion, as they had previously employed similar tactics against mutated beasts. However, for the other defenders of the city, this was exceptional, having previously been suppressed by the flying mutated beasts. Thus, witnessing such impressive results, cheers erupted from various corners. At this moment, the Independent Legion's performance served as a powerful tonic, uplifting the morale of the city defenders and instilling in them a glimmer of hope for overcoming the beast tide. Just as jubilation filled the region of Yun City, a distant roar echoed, and once again, numerous flying mutated beasts emerged, converging on the Independent Legion from all directions. Moreover, on the ground, mutated beasts appeared in relentless waves. Qin Yifan naturally recognized this situation. He had no choice but to increase the number of dark canopies. The scattered nature of the flying mutated beasts placed immense pressure upon him. Fortunately, releasing skills required merely a thought, and maintaining the skills was manageable as long as his energy reserves did not deplete completely. Otherwise, he would not be able to sustain them. However, he could only remain motionless underground, each hand clutching a high-grade spirit crystal to replenish his energy, thereby sustaining the consumption of the dark canopy. As for the swarms of mutated beasts on the ground, he found himself powerless. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain, as he successfully shielded the Independent Legion from the majority of assaults launched by the flying mutated beasts, leaving only a few attacks that posed little threat to the Legion. Moreover, the Independent Legion was not fighting alone. Automated fire points concentrated their firepower to alleviate the pressure, while additional personnel from the city wall defenders were dispatched to assist. Furthermore, the commander at the headquarters revised his strategy, directly deploying reinforcements into the battle, while the city lord also sent guards to the battlements. Various civilian organizations, such as the Mercenary Alliance and the Alchemist League, as well as experts from the chaotic zones, joined the fray to bolster the defenses. They understood that under a crumbling nest, no eggs remain intact. If they could not safeguard the city of Yun, their own survival would be at risk. As time elapsed, the number of fallen flying mutated beasts on the ground increased, diminishing the aerial threat. With Qin Yifan's skill, True Dark Canopy, upgraded once more, the area of darkness expanded, rendering the flying mutated beasts no longer a menace to the Independent Legion. Ultimately, the beasts could no longer withstand the pressure, rather than bravely facing death. They began to scatter and retreat. Witnessing the fleeing beasts, the defenders erupted in cheers, celebrating this hard-won victory. However, this victory was but a partial one, as the situation in Yun City had become far more dire than before. Although the flying mutated beasts had been vanquished, a distant roar echoed, heralding the arrival of more ground-based mutated beasts. The pressure on the city walls grew unprecedentedly intense, especially at the various city gates. The Independent Legion, which had prepared to coordinate with Qin Yifan, found themselves waiting in vain for the dark area to return, forcing them to revert to their previous tactics. Jiao Bao once again took on the role of a laborer defending the walls, yet he no longer complained, instead expressing concern as he asked, "Sister, where has Brother Fan gone?" Jiao Hong furrowed her brow. She had been closely monitoring Qin Yifan, fearful of any danger he might encounter below. So she was aware that he had departed. Of course, she knew he was not fleeing. Observing the direction of his departure, an inexplicable flutter surged within her. Swiftly, she dismissed this wild conjecture from her mind and calmly stated, "No need to worry. A Fan must be seeking a place to recover." After all, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he single-handedly preserved the Independent Legion. Upon hearing this, the members of the Independent Legion fell into silence. Indeed, Maintaining such a vast area of darkness must have required immense energy. How had the vice commander endured? In that moment, they were overcome with profound guilt and admiration for Qin Yifan. An hour soon passed, which, under ordinary circumstances, would be a trivial span of time. However, for the defenders of Yun City, this hour stretched interminably. The situation was precarious. Beneath each city gate, hordes of advanced mutated beasts amassed, relentlessly assaulting the gates. Were it not for the defenders' desperate resolve, the gates would likely have succumbed long ago. However, the vigor of the defenders has waned. Their strength has reached its limits. Even the elite members of the Independent Legion, those formidable level 50 experts, are beginning to falter. Zhou Bao, his complexion pale, hastily consumed a potion of restoration, striving to summon a colossal shield once more at the city gates. He then whispered, "Sister, has Fanga not returned yet?" Jiao Hong's face also bore a pallid hue. Her continuous use of mental shock against the advanced mutated beasts had nearly drained her reserves. She gazed into the distance, her lips moving slightly before she shook her head in resignation. Tang Laosan, in relatively better condition due to his low-tier wind blade ranged skill, expressed his grievances. Could that rascal have fled? That would be utterly ungrateful of him. Just as he finished his sentence, Jiao Bao retorted loudly, "Impossible. Fangu would never abandon us." Chapter 57. The crisis of the beast tide averted. Hearing Tang Laosan's words, Jiao Hong furrowed her brows sharply, her voice icy as she replied, "Do not speak nonsense. A fan is not that kind of person. I believe in him." Tang Laosan opened his mouth, yet no words came forth. Deep down, he yearned to express that even if Qin Yifan required sustenance to recover, an hour should suffice for him to enjoy a hearty meal. With the city on the brink of collapse, why had he not returned to lend his aid? The other members of the Independent Legion shared similar sentiments. After their resounding victory over the flying mutated beasts, they had anticipated they could capitalize on that momentum to decisively vanquish the ground-dwelling mutated creatures. Yet, Qin Yifan's absence was palpable. Without his shadowy skills, their ability to counter the onslaught of the mutated beasts had left them exhausted, let alone capable of slaying any. While they harbored some resentment, they still hoped for Qin Yifan's swift return, so they could regroup and valiantly combat the mutated beasts to alleviate the peril besieging the city. Conversely, the other defenders harbored no such understanding. They remained unaware of the true circumstances and merely believed that the Independent Legion's bravado had brought greater calamity upon the city. Had it not been for their efforts in eliminating numerous flying mutated beasts, the beast tide would not have tilted toward the city. Whispers soon spread that it was the Independent Legion that had endangered the city. These rumors reached the ears of the Independent Legion, causing a ripple of discontent among their ranks. Just as Jiao Hong and the others were engulfed in a cloud of despair, a thunderous crash echoed as a massive corpse plummeted from the heavens. Almost immediately, several dark canopies materialized around the city gates, severing all incoming attacks aimed at the gate. In that moment, the battlefield fell silent for several seconds, as the mutated beasts emerging from the dark canopies hesitated to advance. Their gazes were fixated on the enormous carcass of the Beast King, or more precisely, on the human standing atop it. Though the individual appeared diminutive compared to the Beast King's towering form, his stance upon the carcass served as a formidable deterrent to the mutated beasts. At this juncture, Jiao Bao's excited voice rang out from atop the city walls, "It's Fangu. Fangu has returned. I knew he would come back." Tang Laosan, wide-eyed with astonishment, exclaimed, "What is he standing on? Its size is astonishing." Jiao Hong, somewhat uncertain, inquired, "Could it be the Beast King?" Huang Liang, filled with excitement, affirmed, "Indeed. It is the Beast King. The deputy commander has slain the Beast King. Majestic! Majestic!" The members of the Independent Legion echoed his fervor, their cheers resonating through the air. Even though some were initially bewildered, however, they soon grasped the reason for the celebration, and their enthusiasm surged, revitalizing their weary bodies and spirits. At that moment, Qin Yifan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, secretly relieved that he had returned just in time, reflecting on the harrowing experiences he had endured. He still felt a lingering dread, yet the outcome was ultimately favorable. He had resolved not to take such risks in the future, for life is singular, and death renders all else void. Hearing the jubilant shouts from the battlements, a comforting smile spread across his face. Despite having narrowly escaped death, the ordeal seemed worth it. Raising his dagger high, he proclaimed, "The Beast King is dead. The beast tide shall not prevail. Join me in annihilating them. Kill, kill, kill." After a thunderous battle cry, countless skills surged before Qin Yifan, reigniting the flames of war. The morale of the defenders soared, dispelling the previous despondency, with each soldier returning to peak form, generating a renewed wave of vigor. Qin Yifan retrieved the Beast King's corpse into his spatial storage and vanished before the mutated beast using a tunneling technique, embarking on his unique hunt. With the aid of his dark canopy and temperature control skills, the Independent Legion significantly enhanced their efficiency in slaying the mutated beasts, swiftly clearing a section of ground at the city gates. Witnessing this, Jiuhong decisively commanded, "Independent Legion, follow me out of the city to slay the enemy." "Yes, Commander." Jiuhong had earned the recognition of her legion. During the past hour, under her exemplary leadership, the Independent Legion had united firmly, successfully defending the walls amidst the tumultuous battlefield. Originally, their task was merely to secure the vicinity of the city gates. However, the overwhelming pressure from the beast tide had led to occasional defensive lapses elsewhere. It was Jiuhong who astutely identified these vulnerabilities and dispatched members of the Independent Legion to seal the gaps, preventing the higher-tier mutated beasts from scaling the walls. Thus, when she issued her command, no one dared to question her authority, especially as she herself leaped from the battlements, inspiring others to follow suit. In the midst of the dark canopy, as Qin Yifan was dispatching high-tier mutated beasts, he soon noticed someone descending. To his surprise, it was Jiuhong, prompting him to rush over. "Sister Hong, why did you come down?" Jiuhong smiled lightly, "To fight by your side." Initially taken aback, Qin Yifan then glanced at the Independent Legion members following closely behind, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "Excellent. Let us fight side by side. Charge! Charge! Charge!" With the dark canopy skill at their disposal, the mutated beasts emerged only to face the overwhelming onslaught of powerful skills, often perishing the moment they appeared. Occasionally, a robust and formidable mutated beast may muster a counterattack. However, it poses no significant threat to the Independent Legion, particularly with the elimination of the distance from the city walls to the ground. Controlling skills have become less taxing, greatly enhancing their efficiency in exterminating the mutated beasts. Almost immediately after everyone landed, the front lines began to advance, and the city walls within a 500-meter radius, including the city gates, suffered no further assaults. It was not until the darkened sky approached within 100 meters of the city walls that the Independent Legion's formation became thoroughly stabilized. Sensing the presence of humans, the mutated beasts began to gather en masse, leading to a rapid decline in their numbers and significantly easing the pressure on other defensive fronts. The situation improved even further when the commander of the defending troops, accompanied by a guard unit, entered the fray. Initially, the commander and his guards were meant to hold the rear against the Beast King. However, with the Beast King already vanquished by Qin Yifan, their reserves were rendered unnecessary and better utilized on the battlefield. Of course, Qin Yifan was unaware of this development as he continued to sweep through the mutated beasts with the Independent Legion. After over half an hour of relentless slaughter, the mutated beasts surrounding them were utterly decimated. Without the Beast King's dominance, these creatures could only act on instinct, realizing they could not prevail against the Independent Legion. They fled for their lives. Defeat, after all, is contagious. As the Independent Legion repositioned, the encircled tide of beasts experienced a catastrophic collapse. The Independent Legion pursued relentlessly. Despite the adage that one should not chase a desperate foe, the absence of the Beast King rendered these mutated creatures incapable of mounting any resistance. Thus, they were slaughtered without mercy. Chapter 58. New mission. With the crisis of the Beast Tide in Yunqing resolved, Qin Yifan promptly led the Independent Legion back to I City. Upon entering, he received a directive from the Supreme Commander to assist in quelling the insurgents, followed by a video request from Lu Dali. "Aha, Qin kid. You're finally back. Hurry to the chaotic zone. I urgently need reinforcements." Noticing the backdrop behind Lu Dali, which bore a resemblance to the chaotic zone of Xingqing, Qin Yifan replied with a smile, "Send me the location." "All right, get here quickly." 5 minutes later, 10 transport helicopters hovered over the chaotic zone, and Qin Yifan and his team leaped from the aircraft. As they landed, Lu Dali emerged from a nearby building with a squad of people. Without hesitation, he enveloped Qin Yifan in a bear hug and then addressed Jiuhong. "Commander Jiuhong, I won't hug you since there are distinctions between genders." Jiuhong pressed her lips together, somewhat unaccustomed to Lu Dali's boisterous demeanor. Qin Yifan chuckled. "Deputy Commander Lu, the Supreme Commander has tasked us with eliminating the insurgents, so we shall follow your lead." "Forget it. The Independent Legion only answers to the Supreme Commander. I dare not overstep my bounds. Now, let's get down to business." Despite Lu Dali's carefree attitude, he was remarkably astute. The insurgents were a faction led by Wu Badian, comprising a special legion and some desperate individuals from the chaotic zone, along with members of the 10,000 Beast sect who had infiltrated stealthily. They found themselves trapped in Ice City and were now holed up here. Wu Badian and the rebellious members of the Special Legion are relatively easy to handle, as there is video documentation of them, and any discovery of a personal computer will trigger an alert. However, the latter two are indistinguishable. Qin Yifan directly voiced his doubts, questioning why the members of the Beast sect, all adorned with painted faces, were not easily recognizable given their distinct markings. Lu Dali smirked, wishing it were that simple. After all, this is the chaotic zone, characterized by everyone wearing masks. As Qin Yifan attempted to inquire further about Wu Badian, Tang Laosan hastily interjected, explaining that their appearance was indeed documented. Their equipment is equipped with scanning devices, which will alert them if any individual matches the physical characteristics. Qin Yifan scratched his head, apologizing to Deputy Commander Lu for his unfamiliarity with these matters. After all, he was merely a novice who had awakened only a few months prior. Although he had absorbed considerable information about abilities from his personal computer and had utilized high-tech detection devices in the wild, his understanding remained superficial. Lu Dali dismissed his concerns with a wave of his hand, stating that it didn't matter. Their current mission was to conduct a thorough search. While they had previously issued a notification across the entire area, one must recognize the nature of this place. If they could truly comply, it would not be referred to as a chaotic zone. Thus, they were advised to proceed with caution, as no one could predict the circumstances they might encounter. Tang Laosan chuckled, remarking that such a grand search would likely yield minimal results. Lu Dali, unfazed by his interjection, inquired how he came to such a conclusion. Tang Laosan shrugged, explaining that he had previously navigated the chaotic zone and that its inhabitants had their own ways of dealing with such situations, indicating that their current approach would be ineffective. What do you propose? Lu Dali pressed. Tang Laosan exchanged a glance with Jiao Hong, who nodded gently, prompting him to respond with a smile. Deputy Commander Lu, if you trust me, lead the team out and allow the Independent Legion to do the same. The four of us can remain behind. Before Lu Dali could voice any objections, Wang Liang and Li Xiao declared loudly, "No way, I must stay." Noticing the change in expressions on Jiao Hong and Qin Yifan, Li Xiao hurriedly clarified, "I mean no offense, I simply wish to assist." Wang Liang added, "I want to protect Deputy Commander Qin." Tang Laosan scoffed, "You staying behind is futile. With your righteous demeanor, you will only jeopardize our plans." Lu Dali then asked, "What is your plan? Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to report to the commander." "All right, it's quite simple, really. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. A generous reward will surely attract brave souls," Tang Laosan nonchalantly remarked, leaving Lu Dali bewildered. "Could you be clearer?" Tang Laosan sighed in exasperation, explaining that it involved purchasing information. In this chaotic zone, there is nothing that money cannot achieve. Lu Dali twitched his lips, turning to Qin Yifan to inquire, "Is it really that straightforward?" Qin Yifan, equally perplexed, turned to Jiao Hong with a questioning look. Jiao Hong solemnly replied, "As long as these individuals remain hidden here, we can acquire their leads." Lu Dali furrowed his brow and asked again, "Will this entail any danger?" Tang Laosan grinned, assured by the presence of Afin. If there was danger, it would undoubtedly befall others. He had confidently witnessed Afin fend off the beast tide. After pondering for a moment, Lu Dali looked up and inquired, "How long will it take?" "The quickest will be an hour, the slowest, half a day." "Very well, then we shall retreat and await your news outside. Once we exit, let us change our attire and each prepare a mask, avoiding uniformity." This command from Jiao Hong to the independent regiment was also directed at Lu Dali. Soon, Lu Dali and his group swaggered out of the chaotic zone alongside the independent regiment. Unbeknownst to anyone, four figures swiftly darted into a dark alley. Once they had donned their previous disguises, Tang Laosan let out a strange laugh, never expecting they would have the chance to venture into the chaotic zone. "Jiao girl, should we first pay a visit to the local apothecaries alliance?" Jiao Hong pondered briefly before responding, "Let us first go to the Baixiatang." Chapter 59. Acquiring intelligence. Jiao Hong's intent was clear, business before pleasure. Tang Laosan, naturally, had no objections and led the way with a smile. The chaotic zones of all cities, while varying in area and architectural style, bore striking similarities in their essential industries. The Baixiatang, known for its information trading, was a constant presence in every city's chaotic zone. No one knew who was behind it, but all were aware of Baixiatang's unwavering credibility. The information sold there was guaranteed to be authentic. However, the prices were exorbitant. albeit the advantage was that one could inquire about anything. Even the schedule of the city lord could be uncovered, provided the price was right. Whether this was a mere boast by Baixia Tang or not remained uncertain. Yet no one dared to test it. The cost was prohibitive, and besides, what good would it do? Killing the lord and taking his place? That was absurd. Before long, they spotted a fortune-telling stall at a street corner. A square table draped in red cloth was adorned with brushes and ink, with chairs placed on either side. An elderly man, wearing sunglasses, sat on one chair, clad in a faded robe, sporting a wispy mustache and a cap, exuding the aura of a fortune-teller. The four approached silently, and the fortune-teller lifted his head slightly, gesturing towards the chairs outside. Tang Laosan sat down without hesitation. And the old man promptly placed a sheet of paper before him, handing him an ink-dipped brush. With a grin, Tang Laosan took the brush and hastily wrote a character for trader, tossing the brush onto the table and crossing his arms as he regarded the fortune-teller. The fortune-teller examined the paper for a moment, twirled his mustache, and uttered 3 words. What an ugly character. Unperturbed, Tang Laosan chuckled. What's the price? The fortune-teller peered over the rim of his sunglasses at the 4 of them, adjusted his mustache, and after a prolonged silence, replied. Baixia Tang's rule is to not inquire into the employer's reasons, yet I am genuinely curious about your identities and why you seek such intelligence. Tang Laosan chuckled mischievously and proposed, shall we engage in an equitable exchange? I will disclose our identities if you reveal the information I seek. The fortune-teller, however, promptly interjected with a serious demeanor, wait for me for 3 minutes. Time swiftly elapsed, and after 3 minutes, the fortune-teller's expression grew increasingly peculiar. He gazed deeply at Tang Laosan before speaking. This intelligence is quite intricate and involves numerous repercussions. Are you sure you wish to purchase it? Tang Laosan, slightly perturbed, retorted, why do you ramble so? Are you unwilling to profit? The fortune-teller replied, not at all. However, this information comes at 2 different prices. One pertains solely to the hideout of these individuals, priced at 100,000 galactic coins. The other, encompassing detailed intelligence, costs 10 million galactic coins. Tang Laosan fell silent. Logically, acquiring the location of the rebel hideout would suffice, yet the latter option instilled a sense of dread within him. What sort of intelligence could be worth 10 million galactic coins? The implications must be vast, exceeding their capacity to engage. This left him momentarily indecisive. And after clearing his throat, he remarked, let us confer for a moment. The fortune-teller nodded gently, closing his eyes and murmuring, you may choose to stay or leave at your discretion. I shall act as though I have never seen you. Tang Laosan rose abruptly, urging Jiao Hong to distance themselves from the fortune-telling booth, while Qini Fan and Jiao Bao, perplexed, followed suit. What on earth are you doing, Tang? Is acquiring information really this troublesome? 100,000 is hardly beyond our means. Ignoring Jiao Bao's complaints, Tang Laosan gravely shared his concerns with Jiao Hong. She pondered for a moment before responding. We are already entangled in this situation, firmly bound to the Grand Leader's ship. Our only path forward is to delve deeper. Tang Laosan pressed his lips together and inquired, which intelligence shall we procure? It is unwise to know too much. Let us only purchase the location of the rebel hideout. What do you think? The last question was directed at Qini Fan, who shook his head in agreement but quietly raised a concern. That fellow seems rather enigmatic. Could he be a fraud? I wonder how he even acquired this information. Upon hearing this, the other 3 exchanged peculiar glances, but it was Jiao Hong who kindly elucidated, his portable computer allows for real-time communication. You simply didn't notice because he was wearing headphones. He is merely a FAAD. The true interlocutor remains unknown. Qini Fan scratched his head, realizing he had posed a rather foolish question and could only chuckle sheepishly in silence. Soon after, Tang Laosan returned to the fortune-teller's chair. The fortune-teller slowly opened his eyes and, with an indifferent expression, asked, have you made your decision? Tang Laosan, unfazed, replied, provide me with the location of their hideout. The fortune-teller wasted no time. After fiddling beneath the table, he retrieved a folded piece of paper and gestured towards the account standing at the corner of the table. One hand for the money, one hand for the goods. Tang Laosan, eager to proceed, promptly transferred 100,000 galactic coins, and the fortune-teller handed him the paper. Lastly, I offer you a free piece of advice. Beware of becoming ensnared. Tang Laosan shook the paper in his hand nonchalantly and said, thank you. See you next time. Ah. Blissfully unaware of being used as a pawn, the fortune-teller murmured softly, closing his eyes once more. Outside the chaotic realm, in a quaint inn, Qin Yifan and his companions finally found the long-awaited Lu Dali. along with Huang Liang, Li Xiao, and others from the independent regiment. Noticing the paper swaying in Tang Laosan's grasp, Lu Dali inquired with some astonishment, "Is it really that simple? You aren't trying to deceive me, are you?" Jiao Hong interjected, "Vice Commander Lu, it's understandable that you, having never been in the chaotic realm, are unfamiliar with its affairs." Lu Dali refrained from elaborating. Directly unfolding the paper, after reading it, he exclaimed in surprise, "Shadow Kill Pavilion? How could it be?" However, he abruptly halted mid-sentence. Furrowing his brow as he turned to leave, "Please wait a moment, I'll be right back." Tang Laosan raised an eyebrow and exchanged a solemn glance with Jiao Hong, both perceiving the gravity of the situation in each other's eyes. Qin Yifan, adopting an indifferent demeanor, soon noticed that Li Xiao's expression was somewhat peculiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Li Xiao's face was flushed, his fists tightly clenched, and his body slightly trembling, as though he were struggling to endure something. Leaning closer, Qin Yifan whispered, "Deputy Officer Li, if you can't hold it any longer, you should go to the restroom. It must be quite uncomfortable to hold it in." The comment left Li Xiao momentarily speechless, and he sighed, "Deputy Commander, that joke isn't funny at all." Chapter 60, Commencing Action. Observing Li Xiao's demeanor, Qin Yifan realized he had misunderstood the situation, though curiosity still lingered. "So what was that about earlier?" Li Xiao cast a complex glance at him. "Deputy Commander, have you truly spent time in the chaotic realm before?" Qin Yifan shrugged. "What of it? Does it bother you?" Li Xiao shook his head, his expression profoundly intricate. At that moment, Lu Dali returned, his brow furrowed. "The situation is dire. The traitors must be eliminated. This is the order from the commander." The room fell silent, and a solemn atmosphere enveloped everyone. The task of encircling the traitors had been entrusted to the independent regiment, and all others must comply with orders. Confusion spread across their faces. How could the commander issue such an ambiguous command? What did it mean to turn the task over to the independent regiment? With over 500 members, was everyone to assume command? However, they soon redirected their gaze towards Qin Yifan. Qin Yifan, bewildered by their collective scrutiny, asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Lu Dali regarded him seriously. "Kid Qin, the commander's intention is for you to lead the charge." Still perplexed, Qin Yifan responded, "Lead the charge? Alone?" Lu Dali nodded, then shook his head. "You will indeed lead, but you certainly won't be left to fight alone." Jiao Hong then grasped the situation, asking gravely, "Vice Commander Lu, do you intend for a fan to act as bait?" "That is precisely the commander's intent. Since we cannot ascertain the accuracy of the information you acquired, we must confirm it before taking any action. The information cannot be inaccurate." Yet, while Tang Laosan attempted to defend himself, he was interrupted by Jiao Hong, who insisted, "We cannot allow a fan to go alone. We must accompany him." Li Xiao immediately echoed, "I shall go as well." Lu Dali cast a surprised glance at Li Xiao before turning to Jiao Hong, saying, "We will all proceed. But let Qin Shazi initiate a surprise attack to draw out those individuals. Only he possesses the capability to accomplish this." It dawned on Tang Laosan that the commander was, in fact, leveraging Qin Yifan. Whether to test the veracity of the information or for other motives, it was clear that Qin Yifan would be thrust into the spotlight. Qin Yifan comprehended the implications. "Are you concerned that the information might be false?" Lu Dali gently shook his head, wishing to refrain from further explanation, and stated directly, "I have already commanded my men to proceed ahead. The independent corps will now disperse into the chaotic zone." Jiao Hong remained silent for a moment before nodding and issuing orders. "Li Xiao, relay the command for the independent corps to scatter into the chaotic zone and coordinate with the military discipline department to encircle the target." "Yes, Commander." Before long, the military discipline department and the independent corps stealthily surrounded the target building. In a dim alley, Jiao Hong and her 3 companions, along with Lu Dali and his subordinates, concealed themselves in the shadows. Lu Dali turned to Qin Yifan for confirmation. "Qin Shazi, do you understand what was just discussed?" "Understood. I assure you I will complete the task." Qin Yifan affirmed with a nod. Jiao Hong, however, furrowed her brow slightly and cautioned, "A fan, prioritize your safety. If the situation becomes untenable, retreat. Rest assured, I value my life." Qin Yifan replied before vanishing from sight with a swift earth escape technique. Lu Dali clicked his tongue, remarking on the extraordinary talent of the young man. Jiao Hong regarded him with a wary glance, reflecting on how every step of their return to Ice City seemed to be orchestrated by the commander, including their ability to procure information within the chaotic zone. She began to doubt the authenticity of that information, yet one thing was certain, Their identities had been uncovered, though the extent of the exposure remained uncertain. One could only hope that no trouble would arise. In truth, Qin Yifan had not pondered excessively, having resolved to be a blade for the commander. He embraced the mindset of a weapon. The orders were clear, and the blade bore no thoughts of its own. With an impassive expression, he swiftly advanced underground. Soon reaching the target area, a vast training base. The surface structures appeared ordinary, featuring a large square with various training grounds and equipment. 3 relatively intact buildings loomed ahead. Bustling with figures, these were the very destinations of Qin Yifan's mission. However, halfway through his stealthy approach, he halted, for the perimeter was lined with metal structures. No wonder Jiao Hong had suggested he stir the grass to startle the snake. The underground base's barriers made it impossible for him to slip in unnoticed. Thus, he emerged from the ground and quickly approached one of the buildings. In the next moment, a piercing alarm rang out, and chaos erupted within the training base. Qin Yifan grinned as he unleashed a shroud of darkness, enveloping the entire building within its depths. At present, the true dark canopy has reached level 10, achieving a second phase effect, with its coverage area doubled to an impressive 200 by 200 by 200. Within this shroud of darkness, while others are deprived of their sight, Qin Yifan thrives like a fish in water. Seizing the opportunity while the few in front of him remain oblivious, he swiftly incapacitated them with a precise strike. Soon, Wu Batian and Wu Lei appeared within the range of his reconnaissance technique. Drawing forth a dark gray dagger, a bloodthirsty smile curved upon his lips. Concealed beneath the dark canopy, he was the true shadow assassin. He charged directly toward Wu Batian and Wu Lei. Chapter 61. Mission accomplished. Wu Batian, Wu Lei. You have been surrounded. Surrender at once. Qin Yifan's voice boomed like thunder in spring, shaking Wu Batian's spirit, nearly causing him to topple to the ground. However, he quickly regained his composure, glaring fiercely, seeking death. With a swift gesture, he attempted to unleash a skill, yet the darkness rendered him powerless. Not even a whisper escaped his lips. Instead, Qin Yifan seized this moment to deliver a dagger strike. Had Wu Batian not reacted swiftly, the wound would have been far more severe than a mere gash on his shoulder. Dad. Wu Lei, though not particularly strong in mental prowess, sensed the situation and lunged towards Qin Yifan with bloodshot eyes. Qin Yifan deftly retreated, slipping back into the corridor. His primary objective was to lure them outside, otherwise, Wu Batian would have had no chance to evade that dagger strike. He understood the rationale behind Lu Dali's actions thoroughly. Before long, under his deliberate guidance, Wu Batian and Wu Lei pursued him out of the building, finally escaping the dark canopy, although the outside world was still shrouded in darkness. The duo was exhilarated to discover that they could utilize their skills once more. With Qin Yifan merely a dozen meters away, Wu Batian exhibited a cruel smile. You dare to venture here alone, boy? You are merely courting death. Dad, why waste words? Let us just kill him. Yet, Qin Yifan remained composed, stating nonchalantly. Who said I came alone? Deputy Commander Liu, step forward and greet these gentlemen. Ha ha, Wu Batian, at last, I have found you. None of you traitors shall escape. Military discipline dictates, attack. Lu Dali's booming voice echoed throughout the training base, and he then materialized beside Qin Yifan. Well done, young Qin. Leave these two to me. You should deal with the others. After signaling with a gesture, Qin Yifan stepped back and turned to confront the approaching independent troops. Given the numerous entrances to the base and the need to prevent any escape, a larger force was stationed outside, resulting in fewer individuals inside. However, with Qin Yifan's formidable support, those who dared to confront them faced dire consequences. During this time, the atmosphere was notably silent, especially for Li Xiao, whom Qin Yifan observed was truly putting forth great effort. He seemed to expend skills as if they were free, consuming restorative potions without hesitation. Taking advantage of a moment while Li Xiao replenished himself, Qin Yifan curiously inquired, Deputy Officer Li, what is going on? Do you have a vendetta against someone? Li Xiao's actions paused momentarily before he poured the entire potion into his mouth, then spoke in a subdued tone. My father was killed by the shadow assassins. But I do not know who took his life. I am sorry for your loss, Qin Yifan replied. Li Xiao looked at him with gratitude. Deputy Commander, I must thank you. Without your assistance, I might not have even had this opportunity. Do not mention it. I merely happened to be in the right place at the right time, Qin Yifan replied modestly. Li Xiao pressed his lips together and after a long silence softly added, Deputy Commander, you are all good people. After uttering this seemingly nonsensical remark, he resumed unleashing his skills with fervor. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow, but chose not to elaborate further. The battle raged on for more than half an hour, culminating in the demise of the majority of the insurgents, with only a few surrendering. Others took care of the battlefield cleanup and escorting the captives while Qin Yifan and his companions followed Lu Dali to the Lord's manor. Here, Qin Yifan finally encountered the commander again. Although it had only been the same day since their last meeting, it felt as if an eternity had passed, burdened by the day's numerous events. Upon their meeting, the commander expressed high praise for the actions of the independent corps, particularly commending Qin Yifan's performance. In conclusion, he patted Qin Yifan on the shoulder with a look of satisfaction, saying, "Young man, you have a bright future ahead. You may very well one day occupy my position." Qin Yifan, alarmed by the compliment, quickly replied, "Commander, you flatter me greatly. Without your recognition, I would merely be an ordinary soldier. There is no need for such modesty. Your potential is evident to all," the commander said, nodding with a smile. "Now, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you further. Lao Lu, be sure to entertain our great contributor." "Of course, Commander. Shall we drink today?" Lu Dali inquired eagerly. "No," the commander replied decisively, then turned to leave with Miyazaki. In the military canteen, on the second floor, in a private room, 6 individuals sat around a table: Lu Dali, Qin Yifan, and 4 others, including Li Xiao. The dishes on the table were nearly finished, and despite Lu Dali's efforts to enliven the atmosphere, the mood remained rather tepid, primarily due to Jiao Hong's impassive demeanor. Tang Lao San remained silent as well, while Jiao Bao, still a child, could only engage in light conversation with Qin Yifan. Unable to bear the awkwardness any longer, Lu Dali forced a smile and remarked, "It seems everyone is quite exhausted today, so I shall not keep you from your rest. Let us reconvene for the celebration feast, where we can indulge in drinks." Jiao Hong managed a faint smile, saying, "I truly apologize, Deputy Commander Lu. I am just too fatigued." Tang Lao San also bowed his head in apology. "I too have expended too much energy. I feel somewhat disoriented. My apologies." Soon after, they returned to their quarters. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Qin Yifan was roused from sleep by a series of knocks on his door. Upon opening it, he found Jiao Hong and Tang Lao San standing there. He invited them in curiously, only to notice that Jiao Hong appeared somewhat pale, and Tang Lao San's expression was quite grim. He hurriedly inquired, "Sister Hong, Brother Tang, what has happened? You both seemed well yesterday. Is something wrong?" Jiao Hong clenched her teeth and remained silent, while Tang Lao San's voice resonated with a heavy tone. "Jiao Bao has gone missing." "What? Jiao Bao is missing? How can that be possible? How could a living person simply vanish?" Jiao Bao lived in the same barracks as Jiao Hong. It was inconceivable that Jiao Hong would be unaware of his absence. "Jiao Hong, haven't you checked the surveillance? This is a military camp. There is no way Jiao Bao could just disappear without reason. Could it be that he went in search of food?" Jiao Hong shook her head, her lips trembling as she spoke in a hushed tone. "Jiao Bao is no longer in the camp. I suspect it was the city defense army that did this." "Ah?" Qin Yifan looked perplexed, then suddenly recalled something. "What about the portable computer? Didn't we update to the city defense army's system? You can locate Jiao Bao." Jiao Hong raised her wrist, revealing a location signal. Indeed, it could pinpoint his whereabouts, but it lacked communication capabilities, suggesting that the opposing party had higher authority. "Higher authority than you? Why would the commander and deputy commander act in this manner?" Jiao Hong shook her head once more, and before she could respond, Tang Lao San interjected. "What they say sounds appealing. Something about the independent regiment having privileges, but it's utter nonsense." Qin Yifan pressed his lips together. "I will go find the commander." Jiao Hong seized his arm. "They act with impunity. I fear for Jiao Bao's safety and did not dare to raise an alarm." "What should we do then?" Tang Lao San furrowed his brow. "I suspect their blatant actions are a ploy to draw us in." He trailed off, and the implication was clear. Venturing forth could be perilous. Qin Yifan took a deep breath. "Even if it's a den of dragons and tigers, I must proceed." "Hong Jia, you two stay here. I will go alone." "Absolutely not. If Jiao Bao is my brother, I must accompany you." Tang Lao San smirked, realizing that debating this was futile. If they could stealthily abduct Jiao Bao, remaining behind would not guarantee their safety. "All right then, we shall go together." Having reached a consensus, the trio swiftly departed from the military camp. Along the way, they encountered members of the independent regiment, who they managed to evade with vague responses. Even as Li Xiao attempted to join them but was rebuffed. They did not take a vehicle, but their pace was brisk, and they soon arrived near the designated location. Qin Yifan's expression turned peculiar. It appeared they had stumbled upon a culinary street. Could Jiao Bao have ventured out in search of food? Jiao Hong shook her head. Impossible. Even if he were truly hungry, he would have called me to accompany him. After walking another 100 meters, they arrived at the precise location. Looking up, they found themselves outside a breakfast shop named Wu Ji Baozi. Through the glass doors, they could clearly see inside. Jiao Bao was engrossed in eating buns, seated opposite a stranger. In such a bustling food street, the absence of other patrons was striking. There were no waitstaff inside either. This was clearly abnormal. Yet retreating was not an option. They steeled themselves and pushed the door open, entering the Baozi shop. Qin Fan immediately greeted, "Little Bao, why did you come out by yourself? Don't you know Hong Jie would worry about you?" Regrettably, his words received no response. Jiao Bao continued to consume the buns voraciously. Jiao Hong hastened to her brother's side, directing a fierce admonition at the individual seated opposite them. "Who are you? What have you done to my brother?" As she spoke, she attempted to awaken Jiao Bao using her mental energy, only to be thwarted by a barrier of psychic resistance. "Commander Jiao Hong, please do not be hasty. Have a seat and sample these buns. They are quite delectable," the man replied, an easy smile gracing his face as he gestured invitingly. "And you too, especially you. Deputy Commander Qin Yifan, a true hero. I would be honored if you would join me for breakfast." Qin Yifan and Tang Laosan turned their gazes to Jiao Hong, who, with a darkened expression, remained silent for a moment before finally pulling out a chair to sit beside Jiao Bao. Tang Laosan took his place on her other side, while Qin Yifan settled at the opposite side of the table, positioning himself between the two parties. The man smiled slightly and said, "I have yet to introduce myself. I am Han Feiyu, the commander of the First Legion. It is a pleasure to meet you." Jiao Hong clenched her teeth and replied, "Commander Han, do you not find it rather despicable to meet under such circumstances?" "Despicable? You may say what you wish," Han Feiyu replied nonchalantly. "I have come to remind you that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. What appears glamorous on the surface may very well be the source of calamity." Jiao Hong's brow furrowed deeply. "The establishment of an independent legion is the directive of the commander-in-chief. Do you oppose the chief's decision?" "Certainly not," Han Feiyu quickly denied. "The chief's reasons for forming the independent legion are undoubtedly valid. I merely wish to convey that you are ill-suited to remain within it." "Are you suggesting we leave the city defense army?" In response to Jiao Hong's probing question, Han Feiyu remained non-committal. "I am simply here to offer a warning. Whether or not you heed it is your concern. I have said my piece. Do enjoy your buns before they grow cold." With that, he stood elegantly and turned to depart with a casual grace. The trio, however, found no appetite for the buns, their attention fixated on the dazed Jiao Bao. Jiao Hong cautiously channeled her mental energy and finally managed to rouse him from his hypnotic state. "Jie? Fangu? Where are we?" Jiao Bao woke, looking bewildered. Jiao Hong hurriedly inquired, "Little Bao, do you feel unwell?" "No, Jiao Bao began to shake his head, but then hesitated, placing a hand on his stomach. "What is it? Does your stomach hurt? Have you been injured or poisoned?" Suddenly, Jiao Bao let out a loud belch. "No, neither. I just feel a bit bloated, as if I've overeaten." Qin Yifan pointed to a stack of empty steamer baskets beside him. "If you consumed all of those on your own, then you must have indeed overindulged." Tang Laosan then noticed the same detail, exclaiming, "Goodness, how long have you been here eating?" A cold sweat broke out on his back. If they hesitated any longer, Jiao Bao might truly face a dire predicament. He could very well become the first supernatural being to die from gluttony, a death both cruel and disgraceful. Qin Yifan muttered to himself, "Why didn't he come find me? I would have ensured he didn't eat himself into bankruptcy." The oddly eerie atmosphere was shattered by his remark. Jiao Hong shot him a bemused glance before inquiring in a low voice, "Tang Laosan, a fan. What are your thoughts on that fellow's words just now?" Chapter 63. Resolute determination. Tang Laosan grimaced, stating, "What can I say? I simply wish to leave Ice City at once." However, Qin Fan shook his head, asserting, "We cannot depart, for that would play right into their hands." With that, an aura emanated from him, a result of the previous day's battle. Jiao Hong was momentarily taken aback but soon nodded in agreement. "I too oppose leaving, especially with a fan here." Tang Laosan understood her implication but remained somewhat apprehensive. But what if they continue their underhanded schemes? This time we have indeed been negligent, Qin Fan reflected, having assumed that after vanquishing the rebels, the commander's adversaries would remain subdued, requiring only vigilant oversight henceforth. Tang Laosan opened his mouth, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, Jiao Bao interjected, "Sister, what exactly transpired? Why am I here?" Jiao Hong gently patted his head, reassuring him, "It's nothing. Let us return for now." Upon their return to the military camp, All members of the Independent Corps stood outside Jiuhong's quarters. Jiuhong was taken aback and asked, "What is this?" Huang Liang stepped forward, standing at attention, and performed a deep bow, followed by all those behind him mirroring the gesture. "We are sorry, Corps Commander. It was our negligence that allowed Jiu Bao to be lured out of the camp. Please impose your punishment. Please impose your punishment." They echoed. Jiuhong was slightly moved and stepped forward to assist Huang Liang upright. "Everyone, please cease this. You are not to blame for what transpired. None of us anticipated such an event." Huang Liang replied, "Corps Commander, we must swiftly improve our team mechanisms, allowing everyone to perform their duties effectively to avert any future mishaps." Jiuhong felt a swell of emotion. She could sense that Huang Liang and the others spoke from the heart. This camaraderie forged on the battlefield was a bond upon which one could rely for life and death. With such a group by her side, achieving her aspirations seemed attainable. "Very well. Huang Liang, Sun Miao, you two shall accompany me to the military headquarters. The rest may engage in free activities, but are not to leave the camp." Understood. Going to the military headquarters did not equate to meeting the commander, yet decisions concerning the Independent Corps rested solely with the commander. Thus, the three of them found themselves in the commander's office. Upon meeting, the commander inquired with a calm demeanor, "Jiuhong, what brings you here today?" With a serious expression, Jiuhong responded, "Commander, I wish to apply for a military camp, and I would also like to establish the organizational structure of the Independent Corps. Please guide me." "Oh," the commander replied, slightly surprised but concealing it well. "The camp is already being arranged. Even if you had not come, someone would have informed you of the relocation tomorrow. As for the structure, what are your thoughts?" Jiuhong confidently stated, "I dare to speculate that the formation of the Independent Corps was intended to wield a sharp sword. Therefore, the members of the Independent Corps should be few in number but of superior strength, surpassing even that of the Special Forces. Hence, the structure must embody the distinct characteristics of the Independent Corps." The commander displayed an intrigued expression, gesturing for Jiuhong to continue. Jiuhong pressed her lips together. "From my observations, the majority of the Independent Legion consists of offensive types, while defensive and support roles comprise only a small fraction, which conveniently aligns with the 5-member squad formation: 3 offensive fighters, 1 defender, and 1 support. This configuration proves exceptionally effective for assault missions and can yield remarkable results in outdoor combat. 5 squads can form a platoon, and 5 platoons can constitute a battalion, allowing for future recruitment to follow this model." The Grand Commander raised an eyebrow slightly, acknowledging the merit in the proposal, indicating it was worth a try. "Is there anything else you wish to convey?" "I would also like to appoint another deputy commander, someone with military prowess, as Qin Yifun's capabilities are somewhat lacking." After a moment's hesitation, Jiuhong continued, "Additionally, there are Tang Lao San and my brother Jiu Bao. I do not wish for them to leave the Independent Legion." "Not a problem. The Independent Legion is under your purview, and you are accountable solely to me," the Grand Commander asserted, waving his hand decisively. "I will issue an order shortly to elevate your authority to that of a deputy commander, placing your rank on par with other Legion commanders." He emphasized the logic of this authority, the intent unmistakable. Jiuhong nodded vigorously, expressing her gratitude for the Grand Commander's recognition and her loyalty to him. "Thank you, Grand Commander. I shall serve you faithfully." "Very well. If there is nothing else, you may return." After Jiuhong and her companions departed, the Grand Commander lowered his gaze to the table, murmuring softly, "The 5-member squad formation truly resembles the remnants of that family." Intriguing. Before Jiuhong and her team could return to the Independent Legion, the Grand Commander's orders had already been disseminated to all the personal devices of the city defense forces. The content echoed the promises made to Jiuhong regarding the camp, organization, and authority. This establishment solidified the status of the Independent Legion, yet it also incited considerable controversy. While the Independent Legion may have been a commendable ally during wartime, its post-war existence threatened to encroach upon the interests of many, as it sought its share of the spoils. Unaware of these developments, Jiuhong immediately convened a meeting upon her return to the Independent Legion. The sole purpose of the meeting was to implement the 5-member squad formation. While it may sound straightforward, 3 offensive types, 1 defender, and 1 support, the intricacies involved were numerous. Beyond the need for synergy, skill compatibility was essential to achieve a synergistic effect, ensuring that 1 + 1 equated to more than 2. Her thorough yet accessible explanation illuminated the minds of the Independent Legion members, revealing that this approach surpassed the traditional method of teamwork. Following her discourse, Jiao Hong allowed everyone to form their own teams and self-nominate for the positions of platoon and battalion leaders. Ultimately, she appointed Huang Liang as the second deputy commander, tasked with assisting her in managing the Independent Legion, a decision that met with unanimous approval. As the meeting was adjourned, attendees departed in small groups. Even Tang Laosan and Jiao Bao mingled with others, eager to remain connected as members of the Independent Legion. In the conference room, only Jiao Hong, Qin Yifan, Huang Liang, and Li Xiao remained. Li Xiao was a unique presence, having been assigned to Qin Yifan as an aide by the Grand Commander. And Jiao Hong refrained from assigning him any additional responsibilities. After the others had departed, Jiao Hong let out a sigh of relief and turned to Huang Liang with a smile. Brother Huang, I will require your continued guidance in the future. The commander is far too modest. Your military prowess undoubtedly surpasses mine, Huang Liang replied. Let us not forget. You are the foremost expert on the five-man formation within Ice City. This high praise took even Qin Yifan by surprise. Sister Hong, I had no idea you were so formidable. If I didn't know any better, I would think you had served in the military before. Jiao Hong's gaze momentarily sharpened but was quickly masked. Be serious. In the barracks, you must address me as commander. Yes, commander. Qin Yifan hastily stood to salute. Though his salute appeared rather comical, Jiao Hong could not help but smile at his antics. All right, hurry and go have Li Xiao teach you the military regulations, lest others think you are unversed in protocol. Yes, commander. Chapter 64. Constantly faced with difficulties the following day, Jiao Hong received a notification from the military headquarters regarding the new location of the barracks, instructing her to relocate the Independent Corps. She promptly summoned the two corps commanders. Qin Yifan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon learning the news, while Huang Liang furrowed his brow in concern. Jiao Hong, do you have any reservations? He asked. This place is quite close to the chaotic zone. His concern stemmed from the possibility of trouble, yet Jiao Hong and Qin Yifan exchanged glances, their spirits lifted. Brother Huang, being near the chaotic zone does not equate to being within it. What is there to fear? Huang Liang shot him a sidelong glance, thinking that while Qin Yifan had no reason for concern, he should ensure that Jiao Hong and her brother remained vigilant. Resolving his thoughts, he nodded. Indeed, I may have overreacted. I will notify the others. Qin Yifan threw an arm around his shoulder. Brother Huang, as the deputy commander, you need not concern yourself with such trivial matters. Li Xiao, present. Go inform everyone to prepare for the move. Yes, Deputy Commander Qin. Li Xiao took his task seriously, understanding it was his duty. There was little to prepare, just personal gear to gather. Soon, 20 transport vehicles arrived to escort the Independent Corps to their new base. Once they all disembarked, the transport vehicles turned around and left without hesitation, leaving Qin Yifan bewildered. Aren't these transport vehicles for our Independent Corps? Li Xiao shook his head. They belong to the First Corps. We are merely borrowing them. The distinction was quite clear. Grumbling, he followed Jiao Hong and the others into the new base, where he was taken aback by the sight before him. Goodness, what is this situation? Not only he, but others were equally astonished. The new base was substantial, comparable in size to the previous one, yet seemed rather excessive for the Independent Corps. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in the fact that aside from a few functional buildings, there was nothing else present. Given the state of affairs, one could surmise that even the few buildings might have been stripped bare, and had it not been for the immovability of the structures, they likely would have been taken as well. Jiao Hong and Huang Liang exchanged glances, both realizing that someone was indeed targeting them, though they had not anticipated the severity of the situation. Fortunately, the two remained composed. Jiao Hong softly commanded, Afan, take a team to the supply depot to collect our allotted provisions. Yes. Qin Yifan responded with a salute, then gathered a team, including Li Xiao, and set off. Lacking transport vehicles, they had no choice but to proceed on foot, which did not hinder their mission. However, the peculiar glances from passers-by were hard to ignore. After all, it was uncommon for the city defense forces to march on foot instead of riding in vehicles. Undeterred by the murmurs, Qin Yifan and his team swiftly reached the supply depot. After stating their needs, a supply officer courteously escorted them to a warehouse. Deputy Commander Qin, these are the basic supplies from the Independent Corps. Please verify them. Though the officer's tone was polite, Qin Yifan sensed a deep-seated malice. Upon examining the supplies, he became convinced that the officer's intentions were deliberate. Is this what you call supplies? It resembles nothing more than scrap. Is your supply depot a junkyard? In response to Qin Yifan's inquiry, the officer maintained a beaming smile. Deputy Commander Qin, As stated, these are basic supplies. According to the commander's regulations, the city defense forces do not support idleness. All resources must be earned through one's own efforts. Qin Yifan turned to Li Xiao, silently inquiring if such a rule existed. Li Xiao's expression soured. Indeed, there was such a regulation, yet the supply depot had clearly gone too far. Basic supplies should at least include some new items, not a heap of discarded materials. Qin Yifan was both enraged and amused. Fine. Li Xiao, inspect the supplies. If any item is defective, I will immediately report the supply depot to the commander. The supply officer remained silent, still smiling. Ultimately, while the supplies were indeed battered, they were all functional. Qin Yifan was left speechless, frustrated with nowhere to vent his anger. The officer was merely following the established protocol, and he could find no fault. Reluctantly, they returned to the new military camp in 20 dilapidated transport vehicles, laden with the remnants of their haul. Along the way, they became the center of attention once more. Soon, rumors spread in Ice City that the Independent Corps was collecting scrap. However, those with insight understood the underlying issues. Yet none dared to speak out, choosing instead to observe the unfolding drama. In the commander's private office, Miyazaki concluded his report and quietly remarked, "Commander, those beneath us are targeting the Independent Corps. Should we not intervene?" Intervene in what? If the Independent Corps seeks autonomy, they must contend with the pressures that accompany it. The commander replied without lifting his gaze. "From now on, do not bother me with such trivial matters. Unless lives are at stake, let them make a fuss." Upon returning to the camp, Qin Yifan immediately sought out Jiao Hong, his tone tinged with resentment. "Commander, you must see the supplies the supply depot provided. They have sent us a batch of junk. Junk. You have yet to witness the internal state of the camp," Jiao Hong replied calmly, gesturing towards the buildings. "Step inside and see for yourself. Without these so-called scraps, we would be sleeping on the ground tonight." "Are you serious? These people are ruthless." Qin Yifan could not help but curse, his brows furrowing as he sensed that something was amiss. Jiao Hong let out a cold laugh, asserting that there was no need to be angry with them. After all, it was merely supplies. What were they lacking? Could they not afford to sustain over 500 individuals? Chapter 65, Summary Conference. A spark of realization lit up Qin Yifan's eyes. Indeed, they lacked nothing but money at present. Not to mention the funds accumulated in Star City. Even the items he possessed could be sold for a fortune. However, he quickly furrowed his brows again, and before he could speak, Jiao Hong interjected. "Investment is only temporary. Do you think it would be difficult for our independent legion to earn money given our strength?" At last, Qin Yifan saw the light. No wonder everyone remained so calm. It was he who had failed to grasp the situation. Yet, he still vented, expressing that they should confront their adversaries openly rather than resorting to such underhanded tactics, which he found utterly disgusting. Huang Liang remarked, "They lack the strength to confront us directly. They can only satisfy their sour grapes mentality through such trivial methods. It's rather uninteresting." "Ah, Brother Huang, you truly are magnanimous," Qin Yifan replied with a grin. "However, I am not. Let us go? Brother Huang, I will take you to procure supplies from the military department. I intend to dazzle them." Naturally, military supplies should be procured from the military department. It was inconsequential to purchase equipment from other sources, but utilizing them for the Independent Legion would be beneath their dignity. Question: how much supplies can 10 million galactic coins buy? Answer: a substantial amount. To provide a standard, the most advanced spirit crystal transport vehicles they had previously used cost merely 100,000 galactic coins each. The vehicles themselves were not expensive, but the energy was. A fragment of spirit crystal capable of powering the transport vehicle for 10,000 kilometers costs 20,000 galactic coins. Fortunately, when purchasing new vehicles, they were always accompanied by a fragment of spirit crystal, so Qin Yifan did not reveal that he possessed a complete spirit crystal. Combat gear costs 10,000 per set, purchase. Living supplies cost 1,000 per ton, purchase. Qin Yifan lavishly spent 10 million galactic coins, leaving the military officer who attended to him utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend where the newly established Independent Legion had acquired such substantial funds. Yet, it mattered not. The individual had come with money to buy supplies, and there was no way to stop him. In the end, he could only watch with tearful resignation as Qin Yifan departed with unrestrained flair. After upgrading his weaponry, Qin Yifan took a grand tour of the city before returning to the camp. After all the commotion, it was already past 10 o'clock, and preparations for lunch were imminent. Qin Yifan hurried to the kitchen, where he immediately spotted a familiar face. "Oh, Sun Miao, You've become the captain and are still cooking yourself? Sun Miao chuckled. I used to work in the cooking unit when I was in the Special Legion. Since our independent legion is not yet recruiting externally, I thought I'd return to my old profession for now. It's not my responsibility to manage external recruitment. I'm here to serve up an extra meal for the brothers. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a massive carcass landed on the ground. Well, Deputy Commander. What happened? Don't tell me your culinary skills are lacking, and you can't handle such high-grade ingredients. Who do you look down upon? I can handle not just a level 50 mutated beast, but even the corpse of a beast king if you bring it to me. The disdainful tone of Qin Yifan instantly ignited Sun Miao's fighting spirit. However, in the next moment, he hesitantly inquired, Deputy Commander, where did you acquire this? What do you mean? Qin Yifan responded, somewhat perplexed. This is abundant in the wild. There were countless beasts during the previous tide. Haven't you seen any? Realizing the misunderstanding, Sun Miao hurriedly clarified, the city defense forces have strict regulations against the private possession of spoils. The lightest punishment is demotion, while the heaviest is expulsion from the military. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow. Private possession of spoils. Does that mean I must surrender the corpse of the Beast King? That isn't necessary, as you single-handedly brought it down. It has no relation to the main force. However, on the battlefield, Qin Yifan interjected with a peculiar smile. Who told you I only killed the Beast King? It had several subordinates, and this is one of them. Sun Miao immediately grasped the implication and expressed gratitude. Thank you, Deputy Commander, for providing a feast for the brothers. Qin Yifan sensed he was misunderstood but chose not to clarify. He possessed numerous corpses of high-level mutated beasts, as transforming them into spirit crystals was for profit. However, upgrading his talents required consumption, thus he needed to maintain a certain stock. His decision to share was, of course, aimed at fostering good relations with the members of the independent regiment. These individuals were aligned with the Grand Commander and could become valuable allies for their group, making it imperative to seize this opportunity. His actions quickly garnered greater favor from the independent regiment members, as the meat of high-level mutated beasts was a rare delicacy and would contribute to their physical enhancement. Although it would not directly activate or strengthen their talents like it did for Qin Yifan, it could still provide a modest boost to their defenses. Given their limited opportunities to indulge in such feasting, they would naturally express their gratitude to him. That evening, patrolling soldiers utilized the most advanced detection equipment, while resting soldiers enjoyed the most comfortable beds. In their hearts, they once again thanked Qin Yifan. Although they would soon improve their circumstances, no one would refuse to relish such favorable conditions in advance. Thus, 3 days passed in peaceful coexistence, until the city lord and the Grand Commander convened a joint meeting. During these days, Ice City had been tumultuous, and the necessary reckoning had finally reached its conclusion. It was time to provide an explanation to the public. The meeting was broadcast live, with everyone's personal devices forcibly tuned in, leaving no option to turn it off. Naturally, no one was disinterested in such significant matters. The meeting commenced with a spokesperson from the city lord's office elaborating on the origins, developments, and outcomes of the incident. The cause was the same as before. Deputy City Lord Chen Xiong had colluded with foreign entities and the beast cult to seize control of Ice City. This time, however, the details were much more extensive, as one individual alone could not orchestrate such a grand scheme. This clarified the reasons behind the recent purges of certain officials and wealthy merchants in Ice City. Subsequently, the spokesperson mentioned Jiao Hong and Qin Yifan, noting that it was their information that enabled the city lord and the Grand Commander to promptly uncover Chen Xiong's conspiracy and prepare for the unforeseen crisis. As for the summary of the war, he merely stated that Ice City had achieved final victory, leaving the remainder for the Grand Commander to address. Following this, the city lord delivered a speech. The venerable city lord, in his 60s, was exceedingly animated as he presented a fervent oration. Overall, it was quite formal yet capable of inspiring and uniting the hearts of the populace. He expressed gratitude for the valiant sacrifices made by the city defense forces, which ultimately secured victory in this conflict. He also acknowledged the contributions of Jiao Hong and Qin Yifan, yet failed to bestow any form of reward upon them. Next, the spokesperson for the city defense forces took the stage, primarily tasked with articulating the losses incurred during this battle. In any war, casualties are inevitable, and the people of Ice City had long grown accustomed to such realities. However, upon hearing the grim statistics, a sense of sorrow inevitably descended upon them. Subsequently, this spokesperson extended a heartfelt apology to the entire populace regarding Wu Baishan's involvement in the rebellion. The city defense forces exist solely to safeguard the city's security. and the emergence of traitors could not simply be overlooked. Following this sincere apology, the Supreme Commander introduced a series of rectification measures. While the original regulations remained unchanged, a few new stipulations were added. The first decree stated that soldiers of the city defense forces were prohibited from engaging in politics, a customary agreement now formalized in writing, undoubtedly with a pointed implication. The second decree mandated stricter scrutiny of merit points, thereby indirectly enhancing the authority of the Military Discipline Office. The third decree specified that the vice commander would no longer hold any concurrent positions, a direct response to the Wu Badian incident, which unfortunately implicated Liu Dali as well. The pivotal moment arrived as the Supreme Commander began to announce a series of promotions and various rewards. The first appointment was that of a new vice commander, named Lei Hongqing, the former commander of the 2nd Legion, who had valiantly led his troops to steadfastly defend the city during the Ice City Rebellion, achieving remarkable feats. His cumulative accomplishments surpassed those of the 1st Legion commander, Han Feiyu, thus making him Han Feiyu's superior. The second appointment was for the commander of the Special Legion, promoting Ma Changfa, who had been one of the vice commanders. When Wu Batian instigated the rebellion, he managed to lead away a significant portion of the Special Legion, preventing greater chaos. His merits rendered him the most qualified for this command, making the promotion a natural progression. The remaining legions collectively shared in the accolades, as they all participated in resisting the Beast Tide and the rebellion. Although some failed to maintain the satellite cities, their overall contributions outweighed their shortcomings, and they were all awarded merit points accordingly. The most exceptional recognition was reserved for the Independent Legion, and the Supreme Commander announced their rewards last. Upon hearing the Supreme Commander's words, the expressions of the audience turned peculiar. Even Huang Liang struggled to maintain his composure, let alone the others. What was going on? Without even considering the performances of the Legion and Vice Commanders during the Rebellion and Beast Tide, merely uncovering Qin Qiang's conspiracy was a monumental achievement. Why did they receive no merit whatsoever? Indeed, wasn't the Supreme Commander treating them differently? At the very least, they should have been awarded tens of thousands of merit points. How could they be granted merely the right to the Beast King's corpse as a form of reward? What sort of recognition was this? The Beast King was originally slain by the Deputy Commander, making it his rightful trophy. Yet, how did it end up in the mouth of the Supreme Commander? Although not spoken directly, certain words should not be uttered lightly. Nevertheless, one thing is clear: the members of the Independent Legion are quite discontented. However, this is the decision of the Supreme Commander, and no amount of dissatisfaction can alter that. Observing the agitated crowd, Jiao Hong contemplated speaking, yet found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Qin Yifan rose, harboring grievances of his own, yet he feigned tranquility as he addressed the assembly. Dear brothers and sisters, I must first apologize for my actions that have resulted in a lack of merit points for everyone. Sun Miao immediately interjected. This is hardly the fault of Deputy Commander Qin. The corpse of the Beast King rightfully belongs to you. As he spoke, he quickly fell silent, which was also why Jiao Hong struggled to offer words of comfort. After all, it was the Supreme Commander who had taken this course of action, and there were certain things she simply could not say. The atmosphere grew heavy once more, until Huang Liang broke the silence. I believe the Supreme Commander is not targeting our Independent Legion. Rather, it appears the pressure is coming from elsewhere. We can only conclude that our performance has attracted undue attention. A captain named Wang Quan supported this notion, stating, indeed, it must be that some individuals, unable to tolerate our success, have pressured the Supreme Commander, leading to our unequal treatment. Others chimed in agreement, prompting Jiao Hong to finally speak. Since everyone understands, I shall refrain from elaborating further on this matter. However, I anticipate that such occurrences may arise again in the future, and I hope everyone is prepared mentally. Before anyone could respond, there was a knock at the conference room door, and a soldier entered with a report. Commander, the commander of the 1st Legion, Han Feiyu, is here for a visit. Jiao Hong's brow furrowed in irritation. What was he doing here again? Let him in. As the soldier exited, the door was pushed open once more, revealing Han Feiyu accompanied by several others. He wore a broad smile as he addressed Jiao Hong. Commander Jiao Hong, I have come to congratulate the Independent Legion on retaining ownership of the Beast King's corpse. Qin Yifan, rather than becoming incensed, was intrigued by how this man could utter such shameless words with such conviction. Jiao Hong replied curtly, Thank you. However, I feel quite sorry for you, as you have not become the new deputy commander. Han Feiyu's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to its previous state. Thank you for your concern, Commander Jiao Hong. Additionally, I wish to remind you that the City Defense Army does not accommodate the idle. Jiuhong's expression darkened. You need not concern yourself with that. Tend to your own legion and refrain from meddling in our affairs. Your words truly wound me, Commander Jiuhong. I genuinely worry for the Independent Legion. Considering you currently have not a single merit point. With the year-end assessment approaching, if you do not expedite your efforts, he concluded with a chuckle. A newly established legion being disbanded due to lack of merit points. How amusing. The expressions of the others turned grim, while Qin Yifan appeared utterly perplexed. What did this man mean? Huang Liang's voice grew somber. The City Defense Army has an assessment system. Each legion must maintain a certain number of merit points, or they will face corresponding penalties, the most severe being disbandment. Others had already realized the situation. Sun Miao slammed the table, exclaiming, "No wonder our rewards lack merit points. Those fellows have been waiting for us." Wang Quan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Commander, how many merit points does our independent regiment require at a minimum?" Jiuhong softly uttered, 100,000. What? A captain who had been taciturn suddenly transformed into a chatterbox upon hearing this figure. How is that possible? An ordinary regiment only requires 30,000, and even a specialized regiment demands only 50,000. Why has it escalated to 100,000 for our independent regiment? Moreover, with only a month left until the year-end assessment, even if we all embark on missions, we will still fall short of 100,000 merit points. Qin Yifan remained bewildered, pondering aloud, is it really that difficult to acquire merit points? Han Feiyu, with a smug expression, gazed at him and remarked, gaining merit points isn't particularly challenging. Simply slaying mutated beasts will suffice. However, at this juncture, his demeanor turned frosty. The beast tide has just passed, and the mutated creatures in the wild are insufficient for the mercenary groups and adventurers to hunt. If you wish to hunt, you'll have to venture into the wilderness. Ha! A chill ran through the others, yet Qin Yifan appeared unfazed. So what? Do you think we cannot slay high-level mutated beasts? Han Feiyu cast a sidelong glance at him, stating, while I harbor some doubts about your ability to single-handedly defeat a beast king, your strength is commendable. Furthermore, with these fellows, he surveyed the group, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. It is indeed feasible to hunt high-level mutated beasts, but you must have mutated beasts to hunt first. Ha! The expressions of the others grew increasingly grim, yet Qin Yifan remained indifferent. Han Feiyu, I am genuinely curious. The city lord and the commander are actively addressing the situation in Ice City. What is your purpose in appearing at this time? Han Feiyu raised an eyebrow, retracting his smile. Do not hastily assign me motives. I simply find you all displeasing and wish to witness your folly. His demeanor was indeed infuriating. Yet only Jiuhong and Qin Yifan possessed the qualification to confront him. The others could only glare in anger, too intimidated to act. Jiuhong furrowed her brow deeply, eager to challenge him, but ultimately lacking the confidence due to her inferior strength. Turning to Qin Yifan, she found him gazing vacantly at Han Feiyu, which struck her as somewhat peculiar. Qin Yifan was indeed somewhat distracted, for the glutton system had undergone a change. Chapter 67, Deploying to the Wilderness, Part 1. Ding. The system has issued a new task. Please complete it punctually. Task, preserve the independent regiment. Task duration, 1 month. Completion reward, all attributes will increase by 5 levels. Qin Yifan was tempted to inquire of the system why it had begun issuing tasks. However, he understood the nature of the system and knew it would not engage in communication with him. Yet, he could glean certain insights from the system's behavior. Since acquiring the glutton system, it had never issued a task until now. Suddenly presenting such a task, and with rewards but no penalties, was decidedly abnormal. The absence of punishment did not imply a lack of consequences. Perhaps if he failed to complete the task, the repercussions would be severe enough that the system would not need to intervene. After all, why would it grant him such a generous reward if the task were not exceedingly challenging? As he contemplated this, his gaze sharpened, in recalling the words of Han Feiyu. He pondered, why would you do this when my independent legion has never wronged you? The independent legion has indeed not offended me, but I find all 4 of you utterly displeasing. What of it? If you are dissatisfied, then come at me. Witnessing his brazen demeanor, Qin Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. This audacity only served to further indicate that something was amiss. Although the consequences of a confrontation remained uncertain, it was assuredly not a harbinger of good tidings. I harbor no grievances. Your preferences are your own, he retorted. However, our misfortunes are not so easily dismissed. Oh, so you possess a means to procure 100,000 merit points? I shall await your demonstration with bated breath. Rest assured, Commander Han, you shall not be disappointed. Farewell. Han Feiyu cast a lingering glance at him, realizing that he could not provoke him further, and turned to depart with his entourage. Why is the commander not intervening in this matter? His behavior is indeed infuriating, yet it does not breach military discipline. What can the commander do? The desire to eliminate this vexatious individual surged within him. The irritation was unbearable. After Han Feiyu's departure, the Independent Legion was seething with indignation, though they could only express their frustrations verbally. After a considerable pause, Jiao Hong spoke with a solemn tone. Deputy Commander and Captain, remain here, the rest may disperse. Understood. Once the others had departed, Jiao Hong resumed his seat, massaging his temples. Regarding the issue of merit points, what are everyone's thoughts? Speak freely. Huang Liang was the first to voice his opinion. Commander, tomorrow I shall lead a team into the wilderness. As long as we hunt enough high-level mutated beasts, we can secure the future of the Independent Legion. Sun Mao chimed in. I shall accompany you. I refuse to believe we cannot amass 100,000 merit points. Wang Quan, furrowing his brow, remarked, I did not hear Han Feiyu suggest that. Our expedition into the wilderness will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, especially since our numbers are limited. Qin Yifan tapped his fingers lightly on the table and replied calmly, this is a blatant ploy. He fully expects us to make a move, yet we must proceed nonetheless. Is there no alternative means of acquiring merit points aside from hunting mutated beasts? His recent evasiveness had hindered his learning of the city defense forces, leaving him somewhat uninformed. Sun Miao explained, the first floor of the Lord's mansion houses the task center. Completing tasks there can yield merit points. However, most tasks offer minimal points, and special tasks are either time-consuming or perilous. In short, relying solely on them to accumulate 100,000 points is exceedingly difficult. Could I not exchange the many corpses of high-level mutated beasts I possess for merit points? Huang Liang shook his head. Perhaps this would have worked in the past, but the commander has recently revised the merit point verification system. You must provide battle footage proving that you were the one who hunted them. I understand your implication. The beast tide has subsided, and merit points have been settled. Anything you present now would only count as your personal achievement, not that of the Independent Legion. TSK. Qin Yifan smirked. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Tomorrow, we shall all mobilize and venture into the wilderness to hunt mutated beasts. Wang Quan's lips twitched slightly. As the deputy commander, he recalled the rules established by the supreme leader. No more than 1/5 of each legion was permitted to leave the city for missions. It dawned on Qin Yifan just how dire the situation was, how despicable they truly were. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his determination, albeit momentarily hesitant. Seeing his reluctance to speak, Jiao Hong encouraged him, Afin, feel free to share your thoughts. Let us discuss their feasibility. My method is undoubtedly viable, he replied. Casting a glance at the others, Huang Liang immediately caught on. Brother Qin, do you have something unspeakable weighing on your mind? With a hint of shyness, Qin Yifan confessed. It's somewhat of a secret. I fear that revealing it might alienate you all. Sun Miao's eyes widened. How could that be? Unless you intend to betray the supreme leader. Huang Liang nodded in agreement. Brother Qin, unless it poses a threat to the supreme leader, we are open to anything else. That is what you all say. Hong Jie, do cooperate. Upon hearing him address her as Hong Jie instead of commander, Jiao Hong understood his implication. She remained silent, gently closing her eyes. Qin Yifan grasped her wrist, and with a flick of thought, Jiao Hong vanished before the others. Damn! The others exclaimed in unison, left in a state of shock. The following morning, 5 military transport vehicles departed the Independent Legion camp in a highly conspicuous manner. The windshields were coated with reflective film, obscuring the interior from outside view, yet the weight of the tires indicated that all 5 vehicles were fully loaded. They sped along, swiftly exiting through the southwestern city gates. Within the cockpit of the lead vehicle, Qin Yifan addressed Jiao Hong, Sister Hong, I have warned you countless times. The wilderness is exceedingly perilous. Why can't you remain at the camp? The greater the danger, the more I must accompany you. I am not only the commander, but also your sister. Qin Yifan grimaced, all right, but if danger arises, do stay close. Jiao Hong nodded gently, and do not forget to look after the others. The Independent Legion is our family now. Understood. Tang Laosen whispered, Commander, can you finally disclose our destination? The wilderness. As she spoke, Jiao Hong sent a route to the vehicle's navigation system. Despite their ostentatious departure, they were executing a covert operation known only to the commander, deputy commander, and 3 squad leaders. Tang Laosen had secured a driver's role in this mission because Jiao Hong wanted him aboard. Indeed, Tang Laosen was at the wheel. After glancing at the route map, he exclaimed, 50 kilometers ahead lies the mountains. We cannot drive through. Have you forgotten Affin's capabilities after just a few days apart? Jiuhong teased, dispelling all of Tang Lao's and S doubts. Heh, how could I forget that this fellow is a beast? Qin Yifan pouted, Brother Tang. It would be best if you kept that title to yourself. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Rest assured, this title is known only to the four of us. Now, can you finally reveal the specifics of the plan? Chapter 68. Expedition into the Wilderness, Part 2. The troop transport vehicles journeyed to the base of the mountain, encountering low-level mutated beasts along the way that posed no significant threat. Comprising 10 teams of 5, along with Jiuhong, Qin Yifan, and Tang Laosan. This independent unit consisted of merely 53 individuals. Although over 100 had initially volunteered, Jiuhong streamlined the selection to 50, considering the subsequent operations. Upon disembarking, all members organized their combat gear, while Qin Yifan stowed the 5 transport vehicles into his personal space. In preparation for this mission, he had meticulously cleared his personal space, depositing less critical items into the camp's warehouse. Of course, the term less critical was relative, as the corpses of mutated moths and high-level mutated beasts held considerable value. As he secured the transport vehicles, Jiuhong issued a direct command. Wind Elementalists, lead the way. The rest of you, advance at full speed to traverse the mountain range. Understood. With that, 10 Wind Elementalists, including Tang Laosan, scattered to scout ahead, while the remainder formed a tactical formation and surged forward. Their progress was remarkably smooth. Despite the hidden mutated beasts within the mountains, they posed little concern for this formidable group. 2 hours later, they had ascended to the opposite side of the peak, revealing an expansive plain before them. Qin Yifan retrieved the transport vehicles and glanced back at the mountain, chuckling, "Let us see how you managed to follow us." The Wind Elementalists were not merely scouting ahead, but were also gathering intelligence from all directions, fully aware that others were trailing behind. They simply chose to ignore them. Jiuhong had selected this route with the intent of eluding those prying eyes. The group swiftly boarded the vehicles and accelerated across the plain. This left the pursuing parties utterly astonished. While the Wind Elementalists could match their speed, they lacked the endurance to keep pace with the spirit-powered vehicles. Mutated beasts roamed the plain, but they could be spotted from a distance. Should they dare to charge the convoy, the skills wielded by the team were far from trivial. 3 hours later, a valley entrance appeared in the distance. Upon reaching the valley, Jiuhong instructed Tang Laosan to halt the vehicle and seize the radio to issue orders. All units, in 1 minute, close your eyes and relax your minds. Do not resist in any way. Do you understand? Vehicle 1 acknowledged. Vehicle 2 acknowledged. Once all responses were received, Jiuhong nodded at Qin Yifan. This marked the initial step of their plan. Shedding those tailing them was merely preparatory for what lay ahead. Based on Han Feiyu's observations, she was certain that individuals were stationed at various entry points of the wilderness to obstruct them. Their strategy entailed Qin Yifan compressing both the vehicles and personnel into his personal space, then utilizing earth evasion techniques to infiltrate the depths of the wilderness. Once within, it would be arduous for their pursuers to locate them, and even if they did, encirclement would be challenging, thereby minimizing the threat they faced. In the event of danger, Qin Yifan could easily conceal everyone, allowing him to escape alone with far greater ease. The reason Qin Yifan exposed the secret of his spatial abilities was to fulfill his mission, or more precisely, to preserve his own life. As he pondered over the matter, he became increasingly convinced of the correctness of his thoughts. If it weren't for the imminent threat to his life, the system would not have generously assigned such a task. Thus, he was determined to give it his all. Meanwhile, several teams stationed in the valley were engaged in trivial conversations. They wondered why those who had driven over had not yet arrived. Who could say? Was it possible that their vehicle had run out of energy? Unlikely, as they had recently acquired a military transport vehicle. Perhaps they had encountered a horde of mutated beasts. They decided to wait a little longer. This wait extended into the following morning, when several teams sensed something was amiss and quickly relayed messages to the other entrances. After mutual confirmation, they were all bewildered. None had encountered members of the Independent Legion. What was going on? Were they opting not to enter the wilderness, choosing instead to hunt low-level mutated beasts in the wild? At that rate, it would take ages to accumulate the required 100,000 merit points. Consequently, they dispatched numerous wind element psychics to investigate, but after extensive searching, they found nothing. It wasn't until 3 days later that those sent to explore the wilderness reported having discovered traces of the Independent Legion. This news sent everyone into a tizzy. There were only a few entrances from Ice City into the wilderness. How had they managed to enter? Could they have taken a detour through the wild to reach Thunder City and then access the wilderness? Wasn't that a greater waste of time? Of course. Speculating on such matters was futile. Their mission was to prevent the Independent Legion from hunting mutated beasts, ideally keeping them eternally lost in the wilderness. Thus, they had no choice but to hasten their way into the wild. However, the wilderness was vast, and locating a single team was no easy feat, especially after entering. As communication became exceedingly inconvenient, they could only act independently, losing the advantage of their large force. Aware of the difficulty ahead, Qin Yifan led his group deep into the wilderness. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to acquire enough merit points. Otherwise, even if he managed to survive the encirclement, failing to complete the mission would jeopardize the Independent Legion. On the 8th day after entering the wilderness, they had successfully hunted a high-level mutated beast worth 50,000 merit points. At this rate, they would complete their task in half a month. However, the members of the Independent Legion could not rejoice. A sense of foreboding loomed over them. They were currently hidden within a forest, the towering foliage concealing their figures. Yet they did not feel secure. This unease stemmed from the news brought back by Tang Laosan, indicating that 3 groups were fervently searching for them nearby. It was clear that arriving in the wilderness without hunting mutated beasts left only one purpose: to kill. Such a large-scale operation was undoubtedly directed at them. Suddenly, a figure approached swiftly, revealing Tang Laosan. Upon reaching Jiuhong, he exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, these bastards are really putting in the effort. There are actually 8 teams scouring a 100-mile radius for our whereabouts." Jiuhong's expression fluctuated, and after a moment of contemplation, she turned to Qin Yifan and asked, "Afan, what are your plans?" Qin Yifan squinted his eyes. Initially, he had no intention of escalating the situation, but seeing their demeanor, it was evident they wished to leave them stranded in the wilderness. Thus, he felt no obligation to show them any mercy. Sun Miao clenched his fist. Questioning the need for courtesy, they should simply take action. Indeed, let us eliminate them. They think they can extinguish our Independent Legion. That is preposterous. Jiuhong turned directly to Tao Laosan and inquired, "Are you aware of the strength of our adversaries?" Tao Laosan shook his head. "I dared not approach them too closely, but from their movements, I can surmise that 2 groups are regular troops, while the others are mere rabble. The city defense forces and mercenary groups are markedly different. This discrepancy cannot be concealed by those who are not exceptionally skilled in subterfuge. Let us first deal with the rabble. Until they are eradicated, we cannot hope to hunt the mutated beasts in peace." Qin Yifan's gaze radiated a fierce resolve. After all, it was a matter of life and death, and he would not show leniency. Jiuhong nodded. "Tao Laosan, lead the way." "Understood." Chapter 69. Marching into the Wilderness, Part 3. Soon, Qin Yifan and his party encountered a group of individuals who had deliberately revealed themselves. Although they could surmise the enemy's intentions, they were not entirely certain, hence they did not immediately resort to shouting for bloodshed. Upon the sudden appearance of the Independent Legion, the opposing side was visibly taken aback. However, once they recognized Qin Yifan and his companions, they began to jeer. "Brothers, we are fortunate indeed to have located this band of vermin first. Once we slay them, we can return to the city for a lavish feast. No longer wandering aimlessly in the wilderness. Kill them. Kill them. Well then, if they insist, we shall not be polite." Qin Yifan unleashed a dark canopy, initiating a massacre. Indeed, it was a massacre. Despite their numbers, most of them were below level 50, and they would not fare well in a direct confrontation with the Independent Legion. Moreover, with Qin Yifan as a formidable support, they were destined to be slaughtered. Once the dark canopy descended, all their skills were rendered useless, and upon barely escaping its grasp, they were met with an array of advanced abilities. Surviving was a near impossibility. From start to finish, the encounter lasted merely 10 minutes. Apart from a few wind elemental practitioners who managed to flee, the rest were eternally left in the wilderness. After the battlefield was cleared, Tao Laosan and the wind elemental practitioners continued their search for the rabble. The roles of hunter and prey had reversed. 3 days passed, and the number of rabble slain increased, yet the situation grew increasingly dire for the Independent Legion. With their movements exposed, 5 squads of regular troops had nearly surrounded them. At that moment, they were concealed within a hollow, and as the wind elemental practitioners returned one by one, Jiuhong's expression grew increasingly grave. Tao Laosan was the last to return, bearing ill tidings. "Damn it, it is now confirmed that they are city defense forces. I even spotted the garrison of Yunqing among them. Sun Miao was immediately filled with ire. How despicable. We once assisted in defending Yunqing, and now they repay our kindness with betrayal. They are utterly ungrateful. Zhou Hong and Qin Yifan exchanged glances, each perceiving the anxiety reflected in the other's eyes. Beyond their concern for the success of their current endeavor, they were also troubled by the future of the Independent Legion. Previously, they believed that with the support of the Grand Commander, the development of the Independent Legion would be a trivial matter. However, it now appeared that the task was far more complicated than anticipated. Just as the Independent Legion was freshly established, it had already become a thorn in the side of others, and it was evident that the City Defense Army was not a monolithic entity. Zhou Hong spoke in a low voice. Afin, what are your thoughts? Qin Yifan regained his composure and replied softly, the objective of drawing fire has been accomplished. We should relocate and continue our hunt for the mutated beasts. Sun Miao, somewhat reluctant, interjected, Deputy Commander, why fear them? We should confront them directly. Qin Yifan shook his head, asserting that killing was not the primary objective. Their focus needed to be on accumulating merit points. Zhou Hong issued a direct command. Everyone, heed my words. Align shoulder to shoulder, close your eyes, and do not resist. Understood. Soon, Qin Yifan gathered the others into his spatial realm and activated his Earth Escape technique, burrowing underground to distance themselves from this contentious area. 2 hours later, as night fell, Qin Yifan arrived beneath a towering mountain. With a thought, he released Zhou Hong and the others. Zhou Hong was the first to regain her senses. She glanced around and softly remarked, Afin, you've worked hard. Qin Yifan merely shook his head and consumed a recovery potion he held. Ding. Host has ingested a Dark-type recovery potion, Dark-type Talent 1000. This revelation came after their foray into the wilderness, during the Beast Tide. He had relied on spirit crystals to replenish his energy. While direct absorption of spirit crystals provided energy values, it did not enhance his talent values. However, when spirit crystals were transformed into recovery potions, consuming them not only replenished energy, but also significantly boosted talent levels. His previous approach had been a wasteful indulgence. Consequently, he now consumed recovery potions whenever he expended energy. Those around him were accustomed to his high consumption without understanding that he was surreptitiously elevating his own level. Nonetheless, the properties of the recovery potions were unpredictable, while others perceived the extracted spirit crystals as uniform. For Qin Yifan, they could transform into the original attributes of talent values. A surge of energy fluctuations enveloped him, indicating that one of his talents had leveled up. He opened his attributes panel. Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, level 24. Energy value, 13000, 13000. Talent, flexibility talent level 21 9660,000. Water talent level 24 300, 130000. Metal talent level 22 68,780,000. Space talent level 22 880,000. Enhancement talent level 24 300, 130000. With talent level 23 98,500, 100000. Mental talent level 20 40,000, 150,000. Fire talent level 23 6,900, 100000. Wind talent level 21 6,000, 60,000. Earth talent level 23 96,000, 100000. The light attribute talent has reached level 20 with a progress of 10 out of 50, 000. The dark attribute talent stands at level 15, with 9, 000 out of 16, 000. Skills include Super Spatial Storage, passive, with a spatial capacity of 60 by 60 by 60 cubic meters, capable of containing living beings. Super Temperature Control at Mastery level 23. With a progress of 87, 000 out of 100, 000. Super Detection, passive, with a detection radius of 800 meters. Super Windwalk, passive, enhancing personal speed by 900. True Group Earth Escape at Mastery level 23, with a progress of 36, 870 out of 100, 000. Super Illumination at level 15, with a mastery of 5, 984 out of 16, 000. Universal Purification at level 15, with a mastery of 9, 600 out of 16, 000. Bone Body Enhancement, passive, providing a 4-fold enhancement. Holy Light Healing at level 20, with a mastery of 50, 000 out of 50, 000. True Dark Canopy at level 15, with a mastery of 16, 000 out of 16, 000. His various talents have seen significant improvement, with only the mental and light attributes remaining unchanged. Additionally, he felt a tinge of disappointment at not having activated any new talents. Nevertheless, he felt content, nodding to himself, thinking that as long as he completed the task and leveled up 5 more times, he would be one step closer to the milestone of level 30. He was eager to discover the changes in his skills after reaching level 30, but first, he had to navigate the current challenges. Under Johong's command, the others had become busy, with scouts investigating the surrounding area while others stood guard or began to set up camp. As night fell, the wilderness became perilous, and Qin Yifan was reluctant to face it alone, prompting him to quickly rally the group. Approaching Jiuhong, he softly remarked, "Sister Hong, we are at least 500 kilometers from our previous location. We should be secure for a few days." Jiuhong had no doubts regarding Qin Yifan's speed and nodded. "Then let us strike tonight. I wonder what mutated beast your little son will attract this time. We shall engage whatever comes our way and swiftly gather 100,000 merit points to better prepare for those creatures." While others typically sought to avoid confrontation with mutated beasts at night for fear of provoking a minor beast tide, Qin Yifan and his companions were audacious, which is why they could amass 50,000 merit points so quickly. Moreover, they were fortunate, as the battlefields they encountered rarely held numerous mutated beasts, posing little threat to them. However, this time, luck was not on their side. Chapter 70, Deployment to the Wilderness, Part 4, in the early hours of the morning. After a period of rest, Qin Yifan and his companions had restored themselves to optimal condition. They now found themselves in a highly defensible encampment, which would serve as the battlefield ahead. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Jiuhong nodded towards Qin Yifan. "Afan, let us commence." Without hesitation, Qin Yifan raised his hand and cast a super illumination spell into the air. In an instant, the area within a kilometer was illuminated as brightly as day, resembling a small sun suspended in the sky. Roar. The next moment, a cacophony of beastly roars echoed from all directions. Jiuhong lowered her helmet visor, her expression grave as she focused on a specific direction. Before long, the earth reverberated with a thunderous roar, rivaling even the approach of a beast tide. In the distance, towering silhouettes of beasts began to emerge, and upon witnessing their dense formation, Jiuhong couldn't help but furrow her brow, issuing her command without hesitation. "Fire element users, establish a firewall 50 meters out. The rest prepare to follow Avan's shadow skills." This tactical approach had matured over time. At her command, everyone promptly assumed their designated roles. As the mutated beast horde rapidly approached, Qin Yifan ceased his wait, raising his hand to conjure 2 dark canopies beyond the firewall. The true dark canopies had now reached level 14, covering an area of 280 by 280 by 280. 2 would suffice. The mutated beasts were momentarily thrown into disarray. Yet they continued their charge, swiftly breaking free from the dark canopies. The purpose of the dark canopies was not to serve as a barrier, but rather to strip the beasts of their defenses, leaving them with only their physical resilience. Awaiting them was the firewall laid by level 50 experts, complemented by additional area attack skills. However, this time, Qin Yifan refrained from applying temperature control to the firewall, as they needed the bodies of the mutated beasts to exchange for merit points and did not wish to reduce them to ashes. Observing that their established strategy was in motion, Qin Yifan executed an earth escape technique, diving beneath the dark canopies. He had not ceased his collection of spirit crystals during these days. However, he had also discovered some peculiarities. Specifically, spirit crystal fragments could only be refined from lower-level mutated beasts, while complete spirit crystals could only be extracted from those exceeding level 50. Thus far, he had kept the existence of the spirit crystals a secret, even from Jiuhong and the others. It was not that he intended to conceal it. Rather, recent events had transpired in quick succession, leaving him without the opportunity to inform them. Just as they were engrossed in their battle with the beasts, a resounding roar erupted from another direction. Another horde of mutated beasts charged toward them. However, the group remained calm despite their surprise, having encountered similar situations before. Qin Yifan swiftly returned to his team, and Jiuhong immediately adapted their strategy, allocating half of their personnel to defend against the new direction. As they commenced their dual assault, another fearsome roar echoed from afar. This roar, though singular, carried an immense sense of intimidation, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. Sun Miao's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "A beast king? Is it a newly evolved one, or the leader from another region?" One of his teammates grinned and replied, "What does it matter? With a vice commander here. Even a beast king is no match for us." Indeed, the vice commander's prowess instilled in them a mysterious confidence, yet Qin Yifan felt a flicker of apprehension within. Memories of past encounters surged forth. He truly wished to avoid another life and death struggle, for the beast king was notoriously challenging to defeat. However, in such a moment, he could not voice his concerns, instead proclaiming loudly, "Everyone, let us swiftly eliminate these two groups of mutated beasts. I shall lead you to experience the exhilaration of defeating a beast king. Yes, kill, kill." In truth, the first wave of mutated beasts had nearly been vanquished, while the second wave had only just begun to engage, and it would require time to eradicate them. Qin Yifan softly addressed Jiao Hong, saying, "Sister Hong, let Brother Tang investigate. The beast king typically does not act alone." Jiao Hong nodded and then called out loudly, "Chen Ping, you and Tang Lao San go assess the situation with the beast king. Do not approach too closely. Prioritize safety." "Yes, Commander," came the response. Two figures set off to fulfill their mission and returned together 3 minutes later. Chen Ping reported loudly, "Commander, the beast king is a mutated male lion, leading a pride towards us, approximately 10 kilometers away." Tang Lao San added, "The pride consists of over 500 lions, with around 300 at level 40, and the rest at level 50. Jiao Hong nodded and turned to Qin Yifan, asking, "Afin, you have experience dealing with the beast king. What should we do next?" Without hesitation, Qin Yifan replied, "Abandon the camp and adopt a kite-flying strategy. If the beast king gets too close, not only will our temporary camp be at risk, but even the city walls of Ice City may not withstand it." This was a sound tactic whenever a beast king emerged during a beast tide. A commander-level expert would invariably be dispatched to intercept it. Given the beast king's massive size, its leaping ability alone would be beyond what the walls could contain. If the beast king were to reach the base of the walls, it would spell disaster for any city. "Understood," Jiao Hong affirmed, promptly issuing orders. "Everyone, attack with full force. First, eliminate the mutated beast in the right front, then withdraw from the camp and commence the kite-flying tactic." "Yes," the group acknowledged, launching their full assault on the initial wave of mutated beasts. Meanwhile, Qin Yifan stealthily descended underground to collect the corpses of the mutated beasts. He did not wish for their efforts to be in vain. His speed was remarkable, and by the time the others vacated the camp, he had gathered all the mutated beast bodies. However, he did not return to the team, as he could still cast his skills from underground. Furthermore, the team had developed a seamless synergy with him. They could gauge the battlefield situation through his skills. The super illumination technique indicated the direction for advancement and retreat, while the dark canopy defined the boundaries for skill deployment. This tactic was unique to their independent legion, one that others could not replicate. It was not that there were no dark element abilities. Rather, none matched Qin Yifan's extraordinary prowess. Under the kite-flying strategy, the second wave of mutated beasts was swiftly eradicated, with all corpses stored in Qin Yifan's spatial inventory. At this moment, the pride led by the Beast King was merely a kilometer away, precisely at the limit of Qin Yifan's skill range. Without hesitation, he cast several dark canopies towards them. This distance far exceeded the capabilities of his companions, prompting Jiao Hong to urgently instruct them to adjust their positions. The pride encountered this skill for the first time, initially thrown into disarray. But the Beast King's furious roar quickly restored order. However, the deprivation of vision posed little threat to them. They merely needed to break free from the skill's range. Of course, that was their perspective, but the reality was that beyond the dark canopy awaited a dazzling miniature sun. Roars of anguish drowned out the Beast King's fury. And eventually, even the Beast King joined the chorus of wails. Yet, the Beast King is indeed the Beast King, possessing a resilience far superior to that of ordinary mutated beasts. In but a moment, it recovered and fixed its crimson gaze upon Qin Yifan. With a roar that surpassed all prior displays of fury, it finally instilled fear in its subordinates. However, just as it had managed to rally its minions, a shroud of darkness enveloped them once more. Chapter 71. Expedition into the Wilderness, Part 5. Combination techniques cannot be employed repeatedly, for the mutated beasts are not foolish. Upon their second emergence from the dark veil, they all charged forth with their eyes tightly shut. Nevertheless, Qin Yifan's tactics were not static. He cast another dark curtain, allowing the mutated beasts to surge forth, now perilously close to the independent legion. Thus, they were met with a barrage of skills, and the first wave of level 40 mutated beasts fell almost instantaneously. With the Beast King present, Qin Yifan refrained from re-entering the Dark Vale. Fully aware of the Beast King's capabilities, its mental prowess was formidable, capable of detecting him hidden beneath the earth, and its physical strength was equally daunting, capable of causing the ground to collapse with a mere stomp. Having suffered previously at the hands of another Beast King, he knew that had it not been for his extraordinary enhancement abilities, he would have perished long ago. Even so, he bore serious injuries. Though he was fortunate to possess the Holy Light healing technique for self-recovery. This time, however, he was not alone in battle. He had powerful allies by his side, and his role was merely to provide support. The kite-flying strategy proved remarkably successful. After more than half an hour of fierce combat, all of the Beast King's minions had perished, leaving only a solitary commander within the Dark Vale, furiously roaring. Qin Yifan grinned, signaling everyone to prepare, declaring, "I shall unleash the Beast King." "Very well, Deputy Commander, release the Beast King, and let us see how we shall deal with it. Stay vigilant. For the Beast King is formidable, do not underestimate it." Jiuhong called out, her demeanor relatively relaxed, for she had faith in Qin Yifan, believing the Beast King would not pose a significant threat. With a subtle smile, Qin Yifan dispelled the Dark Veil, revealing a mutated male lion towering over 5 meters and stretching more than 15 meters in length before the crowd. This time, Qin Yifan did not cast the super illumination technique. Upon realizing this, the Beast King instantly opened its blood-red eyes and unleashed a thunderous roar from its cavernous maw. Although no skill was exerted, a tempest surged towards the gathered warriors, underscoring the intensity of the Beast King's wrath. However, the members of the Independent Legion remained undeterred, launching their premeditated skills directly at it. A kaleidoscope of vibrant skills illuminated the night, quickly encasing the Beast King within their brilliance. Just when everyone anticipated a devastating blow to the creature, a flicker of yellow light emanated from the Beast King, materializing into a layer of armor that deflected all incoming skills. This spectacle drew gasps of astonishment from the Independent Legion, who knew the Beast King was formidable but had not expected it to be so extraordinarily powerful. Yet, in the next moment, a dark veil flashed once more, and the armor surrounding the Beast King vanished. "Focus solely on your offensive, for I shall provide you with protection." "Excellent. Deputy Commander is magnificent. Magnificent." As they shouted in unison, the crowd hurled their skills at the Beast King. The Beast King would not simply resign to fate, bereft of defensive skills. It deftly evaded the majority of incoming attacks, with only a few glancing blows that inflicted minimal damage. Moreover, the Beast King was not one to merely endure. It manifested an energy fluctuation, and soon, a meteor enveloped in flames descended from the sky, a formidable fire-based advanced skill known as meteoric descent. To the surprise of all, the Beast King possessed a dual talent. However, the members of the Independent Legion remained unperturbed, for in the next moment, a dark canopy materialized, extinguishing the meteor's fire as if it had never existed. A look of human-like bewilderment crossed the Beast King's visage. It had anticipated that such a potent skill would decimate a significant portion of the bipedal creatures before it, only to find its power inexplicably vanished. What was the meaning of this? While it pondered, the Independent Legion seized the opportunity to unleash another wave of advanced skills. Due to a slight delay in reaction, most of these skills struck the Beast King, finally inflicting some superficial wounds. Indeed, a barrage of advanced skills had only yielded minor injuries. Roaring in fury, the Beast King, realizing its skills were ineffective, lunged forward with powerful limbs. Mental shock. Jiuhong had been awaiting this moment. With a commanding shout, all psychokinetic specialists unleashed their powers, sending waves of mental shock towards the Beast King. The creature emitted a strange cry, its body swaying perilously, nearly toppling to the ground. The others, seizing the moment, unleashed their advanced skills without hesitation, while those with skills on cooldown resorted to using regular attacks. In a dazzling display of sparks and lightning, the onslaught over 3 seconds finally inflicted significant damage upon the Beast King. Recovering from its daze, the Beast King let out another furious roar and charged at the group once more. 9 o'clock, retreat. Qin Yifan bellowed as a dark canopy enveloped the Beast King, prompting the others to follow orders and flee towards the indicated direction. Keep moving, don't stop. The Beast King has turned. Qin Yifan was acutely aware that allowing the Beast King to close the distance would spell disaster. In the next instant, he cast a light spell in front of the dark canopy, just as the Beast King burst forth. A howl echoed as he executed a long unutilized combination technique. unexpectedly scorching the Beast King's eyes. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the Independent Legion distanced themselves from the Beast King and reformed their offensive formation. The Beast King's roar now bore a hint of frustration. It had not even touched a single hair of its foes. All of its minions lay defeated. And it found itself powerless, a most disheartening battle. Observing the adversaries, the Beast King hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, an energy fluctuation emerged from behind Qin Yifan and his comrades, revealing a group of individuals who soon unleashed a torrent of skills upon them. This unforeseen turn of events left the group no time to react. They could only watch in despair as the skills descended upon them. Just as the attacks were about to strike, a dark canopy appeared, enveloping them and delivering them from imminent peril. Suddenly, Qin Yifan's voice resounded, urging everyone to huddle closer together, shoulder to shoulder. The members of the Independent Legion instinctively obeyed the command. 3 seconds later, the dark canopy vanished, and all individuals disappeared without a trace. Only the Beast King and a group of masked figures remained, exchanging glances filled with confusion. With a powerful roar, the Beast King reacted swiftly, unleashing a wave of energy that caused the ground to tremble violently. Stone swords shot up from beneath its feet, hurtling toward the mutated beings. This is bad. Quick, defend yourselves. Unfortunately, the masked figures lacked the formidable skill of the dark canopy and could only rely on their defensive abilities, resulting in significant casualties and numerous injuries. A human-like expression reappeared on the Beast King's face as it let out an excited roar and charged toward the masked figures. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The commander of the masked figures shouted. They were not incapable of defeating the Beast King, but they were certain to suffer heavy losses. Their mission was to eliminate the Independent Legion members, and they had no intention of wasting their forces on the Beast King. However, their attempt to withdraw proved to be far from easy. The Beast King, having endured for so long, would not let them escape easily. Moreover, another group was watching them with ominous intent. Qin Yifan had only burrowed a short distance underground before silently releasing the members of the Independent Legion, preparing for a counterattack. Chapter 72, Deployment in the Wilderness, Part 6. Qin Yifan and his companions were over 300 meters away from the masked figures, who were evidently unaware of their presence. This was due to the psychic abilities of the mental type Esper, which masked their perception, and the fact that the attention of the masked individuals was entirely focused on the Beast King. It was reminiscent of the earlier ambush they had faced, only with the roles now reversed. After observing for a while, Sun Miao lowered his voice and said, "Commander, this is clearly a tactic of the City Defense Army. But I wonder which legion it belongs to." Jiao Hong turned to Qin Yifan and asked, "Afan, since you haven't left, do you have any thoughts on this?" Qin Yifan nodded decisively. "Inaction is not an option. We must strike them down." Before awakening, he was nothing but a coward, often bullied by anyone who crossed his path. After his awakening, he encountered Jiao Hong and her companions, during which he too was a victim of bullying, although they were decent people. To protect him, Jiao Hong and the others had to flee Star City, binding them together in shared struggle. As they ventured into the wilderness, Qin Yifan's strength began to manifest, bolstering his confidence. Upon arriving in Ice City, he was thrust into a challenging situation by the Supreme Commander, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Yet, after surviving the Beast Tide and defeating the Beast King, despite facing life-threatening challenges, he had built an unwavering confidence. He had initially thought that after the Beast Tide, he could establish himself in Ice City, only to encounter the humiliation and unfair treatment from Han Feiyu, even facing ambushes in the wilderness. He now understood that in this era, patience was futile. It would only invite further bullying. With the enemy now at their doorstep, there was nothing left to discuss. It was a matter of survival. Either they would perish or he would. Jiao Hong pressed her lips together. Yet the adversaries were not merely the ones before them. There was also a Beast King involved. In this conflict, where the clam and the heron contend, the fisherman benefits. The glint in Qin Yifan's eyes flickered. Although those individuals were retreating, they remained united, as long as they could not shake off the Beast King. He deemed it unnecessary to plunge into the fray while both sides engaged in their mortal struggle. Observing his resolve, Jiao Hong nodded gently. Recognizing the need to relay orders for everyone to recuperate swiftly, for a formidable battle awaited them. Indeed, as Qin Yifan stated, the masked individuals possessed considerable strength. It was not impossible to vanquish the Beast King through direct confrontation. However, such an endeavor would incur significant losses, which was precisely why they opted to retreat. Their intentions were commendable, yet reality proved to be less accommodating. Attempting to flee before a Beast King was no trivial task. Should they scatter in flight? The Beast King might struggle to pursue them. However, their choice to remain clustered while simultaneously fighting and retreating resulted in a protracted stalemate. This tug-of-war, however, inflicted minimal damage on the Beast King, while the masked individuals suffered increasingly heavy casualties. When the commander recognized the dire situation and resolved to disperse the masked individuals for escape, the Independent Legion suddenly appeared behind them, unleashing a wave of skills imbued with a thirst for vengeance. The masked individuals lacked the formidable abilities of the Dark Canopy and were unprepared for such a surprise assault. This onslaught claimed the lives of nearly half of their ranks, with wolves in front and tigers behind. The commander of the masked individuals could only direct his troops to flee in opposite directions. The Beast King, without hesitation, opted for the side with greater numbers, while the Independent Legion naturally pursued the lesser contingent. Unexpectedly, former mortal enemies now exhibited a hint of unspoken understanding. The Independent Legion's pursuit targeted over 100 masked individuals, yet their strength paled in comparison to that of the Legion. Although most were approaching level 50, they could not be equated with true level 50 warriors. Coupled with the formidable support of Qin Yifan, the outcome of this chase was inevitable. The Independent Legion annihilated this wave of masked individuals with 0 casualties. As they returned, collecting spoils along the way, the true identities of the Independent Legion became apparent. They were the reinforcement unit of the 1st Legion, a prized asset under Han Feiyu, now diminished in the wilderness. They swiftly made their way back to the ambush point and followed the path taken by the Beast King. The trail was littered with severed limbs and shattered bodies, indicating that the Beast King too was thriving on the spoils of battle, much like Qin Yifan, who drew strength from sustenance. However, the mutated beasts required time to digest their meals before gaining strength. They could not instantly level up upon consumption. After pursuing for 5 kilometers, they finally caught sight of the Beast King again, relentlessly pursuing the dwindling number of masked individuals. Ironically, the misfortune of the masked individuals lay in their timing. Had they waited for Qin Yifan and his allies to weaken the Beast King before making their entrance, they would not have faced such dire circumstances. At the moment they launched their ambush, the Beast King was already in a state of frustration, eager to unleash its pent-up fury upon those it deemed vulnerable. Concealed nearby and readying themselves, Qin Yifan led his companions into the fray. The masked ones have dwindled to a mere handful and have been driven to the brink of despair, with cries for salvation echoing at the sight of the Independent Legion. Alas, what awaited them was a baptism of skills. Through the valiant efforts of the Beast King and Qin Yifan, all masked ones who could not flee were annihilated, transforming erstwhile allies into adversaries. The Beast King cast a sinister gaze upon the bipedal creatures opposite, licking the blood from its jaws, appearing insatiable. Meanwhile, Qin Yifan and his comrades were adjusting their formation. Slaying this Beast King would yield a plethora of merit points and serve to validate the strength of the Independent Legion, an opportunity they were determined not to squander. The reason for this urgency stemmed from recent rumors suggesting that the Beast King Qin Yifan had slain was not the true Beast King. The Beast King under the control of the 10,000 Beast sect was either severely injured or of feeble strength, with Qin Yifan merely reaping the spoils. Only Qin Yifan knew the truth, yet he chose not to engage in arguments at that moment and refrained from disclosing the actual circumstances. Returning to the standoff, the Beast King remembered this troublesome group. Its hesitation to attack immediately was due to contemplating a retreat. After all, it had already feasted, and returning to digest would significantly enhance its power, rendering the bipedal creatures before it inconsequential. Just as it prepared to depart, a command from Jiuhong unleashed a torrent of advanced skills upon it. The Beast King bellowed in rage and, without hesitation, activated its skill to don a stone armor. However, in the next instant, a darkened sky manifested, stripping it of its defenses, and it found itself unable to evade the ensuing onslaught, suffering the brunt of the attack. The damage inflicted was substantial, and the humiliation was profound. The Beast King erupted in fury, abandoning thoughts of retreat, intent on obliterating the bipedal creatures before it. With no external interference, Qin Yifan led the Independent Legion into a kite-flying strategy, laboriously wearing down the Beast King over the course of half an hour. Exhausted yet exhilarated, the members of the Independent Legion erupted in cheers. This battle not only resulted in the demise of the Beast King, but they also amassed sufficient merit points and eliminated those who sought to ambush them, all without a single casualty. A remarkable achievement. After a brief respite, Jiuhong inquired softly, "Affan, I believe we have sufficient merit points. Shall we return or?" Chapter 73. Deployment to the Wilderness, Part 7. Qin Yifan glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, level 25. Energy value, 16, 00016, 000. Talent, flexibility talent level 21, 9, 660, 000. Water talent level 24, 40, 130, 000. Metal talent level 22, 68, 780, 000. Space talent level 22, 880, 000. Enhancement talent level 24, 300, 130, 000. Wood talent level 23, 98, 500, 100, 000. Mental talent level 25, 400, 160, 000. Fire talent level 23, 6, 900, 100, 000. Wind affinity level 21, 6,000, 60,000. Earth affinity level 23, 96,000, 100,000. Light affinity level 20, 1050,000. Dark affinity level 15, 9,000, 16,000. Skills, superspatial storage, passive, with a volume of 60 cubic meters. Capable of containing living beings. Super temperature control, level 23, proficiency 87,100,000. Super detection, passive, with a detection radius of 1,200 meters. Super windstep, passive, enhances personal speed by 900. True group earth escape, level 23, proficiency 46,871,000. Super illumination, level 15, proficiency 6,984, 16,000. Universal purification, level 15. Proficiency 11600, 16000. Bone body enhancement, passive, with a strengthening effect of 4 times. Holy light healing, level 20, proficiency 50,000, 50,000. True dark canopy, level 15, proficiency 16000, 16000. It is uncertain whether it was sheer luck or some other factor, but that night, all the high-grade restorative potions he consumed were of the mental attribute, which forcibly elevated his mental affinity to level 25, and his overall level also ascended to 25. Now, upon completing a task, he could become a level 30 Esper. Although this merely meets the minimum standard for the city defense forces, it represents a significant leap for him, given that he excels with solely support skills. One can only imagine how formidable he would become with additional combat skills. While his heart swelled with joy, his expression remained composed. Since he had amassed enough merit points, it was time to return. Deputy Commander, shall we head back now? Sun Miao inquired, somewhat reluctant. There are still many pursuing us. Should we simply let them go? Tang Lao San nodded in agreement. We cannot let them off so easily, especially those ungrateful wretches from Yuqing. Qin Yifan glanced at Jiao Hong and asked, Commander, what do you propose we do? Jiao Hong fell silent for a moment. From a broader perspective, eliminating these individuals, who evidently belong to the city defense forces, would be detrimental to the defense of Ice City. However, from the standpoint of an independent legion, her unspoken thoughts were clear to all. Qin Yifan narrowed his eyes. We will make our way back tomorrow morning. Anyone who dares to obstruct us shall not be treated with courtesy. Agreed. In a blink. Only 10 days remained until the end-of-month assessment. Ice City, Independent Legion Barracks. 20 days had passed, and the place was no longer in its initial state of disrepair. The training grounds were filled with shouts, with some engaged in training while others sparred, creating a lively atmosphere. In one section of the arena, Jiao Bao was in combat. Suddenly, his opponent executed a swift maneuver with a long sword, disarming Jiao Bao's dagger and pointing the sword's tip towards Jiao Bao's throat. Jiao Bao, feeling helpless, canceled his skill, and the shield in his other hand vanished. He plopped down on the ground, conceding, I'm just a level 36 novice. There's no way I could possibly contend with a level 50 master. Across from him, Wang Quan sheathed his long sword and chuckled, Little Bower, we are merely engaged in a friendly spar. I would never employ any skills to gain an advantage over you. Huh, you've been honing your martial skills for years, while I have only just begun my training since arriving here. It's quite absurd to think I could be your match, Jiao Bao retorted, a hint of disdain in her voice. Her expression suddenly turned somber as she lamented, My sister and the others have been away for 20 days. When will they return? Wang Quan approached and sat beside her, reassuringly stating, Fear not, with the vice commander present, nothing untoward will happen to them. However, accumulating merit points is no easy task. Yet they should be back soon. Jiao Bao absent-mindedly nodded. her gaze drifting to the camp entrance where a luxurious spirit vehicle was making its way in. Upon seeing who disembarked from the vehicle, her body involuntarily trembled. Wang Quan immediately noticed her distress and swiftly wrapped an arm around her shoulder. "It's all right, little Bao. While I am here, they wouldn't dare to approach you." His duty was to safeguard Jiao Bao. Otherwise, as a captain, he wouldn't be spending so much time with a mere youth. Jiao Bao nodded emphatically, her fists clenched tightly, her eyes ablaze with indignation and a hint of shame. In a nearby office, Huang Liang regarded the individual seated across from him with a composed expression. "Commander Han, while there is a period of stability following the beast tide, I doubt you are truly this leisurely." Han Feiyu raised an eyebrow, responding, "Deputy Commander Huang, where do you see me at ease? I have come to the Independent Corps to discuss matters with your commander. When will she return? The commander has gone hunting in the wilderness with her team, and I am uncertain of her return time. If you have pressing matters, Commander Han, feel free to discuss them with me." Han Feiyu frowned slightly. "I can share my concerns with you. I am here to request reinforcements." "Reinforcements?" Huang Liang paused, perplexed. "What kind of reinforcements?" Han Feiyu spoke earnestly. "One of my hunting squads reported a sudden emergence of large groups of advanced mutated beasts in the western mountains. I intend to send troops to eradicate them. However, my enhanced squad has already been dispatched to the wilderness, so I seek to borrow some skilled personnel from the Independent Corps to assist." Wang Liang's lips twitched slightly. "I regret to inform you, Commander Han, that the Independent Corps does not have sufficient personnel to lend you." "Very well, I shall seek alternatives with the Special Corps." Han Feiyu conceded, departing. As Huang Liang observed him leave, his gaze flickered with suspicion. He did not believe this man had come to the Independent Corps without ulterior motives, nor did he trust the flimsy rationale presented. Yet, he could not fathom why Han Feiyu would orchestrate such a scenario today. Was it a test? Was there any need for such? Records of entry and exit from the city existed, and a cursory check would reveal that the Independent Corps had already dispatched 100 personnel. Why, then, was he here seeking reinforcements? Indeed, just yesterday, another 50-member team from the Independent Corps had been sent out, engaged in wilderness hunting where few dared to disturb them, yet they could draw attention. This, however, was merely one of their objectives. Another was to rendezvous with Jiao Hong and the others, while the timeline for their return remained uncertain. With the year-end review approaching in 10 days, Huang Liang surmised they would likely return within the next few days. As Huang Liang was grappling with confusion, a call request suddenly appeared on his portable computer. Upon answering, a deep voice resonated from the other end. "Deputy Commander, our unit has been ambushed in the wilderness by what appears to be an assassin organization. We request your instructions." Huang Liang furrowed his brow slightly. "Inquiring about the enemy's numbers. There are only 5 of them, exceptionally skilled at concealing their movements, striking swiftly and decisively. We have 1 serious injury and 3 minor injuries, but no fatalities." "What?" Huang Liang was taken aback, exclaiming, "You must retreat immediately, at the fastest possible speed, and remain vigilant of your surroundings." After imparting his advice, Huang Liang severed the communication and promptly contacted the commander. Chapter 74, Deployment in the Wilderness, Part 8, At the entrance to the wilderness. 2 groups faced each other in a tense standoff. Near the mouth of the valley stood a group of masked individuals, their masks indicating a special purpose. Their objective was to thwart the Independent Legion, and if possible, to leave its members stranded in the wilderness. Opposing them were Qin Yifan and his companions. Exuding a palpable aura of menace, their eyes filled with murderous intent and a hint of indifference. Throughout their journey, they encountered only adversaries, and as Qin Yifan had asserted, they showed no mercy, dispatching all foes without hesitation. Having fought their way to this point, they were somewhat numbed by the violence. After 20 days of arduous trials, a formidable cohesion and tacit understanding had formed among them. Even facing an army of 1,000, they remained undaunted. Qin Yifan stepped forward, his voice cold as he declared, "We are aware of your identities. There is no need for pretense. Now, can you answer me one question?" The masked individuals stirred momentarily, and soon one stepped forth from the crowd. "I know what you wish to ask, but I can only tell you that we are merely following orders." "Whose orders? The commander's or someone else's?" Qin Yifan queried, then answered for himself, "The commander would never pit us against each other, so it must be someone else. Though I am uncertain who is undermining the unity of the city defense forces." The individual slowly bowed his head, speaking in a somber tone, "Further discussion is futile. If you survive to return to Ice City, you will eventually uncover the truth." Qin Yifan could sense the other's reluctance, but with no room for negotiation, There was nothing more to be said. The notion of sparing them had long been abandoned in light of their relentless pursuit. Thus, they resolved to battle. Kill, kill, kill. Though the Independent Legion comprised merely 50-odd members, their spirit rivaled that of the opposing 1,000-strong army. In the next moment, a dark canopy descended, heralding the onset of conflict. The members of the Independent Legion had been well prepared. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Dark Veil, they unleashed their prearranged skills. As the dark canopy vanished, their abilities struck the opposing army, claiming a wave of lives. Let it not be said that such a surprise attack is dishonorable when faced with life and death. Treachery and deceit are merely the nature of warfare. Although the opposing forces remained composed, some retaliated with skills while others advanced towards the Independent Legion. They aimed to leverage their numerical superiority to encircle and annihilate the Independent Legion. However, such tactics proved ineffective against them. The dark canopy flickered, rendering their skills futile while the others retreated, forming groups of 5 to execute targeted strikes. Under the guidance of Hong, the 5-man formation was thoroughly comprehended, allowing them to unleash unexpected power. Previously, battles involved merely the synergy of fire elements, but the 5-man formation introduced an entirely new concept. Based on the principles of elemental interactions, for instance, wind fueling fire, fire solidifying earth, and earth benefiting metal, the members of the Independent Legion, already formidable at level 50, displayed extraordinary prowess that typical experts struggled to match. Moreover, the opposing 1,000-man troop lacked sufficient level 50 fighters. While it cannot be said that it was a one-sided massacre, the Independent Legion undeniably held a significant advantage. Within 5 minutes of combat, hundreds from the opposing side had already fallen. Despite this, the members of the Independent Legion remained composed, adhering to their established combat rhythm. At that moment, Qin Yifan, who was casting a skill, suddenly paused, his gaze drifting beyond the 1,000-man troop towards their rear. Hong promptly noticed his change and inquired, "Afan, what is it?" "New enemies have emerged. They are concealing themselves and approaching us stealthily." Hong furrowed her brow and extended her mental energy to investigate, yet found nothing. Nevertheless, she had no doubt regarding Qin Yifan's words, which only indicated the enemy's impressive stealth capabilities. "What shall we do?" "Do not rush. Let them infiltrate the crowd, and I will probe further." "Understood." Their dialogue did not disrupt the others' performance, showcasing Qin Yifan's leadership. Their faith in him was akin to their faith in the commander. It is essential to note that they had been cultivated in secrecy by the commander and were utterly loyal to him. At this juncture, Qin Yifan's standing in their hearts was on par with that of the commander, a remarkable achievement that would undoubtedly elate him. After retreating several hundred meters, those hidden in the shadows finally mingled with the 1,000-man troop. Qin Yifan raised his hand, casting a dark canopy over them, followed by a super illumination spell. While it appeared he was employing a combination skill to attack, he was, in fact, testing the hidden foes. Accustomed to operating in secrecy, the shadowy figures showed little reaction to the dark canopy but suffered greatly from the super illumination spell, their eyesight nearly rendered ineffective. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The dark canopy had stripped away their disguises. Regardless of whether they employed mental energy shielding or other skills, all were exposed under the dark canopy. Upon noticing the numerous black-clad individuals within the 1,000-man troop, the members of the Independent Legion promptly redirected their fire, concentrating their efforts on those figures. This sudden turn of events startled not only the black-clad individuals, but also the 1,000-man troop, who instinctively attacked the nearby intruders. This was an unavoidable consequence. Amidst fierce combat, the first thought upon encountering strangers was that they were foes. Thus, the Independent Legion ended up killing few black-clad individuals, while the 1,000-man troop inadvertently provided significant assistance. Upon realizing their predicament, the men clad in black wasted no time in fleeing. Yet not before unleashing a lethal strike that claimed the lives of numerous members of the 1,000-man brigade. A slight smirk played upon Qin Yifan's lips, as it was evident that the two factions were unfamiliar with one another. Otherwise, such fratricidal chaos would not have ensued. Following this tumultuous encounter, less than half of the 1,000-man brigade remained, each individual gripped by trepidation, fearful of further inexplicable assaults from the black-clad assailants. In the ebb and flow of battle, although the Independent Corps did not intensify their offensive, the morale of the 1,000-man brigade had plummeted, leading to widespread casualties. In this moment of disarray, no amount of effort from their commanders could rekindle their fighting spirit, with some individuals even discreetly beginning to retreat. The inevitable collapse soon followed. and the remnants of the 1,000-man brigade scattered in panic, fleeing with all their might, lamenting the absence of additional limbs to aid their escape from the pursuing Independent Corps. The Independent Corps refrained from pursuing, their forces were too dispersed, and they were wary of lurking enemies. Despite the significant number of black-clad individuals who had been vanquished, a few had managed to evade capture, and no one could ascertain if those defeated were the entirety of their ranks, while others were dispatched to scour the battlefield. Qin Yifan meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Given the black-clad assailant's exceptional skills in concealment, he opted not to involve Tang Laosen or other wind elemental abilities in the reconnaissance, choosing instead to undertake the task himself. Fortunately, his probing technique was a passive skill that merely required concentration, thus incurring minimal expenditure of energy. After securing the spoils of victory, the group reconvened around Jiao Hong and Qin Yifan. Casting a glance at the valley and then at Qin Yifan, Jiao Hong inquired softly, "Athen, do you think those black-clad individuals might be lying in wait for us?" "Ambush is indeed certain. However, what intrigues me most is their true identity," he replied. Chapter 75. A forceful return. A formation of 10 groups of 5 encircled Jiao Hong, Qin Yifan, and Tang Laosen as they traversed the valley leading into the wilderness. Although referred to as a valley, its width spanned a daunting 3 kilometers, with a length of approximately 10 kilometers. While the valley's dimensions seemed ill-suited for ambush, to adept practitioners of concealment, no terrain posed a challenge. Though no one responded to Qin Yifan's earlier inquiry, each held an answer within, casting a somber mood over the group. At that moment, a slight grin emerged on Qin Yifan's face. These individuals were indeed relentless. If that is the case, let them leave their lives here, he mused. His voice, though soft, was audible to all, prompting them to sharpen their focus, ever vigilant for the potential emergence of the dark veil. As 5 minutes elapsed, shadows of darkness materialized within a mere 20 meters in front, behind, and on either side of them. The 8 groups swiftly identified their targets, unleashing their premeditated skills, while the remaining 2 groups stood ready to cover any gaps. In the next instant, the shadows dissipated, revealing dozens of black-clad figures, upon which the assembled forces directed their skills, even with warnings from those who had previously escaped. The black-clad individuals were caught off guard, resulting in substantial casualties in an instant. Those who remained alive immediately sought to flee, yet they were ensnared by the skills of 2 other groups. Meanwhile, the remaining 8 groups employed minor abilities to harass them, preventing a smooth escape. By the time the advanced skills of the 8 groups were ready, it signaled the demise of the cloaked figures. Although the battle concluded swiftly, the aftermath was equally rapid. Yet the spoils were meager. The cloaked figures possessed nothing beyond their weapons and rations, devoid of any identification. As they traversed out of the valley, a palpable sense of relief enveloped the group. Jiao Hong noticed her portable computer had regained signal and promptly contacted Huang Liang. Soon, she received disheartening news. There had been casualties. The second team, which had previously drawn attention away, lost 5 members in a surprise attack by the cloaked figures. Lacking Qin Yifan's protection, Sun Miao clenched his fists, cursing, "Those scoundrels, I shall make them pay." Tang Laosen gently patted his shoulder. "We have avenged those 5 brothers by taking down many cloaked figures ourselves. The lives of our brothers are not comparable to those wretches. Deputy Commander, can you track them down?" Qin Yifan shook his head solemnly. "Not yet. I suspect they will not reappear." The others echoed their disdain for the cloaked figures. And once Jiao Hong finished her communication with Huang Liang, she spoke up. "It is my plan that faltered, leading to the loss of 5 brothers. I sincerely apologize. This cannot be blamed on the commander. Hindsight is invaluable, and in battle, there are inevitably casualties," came the reply. "Commander, it is not your fault. Those individuals are simply despicable." Despite their sorrow and anger, no one sought to assign blame. They were soldiers, accustomed to the acceptance of life and death, merely feeling a sense of injustice for their fallen comrades, who had perished without clarity, devoid of even the eligibility to claim military honors. Jiao Hong fixed her gaze toward the direction of I-City and spoke calmly. "Afan, bring forth the transport vehicle. We shall return to the city." The transport vehicle sped along, returning to the southwestern city gate before nightfall, facing no further obstructions. Upon registering at the gate, 5 transport vehicles entered I-City. In the first vehicle, Jiao Hong said in a low voice, "Tang Laosen, reduce speed." "Understood." Tang Laosen pressed the brake, lowering the speed to 20 miles per hour, with the subsequent 4 vehicles following suit. Qin Yifan spoke evenly. "Brother Tang, let us circle the city." "All right." Tang Laosen grinned widely. Though their time together with the larger force had been brief, A profound camaraderie had developed over the past 20 days with the 50 brothers by his side. Sensing their suppressed emotions, Tang Laosan empathized, yet felt no outlet for his feelings. When Qin Yifan proposed this idea, it instantly lifted his spirits. And he seized the radio to announce, "Brothers, let us circle the city, especially near the various military camps. Sound your horns as we pass." Does the commander approve? Of course, old Tang would not make such a decision unilaterally. Then it's settled. Jiuhong glanced at Qin Yifan and gave him a thumbs up. "Affin. It's all thanks to you." Qin Yifan, crossing his arms, replied, "Well, since we are already in this situation, why not make a grand display?" Jiuhong nodded, acknowledging that whether they acted with ostentation or discretion was of little consequence. As long as the independent legion could be preserved, any desire for subtlety would be in vain. Tang Laosan lit a cigarette and exhaled a plume of smoke, remarking that maintaining a low profile was utterly impossible. However, it was imperative that they devised a retreat strategy to avoid perishing in the maelstrom of infighting within Ice City. Qin Yifan spoke with calm assurance, declaring that their escape route lay in the disorder zone, where he had procured a property. Should any danger arise, he would lead them into that realm. Tang Laosan looked at him quizzically, inquiring when he had undertaken such a significant venture. In the days following our relocation to the new military camp, I utilized my earth-shifting technique to visit, Qin Yifan replied with a mischievous grin. I even made a trip to the Alchemy Alliance, selling them a substantial quantity of blood crystals to test the waters, though I am uncertain of their reaction. Jiuhong expressed her concern, cautioning, "Affin, you've spent barely any time in the disorder zone. Do be wary of those individuals." Rest assured, Qin Yifan reassured her. "I only sold a batch of blood crystals and purchased a house near the military camp's edge. It should be fine." He continued with a smile. "I intended to surprise you, but I lost track of time in the wilderness." The convoy paraded through the city with the grandeur of a festival, especially blaring their horns upon reaching each military camp, their intentions unmistakably clear. The Independent Legion was openly demonstrating, showing no intent to conceal their defiance. While such actions bore little impact on the average citizen, they unsettled certain individuals significantly. Consequently, the commander soon received numerous communications, all centered around one common theme, urging him to reign in the Independent Legion. Even the city lord sent a request for communication, expressing dissatisfaction with the Legion's behavior. After severing the communication, the commander erupted into hearty laughter, which took a considerable time to subside. Miyazaki, who had initially come to report and had remained, rubbed his nose and said, "Commander, this time there have indeed been casualties. It is time for you to take action, is it not?" The commander's mood remained buoyant as he replied nonchalantly, "The Independent Legion has only lost 5 men. Do you have any idea how many from the other legions and the city lord's residence will not return?" Miyazaki, "Do you realize that my intervention is not required this time? That rascal Qin Yifan continues to surprise me." His fingers rhythmically tapped upon the desk, and after a moment, he added softly, "I hear that the Independent Legion's external recruitment efforts are challenging. Am I correct?" Miyazaki paused, then, realization dawning, replied with astonishment, "Commander, are you suggesting?" The commander chuckled and shook his head. "Supporting those individuals is rather taxing for me. Since the Independent Legion appears quite affluent, I shall let them assist me in shouldering the burden." Miyazaki, rendered speechless, thought to himself that if supporting them was indeed burdensome, the commander was merely eager to reveal his fangs. Chapter 76. Commencing the redemption of meritorious points after a grand tour of the city. The convoy finally returned to the Independent Legion's encampment. The first order of business was for Jiuhong to lead the attendees in honoring the 5 fallen brothers. The second matter was to inquire about the compensation for the families of the deceased. Huang Liang remained silent for a few moments before finally speaking, "Commander, none of us have any relatives." Qin Yifan blinked and asked, "Brother Huang, are you saying that you are all orphans?" Huang Liang gently nodded, his gaze dropping in sorrow. "Oh my." Qin Yifan's exclamation drew numerous skeptical looks, prompting him to clarify, "I mean no offense. I am also an orphan." Jiuhong reached out to stroke Jiubao's head, adding, "By the same token, we are as well." Tang Laosan grinned, remarking as if no one was exempt from this fate. In this era, the likelihood of ordinary people living to a ripe old age is quite slim, and the mortality rate among those with abilities is exceedingly high, which in turn greatly increases the probability of orphanhood. Every city houses numerous welfare institutions to care for these orphans, while ensuring that orphans do not starve may be considered a benevolent act. The primary objective is to nurture those with extraordinary powers. Huang Liang and his companions were relatively fortunate. They hailed from a welfare home funded by the Supreme Commander, which provided them with education and training far superior to that of Qin Yifan. Qin Yifan couldn't help but exclaim, "So, it turns out we are an orphan brigade." This statement lightened the mood considerably, and everyone nodded in silent agreement. Jiuhong took a deep breath and declared loudly, "All right, everyone. Put away your sorrow and rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we shall all head to the Lord's residence to exchange our merit points." Good. Fortunately, the independent corps was not too numerous, but traveling together created quite a spectacle. As they paraded through the streets once more, they quickly attracted many curious gazes, with onlookers speculating what they might be up to this time. Upon arriving at the first floor of the Lord's residence, the purpose of their visit became clear. They were greeted at the exchange counter by military personnel of significant rank, equivalent to that of a military commander. Understanding Jiuhong's intent, the officer inquired, "Captain Jiuhong, I trust you are familiar with the rules for exchanging merit points?" Upon receiving a nod from Jiuhong, he continued, "Then please present your spoils, and we shall proceed with the settlement. Let's find another location. This space is insufficient," Jiuhong stated, acknowledging the reality that the bodies of 50-level mutated beasts were quite sizable, and thousands of corpses would take up a considerable amount of room. The officer, visibly surprised, asked, "Captain Jiuhong, how many merit points do you intend to exchange?" Jiuhong raised her eyelids slightly and replied, 100,000, or perhaps even more. The officer gasped. Having witnessed many grand affairs, yet this was the first time he had heard of a request for a one-time exchange of 100,000 merit points. It is worth noting that merit points hold substantial value, with a conversion rate of 1 to 10,000 galactic coins. Thus, this transaction equates to 1 billion galactic coins. Such a figure is indeed monumental. The officer, now somewhat perplexed, queried, "Captain Jiuhong, do you possess that many mutated beast corpses?" Jiuhong regarded him with a silent gaze. The officer, feeling awkward, cleared his throat and said, "Please follow me to the warehouse. I will also need to summon some personnel for verification." "I trust you won't mind, Captain Jiuhong." Jiuhong shook her head, insisting, "No need for the warehouse. Just call your people over, and we will verify directly in the courtyard to avoid any accusations of the independent corps engaging in deceit." While it was impossible to commit fraud, her statement was delivered ironically, though the officer did not grasp this nuance, yet he did not object. Jiuhong sensed that this individual likely belonged to no particular faction, or perhaps was simply indifferent to such matters. Nonetheless, this was preferable. Soon, a remarkable spectacle unfolded within the courtyard of the city lord's estate. Members of the Independent Legion formed a vast circle, encircling Jiuhong, Huang Liang, and Qin Yifan, along with numerous military personnel responsible for the exchange of merit points. Outside the circle, a throng gathered to observe, most of whom were subordinates sent by the FA to investigate the situation, though some, like Han Feiyu, the commander of the 1st Legion, had come in person. He arrived just as the event was about to commence, entering the circle with his entourage. This time, he wore no smile, yet his tone remained relatively calm. "Commander Jiuhong, have you amassed the requisite 100,000 merit points? I hope you won't mind my observation." "Not at all. I welcome your presence," Jiuhong replied, not only refraining from opposition but also displaying a charming smile, her voice becoming melodious. "We are about to review the battle footage, and I hope Commander Han can offer some guidance, as I am still new to the role of commander and lack experience in tactical operations." The more she spoke, the more disheartened Han Feiyu felt, though he maintained an air of decorum. "Very well, let us begin." Jiuhong nodded with a smile and turned to Qin Yifan, who, with a sweeping gesture, summoned a tremendous pile of mutated beast carcasses into the circle with a resounding thud. Han Feiyu was taken aback. He was aware of Qin Yifan's spatial talent, but had not anticipated such an extensive storage capacity. However, upon a cursory glance, his mood lightened somewhat. "Commander Jiuhong, this is merely over 100 high-level mutated beast carcasses. It seems insufficient for the exchange of 100,000 merit points, does it not?" The military personnel present mirrored his puzzled expression, while Jiuhong explained with a smile, "This is only a portion. We spent over 10 days in the wilderness to gather these high-level mutated beast carcasses. If we presented everything at once, it would be difficult to distinguish and would occupy too much space." As she spoke, she projected a segment of the battle footage into the air. The vivid imagery, resembling a real-life scene, quickly captivated the audience. "What tactical maneuver is this? It looks somewhat familiar. The 5-person formation. The Independent Legion actually employs such tactics. They are remarkably impressive. What else more? That dark-based skill is astonishing. A chorus of murmurs arose from the crowd, causing Han Feiyu's gaze to flicker as he contemplated in silence. After a considerable time, the battle footage concluded, and Jiao Hong turned to the military personnel, inquiring, "Were you able to see clearly? Do these mutated beast carcasses count?" The individuals exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. "Yes, they do count. We will tally them now." The count was swiftly conducted, and one individual stepped forward to summarize. "Commander Jiao Hong, the mutated beast carcasses you presented total 153. Among them, there are 50 at level 50, 51 at level 51, and 52 at level 52, amounting to a total of 18,000 merit points. Their accounting was meticulous, as the merit points exchanged for each level of mutated beast carcass varied. Level 50 yielded 100 points, level 51 120 points, and level 52 140 points, continuing in this manner up to level 55. Jiao Hong glanced at her portable computer. The achievement points had been credited. "All right, everyone. Please gather up these corpses. We are preparing to retrieve the second batch." Just a moment. One individual produced a technologically advanced spherical device, pressing the soul button atop it. A luminous screen enveloped the corpses, and soon they were absorbed into the distant sphere. This was a storage orb developed by space-based ability users, available in various sizes. Yet even the smallest ones hold significant value. The one employed by the earlier individual was of a higher caliber, not something that could be purchased with mere currency. Typically reserved for the city lord's mansion and military departments. Chapter 77. Astonishing. All present. The ensuing process was somewhat tedious. The sole highlight was the collective astonishment regarding Qin Yifun's storage space. The military personnel utilized 3 advanced storage orbs for 9 consecutive batches of high-level mutated beast corpses. Regarding Qin Yifun with the same or reserved for a monster. Han Feiyu shared this sentiment. His mind consumed by a singular thought. What fate awaited him for offending such a formidable being? Once the military personnel finished collecting the 9th batch of mutated beast corpses, one remarked in a somewhat dazed manner, "Captain Jiao Hong, you have accumulated a total of 139,600 points. Shall we proceed?" Jiao Hong replied apologetically. "I apologize for the inconvenience. We only have one final batch before concluding." The military personnel breathed a sigh of relief. If it was no trouble, they would continue. Jiao Hong nodded at Qin Yifun, who remained silent and waved his hand, retrieving the last batch of mutated beast corpses. Boom. The sound of the mutated beast corpses hitting the ground was now familiar to all. However, once they beheld this latest batch, an audible gasp swept through the crowd. "Goodness! Am I seeing things? That mutated lion resembles the Beast King." Not resembles, it is the Beast King. Incredible. The Independent Brigade has actually slain a Beast King. Not only did they kill the Beast King, but they also annihilated its entire lineage. This batch of mutated beasts alone is worth 100,000 achievement points. What Qin Yifun presented was the spoils from their most recent battle, where the number of attracted mutations had indeed exceeded expectations, with several unexpected incidents occurring. Their ostentatious arrival to exchange achievement points was not merely to flaunt their victories, but to highlight these peculiar occurrences. Jiao Hong offered no explanations. After casting a glance at Han Feiyu, she commenced playback of the battle footage. Initially, the footage adhered to standard conventions, and after having witnessed it 9 times, the audience had grown accustomed to it. However, when the Beast King made its appearance, gasps of astonishment erupted once more, despite the corpses lying before them. Witnessing the actual combat scenes was profoundly impactful, just as the crowd marveled at the tactics and combat prowess of the Independent Brigade. The scene abruptly shifted. Masked individuals intruded upon the battlefield. Why are they still wearing masks in the wild? Who on earth are these people? Goodness, their tactics seem oddly familiar. The atmosphere, which had been buzzing with chatter, instantaneously fell silent, leaving only the sounds emanating from the video. The expressions of the onlookers turned peculiar. Those merely spectating thought the spectacle had escalated dramatically, while others with missions hastened to report their findings. The combat footage broadcasted by Jiao Hong has been directly uploaded to the military department, accessible to anyone with the appropriate clearance. And it quickly amassed an astonishing number of views. Han Feiyu, present at the scene, felt his expression darken instantly. Upon learning of the return of the Independent Legion, he suspected his subordinates had performed poorly, but he never anticipated the extent of their failure, being utterly annihilated in a joint effort with the Beast King. Where could he possibly voice his grievances? As those present silently watched the entire process of the Independent Legion defeating the Beast King, the atmosphere became palpable. prompting the military personnel to remark, "Commander Jiuhong, there are no issues with this batch of mutated beast corpses. We shall begin the tally immediately." Jiuhong nodded with a smile, and then turned to Han Feiyu, inquiring, "Commander Han, do you still harbor any doubts?" Indeed, Han Feiyu had not departed, nor could he. With the prevailing suspicion surrounding him, leaving would only solidify those conjectures. Nonetheless, remaining was no easier. Jiuhong, undeterred, directly addressed Han Feiyu's prior skepticism regarding Qin Yifun's solo defeat of the Beast King. "Commander Jiuhong, I must say the coordination of the Independent Legion is indeed enviable," he remarked, "but the notion of Vice Commander Qin single-handedly slaying the Beast King is laughable." He was left with little but bravado, as the footage of Qin Yifun's battle had not been submitted, allowing him to speak freely. Jiuhong chose not to engage in debate and instead asked, "Commander Han, as newcomers, we are not well acquainted with the various factions in Ice City. I would like to inquire if you have made any discoveries regarding those masked individuals." Han Feiyu nearly ground his teeth in frustration, remaining silent for a considerable time before muttering, "I do not know who they are." This response elicited numerous peculiar glances, yet no one pressed further. At this moment, the military personnel completed their tally and addressed Jiuhong. "Commander Jiuhong, this batch of mutated beast corpses consists of 970 specimens, including one Beast King, yielding a total of 159,700 merit points." A collective gasp filled the air. Good heavens, the Independent Legion has struck gold, with nearly 300,000 merit points. They would retain a significant amount even after accounting for the minimum, making the acquisition of several complete spirit crystals a trivial matter. What would they do with the spirit crystals? Their commander wouldn't need them, humph. The murmurs reached Qin Yifun's ears, and certain sensitive phrases piqued his curiosity. But he remained silent. After publicly exchanging the merit points, Jiuhong said little else and promptly departed with the Independent Legion from the City Lord's manor. By the time they returned to the military camp, night had fallen. Qin Yifun hurried to the storeroom to retrieve his belongings and then rushed to the kitchen to dispose of 2 high-grade mutated beast corpses, leaving a note to his comrades. "Consider this a feast." He then sought out Jiuhong. Once he had dismissed everyone, only Jiuhong remained, and he mysteriously led her underground using a teleportation technique. Noticing his anxious demeanor, Jiuhong could not help but inquire, "Affan, what are you doing? What on earth has happened?" Qin Yifun opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. In a moment of decision, he retrieved a shard of spirit crystal from his spatial pocket. Jiuhong's gaze was immediately captivated, her eyes widening in astonishment until she finally let out a gasp. "A shard of spirit crystal? Affan, you can actually extract spirit crystal shards?" The primary aim of nurturing extraction-type abilities is indeed the spirit crystal shards, and while they may not be the ultimate goal, few have reached this level of proficiency. Qin Yifun nodded vigorously and inquired, "Sister Hong, how much do you know about spirit crystals?" "I'm aware of their fundamental use in crafting recovery potions and for cultivation." Jiuhong blinked, shifting her focus from the shard to Qin Yifun's face. As she gazed into his pure eyes, her expression transitioned from confusion to surprise, ultimately culminating in sheer shock that made her teeth chatter and her speech falter. "Affan, please don't tell me you can extract a complete spirit crystal." Qin Yifun pressed his lips together, and with a flick of his wrist, he produced a whole spirit crystal. At the sight of it, Jiuhong's legs weakened, and had Qin Yifun not been holding her, she would have surely collapsed. A complete spirit crystal, truly a complete spirit crystal. Hee ha ha woo woo. Her reaction alarmed Qin Yifun, who hastily stowed the crystal away, asking cautiously, "Sister Hong, are you all right?" Chapter 78. A new task. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Jiuhong suddenly fell silent, her gaze fixed on Qin Yifun, lost in thought. Qin Yifun felt somewhat awkward under her scrutiny. "Sister Hong, if you have something to say, please just say it. Your stare is rather intimidating." Suddenly, Jiuhong burst into laughter, her mood lightening as she spoke softly, "Affan, do you know what I was just thinking?" Qin Yifun sheepishly shook his head, and Jiuhong took a deep breath. "I was pondering how I could control you, to turn you into my golden goose." Qin Yifun grimaced, "Sister Hong, please don't scare me. I'm quite timid." "I'm not sure about your courage, but your talent is indeed quite formidable," Jiuhong remarked, then inquired, "Affan, who knows about your ability to refine complete spirit crystals?" "Only you, Sister Hong. Brother Tang is currently with his comrades, and I feared it would be too abrupt to call him over alone." Jiuhong nodded, affirming that it would remain a secret between the two of them, adding, "Moreover, you must not reveal the spirit crystal, nor even the shards." I understand the saying that possessing a treasure can lead to trouble. I am merely curious about the true utility of a complete spirit crystal. This is hardly a secret. You can easily reference the materials provided by the military department. Aware that his focus had not been on this aspect, Jiohong elaborated. You should know that reaching level 50 is a significant barrier for abilities. And the key to breaking through this threshold lies within the complete spirit crystal. Subsequently, advancing beyond each level will necessitate its use. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow. Is it essential to use a complete spirit crystal to break through to level 50? That is not the case. Those with superior aptitude can indeed break through their own efforts. However, for those lacking in aptitude, Jiohong shrugged. Even those with good aptitude can expedite their breakthroughs with a complete spirit crystal, while those of inferior aptitude may find it impossible to break through. Even with a single complete spirit crystal. In essence, a complete spirit crystal is exceedingly significant. You must keep it concealed, for the consequences of exposure could be dire. As she concluded her thoughts, her tone shifted slightly, though Qin Yifan remained oblivious. Rest assured, Hongjia, this matter will remain between us, Jiohong affirmed, her demeanor stabilizing once more as she smiled. It seems I must hasten my training to reach the threshold of level 50 soon. After all, you must possess more than just this one complete spirit crystal, correct? Certainly, Hongjia replied. You may utilize as many as you wish, if necessary. A trip to the wilderness could suffice. Indeed, remember that this matter must remain strictly confidential. Now, let us proceed. After dinner, Tang Laosan summoned Qin Yifan to Jiohong's quarters. Miss Jio, I wish to discuss something with you. May I venture into the chaotic zone? Jiohong frowned slightly. Why? Qin Yifan was equally puzzled. He sensed that Tang Laosan harbored feelings for Jiohong, which was why he kept close to her. Tang Laosan grinned. Isn't this what we had previously planned? However, now that we have an independent regiment, and you cannot leave, I must go alone. Jiohong fell silent. Prior to arriving in Ice City, they had indeed intended to explore the chaotic zone for development. However, plans are often outpaced by circumstances. And now she and Qin Yifan had become the leaders of the independent regiment. She was reluctant to forfeit such a promising situation. Noticing her silence, Tang Laosan continued. Miss Jio, I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to secure a fallback for everyone. After glancing at Qin Yifan, his meaning was clear. Were it not for the young man's earlier comments, he might not have considered this at all. Jiohong turned to Qin Yifan and nodded firmly. That is acceptable. But I must consult the commander first. That is essential. After all, we are guests here and must adhere to the rules. Indeed, without hesitation, Jiohong sent a communication request to the commander. After a considerable wait, the commander finally connected, greeting her with a smile. Jiohong, your independent regiment has certainly made quite an impression today. What, are you seeking to claim credit? Not at all, Commander. I have a matter to discuss with you. Jiohong promptly relayed Tang Laosan's intentions regarding the chaotic zone. The commander fell silent for a moment before suddenly stating, I am aware that you have means to generate revenue, and I do not wish to pry. However, I require your assistance in supporting a group of individuals. Since Jiohong had mentioned the chaotic zone, it was evident that she sought a way to earn money. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in venturing there? The commander had a notion in mind and decided to voice it. Jiohong was taken aback by his request and instinctively inquired, what type of individuals are you referring to? 3,000 individuals at the threshold of level 50. The commander articulated each word clearly, causing Jiohong to gasp in shock. Commander, is this not a bit excessive? Excessive? I do not perceive it as such. The tone of the commander was remarkably relaxed. Jiohong, as long as you agree to my condition, these individuals shall be at your disposal. Jiohong's breath quickened suddenly. Commander, are you certain? A man of honor does not retract his words. Very well, I shall comply. After the communication ended, Tang Laosan anxiously remarked, Miss Jio, that involves 3,000 quasi-level 50 individuals. How could you? Jiohong understood his implication perfectly. A complete spirit crystal was worth 50,000 merit points, equivalent to 5 billion galactic coins. Their expedition into the wilderness would yield a mere 6 crystals, and that was under the condition of discarding the base merit points. 6 crystals were but a drop in the bucket for 3,000 quasi-level 50 individuals. They needed to amass 3,000 of those 5 billion. If there were any untalented ones among them, even 3,005 billion would be insufficient. It would be an unending abyss. However, Jiohong smiled. Had she not known that Qin Yifan could extract complete spirit crystals, she would not have been able to promise anything. Yet now, it was merely a matter of time. Tang Laosan, Nothing is absolute. If I possess the command over 3,000 level 50 experts, heh. Tang Laosen fell silent, nodding vigorously after a lengthy pause. All right, I shall assist you. Jiao Hong smiled gently at him before turning her gaze towards Qin Yifan. This fellow had remained silent from the very beginning and now wore an inexplicable grin, leaving Jiao Hong somewhat uncertain about his thoughts. Afin, what do you think? I have no particular thoughts. I shall assist Sister Hong in training those quasi-level 50 individuals. He nearly blurted out something inappropriate, as just moments ago. The system had issued another task. Ding. The system has a new task. Please complete it on time. Task. Assist Jiao Hong in cultivating 3,000 level 50 abilities. Task duration, 1 year. Task completion reward. All system talent will increase by 5 levels. There was still no task penalty, however, based on the system's nature. If he failed to complete it within the stipulated time, the consequences would undoubtedly be severe. Unless the system deemed his progress too slow and deliberately employed this method to enhance his strength. Yet, judging by the circumstances of the first task, it was unlikely the system would be so benevolent. Nevertheless, this task served as a reminder to Qin Yifan that preserving the Independent Legion was merely the beginnings. Numerous troubles awaited him ahead. He could only wonder what events would unfold over the course of the year. Chapter 79, the Great Eater competition time swiftly brought the year to a close, and the atmosphere in Ice City gradually became festive, regardless of how the world changed. Certain customs remained steadfast. Welcoming the new year remained a cherished tradition in Huaxia, bidding farewell to the old and embracing the new. The high-hanging red lanterns and the couplets and fu characters adorning the doors symbolized beautiful blessings and aspirations for the future. On the last day of Galactic year 2187, Qin Yifan experienced a significant breakthrough. It was the year-end review, and the Independent Legion had amassed nearly 300,000 merit points, passing the review seamlessly. With the task completed, the system was naturally poised to bestow its rewards. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, preserving the Independent Legion. The rewards have been granted. Qin Yifan promptly opened his attribute panel. Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, level 31. Energy value, 60,000 60,000. Talent, flexibility talent level 26 96 100 190000. Water talent level 29 50,000 310000. Metal talent level 27 168700 230000. Space talent level 27 5580 230000. Enhancement talent level 29 353003 100000. Wood talent level 28 198500 27000. Mental talent level 31 45 86 00000. Fire talent level 28 1690 270 0000. Wind talent level 26 16400 190000. Earth talent level 28 196000 270 0000. Light talent level 25 10 160000. Dark talent level 29,000 50,000. Skills: Super Spatial Storage, passive, space size 110,110,110 cubic meters, capable of containing living beings. Super Temperature Control level 23, proficiency 87,100,000. Super Detection, passive, detection range, within a radius of 1680 meters. Super Windstep, passive, personal speed increase 1400. True Group Burrowing Technique level 23, proficiency 4687010000. Super Illumination level 15, proficiency 6984 16,000. Universal Purification Technique level 15, proficiency 11600 16000. Bone Body Enhancement, passive, enhancement effect, 9 times. Holy Light Healing Technique level 20, proficiency 50,000 50,000. True Dark Sky level 15, proficiency 16000 16000. Flawless, passive, permanent. Non-upgradable, can withstand mental impacts exceeding 10 times one's own strength. As the mental ability surpasses level 30, Qin Yifan's anticipated explosion of skills did not materialize. Moreover, the new skills in the mental category are not combat skills, yet they possess remarkable effects, justifying the breakthrough at a modest threshold. Although it cannot be upgraded, the ability to permanently resist mental impacts not exceeding 10 times his own strength is undeniably formidable. Should he encounter the beast sect's mass mental assault again, he would dare to stand resolutely without the previous embarrassment. Knock, Knock, knock. While he was lost in excitement, a knock on the door interrupted him. Brother Fan, Brother Fan. Dinner is ready. What are you doing? Fearing that the energy fluctuations from his upgrade might attract attention, Qin Yifan had deliberately returned to his quarters to collect his rewards. Opening the door, he found Jiobao standing outside with an excited expression. After all, at just 16 years old, he was still a youth without many worries. Not doing much. Just feeling something and practicing a bit. Jiobao rolled his eyes in disbelief and replied, Do you even need to practice? Stop joking. Come on. Let us head to the cafeteria and show them what a real appetite looks like. Ever since arriving in Ice City, Qin Yifan had refrained from indulging in food recklessly. Although the displayed appetite was astonishing, it remained within a controllable range. Jiobao was aware of his motivations. Yet tonight the cafeteria was to host a competitive eating contest with food abundantly available, which was why he was eager to summon Qin Yifan. The eating contest was a cherished tradition in Ice City, occurring only on the last day of the year when the city lord would generously provide limitless food. Whether seen as a means to win hearts or merely a spectacle on this day, anyone could enjoy a hearty meal. Qin Yifan chuckled and shook his head. If he truly indulged, he could eat incessantly, but he did not wish to be regarded as a monster. Nevertheless, winning the title of the champion of the eating contest seemed quite straightforward. What about Xiaobao and Hongjie? Have they gone? He inquired. They are already waiting in the cafeteria. You are the only one missing. I wonder what you were thinking, usually not putting in the effort, yet here you are. Striving on the last day of the year. Qin Yifan felt somewhat perplexed, sensing a great deal of resentment in Jiubao's words. What was the situation? Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the reason became clear. It turned out that the other legions had sent representatives, particularly the First Legion, with Commander Han Feiyu personally leading the team. This individual had previously caused Jiubao considerable trouble regarding food, so it was surprising that there was no lingering animosity. Although they often bickered in the wilderness, within the camp, they maintained a facade of camaraderie. After exchanging pleasantries, Han Feiyu cheerfully announced, We have come uninvited. Firstly, to congratulate the Independent Legion on passing the review, and secondly, to propose a friendly match. The other Legion members nodded in agreement. And Jiao Hong inquired with a smile, A friendly match? Competing in what? Han Feiyu pointed to a banner and replied, This. Finally, we can eat to our heart's content. And I believe everyone is eager to compare. That sounds fine, but you may find yourselves at a disadvantage. After all, you have only brought a mere dozen participants. Whereas we boast over 3,000. Jiao Hong was not mistaken. After agreeing to the commander's conditions, 3,000 level 50 individuals arrived at the Independent Legion the following day. Incidentally, on that day, Tang Laosin headed to the chaotic region, tasked with selling blood crystals and steel essence, as well as collecting various mutated beast blood. His sole purpose was to amass wealth, as there awaited him 3,000 potential clients. While he did not fully comprehend the situation, he knew he had to work hard to earn money. Returning to the main topic, Han Feiyu smiled and shook his head, saying, No worries, these are all past champions of the eating contest. And we are not necessarily intent on determining a hierarchy, we simply wish to enjoy ourselves together. Commander Han was right, it was indeed about everyone having a good time. However, one person remarked, just competing for the sake of it seems rather pointless. How about we add some stakes? I agree, without rewards. There is little motivation to determine the champion. Adding stakes would make it more interesting. I concur, though I wonder what we should use as stakes. Jiao Hong raised an eyebrow and suggested, How about using merit points as the stakes? The Independent Legion lacks many things, but merit points are not one of them. She perceived that while these individuals appeared amicable, they were secretly competing with one another. Yet, would she be intimidated? Though she may not be as resolute as others. When it comes to indulging in food, she is certainly unmatched. She is yet to encounter anyone who can rival Qin Yifan's appetite. Han Feiyu feigned astonishment and remarked, Commander Jiao Hong, is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Oh, do you have a better suggestion, Commander Han? Indeed, I do, Han Feiyu replied with a grin. I have noticed that the Independent Corps has recruited quite a number of prospective level 50 members. As you are aware, this recent beast tide has inflicted considerable losses on various legions. At this point, he surveyed the room, and everyone from the other legions nodded in agreement. Jiao Hong's lips curled into a slight smile. Are you suggesting we use the prospective level 50 members as a wager? Well, we don't necessarily need them. We simply wish to borrow a portion of the prospective level 50 members, if Commander Jiao Hong would be so generous. Chapter 80. A shock to the entire assembly. Borrowing troops is not an uncommon practice within the City Defense Army. After all, Each satellite city is garrisoned by a legion. And when one legion finds itself lacking in strength, it is only natural to seek assistance from allied units. However, this borrowing is not reciprocal, at most. Some merit points might be returned later. In fact, this wager is less appealing than simply using merit points directly, but the notion of borrowing sounds far more agreeable. Upon hearing this, Jiuhong laughed. I'm afraid I cannot acquiesce to that. These are all under the command of the Grand Commander. Should you wish to borrow them, you must first obtain the Grand Commander's consent. With a single statement, Han Feiyu found himself entirely obstructed. He had considered this possibility, albeit with a glimmer of hope. Since that is the case, let us resort to offering merit points as a wager instead. The disappointment on Han Feiyu's face was palpable, yet he articulated his thoughts appropriately. And the others were quite cooperative. I think that works, but how many merit points should we offer? How about 10,000? Goodness, you are being rather miserly. I believe at least 30,000 is required. Why not make it 50,000 from each legion, and whoever claims the title of Big Eater takes it all? Agreed, I consent. No objections here. Amidst the cacophony, the matter was swiftly settled, and Jiuhong was not even afforded the chance to interject. It was evident that they had conspired beforehand. Han Feiyu concluded with great magnanimity, let us deposit all merit points with Commander Jiuhong, as she is the host. And it is only fitting that she presents the awards. Very well. Without further ado, the group transferred their merit points to Jiuhong, 50,000 from each legion, totaling 650,000, excluding the special legions that did not attend. Jiuhong chuckled inwardly. This group was quite willing to invest in deceiving her for 5,000 merit points. She pondered how they would ultimately react. After glancing at the merit point tally, she surveyed the room and declared, since everyone is so enthusiastic, let us commence without delay. Observing the nods of agreement, Jiuhong stood, clapped her hands decisively to draw attention, and proclaimed, Dear brothers and sisters, today marks the last day of the year. Indulge in food and drink to your heart's content. Those who wish to participate in the Big Eater competition, please come to the stage. We shall commence the contest in 10 minutes. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and they resumed their feasting and merriment. These individuals are not inclined to participate in the competitive eating contest. Those who wish to join have refrained from consuming anything, eagerly awaiting the announcement from Jiuhong. Soon, someone leaped onto the specially constructed platform, taking a solitary position while waiting. Jiubao nudged Qin Yifan towards the stage, urging, Come on, Fangge, why so sluggish? Qin Yifan, somewhat exasperated, replied, Xiaobao, isn't it cheating if I eat in comparison to them? He didn't dwell on it too much, feeling this was a celebratory moment where everyone was jubilant, and he saw no need to dampen their spirits. However, as soon as he uttered those words, his portable computer received a message. Affin, winning the eating contest will earn you 650,000 merit points. In the next moment, Jiubao stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Where did he go? After searching for a while, he finally spotted Qin Yifan already on stage and remarked, somewhat irritated, You were just dragging your feet, and now you're all set. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly sensed a malevolent gaze and turned to see Han Feiyu smiling and nodding at him. He hastily lowered his head and swiftly occupied an empty seat next to Wang Quan. Oh, Xiaobao, you're here. Where have you been all this time? Jiu Bao glanced distantly, distractedly responding, I went to fetch Fan Ge for the contest. The vice commander? Can he handle it with that slight frame of his? Although Qin Yifan had gained some strength, he still appeared quite average, hardly resembling a competitive eater. Did you not notice the participants on stage? Every single one is at least 200 pounds. There's a fellow towering at 2 meters and weighing at least 400 pounds, standing like a half-iron tower. Qin Yifan seems like a mere novice in comparison. Jiu Bao finally snapped back to reality. Smirking, one should not judge by appearances, Wang De Ge. Just you wait and see. I shall eagerly anticipate that, he replied. Observers in the crowd began to notice Qin Yifan participating in the contest, cheering him on, as he was their own vice commander and deserved their support. Han Feiyu then spotted Qin Yifan on stage and chuckled. This Qin Yifan truly revels in the joy of the people. Let us hope he doesn't just eat 1 or 2 bowls and run off. Or it would be quite embarrassing. He is likely aiming for that high-grade mutated beast meat. It's rather petty to see such a small advantage, being of lower rank. He probably had the chance to indulge before, so naturally, he wishes to relish this opportunity. The banter among the group dripped with sarcasm. Yet Jiuhong remained unfazed, cheerfully asserting, Affin can eat quite well. Who knows, he might just emerge as a dark horse. And then we shall owe our gratitude to all of your sponsorship. Haha, Commander Johong certainly knows how to jest, with that small stature. I genuinely fear he won't finish even the second bowl. That's uncertain. 1 bowl is 10 pounds, 2 bowls total 20. With some effort, he should manage. If it were ordinary meat, perhaps, but this is the meat of a level 50 mutated beast, which contains energy that is not easily digestible. If he overindulges, oh dear. As the chatter among the crowd continued, the contest officially commenced. The stage had prepared a total of 200 tables, yet fewer than 100 participants graced the competition. Each of the other legions had no more than 5 competitors, with some fielding as few as 2, while the Independent Legion boasted the most participants. Indeed, had it not been for the presence of these other legions, those 200 tables would undoubtedly have been filled to capacity. Amongst familiar faces, a loss would bear no shame. However, those wishing to ascend the stage must weigh their chances, ensuring they do not suffer a humiliating defeat. Dedicated attendants presented a platter of roasted meat to each occupied table, prompting competitors to hastily indulge. The contest of gluttony not only measured capacity, but also speed, as leisurely dining would not suffice for such an event. As soon as the meat bearers departed the stage, a call bell rang from a corner of the table. No one anticipated that someone would finish the first platter so swiftly, and astonished gazes turned toward the stage, eyes widening in disbelief. Even the competitors were taken aback, their attention drawn to the source of the commotion. Qin Yifan scratched his head, confessing that he had been training all day without sustenance and was now famished. While this reasoning held a sliver of validity, it was hardly convincing. Had it truly been only a couple of minutes? Had he consumed 10 pounds of meat in such a brief span? Yet, no one dared to question the validity of his feat. Despite the seemingly frivolous nature of the competition, the presence of judges lent credence to the proceedings. The silence from the judges indicated that he had indeed devoured 10 pounds of roasted meat. Qin Yifan's actions garnered the attention of the crowd, with most eyes fixated upon him, eager to discern how he achieved such a feat soon. Another platter of roasted meat was placed before him, and without hesitation, he seized it and began to eat. This moment astonished the entire assembly. In truth, Qin Yifan was merely consuming his food at a rate equivalent to 5 times that of an average person, rather than devouring it like a ravenous beast. This staggering speed created an illusion of gluttony that was truly remarkable. A platter of roasted beast meat, finished in under 2 minutes. The fastest competitor had only managed to finish 1 platter. Goodness, one cannot judge a book by its cover. The deputy commander possesses an impressive appetite, murmured the spectators. Furthermore, the speed with which he consumed his meal resembled that of a mutated rat. Could this be some sort of skill? While employing skills is not against the rules, I have yet to encounter one that resembles this. The audience buzzed with speculation, each voice contributing to the cacophony. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the commanding officers grew notably tense. Han Feiyu utilized his mental prowess to scrutinize the situation, his brow furrowing slightly in intrigue. It appeared he was not employing a skill to hasten his consumption. How could he be accomplishing this? Johong remarked nonchalantly. Afin has endured a life of hardship, existing at the lowest rungs of society. When a morsel of food was available, he had to hastily consume it lest it slip away. Thus crafting this narrative was a necessity. Eventually, they all unraveled his secret, turning it into an excuse to mislead outsiders. Oh, I have heard that Deputy Commander Qin awakened his talent not long ago. Is that true? Johong nodded, confirming that it had been less than 6 months since his awakening. A collective gasp resonated throughout the assembly. Awakened for less than half a year, and yet his prowess was already formidable. How does one like this even grow? Should such a person truly be allowed to flourish? Aside from Johong, this thought simultaneously emerged in the minds of others, as they regarded Qin Yifan with a serious expression tinged with a hint of malice. In the next moment, Qin Yifan raised his head and flashed them a goofy smile before returning to devour another plate of barbecued meat. At that moment, he found himself puzzled. Was it really so abhorrent to eat barbecued meat a bit faster? He failed to consider that 50,000 merit points equated to an astronomical sum, enough to drive those individuals to madness. Otherwise, why would they conspire to swindle the Independent Legion out of 50,000 merit points instead of seizing the entire 300,000? He could hardly fathom that even a mere hint of information casually divulged by Johong could incite such murderous intent toward him. This ultimately reflects a matter of perspective. The Grand Commander was the first to recognize Qin Yifan's exceptional nature, yet chose to utilize him rather than seek his demise. Those in positions of authority are well aware that the path to growth for gifted ability users is fraught with challenges, yet once they reach maturity, they emerge as formidable leaders. Such individuals must either be befriended or eliminated at the earliest opportunity. Generally, those destined for greatness would not opt to extinguish the life of a gifted person, as it would be akin to severing their own escape route. After all, a killer is perpetually hunted by others. Returning to the matter at hand, despite the palpable malice directed at him, Qin Yifan remained unfazed. He felt immensely grateful for participating in this competitive eating contest, had it not been for those individuals contributing such substantial merit points. He would not have been inclined to draw attention to himself. As he tackled his third plate of barbecued meat, a delightful chime resonated from the system. Ding! Host has consumed flesh from a mutated venomous beast. Venomous talent value 100. Ding! Venomous talent value is now full. Activating venomous talent. Acquiring the skill immune to all poisons. Immune to all poisons, a passive skill that grants immunity to any poison in existence. At that moment, barring an apocalyptic event, it seemed nearly impossible for Qin Yifan's spirits to dampen, though it was yet another passive skill. Gaining a life-preserving ability added an extra layer of protection to his vitality. Moreover, this skill had reached its limit after leveling up to 10. New skills were sure to emerge, spurring him to eat even more vigorously. Before long, another plate of barbecued beast meat was consumed, and his venomous talent was elevated to level 10, unveiling a second skill. Body of Venom, a passive skill that renders the host's flesh the most poisonous substance in existence. This skill left Qin Yifan smirking. It was yet another passive ability that transformed him into a being of poison. By this reckoning, his saliva, urine, and even excrement were lethal toxins. How could he coexist with others? Fortunately, the system provided a friendly reminder that although it was a passive skill, it could be activated or deactivated at the host's discretion, akin to a detection technique. He could engage it when desired and deactivate it when not. After hearing the system's explanation, he felt a bit better. After all, this was at least a semblance of a combat skill. He contemplated that the means of employing this skill might simply be through flatulence. If his flesh was indeed venomous, the waste gases within would surely pose no traceable risk. The essence of flatulence is that its range of attack is quite limited and inherently uncontrollable. Thus, it can only be deemed a half-hearted combat skill. Following this, there were no further surprises. However, the meat of the mutated beast at level 50 granted him a substantial amount of talent points, enhancing his overall capabilities. Half an hour later, under the peculiar gazes of the onlookers, he consumed yet another bowl of roasted beast meat and refrained from ringing the bell again. The others could no longer eat, and since no one could match his voracity, there was no necessity for him to continue feasting. Rubbing his slightly distended abdomen, a facade he maintained as the majority of what he consumed had been converted by the system, he chuckled. What a satisfying meal. I never realized I could eat so much. I truly owe my gratitude to the Lord of the city for this bounty. Jiu Hong and Jiu Bao exchanged silent eye rolls, pondering whether he truly believed such a meager amount could sate his hunger. It seemed they had barely scratched the surface of their potential. Yet, they would not voice their thoughts, instead feigning expressions of astonishment. Jiu Bao only put on a brief act, but Jiu Hong felt compelled to display her acting prowess, especially with 13 legions watching her keenly. Ladies and gentlemen, I am equally perplexed by his capacity for consumption, particularly since he claims to have never been full before, she remarked. Han Feiyu and the others wore rather grim expressions, realizing they had not only failed to achieve their objective but had also suffered losses in the process. The rest harbored quiet resentment towards Han Feiyu, as he was the one who had proposed this plan. Initially, they had felt confident, believing that everyone had a few stout individuals under their command, but now it seemed this decision had been a grave error. Why had they sacrificed a total of 50,000 attack points for merely 1/13 of 50,000 merit points? They felt their minds must have wandered elsewhere at the time. Otherwise, they would have surely understood the gravity of this miscalculation. Regrettably, no matter how much they lamented, the 50,000 merit points were irretrievable. They could only muster forced smiles to congratulate Jiu Hong, who had reaped a bountiful harvest, as long as she refrained from extravagance. Her independent legion would not need to worry about merit points for the next 2 years. With the conclusion of the gluttonous contest, the revelry within the military camp came to an end. After all, it was a military establishment. Festivities were merely a formality, with the true excitement occurring among the common folk outside. Those who thrived on merriment ventured forth to celebrate with the masses, while those less inclined stayed behind to tidy up before returning to their quarters for training. Jiu Bao, unable to contain his restlessness, sought out Qin Yifan, eager to persuade him to join in the festivities outside. As the commander of the legion, Jiuhong typically needed to oversee the camp, and despite their fraternal bond, Jiu Bao dared not act recklessly. Qin Yifan, in high spirits, readily agreed to his request. Without waiting for others, the two slipped out of the military camp. However, barely 300 meters from the camp, danger suddenly loomed. Chapter 82. Two assassination attempts as Qin Yifan and Jiu Bao strolled forth, engaged in lighthearted conversation. A dagger abruptly emerged, aimed directly at his chest. The unexpectedness of the assault left him no time to react, prompting an instinctive sidestep. A soft thud echoed as the battle suit was effortlessly pierced, and even the reinforced flesh, augmented many times over, could not prevent the blade from penetrating. Fortunately, the dagger struck bone. Reinforced bones proved to be a formidable barrier, successfully absorbing the lethal strike. In the next instant, the cloaked assailant turned and fled, disappearing several meters in the blink of an eye. It was only then that Qin Yifan realized the urgency of pursuing the figure, though he was wary of potential ambushes that might endanger Jiu Bao. Hastily, he activated his detection technique, and a veil of darkness materialized, revealing 5 more cloaked figures. However, rather than attacking, these individuals hastily retreated alongside the first, igniting a simmering frustration within Qin Yifan. Lacking combat skills, he found himself powerless to thwart their escape. "Ah, brother Fan, you're hurt," Jiu Bao exclaimed, finally noticing the blood-staining Qin Yifan's chest. He raised his hand and invoked a healing spell, shaking his head as he reassured her. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Little did he realize how insufferable that remark was. Had the retreating assailants overheard him, they would surely have been driven to madness. Yet, they too were distressed, as the one who had successfully struck felt a profound disbelief upon seeing Qin Yifan standing unscathed. Gripped by curiosity, he contemplated testing the dagger in his hand, wondering if the poison was indeed real. Qin Yifan remained blissfully unaware of his fortune. Had he not participated in the eating competition that day, he would never have activated his new talent. Without this newfound life-saving skill, he would already be a lifeless corpse. With little inclination to revel in the festivities, he took Jiu Bao's hand and swiftly made their way back to the military camp, thereby evading further pursuit by the cloaked figures. Upon their return, they sought out Jiuhong, feeling compelled to inform her of the perilous encounter, urging her to alert others to exercise caution while venturing outside. Jiuhong took the matter seriously, promptly disseminating a message that garnered swift responses. Fortunately, no one else had encountered a similar situation. Qin Yifan scratched his nose, concluding that misfortune had singularly befallen him. Jiuhong drummed her fingers on the table, contemplating for a moment before softly stating, "It's not mere bad luck. This appears to be a targeted assassination attempt against you." "An assassination attempt on me? Why?" Qin Yifan queried, perplexed. Jiuhong scoffed lightly, though her disdain was not directed at him. "Considering that you led our group to a flawless victory against the Beast King, not to mention the numerous foes we have vanquished in the wild, it is evident that many harbor deep-seated animosity towards you." Rolling his eyes, Qin Yifan retorted, "It's not as if I sought to kill them. Had they not conspired against us, they wouldn't have met their demise in the wilderness." Although he understood the rationale, he knew the adversaries would never acknowledge their culpability. Jiuhong shook her head. "From now on, exercise greater caution. When venturing out, make sure to activate your detection technique." "Indeed, I will be more vigilant. I was careless today. Who would have thought that during the festive season, trouble would still find us? What a stroke of bad luck. It's all right. Today marks the final day of the year, and all misfortune shall be swept away. A prosperous beginning awaits in the coming year. Then I shall take your words to heart, and I wish you the fulfillment of your desires, Sister Hong. I shall take my leave now." Upon returning to his quarters, Qin Yifan chose not to dwell on the events, settling onto his bed to commence his training. Previously, he had relied on food to enhance his strength, but now, having joined an independent military unit, he began earnest cultivation to conceal that secret. This form of cultivation, for him, is merely a meager respite, suitable only for passing the time. As for enhancing one's strength by several hundred points of talent in a single night, it pales in comparison to a few morsels of high-grade mutated beast meat. However, this method of cultivation does possess a singular advantage. It fosters tranquility, allowing one to momentarily forget the tribulations of the outside world. Today, a myriad of events, both good and bad, have left his emotions in a state of complexity. Yet after merely a brief period of contemplation, he slipped into a meditative state. Typically, he would awaken only the following morning after entering such a state. But this time proved to be an exception. At 3 o'clock in the morning, a powerful mental shock surged into the independent regiment's camp, striking directly at the unsuspecting Qin Yifan. Although alarms blared in response, none could withstand the onslaught of this psychic force. Within 2 seconds, the mental shock collided with Qin Yifan's head, prompting him to open his eyes. Indeed, the psychic strike did not inflict any tangible harm. It served solely to rouse him from his slumber. Bewilderment clouded his gaze, as he remained oblivious to the unfolding events until a knock at his door revealed an attempt on his life in the dead of night. Goodness, have these fellows no sense of humanity? Have they apprehended the assailant? The soldier who came to check on him shook his head in uncertainty. We feared for the vice regiment leader's safety and rushed here to see how you were faring. Others should be pursuing the perpetrator. Qin Yifan patted the soldier's shoulder reassuringly. I am unscathed. Let us go see for ourselves. The entire independent regiment was roused from their slumber, each member emerging to ascertain the situation. Soon, the cause of the commotion became evident, and collective anger surged among them. Commander, this is a grave provocation. We must identify who sought to harm the vice regiment leader, otherwise, others will perceive our independent regiment as easy prey. We must report this to the Supreme Commander and ensure a thorough investigation, capturing the culprit for severe retribution. Damn it. I suspect it was that Han Feiyu. Among the psychic ability users in this Ice City, he is undoubtedly the most formidable. Capturing him would be a certainty. The sentiments expressed varied widely among the ranks, yet Jiao Hong remained cautious in making any hasty decisions. Before long, Wang Liang returned, having been on night watch that very evening. I regret to inform you, Commander, that the opposition's plans were exceedingly meticulous. I pursued them for only a street's length before they completely eluded me. Jiao Hong furrowed his brows. How many individuals were involved? Were the surveillance feeds reviewed? Wang Liang shook his head. All the surveillance along that route was destroyed. I only glimpsed a shadow. The remaining information held little value. A peculiar expression crossed Qin Yifan's face as he muttered, Am I truly so detestable that they desire my demise? Jiao Hong replied solemnly, Indeed. It appears that someone wishes to hinder your growth. Wang Liang turned to Qin Yifan, speaking with a tone of reflection. Afin, it is not entirely their fault. There are times when I feel an overwhelming urge to strangle you. Your talent is simply too extraordinary. Qin Yifan rubbed his nose and replied sullenly, Brother Huang, that just lacks any semblance of humor. I am not jesting. Count the talents you possess, Wang Liang said, enumerating darkness, light, earth, and space. These are the abilities you manifested during the Beast Tide. The previous assailants clad in black clearly did not deliver a lethal blow. So why did they retreat in haste? It was due to the poison they utilized, yet you remain unscathed. You either possess a talent for toxins or a gift for healing. Now, enduring an immense mental assault without a trace of harm elucidates how you managed to single-handedly slay the Beast King under the protection of the Beast Cult. Do not attempt to convince me that you lack a mental affinity. I find that hard to believe. Consider this. Is this not the definition of a prodigy? Chapter 83, Concealment. Upon Yellow Liang's meticulous recounting, beads of sweat formed on Qin Yifan's forehead, not from having revealed too much, but rather from the lingering dread stemming from the 2 assassination attempts. He had not contemplated the reasons behind them until now, and understanding these truths only accentuated his fortune. Had he not completed the mission that elevated his abilities across all systems by 5 levels, he would not have possessed an impeccable protective barrier. Had he not participated in the gluttony competition, he would have been unable to awaken his poison affinity. There was simply no evading those 2 attempts on his life. Jiao Hong furrowed her brow, voicing her concerns. Brother Huang, I have heard of individuals with multiple talents appearing in the past, but it shouldn't warrant such animosity, should it? Shouldn't it? It absolutely does. Huang Liang replied with a solemn expression. However, individuals with multiple talents typically hail from esteemed backgrounds, well guarded by their families or respective factions, so they do not meet an untimely demise during their formative years. At this point, he cast a knowing glance at Qin Yifan. The implication unmistakable. This fellow was still in his developmental phase, and any misstep could lead to his downfall. Qin Yifan suddenly erupted with a curse. Damn it. Is this not just bullying me for being unprotected? Who says you lack protection? A steady voice interjected as the commander entered the barracks alongside Lu Dali. Qin Yifan, you are under my command. If they dare to bully you, it is tantamount to disrespecting me. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution regarding this matter. Lu Dali approached with a grin. Kid, abnormal hardly suffices to describe you. How do you manage to be so extraordinary? Qin Yifan offered an awkward smile. Deputy Commander Lu, I did not foresee this either. The commander, with hands clasped behind his back, remarked, the early development of individuals with multiple talents is indeed fraught with challenges. However, your current combat prowess is formidable, albeit you lack cultivation resources. But fear not, I will prioritize your training. What resources do you require? Qin Yifan glanced at Jiao Hong. Hesitating, Jiao Hong, with a frown, responded, at present, we should focus on how to prevent further assassination attempts. If even the military camp is not safe, I truly do not know where one can cultivate in peace. The commander waved his hand, assuring them, you need not worry about that. I will conduct a thorough investigation into these 2 assassination attempts. My military discipline is not merely for show. Qin Yifan shook his head. Even if the true culprits are uncovered, it will not prevent others from harboring ill intentions towards me. Commander, I have a request. Speak. I can fulfill any reasonable request. After a 3-second pause, Qin Yifan resolved, Commander, I desire freedom. The commander looked at him in bewilderment, perplexed by this request. What is this? No one is restricting your freedom. Even if you wish to withdraw from the city defense forces now, no one would hinder you. Qin Yifan shook his head. I never said I would withdraw from the city defense army, nor will I abandon the independent legion. The freedom I seek is the absence of prying eyes on my affairs. I wish to act as I please. The commander remained silent for a moment before quietly inquiring. Are you perhaps contemplating something grand? Qin Yifan nodded straightforwardly. In matters of reciprocity, one cannot remain passive. If they have come to our doorstep, I certainly will not sit idly by. Lu Dali grumbled, young man, you must not unleash a bloodbath. Such actions would complicate matters for the commander. Qin Yifan remained silent, gazing intently at the commander. After another pause, the commander spoke, I wish for change in Ice City, yet I do not desire chaos. Do you comprehend? Qin Yifan nodded. Rest assured, Commander, I will not trouble you. Excellent. Then proceed boldly. As long as you do not create a major disturbance, you have my support. After the commander and Lu Dali departed, Jiao Hong summoned Qin Yifan to her quarters. Ah Fan, tell me, what exactly do you intend to do? Actually, not much. Just to conceal myself, Qin Yifan shrugged. Sister Hong, think about it. Currently, I am too exposed. I am a conspicuous target, and many will scheme against me. If I hide, it is others I need to fear. Jiao Hong pursed her lips, understanding Qin Yifan's implication, yet she couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry. Ah Fan, the chaotic zones are treacherous. You must heed the advice of old Tang. Before she could finish, Qin Yifan interrupted with a smile, Sister Hong. I never said I would venture into the chaotic zones. Jiao Hong, surprised, asked, aren't you planning to hide? How can you do so without going to the chaotic zones? Sister, have you forgotten my other talent? As he spoke, Qin Yifan's physique and appearance began to transform, ultimately resembling Huang Liang. Though the weariness of middle age was absent from his gaze, Jiao Hong's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by excitement. Indeed, you possess the talent for flexibility, but what about your level? Qin Yifan reverted to his original appearance, smiling as he replied, I do not wish to impersonate Brother Huang. Nor am I aiming to hide within the Independent Legion. Then what is your plan? Jiao Hong asked, perplexed. Qin Yifan spread his hands, I have no plan. Merely to conceal myself for now. After all, we have wealth. We can do as we please. That is true. Jiao Hong nodded. Very well. And you can also use your Earth escape technique. Should anything arise, you may always come to find me. Qin Yifan raised his arm. I am not changing my portable computer. We can stay in touch anytime. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, tranquility reigned, and no significant events unfolded, save for the mysterious disappearance of the deputy commander of the Independent Legion at the southwestern city gate. One side was orderly exiting the city, while the other was entering. Among the returning crowd was a robust figure, his gaze somewhat vacant, yet his ears were keenly attuned. This was Qin Yifan, now transformed, gathering information from his surroundings. Hey, Yao Lao Wu, why has your mercenary group diminished once more? Yours seems to be no different. It is indeed unfortunate that advanced mutated beasts have emerged in the wilderness. Could it be that another beast tide is approaching? That seems improbable. The last beast tide occurred merely 2 months ago, and even with rapid reproduction, it is unlikely that the mutated beasts could reach saturation so swiftly. Have you noticed that the mutated beasts in the wild appear significantly more formidable than before? Some lower-tier mutated beasts have even transcended their established rank boundaries. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Qin Yifan confirmed his suspicions. The mutated beasts had indeed undergone changes, having spent a month in the wilderness. He had garnered substantial gains, but also recognized the issues that were being debated by others. Although the advanced mutated beasts in the wilderness had not surpassed their rank boundaries, both their size and the potency of their abilities were noticeably enhanced. However, this was not the reason for his return to Ice City. It was the depletion of the high-grade recovery potions he had brought along that prompted his desire to replenish his supplies. Soon, he stepped through the city gates and activated his portable computer, switching to another interface to send a message to Jiao Hong. This was a privilege he had obtained from the commander, granting him 2 distinct identities. His new identity retained the surname Qin, going by the name Qin Dazhuang. Jiao Hong. I have returned. How are you all? A prompt reply came through. The Independent Legion is well, but something has happened to Tang Laosan. Upon hearing this news, Qin Yifan felt little surprise. Although he did not anticipate that it would be Tang Laosan facing trouble, he had thought it might concern the Independent Legion. Is Brother Tang in danger? No, I'm currently in a meeting with the commander. We'll discuss it face to face in an hour. All right. I will wait for you at your barracks. Finding a secluded corner, Qin Yifan utilized his earth-shifting technique to return to the Independent Legion's camp, materializing in Jiao Hong's quarters. Goodness! He had scarcely appeared when a startled exclamation rang out, followed by the sensation of energy fluctuations as someone launched an attack against him. A dark veil of energy flashed momentarily, and he caught sight of the assailant. Brother Tang, it's me. As he spoke, he reverted to his original appearance. In truth, even if he hadn't transformed back, Tang Laosan would have recognized him, for the dark veil skill remained uniquely his. Blast. It's you, kid. You nearly gave me a heart attack just now. That's my fault for not being mindful of my surroundings upon emerging. Indeed, it was not entirely Qin Yifan's fault. After all, Tang Laosan had been hiding in a cupboard. Moreover, the fellow was as skittish as a startled bird, launching an attack the moment he saw Qin Yifan materialize. Never mind. It's my fault. My nerves have completely frayed. Without needing to be told, Qin Yifan could see that Tang Laosan's eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled. A stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. Brother Tang, what exactly happened? Was something stolen? After catching his breath, Tang Laosan shook his head. No. If something had been stolen, I would have no reason to live. I've been wanted by the Potion Alliance. Qin Yifan was at a loss for words. Haven't you navigated through the chaotic zones? How could you have exposed your identity so quickly? Another bounty on your head? Didn't you change your appearance? How did they discover it was you? Initially, they did not recognize my new identity, but alas. Tang Laosan let out a deep sigh, his spirits plummeting instantaneously. It was indeed my greed that led to this predicament. I hastily extracted 2 mini blood crystals, which caught the attention of the Alchemist Alliance. Damn it! Qin Yifan cursed vehemently, expressing his disdain for the Alchemist Alliance's audacity. If they had the capability, why not extract the blood crystals themselves instead of fixating on those in the possession of others? Are Hongjie and Xiaobao safe? The world operates on the principle of the strong preying upon the weak. Tang Laosan lowered his head and remarked, Miss Jiao is now a commander. They wouldn't dare provoke her. Xiaobao, and you were never on the wanted list, yet here I am, truly unfortunate. Qin Yifan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Attempting to comfort him, it's all right, Brother Tang. You can still remain with the Independent Corps. No one would dare to stir trouble here. I know, he replied dejectedly. But I lack the courage to face the outside world. Sensing something amiss, Qin Yifan lowered his voice and inquired, Brother Tang, what troubles you? Isn't it merely a matter of not being able to enter the chaotic zones? What's the big deal? Tang Laosan glanced at him briefly before his gaze fell again in despair. Why do I venture into the chaotic zones? It is because remaining in the Independent Corps is futile. Only by entering the chaotic zones can I assist Miss Jiao. Yet now, the more he spoke, the more Qin Yifan was perplexed. How could staying in the Independent Corps be of no assistance? You know nothing. You are completely unaware. Tang Laosan shouted in a restrained tone, raking his fingers through his hair in a fit of impotent rage. Qin Yifan blinked, uncertain how to console him, and could only quietly remain by his side. An hour later, Jiao Hong hurriedly returned to the camp. Upon seeing the despondent Tang Laosan, she frowned slightly before offering Qin Yifan a smile. "Ah, Fan, you returned so soon? How has your strength improved?" "Not bad. I've broken through to level 30. In truth, Qin Yifan had already reached level 30 some time ago, and over the past month, he had ascended another 3 levels, greatly enhancing his overall abilities. Moreover, he had activated a new talent, Lightning Affinity. It is noteworthy that among all the practitioners, Spatial Affinity is considered rare, while Lightning Affinity is exceedingly uncommon. One might not encounter even one in 100,000, and the same holds true for mutated beasts. Otherwise, it would not have taken Qin Yifan so long to awaken his lightning affinity. However, the skills he acquired were rather underwhelming, remaining as auxiliary skills and overlapping with his wind affinity. Lightning Step, a passive skill, increases the host's movement speed. Currently, his lightning affinity stood at level 8, allowing Lightning Step to enhance his speed by only 80%. Compared to the improvement from Wind Step, it was practically negligible. He now hoped to acquire another lightning mutated beast to elevate his lightning affinity to level 10 to see if he could unlock a new skill. Jiuhong nodded with delight. As long as you've made progress, that's good. By the way, during your time in the wilderness, did you notice any peculiar phenomena? Indeed. Qin Yifan confidently recounted his previous observations, and upon hearing them, Jiuhong responded, "That's right. This phenomenon has also been observed among practitioners. While not overtly apparent in other aspects, most practitioners approaching level 50 have sensed a loosening of their bottlenecks." "Oh, how do you know all of this, Sister Hong?" Jiuhong explained. The Supreme Leader convened this meeting for this very reason. He stated that it is due to the changing environment, meaning that the overall cultivation atmosphere of Blue Star is on the rise. What? Qin Yifan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying the entire world is undergoing a transformation? How can that be possible? Jiuhong gently shook her head. Nothing is impossible. If you studied history, you would know that 2,000 years ago, Blue Star was dominated by technological civilization, and everyone was an ordinary person. Yet now, ordinary people have become the minority. No matter how advanced technology becomes, it can no longer play a leading role, can it? Qin Yifan found this difficult to comprehend, as he had never delved into such matters and could not grasp the situation. All right, Afin, don't dwell on this. You simply need to focus on rapidly enhancing your strength. Jiuhong glanced at Tang Laosan and softly added, "The Supreme Leader privately informed me that the success rate of extraction-type skills has also increased." Huh? Qin Yifan was puzzled, for his success rate was already 100%, making it hard for him to understand the joy of an increased success rate or what it signified. However, Tang Laosan immediately grasped the implication and raised his head with clarity. "Does this mean that the price of complete spirit crystals will decrease?" Jiuhong nodded, and Tang Laosan began to pull at his hair in frustration. Qin Yifan's lips twitched in exasperation as he asked, "Sister Hong, what's wrong with him?" Jiuhong, feeling a pang of sympathy, pressed her lips together and thought for a moment. "Afin, is it all right if I share that secret with him?" Qin Yifan paused, then responded, "I have no objections. If Sister Hong wishes to speak, then let her." Jiuhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Tang Laosan, look up at me." Tang Laosan slowly raised his head, though his gaze still evaded hers. Undeterred, Jiuhong continued, "I owe you an apology. After all, you ventured into the chaotic region to assist me, and yet I have kept something from you." As Chapter 85, Solo Action unfolded, Tang Laosan's expressions became increasingly animated, leading Qin Yifan to suspect he possessed a skill akin to face-changing. Upon hearing the revelation, Tang Laosan fixed his gaze on Qin Yifan as if he were poised to leap at him and take a bite. Qin Yifan quickly took 2 steps back. "Brother Tang, please don't look at me like that. It frightens me." Suddenly, Tang Laosan burst into laughter, growing increasingly manic. Qin Yifan felt compelled to intervene. "Brother Tang, please stop laughing. I've heard of people dying from laughter." Coughing, Tang Laosan's laughter abruptly ceased as he choked on his own saliva, leading to a fit of violent coughing. Jiuhong rolled her eyes in exasperation before turning to Qin Yifan. "Afin, I must also apologize to you. I have withheld some information." Qin Yifan quickly waved his hands. "Sister Hong, it's quite all right. Everyone has their secrets. Just as you're unaware of how many talents I possess." This remark earned him another eye roll from Jiuhong, causing any lingering guilt to evaporate. There was no helping it. That statement was simply too irksome. Finally regaining his composure, Tang Laosan emphatically patted Qin Yifan on the shoulder. "If it weren't for the fact that I have already acknowledged you, I would be tempted to strangle you. You are nothing but a brute." Qin Yifan, however, responded with a silly grin, "Brother Tang, at last, you are acting somewhat normally." Tang Laosan merely curled his lip, but did not refute him. Jiuhong then cleared her throat and said, "Afin, I must confess something to you." Jiuhong revealed the deeply buried secret within her heart. She and Jiubao originally hailed from a prominent family, but her clan had tragically met its demise a decade ago. Only the two of them managed to escape through a secret passage to the outskirts of the city, where they were fortuitously rescued by a mercenary group. After a long journey, they finally settled in Yunqing until they encountered Qin Yifan. Upon hearing her story, Qin Yifan was taken aback, realizing she harbored such profound resentment within her. He then mused, so it turns out Miss Hong comes from a military family. No wonder you possess such extensive knowledge of tactics. You seek vengeance, do you not? Jiao Hong nodded vigorously, then sighed. Of course, I desire revenge. But it is far from easy. It may be challenging, yet it is achievable. Qin Yifan replied with a smile. Now I understand why you agreed to the commander's terms. You intend to leverage the independent corps for your revenge. That is indeed my plan. Jiao Hong admitted without reservation, but it hinges on your willingness to assist me. After all, under normal circumstances, acquiring complete spiritual crystals is no simple feat. Qin Yifan grinned. Miss Hong, I shall take that as a compliment. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a pile of complete spiritual crystals appeared on the ground. Since I am acting alone this time, I have no need for discretion. Although it may not amount to 3,000, it should suffice for a while. After waiting for a considerable time without a response, Qin Yifan looked up at Jiao Hong, only to find the usually composed beauty staring blankly. Her cheeks flushed and breathing rapid. If an outsider were to witness this expression, they would certainly assume she had ingested some dubious substance. Suddenly, Tang Laosan emitted a peculiar cry, startling Qin Yifan. He quickly reached out to grab hold of the pile of complete spiritual crystals, lest they shatter into pieces. Jiao Hong, regaining her composure, suppressed her excitement and scolded, Tang Laosan, have you no sense? Do you realize that if you had landed on them just now, all of Affin's efforts would have been in vain? Tang Laosan plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath, and after a long pause, he finally exclaimed, Affin, you brute. How can you possess such strength? Fortunately, you caught me. I nearly lost my mind just now. That was truly terrifying. His words were jumbled, clearly indicative of his still foggy thoughts. Jiao Hong, carrying a hint of annoyance, added, Affin, couldn't you have given us a heads up before revealing them? Qin Yifan scratched his nose and replied, Miss Hong, I thought you were already prepared. Jiao Hong found herself momentarily speechless, feeling a tinge of shame. However, given that she had never encountered so many complete spiritual crystals before, refraining from rushing forward like Tang Laosan was already quite rational of her. Seeing that no one spoke, Qin Yifan continued, Hongjie, please gather all these items and distribute them to our 3,000 brothers later. Jiao Hong nodded, then shook her head, pondering how to explain this. Just tell them it was extracted by me, Qin Yifan asserted with unwavering confidence. No one can find me now. Their attempts to scheme against me are futile. By the way, Hongjie, has there been any conclusion regarding the assassination attempt on me? There was a conclusion 10 days ago, Jiao Hong replied. The mental type ability user was a mercenary leader hired by a deputy city lord, who has since been removed from office. She retrieved an announcement from the military and forwarded it to Qin Yifan, continuing, the dark-clad individuals are remnants of the Shadow Kill Pavilion, sheltered by a wealthy merchant. That merchant has now been apprehended, and all his assets have been confiscated by the military for funding. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow after glancing at the announcement. Is that all? Jiao Hong pouted, knowing he would be dissatisfied. The commander stated that achieving this much is already a significant victory. We must proceed step by step. Qin Yifan rolled his eyes. Fine, I understand. I must seek vengeance myself. Humph. Affan, please don't act recklessly. Relax, Hongjie. You all focus on developing the independent regiment, and leave the rest to me. After exchanging a few more words, Qin Yifan departed from the independent regiment, discreetly navigating underground. Before long, he reappeared in an unoccupied alley as Qin Dezhuang, making his way toward the 1st Legion's camp. After wandering for most of the day, he entered a hotel and paid 10,000 galactic coins for a presidential suite. Currently, he lacked nothing but money. The reason Tang Laosan attracted attention was that he had made excessive purchases. With over 1 billion worth of blood crystals entering the market, who wouldn't he be envious? Originally, he intended to hand them over to Jiao Hong, but now that she possessed a complete spirit crystal, the money was of no use to her. So it was all given to Qin Yifan. The reason he booked a room here was not to flaunt his wealth, but because it was the closest to the 1st Legion's camp. His scouting technique had a radius of 1680 meters, allowing him to monitor the situation of all the barracks from his room. Naturally, his primary focus was on Han Feiyu, as he strongly suspected that this individual was behind the assassination attempt. The person identified by the commander was merely a scapegoat. Upon entering the room, he paid no mind to the luxurious decor, dismissed the attendant who intended to warm his bed, and activated his scouting technique. With his concentration focused, the situation within the range of his technique was laid bare before him. Initially, everything appeared normal, but as midnight approached, A figure suddenly appeared within the range of his scouting technique, scaling the wall to enter the camp. The corners of Qin Yifun's mouth curled upwards. It seemed they had all arrived at once, and he would certainly have some fun with them. Chapter 86. The fishing operation. The figure entering the scouting technique bore a resemblance to those who had attempted to assassinate Qin Yifun, stealthily moving in the shadows. Their destination precisely aligned with Han Feiyu's barack. The exploration technique rendered them unable to discern the words spoken. Yet Qin Yifun surmised that employing his knee was not a favorable course of action. Han Feiyu remained incapacitated, but the figure in black was still within reach. Qin Yifun pushed open the window and ascended to the hotel rooftop, utilizing the building's architecture to leap to the very spot where the shadowy figure had previously appeared. He was uncertain whether the individual would retrace his steps, but waiting was inevitable. Regardless of the location, the outcome would remain the same. Soon enough, he discerned that his patience had borne fruit. Perhaps this was indeed a secure route, as the individual returned along the same path. As the figure scaled the wall, Qin Yifun, without hesitation, launched himself forward and delivered a powerful punch. His speed was astonishing, and he relied solely on his physical strength, devoid of any energy fluctuations. The assailant, taken aback by the revelation that invisibility could be penetrated, had no time to react before being rendered unconscious by Qin Yifun's strike. Seizing the unconscious man, Qin Yifun retreated into a dark alley, seeking a secluded corner where he roused the figure from his stupor. However, before he could utter a single inquiry, the man bit down hard, blood oozing from all orifices as he succumbed to death. Damn it, Qin Yifun lamented, frustrated by the unforeseen turn of events. Had he anticipated such resolve, he would have conducted a thorough examination first. Contemplating the lifeless form for a considerable time, a smirk crept upon his lips. He dragged the body to the alley's entrance and unceremoniously discarded it outside, while he employed a technique of subterranean concealment to observe from below. Before long, a patrol of officers detected the anomaly. Qin Yifun remained hidden underground, watching as 3 policemen inspected the corpse and reported back to their superiors. The body bore no useful information, a fact Qin Yifun had already ascertained, yet he was confident that someone would eventually come to claim it. As anticipated, the officers received orders not to remove the body but to remain on site until others arrived to take over. Nearly 5 minutes elapsed before 3 figures in black appeared, swiftly eliminating the patrol and approaching the deceased individual. From his concealed position, Qin Yifun narrowed his eyes and stealthily reached out to seize the ankles of 2 of them. They gasped in surprise, struggling to break free, but alas, their efforts were in vain. They quickly succumbed to his grasp, becoming mere husks that Qin Yifun subsequently stored in his personal space. The remaining assailant, quick to react, brandished a weapon and assumed a defensive stance. Yet this very reaction cost him the opportunity to flee. Qin Yifun burst forth from the earth behind him, and before the man could comprehend the situation, he was struck down with a single punch. This time, Qin Yifun was resolute not to repeat his earlier mistakes. He stripped the man bare, methodically searching for concealed poisons. Throughout this process, the man regained consciousness, only to be violently subdued again by Qin Yifun's forceful blows. Once he was certain of his victory, Qin Yifun roused the man once more. Upon awakening, the first instinct of the individual was to take his own life. But with most of his teeth shattered by Qin Yifun's strikes, such an act was rendered impossible. In his futile attempts to resist, he soon recognized that his limbs had been dislocated, leaving him powerless and helpless on the ground. At this moment, Qin Yifun softly inquired, "Who are you?" The individual, taken aback, soon broke into an unsettling grin, one that was deeply disconcerting, particularly due to the intensity of his gaze. In the next instant, Qin Yifun sensed a tremendous surge of energy emanating from the figure. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, hastily casting a dark veil and swiftly retreating. This time, he refrained from teleportation, fearing that the dark veil might not withstand a self-detonation. It appeared that this fellow was indeed ruthless. Initiating a self-explosion required time, suggesting that he had long been preparing in the shadows, with his earlier actions merely a performance. These thoughts flitted through his mind when a muffled sound emanated from the dark veil, followed by an unsettling silence. Qin Yifun furrowed his brow tightly. These cloaked figures truly feared not for their lives, preferring self-destruction over cooperation. What should his next course of action be? After retracting the dark veil, he approached to take a glance. Although the individual had not left a trace behind, he had succumbed to a gruesome fate, his body utterly mangled, blood seeping from every orifice. This indicated that the Dark Veil was not invincible. Should it exceed its limits, danger would inevitably follow. With a resigned grimace, adhering to his principle of waste not, want not, Qin Yifan employed a superior purification technique on the remains, subsequently stowing away half a blood crystal and the desiccated corpse into his spatial storage. Since extracting answers proved futile, he resolved to continue his angling for information. With this thought, he concealed himself once more underground, returning to the alley entrance. After waiting for half an hour, 2 more waves of cloaked figures arrived, each comprised of 3 individuals, all meeting the same fate. Qin Yifan wasted no time, directly absorbing them into dried corpses, thus acquiring 6 high-grade blood crystals. The reason for this singular transformation was due to the options available during the advanced purification process. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous, as it spared him from contemplating the notion of killing for spirit crystals. Another 10 minutes passed without the arrival of any cloaked figures. Instead, 3 patrol cars appeared. A dozen officers disembarked, scouring the vicinity multiple times and employing various detection techniques, yet they failed to uncover Qin Yifan's presence. By this time, he had concealed himself over 100 meters underground. Even Han Feiyu would be unable to probe to such depths. After an arduous search lasting over 10 minutes, the officers could only depart with 4 corpses in tow. Unable to continue his fishing, Qin Yifan quietly returned to the hotel. Upon entering his room, the first course of action was to activate his detection technique, revealing that Han Feiyu had entered a state of cultivation. He could not help but shake his head in exasperation. Subsequently, he deactivated the detection and collapsed into slumber, having had little rest over the past month. Finally, he could indulge in a well-deserved nap. He awoke naturally to the bright light of the following day, well past 10 in the morning. Activating his detection once more, he discovered Han Feiyu was engaged in a lecture to his subordinates. He kept the detection active, directly pressing the bedside call button to request breakfast for 10. Then he proceeded to the bathroom to attend to personal matters and freshen up thoroughly. As he emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, the doorbell rang just in time. The delivery was made by a male attendant, who, upon noticing that he was alone, expressed a hint of confusion. However, after receiving 20 galactic coins, he simply uttered a thank you and turned to leave. As he savored his breakfast, he observed Han Feiyu with keen interest. Although such an endeavor may seem tedious, he found it utterly engaging. This time, he resolved that if he encountered the man in black seeking Han Feiyu again, he would refrain from any violent actions and instead discreetly follow him, hoping to uncover the lair of these shadowy figures. The identity of these men in black had been a topic of conjecture among many, yet no one could arrive at a definitive conclusion. Qin Yifan wished to validate these suspicions, as it would at least clarify who he was contending against. He fervently hoped that the individual they speculated about was indeed the one, as it would serve as a practice run for Jiao Hong. Chapter 87. Utterly mysterious. Qin Yifan's thoughts were brimming with aspirations, yet reality proved starkly contrasting. After 5 continuous days of surveilling Han Feiyu, the men in black had not reappeared, and Han Feiyu exhibited no unusual behavior. He surmised that the events of the first day had perhaps alarmed them, which left him feeling quite frustrated. He could not linger indefinitely, for who knew how long Han Feiyu might remain dormant. He had a time-sensitive mission to complete. Just as he pondered his next course of action, Jiao Hong sent him a message. It bore good news. Within a mere 5 days, 100 individuals had successfully broken through to nearly level 50. Remarkably, they had not wasted any complete spirit crystals, as just one had sufficed to breach the bottleneck. The commander was informed of this development but did not react strongly. He merely inquired if there were any surplus complete spirit crystals available for exchange with other resources. Jiao Hong's message was to seek Qin Yifan's opinion on this matter. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yifan replied, "Sister Hong, please inform the commander that we can exchange for the corpses of high-level mutated beasts 3 corpses for 1 complete spirit crystal." Jiao Hong responded almost immediately, suggesting that if he wished to trade for the corpses of high-level mutated beasts, the better exchange rate would be 4 for 1. Recognizing her concern for him, Qin Yifan replied, "Sister Hong, you may decide. Just contact me once the arrangements are made." After concluding the conversation, Qin Yifan began to plan a trip to the wilderness. With both Han Feiyu and the unknown adversary inactive, it seemed futile to remain in Ice City. Hunting high-level mutated beasts would be far more productive. Moreover, venturing into the wilderness would allow him to enhance his strength significantly, achieving 2 objectives in one endeavor. However, this time he intended to stockpile ample high-grade recovery potions for a 3-month stay in the wilderness. as the ranks of the Independent Legion swelled with skilled warriors. Jiao Hong and her companions would be better protected. The extensive use of complete spirit crystals would not pose an issue as long as they could not locate him. After all, capturing Jiao Hong and her team would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. It would render it all the more difficult for them to procure complete spirit crystals from him. Having solidified his plans, he was about to retract his detection technique when a man in black suddenly appeared. He entered the military camp at the same location as before, making a beeline for Han Feiyu's quarters. Although their conversation remained inaudible, Han Feiyu's animated body language suggested that the individual seemed quite agitated. Then the two of them swiftly departed from the barracks, boarding a psychic jeep and leaving the camp. Naturally, the man in black remained cloaked in invisibility. Qin Yifan blinked and quickly switched to Qin Dazhuang's account, settling the bill before vacating the hotel. Finding a secluded corner, he descended underground and soon caught up with Han Feiyu's psychic jeep. However, as he followed, he discerned that the destination appeared to be the Independent Legion. Sure enough, Han Feiyu's psychic jeep indeed entered the confines of the Independent Legion's camp. The man in black continued to remain invisible, which caused Qin Yifan a twinge of concern. He hastily switched back to his account to message Jiao Hong. Sister Hong, Han Feiyu is accompanied by a man in black. Please exercise extreme caution. Jiao Hong promptly replied. Since you've mentioned it, he is definitely nearby. What more is there for me to worry about? This demonstrated their unspoken understanding. And Qin Yifan felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that his concern was perhaps unwarranted. Before long, he trailed underground behind Han Feiyu and the man in black to Jiao Hong's quarters. He positioned himself beneath the feet of the man in black, ready to eliminate him without hesitation should the need arise. After a series of meaningless pleasantries, Han Feiyu finally got to the crux of the matter. I've heard that several brothers of the Independent Legion, nearing level 50, have recently made breakthroughs. Might Commander Jiao be willing to share some insights? Jiao Hong raised an eyebrow, questioning the need for such sharing. What is there to share? One simply trains and breaks through. Commander Jiao, that response is rather dismissive, don't you think? Han Feiyu's expression darkened slightly. We are all comrades. What harm could there be in sharing some experiences? You are unjustly accusing me, Han. Jiao Hong feigned a look of grievance. These individuals were selected by the Supreme Commander. They must be exceptionally gifted, given the recent changes in the training environment. Their breakthroughs are entirely normal. Wouldn't you agree? Han Feiyu furrowed his brow. Did they truly achieve these breakthroughs independently, without any external assistance? What kind of external assistance? Jiao Hong retorted, her large, beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Are you joking? Although our Independent Legion has accrued numerous merit points, we all know how few complete spirit crystals that can actually procure. If something cannot even be exchanged for merit points, do you believe I could afford to buy them? Han Feiyu regarded her silently for a moment before asking in a low voice, Commander Jiao, I wish to personally inquire how they achieved their breakthroughs. You wouldn't mind? Would you? Of course not. Please feel free, Commander Han. Jiao Hong waved her hand nonchalantly, having already made arrangements, and thus unafraid of any tricks he might employ. Soon, Han Feiyu left with a scowl. Accompanying him was the man in black, though no one but Qin Yifan could perceive him. Instead of following Han Feiyu, he disembarked the jeep once it exited the Independent Legion's camp and began to hasten in a specific direction. Qin Yifan trailed closely behind, concealed beneath the earth. Half an hour later, the man in black arrived at the back entrance of a courtyard near the city lord's mansion, knocking a few times before entering. Qin Yifan hurriedly followed, but upon nearing the entrance, he came to an abrupt halt. The foundation beneath the courtyard wall was unexpectedly metallic. After diving down over 20 meters along the metal wall, he decided to abandon his pursuit. To his astonishment, there lay an additional layer of metallic base beneath. Qin Yifan felt as though he was being deliberately targeted. Furrowing his brow, he promptly activated his probing technique, only to widen his eyes in disbelief. The entire courtyard was shrouded in a mental obscuration. This was truly a grand undertaking. Mental obscuration is a ranged skill specifically designed to counter various probing techniques. Classified as an advanced skill with significant consumption of energy. To encompass such a vast courtyard, it was reasonable to deduce that at least a level 50 master was involved. And even a single practitioner could not sustain it for long. The scope of this endeavor suggested it was no mere coincidence. Thus, it was evident that at least 3 or more level 50 psychic abilities users were stationed within. What manner of place was this? Unfazed, Qin Yifan circled the courtyard, finding it entirely enveloped by metal walls, with no trace of vulnerability in the mental obscuration. Ultimately, He arrived at the main entrance, where a large vintage plaque bore 4 prominent characters, Lin Family Manor. Raising an eyebrow, he searched for the term on his portable computer and gasped. There was no record of Lin Family Manor in the ordinary network, and the military's documentation regarding temporary manors was scant yet astonishing. The Lin family had loomed over Ice City for millennia, shrouded in mystery and best left undisturbed. To his astonishment, he never anticipated that pursuing a shadowy figure would lead him to such a colossal entity. This was a stark contrast to their previous conjectures, which suggested that the individual could be traced. The Lin family, however, was steeped in enigma. No wonder the commander had made such remarks. Could it be that he was already aware of these matters? Furrowing his brow, Qin Yifan sent a message to the commander. Chapter 88. A new talent awaits. Qin Yifan inquired whether he should consider opposing the Lin family. If that were the case, he had no desire to engage in this game any longer. The commander's response was slow yet exceedingly pragmatic. I will not oppose the Lin family, and I advise you to abandon such thoughts. I am aware that it was you who eliminated the Lin family's assassins that night. Do not repeat such actions in the future. Qin Yifan scoffed. Did he truly wish to eliminate them? Nevertheless, he sent another inquiry. Commander, were they not the ones who ambushed us in the wilderness and attacked me during the New Year? This time, the commander's reply came swiftly. The so-called assassins represent those who embrace death without hesitation. They will stop at nothing to fulfill their mission. Do you believe them to be the same group? Qin Yifan pondered for a moment. While they were both donned in black, their attire bore differences. Both possessed stealth skills, yet there were subtle distinctions. The most notable difference was their demeanor. Had he truly misjudged the situation? As he contemplated this, the commander sent another message. I happen to have a question for you. How many complete spirit crystals can you provide? Qin Yifan smirked and, without consulting Jiao Hong, replied directly. That is not a question for me, but rather one that depends on how many high-level mutated beast corpses you possess. After waiting for an extended period, the Supreme Leader had yet to respond, prompting Qin Yifan to send a message to Jiao Hong. Sister Hong, how did your conversation with the Supreme Leader go? He mentioned he would deliver a batch of high-level mutated beast corpses tonight, but did not specify the quantity. Afin, did you say something to him? Jiao Hong inquired. Qin Yifan, without reservation, recounted his investigation into the mysterious figures in black leading him to the Lin family estate and his subsequent communication with the Supreme Leader. Jiao Hong replied with a succinct, "You are truly reckless." Given Jiao Hong's reaction, it was evident how astonishing Qin Yifan's actions were. Whether it was tracing the enigmatic Lin family or negotiating with the Supreme Leader, these were feats beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Before long, Jiao Hong sent another message, revealing that Han Feiyu had ties to the Lin family, which explained the Supreme Leader's leniency towards him. Humph. If he dares to flaunt his power in the Independent Legion again, I shall show him what I am capable of. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they concluded their conversation. Qin Yifan, no longer troubled by thoughts of the Lin family estate, made his way to the food street. He had not enjoyed a proper meal in days and felt guilty towards his foodie system. Thus, he decided to indulge himself in a delightful feast. Regardless of the era, the adage that food is paramount remains universally applicable, ensuring that the food street was always bustling with patrons. Among the crowd, Qin Yifan held a bowl of stinky tofu in one hand and a skewer of meat in the other, relishing the various culinary delights around him. Before long, he exchanged his left-hand delicacy for an ice cream cone, and upon taking a bite, his eyes widened in surprise. Ding! Host has consumed ice attribute food. Ice affinity value 1. Blinking in astonishment, he quickly finished the ice cream cone, and the system alert chimed again. Ding! Ice affinity value is full. Ice affinity awakened. Skill obtained. Ice armor. Ice armor, at level 1, could withstand a lethal blow from opponents of the same level, which took Qin Yifan by surprise. While it seemed of little use at first glance, its efficacy would surely become pronounced with level progression. Just imagine, after reaching level 50, facing a fatal strike of the same level could be effortlessly countered with a single release of ice armor. Moreover, there was no cooldown for the skill. As long as he had energy, he could unleash it repeatedly. He wouldn't fear facing an entire legion alone. With this thought in mind, he swiftly turned around and approached the stall selling ice cream cones. Boss, I would like to purchase all your ice creams. The proprietor was momentarily taken aback, as were the surrounding patrons. They had heard of people buying out restaurants and hotels, but never had anyone sought to buy out an ice cream stall. The owner, uncertain, asked, "Are you joking with me?" In his current guise as Qin Dazhuang, a robust middle-aged man, Qin Yifan pounded his chest and replied, "What? Are you worried I won't pay? He then reached into his pocket, producing a handful of Galactic coins, slamming them down onto the ice cream machine. Is this enough? The owner's eyes went wide, and his hand trembled, causing an ice cream he had just prepared to tumble to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? That one doesn't count towards my order. Disregard the previous remarks. My stall has been monopolized today, so I kindly suggest you seek your purchases elsewhere. It is indeed peculiar how such oddities occur annually, yet this year seems particularly rife with them. Someone has taken to commandeering a stall to indulge in ice cream, surely. They must be quite unhinged. Do lower your voice. Have you not noticed the burly figure of that individual? Engaging him could surely lead to your detriment. Soon, the area around the stall had cleared, and Qin Yifan took a seat in the proprietor's chair. For each ice cream he procured, he consumed one, leaving the owner utterly exhausted. Yet, Qin Yifan paid no heed to the owner's plight, having seized the rare opportunity to enhance his talent points. He intended to indulge to his heart's content, regardless of others' opinions. Thus, he spent an entire afternoon at the food street, devouring ice cream, which enabled him to elevate his ice affinity talent to level 30 with a staggering accumulation of 100 talent points per ice cream. Of course, this was not solely the result of one stall. He later summoned several colleagues, surrounding himself with 10 ice cream machines, and consumed incessantly to achieve such an effect. Consequently, he earned the moniker Ice Cream Assassin in the food street, while many whispered disparaging remarks about him, all of which Qin Yifan dismissed with indifference. He was blissfully on his way to the Independent Legion's camp, for although he had not acquired additional ice skills, his frost armor had ascended 3 tiers. From frost armor to frosted armor, then to crystal armor, and finally to ethereal armor. Each advancement amplified its effects by 5 levels. This meant that ethereal armor could withstand a lethal blow surpassing the 15th skill level, rendering Qin Yifan unafraid even of a 45th level fatal strike. Although its power may not be evident at present, it would gradually manifest as his skill tiers increased. Fortunately, he faced no cooldown on his skills, making the enhancement of his proficiency a simple endeavor. As he ambled along, he continuously activated frost armor, and by the time he approached the vicinity of the Independent Legion, it had transformed into frosted armor. At that moment, he ceased his skill activation, found an unoccupied corner, and, employing a technique to burrow underground, entered the camp. Upon appearing in Jiao Hong's quarters, he jested, "Sister Hong, perhaps we should construct an additional metallic shield beneath the camp to prevent any opportunistic intrusions." Jiao Hong shot him a disapproving glance. "Do you suppose everyone is like you? Besides, your entry is permitted due to the information stored in the scanner. Otherwise, the alarm would have sounded long ago." Qin Yifan rubbed his nose, pondering that being proactive and taking remedial action are not synonymous. Well, creating a metallic shield is not as simple as you envision. Best not to concern yourself with that. Let us attend to more pressing matters. As he spoke, Jiao Hong nudged 4 storage spheres in front of him. The commander has dispatched these. Each contains 1,000 high-level mutated beast corpses. Please examine them for usability. Chapter 89. Enhancement of Strength. Qin Yifan's mental energy delved into the storage spheres, and indeed, the quantity provided by the commander was ample, with most specimens remaining relatively intact. No issues here. I shall get to work. Should anything arise, send me a message. Go on then, Jiao Hong replied, seemingly impatient as she waved him off. Yet a crumpled note found its way into Qin Yifan's pocket. Qin Yifan nodded quietly, stowing the storage sphere into his personal space before vanishing from the barracks with a technique of earth evasion. As he distanced himself from the Independent Legion's camp, he unfolded a note, revealing that Jiao Hong had cautioned him against potential tampering by the commander with the storage sphere, urging him to exercise caution. A subtle smile graced Qin Yifan's lips. While advanced technology proved useful in the city, he had no intention of engaging in any work there. That very night, he departed through the southwestern city gate under the guise of Qin Dazhuang. As for the possibility of being pursued, given his current speed, even a typical level 50 wind-type ability user would struggle to keep up with him. Attempting to interfere with the storage sphere was an impossibility, as he would not linger in one location. He could purify as he traveled, which only cost him a few seconds, an insignificant delay. Moreover, he had discovered that with the enhancement of his mental prowess, his need for sleep had diminished. He could work for 23 hours a day, with merely 1 hour of rest sufficient to rejuvenate him. He was unconvinced that anyone could catch him under such circumstances, and if someone could, he would simply accept his fate. 3 months swiftly passed, and a travel-worn Qin Yifan reappeared beneath the southwestern city wall. While glancing at his portable computer, he listened to the discussion swirling around him. The topic of the day was the recent changes in the cultivation environment. Through months of research, it had been confirmed that the current cultivation conditions had significantly improved compared to previous months. Numerous indicators reflected this change. Ability users who had been stuck at various bottlenecks frequently broke through. Ordinary individuals who had previously failed to awaken their talents were now awakening in droves, and mutated beasts had become considerably more formidable. During his absence of 3 months, Ice City had not experienced any major events, as everyone had been diligently focused on their training. Jiao Hong had sent him several messages during this time, which he only received now due to lack of signal. The initial messages inquired on behalf of the commander about when he would deliver the goods. After a month without a response, Jiao Hong had given part of the complete spirit crystals he had left behind to the commander as a means of appeasement. The more recent messages urged him to return swiftly, as the complete spirit crystals in Jiao Hong's possession had been exhausted. Having provided the commander with 1,000 crystals, the remainder was insufficient for the 3,000 individuals requiring them. Fortunately, due to the changes in the cultivation environment, those on the verge of level 50 found it much easier to break through, thus avoiding waste of complete spirit crystals. 1 crystal sufficed for a direct leap to level 50. Now, she had nearly 2,000 level 50 experts under her command. This meant that once the remaining 1,000 or so near level 50 individuals were cultivated, Qin Yifan's task would be accomplished. His efforts over the past 3 months had enabled most talents to break through to level 35, though there had been no explosive growth in skills. Nor had he acquired the combat skills he so desired. Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, level 37. Energy value, 230, 000 230, 000. Talent, flexibility talent level 3519. 601, 600, 000. Water talent level 35 350, 0001, 600, 000. Gold affinity level 35, 196, 801, 600, 000. Space affinity level 31, 855, 800, 600, 000. Enhancement affinity level 37, 535, 302, 300, 000. Wood affinity level 35, 98, 501, 600, 000. Mental affinity level 35, 14, 581, 600, 000. Fire affinity level 35, 36, 901, 600, 000. Wind affinity level 35, 216, 401, 600, 000. Earth affinity level 35, 296, 0001, 600, 000. Light affinity level 35, 768, 201, 600, 000. Dark affinity level 31, 5, 900, 600, 000. Poison affinity level 20, 650, 000. Lightning affinity level 20, 5, 950, 000. Ice affinity level 31, 69, 900, 600, 000. Skills, super large portable space, passive, with a volume of 340 by 340 by 340 cubic meters. Capable of containing living beings. Super temperature control, level 31 proficiency, 35, 600, 600, 000. Super detection, passive, with a detection radius of 7,000 meters. Super wind walk, passive, enhances personal speed by 35 times. True group burrowing technique, level 35 proficiency, 97, 601, 600, 000. Super illumination technique, level 35 proficiency, 6, 984, 1, 600, 000. Universal purification technique, level 35 proficiency, 1, 600, 0001, 600, 000. Bone, flesh, body enhancement, passive, with an enhancement effect of 7 times. True holy light healing technique, level 35 proficiency, 1, 600, 0001, 600, 000. Super dark canopy, level 31 proficiency, 600, 000, 600, 000. Flawless, passive, permanent, non-upgradable, can withstand mental impacts exceeding 10 times one's own strength. Immune to all poisons, passive. Poisonous body, passive, renders the host's flesh the most toxic substance in existence. Thunder step, passive, enhances personal speed by 400. Ice spirit armor, level 31 proficiency, 600, 0006000. 5 Elements Technique. Passive, grants immunity to 20 of attribute skill damage, calculated based on the lowest affinity. Although lacking explosive power, there has been a significant enhancement. The Portable Space, Burrowing Technique, Body Enhancement, Healing Technique, and Dark Canopy have all risen by 1 tier. The 5 Elements Technique is a composite skill encompassing gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and ice attributes. Upon witnessing this skill, without the need for system explanation, Qin Yifan comprehended that this universal attribute skill had reached its pinnacle. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed, understanding from the skill description that upon reaching level 100, he would become immune to all attribute skill damage. Coupled with body enhancement, flawless, and immunity to poison, he truly could not fathom what could possibly harm him. The sole regret was the absence of combat skills, relying solely on the enhanced physical strength for battle. However, he did not need to engage in face-to-face combat. On both occasions he ventured into the wilderness, he opted for stealthy routes. The art of burrowing and purification was astonishingly simple. Now, he eagerly anticipated the completion of this task, hoping that upon reaching level 40, he would be granted a few combat skills to indulge in a moment of exhilaration. Yet, he found himself puzzled. To him, this task did not seem particularly challenging, so why would the system offer such substantial rewards? The true difficulty of the task lay in his willingness to reveal the complete spirit crystal and whether he could safeguard it once exposed. His strategy was to remain thoroughly concealed, ensuring that those who coveted him could not locate him. During this time, he also eliminated the assassins from the Lin family, further demonstrating his prowess. Such a display would give even the supreme leader pause. Any attempt to move against Jiao Hong and the others would require careful consideration. Thus, the task appeared deceptively simple, while the inherent dangers were beyond his comprehension. Upon returning to Ice City under the guise of Qin Dazhuang, he immediately sensed the stirrings of activity. Every city gate was alive with those seeking him, yet, regrettably, no one could uncover his whereabouts. Unbeknownst to him, he had changed his appearance again at Jiao Hong's urging, inadvertently achieving the desired effect. When the security bureau scanned for him and found no record of his entry into the city, he had already stealthily arrived at Jiao Hong's quarters. At that moment, he was gleefully showcasing his accomplishments to Jiao Hong and Jiao Bao, boasting 2 full storage spheres of complete spirit crystals. Currently, the mutated beasts on the outskirts of Ice City found it difficult to initiate a beast tide, as Qin Yifan had eliminated far too many of the high-level mutated creatures in the wilderness. They were still recuperating and lacked the time to launch an assault. After several days without reports of high-level mutated beasts perishing, the newly ascended Beast King let out a thunderous roar, thanking the heavens for hearing its prayers. Chapter 90. Return to by shouting. Jiao Hong examined the storage spheres with her mental energy, and despite being mentally prepared, her eyes widened in astonishment. Afin, this is an incredible amount. Is it too much? Qin Yifan replied with a slight smile. I don't think it's excessive. Had it not been for the difficulty in locating those high-level mutated beasts, I would have filled the other 2 storage spheres as well. Jiao Bao, curious, took a look and promptly sat down in disbelief. Qin Yifan chuckled as he helped him up. Little Bao, you can't be serious. Jiao Bao, still recovering from the shock, pointed at the storage sphere, trembling and speechless. Jiao Hong sighed. Look how frightened little Bao is. If I had known you could do this, I wouldn't have kept it hidden. I just wanted to put your mind at ease. Rolling her eyes, Jiao Hong continued. Honestly, I have no use for all this. Are you suggesting I should sell it? Qin Yifan, scratching his nose and chuckling, replied, Sister Hong, do you believe that the Supreme Leader will soon send another batch of people your way? Surely not. As her words fell, her portable computer received a message. Upon reading it, her eyes widened in surprise. You were indeed correct. Why does it feel like the Supreme Leader is eager to feast on the big catch? Let him indulge. As long as he is willing to collaborate with you, that is all that matters. Upon hearing his words, Jiao Hong's expression shifted. And after hesitating for a moment, she uttered 2 simple words. Thank you. Sister Hong, there's no need for such formality, Jiao Bao exclaimed, finally regaining her composure. No wonder those older brothers and sisters have been making continuous breakthroughs. It's all thanks to Fan Ge and Jia. Why didn't you tell me? Jiao Hong gently ruffled his hair, saying, I didn't deliberately keep it from you. You never asked. Jiao Bao was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had a point. Yet something felt amiss. Ultimately, he dismissed his thoughts, shaking his head as he dashed outside. I need to seize the time to cultivate. Qin Yifan called after him. Take a few complete spirit crystals back. Using these will expedite your training. Jiao Bao halted in his tracks, turning around in shock. Fangirl, are you really so extravagant as to use those for cultivation? Jiao Hong shared the same incredulous expression. Qin Yifan shrugged nonchalantly. What's the big deal? Out there. These are quite valuable, but to me, they are merely that. Jiao Hong regarded him thoughtfully, glancing at the storage ball repeatedly before resolutely stating, Afton, in that case. Little Bao and I, along with Tang Laosan, shall indulge ourselves. Qin Yifan nodded, emphasizing the need to strengthen oneself. You must elevate your strength to level 50 swiftly. Only then can you effectively command those out there. Jiao Hong nodded vigorously, promptly stowing away the 2 storage balls. Then I shall not hold back. After departing from the Independent Legion, Qin Yifan descended underground towards the chaotic zone. He found a secluded corner to reveal himself, donning a robe and mask as he proceeded towards his destination. Soon, he arrived at a fortune-telling booth. Indeed, he sought to purchase information from the Bai Xiao Tang. It was the same fortune-teller, one of the few individuals in the chaotic zone who did not wear a mask. Upon seeing Qin Yifan sit down, he gestured for him to write. Without uttering a word, Qin Yifan picked up the pen and inscribed 2 characters. Poison Thunder? The fortune-teller repeated, his small eyes behind his sunglasses blinking in surprise, before awkwardly smiling and asking, Could you please elaborate on what you seek? Qin Yifan teased, What? Can't the esteemed sir comprehend? I surely recognize the characters, but together, they elude my understanding. Qin Yifan smiled silently and wrote down 3 more characters. Mutated beasts? The fortune-teller, somewhat astonished, inquired, Are you looking for information on poison-type and thunder-type mutated beasts? Qin Yifan nodded, requesting his guidance. The fortune-teller pondered for a moment before asking, Could you provide a specific range? It could pertain to the habitats of these types of mutated beasts or their remains. Very well, grant me 3 minutes. The fortune-teller ceased further inquiries and lowered his head to work diligently. Without making Qin Yifan wait long, he soon lifted his head, his expression peculiar as he said, Sir, it will be 10,000 galactic coins. Qin Yifan raised his wrist to make the payment. The fortune-teller, not hesitating, retrieved a sheet of paper from beneath the table and handed it to him. Upon receiving it and glancing at its contents, Qin Yifan frowned. Only regarding thunder type? What about the poison type? I beg your pardon, esteemed guest, but information on poison-type mutated beasts is not for sale. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow. After all, the 100 Knowledge Hall was known for trading information, so why not sell? The fortune-teller smiled faintly and inquired, Dear guest, what is your purpose in seeking information about the poisonous mutated beasts? Qin Yifan's brow furrowed even tighter, yet he still answered his question. To use in medicine. What of it? The fortune-teller replied, That is precisely why I cannot sell you this information. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table and continued. In light of your candor, I shall offer you a piece of advice free of charge. Do not entertain thoughts of the poisonous mutated beasts, or you shall meet a most dreadful fate. That is all I have to say. Take heed. With that, he lowered his head, no longer regarding Qin Yifan. The latter raised an eyebrow but chose not to pursue the matter further, standing up to leave. As he turned a corner, Qin Yifan suddenly paused, then continued on without any outward sign of disturbance. As he walked, he unexpectedly slipped into a dark alley. Not long after, a gaunt figure hurried after him. However, the figure stopped short after a brief distance. It was a dead end, devoid of any presence. How curious, he had clearly seen him enter. Where had he gone? At that moment, he felt a chill on his neck, accompanied by a cold voice whispering, Are you looking for me? Fear not, good sir. I bear no ill intent. I am here to sell you information. The man's words momentarily stunned Qin Yifan. Sell me information? Are you also from the 100 Knowledge Hall? No. But I can indeed sell you information. Qin Yifan, intrigued, approached him, peering through the rat mask into his eyes. Are you certain you possess information that even the 100 Knowledge Hall dares not sell? Moreover, I am curious as to how you knew what information I sought. The man let out a lewd chuckle, slowly lowering his hand, attempting to push away a dagger. Yet, Qin Yifan pressed down firmly. No, I truly wish to speak. Sensing the warmth creeping onto his neck, the man hastily continued. I placed a listening device near that fortune-telling stall, selling information that the 100 Knowledge Hall refuses to provide. Merely to scrape by. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow. You have information that the 100 Knowledge Hall lacks? The man bared his teeth. It's not that they lack it. Rather, they refuse to sell it. To be precise, they are too afraid to sell it, but I am not. Oh, Then why would they not sell information that could yield profit? Because they fear complications. The man reached for the dagger again. But this time Qin Yifan refrained from pressing him, allowing him to withdraw the dagger. A wise man knows that as power grows, so do concerns. The 100 Knowledge Hall is no exception. Sometimes they too fear trouble. Oh, so it seems the 100 Knowledge Hall is not all that exceptional. That is your assertion, not mine. The man let out another lewd laugh. Good sir, I possess information concerning poisonous mutated beasts. Would you care to purchase it? Qin Yifan toyed with the dagger in his hand, pondering for a considerable time before finally asking, how can you assure the accuracy of your information? The man shrugged. Allow me to first explain why the 100 Knowledge Hall dares not sell this information as a show of my sincerity. Qin Yifan nodded slightly, indicating for him to continue. The man squinted his eyes. The reason for this news lies in its association with a mysterious family that holds dominion over all matters related to poison in Ice City. Oh, a spark of realization illuminated Qin Yifan's mind. Are you referring to the Lin family? Upon uttering the last two words, the individual hastily retreated a couple of steps. Glancing around nervously, Qin Yifan smirked, assuring him that there was no one nearby, nor any advanced technological devices. Only then did the man relax, lowering his voice to say, Brave man, you truly possess audacity. Enough of this trivial banter, let us discuss the essentials. With a sly grin, he resumed his lewd demeanor, gesturing with his hand. Qin Yifan furrowed his brow, inquiring, how much do you want? 50,000, but I require cash. Qin Yifan let out a cold laugh. You really dare to ask for such an exorbitant sum? Do you not fear that I might eliminate you after hearing your news? Brave man. This is the life and death money I earn, the man said, his demeanor, though lewd, conveying a certain boldness that piqued Qin Yifan's interest. Reaching into his robe, Qin Yifan retrieved a handful of galactic coins from his spatial pocket and handed them over. I cannot be bothered to count. This should suffice. In the wilderness, one encounters not only mutated beasts but also opportunistic individuals who might seek to prey upon him. Those people could not harm him. They merely became sources of blood crystals, and their valuables turned into his spoils. The man instantly recognized the truth in Qin Yifan's words and accepted the coins without hesitation, tucking them into his pocket. Brave man. This is a hand-drawn map. Though a bit rough, it is undoubtedly accurate. You will find what you seek in the 10,000 Serpents Cave. As he spoke, he handed Qin Yifan a piece of paper adorned with a haphazard drawing. Qin Yifan glanced at it, unimpressed, thinking it resembled a child's scribbles. This? You dare charge me 50,000 for this? The man's laughter grew even more lewd. I know you doubt me, but fear not. I can personally guide you there. However, he displayed the previous hand gesture again. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow, asking, how much this time? 500,000, still in cash. But this time payment can be made afterward. Oh, Qin Yifan scrutinized him for a moment. If the map is genuine, the destination should be atop North Mountain. Though he had never ventured there, he had heard of its notorious reputation. While it may not fall within the wilderness, it was rife with advanced mutated beasts. And the 10,000 Serpents Cave certainly did not sound like a pleasant place. Are you not afraid of death? The man puffed out his chest, replying. As I mentioned earlier, this is the life and death money I earn. Qin Yifan studied him for several seconds. Though he lacked the keen discernment skills of Jiuhong, he sensed that the man spoke the truth. Very well, lead me there, and if you truly deliver, I shall indeed pay you 500,000. Splendid. Let us set off at once. Wait, do you not need to prepare? Qin Yifan queried. One cannot venture into the wilderness unprepared, even for hunting mutated beasts. With a sly grin, the man extended his hand, revealing several galactic coins that appeared in his palm. Hero, like you, I possess the talent of spatial manipulation. I have long been prepared for this, and I presume you are as well? Qin Yifan expressed a hint of surprise, not anticipating that this individual was also an ability user of the spatial category, though the level of his powers remained indiscernible. Very well. Let us embark on our journey now. As he spoke, he sent a message to Jiuhong, informing her of his intent to visit Beishan and instructing her to contact him if anything arose. Beishan was still within the signal coverage area, albeit the danger level was akin to that of the wilderness. Nevertheless, Jiuhong was unperturbed, responding succinctly with "Be careful." The two soon arrived at the entrance near the northern district. Exchanging a glance, they simultaneously removed their masks. Qin Yifan assumed the guise of Qin Dazhuang, while his companion, still shrouded with a black cloth covering half his face, revealed only a pair of exceedingly lecherous small eyes. Such occurrences were not uncommon. And as Qin Yifan shed his robe, he remarked, "I am Qin Dazhuang. May I ask your name?" "You may call me Monkey," the man replied, revealing a gaunt physique once he discarded his robe, and with his habitual hunch, he truly resembled a monkey. Monkey? With such remarkable talent, why not pursue a different path? Qin Yifan inquired casually. The other answered nonchalantly, "I lack combat skills. It's difficult to survive anywhere." At last, he encountered someone else devoid of combat abilities. Qin Yifan was intrigued and yearned to inquire further about his skills, yet he understood the necessity of restraint and suppressed his curiosity. Thus, the tall and short pair continued their journey together, hastening towards the northern city gate. An hour later, they had entered the agricultural zone. Observing the fields flanking the road, Qin Yifan found himself lost in reminiscence. He had toiled in the fields more than once, occasionally sneaking in for a bite, and once he had even been chased, losing a shoe in the process. While he mused inwardly, a luxurious energy vehicle sped towards him, skidding to a halt before him. Qin Yifan was momentarily taken aback. Halting his advance, Monkey lowered his head and took a small step back. With a click, the car door swung open, and a graceful figure alighted. "Excuse me. Are you Mr. Qin Dazhuang?" Qin Yifan was perplexed. The woman before him was exceedingly beautiful, even more so than Jiuhong, clad in a finely tailored suit. Her features were exquisite, curvaceous in all the right places, neither a fraction too much nor too little. This left Qin Yifan bewildered, as he did not recognize her, especially since he was currently assuming the identity of Qin Dazhuang, a mere nameless individual. It was unfathomable that such a person would take note of him. "Yes, that is I. And you are?" With a radiant smile, the young lady replied, "I am Lin Yuan. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope for your kind assistance." "Lin Yuan," Qin Yifan silently repeated, then queried with curiosity, "What brings you to seek me out, Miss Lin?" Lin Yuan slightly inclined her body, gesturing for him to proceed. "This is not a suitable place for conversation. Might I request Mr. Qin to accompany me?" Qin Yifan glanced at the opulent energy vehicle and replied, "I apologize, Miss Lin, but I have urgent matters to attend to. Please, feel free to speak your mind." Lin Yuan tilted her head, blinking her captivating eyes in surprise at Qin Yifan's unexpected refusal of her invitation. "Mr. Qin, you are unaware of the extraordinary opportunity you have missed." After a playful remark, she continued, "Mr. Qin, I hail from the Lin Manor." Just as she uttered those words, an energy fluctuation emanated from behind Qin Yifan, and the monkey vanished without a trace. Qin Yifan, feeling a wave of frustration, was met with Lin Yuan's astonished gaze as she inquired, "Mr. Qin, what is the situation with your friend?" Chapter 92. A deal has struck. The corners of Qin Yifan's mouth twitched. How could he explain this? Should he say that this fellow was trading forbidden information from the Lin family? Perhaps he was merely in urgent need of a restroom. Yes, that must be it. Lin Yuan could easily discern his fabrications, yet she chose not to dwell on it. Since he is absent, I shall speak plainly. Vice Commander Qin, I represent the Lin Manor and propose a transaction. Qin Yifan's gaze narrowed. Upon hearing that Lin Yuan was from the Lin Manor, he sensed something amiss. Now, the source of his unease became evident. The other party was aware of his true identity. How could the commander be so careless as to expose it so quickly? Noticing his prolonged silence, Lin Yuan smiled smugly. "Mr. Qin, do not be surprised. Within this ice city, there is nothing that the Lin family does not know, including your past actions against my family's assassins." Qin Yifan's brows twitched, but he soon relaxed, for he felt no hostility emanating from her. "Miss Lin, may I say that was a misunderstanding? Do you believe me?" "I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here seeking a transaction." Clearly, she understood the motives behind his actions against her family's assassins, and she did not strike him as an unreasonable person, which alleviated Qin Yifan's concerns. "Thank you, Miss Lin, for your understanding. I shall endeavor to compensate for the losses incurred by the Lin family due to this misunderstanding." "That works perfectly, if you agree to this transaction. It will serve as restitution for the Lin family's losses." Qin Yifan scratched his nose. Miss Lin has yet to specify what the transaction entails. "How can I agree?" Lin Yuan tilted her head once more. "I believe Mr. Qin is an intelligent man who can deduce what I desire. Complete spirit crystals?" Lin Yuan smiled charmingly, nodding. "Indeed. I hope Mr. Qin can provide me with a batch of complete spirit crystals." Qin Yifan's lips twitched. "How many constitute a batch?" Lin Yuan bit her lip. "Just like the commander, 1,000 pieces. However, I require them all at once, without delay, as I need them by tomorrow." After a lengthy pause, Qin Yifan, noticing her silence, asked, "What will you offer in exchange?" Lin Yuan rolled her eyes at him. "Rest assured, I shall not take from you without compensation. Naturally, I will provide the corpses of high-level mutated beasts, but the exchange ratio will be 3-1. Considering you owe the Lin family several appointments." But just as she finished speaking, her eyes widened in shock. "Do you truly possess that many complete spirit crystals?" Now it was Qin Yifan's turn to roll his eyes. "If you do not believe I have them, then what is the purpose of this transaction?" "It's not you. It's..." Lin Yuan exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration, uncertain of how to explain herself. Her behavior was more fitting of her age. Her earlier demeanor had been rather pretentious. Qin Yifan chuckled and said, "No need for explanations. I comprehend your meaning. Do you have the mutated beast's corpse with you? We can trade right now." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan found herself in a bit of a quandary and couldn't help but retort, "Aren't you afraid I might rob you?" Qin Yifan's smile widened. "Since the Lin family is so formidable, you must be aware of my capabilities. If you truly believe you can seize it from me, I encourage you to let them give it a try." As he spoke, Qin Yifan gestured around Lin Yuan, subtly indicating his awareness of the surroundings. He was no fool. The sudden appearance of a luxury vehicle was certainly suspicious. Consequently, he had activated his detection technique at the first opportunity. For figures clad in black had been lurking in the shadows, but they posed no threat, allowing Qin Yifan to act as if he were oblivious to their presence. Hearing Lin Yuan's remark prompted him to reveal a bit of his prowess. "Really? You can detect the whereabouts of the hidden assassins?" Lin Yuan exclaimed. "Is that difficult? You wouldn't think I lack detection skills, would you?" Her brows furrowed slightly as she bit her lip, her expression betraying her inner conflict. After a moment of hesitation, she softly inquired, "Mr. Qin, could you possibly reveal the nature of your detection skills?" "Why should I tell you that?" Qin Yifan maintained his smile, though his tone had turned frosty. Had anyone else posed such a question, he would have reacted with indignation. He absolutely refused to admit that his restraint was due to her striking appearance. "My apologies, Mr. Qin. I promise I won't ask again." Lin Yuan quickly waved her hands in apology before adding, "I do have the mutated beast's corpse. Let us proceed with the transaction." As she spoke, she turned and murmured softly, and a storage orb floated out as the car door opened. Of course, it wasn't truly floating. It was retrieved by the hidden figures in black. Qin Yifan, unfazed by the circumstances, accepted the storage orb and examined it, nodding in approval. "Miss Lin, your stock seems quite ample. Let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration." Just as he was about to extract the complete spirit crystal, a series of ominous humming sounds echoed from a distance, resembling the engines of spirit-powered vehicles. However, the sound of such engines was typically faint. How many spirit vehicles were approaching? Lin Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, and she urged, "Mr. Qin, quickly give me the complete spirit crystal and hurry away from here." Qin Yifan, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing him unfazed, Lin Yuan became increasingly anxious, stamping her foot in urgency. "It's my second brother who has come to cause you trouble. He won't be as courteous as I am. If he catches you, you will face dire consequences." Qin Yifan had already detected 10 military transport vehicles resembling spirit-powered cars heading in their direction. Initially, he thought they were after Lin Yuan, only to realize they were actually coming for him. "Why? Is it merely because I eliminated your family's assassin?" Lin Yuan's delicate features contorted with frustration. Her voice tinged with resignation. "That's just one aspect of it. You've attracted a lot of attention, especially after you produced such an abundance of complete spirit crystals. Had you not been in the wilderness, trouble would have found you long ago." The spirit vehicles were now less than 100 meters away, and Qin Yifan grinned, revealing a hint of amusement. "Thank you, Miss Lin, for your reminder. Let us exchange contact information. I would be delighted to continue our dealings." As she spoke, Lin Yuan raised her wrist, and simultaneously, she quickly remarked, "You still have time to escape. Once you are safe, contact me, and I shall retrieve the complete spirit crystals." A subtle smile graced Qin Yifan's lips. The young lady was rather amiable. "There is no need for that. I only hope your second brother harbors no ill intentions towards you. I shall take my leave." With that, he waved his hand, and a multitude of complete spirit crystals materialized at his feet, after which he vanished using his Earth Escape technique. At that moment, a loud shout echoed, "Stop right there. Where did all these complete spirit crystals come from?" Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but the shout jolted her back to reality. Hastily, she retrieved a small storage orb from her possession, emptied its contents, and began collecting the complete spirit crystals. Meanwhile, she grumbled internally about Qin Yifan. knowing he possessed spatial abilities yet failing to utilize the storage orb. Did he not realize this would cause others considerable inconvenience? Nevertheless, considering he had generously provided over 100 complete spirit crystals, she decided to forgive him this once. Just then, the spirit energy vehicles drew near, and the previous shout rang out again. Wan, quickly hand over the complete spirit crystals. Chapter 93. The monkey follows Qin Yifan was swift underground, emerging from the agricultural zone in just over a minute. He randomly chose a spot to surface and glanced back before heading towards the northern city gate. The Lin family, the most enigmatic clan in Ice City, seemed not to be a monolith after all. However, this was not his primary concern. His foremost desire was to enhance his lightning and poison talents. He had acquired information about mutated beasts of the lightning category from the 100 Knowledge Hall, and now he awaited the accuracy of the monkey's information. He did not disguise his appearance. He left Ice City under the name Qin Dazhuang, unaware of how many followers trailed him. Yet, he cared little for that, striding boldly towards the northern mountains without even employing the Earth Escape technique. As dusk approached, he had traveled several dozen miles from Ice City and was preparing to find a place to camp and purify the complete spirit crystals when an energy fluctuation suddenly resonated nearby. He furrowed his brow, and a gray-black dagger appeared in his hand as he swiftly cast a dark veil. What the heck? I can't see anything. The voice was exceedingly familiar, and upon recognizing its owner, Qin Yifan shook his head and dispelled the dark veil. Monkey, are you following me, or what? The monkey looked uncertain, taking a moment to ascertain there was no danger before patting his chest and saying, I must ask, brother, was that you're doing just now? What skill was that? Qin Yifan refrained from explaining and instead posed a question. Did you come specifically to find me? Of course. I promised to take you along. And I cannot go back on my word. You're in it for that 500,000 galactic coins, aren't you? Qin Yifan teased, then inquired. Why did you run before? That girl has no idea who you are. The monkey chuckled awkwardly, his guilt palpable. You have no idea how formidable the Lin family is. If they were to discover my identity, I'd be finished. Recognizing their formidable nature, do you still dare to peddle their forbidden information? Qin Yifan perceived the contradiction in this individual. Though his exterior appeared rather despicable, there lingered a semblance of sincerity within him. His words were timid, yet the actions he undertook were perilous. The monkey, grinning mischievously, declared that fortune favors the bold, as long as he wasn't caught by them. By the way, are you resting here, brother? Qin Yifan nodded, admitting that he had only recently returned from the wilderness and was quite fatigued. It seems that mutated venomous beasts hold great significance for you. Why not procure them from the black market? Although rare, they are not entirely unavailable. That is not a matter for your concern. Qin Yifan's tone grew colder. Since you have followed me, I have a question that I would like you to answer. The monkey, undeterred by his demeanor, encouraged him to proceed, albeit with a chuckle, remarking on his apparent greed. Qin Yifan cast him a sidelong glance and waved his hand, revealing a pile of galactic coins upon the ground. There were at least 600,000 here, including your guiding fee. Is that sufficient? Quite enough, the monkey exclaimed eagerly, scrambling to gather the coins. Satisfied, Qin Yifan noted that this fellow needed to physically touch what he collected, which brought him some comfort. At that moment, the monkey inquired, Brother, where did you acquire this money? It appears to be both odd and even. I seized it. Qin Yifan's response was curt, causing the monkey to pause momentarily before resuming his collection. Once the last galactic coin was gathered, an energy fluctuation suddenly enveloped the monkey. A slight smirk crept across Qin Yifan's lips as a small dark canopy cloaked him. What on earth is this? Once the dark veil dissipated, the monkey was left stunned, taking a considerable time to muster an awkward smile. Brother, please refrain from any violence. I shall return your money. Is that agreeable? Not at all. Qin Yifan's voice turned icy. Tell me, is your information false? Absolutely not. My information is entirely authentic. If so, why are you running away? I fear for my life. The monkey candidly confessed, as Qin Yifan had already stated that the money was acquired through force. How does one seize in the wilderness? By killing, of course. Qin Yifan's demeanor softened. What is there to fear? As long as you harbor no ill intentions towards me, I shall not take your life. The monkey managed a grim smile, asserting that he possessed no combat skills, only abilities geared towards escape. How could he dare harbor malice against him? Then that settles it. No need to be apprehensive. Tell me about the serpent's den. Qin Yifan sheathed his dagger, remarking that although he had never visited North Mountain, he had never heard of anyone monopolizing a territory. How did the Lin family come to dominate the Serpent's Den? Due to the terrain. The monkey replied candidly, the Serpent's Den is a cave. As long as one guards the entrance, no one can enter. It is teeming with mutated venomous snakes. In such vast numbers that even the Lin family has not thoroughly explored the entirety of Denver. Oh, how do you know this? The monkey grinned. Brother? Everyone has their secrets. Very well, I shall refrain from prying into yours, provided you assure me that the information is genuine. Upon arrival, I will add an additional 100,000 for you. The monkey's expression instantly fell. Brother, can I forego the payment and simply leave? Absolutely not. After speaking, Qin Yifan directly walked to a large tree, settled into a cross-legged position, and closed his eyes. The monkey stood there, contemplating for a while, and ultimately, with a dejected expression, found another tree to rest in a similar manner. Employing his exploration technique, Qin Yifan observed the monkey's antics with a suppressed chuckle. This monkey was indeed quite amusing. The wilderness at night was far from tranquil, yet it posed no threat to Qin Yifan. The following morning, several carcasses of mutated beasts littered the ground, some slain by Qin Yifan and others by the monkey. Although the monkey lacked combat skills, his diligent practice of martial techniques allowed him to handle some lower-tier mutated beasts with ease. At that moment, he was tending to a plump mutated rabbit, while another had already been prepared for breakfast. Noticing Qin Yifan open his eyes, the monkey cheerfully remarked, Brother, keep these mutated beast carcasses. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. You take them, Qin Yifan replied casually before stepping away to attend to his physiological needs. Upon his return, he found the monkey already roasting the mutated rabbit, having collected the remaining carcasses. The monkey's culinary skills were exceptional. Soon, the rabbit turned a golden hue, and he added some seasonings, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Come, brother, savor my culinary prowess. Qin Yifan, not one to be polite, accepted the offering and tore off a large leg to take a bite. Delicious. Monkey, with skills like this, you could surely make a fortune running a barbecue joint in the city. Ah, if people knew that a level 50 spatial ability user like me was toiling for money, where would I put my face? Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow. He had not realized the monkey was a level 50 expert, even without toiling for money. With your spatial abilities, you could easily join a mercenary group or the city defense force and manage just fine. Couldn't you? Do you think I haven't tried? The monkey took a bite of meat, shaking his head to signal he did not wish to continue that topic. Well then, he is certainly a person with a story. Qin Yifan chose to remain silent, but as he neared the end of his rabbit, his movement suddenly paused. Truly tenacious. Chapter 94. Entering the cave of 10,000 snakes at that moment, Qin Yifan's portable computer emitted a notification sound. He raised his wrist to glance at it, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The young lady's reminder came a bit late, yet the fact that she could send this message was commendable. After tapping the screen a few times to acknowledge, he turned to the monkey and inquired, You can keep up with me, right? The monkey instinctively nodded, then hastily shook his head in denial. Qin Yifan grinned. Unless you intend to abandon this venture, you should follow me closely. With that, he vanished in a flash. Not by means of his skill, but by pushing his speed to the utmost limit. The monkey stood dumbfounded, exclaiming, What the heck? Is this still a human? At that moment, he sensed someone rapidly approaching. Without hesitation, he began to pursue Qin Yifan, employing his instant movement skill. Although he had always relied on this ability for both escape and pursuit, this time, he encountered an unexpected setback. Due to the cooldown period of skills, albeit only a few seconds, it was sufficient for Qin Yifan to sprint far ahead, rendering any pursuit futile. Although he longed to cease the chase, he feared the possibility of encountering Qin Yifan again in the future. Ultimately, he had no choice but to diligently follow the spatial markers left by Qin Yifan. An hour passed, and the monkey spotted Qin Yifan waiting beneath a large tree. He plopped down on the ground, panting heavily, and exclaimed, Brother, you run exceptionally fast. If you keep this up, I truly won't be able to keep pace. While speaking, he reluctantly retrieved a vial of restorative potion, struggling multiple times to remove the stopper. It was not that the stopper was too tight, rather, he was genuinely hesitant to use it. Qin Yifan tossed him a vial of a superior restorative potion, instructing, Drink this, recover, and then lead the way. Goodness! The monkey exclaimed, fumbling to catch the potion, muttering under his breath, It cost 100,000 per vial. What if I break it? Don't you care about money? Qin Yifan grinned. I lack many things, but not money. Is that true? Perhaps I should stick with you. Stick with me? What can you offer? The monkey hesitated, but then downed the potion in one go, smacking his lips. Superior potions are indeed remarkable. I might be of some use, like tracking people. Heh. Qin Yifan nodded, acknowledging the potential. Do you genuinely wish to accompany me? You truly aren't concerned about finances? With a wave of his hand, a pile of galactic coins appeared on the ground, instantly causing the monkey's eyes to widen with greed. However, in the next moment, a large hand pressed down on the coins, forcing him to watch helplessly as they gradually vanished. Qin Yifan spoke leisurely. This is merely a contribution from those who have taken an interest in me. The figures in my personal account would astound you. The monkey swallowed hard. Brother, what exactly do you do? Qin Yifan cast him a sidelong glance. At present, I cannot fully trust you. Your future actions will determine that. The monkey clenched his teeth. Fine, if you provide me with 1,000,000 galactic coins each month, I will follow you. That depends on whether you are worth that amount. So, have you rested well? Indeed, superior potions are extraordinary. With that, the monkey stood up. Boss, can you keep up with my teleportation? With a decision made, he naturally adjusted his address to reflect more respect. Qin Yifan was unconcerned and replied softly, just don't exceed 5 kilometers at a time. The monkey gasped in astonishment, instinctively asking, Boss, do you possess the spatial marking skill as well? Qin Yifan merely smiled without providing an explanation, realizing he had misspoken. The monkey awkwardly laughed and activated his teleportation, while Qin Yifan swiftly pursued. Thus, one teleported while the other ran, and after a considerable duration, they finally arrived at the foot of a great mountain. Here, they did not advance further but instead sought a secluded spot to rest. With no urgency to continue their journey, the monkey's exhaustion was manageable, and after a meal of roasted beast meat, he felt sufficiently rejuvenated. Upon ascending the mountain, one is likely to encounter individuals affiliated with the Lin family. Typically, they do not exhibit hostility unless one ventures towards the direction of the Wanshi cave. Qin Yifan cast a glance at him, remarking on his apparent familiarity with the area. The demand for mutated venomous beasts is substantial. I often come here to poach a few and sell them in the black market for some pocket money. That implies you possess a safe route? The monkey nodded in affirmation. I can teleport inside, but what about you, boss? Qin Yifan smiled slightly, employing a technique of earth escape, vanishing before the monkey's eyes. Moments later, he emerged beneath the monkey, grasping his ankle and commanding, do not resist. Startled, the monkey did not protest and was pulled underground by Qin Yifan. There is no need to teleport, I can guide you in from below. The monkey was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, wow, boss, you. He struggled to articulate his astonishment. Qin Yifan pulled him above ground, shooting him a glance. Haven't you seen the earth escape technique before? The monkey swallowed hard, finally managing to respond. I have seen the earth escape technique, but never one that can carry another person. Boss, you're quite extraordinary. Aware of Qin Yifan's spatial talent and his dark affinity, he speculated that his incredible speed was likely due to a wind ability. And now he seemed to possess an earth talent as well. The convergence of 4 elemental abilities made him feel that Qin Yifan was indeed remarkable. Qin Yifan rolled his eyes at him. Mind your words. I prefer to call it impressive. Yes, indeed. Boss is truly impressive. Shall we set off now? Qin Yifan nodded. Is there anything to be cautious of upon entering the Wanshi cave? Avoid encounters with the Lin family members. Beyond that, there is little else to worry about. All right, lead the way. Traveling underground proved to be significantly faster than climbing the mountain, allowing them direct access to the Wanshi cave. However, as the monkey was unfamiliar with the subterranean routes and Qin Yifan did not wish to wander aimlessly, they proceeded to the cave's entrance instead. This entrance resembled a cave mouth, perpetually guarded by a small team of Lin family members, who forbade outsiders from entering. Qin Yifan and the monkey entered the cave from below, subsequently navigating through a labyrinthine network of underground tunnels. Although there was but one entrance, within the lengthy passage lay countless offshoots. There were no signs of human excavation, yet the uniform width suggested it was not entirely natural. After revealing themselves in an unoccupied corridor, Qin Yifan inquired, in such a convoluted terrain, haven't you ever lost your way? Of course I have. It was only after capturing a Lin family member and interrogating him that I learned the secret. As long as you stick to the far right corridor, you will soon reach the entrance. That is indeed a strategy. Let us proceed and observe the formidable mutated venomous snakes that dwell here. With that, Qin Yifan stepped deeper into the passage, keenly observing his surroundings. The corridor was relatively flat, with both sides and the ceiling curving elegantly, resembling an oval shape, and it measured at least 10 meters high and 20 meters wide. As they approached a fork in the path, Qin Yifan suddenly overheard voices ahead. He swiftly led the monkey into an alternate corridor. Chapter 95. A swift victory, damn it. These mutated venomous snakes have evolved far too rapidly. If it weren't for the antidote, we would have met our demise today. Once we exit, no one is to utter a word about this. It is utterly humiliating. What are you referring to? We have successfully hunted down 10 high-level mutated venomous snakes, which should yield a considerable amount of contribution points. I shan't return here for at least 6 months. Hiding in the other passage, Qin Yifan furrowed his brow upon hearing this exchange and lowered his voice to inquire. How can the Lin family members possess such poor quality? How did they become the most enigmatic presence? The monkey replied softly, these are merely outer members. Some are collateral relatives of the Lin family, while others are simply hired hands. They have merely signed confidentiality agreements. Qin Yifan nodded in realization. Once the individuals had moved further away, he guided the monkey towards their passage. He believed this would lead him to the high-level mutated venomous snakes that would bring misfortune upon those individuals, forgetting that they were preparing to leave. This meant they were adhering to the principle of moving to the right, and there was no telling how many more forks lay ahead. Fortunately, after navigating through 2 intersections, he comprehended this point and did not deliberately choose a path. Soon, they encountered a mutated venomous snake. Utilizing the faint phosphorescence of the cave walls, Qin Yifan scrutinized the mutated venomous snake before him. It resembled a cobra, albeit considerably larger than an ordinary one. Its length was at least 2 meters, its girth exceeding that of an average person's calf, and its 4 fangs gleamed with a bluish-green luminescence indicative of its potent venom. At that moment, the monkey stepped forward, saying, "Boss, the skills of mutated venomous snakes are quite similar. Toxic mist, venom spitting, and constriction with their bodies. This one is of a lower level. I will handle it. You observe for now." He was eager to demonstrate his worth. As encountering a wealthy individual was a rarity in these times, naturally, he wished to remain by Qin Yifan's side. Qin Yifan had no objections and stood aside, arms crossed. Indeed, as the monkey had stated, the mutated venomous snake emitted toxic mist and could launch venom from its fangs, both area attacks that could be avoided with timely evasion. As for constriction, it was a close-range skill. Once it approached its target, the mutated venomous snake would swiftly ensnare it, subsequently squeezing the target to death. This tactic was quite unexpected, yet evading it was relatively simple when prepared. Moreover, the monkey, being a spatial ability user, inherently countered the opponent's skills. Coupled with his level exceeding 50, dealing with a 30-something level mutated venomous snake was a breeze. The intention behind allowing the mutated venomous snake to utilize all its skills was to provide Qin Yifan with ample opportunity to observe. Satisfied with the monkey's performance, he instructed him to collect the spoils before they continued on their journey. After traversing an indeterminate number of forks and vanquishing numerous mutated venomous snakes, Qin Yifan and his companion finally encountered their first high-level mutated venomous snake. The 50-level mutated viper has grown to an astonishing size, measuring at least 10 meters in length, with a girth comparable to that of an adult's embrace. Its 4 fangs, thick and elongated, are now tinged with a bluish hue. The monkey has retreated a considerable distance, not out of intent, but because since encountering the 40-level mutated viper, it has refrained from engaging in any combat. Unfortunately, it lacks combat skills. While it can evade the viper's attacks, it cannot breach its defenses, which is rather awkward. The thick layer of scales adorning the mutated viper is no mere fade. Its defensive capabilities are exceedingly formidable. Casting a glance at the viper's girth and then at the bluish-gray dagger in his hand, Qin Yifan shook his head in resignation, realizing that it was time to acquire a new weapon. Yet, he did not abandon the dagger. Instead, he leaped onto the viper's elevated head, plunging the dagger forcefully into its skull. Before the viper could react, a portion of its cranium was dislodged, and Qin Yifan's fist subsequently reduced its brain to a pulpy mass. This technique, effective against the 40-level mutated viper, proved equally useful against the 50-level variant, swift and efficient, requiring minimal exertion. The reason he refrained from absorbing it into a complete spiritual crystal was twofold. He wished to avoid revealing too much in front of the monkey, and his primary goal was to collect the viper's mate. Should he absorb it entirely into a spiritual crystal, the energy needed to enhance his innate attributes would be lost, contradicting his purpose. Observing the effortless demise of the mutated viper, the monkey, despite having witnessed such feats numerous times, could not help but express admiration. "Boss, you are truly the bane of mutated beasts. Given time, you could likely eradicate all the mutated creatures on Blue Star." After stowing the viper's carcass into his spatial pouch, Qin Yifan smirked, I'm not that idle. Besides, do you really want me to wipe out all the mutated beasts? You'd be exhausting me. Hee hee. I was merely jesting, the monkey replied with a smile. Boss, now that we've slain the high-level mutated viper, shall we return? This question had been asked countless times. Yet Qin Yifun's response remained a firm negation. I'm not going back. If you wish to return, then go ahead. The monkey's expression soured, for he genuinely wanted to return. But doing so would signify the end of his journey with Qin Yifun. All his perseverance over the past days would be for naught. Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, Qin Yifun continued, once you return, you can join the Independent Legion and seek out Commander Jiao Hong. She will assign you a suitable position. The Independent Legion? Qin Dazhuang? With your dark affinity, the monkey's mind raced with possibilities, his eyes widening in disbelief. Qin Yifun smiled gently. Monkey, accompanying me brings numerous advantages. Yet it is fraught with peril. Consider your decision carefully. Conflicted thoughts swirled in the monkey's mind, and after a prolonged silence, he finally steeled himself, declaring, Fortune favors the bold. If it means rejoining the factional warfare, I refuse to believe I shall choose the wrong side again. Boss, no, Vice Commander Qin. I shall report to the Independent Legion at once. Please inform the commander in advance. Very well, stand tall and composed. Instantly, the monkey straightened, shedding his previously disheveled demeanor. Adopting a more competent and resolute posture, the scene appeared significantly improved. Henceforth, this shall be the manner in which we operate within the Independent Legion, understood? Qin Yifun captured a photograph and sent it to Jiao Hong, informing her that these were his subordinates gathered from the outside, requesting her assistance in arranging matters. Jiao Hong promptly replied with a message. All right, Affin, where are you? I have splendid news. Both Tang Laosin and I have ascended to level 48. Training with complete spiritual crystals is remarkably swift. Qin Yifun smiled faintly and inquired, what about Xiaobao? Has he surpassed level 40? Indeed, he has. And he has acquired a formidable skill, though he insists I keep it a secret until your return for a surprise. After exchanging a few more words. As Qin Yifun was about to lower his wrist, an unexpected video request arrived. After some contemplation, he decided to accept it. Miss Lin, what brings you to seek me? Mr. Qin, is that? Your background appears to be the Viper's Den? Lin Yuan exclaimed from the other side. Which was precisely why Qin Yifun had hesitated to answer. Miss Lin, what does my location matter? What is it that you desire? Chapter 96. A reunion with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment, refraining from dwelling on Qin Yifun's whereabouts. Mr. Qin, I would like to propose another transaction. If you would permit. Certainly, but we must wait until my return to discuss it. When might that be? Uncertain. Lin Yuan fell silent once more. And after a prolonged pause, she spoke again. Mr. Qin, what if I were to offer you the corpses of high-grade mutated snakes? This time, it was Qin Yifun who fell silent, pondering for a considerable duration before asking, Miss Lin, how many can you provide? 1,000. But this time I require a one exchange for complete spiritual crystals. Agreed, I shall return immediately. Although vanquishing a mutated snake does not consume much time. The search entails a process. Since someone could provide the corpses, why should he exhaust himself in the endeavor? Thus, he returned to Ice City alongside the monkey. Still bearing the title of Qin Dazhuang as he entered through the north gate. He sent the monkey to report to the Independent Legion while he himself sent a message to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan shared a location. And he swiftly arrived at a luxurious hotel. A figure clad in black awaited him at the entrance. Qin Yifun recognized him as one of those who had previously protected Lin Yuan. The man acknowledged him with a nod and gestured for him to follow. With a guide, he encountered Lin Yuan in a private room without any unforeseen incidents. This time, the enchanting beauty donned a princess dress, her face adorned with a sweet smile, exuding an adorable charm. Mr. Qin, I did not anticipate our swift reunion. Qin Yifun raised an eyebrow, casually producing a complete spiritual crystal. As long as I possess this, it would be arduous for you to avoid meeting me. Lin Yuan pouted, secretly chiding him for his bluntness, reflecting that while others might find it challenging to meet her, he acted like a boastful peacock. Though irked internally, she acknowledged the truth in Qin Yifun's words and could only respond with a smile. Mr. Qin, you are rather dull. Since you are solely interested in conducting a transaction, let us commence. With that, she retrieved a storage sphere from her side and pushed it towards Qin Yifun. Qin Yifun raised an eyebrow, sensing an undercurrent of resentment from the young lady. However, he dismissed the thought and took a moment to inspect the storage sphere. Nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. Miss Lin indeed keeps her word. With a wave of his hand, a considerable amount of complete spirit crystals appeared on the table. Lin Yuan smirked, already anticipating this outcome, and casually picked up another storage sphere. While collecting the spirit crystals, she teased, Mr. Qin, given your spatial affinity, surely you have no need to hold on to that storage sphere? Who says it's unnecessary? If I can't use it, I can always sell it, can't I? Qin Yifan retorted, unapologetically stowing the sphere into his personal space. Transaction complete. Farewell until next time. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan, momentarily setting aside her collection of spirit crystals, quickly stood up. Mr. Qin, please don't rush off. I have something else to discuss. Qin Yifan halted, turning back with a puzzled expression. Miss Lin, what else do you wish to know? Lin Yuan bit her lip. Mr. Qin, might I inquire about your intentions for the corpse of the mutated venomous snake? To eat. Qin Yifan replied succinctly and truthfully, yet Lin Yuan found it hard to believe. Mr. Qin, I'm not jesting. Although the fangs and venom sacs of these mutated snakes have been removed, their flesh still contains toxins. If word of this spreads, Qin Yifan shrugged. Honestly, if you don't believe me, I see no reason to elaborate. Seeing his demeanor, Lin Yuan felt a surge of frustration but had no recourse. She opted for a lesser query. Then please tell me how you came to know about the Serpent's Cave. That is hardly a challenge. Do you think the Lin family can completely suppress the information regarding the Serpent's Cave? Though reluctant to concede, she nodded and sighed. The Lin family does not wish to monopolize the Serpent's Cave. The abundance of toxins there poses a severe risk if left unchecked. I hope Mr. Qin can comprehend this. That much was true. He had previously faced an assassination attempt via poison, and had it not been for his affinity for toxins, he would have long since been 6 feet under. I understand. Is there anything else? Lin Yuan gently shook her head, about to speak when the door to the private room was forcefully thrown open. Humph. Let us see where you think you're going this time. A flamboyantly dressed man swaggered in, flanked by a dozen imposing ability users. Upon entering, he waved his hand to instruct his subordinates to encircle Qin Yifan. But upon noticing the incomplete spirit crystals still on the table, he exclaimed in disbelief, Damn it, you still have some. Lin Yuan hurriedly picked up her storage sphere to continue gathering the spirit crystals, while the man hastily pulled out his own storage sphere to seize them. However, he was thwarted by 4 formidable bodyguards. Get out of my way. How dare you lowly dogs obstruct my path? Are you seeking death? Unfortunately for him, his shouts fell on deaf ears. The Lin family's elite warriors followed only the highest orders, and as their master was Lin Yuan, they heeded her alone. In mere moments, Lin Yuan had finished collecting the crystals and coldly remarked, Brother, do you have no shame in stealing from your own sister? Indeed, it is the same individual as last time, Lin Yuehua, the second brother of Lin Yuan, and the second young master of the Lin family's direct lineage. Lin Yuehua's expression faltered momentarily, before he awkwardly stowed away his storage orb and muttered, How can this be called theft? We are family. What is yours is mine. Pa, truly shameless. It seems you have grown accustomed to taking things. Lin Yuan maintained her icy demeanor and replied, Furthermore, you are not to entertain any ill intentions towards Mr. Qin. He is my friend. Should you dare to harm him, do not blame me for severing ties. Him? Your friend? Lin Yuehua appeared to have heard the grandest of jokes, scoffing, Do not jest with me. Are you not also coveting the complete spirit crystal in his possession? Friends, ha. As he spoke, he turned to Qin Yifan with a scornful expression, declaring, Old man, if you know what is good for you, hand over the complete spirit crystal you possess, and come with me obediently. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Qin Yifan grinned. Is this truly the authentic visage of the Lin family? If so, I must admit my disappointment. Lin Yuan hurriedly interjected, Mr. Qin, please do not misunderstand. He does not represent the Lin family. Yet Lin Yuehua coldly retorted, What did you say? To dare insult the Lin family, you must die today. Kill him. With that command, the 10 or so individuals he brought with him surged with energy fluctuations. Lin Yuan rushed forward, but her personal guards obstructed her path, determined to shield her from danger. Meanwhile, Qin Yifan remained unfazed, addressing Lin Yuehua, However many times you may provoke, once is enough. Should we meet again and you still bear this attitude, I shall not hesitate to ensure the Lin family loses a second young master. With those words, a dark canopy descended, enveloping all within. A resounding slap echoed through the air. How dare you strike me? Kill him, kill him. As the dark canopy dissipated, Qin Yifan's presence vanished, leaving Lin Yuehua furiously clutching his face and roaring in rage. Chapter 97. reactions from all sides without regard for Lin Yuan and Lin Yuehua's reactions. Qin Yifan swiftly made his way to the independent core camp. After conversing with Jiao Hong, he departed alone once more. He sought to gain insight into the progress of cultivating individuals to reach level 50. Currently, over 2,600 had successfully broken through to that level, bringing him closer to completing his task. He aimed to hasten the enhancement of his poison and lightning talents, as early-stage improvements were relatively easy, and wasting opportunities for consecutive 5-level boosts here would be imprudent. This time, he opted not to stay at a hotel, but instead sought out a long-abandoned high-rise building, setting up several barbecue grills on the rooftop. With his identity no longer a secret, there was no point in concealing himself further. Let whatever comes, come. Just as he finished his third mutated venomous snake, 2 figures appeared on the rooftop. Qin Yifan was not surprised. He stood up with a smile. Supreme Commander. Vice Commander Liu, it has been a while. He had reverted to his original appearance, and indeed it was not inaccurate to say long time no see. The Supreme Commander's expression was tinged with nostalgia. Qin Yifan, you actually struck the second young master of the Lin family. You truly know how to stir up trouble. Qin Yifan shrugged his shoulders, expressing his disdain. He sought to seize my complete spirit crystal and capture me. Merely striking him across the face felt like a concession. Your actions are not without justification, the commander remarked, furrowing his brow yet refraining from elaborating further. However, Ludali exclaimed, I believe young Qin is justified. Such individuals deserve a thrashing. If it were me, I would have outright killed him. The commander shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, why don't you attempt to do that? Ludali scratched his head, falling silent thereafter. With a smile, Qin Yifan inquired, Commander, what brings you to me this time? The commander did not respond directly, instead glancing at the mutated venomous snake on the grill. Qin Yifan, did you truly acquire the carcass of the mutated snake from the Lin family merely for consumption? Qin Yifan shrugged nonchalantly. What other purpose could there be? Ludali gave a thumbs up. This creature is highly toxic. It seems you indeed possess a talent for poison. Impressive. The commander nodded in acknowledgement. I recognize your prowess, but the strength of an individual is ultimately limited. As Qin Yifan tended to the grill, he remarked, Commander, feel free to speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution in our relationship. Actually, it's nothing significant. I merely wanted to inquire if you have any surplus complete spirit crystals. A few, but not many. How many do you require? 1,000. Though the ratio must align with the Lin family's 3-to-1. Qin Yifan chuckled lightly. Commander, the reason I offered that girl 3-to-1 was because I owe the Lin family several lives. The commander narrowed his eyes. What? Are you thinking of flying solo now that you've spread your wings? Know that Jiao Hong requires my approval to mobilize an independent legion. Commander, that seems rather unreasonable. Qin Yifan replied. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Amused by the commander's demeanor, Qin Yifan ultimately acquiesced to his terms. After bidding farewell to the commander and his entourage, Qin Yifan resumed his barbecuing endeavors. Over an hour later, a wave of mental energy conveyed a hint of goodwill, and soon Han Feiyu appeared on the rooftop. Without lifting his gaze, Qin Yifan stated, Captain Han, what brings you here? Hiki, Deputy Captain Qin. Let us not dance around the issue. I am an envoy of the Lin family's eldest son. Han Feiyu laid his cards on the table, sensing a tinge of fear towards Qin Yifan, worried he might lash out violently. Qin Yifan finally glanced at him, and then, Han Feiyu, feeling anxious, lost his previous composure and hastily declared, on behalf of the eldest son, I invite Deputy Captain Qin to visit our estate for a discussion. Not interested. Qin Yifan replied curtly. If he wishes to see me, he should come directly. I do not entertain such pretentiousness. Han Feiyu felt his demeanor was somewhat cowardly, fearing repercussions if this matter were to fail. Qin Yifan, do not presume that my civility grants you the upper hand. The Lin family is not someone you can provoke lightly. Consider your position carefully, or else what? Will you kill me? Do you think you can? Qin Yifan cast him a scornful glance, devouring the well-cooked snake meat with gusto. You. Han Feiyu ground his teeth, speaking with a facade of bravado. I must inform you that to thrive in Ice City, collaboration with the Lin family is imperative. Otherwise, Jiao Hong and his associates are destined for an unfortunate fate. As his words faded, a dark canopy enveloped the rooftop entirely. Han Feiyu sensed the impending danger, amplifying his mental acuity to its maximum in an attempt to flee. But alas, it was too late. With a resounding slap, the dark veil dissipated. Qin Yifan remained seated, leisurely consuming roasted snake meat, while Han Feiyu was hurled some distance away, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. accompanied by 2 of his molars. Enraged, Han Feiyu's eyes burned crimson. Ready to utter a retort, yet as Qin Yifun's gaze fell upon him, he immediately fell silent. The same message echoed, should he wish to see me. He must seek me out. I shall await him here for 3 days, after which I shall no longer entertain him. Depart now. Han Feiyu's fists clenched tighter, and without uttering another word, he rose and left. As soon as he departed, a series of applause echoed from a shadowy corner, followed by a sultry voice. Well, to disregard even the Lin family, Vice Commander Qin is indeed formidable. Emerging from the shadows was an individual clad in a flowing gray robe, obscuring her visage and form. Who might you be? What amusement lies in lurking in the shadows at this juncture? A chilling giggle ensued, and she replied, Vice Commander Qin, you truly are impatient. Is it not preferable to maintain an air of mystery? This time, Qin Yifan paid her no heed, focusing intently on his meal of roasted snake. After a prolonged silence, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, she muttered, how dull. She then removed her robe, revealing a petite and exquisite figure, her beauty scoring a commendable 90 out of 100. Only slightly less than Lin Yuan, while in comparison to Jiao Hong, each possess their own merits. I am Lan Mei, the leader of the 100 Knowledge Hall's Ice City branch. It is a pleasure to meet you. Qin Yifan finally lifted his gaze to her. Momentarily captivated by her stunning appearance, particularly her rather revealing attire. The 100 Knowledge Hall? I believe we have no connections? Indeed, we do not. I have come simply to propose a transaction with Vice Commander Qin. Lan Mei gracefully approached Qin Yifan, seemingly unbothered by his scrutiny, adopting an enticing pose. Internally overwhelmed, Qin Yifan maintained an exterior of calm as he inquired, Oh, what does Miss Lan wish to trade? With a light laugh, Lan Mei responded, Vice Commander Qin. Why feign ignorance? We are all drawn by the complete spirit crystal you possess. Qin Yifan's expression grew peculiar. You desire the complete spirit crystal as well? Lan Mei shrugged. I doubt anyone would decline such an opportunity. Vice Commander Qin, I seek a 3-1 price. What do you say? Absolutely not. Lan Mei's eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively asking why not. Chapter 98. As you conclude, I take the stage. Qin Yifan tossed a piece of roasted snake meat into his mouth, relishing Lan Mei's incredulous expression before softly articulating, for no particular reason, I simply refuse to sell. You. Lan Mei struggled to find her words, taking a considerable moment to regain her composure. Even if a 3-1 deal is untenable, at the very least, you could negotiate. A 4-1 arrangement is not beyond my acceptance. Why do you refuse to sell? The complete spiritual crystal belongs to me. I can sell it if I wish. Or choose not to sell it. Lan Mei is on the brink of exasperation. Why is that? By what right? You sell to Lin's clan. And you sell to the Grand Commander. Yet why not to me? Qin Yifan nonchalantly consumed another piece of roasted snake meat and remarked, You are mistaken. I have only sold to that little girl Lin Yuan. As for the noble sons of the Lin family, I have not dealt with them. Regarding the Grand Commander, I am still under his patronage, so how could I possibly withhold from him? Yet, you, lacking in both beauty and demeanor compared to Lin Yuan, and with a status inferior to that of the Grand Commander, what reason do I have to sell to you? Lan Mei felt herself on the verge of madness. She had never encountered such a situation and for a moment was at a loss for how to respond. After a lengthy pause, she finally calmed herself and suppressed her anger, stating, I, as a member of the 100 Knowledge Hall, am privy to all affairs of the world, including the secrets of the nemesis of the Jiao Hong Corps. Is that not sufficient? Qin Yifan cast her a sidelong glance. Secrets? Do you truly believe that in the face of absolute power, any secret holds significance? Lan Mei found herself at a loss for words, while Qin Yifan pointed towards the mutated venomous snake. Once, I sought information about venomous mutated beasts from the 100 Knowledge Hall, yet you refused to sell it to me. And now, what has changed? Lan Mei suddenly recognized the crux of the issue, a bitter taste forming in her mouth. She was aware of that incident, but had hesitated to sell Lin's secrets due to the potential consequences. Who would have imagined that Qin Yifan would become this formidable? The Lin family would rather divulge their secrets to barter for the complete spiritual crystal. Had she foreseen this, even if she dared not sell openly, she would have discreetly conveyed the information to Qin Yifan, thereby avoiding any offense. With a long, exasperated breath, she reined in her charm and respectfully bowed to Qin Yifan. Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize. The Lin family is indeed an entity not to be trifled with, and I ask for your understanding. Qin Yifan regarded her with an indifferent gaze. Her attitude was commendable, thus he decided to pardon her. Excellent. Therefore, we can proceed with the transaction? Lan Mei's spirits lifted suddenly, but Qin Yifun's next words doused her enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. That is not possible. Why? Lan Mei protested indignantly. I have apologized, and you have accepted it. Why then can we not transact? While swiftly consuming more roasted snake meat, Qin Yifun leisurely replied, I engage in trade with Lin Yuan because she can provide what I require. He gestured toward the roasted snake meat he was consuming and continued. I trade with the Grand Commander as he has aided me in establishing a foothold with Jiuhong in Ice City, and he has promised to assist in avenging Jiuhong. What value do you possess? Lan Mei yearned to assert that she could provide information about Jiuhong's enemies. But upon reflection, she realized that the Grand Commander could easily acquire such information. As Qin Yifun had pointed out, in the face of absolute strength, no secret holds weight. The 100 Knowledge Hall's most significant offerings are merely these so-called secrets, rendering her of little value to Qin Yifun. Blue Charm, unwilling to concede, made one final effort. Mr. Qin, I can reveal to you who orchestrated the previous 2 assassination attempts against you. Qin Yifun smirked disdainfully, replying, I have no desire to repeat myself. The only reason I did not personally seek out that individual is that the commander wishes to prevent chaos in Ice City. Blue Charm immediately appeared dejected. Her eyes clouded with confusion as she murmured, Why? Why is it so difficult to obtain a complete spirit crystal? What is the reason behind this? Her words caused Qin Yifun to pause momentarily, a hint of curiosity flickering in his gaze. Is it merely a complete spirit crystal that you seek? Still lost in her thoughts, Blue Charm replied, Yes, I have been stuck at level 54 for quite some time. I only need a complete spirit crystal. Suddenly realizing, she added, Mr. Qin, I merely wish to purchase a complete spirit crystal for myself, and if possible, I would also like to buy one that would allow me to advance to the next level. Qin Yifun shot her a disapproving glance. If you only wanted one, why not say so earlier? You made it sound as though we were negotiating a grand transaction. Blue Charm, on the verge of tears, protested, regardless of the scale. Is it not still a transaction? Am I mistaken in saying so? Seeing her expression, Qin Yifun shook his head in resignation. I harbor no personal grievances against you. A complete spirit crystal can indeed be traded, but you must offer a mutated beast's carcass in return. Very well. Blue Charm eagerly approached him, presenting a small storage orb. Qin Yifun examined it with his spiritual energy, discovering 4 relatively intact high-level mutated beast corpses within. Nodding in satisfaction, he stored the carcasses in his personal space. Then transferred a complete spirit crystal into the small storage orb before handing it back to Blue Charm. Miss Blue, the transaction is complete. You may take your leave. Upon inspecting the small storage orb, Blue Charm felt a surge of excitement and suddenly exclaimed, Mr. Qin, I believe you hold some misconceptions about my 100 Knowledge Hall. If before she could elaborate, Qin Yifun interrupted coldly, Do not attempt to impose your thoughts upon me. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Blue Charm immediately fell silent. Her face a portrait of grievance as she gazed at Qin Yifun. Noticing his indifference, she could only depart in silence, her heart heavy with unspoken feelings. Just as Blue Charm exited, another figure emerged from the shadows, smiling as he spoke. Mr. Qin, you are truly remarkable. Even that extraordinary woman, Blue Charm, could not faze you. I am genuinely impressed. Qin Yifun glanced up at the newcomer, a wry smile gracing his lips. You dare to appear before me like this? Are you not afraid I might kill you? The man appeared to be in his 70s, his hair and beard largely white, with little energy fluctuation emanating from him. Yet he possessed an undeniable aura of authority. Unperturbed by Qin Yifun's words, he replied, Mr. Qin, why would you contemplate killing an old man you are meeting for the first time? With a chilling smile, Qin Yifun summoned a dark curtain of shadows that enveloped the entire rooftop. A series of gruesome sounds echoed as flesh was torn apart, culminating in a scream. Before the dark curtain vanished without a trace. At this moment, 5 figures cloaked in black stood ominously on the rooftop, while the elderly man, stricken with terror, clutched his arm in fright. Qin Yifun held a dagger, glimmering with an eerie green light. Just months ago, this very blade had nearly pierced my heart. Yet the assailant had retreated in a single, swift motion. Can you explain why? The old man seemed to recall something, hastily retrieving a vial of potion from his bosom. However, before he could fully produce it, Qin Yifun snatched it away. Return the antidote at once. Whatever you desire, I shall grant you. Just give it back. Chapter 99. The young master of the Lin clan, gazing at the nearly transparent vial in his grasp, Qin Yifan inquired softly. To be candid, while I find certain individuals within the Lin family somewhat disagreeable, I must commend their control over the trafficking of poisons. For instance, in the hands of people like you. It is certain to be used for malevolent purposes. You speak true, Mr. Qin. I am indeed a villain, steeped in wrongdoing. I beg you, please return the antidote. Qin Yifan regarded him with an expression of peculiar interest. You admit to being a man of misdeeds. Why should I allow you to persist in living? That is not my desire. I have been coerced into this state. Coerced, you say? Pray tell, who has compelled you to become such? It is the city lord. He trained me solely to perform his nefarious deeds. The man hesitated but ultimately surrendered the truth, a clear indication of his profound fear of death. Qin Yifan was taken aback by the ease with which he revealed such valuable information. No wonder the commander had advised caution, indeed. The puppet master behind this was none other than that individual. Upon finishing his confession, the man frantically extended his hand towards Qin Yifan. Please, give me the antidote. Qin Yifan curled his lip in disdain. Surely you have employed this poison to take lives. Do you truly believe that, should you be poisoned, you would survive for long? The man faltered, glancing at his wound, which still bled crimson. Apart from the pain at the site of injury, he felt no other discomfort. And it dawned on him that he had been deceived. You dare to betray me? Qin Yifan blinked innocently. How have I betrayed you? It is your own fear of death that has led you to this predicament. The man clenched his fists tightly. Had he not been outmatched by Qin Yifan, he would have surely retaliated fiercely. With a dismissive snort, Qin Yifan remarked, instead of wasting time here, you would do better to seek the commander. He may yet preserve your life. At this, the man panicked, disregarding his inferior status, and leapt from the rooftop. Fortunately, he possessed wind-based abilities, allowing him to glide momentarily on the currents, thus avoiding a fatal fall. He then scrambled onto a spirit-powered vehicle and fled the scene. Qin Yifan shook his head, crouching down to utilize his super purification technique to extract 5 blood crystals. He then stored the bodies of the 5 men in his spatial pocket before returning to the grill to resume his meal. Since his arrival, he had kept his detection technique active, ensuring no other presence lingered nearby before allowing the man to seek out the commander. Otherwise, there would be no need to wait for him to take any action. That man had no chance of survival. As time gradually passed, Qin Yifan consumed roasted snake meat for an entire day and night, depleting 200 mutated venomous snakes, thereby forcibly elevating his poison affinity to the 31st level. This endeavor also inadvertently enhanced his enhancement affinity by 2 levels, bringing his overall rank to 39, with only his lightning affinity remaining stagnant. Upon surpassing the 30-level threshold in poison affinity, he acquired a new skill, poisoning technique. This active skill enables the host to infuse toxins into any object they touch, excluding living beings. While this skill could indeed augment his combat prowess, it did not entirely resonate with his values. He held the belief that those who resorted to poison were seldom virtuous, and he was reluctant to be labeled as a scoundrel. However, when facing adversaries, he understood that mercy was a luxury he could not afford. After all, showing compassion to enemies equated to cruelty towards oneself. His decision to halt was not due to a lack of appetite, but rather because someone was approaching, desiring to keep his prolonged feast a secret. He swiftly stowed away the barbecue grill as soon as a group entered the range of his detection skills, leaving the charcoal to smolder as a makeshift campfire. Soon, a group of 5 emerged on the rooftop. Leading them was a man who appeared exceedingly rigid and meticulous. His countenance was almost mask-like. Were it not for the movement of his eyes, one might mistake him for a mere playing card. His hair was impeccably styled, and his attire bore not a single wrinkle. Even in motion, he maintained a deliberate awareness of his appearance, ensuring no significant disarray occurred. Upon seeing this individual, Qin Yifan could not shake the thought that he must lead a rather burdensome life. As the man came to a halt 5 meters away and inclined his head in a slight nod, that notion was further solidified. Greetings, Mr. Qin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Yefeng. Previously, due to trivial matters, I intended to invite you to my residence for a discussion. Unfortunately, my subordinates proved inept, and I ask for your understanding. After hearing these words, Qin Yifan found himself at a loss for words, unable to determine an appropriate response. Lin Yefeng's impassive gaze rendered him somewhat uncomfortable. You must be the esteemed eldest son of the Lin family, correct? It's quite hard to fathom that you and Lin Yue are brothers. Your appearances alone suggest a stark contrast in personalities. Lin Yefeng promptly replied, Mr. Qin. You might not be aware, but my younger brother and I share the same father yet different mothers. We resemble our respective mothers, and indeed, my disposition tends to be rather austere. Ah, the eldest son's self-awareness is truly commendable. Qin Yifun's compliment was sincere. Individuals with such self-awareness were indeed rare. Now, let us dispense with the pleasantries. What brings you to seek me? Lin Yifeng nodded slightly. I wish to purchase the complete spiritual crystal in your possession. Are you certain it is a purchase and not an attempt at theft? Of course it is a purchase. Why would I resort to theft? The question nearly left Qin Yifun momentarily speechless, for he had previously categorized this esteemed individual similarly to Lin Yuehua. Yet the reality was markedly different. Ahem. I have a query. Might you be willing to provide some clarification, esteemed sir? Lin Yifeng remarked. Mr. Qin, please speak. Qin Yifun slightly furrowed his brow and inquired. Is there animosity among the siblings of the Lin family? None, Lin Yifeng replied succinctly, offering no further elaboration. This only piqued Qin Yifun's curiosity further. If there is no grudge, why don't you approach Lin Yueran? I have already sold her 2,000 of them. Her possessions are hers, and mine are mine. They cannot be conflated. Very well, clear accounts among brothers, I see. Qin Yifun raised his thumb in approval. Now, I have no further questions. You may leave, young master. After a brief pause, Lin Yifeng spoke again. You won't sell to me? Although phrased as a question, his tone suggested certainty. Qin Yifun nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I do not wish to sell to you. Is that unacceptable? Not at all, Lin Yifeng replied with nonchalance. I can offer a price of 5 to 1. I ask you to consider it. Splendid. Alas, I still have no desire to sell. Lin Yifeng paused for another moment. What must I do for Mr. Qin to reconsider? Qin Yifun pondered for an extended period, then lifted his gaze to Lin Yifeng. I do have a request. Could the young master provide me with some corpses of high-level thunder-type mutated beasts? Lin Yifeng slightly lowered his head, then shook it gently after a while. I apologize, but I do not possess any high-level thunder-type mutated beast corpses. Might I request Mr. Qin to propose an alternative condition? Chapter 100. A dreadful task though their encounter was brief, Qin Yifun discerned that Lin Yifeng was not pretentious. However, he still hesitated to engage in trade with him, primarily due to a reluctance to empower a potential adversary. Indeed, he had come to regard the Lin family as an imagined foe. As for Lin Yueran, her beauty was justice itself, and considering that she would eventually marry, he did not perceive her as a member of the Lin family. My apologies, young master. I have limited complete spirit crystals and seek to exchange them for something more beneficial to myself. I trust you understand. Despite viewing him as a hypothetical enemy, he preferred to maintain civility in their discourse. Lin Yifeng's lips curled slightly, marking the extent of his emotional expression, suggesting he was rather excited. Mr. Qin, I have observed your inclination towards various innate attributes. Have you discovered a unique cultivation method? This remark intrigued Qin Yifun, as it implied that Lin Yifeng had made some observations of his own. Whether it is unique or not, I cannot say. But I have found that consuming the meat of mutated beasts with similar attributes can accelerate the cultivation process. Lin Yifeng's gaze sharpened. Indeed. Mr. Qin, did you uncover this after the environmental changes? Qin Yifun raised an eyebrow, recognizing that he had merely concocted a casual rationale, which happened to align with his actual experience. He had anticipated that the other party had made similar discoveries, albeit following the environmental shifts. This lent legitimacy to his quest for various attributes of mutated beast meat. It seemed that the young master had also conducted research on the matter. What progress have you made? My findings mirror those of Mr. Qin. And I have also discovered that the effects of various potions differ significantly from their previous properties. Lin Yifeng's response took Qin Yifun by surprise. Not only was he genuinely earnest in his reply, but he also provided an answer that was entirely unexpected. You might be onto something. When I previously consumed the restorative potion, I felt nothing, yet now it not only revitalizes my energy but also enhances my cultivation. Since Lin had made this discovery, Qin saw no harm in adding fuel to the fire. It seemed that future potions would undergo a transformation. Young master, this revelation of yours may indeed secure your name in the annals of history. To be immortalized in history is too grand a notion for me. Yet it is true that the cultivation system will indeed be revolutionized. The corners of Lin Yifeng's mouth twitched slightly as he fixed his serious gaze upon Qin Yifun. Mr. Qin, this should mark the dawn of a new era. Would you be willing to join me in spearheading this revolution? Qin Yifun found himself momentarily speechless. He had merely intended to tease Lin, yet this fellow was actually inviting him to join forces. Just then, the system unexpectedly issued a new task. Ding! A new task has been assigned. Please complete it in a timely manner. Task: accept Lin Yefeng's proposal and redefine the talent cultivation system. Time frame: 1 year. Completion reward: all abilities will be raised by 5 levels. What the hell? Qin Yifan exclaimed, startling Lin Yefeng, who had been anticipating his response. Mr. Qin, what do you mean by that? Qin Yifan quickly waved his hand. Young master, please don't misunderstand. I'm just a bit overwhelmed. It's not directed at you. What a ridiculous task, asking me to redefine the cultivation system. How is that not setting me up for failure? And with only a year to accomplish it. What qualifies a mere figure like me to undertake such a feat? No, wait, the task is to accept Lin Yefeng's proposal, which implies I can leverage his strength to achieve this. Thank goodness, I won't have to change the world alone. But even with this poker-faced individual, it seems a daunting task. At least there are no penalties for failure. Otherwise, it would be a real predicament. Ahem, young master. Do you truly wish to initiate a revolution? Of course. We are on the brink of a monumental change. No one has ever truly defined the cultivation system. Does Mr. Qin not desire to leave his mark on history? Huh. The system is indeed astute, sensing what this fellow is contemplating. Young master, your ambitions are truly lofty. But, if I may be candid, do you believe that between us, we can accomplish this? Success is in the hands of those who dare to try. Lin Yefeng's words resonated with conviction. If you do not attempt, how will you ever know your limits? Qin Yifan's lips twitched. He was beginning to reconsider completing the new task assigned by the system. Well, young master, do you have any plans in mind? Lin Yefeng pondered seriously for a moment before looking up at Qin Yifan. First, we cultivate talent based on our findings, then swiftly replace the city lord. And subsequently convene a conference of all city lords, persuading each major city to adopt our cultivation methods. Good gracious. This is truly audacious. Qin Yifan sincerely admired Lin Yefeng's ingenuity. He was indeed a visionary. Before he could voice his thoughts, Lin Yefeng suddenly stepped forward, grasping Qin Yifan's wrist. Mr. Qin, please accompany me to my residence. I wish to show you something. It is true that Qin Yifan could have easily evaded the situation, however. Sensing no hostility from the other party, he refrained from any extreme reactions. Nevertheless, upon hearing the words spoken, Qin Yifan found himself in a bit of a quandary. Young master, you are aware that I have previously slain your family's death warriors and had a rather unpleasant encounter with the second young master. Should I venture to the Lin estate, and he were to create difficulties for me there? Lin Yefeng interjected. I never said I would take you to the Lin estate. I have my own residence. Ah, that is indeed a possibility. Just as he agreed. Lin Yefeng seized him by the arm and swiftly turned to leave. Throughout the journey, Lin Yefeng remained rather taciturn, but through the fluctuations in his gaze, Qin Yifan could discern that he was not entirely at ease. A half-hour later, their spirit-powered vehicle arrived at an estate. While its size did not rival that of the Lin estate, it still spanned several square kilometers, showcasing the Lin family's substantial influence. Upon entering the residence, everyone paid their respects to Lin Yefeng, addressing him as young master. As for Qin Yifan, he was met with indifference as they were unfamiliar with him at that moment. Qin Yifan paid little heed to this slight. He felt akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, overwhelmed by the sheer abundance of sights. To be honest, he had never encountered such opulent architecture before. His previous visit to the Lin estate had only afforded him a cursory glance at the exterior, leaving him ignorant of the interior's splendor. He had only once stayed in a luxurious hotel, believing its decor to be extravagant, but now, witnessing Lin Yefeng's residence, he could only think. Poverty restricts imagination. Pavilions and towers, babbling brooks and flowing waters, rockeries and gardens, all appeared imbued with an exquisite aesthetic. Yet, Qin Yifan felt that such beauty was somewhat wasted on Lin Yefeng, who struck him as too rigid to truly appreciate such a style. Lin Yefeng, unfazed by Qin Yifan's thoughts, continued to ignore everyone and everything, leading Qin Yifan into the experimental base he valued most highly. To what extent did he cherish it? Without delving into the guard station both overtly and covertly, it sufficed to say that entry required fingerprint, facial, and iris scans, including himself. A complete set of information had to be recorded, otherwise, the cameras would not permit entrance for any outsiders. Qin Yifan could not help but jest, young master. Your intellect seems rather inflexible. Not even the person you bring along is allowed entry. Perhaps you should reconsider the programming. Chapter 101. Being remembered. Qin Yifan merely jested. Yet Lin Yefeng responded with utmost seriousness. This is the protocol I have set for the system. As previously, no one other than myself was permitted within the laboratory. Qin Yifan rolled his eyes, realizing that making jokes with such a person was a futile endeavor. However, having been granted access to such a significant place after just one meeting, his rigid impression of Lin Yifeng began to shift. Upon finally entering through the main door, they were met with a wall of metal. Qin Yifan silently mused, the Lin family certainly has an interesting approach, placing such trust in a metal wall. One day, when I acquire the 5-element escape technique, I must explore the Lin estate. As for Lin Yifeng's laboratory, having already qualified for entry, he deemed it unnecessary to complicate matters further. The metallic wall cannot truly be considered a means of defense, it merely serves as a barrier, as it acts as yet another door. It was only when Lin Yifeng entered 3 distinct passwords at 3 different locations that the metallic wall split down the middle, revealing a vast elevator. After a brief interval, Qin Yifan finally beheld the true visage of the so-called laboratory. Astonished, he gasped, this laboratory undeniably lived up to its name. A pure amalgamation of metal and cutting-edge technology, it housed an array of automated devices, along with a colossal computer system at its center, overwhelming the senses. Upon entering, Lin Yifeng's gaze became fervent, and his demeanor shifted. Mr. Qin, behold the fruits of my 2 decades of labor. This is the intelligent core, this analyzes spectra. And this one assesses energy. This last one is of particular significance. He guided Qin Yifan on an extensive tour, eventually arriving at a sophisticated-looking instrument. Mr. Qin, this device not only detects various latent abilities of gifted individuals, but also analyzes the attributes contained within various substances. When I embarked on this research, everyone deemed it trivial, and I received no support whatsoever. His eyes gleamed as he turned to Qin Yifan. You are the first to acknowledge my work, Mr. Qin. I am eager to share everything here with you. Qin Yifan discerned that this man was indeed a scientific fanatic, which explained his rather austere demeanor. After scrutinizing the half-human height instrument, Qin Yifan inquired with a smile, Young master, how does one operate this device? Do we simply place an object inside? Indeed, Mr. Qin. Please hold on. Lin Yifeng activated the instrument and retrieved a small storage orb from his pocket, carefully selecting a piece of spirit crystal after some deliberation. He placed the crystal on the device and pressed a button, causing various beams to emerge and scan the fragment. After a brief span of 10 seconds, the analysis results appeared on a virtual screen. Wind-type spirit crystal fragment, purity 90, contains reinforcing impurities, harmless. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow and asked, on what basis is this purity determined? This was Lin Yifeng's forte, and he spoke at length. I have developed a comprehensive evaluation system through the analysis of various substances and countless experiments. If Mr. Qin has anything he wishes to test, I encourage you to try it. Very well. Qin Yifan pondered for a moment before casually producing a complete spirit crystal. Truth be told, he was aware of special substances that could enhance various talents, but those had only been identified through experience. He had never encountered a device capable of such detection. He had previously seen instruments that assessed the abilities of gifted individuals, but not ones that analyzed attributes. Naturally, he was intrigued and placed the complete spirit crystal on the detection platform, eagerly anticipating the results. This analysis took somewhat longer, yet merely half a minute elapsed. Metal-type spirit crystal, purity 100, perfect. Lin Yifeng's exclamation startled Qin Yifan, who responded with mild irritation, I never expected you to curse, and so dramatically at that. But I suppose this makes you seem more human. Lin Yifeng, however, paid no heed to his jest, pointing at the pristine spirit crystal on the testing platform. And after a long pause, finally exclaimed, it is actually of perfect grade. Mr. Qin, do you comprehend what this signifies? Qin Yifan, seemingly indifferent, replied, what does it signify? No impurities? That doesn't seem remarkable. The previous one had impurities and was harmless. After all, it is indeed harmless, yet it adversely affects the ability user's absorption and cultivation. Lin Yifeng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he continued, that fragment, if made into a potion, would only yield a maximum efficacy of 80. Unless one possesses dual talents in wind and enhancement. However, this perfect-grade complete spirit crystal can unleash an efficacy of 120. This affirms that my testing theory is indeed correct. At this juncture, he grasped Qin Yifan's shoulders, urging, Mr. Qin, do you have any other complete spirit crystals of different attributes? Quickly, let us continue our verification. Qin Yifan grinned, young master. I sense that your invitation to join forces is merely a ruse to swindle my complete spirit crystals. No, it is certainly not a deception. but rather a sharing. Lin Yifeng vehemently shook his head. Only by persuading you to accept my perspective can I share these research findings with you. All right. Qin Yifan, genuinely feeling somewhat exasperated, realized that reasoning with such a research enthusiast was futile. He might as well consider it an investment. Casually retrieving nearly 100 complete spirit crystals, they commenced their examination one by one. Initially, Qin Yifan displayed little interest, while Lin Yifeng was astonished at each result. As time passed, Lin Yifeng became somewhat numb. Yet Qin Yifan's intrigue grew. Curiously, every complete spirit crystal turned out to be of perfect grade, completely exceeding Lin Yifeng's expectations and leaving him in a state of shock. Meanwhile, Qin Yifan pondered the prowess of his super purification technique and contemplated whether to test some other materials. With this thought, he acted promptly. After all, having exposed the complete spirit crystals, there was little left to conceal. Thus, he produced a small pile of blood crystals, several pieces of steel essence, and about 100 shards of spirit crystals. At this moment, Lin Yifeng suddenly spoke. Mr. Qin, would you dare let me test your talent attributes? Qin Yifan's lips twitched. This fellow had even set his sights on himself. I dare not. Let us first test these items. Lin Yifeng's expression instantly shifted to one of disappointment, clearly indicating that his interest in Qin Yifan had surpassed all else. However, being a rather traditional individual, he wouldn't force the issue if the other party disagreed, suppressing his intense desire deep within. After a series of tests, everything Qin Yifan presented turned out to be of perfect grade. This heightened Lin Yifeng's yearning to assess his talent attributes to a peak, prompting him to contemplate actions contrary to his character. He even considered compelling Qin Yifan onto the monitoring device, which startled Qin Yifan. Fortunately, it was just the two of them. Lin Yifeng was not his match, or else a significant exposure might have occurred today. Once he restrained Lin Yifeng, he coldly stated, Young master, it would be prudent for you to abandon the thought of testing my talents, lest. Lin Yifeng finally regained his composure, sincerely apologizing. Mr. Qin, please forgive me. My curiosity has overwhelmed me. I shall never engage in such actions again, lest I find myself incapable of making any further discoveries. Observing his demeanor, Qin Yifan released his grip and remarked nonchalantly, I have examined all my valuable assets. There is nothing further for me here, so I shall take my leave. Chapter 102, Grand Aspirations Wait. Lin Yifeng urgently interjected, Mr. Qin, there are numerous matters I wish to discuss with you. Qin Yifan shrugged, Young master, I am utterly unversed in these matters. Questioning me would yield no benefit. This is not the subject of our discussion. Lin Yifeng typed a few commands on the virtual keyboard, prompting the intelligence system to continue analyzing the day's results, before addressing Qin Yifan once more. Mr. Qin, I believe this theoretical framework can undoubtedly redefine the cultivation system. Thus, we must deliberate on how to implement this theory. Qin Yifan, taken aback, pointed at Lin Yifeng and then at himself. Such a significant matter, and we alone are to decide? Indeed, for we are the pioneers. Lin Yifeng's eyes sparkled with fervor as he continued, I shall expedite the formation of this theory and commence its promotion, with our immediate circle as the primary targets. I will persuade the Lin family, and you should approach the Grand Commander to garner their support for your ascension as the next city lord. What? Qin Yifan's voice cracked in disbelief. Young master, suggesting I become the city lord is nothing short of ludicrous. Furthermore, if anyone should assume that role, it ought to be you. Upon uttering this, Qin Yifan found himself amused, realizing how absurdly he had been drawn into Lin Yifeng's line of thinking. Of course, you shall be the one to take the position. My role is to uphold this cultivation system, becoming your most formidable ally. Qin Yifan blinked, sensing the fervor of his companion's ambition, yet feeling a strange stir of excitement himself. He ultimately sighed, Young master, let us refrain from discussing such impracticalities for now. We must first produce something of genuine substance. Fear not, follow me, and with one more experiment, we can solidify this theory's foundations. As he spoke, Lin Yifeng grasped Qin Yifan's arm and led him towards another elevator, which served as an alternate entrance to the experimental base, connecting to the four-story building designated for foundational theoretical experiments. The true experimental facility lay underground, a comprehensive subterranean structure. Before long, they exited the elevator, undergoing another round of password verification as Lin Yifeng guided him into a standard laboratory. Qin Yifan observed numerous researchers clad in white coats, alongside various mutated beasts and individuals with special abilities. These were presumably the subjects of their research. Lin Yefeng entered a spacious laboratory and introduced it to Qin Yifan. This is my venue for theoretical experiments. Now is the time to witness a miracle. With that, he ordered a researcher, bring over subjects 68 and 69. Yes, young master. The individual responded before departing, while Lin Yefeng began to elaborate to Qin Yifan. Subjects 68 and 69 were his trained assassins. A pair of twins with identical innate attributes and levels, both currently at the threshold of 50. What he must do now is conduct the final experiment with the two of them to verify that utilizing spirit crystals with identical attributes would yield a smoother breakthrough. In conclusion, he stated, Mr. Qin, I require a perfect wind-type spirit crystal. Qin Yifan smirked and replied, Of course, I have already provided you with one. While it was true that those spirit crystals were entrusted to him, they belonged to both of them, and he needed to obtain consent before using them. I agree. Qin Yifan felt a sense of admiration for this individual. Aside from his earlier insistence on subjecting him to the testing apparatus, he genuinely adhered to principles in other matters. Qin Yifan wished for more individuals like him around. Though somewhat rigid, they were truly uncomplicated to interact with. Before long, a pair of twins appeared before them. And Lin Yefeng instructed the researchers to connect them to various lines before ultimately handing over 2 complete spirit crystals to the duo. Qin Yifan could not comprehend the process. He only knew that subject number 68 broke through ahead of number 69, and the breakthrough was remarkably smooth, while 69 nearly failed to succeed. Just as he thought the experiment concluded there, he was taken aback to see Lin Yefeng and a group of researchers gazing intently at a virtual screen, where a multitude of characters was pulsating. Half an hour later, an extensive experimental report materialized, filled with professional jargon that Qin Yifan could not decipher, save for one line. Utilizing spirit crystals that align with innate attributes can enhance the success rate of breakthroughs by 50%, while a perfect-grade spirit crystal can amplify efficacy by 150%. We succeeded. We succeeded, Lin Yefeng exclaimed, pulling Qin Yifan into a fit of joyous laughter. This was the first time Qin Yifan witnessed such an emotional display from him. He had been more insistent when trying to force him onto the testing platform. However, this exuberance did not last long, as he soon regained his composure and directed the researchers compile all experimental data. I need to formulate a theoretical framework in the shortest time possible. Yes, young master. Leaving a flurry of researchers to their tasks, Lin Yefeng took Qin Yifan and departed. Upon returning to the underground laboratory, Lin Yefeng led Qin Yifan to a cozy corner designated for living quarters. Approaching an exquisite bar, he selected a fine bottle of wine and poured a glass for himself and one for Qin Yifan. Mr. Qin, let us raise a toast to celebrate the imminent formation of our theory and to wish for our success in its implementation. Qin Yifan, not wishing to dampen his spirits, clinked glasses with him and took a sip. Although he was not well versed in wines, he nonetheless praised, "This is excellent wine." For that sip had granted him an increase of 500 points in his water affinity. Lin Yefeng calmly remarked, "This wine is a century-old brew. If you enjoy it, I can have some prepared for you." "That would be wonderful. Young master, do prepare a generous supply for me," he replied, laughing heartily. While he was unsure of the wine's value, it certainly could not surpass that of a complete spirit crystal. Having invested so much, a bit of return was only fair. Lin Yefeng nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and instead stated, "Mr. Qin, once the theory is established, I will promptly return to the Lin family, and I assure you they will support your ascension to the City Lord. Your current task is to seek the Grand Commander, as long as you gain his support. Your rise to City Lord is a foregone conclusion." Upon mentioning this, Qin Yifan felt a twinge of headache. I said, "My lord, do you truly believe that a mere novice like myself could ascend to the position of City Lord? A novice, you say?" "Huh," Lin Yefeng replied with utmost seriousness. "According to my investigations, you possess an array of talents. Though you have yet to reach level 40, you already stand unafraid before experts of level 50. Taking a sip of his drink, he continued, "Moreover, your ability to extract perfect materials, particularly complete spirit crystals, alone is sufficient to garner the support of countless individuals. Do you still consider yourself a novice?" Qin Yifan took a sip of his drink, feeling elated inside while maintaining an impassive exterior. "If you put it that way, perhaps I do possess some semblance of prowess. But is becoming a city lord truly so effortless? I am utterly clueless. Becoming a city lord is not particularly challenging. Delegate the tasks you cannot manage," Lin Yefeng proclaimed after another sip of his drink, uttering a grand declaration. "Our ambition does not lie in a mere city, but in the entirety of the world." Chapter 103. The commencement of action. Qin Yifan was utterly astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. He never anticipated Lin Yifeng's ambitions to be so grand. The entire world? Do you aspire to be the sovereign of humanity? No, no, no. Lin Yifeng waved his finger. Mr. Qin, your vision is too limited. I do not seek to dominate anyone, but rather to ensure that our names are remembered throughout the ages, sung by generations to come. Your vision is truly remarkable, Qin Yifan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. In less than a day of acquaintance with this man, he had been astonished several times. Lin Yifeng regarded him earnestly and asked, Do you not desire this? Desire it? Of course. But can it truly be achieved? Reflecting on the tasks assigned by the system, he suddenly felt a surge of motivation. As time flew by, Qin Yifan had spent 5 days at Lin Yifeng's experimental base. During this period, he did not find himself bored. He utilized the specialized handheld detector provided by Lin Yifeng to discover several items that could awaken new talents within him. Yet, he refrained from awakening them, not due to inability, but rather a lack of desire to surpass level 50. All his talents must simultaneously reach the threshold of level 50, and he was uncertain of the consequences. However, he realized that elevating new talents would be challenging. So he decided to postpone such endeavors until after reaching level 50. Nevertheless, he could prepare in advance, as Lin Yifeng's base was replete with valuable resources. Armed with the handheld detector, he gathered numerous items he required. Of course, he did not neglect to benefit Lin Yifeng in return, directly offering him 2,000 complete spirit crystals. Since they were entering into a partnership, it was only fitting to bolster the strength of his ally. A sentiment Qin Yifan held dearly. On this particular day, while exploring Lin Yifeng's warehouse, the young lord burst in energetically. Mr. Qin, it is done. I have finally succeeded in establishing the cultivation system. Qin Yifan turned to glance at him. My lord, do not take offense, but after reflecting for the past few days, I believe the cultivation system already existed. You merely consolidated it. Lin Yifeng, initially brimming with excitement, suddenly halted, his expression shifting to one of contemplation, his eyes reflecting deep thoughts. Soon, he lifted his head and proclaimed loudly, Mr. Qin is indeed correct. Yet this remains an unprecedented achievement, does it not? That is true. What I mean is, do not let it inflate your ego, laughed Lin Yifeng. Taken aback, he gently shook his head and replied, So Mr. Qin was merely jesting. Fear not, I shall not grow arrogant. I will continue to strive. Qin Yifan stood up and clapped his hands, asking, Are you ready to take action? Yes. Very well. I shall accompany you in this endeavor. Wait a moment. Before Qin Yifan could finish his sentence, Lin Yifeng interrupted, Mr. Qin. I miscalculated one significant aspect. This information could pose immense danger, even to my family. Qin Yifan fell silent, pondering for a while before inquiring. What do you propose we do? Lin Yifeng spoke earnestly. We need to take precautions to mitigate this danger and forge alliances with like-minded allies. That is indeed a possibility. Qin Yifan replied, somewhat troubled. Aside from Jiao Hong, I only know the Grand Commander. Do you have any candidates in mind? If you can win over the Grand Commander, you would effectively control half of Ice City. Lin Yifeng stated with utmost seriousness. What I previously mentioned was no idle talk. With the support of the Lin family and the Grand Commander, you shall surely become the city lord. Which means the Lin family and the Grand Commander would each hold sway over half of Ice City. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow. And what of the current city lord? Is he devoid of any capabilities? He is merely a puppet under the Lin family, unable to rise high. Lin Yifeng clarified, then continued. You should first speak with the Grand Commander. If you gain his approval, our grand undertaking will be set in motion. Qin Yifan's lips twitched, young master. Why do I feel as if you are deceiving me? I would not deceive anyone. These conclusions are drawn from rational analysis. Lin Yifeng reiterated. The Lin family harbors too many uncontrollable variables. Previously, I only considered the support of a few elders, neglecting the value of this theory. Should greed take hold of the Lin family, I would return only to become fodder. I do not wish to perish before our mission even begins. Qin Yifan shot him a glare. And are you not concerned that I might also become fodder by approaching the Grand Commander? No, for you are more formidable than I. The Grand Commander may not be able to handle you. Qin Yifan was rendered speechless, pondering how he came to trust this reckless individual. Nevertheless, he ultimately acquiesced to Lin Yifeng's advice and set out to attempt communication with the Grand Commander. At the city lord's residence, Qin Yifan's arrival stirred up quite a commotion. Albeit all conducted in secrecy, with no one openly confronting him. Upon reaching the Grand Commander's office, he found the Grand Commander awaiting him. Upon his entrance, the Grand Commander Perplexed, inquired, "What exactly brings you here? If the matter is truly significant, why not arrange to meet outside?" With a chuckle, Qin Yifan glanced around. "Is this office secure from eavesdropping?" The Grand Commander raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Qin Yifan ceased his hesitations and cast a shadowy veil over the entire office. "Grand Commander, listen closely," he said swiftly, relaying the concept of establishing a cultivation system. He concluded by asking, "Grand Commander, how feasible do you believe this endeavor to be?" The expression of the Supreme Leader was somewhat indifferent, yet within his heart, tumultuous waves were surging. After a considerable pause, he inquired, "Did the eldest son of the Lin family truly achieve this?" Qin Yifan smirked. "There is no need for me to deceive you." Initially, he sought the backing of his family, but upon reflecting on the value of that system, he hesitated. The Supreme Leader's fists alternated between clenching and relaxing. And after a while, he exhaled deeply, stating, "Not only those avaricious old-timers from the Lin family, but even I, upon hearing this, first thought about controlling you all before anything else." Qin Yifan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the Supreme Leader, poised to flee at the slightest sign of impropriety. After a moment of silence, the Supreme Leader softly said, "Withdraw your skills. I will support you, but this matter cannot be resolved hastily. I need to make preparations." Qin Yifan did not retract the dark canopy, but directly asked, "What preparations? How long will it take?" 10 days. "I need to distribute the complete spirit crystals to enhance my power." Lin Yifeng's guess was indeed spot on. With a flick of his hand, a brand new handheld detector materialized. "Supreme Leader, this device can detect the properties of complete spirit crystals. You will be among the first beneficiaries of the new cultivation system." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark canopy vanished, and Qin Yifan had already left the office. The Supreme Leader picked up the handheld detector, shaking his head helplessly, realizing how rapidly this young man was evolving. Qin Yifan entered the city lord's mansion with an air of confidence but left discreetly. Discretion was essential as many were preparing to corner him, not with ill intentions, but rather to purchase complete spirit crystals from him. Unfortunately, he had no desire for such transactions at the moment. He had other pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 104. You have this potential in the independent core camp. Qin Yifan stealthily approached Jiuhong's quarters, where she had been waiting anxiously. "Afan, what on earth happened?" Qin Yifan grinned. "Sister Hong, I have brought you something wonderful." With that, he waved his hand, and a handheld detector appeared before Jiuhong. "What is this?" In response to Jiuhong's confusion, Qin Yifan explained directly. "A new type of detector that not only identifies the innate qualities of ability users, but also reveals the properties of other substances." Initially, Jiuhong did not pay much attention, but she soon grasped the significance, her astonishment evident as she asked, "It can detect the properties of other substances? How is that possible?" "You'll know once you try it." Qin Yifan refrained from discussing the cultivation system, instead stating, "Sister Hong, I need you to do something. Determine the properties of the complete spirit crystals I previously provided to you, and distribute them to the first batch of brothers who have yet to break through, according to their corresponding innate attributes." "Wait, let me catch my breath." Jiuhong, being quite astute, though Qin Yifan did not elaborate, connected the dots. "You mean that complete spirit crystals with matching attributes are more likely to help ability users break through?" "Exactly," Qin Yifan confirmed, yet he chose not to elaborate further. "Sister Hong, for now, let us set aside other matters. Your immediate task is to swiftly enhance the strength of the Independent Legion, particularly the first batch of 3,000 brothers. This is of utmost importance to me." "Very well, I shall accomplish this. How much time do you have?" Jiuhong did not inquire about the reasons, which elicited a knowing smile from Qin Yifan. 10 days. After 10 days, the Ice City may witness a transformation. Jiuhong also smiled, unafraid of the impending changes in Ice City, declaring that she would fight alongside him when the time comes. Upon leaving the Independent Legion, Qin Yifan returned to Lin Yifeng's residence. When he found Lin Yifeng, he was not preoccupied with the experimental base, but rather engaged in conversation in a sitting room. This surprised Qin Yifan, not only due to Lin Yifeng's demeanor, but also because of the company present. There were two beautiful women, both of whom Qin Yifan recognized. Upon his entrance, one of them exclaimed in astonishment, "Mr. Qin, why have you come here unimpeded by my brother?" Qin Yifan shrugged, remaining silent, not out of reluctance to explain, but rather due to uncertainty about how to respond. Lin Yifeng promptly interjected, "Mr. Qin is my most significant partner. Your access to the initial generation of handheld detection devices is entirely due to his contributions." Qin Yifan hastily waved his hand, saying, "Young master, that statement is an exaggeration. Those are the fruits of your 2 decades of research. I merely offered a modicum of assistance." "No," Lin Yefeng replied with utmost seriousness, "you may not realize it. But your role is crucial. Even if I were to present this theoretical framework now, very few could grasp it. Their primary concern lies solely with the final results. Only you share my vision." Qin Yifan, with a resigned grin, chose not to engage in an argument but instead posed a question. "Are these 2 lovely ladies the individuals you wish to recruit?" Lin Yefeng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, my sister, though she may not fully understand, has expressed her support." While Lan Mei was already someone I helped ascend, Lan Mei had shed her previous flirtatious demeanor and now greeted Qin Yifan with a dignified bow. "I was unaware that Mr. Qin is the confidant of the young master. Should I have shown any disrespect, I kindly ask for your understanding." Qin Yifan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence, and then turned to Lin Yefeng, stating, "The commander has confirmed his support. However, he requires 10 days for preparation." 10 days is ample time, Lin Yefeng nodded. Previously, the power held by the Lin family was on par with the commander, but with our theory in use, he will cultivate a substantial number of elite forces within that time. Coupled with my sister's involvement and the hidden strategies from Baixiatang, we will possess the strength to surpass the Lin family, enabling us to successfully elevate you to the position of City Lord. What, brother, you intend for Mr. Qin to become the City Lord? Lin Yuan was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend her brother's intentions. Lin Yefeng responded matter-of-factly, "If not him, then who should take on the role? Do you possess the qualifications?" Lin Yuan's expression immediately soured, pouting as she retorted, "I lack the qualifications, but he has them? Without him, my theory would remain incomplete, and you would lack sufficient complete spirit crystals. Would you argue that he lacks the qualifications?" This statement rendered Lin Yuan speechless, and she turned to glare fiercely at Qin Yifan. The latter, feeling quite helpless, thought to himself that he was also thrust into this situation against his will. However, Lin Yefeng paid no heed to their thoughts and continued speaking. Wan, upon your return, follow my method. I will need you to hold off some of the family's elite." "Oh, understood. Lan Mei, your task is to keep an eye on the chaotic zone. Ensure that those troublesome entities do not disrupt our plans." "Yes, young master." After dismissing the 2 ladies, Lin Yefeng turned his gaze to Qin Yifan. "Mr. Qin, do not remain idle either. During these 10 days, strive to purify as many complete spirit crystals as possible." Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you've exhausted the 3,000 complete spirit crystals already. Is 3,000 a lot?" Lin Yefeng's eyes sparkled with intensity. "Mr. Qin, you still do not comprehend the potency of perfect-grade spirit crystals. If it weren't for my eagerness to unveil the results, I would truly wish to wait another month. By then, the power I command alone would be sufficient to rival the family. The power you wield can contend against the entire Lin clan?" In response to Qin Yifan's incredulity, Lin Yefeng readily offered clarification. "I am referring to high-end combatants, specifically those at level 50. We can cultivate them in batches, while the Lin family can only proceed gradually. This way, we shall naturally catch up." With this explanation, Qin Yifan began to grasp the situation but was also filled with a tinge of concern. "Are you not afraid that such intensive training of level 50 experts might lead to losing control over them?" Lin Yefeng replied nonchalantly, "If I feared losing control, why would I bother training them?" Seeing the perplexity etched on Qin Yifan's face, he elaborated further. "There are numerous methods to maintain control, generally categorized into mental domination and coercive control. Mental domination, often referred to as brainwashing, is favored by most high-ranking individuals. The Lin family's death warriors and the orphans trained by the commander are prime examples. Coercive control involves threats through means such as poisoning or endangering loved ones. Some brutal leaders resort to these tactics, though they typically meet grim fates." Qin Yifan inhaled sharply. "I find these methods rather cruel." "Cruel? Yes. But this is the nature of our world. If one cannot ascend to power, they can only be a pawn in the hands of those who do." Lin Yefeng's tone remained calm, yet there was a glimmer of madness in his eyes. "If you wish to alter this reality, you must first reach the pinnacle of authority. Mr. Qin, I firmly believe you are capable of achieving this." Qin Yifan felt slightly dazed, surprised by how the conversation had elevated him to such lofty heights. "Young master, let us refrain from such jest. I cannot bear the weight of such expectations." "No, I never jest. You possess this potential." Chapter 105. An opportunity awaits. Qin Yifan perceived Lin Yefeng as a rational yet fervent individual, though Lin Yifeng held a differing view. Since Qin Yifun's arrival, he had taken note of him. After previously sending Han Feiyu to test him a few times, he was convinced that Qin Yifun was no ordinary person. Subsequently, Qin Yifun's various displays had only served to reaffirm his assessment. Moreover, through their interactions over the past few days, he found Qin Yifun increasingly enigmatic. The more he acted in this manner, the more it confirmed his astute judgment. Thus, he was determined to enlist Qin Yifun onto his own chariot and elevate him to the highest echelons. Lin Yifeng possessed ambition. Yet he was also keenly aware of his limitations. Unable to control Qin Yifun, he saw no harm in fighting alongside him, even if it meant becoming his subordinate. Ultimately, when Qin Yifun attained greatness, he would likewise reap the rewards he desired. Hence, he subtly imparted knowledge to Qin Yifun, aiming to broaden his horizons and gradually cultivate his ambition. Although Qin Yifun was perplexed, he refrained from voicing objections, intent on fulfilling his mission. Following Lin Yifeng's directives, he began laboring in his storeroom. The next day at noon, a melodious notification resonated in Qin Yifun's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of assisting Jiu Hong in cultivating 3,000 level 50 experts. The host may claim the task reward at any time. Without hesitation, Qin Yifun accepted the reward. As for the lightning affinity, he lacked the time to hunt personally, having already delegated the task to Lin Yifeng. After a series of energy fluctuations, Qin Yifun eagerly opened his attribute panel. Host, Qin Yifun ability level 44 energy value, 800, 800. 000 talents, flexibility talent level 40, 219, 605, 000, water affinity level 40, 1, 350, 0005, 000, metal affinity level 40, 3, 196, 805, 000, spatial affinity level 37, 55, 802, 300, 000, reinforcement affinity level 44, 15, 610, 000, wood affinity level 40, 786, 305, 000, mental affinity level 40, 458, 905, 000, fire affinity level 40, 136, 905, 000, wind affinity level 40, 3, 216, 405, 000, earth affinity level 40, 6, 296, 0005, 000, light affinity level 40, 1, 768, 205, 000, dark affinity level 37, 345, 902, 300, 000, poison affinity level 35, 368, 601, 600, 000, lightning affinity level 25, 5, 900, 160, 000, ice affinity level 40, 769, 905, 000, skills, super large, portable space, passive space volume 420 by 420 by 420 cubic meters. Capable of storing living creatures. Super temperature control level 31. Proficiency 35, 600, 000. Super exploration, passive detection range. Radius of 16, 000 meters. Super wind step, passive self-speed increase of 40 times. Super illumination level 35. Proficiency 6, 984 1, 600, 000. Universal purification level 35. Proficiency 1, 600, 0001, 600, 000. Bone, flesh, body reinforcement, passive reinforcement effect, 14 times. True Holy Light healing technique, level 35, proficiency 1, 600, 000 out of 1, 600, 000. Supreme Dark Sky, level 31, proficiency 600, 000 out of 600, 000. Flawless, passive, permanent, non-upgradable, can withstand mental shocks 10 times stronger than oneself. Immune to all poisons, passive, grants immunity to any poison in existence. Body of all poisons, passive, renders the host's flesh the most toxic substance in the world. Thunder Step, passive, increases speed by 400. Ice Soul Armor, level 40, proficiency 1 out of 5, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 5 elements technique. Passive, grants immunity to 25 of attribute skill damage, calculated based on the lowest talent. Poisoning technique, level 1, proficiency 5 out of 100. 5 elements escape technique, level 1, proficiency 0 out of 100. Another significant leap to level 10. Although the skills remained largely unchanged, Qin Yifan began to discern certain insights. He felt that if he were to break through the level 50 bottleneck, his innate attributes would likely experience a grand consolidation. This realization emerged through the 5 elements technique and the 5 elements escape technique. The 5 elements escape technique inherited the ability of the group-based burrowing technique, albeit with the condition of traversing through any attribute. In other words, aside from his inability to traverse space at will, virtually nothing could impede him. The 5 elements technique enabled him to be immune to a quarter of attribute damage, while the Eye Soul armor could shield him from lethal strikes exceeding his level by 20, coupled with immunity to poison and mental attacks, along with his body being super enhanced. He had essentially become an indestructible force. However, his lack of genuine combat skills remained a persistent pain point for Qin Yifan. As time swiftly passed, the eve of the 10-day agreement arrived. Qin Yifan was at Lin Yefeng's residence, indulging in barbecued delicacies. He had already feasted for 2 consecutive days, leaving Lin Yefeng utterly astonished. Previously, Qin Yifan had feared exposing his secrets, but now armed with the capability for self-preservation, he no longer cared about revealing a fraction of it. After all, consuming items corresponding to one's attributes could enhance innate talents, a fact that Lin Yefeng had incorporated into the new system. He merely sought to indulge without any ulterior motives. Currently, he was feasting on the flesh of mutated beasts of the lightning attribute, which Lin Yefeng had procured from Thunder City. The Lin family maintained close ties with Thunder City, making it no trouble to acquire a batch of high-grade mutated beast carcasses. Ding. The host has consumed lightning attribute mutated beast meat, granting an increase of 1,000 to lightning attribute value. Ding. The lightning attribute has surpassed level 40, unlocking the skill lightning escape technique, which seamlessly integrates into the 5 elements escape technique. Qin Yifan felt no surprise, as the 5 elements escape technique typically manifested when other attributes reached level 40. Thus, the lightning attribute acquiring the lightning escape technique was entirely reasonable. After all, the advancement to True Thunder Step upon breaking through level 30 had already hinted at this development. His primary motivation for enhancing the lightning attribute was to elevate the immunity percentage of the 5 elements technique, as it was calculated based on the lowest talent level. Now, with the ability to exempt 40 of attribute attacks, his life was afforded an additional layer of security. Upon witnessing him finally cease eating, Lin Yefeng raised his wine glass in celebration. Mr. Qin, I wish for our endeavors tomorrow to meet with success. Qin Yifan raised his glass in agreement, hoping for the best. Just as he swallowed the drink, before he could set the glass down, a communication request from the Commander-in-Chief arrived. Upon receiving the notification, before he could utter a word, the calm yet subtly charged voice of the Commander-in-Chief resonated. Qin Yifan, come to my office. Understood, 10 minutes, he replied, refraining from inquiring further, as the Commander-in-Chief promptly severed the connection. Lin Yefeng inquired, what is the matter? Nothing, just a visit to the Commander-in-Chief, Qin Yifan replied. Lin Yefeng pursed his lips, cautioning with 2 words, be careful. Qin Yifan cast a glance his way, offering no response, and his figure vanished before Lin Yefeng's eyes. Lin Yefeng furrowed his brow, astonished that he had failed to discern how Qin Yifan had departed. Mr. Qin, who exactly are you? I find you increasingly inscrutable. 10 minutes later, in the Commander-in-Chief's office, Ludali expressed impatience. Commander, didn't Qin say he would arrive in 10 minutes? Why is he still not here? A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Gong Chang's eyes. Commander, why must we wait for him? Is there something you cannot divulge to us beforehand? Just as he finished speaking, Qin Yifan materialized, apologizing, I was experimenting with a skill on the way, which caused a slight delay. The Commander-in-Chief, who had been silent, suddenly raised his gaze to Qin Yifan before turning to Gong Chang. Qin Yifan, unleash your dark abilities. An ominous shroud of darkness enveloped the room, and the Commander-in-Chief continued. Gong Chang, the reason I summoned Qin Yifan is to avoid unnecessary conflict with you. I now offer you a chance for choice. Chapter 106. Gathering at the City Lord's mansion. Upon hearing the Commander-in-Chief's words, Lu Dali's disbelief was palpable. Commander, what on earth is happening? Gong Chang furrowed his brow slightly. Commander, I believe I have shown no vulnerabilities. How did you uncover this? Perfection itself can be a flaw, the commander-in-chief replied nonchalantly. Moreover, I must thank Qin Yifan. He once remarked that my office should not be under surveillance, and, unexpectedly, he was right. Gong Chang, I will kill you. At this pivotal moment, Lu Dali could no longer feign ignorance, his fury igniting as he swung his fist toward Gong Chang. Gong Chang dodged swiftly, and the commander-in-chief's voice once again cut through the tension. Dali, cease your aggression. I summoned Qin Yifan precisely to avoid confrontation with him, but there are no buts in this matter. The commander-in-chief's tone grew frigid, silencing Lu Dali. Gong Chang, I am curious, when did you establish contact with the Lin family? Gong Chang did not respond to the inquiry, but instead posed a question of his own. Commander, how do you intend to deal with me? The commander-in-chief fell silent for a few moments before softly speaking. To be honest, I am somewhat perplexed as to why you have chosen this path. Huh? What other reason could there be? Gong Chang's demeanor remained calm, devoid of hysteria or impotent rage. One must have aspirations in life. I refuse to remain perpetually subservient. Is that reason not sufficient? The tone of the commander was tinged with a hint of resignation. So, even if I were to overlook your collusion with the Lin family, you still refuse to serve as my subordinate, correct? Gong Chang fell silent for a moment before he softly replied, even if I say I am willing. Would you still trust me as you once did? Alas. The commander sighed deeply, lamenting that the number of brothers by my side is dwindling. After speaking these words, Gong Chang's form flickered and dashed toward the door. However, Qin Yifan swiftly obstructed his path. Vice Commander Gong, do not compel me to take action against you. Gong Chang remained silent, drawing the long sword from his waist and swiftly unleashing several strikes. Qin Yifan produced a gray-black dagger, clashing against Gong Chang's swordplay, and inquired, Commander, do you desire him dead or alive? The commander paused for a few seconds, his voice lacking strength as he uttered, do not kill him. The sound of continuous cutting echoed, and moments later, the dark canopy dissipated. Gong Chang lay bloodied on the ground, his hands bound by specially designed handcuffs. While Qin Yifan knelt beside him, administering healing, Lu Dali stared in shock at the flickering white lights emanating from Qin Yifan. Goodness, Qin, you can actually perform healing magic? Qin Yifan looked up and smiled. Without some self-saving skills, how could I dare to single-handedly confront the Beast King? Lu Dali raised a thumb in admiration. But just as a half-smile emerged, he suddenly halted. Commander, did Gong Chang truly betray you? Despite the evidence laid bare, he still found it hard to believe. The commander remained silent, merely raising his hand. A faint spark of electricity flashed, and a sudden explosion of sparks erupted from a concealed corner. All was understood without words. Lu Dali clenched his fist in frustration, turning his head away. Cough, cough. Qin Yifan, impressive tactics. I am also quite curious, just how much talent do you possess? Gong Chang had regained some composure, showing little concern for his own safety and instead inquiring about Qin Yifan. Apologies, but personal privacy is not something I can disclose. Noticing that Gong Chang's injuries had largely healed, Qin Yifan stood and addressed the commander. Is this the final preparation? The commander glanced at Gong Chang and, regaining his composure, nodded affirmatively. The city defense forces within Ice City are no longer a threat. As for the satellite city, they should not be involved. Lu Dali looked bewildered. Commander, what are you talking about? The commander smiled at him. I intend to use force to oust the current city lord. Do you dare to act? I dare. Why wouldn't I? I have long found that old fellow unsatisfactory. When shall we strike? The commander did not answer his question, instead turning to Qin Yifan. How are your preparations? All is ready, just awaiting the signal. Shall we act at dawn? Indeed, with 5 minutes until dawn. Qin Yifan appeared outside the main gate of the city lord's mansion. Soon after, Jiao Hong and Huang Liang arrived with the Independent Legion. Over 7,000 troops quietly standing behind Qin Yifan. Yes, over 7,000. The commander subsequently added another 4,000 to the Independent Legion, under the pretext of allowing Jiao Hong to command, but in truth, it was merely to claim a share of the complete spirit crystal. After 10 days of preparation, over 3,500 individuals among the subsequent 4,000 have transcended the threshold of level 50. It is not a matter of insufficient complete spirit crystals, rather. The remaining individuals simply lack the requisite talent, having consumed 2 complete spirit crystals without achieving a breakthrough. Jiao Hong has resolved not to squander any further resources. However, recruiting more personnel for the numbers is of little concern, as they are all nearly at level 50. Shortly thereafter, Lu Dali appeared with a team of 5,000, positioning themselves not far from Qin Yifan's left side. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan arrived on Qin Yifun's right with another team of 5,000. Offering no further words except for a brief smile in his direction. The city defense army stationed at the walls had long since recognized the situation and promptly reported it to the military headquarters, though regrettably, they received no immediate response. Sensing that something was amiss, they escalated the report to the city lord, and before long, the information reached his hands. Rebellion. This is yet another insurrection. Quickly. Contact the Grand Commander. At this hour, the city lord had already retired for the night, and being roused by his subordinates inevitably left him in a foul mood. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure. Wait, where is the Grand Commander? Shouldn't he be the first to arrive in such circumstances? As his words fell, a figure suddenly appeared beside his subordinate, speaking calmly. My lord, you called for me? Soon, the stationed military received orders to open the city gates and subsequently retreat entirely. 3 minutes later, the city lord's residence stood devoid of guards. Qin Yifun, Lu Dali, and Lin Yuan strode confidently into the courtyard of the city lord's estate. Before long, the Grand Commander emerged from the city lord's residence, standing not far from the three teams. My lord, how do you intend to withstand such formidable forces? The city lord, a man in his 60s, was now attired in formal attire, exuding an air of authority, though fleeting moments of panic flickered in his eyes. Grand Commander, are you truly intent on proceeding with this? Do you not realize that the Lin family will absolutely not tolerate such an occurrence? I advise you to leave now, and I will pretend this incident never took place. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. The Grand Commander smiled slightly. The reason I have refrained from taking action against you is to compel you to summon the Lin family representatives, allowing them to witness the nature of the entity they have chosen to support. The city lord's countenance twitched with indignation as he retorted, If you are so determined to court death, then I shall oblige. With that, he tapped on his personal computer, dispatching a flurry of messages. The Grand Commander also sent out several communiques, and soon the courtyard of the city lord's estate buzzed with activity in the early hours of dawn. Chapter 107. The show begins with the city lord taken captive. The Lin family had no choice but to send representatives to the city lord's residence. However, they did not arrive with a large contingent, sending only 3 middle-aged men, each accompanied by a team of elite warriors. Upon witnessing the commotion in the courtyard, they regretted not bringing more reinforcements, yet they steeled themselves to approach the Grand Commander. One among them took the initiative, directly inquiring, Grand Commander, what is your intent? Are you instigating a rebellion? The Grand Commander did not respond to his query but shook his head, stating, Sending only the 3 of you indicates that my standing in the Lin family is insufficient. Noticing the murderous intent in his eyes, the man hastily shouted, What do you intend to do? Do you dare to kill me? The Supreme Commander did not respond to his question, but instead revealed a cruel smile. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed, and a bolt of extraordinary lightning illuminated the surroundings, momentarily blinding everyone. Once they regained their senses, they saw that the 3 members of the Lin family had become 2. The one who had spoken was now a charred corpse. The remaining 2 hurriedly retreated. How dare you? You truly dare to commit murder. Spare me, and I will immediately report this to the family head. With another crack, the first speaker was reduced to ashes, while the last man, terrified, screamed at the top of his lungs. Family head, the Supreme Commander is staging a rebellion. Please come quickly to rescue me. The Supreme Commander wore a satisfied smile, finally encountering someone sensible. The city lord beside him grew serious and asked in a low voice, Supreme Commander, what exactly do you intend to do? The Supreme Commander shot him a glance. Can't you see? I aim to impeach you by force. The city lord's expression darkened instantly. Supreme Commander, we have been cooperating well before. Why would you do this? Cooperation? Well? The Supreme Commander sneered. Surely you don't believe your actions went unnoticed? I have done nothing wrong. My diligent efforts were solely for the development of Ice City. On what grounds do you impeach me? The Supreme Commander shook his head. No need to rush. Tonight, you are but a supporting character. Just wait to see the drama unfold. The city lord gritted his teeth and discreetly sent several messages. Minutes passed before a figure suddenly appeared in midair, slowly descending behind the Supreme Commander. As his feet touched the ground, thousands of cloaked figures emerged behind him. Supreme Commander, it has been years since we last met, and I did not expect our reunion to be under such circumstances. The Supreme Commander slowly turned to face the man, his expression grave. Family head Lin, I did not wish to meet you in this manner, but given the circumstances, I hope we can resolve this peacefully. Oh. The man glanced at the 3 groups before him, suddenly frowning. Ran, why are you causing trouble? Hurry back home. A flicker of fear crossed Lin Yuran's eyes. But she quickly steadied herself and declared loudly, Father, this time I am not causing trouble. I am fighting for the Lin family's opportunity. Nonsense. The family head Lin, of similar age to the city lord, could only be described as vigorous to have a daughter as young as Lin Yuran. He intended to reprimand her. But the Supreme Commander interrupted. Family head Lin, let us first address the pressing issue at hand. Humph. Family head Lin snorted coldly, turning away from Lin Yuran. Supreme Commander, you intend to impeach the city lord by force? Indeed. The Supreme Commander's direct admission caused family head Lin's brows to furrow deeply. Why? Has he not performed well? Why do you wish to impeach him? How do you know he has performed well? The Supreme Commander remarked with a hint of amusement. You have only heard what those supported by the Lin family have said. For instance, the last time when Qin, in collaboration with the Cult of Beasts, unleashed the beast tide, That was merely an oversight, which has now been rectified. Why do you cling to it so stubbornly? The tone of the Lin patriarch bore a hint of coldness, clearly indicating that this matter struck a sensitive chord within him. Has it truly been corrected? The Grand Commander retorted. Is it not this esteemed lord of the city who informed you? Did he not also tell you that he and Qin are but two sides of the same coin? What? You were slandering me. Both the Lin patriarch and the lord of the city exclaimed in unison. What evidence do you possess? Evidence. Some matters do not require substantiation. However, the Grand Commander paused, asserting that today clarity must be established. Otherwise, I fear the Lin patriarch may not grasp the reality of the situation. At this juncture, he suddenly raised his voice. Bring them forth. Moments later, a group emerged from the main entrance of the city lord's mansion. To be precise, it was a special detachment escorting 3 individuals. Upon recognizing them, the city lord gasped in astonishment. Qin, you are alive? Previously, this vice city lord had been apprehended, and the city lord, in conjunction with the Grand Commander, had ordered his execution prior to the arrival of the beast tide. While the orders had indeed been carried out, the one who was slain was not the true Qin, a matter that posed no challenge for the Grand Commander. Qin appeared in a rather poor state. His eyes filled with a lifelessness, and upon hearing the exclamations of the city lord, he raised his gaze. Are you not wishing for my demise right here and now? Alas, the Grand Commander did not grant you that opportunity, The Lin Patriarch turned to the Grand Commander and asked in a low voice. What exactly do you intend to convey? The Grand Commander pointed towards the 3 individuals. Lin Patriarch, do you not recognize the 2 behind? Wu Batian, my former vice commander. And Li Qi, the head of security. Li Qi was supported by the city lord during the same period. I can surmise that your intention is to have them supervise and support each other, yes? Furthermore, regarding my former vice commander, I wonder what kind of incentives you used to entice him. Regrettably, he has not aided you at all. Just as the Lin Patriarch was about to voice his inquiries, the Grand Commander bellowed, Come. You 3 have been granted a chance at life. Speak of the good deeds you have accomplished over the years. The 3 individuals, already numb to the situation, began recounting their actions over the years. Their narrative extended for over an hour, filled with numerous events, yet it could be distilled into a singular essence. They were all in collusion with the city lord, conspiring to collaborate with the Cult of Beasts. Their sole objective was to seize control of Ice City. Throughout this time, the city lord attempted to refute the accusations but was suppressed by the Grand Commander and the Lin Patriarch until the latter was left seething with rage. Well, how intriguing. Lin Zixiang, I never anticipated you harbored such ambitions. How foolish of me to place my trust in you, while you sought to obliterate your own family. What do you consider a family? Merely a band of petty thieves. With the truth now exposed, Lin Zixiang, the city lord, seized his facade and boldly confronted the Lin Patriarch. Do you not realize how you attained your position? It was our lineage that held dominion a century ago, and you would have bowed before me in deference. The Lin Patriarch wished to retort further, but was interrupted by the Grand Commander. We are not particularly interested in the internal affairs of the Lin family. Considerable time has already elapsed, and if we do not proceed, it is likely that someone will lose their patience. Chapter 108. One after another the commander's words were directed at Qin Yifan, who indeed lacked the requisite patience, as he had little interest in the intrigues at play. Were it not for his companions, Tang Laosan, Zhu Bao, and the monkey, whom he had summoned for conversation, he might have interrupted the commander's performance without hesitation. Hearing the commander's remarks, he posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. Commander, what precisely are you attempting to convey? The commander turned to him with a smile. It is quite simple. As I previously mentioned, I wish to see changes in Ice City, but I do not desire chaos. After this brief explanation, he instructed for the city lord and others to be taken down, then turned back to Lin family head. Now, may I proceed with the impeachment of the city lord? The Lin family head's expression was as dark as stormy waters. Yet he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Yes, but no buts, the commander interjected. The next city lord has already been determined, and it is one you, the Lin family, have nominated. The commander's statement left the Lin family head greatly perplexed. What do you mean? Such a significant matter, and I was unaware? Because you are utterly incompetent. A voice answered on behalf of the commander as a group emerged from the opposite side of the city lord's mansion. At the forefront was an elderly man with graying hair, yet he carried himself with a vigor unbecoming of his age. The Lin family had frowned slightly. Elder, what is the meaning of this? Humph. If Fonger had not sought me out in your absence, the Lin family would have remained oblivious to the chaos you would have created. The elder cast a sidelong glance at him and coldly remarked, Your matters can wait until after your return. For now, I announce that the next city lord of Ice City will be Fonger. Wait a moment, great uncle. I have something to say. Lin Yefeng stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Great uncle, Fonger is engrossed in his studies and is not suited to become city lord. I previously mentioned a like-minded friend whom I wish to recommend for the position. Nonsense. Both the elder and the Lin family had exclaimed simultaneously, with the latter rebuking him sharply. Lin Yefeng, have you lost your senses due to your research? What qualifications do you possess to recommend another for the role of city lord? On what grounds? As soon as he finished speaking, the elder retorted angrily. What qualifies you? A man entranced by indulgence, to scold Fonger? Are you aware of the monumental achievements Fonger has accomplished? Do you comprehend the immense benefits such feats will bring to the Lin family? The Lin family head's face trembled with indignation. Being chastised before so many was a blow to his dignity. Elder, I am the head of the family now. Your reprimands reflect upon the Lin family itself. Do you intend to incite rebellion? Such a head of the family is not worth keeping. I shall inform the other elders and seek to have you dismissed, allowing Fonger to take your place. The elder waved his hand dismissively and turned to Lin Yefeng. Fonger, if I understand correctly, you wish to recommend an outsider for the role of city lord. What is your reasoning behind this? Lin Yefeng bowed respectfully once more and addressed the elder. Due to the urgency of time, I have only presented the research achievements of these years, and I have yet to mention other matters. He spoke rapidly about how he encountered Qin Yifan and how he garnered his support, ultimately leading to the groundbreaking results. His singular aim was to elevate Qin Yifan to the pinnacle of recognition. As Lin's words concluded, the head of the Lin family let out a cold snort. Elder, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. I know Qin Yifan. He is merely a brash youth, far from the greatness he claims. Lin Yuan stepped forward boldly, asserting, Father, Mr. Qin is indeed remarkable. He possesses an inexhaustible supply of complete spirit crystals. Lin Yefeng added emphatically, Elder, my words are not unfounded. Mr. Qin possesses at least 7 innate talents. You must comprehend the significance of this. What? That is impossible, exclaimed both the elder and the head of the Lin family in unison, indicating the shocking nature of this revelation. The Supreme Commander chuckled. Now, let us welcome the star of the evening, Mr. Qin Yifan, to the stage. His good spirits allowed for such levity even in this tense moment. Qin Yifan, touching his nose, ultimately made his way to the center of attention. Is this all? The head of the Lin family dismissed him with disdain, turning to the elder. Elder, I do not understand why you indulge Lin Yefeng's folly, but I absolutely refuse to accept such a person as the city lord. The elder thought to himself. I certainly would not agree, but this is beyond my control. He glanced at Lin Yefeng with a troubled expression. Fonger, why must you insist on making him the city lord? Even if the Lin family cannot take the position, at least. He faltered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Yet his disdain for Qin Yifan was unmistakable. At that moment, Lin Yefeng straightened his posture and declared firmly, the position of city lord is rightfully Mr. Qin's. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to establish my own faction and sever ties with the Lin family. You ungrateful wretch. The elder was rendered speechless by shock, while the head of the Lin family glowered menacingly. From the outset, their dynamic had not resembled that of a father and son. It now felt more akin to mortal enemies. What is there for me to fear? Bring forth my command. Lin Yefeng finally met his father's gaze, but his tone and demeanor were icy. At his command, a group of figures clad in black emerged, their numbers rivaling those behind the head of the Lin family, each radiating a formidable aura of energy. The elder's brow furrowed slightly, lost in thought. The head of the Lin family, however, was seething with rage, bellowing, "You ungrateful son. At last, your greedy nature is revealed. Is this your leverage for betraying the family? Do you think it's sufficient?" With a cold smile, Lin Yifeng retorted, "With a father like you, I truly feel ashamed. Reflect on how I have cultivated such a following with your mind clouded by lust." The head of the Lin family was momentarily taken aback, while the elder finally grasped the crux of the matter. "Fenger, is this the benefit you speak of?" Lin Yifeng did not hold back, acknowledging the new cultivation system he employed, yet he emphasized, "Without Mr. Qin, all of this would be mere talk." The Grand Elder furrowed his brow deeply, incredulous. How could this be? With the new cultivation system, we could cultivate as many experts as we desire. What does it have to do with that fellow surnamed Qin? The disappointment in Lin Yifeng's eyes was unmistakable, and his attitude toward the Grand Elder shifted dramatically. Indeed, the Lin family prioritized profit above all else, never considering other factors. However, the Elder seemed to overlook a crucial issue: the output of complete spirit crystals. The Grand Elder was not foolish. On the contrary, he was quite astute. Yet, at times, he would overlook certain details. Now, upon Lin Yifeng's reminder, he quickly regained his composure and bellowed a command. "Come here. Capture the one with the surname Qin." What he could conceive, the Lin family head might not necessarily fathom. But that did not prevent the head from sabotaging Lin Yifeng's plans. Thus, he simultaneously ordered, "Seize that fellow." Those behind them acted promptly, but in the next moment, the Supreme Commander barked, "Halt. Let us see who dares to touch him." Accompanied by his commanding voice, Lu Dali, Jiao Hong, Lin Yuan, and Lin Yifeng's group stepped forward in unison, their imposing presence instantly intimidating the entire assembly. A gentle breeze swept through the arena, gradually intensifying, causing the garments of all present to flutter wildly. This sudden gust was a manifestation of the immense pressure clashing within the space, a clear indication of the heightened tension in the atmosphere. The expressions of the Grand Elder and the Lin family had shifted dramatically after a prolonged moment. They raised their hands, signaling their followers to retreat a step, avoiding direct confrontation with the Supreme Commander. It was not that they lacked the desire to fight, but rather that they dared not. The disparity in strength was too great. Engaging in battle would only lead to their own detriment. The Grand Elder's gaze toward Lin Yifeng grew somber. "Fenger, do you truly wish to proceed in this manner?" Lin Yifeng replied candidly, "If you desire my continued presence within the Lin family, it is possible, but from now on, my voice shall be the only one heard within the Lin family. Otherwise, the discussion is moot." "Preposterous. Who do you think you are? Had I known you were born with such rebelliousness, I would have pinned you against the wall long ago." The Lin family head, now incensed, spoke with reckless abandon. The Grand Elder's expression darkened further as he thundered, "Lin Jiaqiang, silence yourself. To dare address the family head by name was an act of sheer audacity. I shall dismiss you. I will revoke the positions of all the family elders when I return." Disappointed, the Grand Elder shook his head. "It seems we were all deceived by you in the past, but this error is still salvageable." With that, he turned once more to Lin Yifeng and asked, "Feng, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" Lin Yifeng regarded him coldly. "Grand Elder, do you believe I am negotiating with you? I am offering the Lin family a chance to continue its legacy. Do you understand?" The Grand Elder let out a cold laugh. Do you think that with these individuals, you can stir up any waves? Do not forget, the Lin family has controlled Ice City for centuries. Our foundation is beyond your comprehension." After delivering this statement, he raised his hand in a gesture. Suddenly, figures emerged, and a multitude of cloaked figures encircled everyone present. Noticing that all newcomers were at least level 50, the Supreme Commander shook his head gently. "Grand Elder, I have stated my desire to keep Ice City from descending into chaos, but that does not mean I will refrain from employing force." The Grand Elder furrowed his brow deeply, questioning how, at such a critical juncture, one could still harbor hopes for a peaceful resolution. It appeared that without awakening you from your stupor, you would never grasp the gravity of the situation before you. The Supreme Commander spoke earnestly, then bellowed, "Qin Yifan." In the next instant, a shroud of darkness enveloped the entire Lord's estate. When the veil of shadows dissipated, the positions of those present had shifted. Qin Yifan had positioned himself beside the head of the Lin family, a dagger poised ominously against the elder's throat. On the opposite side stood Lin Yifeng, brandishing a long sword, its tip aimed directly at the heart of the Lin patriarch. The Supreme Commander had now approached the Grand Elder, a hand resting lightly upon his shoulder, seemingly benign, yet occasionally crackling with small arcs of lightning. "Grand Elder," he murmured, "I could take your life with the utmost ease. Do you have any final words?" The Grand Elder, pursing his lips, found himself at a loss for words. He yearned to assert that the Lin clan faced no threat. Yet the fear of death loomed large, and he could not concede outright without losing face. In stark contrast, the Lin patriarch glared at Lin Yifeng and shouted, "You ungrateful wretch! How dare you draw your sword against me? Come, if you have the audacity, strike me down. If you hesitate, you are not my blood." No sooner had he uttered these words than a swift thrust pierced his chest, his heart punctured, leaving him momentarily alive yet in disbelief. He glanced down, then lifted his gaze to Lin Yifeng, incredulity etched on his face. "You truly dare to kill your own father? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? From the moment you took my mother's life, you ceased to be my father," Lin Yifeng replied coldly, withdrawing his sword. "I am merely avenging my mother's death." As he spoke, his demeanor was chilling, and he continued, "Do not presume your actions go unnoticed. I have refrained from exposing you to protect the Lin family's reputation. After your demise, I shall ensure those vile individuals accompany you in death." The Grand Elder, witnessing the current head of the Lin family slain before him, took an agonizingly long moment to recover from his shock, incredulously addressing Lin Yifeng. "How could you dare? Regardless of the circumstances, he is your father. Biologically, he is indeed my father, a truth I cannot alter. Yet, in terms of affection, he has never bestowed upon me the love of a father. Nor have I regarded him as such," Lin Yifeng articulated, his words laden with complexity. "He is my father, yet he is also a criminal. And you all choose to remain blind to this. Thus, I must become the instrument of his punishment. What wrong have I committed?" At that moment, a commotion erupted among the patriarch's followers. Lin Yifeng raised his bloodied sword and declared with authority, "He is dead. As his firstborn, I am now your master. I command you to remain obedient." The mercenaries fell silent, yet the patriarch had not only brought loyal warriors. An elderly servant shouted vehemently, "It was he who murdered the patriarch. He is not your master. You must avenge your lord." Lin Yifeng pointed his sword at the man, declaring, "Kill him." The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed, thud, 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 as he was transformed into a pincushion, his face a mask of disbelief in his final moments. Little did he know the true rules governing the Lin family's training of assassins. Had he been aware, he likely would have refrained from stepping forward. At this juncture, the Grand Elder regained his composure and spoke in a grave tone. "Commander, even if you were to slay me, the Lin family has over a dozen elders remaining." However, before he could finish, Lin Yifeng interrupted, "Grand Elder, I am poised to succeed the position of family head. You shall announce it." The Grand Elder hesitated, but Lin Yifeng's sword tip was already poised at his chest, forcing him to confront his fate, life or death. Suddenly, Lin Yuan interjected, "Elder brother, you have avenged our mother. Please, do not take more lives." "Silence," he retorted. "They all witnessed our mother's demise, yet they chose to remain willfully blind. I would not hesitate to eradicate them all. Do not kill me." The Grand Elder cried out in desperation, "I will announce it right away." But as he uttered these words, he shrank back, slipping from the commander's grasp. He swiftly gestured, and a dozen figures surged forth from behind him. In the next moment, a flurry of lightning encircled the commander, blocking the two assailants approaching him. Lin Yifeng was equally formidable, enveloped in a vortex of wind that prevented his attackers from drawing near. These four were merely a distraction, intent on obstructing any attempt to rescue Qin Yifan. The Grand Elder shouted again, "Do not kill him. Capture him alive." At his command, the blades aimed at Qin Yifan slightly altered their trajectory. "Ah Fan, Brother Fan, Mr. Qin, young Qin." As the situation unfolded unexpectedly, Jiu Hong and the others could do nothing but call out in alarm. Meanwhile, Qin Yifan bore a cruel smile, murmuring under his breath, Chapter 110, "Force is the key to resolution. They truly believe me to be a soft target." Though his voice was low, it reached the ears of those who sought to aid him, causing their steps to falter. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Crack, crack, crack. 7 or 8 successive sounds of shattering echoed as layers of ice armor fell from Qin Yifan's body. Suddenly, it appeared as if he had sprouted several additional arms, swiftly dispatching all those who sought to harm him. 7 or 8 figures clad in black clutched their throats and collapsed slowly to the ground, bewildered until their last breath. Unable to comprehend how Qin Yifan had achieved such a feat, just as chaos threatened to ensue, a dark canopy reappeared overhead. The voice of the Grand Elder rang out, "Protect me. Come quickly." But his words were abruptly cut off, and the dark veil dissipated. Qin Yifan reemerged, standing alongside the commander and Lin Yifeng, holding the bloody Grand Elder aloft. Refusing to be passive, the Grand Elder attempted to employ the same tactic once more, but a small dark canopy enveloped his upper body, rendering him silent. With terror etched across his face, the Grand Elder gazed at Qin Yifan, asking, "Who are you?" Yet, Qin Yifan ignored him, addressing the commander instead. "If you ask me, they should all be eliminated. With my presence, training 50 skilled individuals is a trivial task. Leaving these people behind may not guarantee their loyalty." The supreme leader remained silent, but Lin Yefeng began to elucidate. "These are the assassins cultivated by the Lin family. And once I ascend as the head of the Lin clan, they will undoubtedly obey my commands." Qin Yifan scoffed, questioning why the battlefield must be set here, implying it was merely a ruse to draw them out. While speaking, he pressed a dagger against the elder's neck, demanding that he promptly announce himself as the head of the Lin family. The elder continued to struggle, insisting that he alone could not represent the entire council of elders, as it defied protocol. At this, the city lord erupted in laughter, mocking that line might fool outsiders. "But who among the Lin family is unaware of our clan's rules? Do you dare to alter them on your own? Karma, indeed. It was you, an old dog, who once exploited a loophole in the rules to usurp the position of my family. Now it is your turn. How does it feel?" "Huh." Silence. The elder roared in fury, though it was a futile outburst, as he was powerless to act. The assassins under his command were bound to prioritize his life above all else, rendering them mere spectators to his predicament. Of course, should Qin Yifan slay him, those assassins would pursue him relentlessly, believing that revenge was their ultimate goal. However, the current scenario was complicated by Lin Yefeng's presence. Once he declared himself the head of the Lin family, the assassins would shift their allegiance to him, meaning even if the elder were to die, it would be in vain. "Fenger, considering the years I have cared for you, could you spare your great-uncle a life?" "Certainly." Lin Yefeng's response was straightforward. His ambition was to secure the position of the Lin family head and subsequently support Qin Yifan in becoming the city lord. The elder was taken aback by the swiftness of his agreement, nodding vigorously before retrieving a piece of jade from his pocket. The former head of the Lin family has passed. Now, Lin Yefeng shall assume the role. I hope you can lead the Lin family to great heights." Lin Yefeng offered no further words, stepping forward to slice his finger with a sword, allowing his blood to drip onto the jade. From afar, the Lin estate suddenly resounded with a deep toll of bells, prompting Lin Yefeng to declare solemnly, "I am Lin Yefeng, the new head of the family. I hereby issue my first decree. The Lin family shall wholeheartedly support Mr. Qin Yifan as the city lord. My second decree, the elder shall continue to oversee the council. But the family jade pendant must be returned." Without hesitation, he seized the pendant from the elder's grasp and tucked it into his own robe. The former city lord erupted in laughter once more, exclaiming, "Your descendants surpass you. Even the family jade has been reclaimed. What use is the elder now?" The elder had no retort. Survival was his only concern. Lin Yefeng disregarded the former city lord and turned to Qin Yifan, stating, "Mr. Qin, release him. I need to take him back to reassure the Lin clan members." Qin Yifan released the elder and inquired, "Can you manage this?" "No problem, they will not miss me. And the newly established cultivation system will bring immense benefits to the Lin family. What is there to hesitate about when they can effortlessly reap the rewards?" After explaining, Lin Yefeng turned to the Grand Commander and said, "The remaining matters are entrusted to you. Tomorrow, I will issue a statement in the name of the Lin family." The Grand Commander nodded silently. Lin Yefeng cast a glance at Qin Yifan, then waved his hand, commanding, "All members of the Lin family, return to the manor with me." "Yes, head of the family." A significant portion of the crowd dispersed, leaving the place noticeably quieter. The Grand Commander gazed up at the city lord's mansion, murmuring, "Power easily leads one astray. Qin Yifan, can you maintain your original intentions? I am merely being thrust into this role after helping him fulfill his wishes. I have my own matters to attend to. At that point, you may appoint anyone you wish as the city lord." Qin Yifan spoke nothing but the truth, for his cooperation with Lin Yefeng was solely to complete his task. Once accomplished, he could withdraw without hesitation. The Grand Commander regarded him thoughtfully and remarked, "I would prefer you to remain in control of Ice City. That would be far better than those who are enamored with power." The former city lord interjected, "If you are not greedy for power, why then do you occupy the position of Grand Commander without stepping aside?" The Grand Commander, dismissing him, issued a command, "Ludali, take your men to locate the special forces and maintain order in the city. Suppress any resistance immediately. Jiao Hong, lead the independent troops to guard the city lord's mansion. No one is to enter without orders from Qin Yifan or me." "Yes, Grand Commander." With that, two more teams departed, leaving fewer people in the courtyard. At this moment, the former city lord questioned again, Grand Commander, could you clarify why you insist on impeaching me? What has Lin Yifeng concocted? The Grand Commander turned to him and replied, shouldn't the deeds you have committed warrant impeachment? As for what the young Lin has devised, you will know soon enough. With that, he strode towards the city lord's mansion, and Qin Yifan shrugged and followed. Assuming the role of city lord is complex yet straightforward, it is complex due to the numerous procedures involved, yet simple for Qin Yifan, as he merely needs to sit in the city lord's office and await developments. Currently, he sat there in a daze, feeling as though this affair was somewhat surreal. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The majority of Ice City's highest combat strength resided in their hands, and it would indeed be strange if they could not succeed. Lost in thought, he recalled the task assigned by the system. It was said that Lin Yifeng had developed a new cultivation system. So why had the task not been marked as complete? Did it truly require full promotion of this system, as Lin Yifeng suggested? That would take an eternity. 1 year would hardly suffice, would it? As he pondered, he inadvertently drifted into slumber. Chapter 111. The new secretary knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks roused Qin Yifan from his reverie. Glancing out the window, he noted the bright daylight, astonished to find he had fallen asleep in the chair. Activating his detection technique, his expression turned peculiar, yet he softly called out, enter. The door opened, and a charming figure stepped inside. In a tailored suit, a crisp white shirt, a pencil skirt, and black stockings, she presented the quintessential secretary ensemble. Indeed, it was none other than Miss Lin. How is it that every time we meet, your attire is so different? Are you performing in a variety show? She quipped. Indeed, it is I, Lin Yuan, she acknowledged, casting an exasperated glance at Qin Yifan, who was putting on a show. My brother sent me here, my esteemed lord of the city. Please feel free to give me any orders you wish. Am I already the lord of the city? Not yet. There are still procedures to follow in the coming days. Then what is the purpose of this attire? Please, make yourself comfortable. Seeing Qin Yifan's demeanor, Lin Yuan finally allowed a smile to grace her lips. Thank you, Mr. Qin. You have no idea the extent to which my brother has gone for you. Upon his return, he directly imprisoned Lin Weihua, alongside the women in my father's life. She paused, clearing her throat before continuing. In short, he eliminated all obstacles and announced that the Lin family would fully support you in your quest for the lordship. Thus, he has sent me, his own sister, to serve as your secretary. Qin Yifan smirked, inwardly questioning whether this was truly a gesture of goodwill or a means for her brother to monitor him. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and remarked, so, it appears your brother's endeavors have proceeded smoothly. I did not expect managing a prominent family to be so effortless. Smooth, indeed, but do not mistake it for ease. Lin Yuan replied, her brow furrowing slightly. My father has many loyal followers, individuals of significant influence within the Lin family. Had my brother not secured the family heirloom, the jade pendant, those individuals would have long since approached the council to impeach him. Even now, they have raised protests. But my brother's formidable power is sufficient to prevent any significant upheaval. At this point, she hesitated, casting an odd glance at Qin Yifan, as if struggling to find the right words. Miss Lin, if you have something to say, please speak freely. There is no need for such scrutiny, he encouraged. Mr. Qin, are you truly so unperturbed by the Grand Commander's arrangements? You are unaware of the chaos outside. The Grand Commander is currently hunting down individuals, effectively purging the remnants of the former lord. Qin Yifan replied nonchalantly, what is there to be concerned about? Besides, even if I were worried, what could I do? I know nothing of these matters. Getting involved would only invite trouble. Huh. Mr. Qin, you are quite amusing. You truly resemble what my brother said, merely wishing to be a hands-off manager. Qin Yifan grimaced. Were it not for your brother insisting I take on this lordship, I would have been quite disinterested. That would be splendid. It would make my job as your secretary much easier. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled something and quickly asked, Mr. Qin, have you had breakfast yet? Qin Yifan rubbed his stomach, realizing he was indeed a bit hungry. Lin Yuan stood up. Allow me to prepare breakfast for you. That is unnecessary. Can you grill meat? As he spoke, Qin Yifan waved his hand, producing a complete barbecue set and a mutated venomous snake. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Mr. Qin, are you intending to have barbecue in the Lord's office? Qin Yifan rose and walked towards the restroom. What is wrong with that? You carry on. I'll wash up and assist you shortly. Very well, she conceded. Lin Yuan responded timidly, for she was the young lady of the Lin family and had never engaged in such tasks. Yet, unable to reject the request outright, She steeled herself and approached. When Qin Yifan emerged from the restroom, his expression transformed dramatically. "Goodness, Miss Lin, do you intend to contaminate the city lordess office?" he exclaimed. "Intellect, activate the ventilation system." Thankfully, the office was equipped with advanced technology, and Qin Yifan had previously familiarized himself with the intellect, allowing him to sleep soundly without concern. "Yes, master." High dust particle concentration detected, initiating powerful ventilation. Suddenly, four large openings appeared in the ceiling, accompanied by a buzzing sound as the thick smoke was swiftly expelled. Qin Yifan glanced at Lin Yuan, who bore a distressed expression, and shook his head in resignation. "All right. Why don't you freshen up in the restroom?" Lin Yuan protested. "I can't control the intellect. This isn't my fault." Fine, blame it on me. How could I expect the young lady to partake in such labor?" "You should go clean yourself up," he replied. Lin Yuan shot him a glare, fully aware of his sarcasm but choosing not to retort. Qin Yifan's grilling skills had been honed through countless attempts, quickly dispelling Lin Yuan's displeasure. Naturally, the meal would not consist of mutated snake meat, as that would be perilous. After discerning her innate talent, Qin Yifan retrieved the appropriate mutated beast meat from his spatial storage and prepared a customized barbecue for her. As she savored her meal, Lin Yuan inquired, "Mr. Qin, how did you discover that consuming food could accelerate the cultivation process?" Qin Yifan nonchalantly replied, "I once lived at the lowest rung of society, struggling even to fill my stomach. After awakening my talent, I developed an affinity for food, and through this enjoyment, the realization dawned upon me." As Lin Yuan took another bite of the barbecue, she mumbled, "Mr. Qin, I have another question that piques my curiosity. How did you extract a perfect spirit crystal at the perfect level? My extraction specialists cannot achieve such results." Qin Yifan chuckled, tossing a large piece of barbecued snake meat into his mouth, and with a wave of his hand, produced a corpse of a high-level mutated beast. Activating the super purification technique, within seconds, a complete spirit crystal materialized before Lin Yuan's eyes. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and her mouth agape. She momentarily forgot to breathe, only to remember and choke on her food moments later. Qin Yifan looked at her with a smile. "Surprising, isn't it? I'm not entirely sure why, but my skills are simply remarkable." This had ceased to be a secret, as the rapid production of so many complete spirit crystals would inevitably raise suspicions among others. Moreover, he now possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities, rendering the need for secrecy unnecessary, as long as he kept the system concealed. Once Lin Yuan regained her composure, she exclaimed incredulously, "This is not just impressive, it's downright monstrous. My extraction specialists require bathing and changing before work, and they would need to pray fervently for success, yet even then, it wouldn't be perfect. You, however, achieve a perfect spirit crystal with such ease. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing it, I would never have believed it." As she murmured softly, "It became clear why my brother insisted that he could not do without you. I have come to realize that without you, this formidable extractor to support him, his theories might remain unformed for an indefinite period." Qin Yifan shook his head, remarking that it is primarily your brother's ambition that sets him apart. Otherwise, among so many engaged in research, how could he be the only one to achieve success? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan first displayed a proud expression, which soon faded into a more subdued demeanor. "My brother has always led an unhappy life." Chapter 112. With honor at the sight of Lin Yuan's expression, Qin Yifan sensed a story brewing and hastily interjected, "Please, do not share your family matters with me. My only advice is to live with greater clarity from now on." Lin Yuan paused, then broke into a smile. "Indeed, this time my brother has reached a state of complete clarity. I have never seen him smile before. That is reassuring. When I first met him, he struck me as someone burdened by life." Qin Yifan tossed a generous piece of grilled meat into his mouth and, with keen interest, inquired, "Miss Lin, there seems to be a considerable age gap between you and your brother. Furthermore, the Grand Elder appears to be of a similar age to your father. Why do you refer to him as great-grandfather?" Lin Yuan cast him a peculiar glance, questioning what was so strange about it. Once an ability user surpasses level 50, their lifespan is significantly extended. The Grand Elder's actual age exceeds 180 years, having witnessed the passing of several family heads. Goodness, 180 years? Why has he not left Blue Star? Do you think he does not wish to? He is unable to break through the barrier of level 60. This fact is not particularly secretive within the Lin family. However, the Grand Elder publicly claims that he cannot abandon the Lin clan. Qin Yifan's curiosity deepened. So, it follows that many from the Lin family have ventured beyond Blue Star. Has no one considered returning to assist him? I cannot say, Lin Yuan replied, shaking her head. Information beyond Blue Star is controlled by the Elder Council and the family head. However, you are soon to become the city lord. You should gain access to such information. Qin Yifan nodded, choosing not to dwell on this matter further, and shifted to other topics. While they enjoyed grilled meat and conversed in the office, outside, a tempest brewed. Fortunately, Lin Yifeng and the commander possessed sufficient high-end combat power to quell the unrest. 3 days later, the ceremony for the succession of the city lord commenced at last. After serving as a mere pawn for an entire morning, Qin Yifan was officially inaugurated as the city lord of Ice City. The banquet held at noon extended until after 9 in the evening. During this time, he met with the heads of most families and factions in Ice City. Exchanging pleasantries to the point of nausea, his smile long since frozen on his face. Upon returning to the city lord's office, surrounded by familiar faces, he collapsed onto the sofa, lamenting, "Had I known, I would have never accepted this role. It is exceedingly exhausting." Lin Yuan covered her mouth, stating, "City lord, please maintain decorum. Such language is unbecoming in front of the public." Qin Yifan shot her a glance of exasperation, unwilling to engage further. Lin Yifeng, attempting to suppress a smile, twitched the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Qin, I have prepared something for you to present during your inauguration speech tomorrow, which will surely captivate the majority of the public's attention." Qin Yifan took the document, flipping through its contents, and exclaimed, "Goodness, this is far too professional. I can hardly comprehend it. Do you really expect the public to understand?" The Grand Commander chuckled. "The specialized terminology is specifically tailored for you. Even if you intend to be a mere figurehead, you must at least appear competent. Moreover, it would be prudent for you to familiarize yourself with this material, as you will be addressing individuals from other cities. Even with Master Lin's support, if you are utterly clueless, you will be looked down upon." Lin Yifeng had firmly established his position as the head of the Lin family, and the Grand Commander referred to him as such. Lin Yifeng nodded emphatically. "Have you forgotten what I previously mentioned? Do not confine your vision to a single city. Instead, aspire to a global perspective." Upon hearing this, Qin Yifan suddenly recognized a critical issue. No wonder the system had not indicated that he had completed his task. It seemed this young man had yet to fulfill his objectives. Goodness gracious. I thought you were jesting, Lin. Aiming for global influence? Achieving success in Huaxia is already a monumental challenge. Must your ambitions reach so far? The Grand Commander concurred, stating, "The Lord is correct. This matter cannot be rushed. As the ancient proverb wisely states, those who are not of my kind will have different intentions. We should focus on strengthening Huaxia before contemplating other endeavors." He paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow at Qin Yifan. "To supply the needs of all of Huaxia is no simple feat. Do you believe that if it becomes too burdensome, he would not flee?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yifan immediately sat up straight, exclaiming, "Wait a minute. You aren't planning to use me as an extraction machine, are you?" Lin Yifeng smirked slightly. "Those capable bear more responsibility. This way, we can procure greater resources for Ice City, and in due time, you shall have whatever you desire." Qin Yifan shot him a sidelong glance. "It seems that before our collaboration, I already had access to whatever I wanted. Why should I subject myself to such toil?" Lin Yifeng found himself momentarily at a loss for words, while the Grand Commander smiled and addressed him, "My lord, I shall refrain from discussing lofty ideals. Would you be willing to facilitate Jiuhong and the others in avenging their grievances?" Qin Yifan was taken aback, quickly realizing that the Grand Commander was quite knowledgeable. The Grand Commander nodded calmly. "I must know my subordinates well, yet I harbor no ill intentions." Understanding, Qin Yifan replied, "Very well, I shall temporarily cooperate with you." This was not a concession on his part, as he too wished to complete his task, which would allow him to ascend 5 levels with ease. At his current tier, even with the gluttonous system, he found himself facing considerable challenges. Even with Lin Yifeng's newly established framework providing cover, he could not sustain an endless feast. So finding a way to complete the task was indeed a shortcut. At 9 o'clock the following morning, the inauguration speech of the new city lord commenced punctually. Facing the live camera and a multitude of officials gathered below the podium, Qin Yifan, dressed in formal attire, spoke with a solemn expression. "Esteemed elders and fellow citizens of Ice City, you may be perplexed as to how I, at such a young age, have ascended to the position of city lord. Allow me to elucidate this matter." What follows are the preparations made by Lin Yifeng, yet he attributes most of the credit to Qin Yifan, leaving Qin Yifan feeling somewhat uneasy as he reads his script. Though he is internally apprehensive, others remain unaware of his disquiet. Initially, when it was rumored that he had developed a new cultivation system, Many were skeptical. However, as he presented various examples and showcased experimental records on the large screen, a wave of fervent discussion erupted. Even the officials in attendance began to murmur among themselves, for they had noticed some anomalies months prior. And thanks to Qin Yifun's comprehensive summary, they finally grasped the underlying reasons. As Qin Yifun delved deeper into his explanation, it became evident that this was a groundbreaking development, poised to incite another monumental shift. Naturally, this transformation would only benefit the current practitioners, devoid of any drawbacks. Consequently, all dissent against Qin Yifun evaporated, with everyone redirecting their focus towards the study of the new cultivation system. At the conclusion of his address, Qin Yifun spontaneously added a note. The new generation of detectors had been successfully developed, and those wishing to purchase them should contact Lin's store. For those unable to procure one, there was no need for concern, as the city lord's office would gradually establish monitoring points. And he hoped the esteemed citizens would cooperate actively. Thank you. The speech concluded without grandiose rhetoric or stirring phrases. Yet it left the entire Ice City in a state of fervor. After all, their city lord was the pioneer of the new cultivation system, and they took pride in it. Chapter 113. Widespread attention. Qin Yifun's inaugural address was directed solely at Ice City, yet it attracted an audience beyond its borders. The transition of a city lord is a significant event, drawing the attention of other cities. Upon concluding his speech, they ceased to question why Ice City was changing its lord and instead began to delve into the new cultivation system he had introduced. This research indeed held merit, yet they could only grasp its essence. The other benefits Qin Yifun mentioned remained elusive, lacking the new detectors. They struggled to discern the properties of other substances unless they were exceptionally distinctive, which was quite frustrating. Consequently, they sought various means to contact Ice City. But with the new detectors still insufficient for internal use, external distribution was out of the question. After several days of fruitless attempts at diplomacy, impatience grew among some. The capital city, alongside the metropolitan centers of Magic City and Pink City, convened an online conference, demanding the attendance of all city lords from major cities across Huaxia. Such meetings occur annually, and even though one had already taken place this year, the purpose of this particular gathering was unmistakable, prompting enthusiastic cooperation from all. Ice City also complied, albeit to a limited extent. Seated in a room filled with screens, Qin Yifun remained composed amidst the fervent discourse of others. After an hour of relentless discussion, the 50 city lords found themselves parched and weary, finally realizing that Qin Yifun had yet to utter a single word. The lord of the capital city inquired sternly, "Ice City Lord, why do you remain silent?" Qin Yifun shrugged. "Have you even given me the opportunity to speak?" As the silence enveloped the room, Qin Yifun continued, "I am well aware of your thoughts. You are all astute individuals, or else you would not occupy your esteemed positions. Therefore, let us refrain from invoking lofty ideals or futile excuses. I shall be succinct. The production capacity of the new detection device is limited. Currently, only 10 units can be sold externally each day. Those who act swiftly shall be rewarded. Those who do not shall miss their opportunity. To the Lord of Ice City, I shall procure all 10 units for the capital. What is your price? Why should all of them go to your capital? We of Magic City demand our share. And what of us in Pink City? What about Ming City? What of Zong City? What of Lei City?" The atmosphere quickly descended into chaos, however. A resounding shout from Qin Yifun restored order. "I just heard a city named Lei City mentioned. Is that correct?" "Indeed, I am the Lord of Lei City, Lei Jun," came the excited response from a middle-aged man of respectable appearance on a large screen. "Lord of Ice City, we are neighbors. Lei City is less than 1,000 kilometers from Ice City. Apologies, but I harbor a dislike for the character Lei, and thus, I have no fondness for you as a neighbor. I request that the meeting host expel him," Qin Yifun stated impassively, rendering the previously animated Lei Jun utterly dumbfounded. He instinctively inquired why. But before he could utter a third word, his screen went dark. The Lord of the Capital quickly interjected with a smile, "Lord of Ice City, I have expelled him from the meeting. Would you consider prioritizing the supply of the new detection device to the capital?" Qin Yifun nodded slightly. "I can arrange for one device to be reserved daily for the capital." The Lord of the Capital appeared somewhat reluctant, but others hastened to speak. "Lord of Ice City, I can ensure that Lei City is completely marginalized. Please consider prioritizing the supply to Magic City." "Lord of Ice City, Pink City will designate Lei City as an unfriendly entity. Please," came another voice amid the flurry of flattery. "Do not be swayed by him. He seeks to undermine our unity." Qin Yifun's gaze sharpened. "Who is speaking?" Step forward and reveal yourself, you brave soul. With a snap, another screen went dark. The Lord of Pung City exclaimed, "It is the Lord of Lake City. I have expelled him from the meeting room." Lord of Ice City, very well. Pung City shall also hold priority for one device. After another round of contention, Qin Yifan ceased to entertain any further discussions and intervened to quell the uproar. The limited production capacity of the new detection device is due to the lack of resources in Ice City. As he spoke, the Lord of Magic City interjected. Lord of Ice City, what resources are you lacking? I will immediately arrange for supplies to be sent to Ice City. Qin Yifan regarded the Lord of Magic City with approval. I will send a list to each of you. The new detection devices will be exchanged solely for the resources on that list. Magic City shall also possess a priority claim for one device. With that declaration, he hastily severed the video signal. After exhaling a sigh of relief, he remarked, being a city lord is no easy task. Standing just outside the camera's view, Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Only you would say that. Others would eagerly embrace the role of city lord. What is the merit of being a city lord? It merely appears glamorous on the surface, yet one must endure the exploitation by those who have departed from Blue Star. It is no wonder that the former lord was so avaricious. Lin Yuan's expression dimmed slightly. She never anticipated that those who left Blue Star would not only refrain from aiding it, but would also exploit its resources, truly shameless. Qin Yifan, however, shook his head, suggesting that perhaps their circumstances were not so favorable either. Yet, if it were up to him, he would never engage in such exploitation of his juniors. Setting aside this topic, how is the production capacity on your brother's end? There will surely be a large influx of orders soon, so do not let me down. Rest assured, my elder brother informed me previously that he has expanded the experimental base, with 2 production lines operating continuously, capable of producing 10,000 small detectors daily without issue. At this juncture, Lin Yuan curiously inquired, Mr. Qin, your brother's production capacity has always been substantial. Why do you only sell 10 units externally each day? Do you understand the concept of scarcity sales? The initial phase is precisely when one can reap profits. They are well aware of this situation. If you provide too many, they will not appreciate them, Qin Yifan replied, raising his chin. Moreover, Ice City has yet to become self-sufficient. Why should we offer them so much? They are enjoying a carefree existence here, while the outside world presents a starkly different reality. Before the second day arrived, numerous airships descended upon Ice City, all carrying resources sent by the various city lords. After severing the video signal, Qin Yifan promptly shared a list in the group chat that encompassed the specialties of all cities, alongside various universal cultivation resources. This influx brought immense benefits to Ice City, albeit with formidable risks. Other cities were simultaneously vying to purchase the new testing instruments while scheming to seize resources from Ice City. After all, Ice City ranks quite low among the 50 major cities. Its absolute strength is not particularly robust, and with such valuable resources at hand, it is only natural that it would attract covetous eyes. At the forefront of this threat is Thunder City, Ice City's longtime neighbor. After experiencing such humiliation at the meeting, how could Lei Jun possibly endure it? Moreover, Qin Yifan had explicitly stated that he would not sell the new detectors to Thunder City, so there was no reason for him to be courteous. His first ally is Lake City, as it was the second city to be expelled from the conference room. They are now preparing to combine their forces to seize Ice City. Chapter 114, The Arrival of External Enemies in the City Lord's Office. Qin Yifan summoned the commander and Jiao Hong. After briefing them on the City Lord's meeting, he concluded with a smile, I have already provided them with an excuse, Hongjie. You must seize this opportunity. Jiao Hong nodded vigorously and then turned to the commander, requesting his assistance. The commander waved his hand dismissively, stating, You need not worry. If they dare come to Ice City, I shall ensure they do not return. Qin Yifan nodded and responded, Commander, let us not wager our own resources. Let those fence-sitters contribute as well. The commander raised an eyebrow, remarking, who claimed to be unwilling to be a city lord. Yet, how quickly have they adopted the mindset of the upper echelons? Qin Yifan shrugged. Is this what you call the mindset of those in power? Then it seems these individuals must all be selfish. I merely wish to protect my own people from suffering. I comprehend. Even if you remain silent, I shall proceed. The supreme leader merely jested with him. I will directly inform those individuals that without exertion, they shall not attain the flawless complete spiritual crystal, and they shall undoubtedly understand the consequences that await them. It appears that I am the one bearing the burden. You call that a burden? How utterly tedious. Shall I summon a dozen or so enchanting ladies to accompany you? Huh. Presently, their advanced combat capabilities are escalating daily, far beyond the imagination of the outside world. The previous beast tide was so arduous due to internal hindrances, compounded by the Lin family's aloofness. Now that matters have been streamlined, they find themselves in a state of energy without purpose. It would be remarkable if they did not seize from others. Yet someone dares to encroach upon them and still expects a favorable outcome? Thus, on that very evening, as two grand fleets of airships boldly traversed the skies above the satellite city, the elite forces of Ice City gathered in a mere 10 minutes. However, these individuals did not ascend the city walls directly. Instead, they concealed themselves in the vicinity of the walls, prepared to join the fray as soon as the battle commenced. Thunder City lies directly to the south of Ice City, where Qin Yifan stands side by side with Jiao Hong atop the southern wall. Observing the distant airship fleet that gradually became visible in the sky, Qin Yifan remarked with a smile, "This time, Thunder Army may not come personally, but it suffices to eliminate his minions." Jiao Hong nodded vigorously. "Thank you, a fan." "No need for gratitude," Qin Yifan replied, glancing around. "Why has T Xiaobao come? Won't he be upset? I informed him that anyone below level 50 is unqualified for the battlefield." At present, it is likely only we, Ice City, dare to utter such words. In other cities, even those at level 50 are considered elite forces. The corners of Jiao Hong's mouth lifted. "This is all thanks to you. Without your guidance, I could not have so swiftly broken through to level 50. After refining with the complete spiritual crystal, aside from coordinating with Qin Yifan on the day of action, Jiao Hong entrusted her independent legion to Huang Liang, dedicating herself relentlessly to cultivation. Just 2 days prior, she had finally ascended to level 50, enabling her to stand proudly before the independent legion, as she observed the airship fleet arrayed in formation. Hovering 500 meters from the city walls, Qin Yifan calmly stated, "That is contingent upon your own diligence as well. Hong Jia, in this battle, I shall solely ensure your safety. I shan't intervene otherwise. Rest assured, the brothers of the Independent Legion are more than capable, especially since you have brought along so many experts." As Jiao Hong responded to Qin Yifan, she commanded her portable computer, and dozens of flares shot into the sky in an instant. Subsequently, her voice resonated through the loudspeakers. "Who dares approach? Do they seek to invade Ice City and court death?" A boisterous voice replied, The audacity of this little Ice City, thinking it can act recklessly merely because it possesses some fine treasures. Today, my Thunder City's 10,000 strong shall teach you how to behave." Following this, a figure leapt from the airship, clad in black armor, with no helmet obscuring his overly ostentatious visage, who laughed heartily at Jiao Hong atop the city walls, exclaiming, "Does Ice City lack men? How absurd to have a woman lead the troops. It's simply laughable." With a hearty laugh, the one who jumped down joined in, their mockery palpable. "Lei City? As the current lord of Ice City, I detest anything associated with the word Lei. Today, I shall vanquish you lot and uproot Lei City to bring joy to my lord." Upon hearing her declaration, Qin Yifan nearly stifled a laugh, thinking how she had extended a mere pretext into an elaborate insult. It was indeed profoundly derogatory. One could see the fury darkening the face of the opponent. "You arrogant woman, you lack the standing to engage in dialogue with me. Fetch your commander. I wish to inquire whether he dares to wage war against Lei City." Jiao Hong retorted coldly, "Enough with your idle chatter. You and Lei City have allied with Lake City to attack Ice City. Your commander is preoccupied with the scoundrels of Lake City and has no time for you. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. If not, scurry back to Lei City with your tail between your legs." "Very well." The man gritted his teeth. "You refuse my offer of mercy. Do not blame me for my ruthless hand. Brothers, advance. Let us breach the city before discussing anything further. Kill, kill, kill." The momentum of Lei City's 10,000-strong army was formidable, and their confidence was palpable. With over 10,000 level 50 experts, capturing Ice City seemed a trivial endeavor. In their eyes, Ice City was woefully behind. It was a miracle if they could muster 1,000 level 50 fighters, rendering them no match for their might. Thus, they charged toward the city walls without much strategic thought. In the next instant, reality delivered a harsh slap to their faces. The Independent Legion, comprising over 7,000 brothers, surged forward in groups of 5, targeting their foes with precision. At Jiao Hong's command, reinforcements from various factions, lying in wait, rushed forth. Although lacking in strategy, their presence was still intimidating. Initially, Lei City's army of 10,000 paid little heed, but upon engagement, they faced a staggering defeat. What the hell? They are all level 50 experts. Everyone, be cautious. The familiarity of their tactics struck him. Were they not employing the five-man combat formation? Could they be traitors from Lei City? Hearing the exclamations of his subordinates and recognizing the familiar tactics, Lei Dong, the leader of Lei City's army, furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze on Jiao Hong. Who are you truly? A cold, disdainful smile graced Jiao Hong's lips. Did you not surmise? 10 years ago, it was you who led the so-called army of 10,000 into the Sun family. Did you ever consider that this day might come? Indeed. Jiao Hong and Jiao Bao were pseudonyms, their true names concealed. They were, in fact, Sun Jiao Hong and Sun Jiao Bao. The man's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing her words, ultimately settling into a cruel grin. I did not expect remnants of the Sun family to survive, however. It matters not. If we could extinguish the Sun family once, we can do so again. Brothers, rally your spirits. They are but a rabble. Let us slay them. Kill. He sought to uplift morale, yet regrettably, the situation had evolved beyond his control. Chapter 115. This is impossible. If one were to assess the situation accurately, the reinforcements dispatched by the various factions in Ice City could indeed be likened to mere rabble. After all, most of them had only recently ascended to level 50, epitomizing superficiality. However, the Independent Legion was an entirely different matter. Prior to their breakthrough, they had not squandered their time. Instead, they diligently studied various tactics. The quintet tactics taught by Jiao Hong had been executed by them with remarkable creativity. Now, having reached level 50, their combat prowess had surged, and their strategies were executed with exquisite finesse. Those arrogant individuals from Thunder City stood no chance against them. The Independent Legion had made a breakthrough through the center, catching Thunder City's 10,000-man battalion off guard, leading them to perceive even the seemingly mediocre reinforcements on the flanks as formidable adversaries. In high-stakes combat, victory or defeat is often determined in a single move. Even in a Legion battle, once morale is crushed, defeat is inevitable. Lei Dong shouted for an extended period. Yet his efforts bore no fruit. As he watched his subordinates retreat in disarray, a chill crept into his heart. When did Ice City become so formidable? Could this be the benefit derived from their new system? This thought ignited a flicker of hope within him, yet it failed to dispel the lingering coldness. Alas, he was on the verge of becoming a general of defeated troops, with little time left to covet the advantages of others. Observing his subordinates on the brink of collapse, he recognized the situation was beyond salvage, and without hesitation, he turned and returned to the airship. He yearned to escape back to Thunder City. Unfortunately, despite his desperate calls, he received no response. The airship remained immobile. A shiver ran down his spine as he rushed to the cockpit, only to find all instruments sparking and the crew lifeless. Who could have done this? Lei Dong seethed with impotent rage. He had intended to seize Ice City with overwhelming force, but he had not anticipated such a dramatic transformation, allowing Ice City to push back against his 10,000-man battalion. Now, seeking to flee, he discovered that his escape route had been severed, leaving him with nothing to do but roar in frustration. On the southern city wall, a figure appeared near Jiao Hong. Bowing in salute. Commander, I have fulfilled my duty. All airships can no longer take flight. Well done. I shall commend you for this. After praising him, Qin Yifan winked at the individual, known as Monkey. Although his combat strength was not particularly impressive, he proved more than capable of dealing with the airship pilots. Coupled with his skills being perfectly suited for ambushes, Jiao Hong had no intention of letting his efforts go to waste. Monkey, now devoid of his previous awkward demeanor, stood tall and straight, beaming at Qin Yifan's compliment. Thank you for your recognition, Lord City Master. Otherwise, I would not have had the opportunity to shine. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow, reminding him that seizing opportunities was ultimately his responsibility. Opportunities abound, yet few possess the acumen to grasp them. Had Bai Xiaotang sold the information to Qin Yifan that day, Monkey would have remained inconsequential. Later, had the monkey chosen to leave when it could no longer endure, the possibility of being recommended to the Independent Legion by Qin Yifan would have been extinguished. Thus, opportunity holds great significance, and the ability to seize it is of paramount importance. Returning to the main subject, the 10,000-strong group from Thunder City swiftly disintegrated, with all fleeing towards the airship. However, upon reaching the airship, they soon discovered that the pilot had long since perished, and the instruments in the cockpit had been utterly destroyed. By then, it was too late to contemplate further. Ultimately, they had no choice but to surrender, including Lei Dong. With no alternatives, the confined space of the airship left him no option but capitulation, lest he face annihilation alongside his cohort. Thus, a cross-city assault concluded in a farcical manner, underscoring the overwhelming military might of Ice City. Looking back, The elite forces the city defense army could muster previously consisted solely of 5,000 from the Special Corps. Yet even this contingent was capable of contending with the Lin family, indicating that their high-end combat power was similarly limited. This explains Ice City's lower ranking and why Lei Jun and Lei Dong regarded it with disdain. However, since Qin Yifun's emergence, the elite forces of Ice City have surged dramatically. The Independent Legion has bolstered by 6,000, with the Grand Commander's forces exceeding this number. The Lin family, particularly under Lin Yuan, commands 5,000, not to mention Qin Yifun's ally Lin Yefeng, whose forces currently exceed 10,000, though the prominent families and factions started late. Qin Yifun and the Grand Commander generously provided numerous perfect-grade complete spirit crystals as incentives, enabling them to cultivate a substantial pool of capable personnel. This is why the 10,000-strong group from Thunder City appeared as a mere farce. As for Lake City, they indeed hold Ice City in high regard. Dispatching nearly 20,000 troops, it remains uncertain whether their intent is to confront Ice City or to seize Thunder City as well. Regardless of their calculations, they could not gain the upper hand against the alliance of the Grand Commander and Lin Yefeng, with a significant portion falling captive, while the remainder met a fatal end. The capture of such a multitude of prisoners rendered the special handcuffs in Ice City storerooms instantly depleted, prompting Qin Yifun to order overtime production without a second thought, merely in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. The following day, Qin Yifun once again found himself in a room filled with screens. This time, he took the initiative to convene a meeting of the city lords, including those from Thunder City and Lake City. Observing his exceedingly grim demeanor, Lei Jun presumed his brother's actions had succeeded, interpreting the meeting as a pressuring tactic from Qin Yifun, and he burst into raucous laughter. "I say, Lord of Ice City, why the long face? Has a relative passed away?" He guffawed. The Lord of Lake City shared his sentiment, even believing his own contingency plan had come to fruition, now considering himself the de facto ruler of Ice City. "Hey, how can you speak like that, Lord of Thunder City? Who doesn't he know that the Lord of Ice City is an orphan? Does he have any relatives?" Indeed, my mistake. Lord of Ice City, may I inquire what prompted you to initiate this meeting of city lords?" The Lord of Lake City pressed eagerly. "Yes, indeed, you had placed us both on a blacklist. Why have you released us today?" At first, the other city lords were puzzled, but soon one possibility crossed their minds, leading them to silently lament their own delay. Qin Yifun observed their reactions and let out a cold snort. Lake City Lord, do you believe yourselves to be quite impressive, having gotten ahead of others?" Lei Jun, oblivious to the mockery in his words, proudly declared, "Indeed, I once thought we were good neighbors. However, since you lack self-awareness, I shall seize the opportunity first." Lake City Lord retorted, "Lei City Lord, do not be overly presumptuous." Lei Jun's expression shifted. "What do you mean by that, Lake City Lord?" With a smirk, Lake City Lord replied, "Just the literal meaning. Listen to what Ice City Lord has to say." "Lake City Lord, you are quite confident," Qin Yifun remarked, a playful expression on his face. "In that case, I shall make you my first target." With a wave of his hand, 2 guards brought a person before Qin Yifun. His guards and strategists were all subordinates of Lin Yuan, putting their resources to good use and avoiding unnecessary complications. Upon recognizing the individual, Lake City Lord sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "This is impossible." Chapter 116. Setting an example, each city's defense forces don their standard combat uniforms, especially for this inter-city operation, which bore their respective city emblems. The person brought before Qin Yifun was clad in Lake City's standard combat attire, and judging by the insignia, he held a significant rank. Immediately, a city lord voiced his confusion. "Wait, that man resembles the deputy commander of Lake City. How did he end up in Ice City? He should have been sent by Lake City Lord to assault Ice City. What is happening now? Betrayal? Defection?" Yet his expression does not suggest that. Once silence enveloped the room, Qin Yifun calmly stated, "He is now my prisoner." "Impossible." Lake City Lord, unable to accept this, loudly protested. "I sent him with 20,000 level 50 experts. How could you possibly capture him? Kong Jianwei, for heaven's sake, speak up. What is going on?" The last part was clearly directed at the captive, who merely glanced at him without uttering a word. Lei Jun suddenly spotted an inconsistency and coldly remarked, "Lake City Lord, we agreed on sending 10,000, yet you dispatched 20,000. What does that mean?" Lake City Lord glared at him. "You fool." Qin Yifun chuckled at their exchange. "Lake City Lord, it is no wonder they call you a fool. Have you considered that if he sent 20,000 and they were captured, what fate awaits your men? Yet here you are, pondering the purpose behind sending 20,000. Your thought process is truly peculiar. Realization dawned on Lei Jun, and with wide eyes, he exclaimed, "Impossible. My brother could never fail." Qin Yifan beckoned again, and two more individuals escorted another person to stand behind him. It was none other than Lei Dong. Lei Dong. Is that really you? Lei Jun shouted, raised his head to glance at the person from Lake City, uttering not a word. What more was there to say? Wasn't the situation already obvious? Wouldn't it be more humiliating to articulate it? At that moment, the other city lords began to murmur among themselves. Surely, Ice City was not that formidable, was it? How could they possibly send 30,000 troops without success? I, too, doubted Ice City's chances of victory, however. Observing the demeanor of those two, they did not appear to be traitors, nor did they have any reason to defect. Could it be that they had long since developed a new cultivation system, only revealing it to the public days ago? It seemed the claims of hastening the abilities of supernatural beings were indeed true, and they had been secretly advancing for quite some time. Otherwise, Ice City would not possess such a multitude of skilled experts. Their intentions are suspect, indeed. A slight smile graced Qin Yifan's lips. He paid no heed to the thoughts of others and stated directly, "The sole purpose of this city lord meeting is to inform you all that if you wish to plot against Ice City, you may do so. However, Ice City does not harbor captives." Addressing the lords of Thunder City and Lake City, he added, "I give you 3 days to present sufficient resources for the ransom of your captives. After that, there will be no further negotiation." Upon finishing, he promptly severed the signal, plunging the room into darkness. Lin Yuan gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Mr. Qin, I feel you resemble a bandit more than a city lord." That remark carried a strong air of brigandage. Qin Yifan shot her a glance. "I shall take that as a compliment. Please escort them away. Remember, do not provide them with food. I stand by my word. Ice City does not keep captives." Lei Dong immediately protested loudly, "You cannot do this. We are human beings. You cannot treat us with such indignity." Another individual, stirred by his words, echoed him. Unfortunately, Qin Yifan merely responded lightly, "In my eyes, you are commodities, merchandise that can procure resources for Ice City. Your fate rests in the hands of those who sent you here." After they were taken away, Lin Yuan squinted her eyes and remarked, "How did I not notice your cunning sooner? You are truly ruthless." "Am I? Indeed. Well, if you say so, then it must be true. After all, they are my enemies. How could I possibly allow them to have it easy?" "That is a fair point. But your strategy is indeed quite severe. Those two city lords must be feeling utterly humiliated right now. Could they not feel humiliated? They entered this endeavor with the intent of profit, and now not only have they gained nothing, but they also face severe losses. They have no choice but to bleed resources. If they fail to retrieve their captives within 3 days, who will be willing to serve them in the future? Especially Lei Dong. After all, it is his brother who has been captured. How could he possibly turn a blind eye? Consequently, on the following day, Thunder City and Lake City dispatched airships once more. However, this time, each city sent only one, and they hovered at a distance outside the city, too fearful to enter. It was not that they did not wish to send more airships. Rather, their resources were dwindling. They intended to reclaim the airships left behind. Yet they dared not approach the city, insisting that the negotiation take place outside its walls. Qin Yifan, uninterested in their hesitations, promptly instructed the commander to arrange a meeting at an outdoor location between the two parties, while simultaneously broadcasting the proceedings live across the internet. You may wonder why this was done. According to Qin Yifan, this serves merely as a demonstration, taking this negotiation as a benchmark. Should anyone dare to invade Ice City again, actions will be taken accordingly. After a protracted day of negotiations, a price for the ransom of captives was finally established. Regardless of rank, each captive would be valued at 100 million galactic coins. However, Qin Yifan insisted on receiving resources of equivalent value instead of currency. Blood crystals, steel essence, and spirit crystals were all acceptable. Should these finished products be unavailable, the remains of mutated beasts and ores would suffice, provided they met the required quantity, irrespective of their grade. Eventually, both cities delivered the ransom for their captives. In light of their relatively prompt cooperation, Qin Yifan graciously arranged for repairs to their damaged airships, albeit only restoring the flight control components, while the weapon systems remained unaddressed, enabling merely a rudimentary takeoff capability. Time passed swiftly, and it had been half a month since the joint assault on Ice City. During this period, Ice City continued to flourish. Yet, The advanced combat forces seemed to lack momentum. Previously, many were stuck at the threshold of the quasi-50 level, but now there was a noticeable gap. Within the city lord's office, the Grand Commander and Lin Yefeng convened, and upon hearing their requests, Qin Yifan displayed indifference. "What? Do you truly wish to exhaust me?" he quipped. "Do you even possess that many obedient subordinates?" Lin Yefeng exchanged glances with the Grand Commander before speaking up. "Mr. Qin, my Lin family operates 325 welfare institutions in Ice City and its satellite towns, annually providing a substantial number of compliant individuals." The Grand Commander, moved by this declaration, did not falter and responded directly. "City Lord, I trust you are aware of my family's affiliation. And while it may not rival the Lin family's foundation, acquiring obedient subordinates remains quite feasible. Are you two truly intending to bully an orphan like me?" Lin Yefeng felt a twinge of embarrassment at this remark, yet the Grand Commander, with a pointed tone, retorted, "Stop playing innocent with me. Don't tell me you are unaware of the skill recently acquired by Jiao Hongxin. I find that hard to believe." Chapter 117. The principal of acquisition Qin Yifan was indeed aware of the skill Jiao Hongxin had obtained and understood how the Lin family and the Grand Commander managed to cultivate such obedient followers. It was a unique ability of mental manipulation, a distinct skill of psychic practitioners. It was neither a combat skill nor an auxiliary one. Its purpose was precisely as its name suggests, to influence the hearts and minds of others. Naturally, a skill of the 50 level could not be trivial. Its effects could accumulate, and once sufficiently amplified, those influenced would become utterly subservient to the wielder of the skill or the designated individual. Clearing his throat to dispel the awkwardness, Qin Yifan remarked, "Grand Commander, Brother Lin, I won't belabor the point, but I must ask for some benefits in return." "If you please." "Of course, I do not seek these for myself. Rather, it is essential for Hongjia and the others to secure their livelihoods. What do you think?" Lin Yefeng and the Grand Commander exchanged nods. Qin Yifan smiled. "However, we do not possess your formidable foundation, so we can only resort to a principle of acquisition. I hope you will not take offense." Upon uttering these words, the two individuals opposite couldn't help but laugh in incredulity. To express such shamelessness with such conviction is indeed a remarkable talent. At this moment, Lin Yuan, who had been silently listening, suddenly spoke up, "Big brother, why not offer all my people to Mr. Qin?" She and Lin Yefeng had always addressed Qin Yifan as Mr. Qin, intending to maintain an egalitarian relationship. Of course, they never perceived themselves as subordinate to Qin Yifan. Lin Yefeng, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Little sister, wouldn't that leave you without anyone at your disposal?" Lin Yuan responded nonchalantly, "I trained those individuals merely to assist you, dear brother. Now that your wishes have been fulfilled, I see no need to exhaust myself further. Besides, I do not believe Mr. Qin would burn bridges, at least he wouldn't abandon me, right, Mr. Qin?" Qin Yifan touched his nose, realizing this young lady was quite adept at manipulating the situation. "Rest assured, Brother Lin, I shall not treat Ranran unfairly." Lin Yefeng frowned slightly, finding the statement rather awkward. The commander burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Lin family head, should your sister end up with the city lord, it could be a fortuitous development. You can't claim to be a protective brother while allowing anyone to harbor designs on her." At these words, Qin Yifan found himself in a rather embarrassing situation. While Lin Yuan's face flushed crimson, her gaze occasionally darting towards Qin Yifan, lost in thought. Lin Yefeng took a moment to regain his composure, exclaiming, "Wow! If only it were truly so. Little sister, seize this opportunity." "Oh dear brother, what are you saying?" Lin Yuan, overwhelmed by embarrassment, turned on her heel and dashed out. The commander continued to laugh heartily before finally stating, "Qin Yifan, I shall not beat around the bush. I am offering you 13 welfare institutions, 3 in Ice City and 1 in each of the satellite cities. What do you say? The independent army is entirely mine. I must be able to reclaim it." "Agreed. There exists no bond that cannot be severed. Only one's own strength remains truly reliable." Qin Yifan had little left to worry about, and only Jiao Hong and her companions were his vulnerabilities. His actions were all aimed at enhancing their capabilities, ensuring they could thrive amidst the chaos of this era. That evening, in the Independent Army's quarters, Qin Yifan, Jiao Hong, Tang Laosan, and Jiao Bao gathered together. After sharing the benefits they had secured, Qin Yifan concluded with a smile, "Sister Hong, those capable should take on more responsibilities. The rest can be entrusted to you." Jiao Hong smiled gently, assuring him, "Do not worry, I will manage these matters well." However, regarding the independent army, Qin Yifan interjected, "Let us assign it to Brother Tang or Huang Liang. After all, they are our own. You can return when there is a conflict. Tang Laosen waved his hand. I cannot. Better to leave it to Huang Liang. I'll just run errands for Miss Jiu. Seeing that this fellow had not strayed from his original intentions, Qin Yifan nodded with a smile. At this moment, Jiu Bao raised his hand. Brother Fan, may I apply to become your personal guard? Qin Yifan patted his head. If you are to be my guard, are you to protect me, or shall I protect you? Humph. Brother Fan looks down on people. After finishing his words, Jiu Bao suddenly stood up, a surge of energy radiating from him, followed by the appearance of a strikingly crafted suit of armor. This was the skill he acquired upon breaking through to level 40, the 1000 Forging Steel armor, renowned for its exceptional defensive capabilities. Qin Yifan had attempted to shatter it with a punch, but to no avail. It is worth noting that his body had undergone countless enhancements, and his raw strength was by no means inferior to that of others in the same tier of power. Brother Fan, I can at least block an attack from a level 50 expert. Upon seeing his defiant expression, Qin Yifan chuckled and nodded. All right, you can accompany me today. Jiu Bao had no other intentions. He understood that his elder sister would soon be quite busy, and he felt he could offer her no assistance. Thus, he opted to stay with Qin Yifan. As Qin Yifan had mentioned, he was incapable of protecting her. He merely wished to provide Jiu Hong with peace of mind. Despite his youthful demeanor, his thoughts were both crucial and his solutions direct and effective. After conversing for a while longer, Qin Yifan led Jiu Bao away from the Independent Legion, only to be surrounded by a throng of people clamoring around him. Now that he was the city lord, even if he had no desire for such attention, it was an inevitability. Casting a glance at Lin Yuan, who had approached him, he remarked with resignation, "Are you here to protect me, or to expose my whereabouts?" With a playful smile, Lin Yuan replied, "I know you don't need protection, but as the city lord, you must maintain an air of authority, unless you wish to go incognito." Qin Yifan rolled his eyes. "I did wish to go incognito, but you won't allow it." He was weary of the lengthy protocols and thus had no choice but to reveal his true self. Fortunately, entering the Independent Legion had spared him from being accompanied by these people. Otherwise, returning home would have lost its charm. After boarding a luxurious energy vehicle with Jiu Bao and Lin Yuan, the convoy set off towards the Western District. Jiu Bao, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Brother Fan, where are we headed?" Lin Yuan quietly reminded him, "Jiu Bao, you must address him as the city lord in front of outsiders. Understood?" Jiu Bao obediently nodded. "Got it." Qin Yifan, somewhat exasperated, commented, "Let us see if you still want to follow me. Those protocols can be quite tedious." Jiu Bao grinned, "I'll just be a bodyguard, standing behind you quietly. What could be easier?" Qin Yifan considered this and agreed. He rarely ventured out, so he truly had no need for Jiu Bao to put on a show. "I need to find a place where I can unwind. Being cooped up in the office is driving me to distraction. Mr. Qin, don't forget the promises you made to my brother and the great city lord." Lin Yuan reminded him. Qin Yifan shot her a sidelong glance, fully aware that before he left, he had collected a substantial number of storage orbs from the warehouse. Her reminder seemed rather contrived. I'm just worried the city lord might get too caught up in relaxation and forget his responsibilities." Qin Yifan chose to ignore her. While having a beautiful woman by his side was indeed a delight, sometimes she could be rather bothersome. Nonetheless, upon arriving at the rooftop of the abandoned building, his spirits lifted considerably. Chapter 118. The Potion Alliance comes knocking. The rooftop remained unchanged, precisely as Qin Yifan had instructed. He always travels with someone specifically assigned to arrange his itinerary. Fortunately, he still has the final say, otherwise, he would genuinely consider throwing in the towel. Upon arriving at the expansive rooftop, Qin Yifan waved his hand, and a barbecue grill materialized before him. Lin Yuan, being quite understanding, immediately approached the grill and began to busy herself. Over the past few days of interaction, she had gleaned some of Qin Yifan's secrets, such as his insatiable appetite. Jiu Bao followed suit, assisting eagerly, and seeing this obedient younger brother brought Lin Yuan joy, so she paid no mind to him shadowing Qin Yifan. Meanwhile, Qin Yifan was simultaneously savoring the grilled meat while working. Beside him lay numerous storage orbs from which the carcasses of mutated beasts quickly transformed into spirit crystal fragments. Indeed, his task this time was not to purify complete spirit crystals, but to produce a substantial quantity of spirit crystal shards. It wasn't that there was no demand for complete spirit crystals, rather, the supply of high-grade mutated beast corpses was dwindling, as the Grand Leader and Lin Yafeng were organizing a hunt in the wilderness. In fact, spirit crystal shards were quite useful. They could not only power various spiritual energy devices, but were also essential for cultivation. Although their effects were somewhat inferior to complete spirit crystals, they remained a luxury for those below level 40. This was the request of the Grand Leader and Lin Yefeng. They sought to cultivate talent rapidly, and their extraction specialists could not match Qin Yifun's efficiency. Moreover, the quality of their output was inferior, so naturally, they had their eyes on Qin Yifun. Fortunately, Qin Yifun also needed these to enhance his skill proficiency. Otherwise, he would never have acquiesced to their request. An hour later, as midnight approached, Lin Yuan quietly suggested, "Mr. Qin, perhaps we should return?" Qin Yifun shook his head resolutely. "No, I stated I would remain here for 3 days, and I shall do so." Lin Yuan pursed her lips in resignation. She certainly could not command this headstrong individual, so she instructed her subordinates to find places to rest. Jiu Bao chimed in with a smile. "Sister, this is nothing. We used to do the same in the wild. But that was in the wilderness. We are clearly in a civilized city now. Why pursue a wasteland aesthetic?" Brother Fan has his sentiments. Qin Yifun scoffed. "Sentiments? These mutated beast corpses reek abominably. If I were to do this in the office, I'd surely suffocate." The storage orbs halted time for the mutated beast corpses, once taken out. They bled and decayed as they normally would. Even with the ventilation at maximum, it would be futile in a confined space. Lin Yuan then realized this and promptly suggested, "Mr. Qin, how about constructing an aerial platform outside your office?" Qin Yifun shot her a glance, retorting, "And let the citizens witness the Lord Mayor feasting on barbecued meat while working?" Lin Yuan felt a twinge of annoyance at her own foolishness that day. Before she could say anything further, a loud call rang out below. "Lord Mayor, Manhwaedit, the leader of the Alchemy Alliance's I-City branch, requests an audience." Lin Yuan frowned slightly. This fellow truly was relentless, having followed them here. Qin Yifun raised an eyebrow, questioning the man's persistence. Lin Yuan remarked, "It would be strange if he could let go of this obsession. As my brother's potion factory takes shape, he has begun to resort to unscrupulous means." Qin Yifun pondered for a moment and grasped her meaning. "Should I summon him and bestow upon him a swift demise?" "Mr. Qin, do you not usually prefer to slay with both sword and heart?" "Occasionally, I indulge in a bit of violence," he replied. "Brother Fan's sister, what are you discussing?" "I cannot comprehend," a voice called out from below, anxious and impatient. "My Lord City Master, Manhwaedit, the leader of the Potion Alliance's I-City branch, seeks an audience." Qin Yifun instructed, "Let him come up." Soon, a middle-aged man, around 40, arrived at the rooftop. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he hesitated momentarily before hastily bowing respectfully to Qin Yifun. "I pay my respects to you, Lord City Master. Please, retract your orders and grant the Potion Alliance a path to survival." Qin Yifun continued his work, barely pausing to respond. "You incessantly speak of the Potion Alliance. Where? Pray tell, is this alliance located?" Manhwaedit was momentarily speechless, but mustered the courage to reply, "Reporting to you, my lord, the Potion Alliance resides within the chaotic region." Qin Yifun raised an eyebrow. "You ought to be aware of what the chaotic region entails. Since your Potion Alliance is situated there, I, as your city master, have no jurisdiction over you." Manhwaedit's face twitched thrice. "It is under your domain, for the entirety of I-City belongs to you, my lord. You can certainly govern it." Such words hardly seemed fitting for one hailing from the chaotic region. A cold sneer escaped Qin Yifun's lips. "Since you assert that I can govern the Potion Alliance, elucidate this matter for me." With a swift motion, he presented a wanted poster from months prior, displaying the likenesses of Jiu Hong and Tang Laosan. Manhwaedit's pupils constricted, but he quickly regained his composure. "Lord City Master, this is a matter from Star City. I have never aided the wicked." "Silence." With a command, a figure dashed forth, delivering a resounding slap across Manhwaedit's face. He did not dare evade the blow. After all, what good would it do to evade when surrounded by a circle of cloaked figures? Before you speak, engage your mind. Review this, and then reorganize your words. Qin Yifun demanded, presenting yet another wanted poster, this time solely depicting Tang Laosan, labeled as a member of the I-City Potion branch. "Lord City Master, hear my explanation. This is merely a misunderstanding." It was evident that Manhwaedit was well aware of the implications and had prepared a rebuttal. Yet Qin Yifun was not adhering to the expected script. "A misunderstanding, you say? Your Potion Alliance has grown accustomed to ruling the chaotic region. Do you believe everyone conforms to your brigand mentality? No, you are not even fit to be called brigands. You embody the true essence of the weak bullying the strong. Tell me, how many of your potion extractors willingly serve you?" Manhwaedit felt a sense of frustration. pondering how one could continue a conversation when the truth lay bare before them. After much contemplation, he could only force himself to speak according to his own thoughts. "My lord, the city lord, we are willing to offer compensation." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yifan interrupted. "Compensation? What do you have to offer? Do you think the Alchemist Alliance is so formidable that it can flaunt its wealth before me, the lord of this city?" Manhwaejie felt deeply offended and, disregarding everything else, retorted loudly, "My lord, who would ever complain about having too much money? Besides, if you agree to cooperate, the entire Alchemist Alliance would become your most loyal ally. What could be wrong with that?" "Wrong. Extremely wrong," Qin Yifan exclaimed, chewing on a piece of roasted meat. "It seems you are still too self-assured. Do you believe that apart from the Alchemist Alliance, no one else dares to touch the vast pie of the alchemy industry?" Chapter 119. Annihilating the Ice City Alchemist Sub-Alliance. The reason Qin Yifan met with Manhwaejie was twofold. First, to avenge Zhou Hong and the others, and second, to seize a share of the lucrative alchemy industry. Now that he occupied this position, certain matters would naturally present themselves before him. Take the alchemy industry, for instance. Even if Qin Yifan wished to avoid it, Lin Yefeng would be pushing him towards it. There was no escaping it. They were now a community of interests. Lin Yefeng needed to produce potions, so could Qin Yifan really ignore this opportunity? Upon hearing Qin Yifan's question, Manhwaejie was momentarily taken aback, then replied, surprisingly, "My lord, you actually wish to venture into the alchemy industry? Are you not afraid of throwing the world into chaos?" "Chaos? With your Alchemist Alliance?" "Huh." Qin Yifan shot him a sideways glance, thinking how a group of cowardly misfits dared to speak boldly in his presence. "Enough. I do not wish to converse further. You may do as you please, but I will not sell anything to you. You may create your own disturbances as you see fit." With that, he waved his hand, indicating for Manhwaejie to leave, yet the latter remained rooted to the spot. He had not achieved his goal, so how could he possibly depart? "My lord, I hope you reconsider. The Alchemist Alliance is one of the 3 major alliances. Do you truly believe that a mere city like Ice City can provoke such a colossal entity?" It seemed he would not relent until faced with dire consequences. Qin Yifan's gaze turned icy. "I did not wish to act this way, but you have provided me with ample reason to do so. My apologies, Ran. Send a message to your brother and the commander. We shall converge outside the base of the Alchemist Sub-Alliance in the chaotic region in 1 hour." "Understood, Mr. Qin." Manhwaejie attempted to say more, but Qin Yifan raised a finger, and someone stepped forward to restrain him. "The only thing you can do now is to open your eyes wide and witness how I bring down your so-called colossal entity." He then turned to Jiobao. "Little one, send a message to Hongjie as well." "Yes, my lord." An hour later, within the chaotic region, 30,000 elite warriors gathered outside the Alchemist Alliance's base. Manhwaejie was left dumbfounded, desperately wishing that what he saw was nothing but an illusion. However, the energy fluctuations radiating from those individuals confirmed the reality of the situation. He has finally come to comprehend why Lake City and Thunder City dispatched 30,000 troops to besiege the city, only to be effortlessly thwarted. The mere fact that they could mobilize such a formidable force for a single operation indicates that they possess abundant resources. Yet, how is this possible? How did they achieve this? He cannot fathom it, nor does he need to, for his impending doom awaits him. Under the might of 30,000 elite warriors, the base of the Apothecary Alliance crumbled like a fragile tofu, easily reduced to dust. Members of the Apothecary Alliance fell and surrendered in droves, within half an hour. The Ice City Apothecary branch became a relic of the past. Qin Yifan did not even personally engage in the fray. He merely stood beside Manhwaejie. And when he witnessed the grateful extraction masters, his lips twitched in disdain. The Apothecary Alliance is truly ruthless, capturing so many extraction masters. It seems this avenue warrants further exploration. Extraction masters are not exclusive to the Apothecary Alliance, yet other factions possess very few. This scarcity arises from the difficulty of cultivating such talents and the general reluctance to employ coercive methods against them. It is not that they lack the courage, but rather the desire. After all, the bond forged through emotional investment contrasts starkly with one born of intimidation. The Apothecary Alliance, however, dares to adopt this approach, relying on sheer numbers to prevail. Qin Yifan glanced at the despondent Manhwaejie and promptly instructed Lin Yuan, send someone to interrogate him and uncover how he amassed such a multitude of extraction masters. Understood, Mr. Qin. Soon, the Grand Commander and Lin Yefeng arrived at his side, their sole intention being to negotiate for extraction masters. Qin Yifan shrugged, indicating that the individuals were present for them to manage as they saw fit. provided they refrained from coercive tactics, as he had no need for them. He alone could match 100 extraction masters, and all his extracts were of impeccable quality, thus rendering their assistance unnecessary. However, the Grand Commander and Lin Yefeng had a different agenda. They sought to claim a substantial share of the apothecary industry, a feat that could not be sustained by Qin Yifan alone. Only by recruiting a significant number of extraction masters could they establish a factory capable of supplying the city's demands. The notion of reconstructing an apothecary alliance had not crossed their minds, as it was an exceedingly complex endeavor, and they currently lacked the requisite strength. Soon, the complete annihilation of the Ice City Apothecary branch spread like wildfire. The Apothecary Alliance was the first to issue a condemnation, demanding the Ice City Lord's apology and proposing hefty reparations, while insisting on the reconstruction of the Apothecary branch. Regrettably, Qin Yifan could not be bothered to engage with them, and instructed Lin Yuan to respond succinctly, "Get lost." This incited the ire of the Apothecary Alliance, prompting all major city branches to sharpen their blades, vowing to unite and eradicate Ice City. Yet, their threats proved to be mere bluster. Even the Apothecary Alliance in the capital fell silent after issuing a single statement. It was not that they lacked the desire to act, for they too coveted the new detection devices, which would safeguard their enterprises from disruption. Unfortunately, Qin Yifan would not sell to the Ice City branch at all. Even their attempts to purchase it back at a high price from other families or factions proved futile. Once the new testing instrument enters the chaotic zone, it would immediately become a mere hunk of scrap metal, and the families or factions that sold the instruments would also face repercussions. As for the other major cities, the lords possess very few of such devices, particularly knowing Qin Yifan's stance towards the Potion Alliance. They are reluctant to be stripped of their eligibility to purchase the new testing instruments. However, when the Grand Alliance leader organized an operation, those branch leaders either evaded the issue or feigned compliance, all with a singular aim: to avoid exerting themselves. They believed that if they could acquire the new testing instrument, it would be beneficial, but if they could not, it was of little consequence, for Ice City was distant and inconsequential to them. This left the Grand Alliance leader feeling utterly powerless and profoundly saddened. When benefits abound, these individuals are eager to partake, yet when effort is required, they become evasive. This is what one might call an unwieldy tale. The external situation remains unclear, but Ice City has once again embarked on a purging campaign. This marks the second such action initiated by Qin Yifan as city lord within a month. The first was a response to the previous city lord, essentially a remnant issue from the last Beast Tide, which is understandable. This time, however, the purging is justified, targeting families and factions colluding with the Potion Alliance. While one might understand the desire to share in the spoils and even tolerate some aggressive business tactics, resorting to pillage and murder is rather excessive, is it not? It is not only a matter of plunder and extortion, there are also numerous instances of robbery and murder in the wild. Because of this, Qin Yifan ordered the elimination of numerous human encampments surrounding Ice City. These encampments boasted grand slogans, claiming to provide a refuge for humanity in the wilderness. Yet they were engaged in unspeakable activities. It is one thing for those hunting in the wild to have their spoils stolen. It is another when lives are taken. Currently, the human population on Blue Star is already sparse, and their capacity to contend with the Beast Tide increasingly strained. Continuing down this path leads to a vicious cycle. Thankfully, with the new cultivation system devised by Qin Yifan and Lin Yefeng, Ice City no longer worries about the Beast Tide. In fact, they now believe that the number of mutated beasts in the wilderness is insufficient and are contemplating expansion into other regions. This signifies a monumental development. Akin to ancient emperors' desires to expand their territories, all city lords share this ambition. Alas, following the cataclysm, mutated beasts nearly became the rulers of the world. Had it not been for the ancestors' desperate resistance, sacrificing countless lives to preserve 50 major cities, humanity would have been eradicated at the onset of the cataclysm. However, now with Qin Yifan at the helm, territorial expansion is no longer a mere dream. Indeed, the commander and Lin Yefeng have once again come to the city lord's office to elevate this matter to the agenda. Upon hearing their thoughts, Qin Yifan's eyes widened in astonishment. It is often said that human desire is insatiable, and now it is vividly illustrated before me. The supreme leader smiled faintly and remarked, "How can this be deemed desire? Do you not wish to reclaim lost territories?" Qin Yifan shook his head vigorously, asserting, "I do not wish to engage in such thankless endeavors." Lin Yefeng, with utmost seriousness, responded, "This is far from being a thankless task. History reveals that humanity was the master of Blue Star prior to monumental changes. In those times, wealth granted you the freedom to traverse wherever you desired. Unlike now when one is confined to a mere city. Qin Yifan fell silent. Was Lin Yifeng more persuasive than the supreme leader? Not quite. In truth, Qin Yifan was already swayed by the supreme leader's words. He was merely putting up a facade. Lin Yifeng's arguments served only to embellish the discussion, while Qin Yifan's demeanor appeared as if he had been influenced by them. Yet, he pondered, what use would an expanded territory be without a substantial populace? This question was straightforward. The supreme leader replied directly, during my recent expedition to eradicate the gathering sites, I discovered numerous individuals scattered across the wilderness. Do you believe they willingly remain in such desolation? Lin Yifeng chimed in. You have experienced it yourself, if given the chance. Do you think they would not wish to return to the city? They were correct. If conditions were favorable, no one would choose to linger in the wilderness. With sufficiently attractive incentives from Ice City, I am confident many would flock to us. Noticing the hesitation in Qin Yifan's gaze, the supreme leader asserted, at the core of humanity, we are inherently good. I firmly believe that there are no born evildoers. Provided Ice City offers a conducive environment, those individuals should refrain from destructive actions. Lin Yifeng seemed to echo this sentiment, adding, furthermore, our subordinates possess psychic abilities, capable of detecting malevolent individuals to ensure they are excluded. Witnessing their exchange, Qin Yifan couldn't help but smile wryly. It appears you two have conspired before approaching me. The supreme leader promptly shook his head in denial, stating, there was no conspiracy, it merely reflects the situation we find ourselves in. Lin Yifeng nodded earnestly, agreeing with the supreme leader that continued development and expansion were inevitable. Qin Yifan pursed his lips, remaining silent for a considerable time before inquiring. Do you have any concrete plans? Both men shook their heads in unison, truthfully admitting they had not deliberated this matter, nor did they possess a grand blueprint. However, this did not hinder their imagination. Lin Yifeng boldly suggested, I believe we could expand Ice City by 50 kilometers, effectively constructing an outer city. The supreme leader stroked his chin and replied, expanding by 50 kilometers? We might as well encompass the satellite cities within that span, establishing a grand central city alongside a series of satellite cities. Lin Yifeng nodded in agreement, saying, you make a valid point. This way, Ice City could rival the scale of Jing City, Magic City, and Pink City, becoming the fourth largest city in China. Why not the largest city in China? Observing their exuberant discussions, Qin Yifan felt a peculiar sense of unease, as if these two were whimsical dreamers. Yet, the most disconcerting aspect was that he found himself swayed by their fantastical visions. Have you both considered the immense resources and manpower such an endeavor would consume? The supreme leader and Lin Yifeng exchanged glances. The former inquired, is Ice City currently lacking in resources? Lin Yifeng then remarked, your recent 2 clearance operations have significantly increased the labor force within the prison. Furthermore, we can stipulate conditions whereby those who assist in the construction of the new city will be granted residency rights in the outer city. The current household registration policies are considerably stricter than before the monumental changes. Even individuals from disordered regions must possess residency rights in this city. Otherwise, the consequences of being discovered are quite severe. However, due to the overwhelming population density, the scrutiny is only exceptionally rigorous upon entry, leaving behavior within the city largely unchecked unless one is placed on a wanted list. Thus, even the most advanced intelligence systems lack the capacity to monitor every individual. Seeing the resoluteness in their intentions, Qin Yifan could only nod in resignation. In that case, let us convene a meeting tomorrow to draft a specific set of regulations for discussion. This should pose no issues. I believe everyone will be in favor. They are indeed correct. There is no opposition to this matter. As the supreme leader stated, everyone aspires to hold a position of authority. This is merely a metaphor. Yet if the scale of Ice City expands, their responsibilities will naturally increase as well, which is something everyone would welcome. However, while proposing ideas may seem simple, the actual execution is fraught with complexities. Setting aside other concerns, geological exploration alone presents a significant challenge. In the wilderness, various instruments lose precision beyond 10 kilometers, and devising an accurate construction plan demands a considerable investment of time. Fortunately, everyone understands that this matter cannot be rushed. Thus, while countless teams are dispatched for exploratory work, efforts to clear the area between Ice City and the satellite city commence. Meanwhile, as Ice City busily works on expanding its territory, other cities can no longer contain their impatience and reconvene a council of city lords. This meeting is once again dominated by the leaders of the capital, Magic City, and Prung City, notably excluding Thunder City and Lake City. After initial pleasantries, the Lord of the capital broached the subject. Lord of Ice City, I have a question I wish to pose, and I hope you can enlighten me. The courteous manner in which he spoke did not escape Qin Yifun's understanding of etiquette. As long as I am aware, I shall speak candidly. Well, I wish to know if the so-called perfect grade is merely a concept or a tangible reality. It is indeed a tangible reality. Please wait a moment, Qin Yifun replied. Ranran, please bring me a detection device. He had anticipated this inquiry, though he did not expect them to raise it at this juncture. Accepting the detection device from Lin Yueran, he retrieved several pieces of blood crystal and spirit crystal fragments. After methodically testing each one before the assembly of city lords, he smiled and declared, "This is the perfect grade." Does anyone have further questions? Chapter 121, A 3-Day Break. Are there any questions? Certainly, there are many, yet the assembly of lords seemed at a loss for where to begin. After a prolonged silence, it was the Lord of Magic City who finally spoke. Lord of Ice City, I would like to inquire about the origins of these perfect grade materials. Qin Yifun raised an eyebrow. They are extracted by extraction specialists. Could they possibly be naturally occurring? This response was as enlightening as a single insightful remark could ever be. Who does not know that these are extracts? They are merely curious about the extraction process, but feel too embarrassed to voice their inquiries. After all, if you had ever regarded Ice City with esteem, now, not only has it developed a new cultivation system, but it has also produced perfect grade extracts. Should they ask, it would be tantamount to acknowledging their inferiority to Ice City. While the reality may align with this notion, they cling to their pride, unwilling to concede. What rank does the Lord of Ice City hold as an extractor? What is the success rate of his perfect grade extracts? Qin Yifun, well aware of their unspoken questions, was merely toying with them. Esteemed Lord, may I inquire about your talent level? Do you possess any unique skills? The Lord coughed lightly before responding. I apologize for my abruptness, but might I purchase some perfect grade extracts? This query instantly captured the attention of all the lords, who gazed eagerly at Qin Yifun. Regrettably, Ice City has very few extractors capable of such feats, indicating that it cannot supply them. Thus, my esteemed lords, rather than wasting time here with me, it would be far more prudent for you to diligently encourage your own extractors to produce perfect grade extracts as swiftly as possible. This statement was rather audacious. Yet the other lords found no fault in it. Even if their extracts were sufficient, why should they share their treasures, especially when they had justifiable reasons for withholding them? Moreover, the assertion was not unfounded. Rather than relying on the generosity of others, it is wiser to cultivate one's own extractors. As the saying goes, having one's own is far superior to relying on others. Additionally, this statement was subject to excessive interpretation, especially after Ice City took action against the Alchemy Alliance, leading one lord to speculate that their extractors may have been pilfered from the Alliance. Although this was merely conjecture, it became a desperate belief in the absence of alternatives. Ironically, within that city's Alchemy Alliance, there was indeed an extractor capable of producing perfect-grade extracts. This was splendid news for that city, but a misfortune for the Alchemy Alliance. When this lord boasted to his acquaintances, the news spread rapidly, prompting all cities to initiate actions against the Alchemy Alliance. However, this process was not as smooth as Ice City's, given that the high-end combat power of the other cities was inferior. Yet, in their relentless pursuit, the prowess of the Alchemy Alliance's experts proved futile. In essence, a single remark from Qin Yifun inadvertently led to the disintegration of the Alchemy Alliance. Naturally, the unfolding of this situation required time, granting Ice City the opportunity for continued development. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months had elapsed since the emergence of the new cultivation system. Meanwhile, the other cities remained in their nascent stages, having merely begun to grasp the theories and procure some new testing instruments. However, they could not match Ice City's speed in cultivating a substantial amount of high-end combat power. After such an extended period, the various cities that dispatched spies to the Ice City have managed to glean a general understanding of its condition. Notably, the impending expansion of the Ice City has become widely known. But what is the prerequisite for such an expansion? It is not merely the availability of resources for constructing a city, but rather the capability to maintain combat effectiveness post-expansion. Clearly, the Ice City possesses this ability. Thus, the question arises, how has the Ice City achieved this? Do they possess a plethora of perfect extracts? Fortunately, every city has, to some extent, a few perfect level extractors. Yet their success rates are rather dismal. In light of this issue, the Lords' Conference was convened once more. This time, the Lords shed their pretenses and brought all their concerns to the fore. Qin Yifan found the situation amusing and said, "Esteemed Lords, let us momentarily set your concerns aside and sincerely address a question of mine." Although the other lords were anxious, they remained composed and awaited his inquiry. Qin Yifan surveyed the many screens and earnestly asked, "Have you promoted the new cultivation system I introduced?" Upon hearing this question, all the lords were taken aback. Promotion? Why should they promote it? Shouldn't they keep valuable resources to themselves? Qin Yifan relished their expressions, despite having transmitted the cultivation system to them. The task was not deemed successful due to one reason alone, their selfishness. Retreating into his chair, Qin Yifan said nonchalantly, "Gentlemen, there is a saying you may have heard. Masters are found among the common folk. Do not contemplate forcibly conscripting individuals, as that would be no different from the Potion Alliance. To inspire genuine contributions from people, one must first extend sincerity towards them. This is something I should not need to teach you." Noticing the silence from the assembly, Qin Yifan smiled and continued, "I trust you are now somewhat informed about the state of the Ice City. Are you not aware that the new cultivation system has been fully promoted there? Have your spies not informed you that the enthusiasm for cultivation in the Ice City has surged, leading to the discovery of more perfect level extractors?" His statement was somewhat exaggerated. While the Ice City had indeed produced perfect level extractors, they were not numerous. After all, it was a matter of probability. Not every extractor could achieve that. And the success rate was merely low. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Qin Yifan from using this to his advantage, for he believed that the lords were not foolish, merely ensnared in their own stubbornness. Finally, Qin Yifan remarked pointedly, "Rather than exploit the value of others, it is more prudent to provide them with a broad stage, which may yield unexpected benefits for you. After all, time is of the essence. Do you wish to remain trapped in a vicious cycle?" The lords fell into silence, and subsequently, one lord chose to disconnect the signal, prompting the others to follow suit. Watching as all the screens went dark, Qin Yifan released a long sigh. Lin Yuan, who had been listening intently, quietly inquired, "Mr. Qin, do you not wish to?" Lin Yuan playfully stuck out her tongue, stating, "I am not the city lord. It is not my place to ponder such matters." Qin Yifan shot her an exasperated glance, retorting, "Do you think I wish to contemplate this? It is your elder brother who is pressuring me. He is the one who truly desires this. As for the consequences, I am uncertain, yet regardless of what may unfold, I shall bear the burden alongside you. Oh, spare me, woman. Remember, never overestimate your strength unless your abilities surpass those of all men." With that remark, Qin Yifan rose and waved his hand, declaring, "Enough of this. Let us take a 3-day holiday." Chapter 122. The arrival of an overpowered master upon returning to the abandoned building. Qin Yifan couldn't help but express his thoughts. It is astonishing that such places still exist in the old district while they seek to expand their territory. I truly cannot fathom their reasoning. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly, "Mr. Qin, this site has witnessed several explosive incidents, resulting in over 1,000 casualties, earning it a reputation as a cursed ground, hence why no one dares to renovate it." "Is that so?" Qin Yifan awkwardly scratched his head. "I fail to see the issue. I have successfully conducted several significant transactions here. Aha. Not to mention, my acquaintance with Lin Yefeng began in this very spot, a milestone for me. Without Lin Yefeng, the subsequent events would not have transpired, and I would not be sitting in the position of city lord today. Perhaps Mr. Qin is simply fortunate," Lin Yuan mused thoughtfully. "However, these enigmatic matters defy explanation." Lin Yuan, in an unusual tone of reflection, remarked, "It is said that before the Great Change, there existed the study of metaphysics, yet it has vanished entirely since then. I wonder what could have caused that." "Metaphysics?" Qin Yifan shook his head, acknowledging it as an area of ignorance for him. "Although I have learned much after becoming city lord, it has been mostly necessary knowledge. I have had little time to delve into other subjects. This term seems unrealistic. Or perhaps that theory exists on a more advanced level, one we may not be equipped to comprehend." Jiobao suddenly raised her hand and chimed in. "My sister mentioned that the theory of the 5 elements is rooted in metaphysics, but it is becoming increasingly difficult to find literature on the subject." She expressed a hint of disappointment. "These teachings have been passed down orally within our Sun family, but alas." As she trailed off, a sense of loss washed over her. She had been merely 5 years old at the time and held scant memories of her family, let alone any knowledge to inherit. Qin Yifan nodded, contemplating, in truth, the supernatural abilities we possess are rather mysterious. What do you all believe truly transpired during the Great Change? Jiobao shook her head, admitting her ignorance, while Lin Yuan appeared to ponder deeply. According to research by the Lin family, there exists a significant gap of time between the events before and after the Great Change, with no documentation surviving, much like the establishment of these great cities. Lin Yuan gestured animatedly. Historical records contain but a single phrase. Our ancestors forged these cities with blood and tears, and then, nothing. The remainder is merely conjecture. Qin Yifan fell silent for a moment before finally stating, "Let us not dwell on such matters. We should focus on living well in the present. Let's indulge in roasted meat and fine wine. And you, don't just stand there. Let's eat and drink." His final remark was directed towards the guards, reminding them that a holiday should not entail others working overtime. Lin Yuan understood his temperament and allowed his subordinates to indulge in some food, though drinking was off limits. As they feasted, Qin Yifan suddenly felt a heaviness in his head, only to witness Lin Yuan and Jiobao collapsing to the ground, instantly recognizing something amiss. He activated his detection technique and turned to look behind him. To his surprise, he found that a seemingly fragile old man had withstood his attack. The little fellow was surprisingly formidable. Qin Yifan narrowed his eyes and slowly turned to face the man. The old man, with snowy hair yet youthful features, donned an exquisite robe that exuded an air of benevolence. However, Qin Yifan was not easily deceived by appearances, especially considering Jiobao's uncertain fate. The elder, hands clasped behind his back, smiled gently, assuring him that there was no need for concern. His subordinates were merely in a temporary slumber. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Are you a mind reader?" The elder shook his head lightly, stating that it was not mind reading, but rather an understanding gleaned from Qin Yifan's expression. Qin Yifan pursed his lips and asked again, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The elder replied, "Who I am is of little consequence. I am here for Lei Jun." This response, while not entirely surprising to Qin Yifan, still evoked a degree of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Lei Jun could summon such a formidable figure. "As I understand it, all city lords have signed a decree forbidding the emergence of level 60 and above super experts, unless the city faces annihilation. You, sir, are. They say you come from humble beginnings, lacking any insight. It appears they have underestimated you." The elder interjected with a glimmer of approval in his gaze. "You are quite astute, yet you overlook one crucial point. All rules are designed to restrain the weak. Is that so?" This marked the second time he had posed such a question today, and Qin Yifan shook his head in resignation. "It seems I am still not powerful enough. Speak. What is it that you desire? I have little to discuss with you. My earlier interest in your ability to evade my mental attack was fleeting, but alas." The elder shook his head, refraining from elaborating further. Instead, he extended his hand, and a tremendous force caused Qin Yifan to stagger a few steps toward him. The elder expressed surprise once more, noting that while Qin Yifan was only in his 40s, his mental prowess was impressive, however, the strength of his physique. As he spoke, he swiftly appeared before Qin Yifan and struck towards his chest with an open palm. Slap. Qin Yifan wished to evade, but found his previously lauded speed utterly ineffective against the elder's casual strike. It was unavoidable. Puffed. Blood spewed forth, as even his greatly enhanced body could not withstand the elder's assault, leaving Qin Yifan feeling immensely aggrieved. The elder shook his head, commenting, "So you possess a strengthening talent. While somewhat unique, it only affords you a slight edge over others." This remark nearly compelled Qin Yifan to regurgitate more blood, for it was deeply insulting. Following his critique, the elder lost interest once more, reaching out to grasp Qin Yifan's arm, intending to take him away. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Yifan unexpectedly seized the elder's wrist with his other hand and activated his super purification technique. At first, the elder paid no heed, but soon his eyes widened in astonishment as he bellowed in fury to release his grip, only for a powerful wave of energy to envelop him. However, before he could unleash his skill, a shroud of darkness descended, instantly quelling the vibrant energy surrounding him. How could this be? No. The silence was abruptly shattered by a series of sounds echoing from the darkness, followed by the gradual dissipation of the ominous veil. Qin Yifan slowly retracted his dagger, placing his other hand upon the lifeless body of the elder, activating his super purification technique. "Regrettably, your arrogance has proven to be your downfall, and you should never have provoked me." With that, he cast a glance into the distance, slightly furrowing his brow, and proceeded to store the purified blood crystal. the elder's desiccated corpse and his severed arm into his personal space. Just as he completed these tasks, the figure of the commander appeared on the rooftop, urgently inquiring upon assessing the situation. City Master, what has transpired? Has someone attacked you? Qin Yifan, with a somber expression, nodded affirmatively. It's an old fool from Thunder City. It seems some individuals are unwilling to play by the rules and have resorted to disruption. The commander was taken aback, glancing at the 2 pools of blood on the ground. Did you engage in combat with him? Qin Yifan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth without responding. Countering with a question, how did you know I was ambushed? Did my family receive word that there were super-tier experts in the city? They initially intended to come and investigate, but were obstructed by other super-tier experts. Chapter 123. The Consequences of Recklessness. It was previously mentioned that the current cultivation environment on Blue Star does not support individuals reaching level 60 to continue their training. Those who break through to level 60 must venture into the interstellar realms in search of higher paths of cultivation, a pursuit that necessitates waiting for the return of interstellar ships every 10 years. Accompanying these ships are representatives of those who have previously entered the interstellar domain, and their purpose for returning is straightforward: to collect resources that the younger generation will honor them with. Of course, this is the pleasant interpretation. The less palatable truth is that they return to exploit the resources of Blue Star. This current decade-long cycle has already seen 8 years pass, with only 2 years remaining until the interstellar ships return, which is why Qin Yifan emphasized that time is of the essence. Moreover, all major cities have signed an agreement stipulating that those nearing level 60 and level 60 experts are not permitted to intervene casually in the world unless a super-tier beast king appears. The sheer power of these expert skills can wreak tremendous havoc. Should they engage in battle, it would undoubtedly result in widespread devastation. Yet, the fact that Thunder City has dispatched such formidable experts incited Qin Yifan's wrath. However, after listening to the commander's explanation, he found a semblance of calm. So you mean to say that those individuals merely obstructed and did not engage in combat? The commander, regaining his composure, nodded. Yes. 3 from my family and 3 from the Lin family arrived, but none took action. A slight smirk played at the corners of Qin Yifan's mouth as he remarked meaningfully. Commander, please contact your family's super-tier experts and inform them that if they wish to avoid death, they should vacate the premises immediately. The commander was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in realization. You killed the super-tier expert who came to deal with you? Qin Yifan did not deny it. Instead, he cast aside a withered corpse and a desiccated arm. This fellow was indeed unfortunate. Had he been resolute in his intent to kill me, my demise would have been almost certain. Yet, he chose to abduct me instead. How absurd. Is this a heroic act of severing one's own hand? It seems your extraction skills are not without flaws. Qin Yifan shot him a disdainful glance. Why not give it a try yourself? This is an extraordinary expert. I am 2 ranks below him, mind you. The Grand Commander felt a moment of awkwardness, but quickly adopted a serious demeanor. The situation in Thunder City had become untenable, and this matter must be addressed with utmost gravity. City Lord, convene a council of all City Lords to discuss the punitive measures against Thunder City. I refuse. I have finally managed to secure a 3-day break, and it has even been a single night. Before he could finish his protest, the Grand Commander interrupted him. Once this matter is resolved, I shall grant you 5 days of leave, but you must return immediately to convene the Council of City Lords. Qin Yifan's frustration was palpable, and as he presided over the council, his expression was decidedly foul. He paid little heed to the lords who had been roused from their slumber and immediately launched into a tirade, recounting the events surrounding Thunder City's employment of extraordinary experts. Upon hearing his account, the lords' initial irritability dissipated, replaced by shock as they gazed at Qin Yifan. Observing their reaction, Qin Yifan's anger flared further. Why do none of you speak? Do you support Thunder City's actions? If that is the case, do not blame me for deploying extraordinary experts to obliterate Thunder City. Absolutely not. We cannot allow that. The City Lord of the capital finally regained his composure and exclaimed urgently, this matter is undoubtedly the fault of Thunder City's Lord. Yet he has not instigated a large-scale war. I implore the City Lord of Ice City to show mercy for the sake of our kin and refrain from initiating a conflict of extraordinary proportions. Indeed. The fault lies solely with Thunder City's Lord. Please do not implicate the innocent. We will collectively impeach Thunder City's Lord. And should he refuse to step down by tomorrow morning, we will mobilize our forces against him. Yes. Let us proceed with that. City Lord of Ice City. We must avoid igniting a war of extraordinary scale. In truth, Qin Yifan merely sought to instill a sense of urgency in these individuals, but they were genuinely frightened. After all, extraordinary experts are akin to the ultimate weapon before a cataclysm. Every faction possesses them, yet none dare to wield them, for the repercussions are utterly unpredictable. Qin Yifan scoffed. Merely ousting him would be too lenient. I demand he come to Ice City to atone for his transgressions. The City Lord of Demon City hastily interjected. City Lord of Ice City, once he has stepped down, you may deal with him as you see fit, and we shall support you in whatever course you choose. At that point, even if you wish to flay him alive, we will have no objections. Such a wretched being deserves to perish. City Lord of Ice City, would you like me to assist you? They soon realized the depths of Thunder City's Lord's madness. Had he not contemplated the consequences of deploying extraordinary experts? Fortunately, although the City Lord of Ice City was furious, he retained some semblance of reason. Otherwise, if he had not convened this council, what might have transpired in the wake of an extraordinary war? Thus, they all fervently wished for Lei Jun's demise, yet the distance rendered their voices impotent. For now, they could only engage in idle threats. Qin Yifan waved his hand dismissively, expressing his impatience. You are to exert pressure on Lei City immediately. If Lei Jun remains the lord by tomorrow, I shall dispatch troops to Lei City. Very well, we shall proceed at once. After severing the communication, he glanced at Lin Yuan, who was sulking beside him, and with a change of demeanor, he smiled and said, Wherein, do not be upset. Have I not avenged you already? Lin Yuan pouted and retorted, What you have done is not vengeance for me. You are merely paving the way for Jiuhong. Oh, the little girl is quite clever, he replied. You are the little girl. Lin Yuan shot him a glare. Speaking of which, Lei Jun is indeed reckless. How dare he employ transcendent masters? He is courting his own demise. Qin Yifan chuckled coldly. The commander and your brother have sent word. Those transcendent masters from Lei City have provided an explanation. The one I eliminated was Lei Jun's great-grandfather. His actions over the years bear the mark of his ancestor. And even if the city lords choose inaction, those transcendent masters will not spare him. Lin Yuan remained unconvinced, insisting, that is merely a smokescreen. I refuse to believe they are not in collusion with Lei Jun's great-grandfather. Do you think we are unaware? But what can we do against them? Qin Yifan shrugged helplessly. If our transcendent masters were to act, it could easily spark a transcendent war, an outcome that none can afford. Nonetheless, he continued, this incident is not without merit. My act of slaying Lei Jun's grandfather serves as a warning to all, discouraging any further designs upon me. At the mention of this, Lin Yuan's eyes shimmered with curiosity. Mr. Qin, do tell me what transpired. While they engaged in their cheerful conversation, chaos erupted in Lei City. Upon the return of several transcendent masters who had accompanied Lei Jun's grandfather to Ice City, they promptly initiated a violent impeachment against Lei Jun. With a cadre of transcendent masters in place, Lei Jun could not make a stand, and soon he was ousted, along with his entire family, from Lei City. Chapter 124. Departure for Lei City. At the moment Qin Yifan eliminated Lei Jun's grandfather, Lei Jun's fate was sealed. It merely remained to determine the manner of his demise. When the monkey sent a message to Qin Yifan, he realized that his plans for a vacation would be postponed yet again. The following morning, Qin Yifan summoned the commander and Lin Yifeng to his office. He commenced by discussing the matter of the transcendent masters. And the commander confirmed that their own transcendent masters would act in accordance with the will of Ice City, effectively heeding Qin Yifan's commands. They too had been oppressed and could empathize with Qin Yifan's plight, thus supporting his plans. However, this strategy alone was insufficient for Ice City. Its current strength did not yet suffice to intimidate all, necessitating further patience. Shifting the conversation, Qin Yifan announced, I shall be departing the city with Hong Jie to deal with Lei Jun. The commander nodded in agreement. I will have old Lu lead 10,000 men to accompany you. Lin Yifeng remarked, it is best for you to stay in Ice City. Let others handle it. The Grand Commander hastily concurred. Indeed, we cannot be sure that other city lords do not harbor intentions akin to Lei Jun's. It would be prudent for you to remain here. Qin Yifan smiled faintly. I can easily change my appearance, but I must accompany Hongjia in this matter. The other two exchanged glances, and ultimately, the Grand Commander shook his head in resignation. Very well, you may go. Miss Lin and the guards will remain. I shall send someone to replace you for a while. Just arrange for a stand-in, as I truly loathe being cooped up here. That is not permissible. Although the Grand Commander opposed the idea of a stand-in for Qin Yifan, he agreed to conceal his outing to assist Jiu Hong in avenging her family. As for how they managed Qin Yifan's absence, he had already altered his appearance and infiltrated the independent corps. departing the city through the south gate alongside Jiao Hong and her companions. Once they ventured into the wilderness, Qin Yifan reverted to his original visage. The independent core had become his own, and he feared no exposure. As night fell and they set up camp, after dinner, Qin Yifan entered Jiao Hong's tent. "Thank you, Afin," she said, visibly excited. "Without you, I do not know how long I would have to wait to avenge my family's grievances." Qin Yifan gently shook his head. "Hongjia, I have told you before, there is no need for formality between us. We are family." Tang Laosan, smiling nearby, added, "Yes, family indeed." Jiao Bao, who had returned to Jiao Hong's side earlier, shot Tang Laosan an annoyed glance, but refrained from further comment. Instead, Qin Yifan inquired, "Brother Tang, why are you so exhilarated?" Jiao Bao pouted and interjected, "My sister promised him that if the family grievances were avenged, she would be with him." "Ah," Qin Yifan exclaimed, glancing at the blushing Jiao Hong and then at the grinning Tang Laosan, nodding in agreement. "That is splendid. The deceased are gone, but the living must carry on. Brother Tang, you must not bully Hongjia, otherwise." Tang Laosan, with a comical expression, replied, "Bully her? I wouldn't dare, even with 100 lives." Jiao Hong, seldom shy, lowered her head, taking some time before lifting it to say, "All right, this is not the time for such discussions. Afin, do we have any news from Monkey?" Monkey had been sent to observe Lei Jun's movements when Qin Yifan facilitated the redemption of Lei Dong from Lei City. This indicated that Qin Yifan had long since begun his strategic planning, although he had not anticipated Lei Jun's recklessness, which had rendered him a pariah. The term pariah was somewhat inaccurate, as he still had a large family surrounding him, a clan that had once produced extraordinary experts, with their numbers exceeding 1,000. However, he was left with only these relatives. As for subordinates or followers, they had either been slain or absorbed by others, effectively leaving him to depart Lei City with nothing. Other factions would not grant him the opportunity to retaliate. Their failure to annihilate his entire family could be considered a show of mercy. Upon hearing Qin Yifan's account, Tang Laosan couldn't help but smile broadly. "This monkey truly is a talent. Afin, you must ensure he is treated well in the future." Qin Yifan nodded slightly, reiterating the notion that no skill is worthless. His previous lack of success stemmed from being overlooked, but from now on, he would have Monkey by his side. Jiao Hong gently agreed, acknowledging Monkey's character. At the very least, she knew he harbored no ill intentions. Ultimately, the four of them formed a true family, while the rest could merely be categorized as subordinates or casual acquaintances, with the distinctions between closeness and distance quite clear. Thus, Monkey was fortunate to be in Qin Yifan's company, as his future was undoubtedly boundless. After 3 days of arduous travel through the desolate wilderness between Ice City and Thunder City, Qin Yifan and his entourage finally arrived at the outskirts belonging to Thunder City. The moment they regained signal, Qin Yifan contacted Monkey, initiating a direct video call. As the image materialized, they were greeted by a tearful Monkey. "Lord City Master, Legion Commander. I can finally see you again. These past days have been so difficult." Qin Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. "What a performance. Monkey, I have a cool 10 million on me, and besides, as a spatial ability user, what do you have to complain about?" Monkey immediately regained his composure, grinning widely as he replied, "I knew I couldn't hide anything from you, City Master. Have you reached the Thunder City area?" "Yes, we've just exited the wilderness." "Where are you?" "I'm outside a gathering point. I'll send you my location shortly." This is a small force secretly supported by the Lei family, and they are managing quite well in the outskirts of Thunder City. Aware of his mission, Monkey had already gathered information during this waiting period, anticipating Qin Yifan's arrival. "You've worked hard. We'll rest for the night, and you can rejoin the team tomorrow." "It's not hard at all. But what reward does the City Master have for me this time?" Qin Yifan smiled broadly. "From now on, you can stick with us." Initially taken aback, Monkey's eyes widened in excitement as he exclaimed, "Really? Really? City Master? I can join you all?" Qin Yifan nodded affirmatively. "Yes. You will be part of our family from now on." "Thank you. Thank you. Now I have family too." He laughed. If someone had been nearby, they would have witnessed him laughing and crying simultaneously, almost like a madman. Yet, understanding Monkey's past would shed light on his emotions. Finding someone who accepted him in this era was indeed a rare treasure. While they celebrated on one side, a storm brewed on the other. In a lavish tent, Lei Jun sat sternly in the lead position, while the elders of the Lei family occupied the lower seats. Lei Dong furrowed his brow, speaking irritably. "What are you all planning? Just because we failed this time doesn't mean there won't be a next." Do you think the Lei family will be defeated from now on? An elder shot him a sidelong glance, without the protection of the clan elders. Who do you think you are to shout here? Lei Dong, incensed, rose abruptly. Lei Buqiang, I respect you and call you clan uncle, but what are you? A side branch, to speak so boldly? A Dong, be quiet. Chapter 125, Blood for Blood. Lei Jun's expression darkened as he silenced his brother with a glance. Casting his gaze over the elders. The Lei family now possesses but this solitary stronghold, and yet you still desire division? Is this truly wise? It was the brazen Lei Buqiang who initially spoke. It is not our wish to fragment the family. But your obstinacy has led the Lei family to such a dire state. Even so, you remain undeterred, intent on pursuing your reckless course. We refuse to accompany you to your demise. Thus, we implore the family head to permit our departure. Lei Jun's heart brimmed with fury. The implication of their departure was not merely their exit, but rather a plea for him to leave with his immediate kin. Lei Dong, unable to contain himself, bellowed once more. Are you rebelling? Do you not fear the family laws? Huh. With the family on the brink of annihilation, what relevance do such laws hold? Will you enforce them? Even I, the head of the enforcement hall, am bereft of soldiers, yet you dare to invoke family law. What a colossal farce. In times past, you brothers acted with impunity, shielded by the clan elders. Now, with the elders deceased, having perished at your hands, you seek to obliterate us as well? Family head, this is my final address to you as such. An opportunity has been extended, should you choose not to depart tonight. Do not blame us for our lack of courtesy tomorrow. Very well. In the face of the elders' accusations, Lei Jun responded not with rage but with derision. With our venerable ancestor recently departed, his remains yet to cool, you should be seeking vengeance for his honor, yet here you are attempting a coup. Do you believe you honor our ancestors' years of protection? Is it not our right to receive the elders' patronage? Were it not for the support of us side branches, could the elder have ascended to such heights? Could you have claimed the mayoral seat? Even without the elders' favor, we side branches would thrive. Yet now, what is our plight? The cost of negotiation is trivial, yet you insist on coercion, only to meet an impasse. The true disgrace to the elder is you, had you not been so obstinate. He would not have met such an untimely end. A chorus of elders silenced Lei Jun, leaving him speechless. Realizing the situation was beyond redemption, he sought to maximize his own gain, aiming to abscond with the stronghold's wealth and personnel. However, the elders were resolute in their stance, leading to a night of heated debate, ultimately resulting in concessions from both sides. Lei Jun would be permitted to take 1/4 of the personnel and resources, with the remainder belonging to the side branches. As they bickered over the division of wealth, the Independent Legion had silently surrounded the stronghold. Lu Dali arrived with his men. Yet Jiao Hong insisted on avenging her own grievances, instructing Lu Dali to hold his position nearby. Observing that it was merely a stronghold, Lu Dali refrained from further comment. For the Independent Legion had now amassed a force of 10,000, their combat capability more than sufficient. Once all personnel were in place, Jiao Hong commanded the psychics to lift their mental barriers. In an instant, alarms blared throughout the stronghold. When Lei Jun and his men hastily approached the entrance, they were met by Jiao Hong, Jiao Bao, Qin Yifan, Tang Laosan, and the monkey, standing resolutely side by side. Indeed, the monkeys have returned to the fold and now stand alongside Qin Yifan. Behind them looms the Independent Legion led by Huang Liang, all radiating waves of formidable energy. Before Lei Jun could process the situation, Lei Dong exclaimed in alarm, "It's you. What are you doing, brother? Run." His fear betrayed him. Should this have been a genuine clash of armies, he would undoubtedly have faced execution. However, Lei Jun would not harm him. Instead, he inquired loudly, "A Dong? Who are they?" "The Lord of Ice City." And before Lei Dong could finish, Lei Jun interjected, "So it is you. I thought you looked familiar." Huh. What a serendipitous encounter. Today, he remained ensconced in his grand illusions while the elders of the Lei family had already turned against him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 fists struck his head, instantly transforming him into a raccoon-eyed figure. Crack, crack. 2 Huan-Ti landed their blows resorted to his ribs, brutally breaking several of them. Crack, crack. With no viable targets on his upper body, they directed their assault towards Lei Jun's lower half, shattering both of his shin bones. At this moment, Lei Jun finally grasped the situation, emitting a wretched cry before collapsing to the ground. Even then, he could not fathom why his kin had turned against him. With such strength, why not capture him? He is the Lord of Ice City. Seize him, and the entire city will be ours. The Lei family can start anew. Slap, slap, slap. An elder approached, delivering a flurry of slaps that sent his teeth flying, leaving his face so swollen that he could scarcely speak. Meanwhile, Lei Dong, attempting to flee, was also seized and thrown beside Lei Jun to form a pair. This sudden upheaval left Qin Yifan and his companions bewildered, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Ultimately, Qin Yifan signaled for them to observe further. At this juncture, the spectacle concluded, and an elder stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "I am Lei Buqiang, acting head of the Lei family. May I inquire as to your identities and the purpose of your visit?" This inquiry was somewhat disingenuous, as he was acutely aware of the situation. However, he felt it prudent not to grovel immediately, desiring to establish a process. Qin Yifan gestured to Jiuhong, indicating she should respond. With a deep breath, Jiuhong stepped forward and stated, 10 years ago, in Lei City. "The Sun family, do you recall?" Lei Buqiang appeared perplexed, failing to recognize the gravity of the matter, and instinctively replied, "Are you referring to the family of General Sun Deli?" "Indeed," Jiuhong affirmed. Lei Buqiang continued, "General Sun was a paragon of loyalty and valor, but regrettably, his son did not inherit his noble legacy, instead engaging in corrupt practices." "Preposterous," Jiuhong retorted vehemently. "These are merely fabrications concocted by your family to covet the Sun family's wealth and military might. It's astonishing that after years of deceit, you now believe your own lies and spew such filth." At that moment, Lei Buqiang finally comprehended, his pupils dilating in shock. "Who exactly are you?" Jiuhong cast a cold glance at him, declaring, "I am the daughter of the corrupt and greedy Sun Jiuhong." Jiubao stepped forward, his voice filled with fervor as he proclaimed, "I am his son, Sun Jiubao." At that moment, Lei Buqiang was left at a loss for words, and the elderly crowd behind him began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, realizing why Lei Dong had reacted in such a manner. In an instant, they felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, for the circumstances were far from what they had imagined. It was not merely that Lei Jun and Lei Dong had offended the Lord of Ice City, but rather that someone had come seeking vengeance for the annihilation of their clan. If it were simply a matter of offending the Lord, they could have prostrated themselves in supplication, sacrificing their dignity for a chance at survival. However, how does one plead for mercy when faced with the enmity of clan extermination? Blood debts can only be repaid with blood. Chapter 126. Jiuhong's astonishing transformation. There was nothing further to discuss. The only word that remained was kill. In a battle for vengeance, innocence holds no weight. Blood debts demand blood repayment. Nonetheless, Jiuhong was not one to commit murder. She had not yet turned 16 and had refrained from taking lives. Yet, they paid no heed to the children, allowing them to fend for themselves in that dire situation. Subsequently, they carried the body of the main perpetrator directly to Lei City, with 20,000 elite warriors leading the way. The forces vying for the position of city lord in Lei City were taken aback. Fortunately, Jiuhong clearly stated her intentions that they had come to honor their ancestors, which prevented any significant turmoil. Before long, they arrived at the ancestral residence of the Sun family, a once grand estate now reduced to ruins. Jiuhong did not enter. Instead, she piled the corpses of her enemies before the entrance and let out a long, piercing howl towards the heavens. With the debt of vengeance repaid, the weight upon her shoulders lifted, and she suddenly radiated a powerful surge of energy as if reborn from flames. A golden fire enveloped her being, signaling the awakening of a new talent. Everyone, including Qin Yifan, was utterly astonished. None had anticipated such an extraordinary turn of events. In the next moment, 3 figures hovered in midair, gazing at Jiuhong with expressions of uncertainty. Fortunately, they did not recognize Qin Yifan. Otherwise, their attention might not have remained solely on Jiuhong. Half a minute passed, and the golden flames gradually receded. Jiuhong glanced at the 3 figures above and offered a slight bow, saying, as the last descendant of the Sun family, "I have avenged my kin and returned to pay respects to my ancestors. I apologize for the commotion. I hope the esteemed seniors will not take offense." Understanding dawned upon one of them, who simply replied with a nod and vanished in an instant. The other 2 cast a deep, lingering look at Jiuhong, saying nothing as they departed. It was then that Qin Yifan stepped forward to inquire, "Sister Hong, what transpired?" Jiuhong smiled lightly, responding in a hushed tone, "What's wrong? Is it only permissible for you to be a beast, while others cannot exhibit a little eccentricity?" Qin Yifan grinned, "Of course not. The more powerful you become, the better. This is not the place for idle chatter. Let us leave Lei City first," she urged. Given that even the transcendent experts had not objected, the others dared not impede their passage, allowing them to depart with great momentum. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, they found an airship awaiting them. Uncertain of where Lei Jun and the others would go upon their arrival, and aware that traveling by airship would attract undue attention, they had opted for discretion. Now that their business was concluded, they were eager to return at once. Qin Yifan and his 4 companions boarded the smallest airship, which was exclusively designated for the city lord's travels. By the time the citizens of Thunder City realized what was happening, the fleet had already departed at great speed. An hour later, the airship fleet landed in Ice City, where the Grand Commander awaited their arrival with a contingent of soldiers, primarily to partake in a ceremonial welcome. However, he expressed some discontent, remarking, "City Lord, your actions are rather reckless. Daring to venture alone into Thunder City, are you not afraid of their transcendent experts?" Qin Yifan scoffed slightly at the remark, retorting, "What do you mean by venturing alone? I had 20,000 brothers accompanying me." The Grand Commander, somewhat at a loss for words, continued, "Moreover, they are unfamiliar with me." At that moment, Sister Hong's performance was so striking that they hardly noticed my presence. Wouldn't you agree? This sparked the Grand Commander's curiosity. "I heard from our scouts that Commander Jiao Hong has seemingly awakened a new talent. Is this true?" Qin Yifan raised his index finger and shook his head, stating, "Remove the seemingly, she has indeed awakened a new talent." "Really?" The Grand Commander appeared astonished, then chuckled. "If Lin Yifeng were aware of this, he would surely rush over to greet you at once and drag Commander Jiao Hong for all sorts of tests, haha." The thought of that scientific enthusiast made Qin Yifan chuckle as well. "Sister Hong, I think it would be wise for you to accompany me to the Lin family first, lest that fellow becomes frantic upon hearing the news." Jiao Hong handed him a pair of sanitary balls, yet ultimately decided to join him on the visit to the Lin family. She too feared being pursued by that scientific madman and preferred to confront the matter head-on. Of course, it was difficult to draw a definitive conclusion. In the end, Lin Yifeng merely classified Jiao Hong's data as a special case after conducting various tests. He then shifted his gaze towards Qin Yifan, causing the latter to instinctively take Jiao Hong's hand and flee, fearing that Lin Yifeng would latch onto him. As they departed from the Lin Manor, Jiao Hong expressed a desire for Qin Yifan to accompany her on a stroll, since he had a decoy remaining in the office. Qin Yifan refrained from revealing his true identity. Without the presence of others, the two strolled along the streets of Ice City. After covering a considerable distance, Jiao Hong suddenly spoke softly. "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel as if the pedestrians on the street are all smiling." "Perhaps it relates to your mood," Qin Yifan observed, glancing around. Indeed, the mood of the people seemed quite buoyant, though he was uncertain as to what good fortune had befallen them. What other good news could there be, except for the new system that you and the Lin family have implemented, which has instilled hope in them? "Sister Hong, if you wish to compliment me, just say it directly. There is no need for veiled references," Qin Yifan replied with a hint of amusement. "Has this new cultivation system truly brought about any changes? I've been cooped up in the office and hardly noticed anything." "The changes are indeed significant," Jiao Hong exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she waved her arms. "From the city defense forces to the police bureau, down to the smallest restaurants and street vendors, there have been tremendous transformations. You can walk into any shop, and everything is meticulously categorized, unlike the previous hodgepodge. Though it may be somewhat more cumbersome, it is far more refined and precise." Qin Yifan questioned, "Isn't this supposed to be good news? How can it be troublesome as well?" Jiao Hong smiled faintly and offered a simple analogy. "Previously, one could merely order meat buns at a restaurant. Now, one must specify the type of meat. The intricacies of ordering have become cumbersome, as have the preparations for the restaurant. Yet, paradoxically, everyone seems to revel in this newfound complexity." Qin Yifan suddenly understood that, while it is indeed a hassle, it is all for personal benefit, which elucidates why people are so eager to engage. Jiao Hong continued, noting that, particularly now, individuals are no longer idly neglectful. Nearly everyone ventures out to hunt mutated beasts, and instances of robbery have significantly diminished. "Oh, have those wrongdoers turned over a new leaf?" she mused. "Indeed, they have changed. Though not voluntarily, it is the result of pressure from the Grand Commander and the Lin family head." As she spoke, her smile grew broader. "For now, the city defense forces no longer need to retain a large number of personnel within the city. The Grand Commander has dispatched all available troops to restore order in the wilderness. The Lin family head has been exceedingly cooperative. Whenever they encounter someone daring enough to commit robbery, they refrain from violence, merely placing them on a blacklist, rendering them incapable of moving freely within the city. Initially, these individuals paid little heed, But upon witnessing the Grand Commander's resolve, they all abandoned their ill intentions, lest they find themselves unable to advance at all. Qin Yifan clicked his tongue, reflecting on how Ranran often calls him cunning, yet he believed the Grand Commander to be the true mastermind. Employing a strategy of psychological warfare rather than bloodshed, eliciting a chuckle from him. As the two meandered, they soon arrived at the outer city, where they encountered a mercenary group entering the city. The leader, upon spotting Jiao Hong, hurried over to greet her. Commander Jiao Hong, what a coincidence! Chapter 127. The Grand Commander's troubles. Upon seeing the visitor, Jiao Hong was slightly surprised. Commander Jiang, why are you personally leading a hunting expedition? The newcomer was none other than Jiang He, the leader of the Ice City branch of the Mercenary Alliance. He smiled and replied, "Oh, it is because the city lord has implemented a new cultivation system, leading to significant adjustments across all industries, and the prices for mutated beast carcasses have soared. I am merely taking this opportunity to benefit my subordinates." After a brief explanation, he quickly inquired, Commander Jiao Hong, how has my son been performing in the Independent Legion? Jiao Hong, somewhat embarrassed, responded, he has performed quite well. However, he cannot become a formal member until he reaches level 50. Jiang He waved his hand dismissively, no worries. That is merely a reflection of his current abilities. Nevertheless, that lad mentioned the Independent Legion offers excellent benefits. He estimates he will reach level 50 by the end of the year. Curiously, he then asked, Commander Jiao Hong, I am aware that the Independent Legion must provide commendable benefits, but to what extent could it allow my son to progress from the 40s to 50 so swiftly? Jiao Hong shook her head, opting not to elaborate. Rest assured, Commander Jiang, it is simply standard welfare. All brothers in the Independent Legion receive the same treatment. Evidently relieved. Jiang He nodded with a smile. That is good to hear. I shall not intrude further. Please, carry on with your business. After Jiang He and his mercenary group departed, Jiao Hong turned to Qin Yifan. How does it feel to be praised in front of others? Qin Yifan rubbed his nose. Truth be told, I haven't contributed much. It was that Li Yefeng fellow who insisted on placing the accolades upon me. What could I do? You are truly oblivious to the blessings surrounding you. Engaging in conversation while walking, they swiftly arrived at their destination. Indeed, Jiao Hong was not merely wandering aimlessly. She intended to show Qin Yifan her achievements. This establishment was one of the welfare homes promised by the Grand Commander to Qin Yifan. As Jiao Hong pushed the door open, they coincided with the dismissal time at the welfare home. Standing at the entrance, Qin Yifan was treated to a remarkable sight. Groups of children emerged from their classrooms, orderly lining up on the playground, and within 5 minutes, the area was filled with eager faces. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yifan was reminded of his own past. While the welfare home he had been in could not be described as chaotic, it certainly lacked such organization. It seemed that each welfare home possessed its own unique characteristics. The staff responsible for maintaining order had already noticed Jiao Hong. Once the children were arranged, one of them stood upon a platform and announced loudly, Students, let us welcome Director Jiao Hong with a round of applause. In unison, all the children turned to see Jiao Hong's arrival, erupting into enthusiastic applause. Jiao Hong first smiled at Qin Yifan before waving at the children and gracefully making her way to the platform. Her speech was straightforward, aiming to instill in the children an understanding of the value of their current lives and the importance of gratitude. The gratitude was directed primarily towards the city lord and the Grand Commander, with a clear hierarchy established, the city lord being the most significant figure, while the Grand Commander was acknowledged due to their original affiliation. As Qin Yifan observed Jiao Hong speaking, he noticed a faint energy ripple emanating from her. He realized she was employing her abilities. Watching the children respond with heightened spirits after her words, Qin Yifan felt a mixture of emotions. Essentially, the process of spiritual influence resembled brainwashing, albeit one that did not strip individuals of their identities. Were it not for this, it would have been difficult for Qin Yifan to accept. Yet, being regarded as a divine presence in the eyes of these children felt somewhat awkward to him. However, he recognized this was the most effective approach at present, compelling him to steel his resolve and acceptance. As for enacting change, as Lin Yefeng had stated, it would only be possible when he reached a certain level of strength. Upon leaving the welfare home, Qin Yifan parted ways with Jiao Hong and returned to the city lord's residence alone. Once inside the office, he changed out of his disguise and attended to some documents requiring his signature before declaring a 3-day holiday. In truth, his announcement of a 3-day holiday was merely a pretext. It was simply a change of venue for work. Nevertheless, during this period, he he could enhance his abilities, thus blending personal and professional pursuits. Lin Yuefan had already adapted to this, promptly sending someone to the storeroom to retrieve a substantial number of storage orbs, which became the task Qin Yifan was to undertake next. Methodically collecting the storage orbs into his personal space, Qin Yifan felt no inclination to voice any complaints, leading his team to the rooftop of an abandoned building. On the third day of his diligent efforts, the Grand Commander arrived, accompanied by Lu Dali. At this moment, his water affinity had just leveled up, and in high spirits, he smilingly inquired, "Great Leader, is there some good news that prompts your urgent summons?" The Great Leader's expression shifted, revealing that his reason for seeking him was far from pleasant. It was, in fact, a troubling matter. After a moment of hesitation, he continued. "The newly appointed Lord of Thunder City has approached me, wishing to exchange the remains of high-level mutated beasts for perfect-grade spirit crystals." Qin Yifan asked, perplexed. "How did they find you? And how are they aware of this?" Coughing awkwardly, the Great Leader replied, "The current Lord of Thunder City hails from my wife's family. So, I suppose, it's a matter of connections. Do you think the Great Leader would neglect the family of his father-in-law, even if he were to disregard it? Surely his wife, children, and family members would boast about it over there?" Qin Yifan rubbed his nose thoughtfully. "Great Leader, have you considered the consequences of opening this door?" With a sigh of resignation, the Great Leader responded, "I don't wish for this either, but the complexities of human relationships, alas. This individual is undoubtedly superior in the art of warfare, yet he too is ensnared by the intricacies of human sentiment, for he is but a man with emotions." Qin Yifan pondered for a considerable time, remarking, "In truth, our Ice City possesses considerable strength. Perhaps it is time for others to savor some benefits. However, this matter must be discussed with that fellow Lin Yefeng. Otherwise, dealing with a research fanatic could lead to considerable discomfort. Rest assured, I have already consulted him, and he stated that he will defer to your judgment." Upon hearing this, the Great Leader exhaled in relief. "To be honest, had it not been for the incessant nagging of my family, I would not have wished to open this door so hastily." Qin Yifan replied with a teasing smile. "In all the time I have known you, Great Leader, I have yet to see your esteemed wife. Shall we arrange a gathering someday? That is certainly feasible. She has long been eager to meet you. I've heard she is aware of your single status and has even mentioned introducing you to a girlfriend." At this, Lin Yuan pouted. "Great Leader, with such a stunning beauty by your side and still single, do you not think he is rather dense?" The Great Leader laughed nervously, realizing the young lady was teasing him, and quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, City Lord, you mentioned letting them taste some benefits. How do you propose we execute this?" Qin Yifan shot him a glance, thinking to himself that the Great Leader need not worry. As he was wholly focused on his cultivation, distractions in the form of women would only hinder his swiftness in drawing his sword. Chapter 128. Indulging them due to the matter involving the Great Leader's wife, Qin Yifan found himself compelled to expedite certain measures. This entailed opening the door for other major cities to exchange high-level mutated beast corpses for perfect-grade spirit crystals at Ice City. In truth, Ice City's reserves were quite ample, as Qin Yifan often took 3-day breaks solely to clear the stock of mutated beast corpses. Naturally, this was also a means to enhance his own strength. This initiative, once announced, effectively extinguished the mounting grievances harbored by numerous city lords, thus serving as an unintended remedy. If one were to inquire about the source of their grievances, it is quite straightforward. They have disseminated the new cultivation system as per Qin Yifan's instructions. Yet the results remain lackluster. In truth, without Qin Yifan, Ice City would be akin to them. After all, whether prior to or following the advent of the new system, the paramount element is the perfect grade spirit crystal. Even though the extraction specialists in Ice City are currently brimming with enthusiasm, the success rate cannot simply be elevated at will. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Qin Yifan singularly supports the development of an entire city. As Ice City flourishes at an unprecedented pace, how could the other city lords not be anxious? The more urgency they feel, the more prone they are to extremism, indeed. Some have even contemplated emulating Lei Jun by dispatching their own transcendent experts to seize individuals. However, although Qin Yifan proposed this initiative, he would not provide unlimited supplies, which incited considerable discomfort among the city lords, prompting them to voice their protests during the assembly. The Lord of Ice City, with a 6:1 ratio, was one matter. But why impose purchase limits? I have heard that Ice City possesses ample stock. Cannot a bit more be allocated to assist us? We in Magic City are on the brink of facing a beast tide, We beseech the Lord of Ice City to lend a hand, thus sparing many lives. All the citizens of Magic City would be eternally grateful. Indeed, Ice City is already advanced. Should we not consider the greater good? As fellow compatriots of Huaxiat, should we not aid one another? Observing the cacophony of city lords, Qin Yifan could not help but smile wryly. Raising his hand to silence them, he then spoke softly. I have previously stated that I do not wish to hear about lofty ideals, nor should you attempt to bind me with so-called morals, for I possess none of that. If any city is facing a beast tide, feel free to inform me. I can send assistance, provided you cover the travel expenses. Lastly, the inventory of Ice City belongs solely to Ice City. If you seek equal treatment, you may join Ice City from this point onward. How does that sound? Upon concluding his remarks, the room fell into an eerie silence. However, they all internally criticized him fervently. If moral coercion proves ineffective, then the only remaining recourse is to resort to forceful suppression. Yet, in the face of the current Ice City, no one dared to claim they could achieve that. Those who contemplated deploying transcendent experts felt a chill. For it was rumored that a transcendent expert from Thunder City had perished at the hands of Qin Yifan in Ice City. This implies that the strength of the Lord of Ice City is unfathomable, which is why they merely entertained thoughts without daring to take action. Noticing the silence, Qin Yifan spoke once more. 1,000 perfect-grade spirit crystals per month is already quite substantial. Consider that you have 48 cities. That amounts to 48,000 crystals monthly, which places considerable pressure on Ice City. Is that a lot? At a rate of 1 crystal every 5 seconds. Accounting for the time taken to reclaim the spirit crystals from the corpses, it amounts to a maximum of 10 seconds. This means he can purify a perfect-grade spirit crystal in 10 seconds. In a minute, that totals 6 crystals, 360 crystals in an hour, and 8,640 crystals in a day. This is equivalent to the workload of taking 2 3-day breaks. Of course, others are unaware that he is the sole pillar supporting this endeavor. They merely believe that the extraction specialists in Ice City are exceptionally skilled. The Lord of Ice City, perhaps you should allow a more successful extractor to impart some wisdom? Indeed, while I have over 100,000 extractors in my city, very few can successfully extract perfect-grade spirit crystals, and the success rate is appallingly low. At most, we can exchange resources. Tell me how many you require, and that should suffice, right? Seeing their persistent obstinacy, Qin Yifan could only shake his head in exasperation. Let us not dwell on this matter repeatedly. There is no secret to share. Victory lies in numbers. Do not hesitate. There are countless mutated beasts in the wilderness. Go hunt them. I shall reiterate. Each city may exchange for 1,000 perfect-grade spirit crystals from Ice City each month. Those willing may come, and those unwilling shall not be compelled. With that, he abruptly severed the communication, muttering to himself, this indulgence has bred such a terrible habit. I shall not hold another video conference. Next time, a simple notification will suffice, and they can deal with it as they please. Beside him, Lin Yuan chuckled softly. Mr. Qin, I believe they should not receive so many. Perhaps 100 per city would make them squirm. If it were up to him, Qin Yifan would not wish to grant them a single crystal. Yet, with the completion of the task drawing near, he felt a sense of urgency to lend assistance. In truth, his measure was quite effective, compelling those with ulterior motives to reconsider their approach. After all, why does Ice City boast such a vast inventory while they, once comparable, have failed to achieve the same? In the wake of painful introspection, they began to confront their own shortcomings. As Qin Yifan articulated, their selfishness and reluctance to invest while expecting returns had hindered their progress. Consequently, all major cities initiated extensive hunting expeditions, preparing abundant carcasses for the extractors to amass experience. This wave of action significantly reduced the number of mutated beasts in the wilderness, leaving the beast kings, who planned to unleash a beast tide, utterly bewildered. What is the matter with these four-legged creatures? Have they gone mad? Should they encounter the beast kings near Ice City, they would soon realize it was not humanity that had succumbed to madness, but rather, their own dire days were approaching. Such upheaval also piqued the interest of another group, the beast cult active in the wilderness. Initially, they suspected this to be a targeted action against them, but they soon discovered it was merely the city's inhabitants engaging in the hunt for mutated beasts. This revelation struck them as perplexing, prompting them to dispatch agents to infiltrate the city. Their investigation uncovered that the city's denizens had developed a new cultivation system, leaving them feeling woefully outdated. Thus, they aspired to board this new train of progress, yet they were unable to procure the new detection devices. Without this technology, their theoretical knowledge would amount to naught. United in their deliberation, the members of the beast cult devised a plan to amass a superior force to invade a city and seize some new detection devices. Unfortunately for them, their sights were set on Ice City primarily because the beast cult had previously launched an attack on Ice City. They reasoned that a city which had endured a beast tide would be at its most vulnerable. In truth, their intentions were purely vengeful. After all, during the last encounter when Qin Yifan single-handedly defeated the Beast King, he had mercilessly slain many of their followers. Had they not chosen to flee, realizing they were outmatched, they might have faced total annihilation. The other members of the 10,000 Beasts sect found their claims plausible and thus summoned their elite to converge upon Ice City. Upon discovering the scarcity of mutated beasts in the vicinity, they were further convinced by the assertions of their brethren that the Ice City had suffered significant losses, making them prime targets for retribution. Chapter 129. The Mischief of the 10,000 Beasts Sect. It must be said that the 10,000 Beasts Sect possesses remarkable prowess. Having survived in the wilderness for such an extended period, thanks to their unique attributes, the mental fortitude of their followers is notably robust. Even those who are not psychic ability users surpass the average in strength due to their specialized training methods. This very aspect allowed them to infiltrate Ice City at dawn without triggering any alarms. Unfortunately for them, their choice of entry point was ill-fated, as they unwittingly passed by an abandoned building coinciding with Qin Yifan's 3-day holiday. Previously, Qin Yifan might not have detected their presence, as he rarely kept his detection ability activated. However, after the previous incident involving an extraordinary level expert, he had resolved to maximize his detection whenever outdoors. Thus, the members of the 10,000 Beasts sect, who had stealthily infiltrated, were promptly discovered by him. Was it not enough to come openly? The time interval was simply too prolonged. Qin Yifan, unaware of their true motives, assumed they sought to launch a covert attack following their prior failure during the beast tide. He did not intend to confront them alone. In fact, he did not even pause in his current task as he addressed Lin Yuan. About 2,000 members of the 10,000 Beasts sect have infiltrated, currently advancing towards the chaotic zone. Send someone to monitor them and inform your brother and the commander. Understood, Mr. Qin. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained her composure, hastily instructing her subordinates to track the sect's members before relaying the information to her brother and the commander. She would not presume Qin Yifan was jesting. Through their prolonged interactions, she had gained respect for his capabilities. His mental prowess alone surpassed that of typical psychic ability users, capable of withstanding the mental assaults of extraordinary level experts, something few could achieve. She was well acquainted with the 10,000 Beast sect and understood they comprised individuals with formidable mental strength. Thus, it was not surprising that Qin Yifan could perceive their infiltration. Nevertheless, no matter how skilled they were, they would not escape his detection. Upon receiving the notification, Lin Yifeng and the commander took the matter seriously, each dispatching 5,000 elite warriors to encircle the infiltrators. A force of 10,000 against 2,000 represented an insurmountable disparity in power. Furthermore, demonstrating strategic foresight, the commander swiftly cleared an area, effectively ensnaring the members of the 10,000 Beasts sect. At the moment they were cornered, the sect's members were utterly bewildered. Was it not claimed that Ice City had suffered grievously, leaving its defenses severely weakened? This was anything but weak. This force could easily sweep across the wilderness without a hitch. Once the idea emerged, they finally understood why the mutated beasts on the outskirts of Ice City were so scarce. Unfortunately, it was too late to realize this. Had it not been for the commander's intention to capture them alive, they would likely have already been reduced to lifeless corpses. The commander stepped forward, surveying the gathered members of the beast cult, and demanded, "Who is in charge of this operation? Step forward and speak." After a moment of silence, an elderly man with graying hair emerged. His face was obscured by white-striped totem markings, concealing his features and emotions, yet the animosity in his eyes was unmistakable. In the struggle for power, the victor decides the fate of the vanquished. Kill if you must. The commander raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. At least you can speak coherently. You must understand human affairs. Let me ask you this. Did I kill your parents or something? Why do you harbor such hatred towards me? The beast cult and you city dwellers are sworn enemies. You hypocritical scoundrels deserve death. The commander's lips twitched, realizing that these individuals possessed exceptionally high mental fortitude, rendering them impervious to any attempts at deprogramming. Very well, let me pose another question. What is your purpose for infiltrating my Ice City? Nothing to disclose. Do with us as you please. The commander could not restrain a curse, swiftly turning and gesturing with his hand. Since you seek death, I shall grant you a swift end." Just as the others were about to act, the man suddenly shouted, "Wait." The commander turned back, coldly inquiring, "What is it? Do you no longer wish to die?" The man merely shook his head. "We fear not death, but I have one question to ask." "Ask away." The commander granted him this opportunity, and the man directly inquired, "What exactly is this new system, and what purpose does the new detection device serve?" "Have you finished?" The man nodded, and the commander waved his hand. "Kill, you despicable fiend." The commander replied calmly, "You only mentioned one question. I never promised you an answer." After a massacre ensued, the commander brought over 2,000 corpses of the beast cult members to the rooftop where Qin Yifan was. Irritated, Qin Yifan remarked, "I informed you that I did not wish to resort to violence, yet you still bring these corpses to burden me with extra work." The commander chuckled. "It would be a waste to dispose of these bodies. Better to let you transform waste into treasure." Qin Yifan shot him an incredulous glance. "Not a single one left alive?" The commander shrugged. "These individuals are mentally unstable. Keeping them alive serves no purpose. However, I have surmised their objective. They are likely after the new detection device. They are aware of the new system?" Upon hearing this question, Qin Yifan suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation. Even if the task scope was narrowed to China, there remained a plethora of individuals who could not be reached. This is utterly outrageous. The commander, oblivious to his thoughts, nodded. "Recently, other cities have been conducting hunting operations. They must have made some discoveries. I wonder if they are targeting only I City or if we should notify the other cities." "Not necessary." Qin Yifan loudly proclaimed his answer, wishing he could send a few advanced detection devices back with those who had perished. This left the Grand Commander puzzled. "What troubles you? Why such agitation over a mere notification?" Clearing his throat, Qin Yifan replied, "It's nothing, merely that those city lords persistently create trouble for me. It's time for them to experience some discomfort." "Very well, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. I must make arrangements to prevent these individuals from seizing any further opportunities." Fortunately, the Grand Commander's timely adjustments thwarted the second wave of infiltration by the Beast Sect. Although they were unable to capture the culprits, realizing that Ice City was formidable, the members of the Beast Sect abandoned their rescue efforts for the first wave and shifted their focus. Their new target was Thunder City, the closest to Ice City. This time, they exhibited greater cunning, refraining from directly infiltrating Thunder City. Instead, they commenced an ambush on the hunting teams dispatched from Thunder City in the wilderness. After capturing 300-man squads, they interrogated them and finally discerned the details of the new cultivation system. They then marched these captives towards Thunder City, ensnaring all hunting teams they encountered along the way. By the time they neared Thunder City, the Beast Sect had amassed several thousand hostages. They transformed into kidnappers, demanding that the Lord of Thunder City exchange advanced detection devices for the hostages, 10 individuals for each device. This predicament left the Lord of Thunder City in a quandary, lamenting, "I scarcely possess enough advanced detection devices to meet your demands." Yet, he could not abandon the hostages, ultimately compelled to seek assistance from the Grand Commander once more. Chapter 130, The Grand Commander's Epiphany. When Qin Yifan received this news, 5 days had already elapsed. It was rare to witness the Grand Commander in such a troubled state. Prompting Qin Yifan to jest, "Grand Commander, I did warn you against opening this door. See how human affairs bring about further complications." The Grand Commander shook his head in resignation. "Lord, let us set aside the jesting and contemplate how to address this matter." Qin Yifan waved dismissively. What else can we do but refuse to compromise? In truth, he would be more than willing to provide the Beast Sect with advanced detection devices, as it would facilitate the successful completion of their mission. However, this matter could not be approached lightly, especially given the current circumstances. How delightful it would be to have the Grand Commander indebted to him. Upon sensing Qin Yifan's attitude, the Grand Commander's expression turned bitter. The reason for his distress stemmed from his prior visit to Lin Yifeng before seeking out Qin Yifan. He had hoped to address the issue at its source directly. To his surprise, Lin Yifeng vehemently shook his head, adamantly opposed to the idea, asserting that they could not engage in a trade that would compromise their own resources, even if the Beast Sect threatened the lives of 100,000 individuals. Moreover, with only a few thousand captives in their possession, the loss of life was not a significant concern. After all, the annual casualties at their hands were no less than that number. Now that Qin Yifan exhibited a similar stance, the Grand Commander found himself in a disheartening position. "My lord, our inaction in the face of death will invite censure," he remarked, aware that Qin Yifan's moral stance was questionable. Yet, he could conceive of no better argument. resorting to this reasoning in an attempt to persuade Qin Yifan. Qin Yifan looked at him with a hint of amusement. Commander, if you claim that there are relatives of yours among those hostages, I might consider it. But using that as a reason? The commander's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded. Indeed, there are members of my wife's family among them. Otherwise, the Lord of Thunder City wouldn't be so anxious. Seeing his enthusiasm, Qin Yifan secretly chuckled but maintained a troubled expression. Even so, one cannot simply agree to every demand made by the other party. One new type of detection device for 10 hostages. Do you think that is reasonable? How about this? I could generously sponsor one device, allowing the Lord of Thunder City to retrieve his relatives, while the others remain unaddressed. The commander was left speechless, pondering that such an arrangement would render the Lord of Thunder City incapable of maintaining his dignity. Noticing his silence, Qin Yifan continued, Commander, you must have consulted Lin Yifeng by now. What do you think would persuade him to compromise? The commander shrugged. I have no solution. It rests upon you. Qin Yifan mirrored the gesture. Look at this. Ultimately, it falls upon me to resolve matters that have little to do with me. What would you do in my position? The commander finally grasped the implication and raised an eyebrow, saying, Are you implying that you seek a favor from me? If you say so, Qin Yifan replied without pretense. Isn't that how human relations work? There's no such thing as kindness without a reason, is there? You. The commander, exasperated, pointed at him. Speak up. Whatever you desire. I shall grant you. Are you foolish? Qin Yifan shot him a glance. Commander, you lead troops into battle and are astute in your dealings with the former city lord. How is it that you now seem so naive? Am I truly asking for a favor from you? This is not your affair. Why should you bear the burden for the Lord of Thunder City? If you continue down this path, the Lord will undoubtedly become a leech upon you, draining you dry before long? It's not that serious, is it? The commander faltered at his own words. Even the most astute individuals have their vulnerabilities. And the commander's lay in his family, particularly his wife. A mere whisper from her could lead him to forsake his principles. Of course, his wife was not unreasonable. She would not meddle in matters that didn't concern her. Yet when it came to her own family, she would undoubtedly be invested. Qin Yifan gently shook his head. Commander, you should inform the Lord of Thunder City that I can only provide him with 10 new detection devices, and they must be exchanged for the corpses of Thunder-type mutated beasts. The ratio? 100. 1, lest he fails to appreciate their worth. This was the commander's own suggestion. And with Qin Yifan's outsider perspective, his intellect swiftly regained its sharpness. I understand. I will convey this to him. They must also put in their own effort. We are not their caretakers. Exactly. I will seek out Lin Yifeng. Thank you. Upon arriving at Lin's manor and encountering Lin Yifeng, the latter's first words were, How much are you asking from the commander? Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow, realizing that he was well informed. So you want me to play the villain? Lin Yifeng nodded. I am not familiar with him. Why should I concern myself with his dilemmas? You are quite something, Qin Yifan remarked. Qin Yifan raised his thumb and declared, I promise to provide Lei City with 10 new detection devices in exchange for a 100-to-1 ratio of mutated beast corpses. Lin Yifeng returned the gesture. While Ranran remarked, I didn't quite believe you were devious, but it appears you truly are. I shall take that as a compliment. A day later, this matter was amicably resolved. The Beast Alliance obtained what they desired. The Lord of Lei City saved the hostages, and Qin Yifan and his companions also reaped benefits. However, the Grand Commander was not particularly pleased. The current setting was a family banquet at the Grand Commander's residence. In attendance were only Qin Yifan and Lin Yueran, who was brought along as a companion. Accompanying them were the Grand Commander, his wife, and several of their family members. After a round of polite exchanges and mutual flattery, which made Qin Yifan quite uncomfortable, he noticed the Grand Commander wore a solemn expression. During the toasting segment, Qin Yifan posed a question. Grand Commander, the matter has been resolved splendidly. Why do you still appear so glum? The Grand Commander glanced at his wife, a woman who seemed no older than 30, who slightly furrowed her brow before softly responding, My lord, the reason for my husband's discontent lies in the unreliability of my family. She then placed her hand on the Grand Commander's arm. My dear, I was too hasty and didn't consider all aspects of the situation. Rest assured, such occurrences will not happen again. The Grand Commander hastily shook his head. My dear, this is not your fault. It is their behavior that is simply disgraceful. Witnessing their affectionate exchange left Qin Yifan at a loss for words, which amused Lin Yueran beside him. Turning to glare at her, Qin Yifan muttered, What are you laughing at? You're single as well. Humph. I simply choose not to seek anyone. Otherwise, the line would stretch all the way to Lei City. Keep dreaming. It seems you're the one no one wants. You're the one no one wants, you big oaf. After they exchanged a few playful jabs. Once the display of affection concluded, Qin Yifan once again inquired, Grand Commander, what exactly transpired? With a wry smile, the Grand Commander replied. The Lord of Lei City engaged in a black market deal. Can you believe it? Black market deal? Did they attempt to seize the Beast Alliance's resources again? If they had merely attempted to rob the Beast Alliance, that would be one thing. Chapter 131. Broaden your horizons. The situation was not particularly complex. The Lord of Lei City simply sought a kickback. Much like the joke about individuals captured by pirates who demanded the pirates issue receipts tenfold for the wealth they had lost. The Lord of Lei City had no intention of providing the Beast Alliance with so many new detection devices from the outset. He intended to intercept them. Even when the Grand Commander negotiated down to 10 devices, they still withheld 2, ultimately delivering only 8 to the Beast Alliance. Such discrepancies did not require the Grand Commander to investigate. Lin Yifeng could determine their location at a glance. This was also Qin Yifan's method of controlling the disorderly region. The Lord of Lei City believed he could conceal his actions, unaware that he was the true fool in this scenario. Upon hearing this, Qin Yifan chuckled. People are inherently selfish. You have also indulged in opportunistic behavior before. This is rather commonplace. This remark rendered the supreme leader momentarily speechless. How could I possibly be compared to him? Indeed, there exists a distinction. You partake openly, while he indulges discreetly. Come here, let us drink, tonight. I shall ensure you are thoroughly inebriated. The ultimate outcome of contesting drink with Qin Yifan invariably results in the supreme leader succumbing to oblivion. Of course, this is a voluntary intoxication, as he neglects to employ any energy to dispel the effects of alcohol. As for Qin Yifan, he requires no intervention. The system autonomously converts the liquor into water-based aptitude values. Since reaping the benefits in Thunder City, the Beastmaster sect has gained unstoppable momentum. Over the subsequent month, similar occurrences have manifested in every major city. The ultimate resolution involved Qin Yifan dispatching 10 new detection devices. While the precise number that ultimately fell into the hands of the Beastmaster sect remained under his vigilant surveillance. When the final 10 detection devices were delivered directly to the Lord of Lake City, Qin Yifan wasted no time in deploying forces to attack the city. He neither took lives nor set fires, nor did he seize any resources. He merely reclaimed all the new detection devices from Lake City. Subsequently, he shared an image in the Lord's group chat, effectively extinguishing any aspirations of the Lords to condemn him. The image revealed the locations of all the new detection devices, and Qin Yifan offered no explanation, relying solely on the phrase, "Those who understand, understand." It was acceptable to intercept from the Beastmaster sect. At least one could maintain a semblance of justifiable reason. However, your collusion with Lake City in this charade is something that neither uncle nor aunt can tolerate. If Lake City genuinely sought to resolve the issue, they ought to demonstrate some resolve. Remaining silent while harboring nefarious intentions leaves no option but to strike back. Following this incident, other factions within Lake City could no longer remain passive and similarly initiated a forceful impeachment of the Lord. The process was certainly not as smooth as in Ice City, but the outcome proved beneficial. After ousting the former lord, the newly appointed one promptly bowed to Qin Yifan. A formal statement was issued, gifts were presented, and various forms of apology were extended, all accompanied by significant sincerity. They proposed a trade of 100, one for advanced mutated beast corpses in exchange for new detection devices, and 10, one for perfect great spirit crystals, with the quantity left to Qin Yifan's discretion. This approach greatly pleased Qin Yifan, who remarked in the Lord's group, "Now this is the attitude befitting a problem solver." The lords of various cities found themselves powerless to voice complaints, as they were firmly under Qin Yifan's control. Although the new detection devices could be replicated, lacking the core data rendered such efforts futile. Moreover, the limitations imposed by perfect great spirit crystals left them utterly helpless. As time progressed, the development in Ice City flourished, rendering any ulterior motives increasingly unattainable. Ultimately, these lords could do naught but accept their fate. Another month elapsed, and the expansion of Ice City was proceeding with remarkable vigor. The outer walls had connected 10 satellite cities, thus enlarging Ice City's overall area by several multiples, though the interior remained relatively sparse. Yet, let us not forget that the Chinese are notorious for their prowess in infrastructure. Having erected the most challenging walls, how could constructing ordinary buildings within pose a problem? During this period, Ice City initiated a nationwide recruitment call across all of China. Anyone who participates in the construction of Ice City is bestowed with the right to reside in the outer city, enjoying the same privileges as the original inhabitants. Upon the issuance of this decree, numerous active gatherings in the wilderness commenced their relocation. Who would prefer to remain in the wild like a savage when survival is possible within the city? On this day, Qin Yifan found himself with a 3-day holiday. Standing atop an abandoned rooftop and gazing at the ever-evolving new Ice City, he could not help but wave his hand and exclaim, Ran, your brother is indeed right. A mere city holds little significance. Our vision must be broadened. Lin Yuran's tone held a hint of sarcasm, for she was well aware of Qin Yifan's recent endeavors. Yet she could not comprehend his motives. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow at her. You truly failed to see through such an obvious intention? Lin Yuran's eyes widened in surprise. Are you implying that you have ulterior motives beyond aiding the Beast Alliance? Qin Yifan's lips twitched. Do you take me for a fool? Why would I assist those inhumane creatures? Yet you still provided them with a new type of testing device. Although in a different form, Lin Yuran maintained her belief that it was indeed a gift to the Beast Alliance. This time, Qin Yifan nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. I aim to deliver them the new testing device to facilitate their eradication. Eradication? Lin Yuran was perplexed, but soon realized her oversight, smacking her forehead in realization. Goodness, how could I have overlooked such a simple matter? Here's an idiom for you. A leaf obstructing the view. Annoying. After exchanging a few playful jabs with Lin Yuran, Qin Yifan set to work. While refining perfect-grade spirit crystals, he indulged in barbecued meat. His talents had now nearly reached level 45, with only his spatial abilities lagging behind at level 42. However, a recent generous gift from Lake City, a staggering 10,000 mutated spatial rabbits, had arrived. This seemed to be a local specialty from Lake City, as encounters with spatial creatures were rare in Ice City. Otherwise, his spatial talent would not have progressed so slowly. His intention was to elevate his spatial abilities to level 45 and then patiently await the completion of his tasks. He was eager to see whether he would encounter a bottleneck or directly break through to level 50. 2 days later, Qin Yifan's spatial talent had indeed risen to level 45, leaving only 2,000 mutated spatial rabbits from the original 10,000. This meant he had consumed 8,000 rabbits in just 2 days, astonishing Lin Yuran beyond measure. Though she had always known of Qin Yifan's prodigious appetite, her previous experiences with him and Zhou Bao involved only processed portions, making it difficult to draw any conclusions. However, this time, the sheer quantity was utterly shocking. Gazing at the remaining 2,000 mutated spatial rabbits, Qin Yifan pondered for a moment before deciding to keep them for now. After all, even if he were to break through to level 50, he would still require strength enhancement. Transforming these into perfect-grade spirit crystals would result in a significant loss. While he could absorb spirit crystals for training, it would be far slower than through his eating system. Subsequently, he ceased to consume any sustenance, devoting himself instead to the meticulous purification of the remaining mutant beast corpses. Just as he transformed the last of these carcasses into a flawless spiritual crystal, a melodious notification resonated within his mind. Chapter 132. Ascending to the threshold of level 50. Congratulations, host, on the successful completion of your task, which has redefined the cultivation system. The host may claim rewards at any time. A joyous smile blossomed upon Qin Yifan's face. Indeed, his intuition had proven correct. He merely needed to disseminate the new cultivation system throughout the realm of Huaxia. Furthermore, the individuals from the 10,000 Beast sect were also accounted for by the system. Had they not emerged to create disturbances, he might have forgotten about this particular group. This was precisely why he had proactively provided the 10,000 Beast sect with the new type of detection device, aiming to ensure their complete acceptance of the new cultivation framework. As for locating them, that was merely a secondary consideration. In the next moment, Qin Yifan claimed his reward, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him, and promptly accessed his attribute panel. Host, Qin Yifan ability level, pre-level 50 energy value, 5,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 000 talent, flexibility talent pre-level 50,000,100 000 water talent pre-level 50,000,100 000 metal talent pre-level 50,000,100 000 space talent pre-level 50,000,100 000 enhancement talent pre-level 50,000,100 000 with talent pre-level 50-100. 000. 000. Mental talent pre-level 50-100. 000. 000. Fire talent pre-level 50-100. 000. 000. Wind talent pre-level 50-100. 000. 000. Earth talent pre-level 50-100. 000. 000. Light talent pre-level 50-100. 000. 000. Dark talent pre-level 50-100. 000. 000. Poison talent pre-level 50-100. 000. 000. Lightning talent pre-level 50-100. 000. 000. Ice talent pre-level 50-100. 000. 000. Skills. Super large portable space, passive. Space size 500 by 500 by 500 cubic meters, capable of accommodating living beings. Super temperature control technique level 45 proficiency 16. 000. 000. 16. 000. 000. Super detection technique, passive, detection range, within a radius of 20. 000 meters. Super windwalk, passive, increases personal speed by 50 times. Super illuminating technique level 45 proficiency 16. 000. 000. 16. 000. 000. Universal purification technique level 45 proficiency 16. 000. 000. 16. 000. 000. Bone, flesh, and body enhancement, passive, enhancement effect, 20 times. True holy light healing technique level 45 proficiency 16. 000. 000. 16. 000. 000. Super dark sky level 45 proficiency 16. 000. 16. 000. 000. Impeccable, passive, permanent, non-upgradable, can withstand mental shocks exceeding 10 times one's own strength. Immune to all poisons, passive, immune to any poison in the world. Body of infinite toxins, passive, the host's flesh and blood are the most toxic substances in existence. Thunderstep, passive, increases personal speed by 10 times. Ice Soul Armor level 45 proficiency 16. 000. 000. 16. 000. 000. The 5 elemental technique, passive, grants immunity to 50 of attribute skill damage. Calculated based on the lowest talent. The proficiency of the poisoning technique stands at 16. 000. 000. Out of 16. 000. 000. At level 45. Similarly, the proficiency of the 5 elemental escape technique also reaches 16. 000. 000. Out of 16. 000. 000. At level 45. The system's establishment of the quasi-level 50 surprised Qin Yi Fun to some extent, yet it remained within the realm of reason. After all, everyone must traverse this path. If it were too simple, it would indeed defy logic. This illustrates the considerable difficulty faced by dual and multi-talented extraordinary individuals in surpassing level 50. Fortunately, he possesses the Gourmand system, which allows him to address his talents through consumption, a privilege not shared by others. He only needs to fill his talent points and skill proficiency to break through, while others encounter a tangible bottleneck. Otherwise, there would not be so many individuals stuck at the quasi-level 50 mark. However, even with the system in place, the exceedingly high talent points remain uncertain in terms of how long they will take to accumulate, though hope has finally emerged. At that moment, a small discussion arose nearby. Lin Yuan remarked, "Little Bao, do you think Mr. Qin has gone a bit silly from joy?" Zhou Bao replied, "No way. He's just elated from leveling up. He'll be fine soon." Lin Yuan countered, "Are you sure? Look at how he has begun to frown again." Zhou Bao exclaimed, "Oh no. Brother Fan must have reached the quasi-level 50. With so many talents, it seems he has encountered a dilemma." Lin Yuan retorted, "He deserves it. Let us see how he shows off now, Qin Yi Fun raised an eyebrow and declared, "I'm not going back, Ran. Send someone to retrieve the storage orb. Jiao Bao, continue roasting the meat. I intend to extend my holiday for another 3 days." In truth, there were not many pressing matters requiring Qin Yi Fun's direct attention. Hence his temporary absence from duty was inconsequential. After all, those seeking him knew precisely where to find him. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months had slipped by unnoticed. After once again exchanging 49,000 perfect-grade spiritual crystals, Qin Yi Fun calculated and summoned the Grand Commander and Lin Yefeng to his office. They initially exchanged updates on their recent work before Qin Yifan broached the main topic. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the beast cult? The Grand Commander responded without hesitation. It is challenging to correct their ideology. When encountered, they should be swiftly eliminated. Lin Yefeng pondered briefly before stating, from any perspective, they are enemies of humanity. Allowing them to persist is a perpetual threat. Qin Yifan nodded, noting that the new detection devices had been in their possession for some time. Brother Lin, have their locations changed recently? Lin Yefeng shook his head, indicating that there had been no significant movement. The Grand Commander inquired, are you planning to confront the beast cult? Qin Yifan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lately, I have a feeling that someone is keeping an eye on me. So I intend to give those individuals something to occupy themselves with. The other two exchanged glances filled with disbelief, thinking that his intuition seemed rather far-fetched. Yet, Qin Yifan, undeterred by their skepticism, continued, as the saying goes, one must nurture an army for 1,000 days to utilize it for a single moment. We cannot simply continue to sustain those individuals indefinitely. The Grand Commander nodded in agreement, recalling that previously, everyone had maintained a stockpile. But human greed led to a desire for more once they possessed something. Qin Yifan smiled faintly. While he possessed the necessary resources, acquiring them in the future would not be a simple task. After conveying his thoughts, he gestured to Lin Yefeng, requesting a copy of the positioning data for the new testing instruments, excluding Ice City, as he was intent on initiating progress. Lin Yefeng silently acknowledged his fortune in not having made an enemy of this individual. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be restless, although internally grumbling. He continued his work and promptly sent Qin Yifan a positioning map. Without hesitation, Qin Yifan shared the image in the City Lord group, accompanied by a message. Beginning next month, the conditions for exchanging perfect-grade spirit crystals would shift to the corpses of the followers of the 10,000 Beast sect or the new testing instruments held by them, with an exchange ratio of 100, 1, and 1, 100 respectively. The collective reaction from the City Lords was one of bewilderment, having just tasted a hint of sweetness. How could the exchange conditions suddenly change? The 10,000 Beast sect had seemingly set their sights on Ice City twice. Yet, even if they were to confront the 10,000 Beast sect, why should they be the ones to handle it? Frustration and indignation swept through them. They were exceedingly reluctant to comply. However, the prospect of falling behind without perfect-grade spirit crystals compelled them to obey. In a small group of 3, the City Lord of the capital remarked, "This fellow is up to no good. What should we do?" The City Lord of Demon City replied, "What else can we do? Can you mass-produce perfect-grade spirit crystals?" The City Lord of Pink City added, "My stock has been depleted. I currently have a high-end combat force of 60,000. What about you?" The City Lord of the capital responded, 65,000. The City Lord of Demon City echoed, 65,000. The City Lord of Pink City exclaimed, "Is that possible? You two are super cities. How can you have so few troops? Are you hiding some from me?" The City Lord of the capital insisted, "I swear. We are indeed super cities, but the exploitation we face is the most severe." The City Lord of Peng City pressed, "Are you both truly out of stock?" Chapter 133. Which would you like to hear first? Behind the scenes, there were indeed individuals plotting against Qin Yifan, yet they were far from united. Engaged in various intrigues and rivalries. Had they been more cohesive, dealing with Ice City would not have been insurmountable. Alas, their selfishness prevailed, each hoping that others would act as the bait while they reaped the rewards. Consequently, they narrowly missed their opportunity, witnessing Ice City's burgeoning size, which deterred any attempts to provoke it. Ultimately, they resorted to scheming against one another, such as crossing boundaries to eliminate followers of the 10,000 Beast sect in a bid to seize what rightfully belonged to others. Qin Yifan learned of this through Lin Yefeng. By analyzing the positioning of the new testing instruments, they could glean the general situation. In the end, those city lords became the prey, while Qin Yifan emerged as the fisherman, with the victims being the inhumane 10,000 Beast sect. As the new year arrived, following months of development, the new Ice City had flourished remarkably, reaching an unprecedented population. Qin Yifan maintained traditional events, notably a competitive eating contest, and he joined in the festivities by constructing a competition venue in the large square outside the city lord's residence. He did not personally participate in the competition, but instead indulged in feasting and revelry with the leader and his entourage. The cuisine he consumed was meticulously selected. Now, only the poison attribute remained to be fully realized, and he was indulging in a stew made from mutated snake meat, prepared by Lin Yuan. The meal extended from noon until evening, filled with incessant toasts and countless pleasantries. To be frank, Qin Yifan still felt out of place in such gatherings. However, he managed to endure until the end, sending everyone away before retreating to the abandoned rooftop alone. With only a few 100,000 points left to max out his poison attribute, he was unwilling to wait any longer, thus declining Jiao Hong's invitation to a reunion dinner. He sustained himself until dawn, accompanied by the relentless sound of firecrackers, and finally ascended to level 50. At that moment, the energy fluctuations around him were intensely vigorous, and his mind was filled with a thunderous resonance. Yet, rather than discomfort, he felt an exhilarating sense of transformation enveloping both his body and soul. It was uncertain how much time elapsed before this sensation gradually faded, prompting him to immediately access his attribute panel. Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, level 50. Energy value, 5,000,000,000,000,000. Talents, flexibility talent level 50, 150 million. Spatial talent level 50, 150 million. Reinforcement talent level 50, 150 million. Mental talent level 50, 150 million. Light talent level 50, 150 million. Dark talent level 50, 150 million. Poison talent level 50, 150 million. 5 elements talent level 50, 150 million. Skills, super vast space, passive, space size, 500,500,500 cubic meters, capable of storing living beings. Super detection technique, passive, detection range, within a radius of 20,000 meters. Super illumination technique, level 50 proficiency, 100,150 million. Copper skin iron bones passive, reinforcement effect, 1x. Super holy light healing technique, level 50 proficiency, 100,150 million. Super vast dark canopy, level 50 proficiency, 100,150 million. Impeccable, passive, permanent. Non-upgradable, can withstand mental impacts exceeding 10 times one's own strength. Immune to all poisons, passive, immune to any poison in existence. Body of 10,000 poisons, passive, the host's flesh is the most toxic substance in the world. 5 elements technique, passive, immune to 50 of attribute skill damage. Poison application technique, level 50 proficiency, 100,150 million. 5 elements escape technique, level 50 proficiency, 100,150 million. Spatial travel, passive, capable of traversing the void. Object control technique, level 1 proficiency, 0-100. Antidote technique, level 1 proficiency, 0-100. 5 elements body technique, passive, increases movement speed by 50 times. 5 elements purification technique, level 1 proficiency, 0-100. 5-star armor, passive, can withstand fatal blows exceeding the host's level by 20. As Qin Yifan had anticipated, the natural attribute talents merged into the 5 elements talent. Moreover, the system provided an explanation. Subsequently, upon activating the natural talents, they would all merge into the elemental talents, which would subsequently affect the immunity percentage of the elemental techniques. In essence, no matter how much one attempted to upgrade the elemental techniques, reaching 100 immunity was unattainable unless all natural talents were activated. All natural skills would vanish, replaced by 2 passive skills, elemental agility and 5-star armor. Elemental agility enhances movement speed, while 5-star armor functions similarly to the ice spirit armor, albeit with a fixed upper limit set 20 levels beyond Qin Yifan. The skills associated with the enhancement talents have once again ascended, transforming directly into copper skin and iron bones, thereby doubling the enhancement effects based on the original foundation. The spatial talents have acquired a new skill, spatial traversal, which compensates for the inability of the elemental escape techniques to traverse space. However, spatial traversal consumes a considerable amount of energy, fixed at 1,000 points per second. In contrast, the consumption of the elemental escape techniques varies depending on the material being traversed, with the highest consumption occurring when escaping into metal, consuming 500 points per second. Yet, in reality, there are no metallic clumps for Qin Yifan to traverse. He primarily moves underground, followed by water, both of which incur relatively minor consumption. The mental talents have gained a skill known as object manipulation, allowing Qin Yifan to control objects within a 1-meter radius. As the skill level increases, he will eventually be able to summon desired objects into his personal space with but a thought. The poison talents have also acquired a new skill, detoxification. specifically targeting poison techniques, enabling the removal of all toxins. The light talents have seen their skill upgraded. True Holy Healing has ascended to Super Holy Healing, effectively doubling its healing prowess. Meanwhile, the Dark Talent's Super Dark Canopy has evolved into the Super Large Dark Canopy, with its coverage area now doubled, enveloping a cubic volume with a side length of 1,000 meters. Upon observing the changes in the attribute panel, Qin Yifan felt an ambiguous sense of satisfaction. On one hand, his talents had undergone significant transformation, and he had acquired several practical skills. On the other, many of these skills leaned heavily towards self-preservation, lacking in combat capabilities, compelling him to delve deeply into martial techniques. At the moment Qin Yifan broke through the 50-level mark, Blue Star began to transform as well. The first to sense this change were the mutated beasts. Those super-tier beast kings hidden deep within the mountains, upon sensing their own transformations, let out a deafening roar to the heavens. The spring of the mutated beasts had finally arrived. They had endured too many losses at the hands of the four-legged beasts, and now they could finally emerge from their frustrations. With the roars of the super-tier beast kings, the beast kings in the wilderness began to stir, leading their tribes to launch a counterattack against humanity. This resulted in the human hunters, who had been pursuing the high-level mutated beasts in the wilderness, becoming the second group to feel the ripples of change on Blue Star. Overnight, most human hunting teams were expelled from the wilderness, even the elite forces from Ice City, despite sustaining minimal losses, opted for a tactical retreat in the face of the rampaging mutated beasts. The transformation of the mutated beast has garnered the attention of all cities, particularly in Ice City, where the newly constructed metropolis has yet to establish its satellite cities. This implies that, should the mutated beasts unleash a tidal wave of chaos, the new Ice City will be directly threatened. Upon receiving this alarming news, the Supreme Commander prepared for the worst, promptly organizing personnel to reinforce the defensive fortifications. Meanwhile, Lin Yefeng was somewhat frenzied. After a night of research, he approached the recently returned Qin Yifan with a set of data in hand. Mr. Qin, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Qin Yifan looked at Lin Yefeng with a puzzled expression, questioning the appropriateness of discussing good or bad news during the festive season. Lin Yefeng, however, was too preoccupied to consider such niceties. My detector indicates that, since early yesterday morning, the cultivation environment of Blue Star has undergone another significant transformation. Do you really think this is a time for pleasantries? Wait, what? Qin Yifan exclaimed, stunned. Another drastic change? Is that credible? Lin Yefeng replied earnestly, if it were the previous instance, I might have had doubts, but with the data from that occurrence, I am convinced that the cultivation environment of Blue Star has once again shifted, and quite substantially. How substantial is substantial? Perhaps you should share the good news first. Qin Yifan, overwhelmed with astonishment, found it difficult to maintain his composure. Lin Yefeng fixed his gaze upon him and stated, before I came, I consulted with the transcendental experts within my family, and some among them have sensed the possibility of breaking through their limitations. Would you consider that good news? What? Qin Yifan's voice rose an octave. If the transcendental experts could indeed break through, it would be monumental for Blue Star. He envisioned the greatest benefit being their potential to resist the oppressive forces that sought to exploit Blue Star. However, he quickly regained his composure and cautiously inquired, is the bad news related to the mutated beasts? Lin Yefeng hesitated before responding, Mr. Qin, such intelligence may lead to solitude for those who are too astute. Our humankind may advance, but the transcendent beings among the mutated beasts can undoubtedly do the same. I fear Blue Star may descend into chaos once again. Is that truly a matter for concern? Qin Yifan retorted, contact the Supreme Commander at once. We must convene. Yes, Mr. Qin, Lin Yefeng replied, still in a state of disbelief, unable to fathom that such a significant upheaval would occur right after the new year. The Supreme Commander arrived promptly. After listening to Lin Yefeng's account, he fell silent for a moment before declaring, the uprising of the mutated beasts is inevitable. Even other cities must remain vigilant. It seems imperative to involve the transcendental experts in our defense. Qin Yifan suddenly felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Supreme Commander, Lin, those transcendental experts are your predecessors. Can we truly command them? Lin Yefeng dismissed his concerns. What of the predecessors? They are part of Ice City as well. If Ice City faces a crisis, they cannot remain aloof. The Supreme Commander, however, wore a grave expression, opening his mouth yet failing to articulate any words. Indeed, Qin Yifan's apprehensions were not unfounded, for soon after, formidable waves of energy manifested above the city lord's residence. Everyone appeared to be on high alert, fortunately. The four individuals did not make any excessive movements, merely expressing their desire to meet with the city lord and the Grand Commander. When Qin Yifan arrived at the terrace accompanied by the Grand Commander and Lin Yefeng, the expressions of the latter two transformed dramatically. Among the four individuals, two belonged to each of their respective families, distinctly standing on opposite sides. Before they could speak, one spirited elder scrutinized Qin Yifan and inquired, "Are you the city lord? Achieving level 50 at such a young age is commendable, but what qualifies you to govern the entire Ice City?" Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow and retorted, "And who might you be to pass judgment on me here? Impudent! I am an elder of the Lin family. What do you mean by questioning my qualifications?" The elder's countenance instantly turned cold, yet Qin Yifan remained unfazed and even turned to mock Lin Yefeng, saying, "Is this what you meant by not being able to stand alone? I feel as though they wish to exploit us." Lin Yefeng's face darkened considerably, ignoring the jest, and stepped forward to pay his respects to the elder, saying, "Elder, should you not be stationed at the Lin family estate? Is there some significant matter at hand?" The elder shot him a glare, ignoring his question, and instead challenged, "How can you call yourself the head of the family when you cannot even manage your subordinates?" Lin Yefeng replied defiantly, "Mr. Qin is not my subordinate. He is my friend." "Not your subordinate?" The elder glanced at the two individuals opposite him, clearly unaware of the shifting dynamics that had seen the Wang family usurp the dominant position. The two elders from the Wang family exchanged glances, directing their attention toward the Grand Commander with a hint of admiration. "You, a young one, have achieved what we could not. You indeed possess the merit to lead the Wang family." The Grand Commander's expression was quite remarkable, yet he could only muster the courage to respond, "Elder, the city lord is not my subordinate. He too is my friend." "What?" the four elders exclaimed in unison, astonished that Ice City might be home to a new emerging family. Qin Yifan rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, who decreed that one cannot be the city lord unless they are a subordinate of your two families?" "Impudent!" The four spoke in unison once more. Yet they were momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. With a smirk, Qin Yifan stepped past the Grand Commander and Lin Yefeng, standing defiantly with his hands clasped behind his back, and declared, "Gentlemen, what brings you here with such formidable presence today? What brings us here?" The four elders struggled to comprehend, still reeling from the revelation that Qin Yifan was not a subordinate of their families. After a moment, it was the elder from the Lin family who spoke solemnly. "We felt a loosening of our own restraints and wished to inquire about the happenings in the outside world." "Is that all?" Qin Yifan shot him a sidelong glance, adding, "If you merely seek such information, you could easily wait for them to return and inform you. Surely, your visit signifies a desire to engage with the world?" The patriarch of the Wang clan possessed a rather fiery temperament, retorting directly, "What's wrong with that? Are you capable of controlling us?" Qin Yifan narrowed his eyes. After some time in a position of authority, he was no longer the submissive individual he once was. While it could not be said he was one to yield to pressure, he was amenable to civil discourse, but should one choose to adopt a confrontational approach, he would not hold back. "There is nothing that cannot be done. Yet if you wish to enter the world, you must adhere to the rules." Otherwise, the four clan elders were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. Was he threatening us? Not seemingly, he was indeed issuing a threat. After years of absence, had the world changed? Perhaps. Let me test the waters of his capabilities. The last to speak was the irascible elder of the Wang clan. Upon finishing his words, he raised his hand, energy rippling around him, ready to unleash his skills upon Qin Yifan. However, in the next instant, a shroud of darkness enveloped him, rendering his abilities futile. The elder struggled to activate his powers, but to no avail. Another elder from the Wang clan, skeptical, attempted to unleash his own skills against Qin Yifan, only to receive the same fate. The two elders of the Lin clan were taken aback, hastily summoning their defensive skills. Yet, in the following moment, they too experienced the same sensation as the two Wang elders. Chapter 135. A critical moment. The four clan elders were stricken with alarm. But the irritable elder of the Wang clan reacted the quickest, darting towards Qin Yifan. His thoughts were simple. If he could not employ his powers, he still had martial skills, and he refused to believe he could not subdue this young man. However, the moment he broke free from the dark shroud, he sensed his own abilities returning, causing him to momentarily falter. Torn between continuing with martial techniques and utilizing his powers, he became somewhat dazed. He may have been distracted, but Qin Yifan was not. Since the opponent had taken action, there was no need for him to hold back. He charged straight at the elder. His speed surpassed that of an ordinary wind element adept, leaving no time for a reaction. His massive fist collided with the Elder's eye socket. With a resounding thud, the Elder was sent hurtling backward, nearly flying off the rooftop. Fortunately, he regained his composure just in time, using his powers to stabilize himself, thus avoiding utter disgrace. However, his appearance was far from dignified. He had been left with blackened eyes, wincing in discomfort. "You dare strike me?" the Elder exclaimed. Qin Yifan rolled his eyes. "I've already struck you. Do you truly question my audacity? Have you lost your wits? Ah, this infuriates me. I shall see you dead." As he spoke, his energy surged violently, only to be quelled abruptly, for Qin Yifan had once again cast a veil of darkness over him. "I ask you, Chief Commander, do you have nothing to say?" The Chief Commander glanced at his two clan elders, then at Qin Yifan, finally managing to utter, "Do not kill them. Otherwise, I shall have difficulty explaining myself upon my return." "What?" The two Wang elders were utterly astonished, never having anticipated their own descendant would utter such words. "Which branch do you hail from, that you would bolster the ambitions of others while undermining your own clan's prestige? Where is your dignity?" The supreme leader found himself in a rather helpless situation, reflecting that under normal circumstances, he wouldn't utter such words, yet the individual before them was anything but ordinary. "Elder members of the clan, are you truly oblivious to the current predicament?" he remarked, gesturing with his eyes for them to observe the two representatives of the Lin family. Upon turning to glance, the Wang clan elders beheld the Lin elders, who, despite their somber expressions, exhibited no extraneous movements. The temperamental elder exclaimed, "Hey, are you two old geezers just going to accept this?" The Lin elders twitched at the corners of their mouths, internally lamenting that they were not merely acquiescing, but rather contemplating allowing the others to take the lead while they devised their countermeasures. At that moment, Qin Yifan snapped his fingers and calmly stated, "It seems that a civil conversation is futile. Let us engage in battle first, but not here. Follow me." With that, he leapt into the air, soaring towards the distance. In truth, he was not flying. It was merely the wind escape technique from the 5 elements escape arts, which gave the illusion of flight by riding the wind. The 4 elders exchanged looks of astonishment, yet said nothing further as they each unleashed their abilities to pursue Qin Yifan. Left behind, the supreme leader and Lin Yifeng exchanged glances, silently contemplating whether their feelings should be taken into account. It wasn't long before, in under 10 minutes, a newly attired Qin Yifan returned, sporting panda-like eyes. Upon landing, he proudly announced, "Supreme Leader, Brother Lin, let us deliberate on how to best utilize these extraordinary experts." The Supreme Leader and Lin Yifeng were utterly taken aback, pondering what had transpired that prompted such a change in attire. Did he not manage to contend with those 4 without shedding his shirt? Moreover, the 4 appeared utterly dejected, resembling victims of a brutal confrontation. Were it not for the unusual timing, they might have suspected something unspeakable had occurred. After a considerable pause, Lin Yifeng regained his composure and stated, "Based on our earlier conjectures, we must prepare for the threat of extraordinary mutated beasts and superior experts from other cities. In the past, we could station our adept fighters in the satellite city, but..." His implication was clear. The recent expansion of Ice City into new districts had complicated their defensive capabilities. The Supreme Leader continued, "Our Wang clan currently boasts 60 quasi-superior experts and 32 superior experts." "What of the Lin clan?" Lin Yifeng replied without hesitation, "Roughly the same. We have 58 quasi-superior experts and 34 superior experts." "What of it?" The Supreme Leader did not respond directly but continued, "We can form a super battle team, led by the superior experts from our 2 families, incorporating all superior experts from other clans and factions, and then distribute them across the city walls for defense." Qin Yifan nodded in agreement. "That is precisely my intention. As long as they comply, I shall provide them with the finest treatment. Otherwise..." Suddenly, 10 daggers materialized around him, spinning gracefully in the air, their glimmering green light instilling a chill in onlookers' hearts. The 4 elders nearby shuddered, clearly aware of the formidable power he wielded. Lin Yifeng cast a glance at the 4 individuals and whispered, "Mr. Qin, even if our superlative experts can heed your commands, what of the other factions?" The Grand Commander had just mentioned consolidation, employing diplomacy before force. Those who resist would be met with conflict, and if they proved too formidable, they would seek my assistance to ensure their compliance. The first half of his statement was directed at the Grand Commander and his companion, while the latter half was clearly aimed at the 4, indicating that they would henceforth lead the superlative combat team. The 4 immediately nodded in agreement, their obedience almost endearing. which piqued the curiosity of the Grand Commander and his companion about what had transpired earlier. After concluding their discussions and sending the four away, the Grand Commander could no longer contain his curiosity. Lord City Master, is it true that your strength now allows you to dominate superlative experts? Qin Yifan smirked slightly, stating that dominate was an imprecise term. To be exact, he could manipulate their lives and deaths. Lin Yefeng inquired further, how do you manage that? Qin Yifan flashed a mischievous grin. Would you like to find out? He intended to frighten the man, but to his surprise, Lin Yefeng nodded earnestly. I must know. Otherwise I shall be uneasy. Qin Yifan was taken aback by his seriousness. Did he truly wish to experiment with such matters? With an exasperated glare, Qin Yifan reluctantly nicked him with a dagger. There was no alternative. If he did not disclose the reason, Lin Yefeng would persistently nag him. A form of inquiry Qin Yifan found intolerable. As Lin Yefeng's complexion grew pale and his lips turned purple, resembling a valiant martyr ready to sacrifice himself, the Grand Commander hastily exclaimed, City Master, administer a healing spell at once, or he may perish. Fear not, he shall not die while I am here, Qin Yifan assured, raising his hand to cast a detoxification spell, which promptly alleviated Lin Yefeng's condition. Grand Commander, that is unprofessional. While healing spells can mend various injuries, their detoxifying effects are rather mediocre. One must utilize a specific detoxification technique, Qin Yifan remarked. The Grand Commander, bemused, admitted, forgive my ignorance. I have never encountered a detoxification skill before. Recovering, Lin Yefeng posed a rather insightful question. Mr. Qin, are you capable of concocting a toxin that manifests in chronic episodes? Understanding his line of thought, Qin Yifan retorted, did you not proclaim that using poison to control others leads to a dire fate? In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be employed, replied Lin Yefeng. Chapter 136. Control and Chaos. Lin Yefeng was indeed correct. In unusual circumstances, one must resort to unconventional tactics. He then departed with a multitude of pills, claiming to engage in research, though his true intentions were evident to those who understood. The Grand Commander remained behind to further discuss defensive strategies with Qin Yifan. City Master, it appears our expansion is somewhat overly ambitious. Without the defense of satellite cities, we shall find ourselves in a vulnerable position. Qin Yifan shot him a look of exasperation. Is it truly my desire to be so aggressive? Undeterred, the Grand Commander replied directly, given the situation, harboring grievances is futile. We must focus on devising solutions. What is there to fear? When soldiers arrive, we shall confront them. When floods come, we shall build barriers, Qin Yifan asserted. Qin Yifan casually remarked, the military force at our disposal is more than sufficient. The newly recruited individuals are not devoid of combat capability. When the beast tide truly arrives, we can organize them to resist together. This also serves as an excellent opportunity to test their mettle. Moreover, the mutated beasts around Ice City have been eradicated numerous times. It is not so easy for a beast tide to erupt. We can certainly use this time to construct satellite cities. The Grand Commander pondered this, realizing that his tendency to envision the worst-case scenario often instilled a sense of urgency. In reality, as Qin Yifan stated, their forces had consistently been clearing the mutated beasts near Ice City, keeping their numbers within a manageable range. This time, the retreat was merely a precautionary measure, indicating something uncertain. City Lord, how many satellite cities do you plan to build this time? Qin Yifan stroked his chin and countered, Grand Commander, do you believe the current scope of New Ice City is sufficient? Sufficient? The Grand Commander muttered, then uncertainly asked, City Lord, do you mean you wish to expand further? I do not wish for that. Qin Yifan shook his head firmly. What I mean is, if you believe the current area is adequate, let us decide on it once and for all to avoid future complications. The Grand Commander surveyed the surroundings and noticed that standing on the rooftop of the City Lord's residence, one could not see the city's boundaries. A testament to the vastness of Ice City. I feel it is sufficient. If necessary, we can make the satellite cities larger to accommodate more people. No, no, no. Qin Yifan raised his index finger, shaking it. My intention is quite the opposite. I want to transform the satellite cities into bastions of combat, allowing them to fulfill their protective role for the main city. A vivid image flashed in the Grand Commander's mind, prompting him to gasp in surprise. City Lord, are you so fearful of death that you wish to arm Ice City to the teeth? Qin Yifan shot him a disapproving glance. Fearful of death? Even the transcendent experts cannot lay a finger on me. Who could possibly kill me? My actions are solely to ensure Ice City's safety. The Grand Commander pondered, realizing this approach could indeed be feasible, albeit it might deplete their resources significantly. Qin Yifan shrugged. I cannot comprehend one thing. If death is imminent, what use is there in hoarding wealth? Conversely, if we are alive, we can have whatever we desire. You make a valid point, but before the Grand Commander could finish, Qin Yifan interjected, there are no buts. Have Brother Lin assist you in conveying the gravity of the situation to everyone. Then, issue an order. Those with wealth should donate. Those with goods should contribute items, and those with neither should offer their labor. Anyone who does not cooperate will have their status as city residents revoked. Isn't that a bit harsh? The Grand Commander felt a pang of anxiety, thinking that if they proceeded in such a manner, the residents might revolt even before the beast tide arrived. What is there to be concerned about? I will be here to manage it, Qin Yifan replied with a grin. Simultaneously, I will introduce a policy that rewards contributions with points, which can be exchanged for premium supplies. The Grand Commander was left speechless, finally managing to stammer. So, you want me to play the villain? Qin Yifan looked at him with a smirk. Why not let me take on that role of the villain? Let us set aside trivial matters. I have arrived. The commander naturally comprehended Qin Yifan's intention, which was to take decisive action against the prominent families and factions within Ice City. The common folk possess little in terms of wealth, at most. They can offer some labor. The true sources of power lie with those factions and families, which are inherently unstable elements. One should not be deceived by the current appearance of stability in Ice City. There are indeed many harboring thoughts of rebellion and secrecy, although none dare voice such sentiments openly. This presents a fortuitous opportunity, not only to exert pressure upon them, but also to amass resources for the development of Ice City, achieving a dual purpose. As for the possibility of resistance from these factions, initially, some entertained such thoughts. However, once the transcendent experts took action, all notions of defiance dissipated. Their desire to rebel stemmed from ambitions for power or a better existence, rather than a reckless pursuit of death. With their own transcendent experts under control, and some factions lacking such figures entirely, they had little standing to resist. Thus, the commander, prepared to assume the role of the villain, realized that everything unfolded according to Qin Yifan's meticulous calculations. At this moment, he recognized the astonishing speed at which Qin Yifan had evolved. Having contemplated so many factors in a remarkably brief period, it is not entirely his fault for failing to perceive these complexities, as the saying goes. One cannot see the true face of Mount Lu while ensconced within its embrace. He approached the situation from the perspective of an involved party, inevitably overlooking certain aspects. In contrast, Qin Yifan viewed the unfolding events as a mere game. In Ice City, thanks to Qin Yifan's presence, the transcendent experts did not stir up significant disturbances. Even though they were aware of Qin Yifan's formidable prowess, some among the Lin and Wang families still entertained ideas of rebellion. However, a single statement from the four leaders extinguished their malicious thoughts. The city lord is an orphan, while you have families. Unless you can disregard the fate of your loved ones. Subsequently, upon witnessing the dire fates of those external transcendent experts who were poisoned, they dared not entertain any further notions of insurrection. In contrast, other cities lacked the means to restrain their own transcendent experts. Given the opportunity to remain on Blue Star for cultivation, these experts ceased to bide their time for the arrival of interstellar ships. Their foremost thought was to resist the oppression from the ancients who had ventured into the stars, and their second ambition was to monopolize the cultivation resources of Blue Star. Admittedly, the latter thought bordered on madness, yet at such a moment, who could truly restrain their desires? Consequently, various cities experienced transcendent battles of varying scales. This indicated that numerous transcendent experts harbored such ambitions, although those individuals often met grim fates. Of course, this does not imply that those who subdued them lacked desires. Rather, their objectives simply differed. Just after the transcendent battles concluded, as the remaining individuals contemplated striking at other cities, some acted even more swiftly than they. To be more precise, it is the ancient beast kings, hidden deep within the wilderness, who have sounded the horn of vengeance. Chapter 137. To borrow or not to borrow. The retribution of the beast kings does not manifest as a tide of beasts, but rather as a siege against any human daring to trespass into the wild. It is akin to a territorial division, leaving the wilderness solely for human habitation. However, the wilderness offers scant high-level mutated beasts, rendering the super experts from other cities utterly unsatisfied. After all, to achieve breakthroughs, they require higher-grade perfect spirit crystals. Thus, these super experts have ceased their internal conflicts and begun to lead their followers to assault the defenses of the wild. Initially, they indeed achieved some success. But once the beast kings emerged, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, suffering even worse treatment than before their foray into the wild. Consequently, the factions and families that had been suppressed voiced their grievances. They not only needed strategies to breach the wild's defenses, but also had to divert their focus to suppress their subordinates, leaving them exhausted and overwhelmed. With little time to engage in external affairs, the situation in Thunder City mirrored this predicament, albeit with fewer mutated beasts in the wilderness adjacent to Ice City, prompting them to consider an alternative solution. Outside the southern gate of the outer wall of New Ice City, the chief stood with a furrowed brow before a group of individuals. "Elder who?" he inquired. "What did you just say? I was momentarily distracted and did not catch that. Could you please repeat it?" The man at the forefront, with his beard twitching, retorted, "Wong family brat, do not feign ignorance with me. You lack the qualification to converse with me. Summon the super experts of the Wong family." The chief gestured dismissively behind him. "Elder who? Do you have an issue with your eyesight? The super experts of the Wong family are right here. Is it not clear to you?" Elder who was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed failed to notice the individuals behind the chief. After all, in his view, those standing behind others were merely subordinates. How could super experts possibly be subservient? Moreover, super experts do not readily display their prowess, making it difficult for others to discern their status. Since not all super experts are elderly, it is challenging to differentiate them by appearance. With incredulity, he asked, "You can actually command super experts? How is that possible?" "That is not a matter for you to concern yourself with. Let us discuss the purpose of your visit to Ice City," the chief replied. Although this group had not caused a disturbance upon their arrival, their persistent demands to meet the Wong family suggested ulterior motives. The chief was feeling somewhat exasperated. Were it not for his wife's family ties, he would have preferred to engage them in battle directly. "Very well, since you hold the authority, I will converse with you. Wong family brat, I have heard that Ice City possesses a significant quantity of perfect-grade spirit crystals. Is that correct?" The chief cast a glance at the Hu family members standing behind him. They were indeed the true kin of his wife, while Elder Hu's lineage had long since dwindled to insignificance. He pondered whether these individuals were merely intimidated by the super experts or if they were complicit in their wrongdoing. Ice City does indeed have perfect-grade spirit crystals. What, then, does Elder Hu seek to exchange? Exchange? Ha! Elder Hu scoffed. "I have heard from the younger generation that you in Ice City have been exploiting them. Is this true?" Upon hearing his words, the Supreme Commander's expression instantly turned frigid, and his tone grew indifferent. "Exploitation? If a fair trade is deemed exploitation, then I have no further remarks." At that moment, a figure emerged behind the clan elder of the Hu tribe, vociferously retorting, "Elder, did you hear that? This is the sort of rhetoric one would expect from a brother-in-law. Negotiating a deal with my esteemed brother-in-law, and you dare call this exploitation? Brother-in-law, if you possess such exquisite spirit crystals in Ice City, why can you not extend a helping hand to us, insisting on this course of action?" "This course of action? What sort of action?" The Supreme Commander narrowed his eyes, a chilling glimmer flashing within. "Are you not here to negotiate, but rather to confront me in battle?" "Confront you in battle?" The Hu clan elder retorted with scorn. "You must possess the qualifications to do so. A mere lesser being should not overestimate their worth. I shall now grant you an opportunity." Before he could finish, the Supreme Commander interjected, "I am now offering you a chance. Immediately, depart with your men, and I shall pretend you were never here. Otherwise," Elder Hu paused, then erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with derision. "You reject my offer at your own peril. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Men, seize them all." With a single command, over 100 individuals surged forth, revealing that the Hu clan of Thunder City was indeed far more formidable than the Wong clan of Ice City. In contrast, the Supreme Commander's side was weakened, as the elite experts of Ice City were scattered along the outer city walls, with these 20 or so being hastily assembled. "Halt! Wait!" Two voices rang out simultaneously. Upon hearing the latter voice, the Supreme Commander's heart, once burdened, was now at ease. He stepped back a few paces. In the next moment, a figure gracefully descended to his previous position, smiling as he addressed Elder Hu. "Pray tell, who might you be? What brings you to my Ice City, clamoring for violence?" The Hu clan elder scrutinized the newcomer, uncertain. "Are you the Lord of Ice City?" "Indeed. I am Qin Yifan, the current Lord of Ice City," came the reply. It was Qin Yifan, who had received a message from the Supreme Commander, prompting his timely arrival. The Hu clan elder, still unsure, inquired, "Are you an elite expert?" "I have answered one of your questions, out of mutual respect. It is now your turn to respond to mine," Qin Yifan stated. The elder, clearly unaccustomed to such unorthodox behavior, contemplated a direct confrontation. However, upon witnessing Qin Yifun's unyielding demeanor, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Having heard from the younger generation that the Lord of Ice City possessed the ability to slay elite experts, if possible, he truly wished to avoid conflict with such an individual. Ahem, I am the elder of the Hu clan. I have come to request some resources from your Ice City. My subordinate lacked the means to defend himself, and in a moment of frustration, I contemplated teaching him a lesson. Oh, is that truly the case? Qin Yifun feigned ignorance, then shifted the conversation. Our supreme commander is known for his courtesy, especially towards relatives, and he has always shown you due respect. Am I not correct? Lord of Thunder City? The final remark pertains to the individual who had previously boasted to the Grand Commander, specifically the newly appointed Lord of Thunder City. This statement is laden with double entendre, primarily directed at the Grand Commander. It implies that the notion of a grain of rice brings kindness, while a handful brings enmity has been validated, hasn't it? The Grand Commander felt a twinge of shame, yet the Lord of Thunder City remained unfazed, audaciously countering that if he truly respected his relatives, he would not resort to transactions and should generously provide us with perfect-level spirit crystals. Should he? Where is the abundance of shits in this situation? Qin Yifun shot a sidelong glance at the man and inquired, now that you have assumed the title of Lord, does the entire Thunder City bend to your will? Seeing the man at a loss for words, Qin Yifun continued, moreover, he is merely a Grand Commander, capable of providing care within his limitations, yet you persist in your unreasonable demands, truly a pack of ingrates. His words grew increasingly scathing, prompting the elder of the Hu clan to interject sternly. Setting aside your grievances, I shall pose a simple question. If I were to seek a loan from you, would you lend it or not? Chapter 138, Confrontation Unleashed. Qin Yifun scrutinized the elder of the Hu clan with a sideways glance, muttering under his breath. You seem to be a person of some standing, yet you lack even the most basic understanding of human affairs. Could it be that you have transformed from a transcendent beast king? Although he appeared to be speaking to himself, his voice was far from hushed. Upon hearing his words, those from Thunder City subtly retreated a step. This infuriated the elder of the Hu clan, who, with furrowed brows and clenched fists, barked, Whom do you insult? You are the one resembling a transcendent beast king. I am a dignified human. Qin Yifun raised an eyebrow. You dare to invoke the term dignified? He gestured toward the throng behind the elder, bringing such a large entourage to borrow something while speaking so defiantly. Does this truly reflect human conduct? The elder was left speechless by the rebuke, while Qin Yifun pressed on. When borrowing from others, one must possess the proper demeanor. Otherwise, do not use borrowing as an excuse. If you were direct, I would respect your forthrightness. But now, what is this farce? Infuriate me, and I shall see your demise. With that, the elder of the Hu clan prepared to strike, but Qin Yifun raised a hand. Wait. The elder, believing he had reconsidered, suppressed his fury and queried, What? You have come to your senses? How astute of you. Or else what? Qin Yifun interrupted dismissively. I merely wish to inquire whether all those behind you have accompanied you to borrow items. His tone was exceedingly abrasive, causing the Lord of Thunder City to recall his previous conduct, making him tremble internally. However, with numerous transcendent experts at his side, he regained his bravado. We do not seek a loan. We intend to seize all of your perfect-level spirit crystals from Ice City. If you understand the situation, you will surrender them willingly to avoid suffering. The others echoed his sentiments, with the transcendent experts all rallying behind the elder of the Hu clan. Observing their actions, Qin Yifun nodded and then turned to the Grand Commander, inquiring, What is your opinion? The Supreme Commander cast a sidelong glance at him, exclaiming, What more can I say? We've been bullied to the extreme. We might as well take action. Can you handle them? Of course, it falls to me. Let the capable bear the burden. Just leave the Lord of Thunder City to me. No problem. Observing their casual exchange, the elder of the Hu clan was infuriated, practically erupting with rage. You insolent brat. Today, I shall teach you what it means to respect your elders. With a swift motion, he conjured an arrow radiating a golden light and shot it towards Qin Yifun like a bolt of lightning. The entire sequence transpired in less than a second. Yet it was ample time for Qin Yifun to evade. However, he remained still. The Supreme Commander, despite his confidence in him, couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Be careful, that fellow has made his move. Qin Yifun had just enough time to wink at him, reassuringly stating, Don't worry, he poses no threat to me. As he spoke, he casually raised his hand, effortlessly catching the golden arrow, exclaiming in delight, A manifestation technique? Is this gold? How fortuitous, ah. He then activated the 5 elements purification technique, transforming the golden arrow into a small golden crystal. Those present were left utterly astonished. Even the Supreme Commander, accustomed to his extraordinary purification skills, was taken aback by his ability to extract a tangible form from a summoned object. The elder of the Hu clan, terrified, stammered, "What sort of sorcery is this?" Yet, Qin Yifan did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he grinned and said, "Come on, old man, continue. My fortune depends on you." The elder stood there dumbfounded, his eyes glinting with greed as he stared at Qin Yifan, unsure of how to proceed. This fellow actually considered him a money tree. It was absurd. Noticing the elder's hesitation, Qin Yifan feigned impatience, producing a dagger with a flick of his wrist. Then in a flash, he appeared before the elder. As the dagger approached him, the elder instinctively raised his defenses, conjuring a massive golden shield before him. In the next moment, Qin Yifan's dagger halted midair, and he placed his other hand on the golden shield. Activating the 5 elements purification technique, the shield transformed into a slightly larger golden crystal in Qin Yifan's grasp. He then brandished the dagger, urging, "Continue, or I shall end you." The elder trembled with rage, having never been so toyed with before, while those behind him seethed with indignation. Even the Supreme Commander's entourage felt that Qin Yifan was asking for trouble, yet the Supreme Commander could only smile wryly, recognizing that this fellow was merely showcasing his skills. In essence, Qin Yifan was closing in on the elder, who failed to comprehend the situation. If someone could toy with him so effortlessly, wouldn't it be easy to eliminate him? At that moment, a transcendent expert from the elder's side, unable to tolerate the spectacle any longer, charged at Qin Yifan. He refrained from using any skills, perhaps out of fear of collateral damage to the elder, relying solely on his physical speed to reach Qin Yifan and throw a punch. He seemed quite confident in his swiftness, and upon seeing Qin Yifan remain motionless, he assumed he had stunned him, causing a smirk to form at the corner of his mouth as he swung his fist. Yet in the next moment, the corners of his mouth could no longer be raised. Qin Yifan turned to him and remarked, "At this pace, you should return and practice for another 10 or 8 years before coming back." With that, he lifted his foot and swiftly kicked him, sending him tumbling back at a speed even greater than his initial charge. Midway through his flight, a mouthful of blood erupted forth, and before he could reach the ground, he lost consciousness. The onlookers were taken aback, finally acknowledging Qin Yifan and realizing that he was not merely being arrogant, but was, in fact, overwhelmingly superior to the elder of the Hu clan. Gazing at the dagger before him, the elder of the Hu clan trembled and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Seeing his fright, yet failing to unleash his skills, Qin Yifan found the situation rather dull. He shrugged and said, "You had your chance, and now you cannot blame me for being ungracious." Before the elder could respond, he waved his hand, and the dagger lightly grazed his face, leaving a slender cut. However, only a trickle of blood emerged before the wound miraculously healed. Everyone stood in dazed silence, and the elder of the Hu clan stared blankly at Qin Yifan's retreating figure. He pondered, "What is happening? You could have killed me, yet you merely grazed my face. Is this a reprieve or something else?" Just as he contemplated speaking, a sudden sharp pain seized his heart, followed by a numbing sensation throughout his body, rendering him unable to breathe. He wished to scream, but no sound escaped his lips. He remained frozen in place. To the others, it appeared as though he was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his exposed skin had turned a deep shade of blue, indicative of a lethal poison. At that moment, Qin Yifan mumbled, "What a fine cash cow. If only you could cooperate a bit more, I might have spared your life." Alas, as he trailed off, an idea seemed to strike him suddenly. He slapped his forehead and turned to the newcomers from Thunder City. "I almost forgot about you all. Come on, come on. It said that relatives have a high probability of awakening similar talents. Which of you can manifest gold?" Chapter 139. Conquering Thunder City. Observing the elder of the Hu clan, who appeared lifeless yet still stood, and glancing at the astonished face of Qin Yifan, the group from Thunder City was utterly dumbfounded. It was well known that the elder had breached the level 60 barrier without any external assistance, although he had years of experience. Such a breakthrough would have been impossible without extraordinary talent. Now, this figure, who was almost deified in their eyes, had been so easily obliterated. What hope remained for them? Mere underlings? The mere thought left them in a state of shock. Seeing that no one responded, Qin Yifan pointed the dagger at one of them, declaring, "You, yes, you. The Lord of Thunder City, you must know these individuals quite well, don't you?" The Lord of Thunder City trembled uncontrollably, having only heard tales of this man's brutality. He now experienced it firsthand. This was not merely cruelty, it was devoid of humanity. "Lord of Ice City," he stammered, "the elder is unique among us. We did not inherit his talents." This answer displeased Qin Yifan, who frowned and retorted, "You did not inherit? Then what reason do I have to spare you?" The Lord of Thunder City swallowed hard and clenched his teeth, saying, "My lord, we were misled by the clan elder into causing a ruckus in Ice City. I humbly ask for your understanding. Furthermore, we possess a multitude of extraordinary masters, while you stand alone." As he spoke, his confidence grew, and he directly threatened, "Let us consider this incident forgotten, and we shall return to Thunder City. Otherwise." Qin Yifan smirked and interjected, "Otherwise what?" The Lord of Thunder City clenched his fists tightly, replying, "If you continue to be so aggressive, do not blame us if we fight to the bitter end." The outcome of death was assured, but as for the destruction of the net, would you care to test that? With a mere thought. Qin Yifan conjured a dagger that appeared out of thin air, swiftly embedding itself behind the envoy from Thunder City at an unimaginable speed. This was the ability of object manipulation, the most combat-effective skill among his auxiliary abilities. You may try to see whether your speed surpasses that of my dagger. The envoy from Thunder City collectively took a step back, eager to distance themselves from the gleaming daggers, setting aside the sharpness of the blades. The poison upon them was undoubtedly lethal, and they had no desire to inadvertently accompany the clan elder to the afterlife. The Lord of Thunder City, feeling utterly frustrated, finally managed to speak after a long silence. "What is it that you truly desire?" Qin Yifan waved his hand dismissively. "Your authority is beyond my concern. However, what about you lot? Do you wish to live or die?" The latter question was directed at the extraordinary masters, and upon hearing they might have a chance to survive. One stepped forward and inquired, "What are the conditions for survival?" Qin Yifan regarded him with a knowing glance. "It is simple. Serve me, and you shall live." Without hesitation. The man nodded. "Very well, I shall heed your command and follow you." Qin Yifan flipped his hand, revealing a pill in his palm. "I seek more than mere words. Take this pill to seal the deal." The man hesitated, realizing that while he wished to survive, he had no genuine desire to become Qin Yifan's subordinate. Glancing at the pill and then at the extraordinary masters behind the Lord, he understood that this pill was likely not a benign offering. Qin Yifan raised his other hand, aligning the dagger and the pill parallel to one another. He remained silent, yet his intent was unmistakable. One path led to death, the other to life. The choice was yours. The man's pupils dilated as his gaze began to flit anxiously, and an energy fluctuation emanated from his body. Qin Yifan's lips curled into a cruel smile, and just as the man's skill was about to manifest, a shroud of darkness enveloped him. In an instant, Qin Yifan dashed forward, and as the dark veil dissipated, the man clutched his wounded face, crying out, "My lord, I am willing to submit. I will take the pill. I beg for your mercy." Yet, Qin Yifan did not spare him a glance, instead turning his attention to the extraordinary masters of Thunder City, raising his hands once more. "Do not accuse me of cruelty. It was not I who brought you here to stir trouble. Thus, if you have erred, you must pay the price. Life or death. The choice is yours." As the dark canopy enveloped everyone, allowing them to experience the effects of the skill, it dissipated. With a grave expression, he solemnly declared, "Do not attempt to play tricks before me. I shall not impose excessively upon you. 5 years. If you perform adequately, I shall grant you your freedom." Following the previous laughter and jesting, his serious tone instantly resonated with all, making them acknowledge the validity of his words. They no longer felt the ingestion of the poisonous pill was particularly unjust, as it was they who had erred first. It was unreasonable to expect absolute trust from another, compelling them to resort to such measures. Their newfound understanding was primarily due to Qin Yifan's formidable strength. The earlier fate of the Hu clan elder and another individual, coupled with the skill's dark effects, left them with no means of escape. What could they do but accept their fate? Eventually, those elite masters lined up before Qin Yifan to receive the poisonous pills. Qin Yifan selected a cunning individual to demonstrate the potency of the pills. He then chose the most honest of the group and handed him 2 vials of the poison, instructing him to return to Thunder City and subdue the superclass masters of other clans and factions. As for the city lord of Thunder City, he received a harsh reprimand, subsequently requesting a poisonous pill from Qin Yifan to prevent any future mischief. Thus, in a remarkably short period, Thunder City fell under Qin Yifan's dominion. Of course, serving under him was not without its advantages. At the very least, they could obtain substantial benefits from him at no cost. The perfect grade extracts could be supplied in unlimited quantities, a treatment they had long coveted, albeit now under his control. Following the principle of what seems too good to be true often is, they found it easier to accept than they had anticipated. However, those were matters for another time. 3 days after the turmoil in Thunder City, the Lin clan, tasked with monitoring Beishan, relayed alarming news. The mutated beasts in the 10,000 Serpent Cave had erupted in chaos, with a multitude of mutated venomous snakes departing the cave and heading towards Ice City. This news captured Qin Yifun's utmost attention, as the 10,000 Serpent Cave had yet to be thoroughly explored, leaving its contents shrouded in mystery. Unlike the wilderness, where the locations of high-tier beast kings were well known, the situation had remained relatively undisclosed, primarily due to a mutual non-interference among all parties. In truth, the high-tier beast kings near Ice City harbored desires for revenge, yet they lacked the manpower to execute their plans. They had attempted to breach Ice City on several occasions, but were thwarted by superclass masters. Had it not been for the city's extensive expansion, stretching their defenses thin, the nearby superclass masters might not have arrived in time to prevent the escape of several high-tier beast kings. The intelligence regarding the 10,000 Serpent Cave was, however, exceedingly vague. While the presence of superclass Serpent Kings was certain, their numbers remained unknown. Upon learning of this situation, the leader, Lin Yefeng, promptly arrived at the city lord's office to confer with Qin Yifan on a strategy. Qin Yifan expressed his desire to investigate personally, but was swiftly dissuaded by the other two. The leader simply advised him, "You are now a leader in your own right. If every matter requires your direct involvement, what purpose do your subordinates serve?" Chapter 140. A new mission. Qin Yifan found himself somewhat speechless, yet he recognized the wisdom in the commander's words. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Is our strategy to concentrate our superior forces to thwart them, or should we rely on the fortifications of the city walls for a dispersed defense?" The commander replied softly, "I have dispatched elite experts to investigate. We will soon ascertain the number of transcendent Serpent Kings. We can formulate our strategy once we have that information." Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow. "If that is the case, why the urgency in summoning me?" The commander gestured towards Lin Yefeng, indicating, "He was the one who called for you." Lin Yefeng nodded and began to speak. "Mr. Qin, after analyzing the situation with my team, we have concluded that the changes in the cultivation environment are unexpectedly vast." Unexpectedly vast? To what extent? Qin Yifan queried. Lin Yefeng swiftly tapped on his portable computer, projecting a virtual screen that displayed a series of proportional charts. It is well known that the emergence of supernatural abilities in humanity followed a significant change, which was precipitated by a unique form of energy. This energy is dispersed evenly and stably throughout the air. However, a year ago, a sudden alteration occurred. Although the increase was minimal, it led to considerable transformations. Since then, I have developed a warning system to monitor fluctuations in the proportion of this special energy, which has been steadily rising since the new year, stabilizing only yesterday. He then clicked through the virtual screen, showcasing the proportions from 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 1 year ago, and the most recent 2 changes. The silence spoke volumes, and the commander was taken aback by the magnitude of this change. But what does this signify? Lin Yefeng's tone grew more animated as he explained. "I chose to represent this data in proportions because defining the value of special energy has proven challenging. However, I now have a rather audacious hypothesis." As he spoke, he clicked again on the virtual screen, transforming the proportion charts into a set of numerical data. The previous special energy level was defined as 60. The change from a year ago was deemed approximately 61, while post-New Year, it progressively elevated until it stabilized at 80 yesterday. Whereas the earlier data may have been confusing, this recent transformation clarified everything. Qin Yifan exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness! Old Lin, this is astounding." The commander, equally astonished, questioned Lin Yefeng. "How can you be so certain it can rise to level 80? Lin Yefeng shook his head. "I cannot guarantee it. It is merely a bold conjecture. Consider this. If we define the previous level as 60, it suggests our potential limit was merely 60. However, following this significant change, the special energy has increased dramatically. Everyone understands that as levels rise, breakthroughs become increasingly arduous. Thus, I have calculated the energy required for each level increase based on a certain ratio, leading to this hypothetical conclusion." Qin Yifan gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed by Lin Yefeng's intellect. By following Lin Yefeng's reasoning and correlating it with the system's data changes, he easily deduced that Lin Yefeng's conclusion was indeed plausible. However, without concrete evidence, they cannot draw a conclusion. Yet, to entertain such audacious conjectures is already an impressive feat. Thus, at this juncture, there is no need for us to contemplate venturing into the interstellar realm. Instead, let us devote our time to cultivation. For perhaps we shall no longer fear those who return from the stars. Upon Qin Yifun's utterance, both the commander and Lin Yifeng's breaths quickened. Wait a moment. The commander steadied himself before speaking gravely. According to an elder from my family, he once inadvertently overheard a conversation among those individuals. It seems their experience in the interstellar world is not as grand as one might assume. Lin Yifeng confidently asserted, that is certainly the case, otherwise they would not return to exploit us. If they were faring well, they should be looking after us instead. The commander waved his hand dismissively, stating that this was not the crux of the matter. The key issue was that these individuals lamented the difficulty of breaking through levels, with most of them not even reaching level 70. Qin Yifen's eyes widened in disbelief. Not even level 70. They must be in quite a dire situation. However, Lin Yifeng shook his head, clarifying, they are merely subordinates sent back to carry out tasks, so their levels naturally would not be high. Those of higher levels are likely preoccupied with their own cultivation. Though this remained a mere speculation, the commander nodded in agreement. This analysis was quite reasonable. Yet it raised a pressing concern. While we may not fear the subordinates sent back, what about those high-level individuals? As soon as this thought crossed Qin Yifen's mind, a notification chime from the system echoed in his head. Ding. The system has a new task. Please complete it on time. Task. Unite with other cities in Huaxia to jointly resist the interstellar visitors. Task duration. 1.5 years. Task completion reward. A 5-level increase in all attributes. This task astonished Qin Yifen, though it felt somewhat expected. After all, for such a significant matter, it would be remiss of the system not to involve him. With a wave of his hand, he declared, why overthink? Let us focus on our cultivation. Solutions will present themselves in due time. He dared not reveal the system's existence. Hence, he could not afford to appear overly anxious. There remained 1.5 years. Thus, prioritizing cultivation was undoubtedly prudent. Lin Yifeng remarked, indeed. Uncertain matters are futile to analyze without sufficient data to support them. The commander found himself speechless, thinking that this fellow was indeed a research fanatic. And his explanation was refreshingly unconventional. With the system having issued a task, Qin Yifen no longer regarded the mutated serpent's uprising with great concern. Of course, it was not that he ignored the situation entirely. He simply did not perceive it as a significant threat. However, 5 days later, he was compelled to reassess the situation. The commander and Lin Yifeng arrived once more, this time genuinely concerned about the mutated serpents. What is going on? Didn't you say I need not take action personally? Are those super-tier experts not putting in the effort? The commander shook his head with a wry smile, explaining, that is not the case. They too wish to eliminate those super-tier mutated serpent kings, but alas, those creatures are exceedingly resilient and remarkably cunning. Lin Yifeng added. Those mutated venomous snake kings possess immense size and formidable defensive scales. Their skills are quite formidable as well, in addition to the commonly known abilities. They also have an escape skill akin to teleportation. If one cannot defeat them, it is best to flee from a distance. Upon hearing this, Qin Yifen immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. Where are these mutated venomous snake kings located now? The Grand Commander responded, these creatures, aware that they are powerless against Ice City, have dispersed with their offspring around the northern mountains. Due to previous hunts, other mutated beasts are no match for them, which has turned the northern mountains into the domain of the mutated snakes. It is indeed amusing that in the absence of tigers, the venomous snakes reign supreme. Qin Yifen remarked with keen interest, this time, I can finally step outside for some fresh air, can I? Yes, but you cannot act alone. You must take a team of elite warriors with you. Why must I bring them? Qin Yifen questioned reluctantly, yet the Grand Commander provided a reasonable justification. Though those elite fighters are limited by poison, some remain unconvinced in their hearts. Do you understand? Qin Yifen scoffed. And what if they are unconvinced? Do they wish for their own demise? They do not seek death, yet there is indeed a tendency to shirk their duties. We cannot control them. So it falls to you to handle it. Qin Yifen shook his head. I told you this method wouldn't prove effective, but at this stage, there is no time for moral persuasion. It seems I must resort to forceful means. He was not one to indulge in antiquated notions. He typically resolved issues using the most straightforward approaches, devoid of any ideals of repaying kindness with enmity. Do not inquire further. Such concepts are lost on those lacking culture. All right, Then I shall take a team of elite warriors with me this time to reshape their perspectives. Thus, Qin Yifan set forth towards the northern mountains with a group of 10. Throughout the journey, he remained silent, merely hastening their pace with his extraordinary speed. This was not intended to intimidate the elite fighters, but rather, he had not ventured out for a long time and wished to test his enhanced speed. However, serendipity struck. His velocity garnered the admiration of those elite fighters, revealing that he was not merely a fool wielding superficial talents to control others. If Qin Yifan were to learn of their thoughts, he would be at a loss whether to laugh or to cry. An hour later, they arrived at the foot of the northern mountains, where familiar faces awaited them. Upon seeing them, Qin Yifan greeted with a smile. "Monkey, what brings you here? Aren't you afraid of the dangers?" The monkey promptly approached with a grin. "Lord of the city, you know our capabilities. This task suits us perfectly. As for danger, if I cannot defeat them, I can certainly outrun them." Qin Yifan patted him on the shoulder and activated his probing technique, astonished to see. "Well done, monkey. You've reached level 56. Have you acquired any new skills?" This was an application of his own research. By concentrating the probing technique into a single point, he could discern the specific information he sought, just as he was doing now. The monkey, unfazed, wore a smug expression as he spoke. Indeed, with the perfect grade spirit crystals provided by the city lord, claiming that progress is rapid might be an exaggeration, yet the pace of cultivation is undeniably impressive. After a moment of praising the virtues, he leaned closer to Qin Yifan, speaking in hushed tones. "City lord, I have acquired a formidable skill, Spatial Storm. However, this skill is exceedingly energy-consuming. I can only utilize it once at full capacity." He continued, "The Spatial Storm generates numerous spatial blades within a certain radius, delivering indiscriminate damage. Yet it demands a substantial amount of energy." Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow. "Pleased? Excellent. You now possess a combat skill. No worries. When you wish to activate it, simply find someone to protect you." The monkey nodded in understanding and returned to the matter at hand. "City Lord, the super-tier mutated Snake King I am monitoring is located 10 kilometers away, accompanied by 10 mutated Snake Kings and numerous mutated snakes. I suspect these mutated snakes operate in a social structure, and the group I am observing is relatively small." Qin Yifan nodded, then produced a perfect-grade spirit crystal, presenting it to the monkey. "Thank you for your efforts. This is an additional reward for you." Initially taken aback, the monkey soon regained his composure and accepted the crystal with both hands. "Thank you for your generous gift, City Lord. It is my duty to serve you faithfully." "Very well, continue searching for other mutated snake groups. Perform well, and there will be further rewards." "Yes, City Lord." The display left the super-tier experts somewhat speechless. Yet they couldn't help but covet the perfect-grade spirit crystal in the monkey's grasp. They had heard clearly that he was using such luxuries for cultivation, which seemed excessively extravagant. Despite being super-tier experts themselves, they had never dared to indulge in such a manner, as they needed to reserve the complete spirit crystals for encounters with interstellar visitors. Yet here was this fellow, brazenly squandering perfect spirit crystals without fear of offending those visitors. However, Qin Yifan offered no explanations, leading them onwards in the direction indicated by the monkey. Soon, they encountered a multitude of mutated snakes, yet these lower-tier creatures failed to pique his interest, and he chose to disregard them. The super-tier experts, understanding the gravity of the situation, unleashed their own formidable auras, effectively intimidating the mutated snakes while simultaneously sending a signal to the super-tier mutated Snake King. Before long, 10 colossal mutated snakes approached, encircling an even larger mutated snake. Qin Yifan stood before them, appearing diminutive, yet he remained undaunted. After surveying the scene, he proclaimed loudly, "The Serpent's Den is your territory, if you return obediently. I shall not trouble you. Let us coexist peacefully thereafter." The super-tier beast king, possessing intellect though unable to articulate human language, expressed its thoughts through mental energy. "Hiss, humans. You slay us, and we shall retaliate." Well, it seemed that while it had some intelligence, it was not extensive. Realizing communication was futile, Qin Yifan simply stated, "Given the circumstances, do not blame me for my ruthless heart. I shall annihilate your entire clan." With those words, he unsheathed a long sword, crafted specifically for him by Lin Yefeng, forged from a material superior to refined steel, known as thousandfold tempered steel. In an instant, he dashed toward the super-tier mutated Serpent Kings. The audacity of his actions rendered not only the Serpent Kings astonished, but also left the super-tier experts in a state of bewilderment. They thought to themselves, how reckless could he be? That is a super-tier mutated Serpent King, not an ordinary creature. Is he truly rushing to his demise? His death would not be a concern. But he must first neutralize our poison. We have no desire to perish alongside him. With this in mind, albeit reluctantly, they prepared to follow him for his protection. However, Qin Yifun's next utterance left them even more astounded. You all stay put to avoid accidental harm. The super-tier experts twitched at the corners of their mouths, thinking, we are all level 60, and you, a mere level 50, what gives you such confidence? Yet, what unfolded next was nothing short of astonishing. A diminutive human, indeed, charged directly towards a super-tier mutated Serpent King, swinging his longsword towards its vulnerable spot. Surprisingly, the Serpent King exhibited no reaction whatsoever. No. It was that it lacked a response. There were energy fluctuations emanating from its body, yet it did not unleash any skills. It seemed as if, for a fleeting moment, a shadowy gleam flashed across the Serpent King's form, but the duration was so brief that one might have dismissed it as an illusion. I saw it too, and I heard that this individual possesses dark abilities. That must be it. Yet, why did the super-tier mutated Serpent King remain motionless? Did it not wish to move? It was merely taken aback, momentarily stunned. Moreover, Qin Yifun's speed was extraordinary, leaving no time for the serpent to react. That sword had already struck its neck. Chapter 142. Regrouping the super-tier battle team with a soft sound akin to a sharp instrument piercing flesh, the strike landed. The sheer size of the super-tier mutated Serpent King rendered Qin Yifun's sword at a modest length of 1.7 meters, almost trivial, merely grazing its skin. However, what Qin Yifun did next left the onlookers in utter disbelief. After delivering that strike, he turned and walked away without a glance back. Upon returning to his comrades, all the mutated beasts and his allies regarded him with expressions of sheer incredulity. Their looks seemed to convey the message, are you jesting with us? You created such a commotion merely to inflict a minor wound? Have you lost your senses? Just as the crowd and the beast were silently mocking him, the super-tier mutated Serpent King, which had been grazed, suddenly emitted a shriek. Instantly, the attention of both the people and the beasts shifted towards it, revealing that the creature was now on the brink of death, exhibiting symptoms of severe poisoning. This was a super-tier mutated Serpent King. Let it be noted, a Serpent King. A master of poison, yet it had succumbed to poison itself. Can you believe it? And so swiftly, it was nearing its demise. What could this possibly signify? The gazes of both the crowd and the beast once again turned towards Qin Yifun, filled with trepidation. Particularly, the remaining 10 super-evolved variant venomous snake kings retreated a step, their lengths exceeding 50 meters. Thus, this single backward motion translated to several meters of distance, underscoring their profound fear. At that moment, as Qin Yifun regained his balance, he muttered in disbelief, I thought I would have to wait a while before succumbing to the poison, yet it happened so swiftly. With that, he swiftly returned to the corpse of the snake and placed his hand upon it, directly initiating the 5 elements purification technique. This time, the prompts in his mind were more abundant. He could choose to purify it into either venomous spirit crystals or spatial spirit crystals separately, or even merge them into one, while also having the option to refine them into blood crystals using these 2 methods. After pondering briefly, Qin Yifun decided to purify it into a complete spirit crystal. He wished to keep his ability to refine separately a secret from these onlookers, and even if mixed together, the venomous property would pose no threat to humans at most. The effects would be diminished. He then held aloft the spirit crystal, roughly the size of a crystal ball, and proclaimed, a super-evolved perfect-grade spirit crystal. Do you comprehend its significance? Although he did not turn around, the super-evolved masters understood that his words were directed at them. At that moment, they were exceedingly exhilarated. Possessing such a spirit crystal made their ascension to level 61 an absolute certainty. In an instant, their gazes towards the remaining 10 super-evolved variant venomous snake kings ignited with fervor. Without needing to observe, Qin Yifun anticipated their reactions and commanded, attack. Do not fear their escape. I shall provide support. Even without assistance, those super-evolved masters would not let the super-evolved variant venomous snake kings slip away, as they represented their hopes for advancement. Thus, each selected a target and charged forth. Naturally, they did not engage in close combat like Qin Yifun. Instead, they opted to employ their skills from a distance. However, despite being super-evolved masters, their combat capabilities were somewhat lacking. This was not due to any inherent weakness, but rather because, when facing variant beasts of the same tier, the ability users found themselves at a disadvantage. The combat prowess of the ability users barely reached 70 or 80% of that of the equivalent variant beasts, primarily due to the inferior physicality of the ability users. Their defensive capabilities were several grades lower, causing them to refrain from exerting their full potential, whereas the variant beasts could act without restraint, widening the gap in combat effectiveness. Witnessing their excited charge into battle, which turned into a chaotic struggle, Qin Yifan could not help but voice his frustration. Seriously? You dare call yourselves super evolved masters? I just recently broke through to level 50 and can effortlessly dispatch them. Look at you all. Why are you hesitating? I said I would provide support. You are missing such an excellent opportunity, it's simply ridiculous. I might as well lay them down for you to slay, and yet you show me this? Initially, he merely complained, but as his irritation grew, he observed their arduous efforts and decided to assist with the dark canopy, only to discover that they still faltered. This prompted him to unleash a tirade of exasperation. In truth, the criticisms directed at those elite experts are rather unjust. Firstly, it was their first time collaborating with Qin Yifan, and a certain level of unfamiliarity was to be expected. Secondly, even though Qin Yifan managed to restrict the abilities of those elite mutated serpent kings, their physical defenses were not so easily breached. Eventually, upon witnessing the true strength of Qin Yifan's support, they began to unleash their full potential, managing to recover some semblance of the situation, which somewhat diminished the volume of Qin Yifan's reproaches. However, after enduring a full 10 minutes of scolding, their morale began to falter, leading them to emulate Qin Yifan's reckless approach, venting their frustrations with cold weapons. Fortunately, they succeeded in eliminating all the elite mutated serpent kings. Yet there was no joy in victory, only a tinge of regret. Qin Yifan, while refining resources, remarked with a smirk, "What is the matter? You perform poorly and then blame me for your shortcomings? Let me tell you, don't think that just because you're elite experts, you can take things for granted. If you don't perform well, don't expect to receive any rewards from me." After saying this, he directly stored the refined elite spirit crystals into his personal space, leaving the group of elite experts envious beyond measure. Continuing to refine another crystal, he casually asked them, "Want one?" The elite experts eagerly nodded, their previous reservations forgotten. Qin Yifan smiled slightly, indicating that their performance would determine their rewards. This simple statement invigorated the elite experts, who displayed remarkable valor in the subsequent battle, especially as they grew accustomed to Qin Yifan's support. Avoiding the venom and fangs meant they faced minimal danger. If they could not win such an advantageous battle, they might as well have thrown themselves onto the fangs of the serpents. In just one day, they exterminated 3 groups of mutated serpents, slaying over 50 elite mutated serpent kings. In the end, Qin Yifan bestowed upon each of them a complete elite spirit crystal, accompanied by a significant remark, "How you perform when you return is something I need not elaborate on." They understood, assuring the city lord that with this incentive, anyone who failed to contribute would receive nothing. Indeed, we shall oversee the others. Those who shirk their responsibilities will reap no rewards. As the saying goes, fortifications are breached from within. This straightforward appeal to their self-interest effectively dismantled the so-called alliance that some had labored to establish, witnessing tangible benefits laid out before them. The atmosphere within the elite team shifted dramatically. Even those who had initially urged complacency fell silent, pondering how to attract a few elite mutated beasts to their defensive perimeter. Prior to this, they would merely have engaged the elite mutated beast briefly, considering it sufficient to drive them away. Now, however, had it not been for the necessity of guarding the city walls, they might have contemplated venturing into the wilderness to hunt those elite mutated beasts. Chapter 143. 2 months later since that day, Qin Yifan took the elite team out repeatedly to reap the rewards of the season. Within a few days, the mutated serpents had all retreated to the serpent's lair, fearing that if they did not return soon, their kind would face annihilation. Subsequently, Qin Yifan refrained from pursuing them, as he needed to extract complete spiritual crystals from their essence. Annihilating them all would be akin to depleting a well of fish. One must fatten the pig before slaughtering it, and harvest the leeks in successive cuts. His words halted the bloodthirsty super-tier team and redirected their focus to the wilderness. This action served a dual purpose: to reorganize the super-tier team and to safeguard the construction of the satellite city, such as the state of Ice City. While other cities grapple with the disturbances caused by super-tier mutated beasts, they persist in their ambitious expansion plans. This undertaking is audacious, as the satellite city being constructed to the south is divided into 2 phases. The first phase is designed to protect the main city, while the second directly blocks several wilderness entrances. This is not merely a defensive measure against the mutated beast threatening Ice City, but rather an initiative to clear this stretch of wilderness and establish a dreamlike synergy with Thunder City. In essence, Ice City is preparing to annex Thunder City. This unprecedented endeavor is remarkable, considering the vast wilderness separating the two cities, teeming with countless mutated beasts. Typically, traversing the wilderness poses no issue, yet establishing a thoroughfare through it is deemed impossible. Nevertheless, Ice City is determined to shatter this impossibility. According to Qin Yifan, as the supply of complete spiritual crystals increases, so too will the levels of super-tier experts. The surplus combat power, if left idle, serves no purpose. Thus, providing them with opportunities for merit will prevent them from losing their motivation to cultivate. Under his encouragement, a fervor for cultivation swept through Ice City, with Qin Yifan once again assuming the role of a facilitator. To accomplish his objectives, he must expedite the advancement of the ability users, which requires an approach that transcends conventional cultivation methods. In Ice City now, one can exchange contribution points for perfect-grade spiritual crystals, whether in fragments or whole. They are eagerly sought after by the ability users. Those of lower levels utilize fragments for cultivation, while the higher tiers indulge in the complete crystals. Such extravagance has become the norm. Numerous avenues exist to acquire contribution points, the simplest being donations of money or goods, followed by slaying mutated beasts, or, if one is less inclined, joining the construction efforts. Do not underestimate those engaged in infrastructure, nor should one perceive it as a secure occupation. It is vital to acknowledge that mutated beasts exist in the wild. Even though Ice City has consistently cleared the areas surrounding the city and deployed substantial forces in regions designated for satellite city construction, there remains an adage: a single oversight can lead to disaster. No one can guarantee absolute safety, hence construction work is fraught with peril. But the contribution points earned are substantial. Initially, if your combat prowess is lacking, engaging in construction is entirely feasible. Acquiring contribution points allows for the exchange of cultivation resources, thereby enhancing one's combat capabilities to hunt mutated beasts. Thus, Ice City has established a streamlined process for producing elite ability users, and this system is only set to improve. Of course, this situation is not exclusive to Ice City. It has reached a level of widespread acknowledgement. While Qin Yifan was instrumental in its implementation, it is a phenomenon he has significantly fostered. In this era, the landscape is not solely dominated by official media. There exists a plethora of internet celebrities as well. However, previously, Qin Yifan paid little attention to such figures, and, after becoming the city lord, he was even less inclined to do so. Yet, upon receiving a new assignment, he pondered various strategies for uniting other cities. By chance, he stumbled upon the phenomenon of internet celebrities, which sparked an idea within him. Consequently, a prominent internet personality known as Space Monkey emerged, consistently updating videos that showcased the real-time happenings of Ice City, with live broadcasts featuring battles from elite teams. Indeed, it was Monkey who had been elevated to stardom, utilizing his skills perfectly for this endeavor. As he gradually gained fame, he caught the attention of other major cities, naturally allowing their lords to witness the state of Ice City. There is an old adage that advises against the fear of scarcity, but rather the fear of inequality. This encapsulated the true sentiments of the inhabitants from other cities, yet they found themselves powerless against Ice City. Eventually, 2 months after the new year, a summit of city lords was convened. Previously, most cities were in a state of leadership vacuum, unable to determine who should assume the role of city lord. It was only upon recognizing the stability and unity of Ice City that they felt compelled to gather and deliberate on countermeasures. Ultimately, it was decided that the original city lord would continue to preside over matters, while other elite experts would form an elder council, possessing the authority to influence the decisions of the city lord. In essence, they would install a puppet and operate from behind the scenes. This led to a rather comical scene at the summit. Although the familiar faces remained on screen, the area outside was filled with elite experts. When Qin Yifan connected to the video conference, he was met with a series of strained expressions. Long time no see. Why do you all look so glum? It seems the pressure you face is quite substantial, isn't it? He was not mocking them. Rather, he genuinely believed they were concerned about their city situations. After all, he was aware of their predicaments and had contemplated ways to assist them, albeit he was hesitant to take the initiative. However, his inquiry received no response, which left him perplexed. Hello? You summoned me for this conference, yet none of you are speaking. What does this mean? The elite experts behind the scenes were hesitant to voice their thoughts, instead conveying their intentions through mental communication. Consequently, the expressions of the city lords grew increasingly grim. Anyone bombarded by a barrage of mental energy would undoubtedly wear a displeased countenance. At last, the city lord of the capital cleared his throat and stated, "I, city lord. The primary reason for convening this summit is to seek your assistance." Assistance? This did not surprise Qin Yifan, who smiled and inquired, "What is it that you desire? Complete spirit crystals? Complete elite spirit crystals?" All the city lords nodded in affirmation. After all, they were merely spokespersons. And concerns about their dignity were the least of their worries at this point. "Ah, it seems you have become quite straightforward in my absence," Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow. "In that case, I shall not beat around the bush. If you wish for my help, you must at least demonstrate some sincerity." His meaning was quite straightforward. He expected to gain benefits. After all, why should he assist them without any return? Although he was eager to fulfill the task, he understood that things easily acquired are seldom valued, and he could not offer his help for no reason. As this issue arose, the gazes of all the city lords became somewhat unfocused, as they were eyeing those behind the scenes, realizing that they could not make decisions at this juncture. Shortly after, the Lord of Magic City asked in a deep voice, "What kind of sincerity do you seek?" Qin Yifan flashed a grin and warned, "If I were to set a price, do not blame me for being exorbitant. Do tell, perhaps we might consent." "Oh, very well, listen closely." Qin Yifan cleared his throat and stated, "Regardless of attributes, the exchange rate for complete spiritual crystals from level 50 to 55 will be 5 to 1. From 55 to 59, 4 to 1. And for 60-level superior grade spiritual crystals, 3 to 1. Chapter 144. A long-winded discussion. The ratios Qin Yifan mentioned pertain to the carcasses of mutated beasts of the same level, although they appeared lower than previous standards. One must consider the current circumstances of other cities. Previously, while hunting was not entirely unrestricted, resources had never been scarce. However, the present situation made entering the wilderness considerably challenging, unless led by superior-level experts, and even then, they would face significant resistance from advanced mutated beasts. Thus, this ratio was already quite generous for the other cities. Yet, they did not engage in negotiation. The Lord of Peng City directly inquired, "Is there a limit?" "Oh." Qin Yifan was genuinely taken aback this time, feeling that matters were progressing too smoothly. Although he sensed something amiss, he could not pinpoint the exact issue. Eventually, he decided not to dwell on it and stated, "It would be impossible to have no limits, as Ice City's production capacity is finite. How about this?" After a brief pause, Qin Yifan continued, "Every 10 days, I can provide each city with 1,000 complete spiritual crystals at level 50, 200 at level 55, and 10 superior grade spiritual crystals." Upon hearing these figures, the expressions of the city lords changed, revealing a flicker of emotion. Unfortunately, recalling their current lack of authority, their faces dimmed once more. Observing this shift, Qin Yifan furrowed his brow, yet he remained perplexed by the situation. He then remarked, "This is the maximum I can offer. If you wish to trade, bring the goods. If not, then so be it." With that, he abruptly severed the communication and muttered to himself, "Why does this atmosphere feel so peculiar? Those individuals seem rather unusual." Beside him, Lin Yuan playfully remarked, "Lord, have you overlooked something? Do you truly believe these city lords still have the capability to govern?" Qin Yifan was momentarily taken aback, then clapped his hands in realization. "Oh, what was I thinking? While discussing superior grade spiritual crystals, I completely overlooked the presence of superior level experts on their side. It seems these individuals are mere puppets. But I am curious about the thoughts of those superior experts. They had better not harbor any misguided intentions, or I shall not hesitate to respond harshly." Lin Yuan smirked, as if to say that he had never been courteous at any point. "I have never been impolite. During our first transaction, I generously provided you with a considerable number of complete spirit crystals. Your intention was to have me assist in restraining my second brother. What strength do I possess that necessitates your aid? How irritating." After exchanging a few jests, he promptly sent messages to the Grand Commander and Lin Yafeng, informing them of the forthcoming City Lord Conference. Lin Yafeng had no objections, as he was solely focused on his research. He merely needed to be informed of matters, leaving the decisions entirely to Qin Yifan. Upon hearing this, the Grand Commander frowned, questioning whether it was truly wise for the City Lord to extend such assistance to other cities. Understanding his concerns, Qin Yifan shook his head and responded, "Grand Commander, in just a year and a half, those individuals will return. Do you truly believe that Ice City alone can stand against them? Starships do not merely bring back a handful of individuals, they return with dozens, if not hundreds, of crew members. Even if we consider your previous assertion that these individuals are all below level 70, they still represent a formidable force. With only a year and a half remaining, it is unlikely that Ice City can cultivate enough skilled experts. The Grand Commander, finally grasping the situation, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "City Lord, I must admit, your vision is remarkably expansive, far exceeding that of the Lin family head." Lin Yefeng, who was in the same group, interjected, "I have always said he possesses potential. He simply remains unaware of it." Qin Yifan replied, "I shall take that as a compliment." The subsequent discussion revolved around how to accommodate the arrival of these cities. Ultimately, it was decided that those individuals would not be allowed into the main city. Instead, Qin Yifan would make the effort to receive them sequentially at the satellite cities. This decision was made to prevent any disturbances, as Qin Yifan and his companions would be more cautious within the main city. The satellite cities, on the other hand, served as pure combat fortresses where any damage incurred could be easily repaired. As for the personnel stationed in the satellite cities, they would consist of elite squads of 10, supplemented by a 50-member regiment. Remarkably, there are 20 such satellite cities surrounding Ice City. This is merely the periphery. The main city must also retain sufficient strength, underscoring the rapid development of Ice City over the past 2 months. Once this strategy was confirmed, Qin Yifan began to busy himself, as the speed of those cities was indeed swift. Even though the wilderness was occupied by super-tier beast kings, impeding airship passage, the presence of super-tier experts leading the way allowed them to break through. It is evident how eager those individuals were. The first to arrive was Lake City, which, while a neighbor to Ice City, is somewhat farther from Thunder City. Previously, the Lake City Lord had conceded, but with the emergence of super-tier experts, the situation shifted once more. After all, the prior City Lord held little authority in their presence. Even if he warned those super-tier experts about Qin Yifan's difficult nature, they remained resolute in their approach. Thus, the initial meeting was anything but pleasant. Those individuals arrived with an air of superiority, and given that they were not permitted entry into the main city, it was no surprise that their demeanor was less than cordial. This led to the super-tier experts from Lake City erupting in fury shortly after their meeting began. "The Lord of Ice City, do you truly believe that such a meager force can obstruct us? Were it not for your relatively agreeable demeanor during the meeting, do you think I wouldn't seize you at this very moment? Though your attitude was commendable in the conference, the terms you proposed have left us quite dissatisfied. It is time we renegotiate the exchange rate." Listening to these incessant prattles and observing the composed figure before him, Qin Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. "Elderly, is this the stance of your Lake City?" Opposite Qin Yifan sat a diminutive old man, his hair styled in a topknot, with large eyes and a nose reminiscent of a tippler, presenting an appearance that seemed rather innocuous. Upon hearing Qin Yifan's words, he merely lifted his eyelids and remarked, "I am quite curious as to how you, with your rank, came to be the lord of this city. Look at him." The elderly gestured towards the Lake City Lord, who stood nearby. He was on the verge of reaching level 60, but was only permitted to stand there. "Do you comprehend? Elderly, are you implying that I lack the right to converse with you?" Qin Yifan arched an eyebrow and rose, declaring, "If that is the case, then there is no need for further discussion. You may take your leave." "Preposterous. How dare you speak to elderly in such a manner? You are courting death. Do not presume that possessing resources grants you any significance. Believe it or not, those resources will soon belong to us, including you. Everyone must heed the commands of Lake City." Qin Yifan cast a glance at the brash individuals, a cruel smile curling at his lips. "Is your only recourse to chatter?" This taunt served as a signal, prompting 3 individuals to rise beside elderly. They had been the ones incessantly chattering, and they had longed to act. It was merely elderly's insistence on diplomacy before aggression that had restrained them until now. Chapter 145. Truth within range of the cannon. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense in an instant, yet elderly remained unfazed, casually stating, "Be gentle. We are not here to kill." "Indeed, elderly," the 3 responded in unison, their bodies emanating powerful energy fluctuations. Clearly, despite their verbal agreement, their intentions were quite the opposite. They aimed to eliminate Qin Yifan. Witnessing their demeanor, Qin Yifan felt no need for decorum. He raised his hand, conjuring 3 small dark canopies that thwarted the skills of the 3, while he himself transformed into a fleeting shadow and surged forward. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds merged almost seamlessly, and even elderly was taken aback, his bulging eyes widening in disbelief. As for the three assailants, they clutched their throats, mouths agape yet unable to utter a sound, even deprived of breath, as they succumbed to their demise. The other superlative experts from Lake City regarded Qin Yifan with a mix of trepidation and hostility, unable to conceal the flicker of fear in their eyes. After all, dispatching three superlative experts in a single blow certainly suggested that ending their lives would not pose much difficulty, would it? Elder Li's response was swift. He quickly regained his composure, masking his shock with a serene demeanor once more. Very well, you are now qualified to negotiate with me. However, Qin Yifan smirked, expressing his belief that you do not possess the requisite standing to engage in dialogue with me. If discussions are to be held, they shall be conducted solely with him. Upon uttering these words, he pointed directly at the Lord of Lake City, prompting a wave of inexplicable excitement in the latter, though it was swiftly subdued. The elder of the Li clan's expression darkened immediately as he rose, emanating an overwhelming aura. Do not presume that ambushing a few weaklings signifies any prowess. In the face of absolute strength, your trifling tricks are utterly inconsequential. Before he could finish his tirade, Qin Yifan had already positioned himself before him, executing a remarkably swift motion with his dagger. This time, however, he did not sever the throat, but merely inflicted a minuscule wound upon the elder's visage. Yet, this was sufficient to instill trepidation in all present, for the elder had ascended to the 61st level, the highest rank in attendance. If even he could not defend against Qin Yifan, what hope remained for the others? The elder gently brushed his hand across his face, causing the minute cut to vanish. But just as he was about to speak, his countenance shifted dramatically. You despicable. His words trailed off as blood began to flow from all 7 orifices. And he met his demise. Qin Yifan twirled the dagger in his hand, remarking coolly, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I granted him 2 opportunities, yet. At this point, he surveyed the assembly and continued, I now call upon the Lord of Lake City to negotiate with me. Does anyone oppose this? The superclass experts exchanged glances. To claim they had no objections would be disingenuous, yet witnessing the elder's death at Qin Yifan's hands left them unable to feign indifference. At that moment, a superclass expert mustered the courage to ask, why him? Are we not capable? Because you failed to grasp the situation. Unable to distinguish the primary from the secondary, is that justification sufficient? The individual hesitated before speaking again. My lord, we have indeed recognized the situation you describe, which is to place you in command, correct? Qin Yifan, however, shook his head, indicating their perspective was limited. They perceived only the immediate circumstances, struggling to comprehend the larger picture. In truth, I care not who governs Lake City. I seek only a like-minded comrade to confront the impending interstellar invaders. Hiss. The room erupted with gasps of astonishment. The individual, now even more astonished, inquired, you intend to oppose those predecessors who have already ventured into the stars? How can this be possible? What is impossible? Qin Yifan tapped a few keys on his portable computer, conjuring a virtual screen before the assembly, showcasing data produced by Lin Yefeng. He elaborated briefly, then solemnly declared, if those who have entered the stars are flourishing, why would they return to exploit Blue Star? Presently, we can cultivate to the 80th level here on Blue Star. Why should we seek suffering among the stars? The representatives from Lake City appeared utterly bewildered, as the magnitude of this information was overwhelming, necessitating time for digestion. After a considerable pause, the same individual spoke up again. My lord, I wholeheartedly concur with your perspective. However, can we truly stand against them? Qin Yifan candidly asserted, I possess 100 ways to ensure your compliance. The reason I have expended so many words is to prompt you to recognize the underlying issues. The opportunity has been presented to you. Should your behavior falter, I would not hesitate to employ my own methods to enforce your obedience. With that, he conjured a shroud of darkness, enveloping those present. Do not mistake my words for mere hyperbole. It would be quite simple for me to extinguish your lives. Do you comprehend? His voice wavered as he circled the room, lightly grazing each person's neck with his fingertip rather than a dagger. As the veil of darkness dissipated, the visitors from Lake City clutched their throats in sheer terror, taking a moment to realize they were unharmed. Their gazes towards Qin Yifan were now filled with dread, devoid of any rebellious intent. The ensuing events mirrored those in Lake City. Qin Yifan methodically visited each household to negotiate, intimidate, and eliminate as necessary. Ultimately, a significant number of them, akin to those from Lake City, became acutely aware of the situation and refrained from further defiance, prompting Qin Yifan to ease his pressure upon them. However, The families from the capital, Devil City, and Peng City exhibited a different disposition. These individuals maintained their sense of superiority, even after Qin Yifan eliminated a few dissenters. They remained unyielding. Ultimately, he was compelled to resort to poison capsules, which effectively subdued the three major cities. At this juncture, he had preliminarily fulfilled his mission's objective, uniting all cities of Huaxia. Yet, this endeavor required a process, one that would gradually enlighten them to the gravity of their predicament. Do not presume that their outward submission signifies true acquiescence. Their actions upon returning home remain uncertain. Nevertheless, Qin Yifan was unperturbed, for time was abundant. His primary focus was directed toward Ice City and Thunder City. Thunder City was firmly under his control, developing in parallel with Ice City. Though public attention predominantly gravitated toward the latter, with little regard for Thunder City. The individuals subdued by the poison capsules represented merely a fraction of those three cities. He would await their return to fully dominate the entire city. After 2 days of hosting guests from all cities and bidding them farewell, Qin Yifan transitioned back into a utilitarian mode. The resources acquired through exchanges needed to be refined, and he intended to withhold a portion. His motives were not ulterior. They were solely for sustenance and the enhancement of his innate abilities. This was also one of the reasons for his exchanges with other cities. As he sought their unique resources. Chapter 146, leading troops into battle following his advancement to level 50, Qin Yifan devoted himself to the study of the elemental talents. While his other abilities progressed steadily, his mastery of the elemental discipline remained stagnant at level 50. It was not due to a lack of effort, but rather an inability to advance further. Additionally, his schedule was exceedingly busy, with little opportunity for leisure, thus limiting his time for nourishment. This 3-day break was dedicated to thoroughly examining the elemental talents. Initially, he focused on the lightning element, but after reaching a certain level, the aptitude for the 5 elemental systems ceased to increase. Then he turned to the wind element, encountering the same outcome, which finally illuminated the situation for him. The 5 elemental systems were not singular, and thus could not be pursued with a limp, leaving him somewhat disheartened. If it were to be this way, it would be better not to merge them at all. At least then he could perceive the situation directly rather than guessing, which was rather tedious. However, after attempting to awaken a new natural attribute talent, he found the merger quite appealing. This was a specialty of Pink City, a mutated water serpent with rain attributes. Varying in levels from high to low, and Qin Yifan directly chose to consume one of level 50. Upon awakening the rain attribute talent, it was seamlessly integrated into his 5 elemental aptitude, and as he consumed the flesh of the mutated water serpent, the enhancement of his 5 elemental aptitude surged rapidly. It seemed that this was indeed the correct method for elevating the 5 elemental talents, necessitating the awakening of a new attribute talent. For Qin Yifan, this was relatively straightforward, as countless natural attributes evolved from the 5 elements. Merely locating enough to elevate to level 200 was not an issue. His spirits lifted considerably, and his work efficiency saw a significant boost, leaving the onlookers, Jiu Bao and Lin Yueran, who were assisting him in roasting meat, momentarily bewildered. However, his elation did not endure for long, as troublesome news soon knocked at his door. The Grand Commander brought him unsettling tidings. The plan to penetrate the wilds had encountered formidable obstacles. My lord, the construction team entering the wilderness has suffered considerable casualties. Were it not for the cunning of the team leader, a significant portion of our high-tier combatants might have perished. Qin Yifan blinked in confusion, questioning the situation. He was indeed puzzled. He had previously led a team to scour the wilderness without facing substantial resistance, or else he would not have considered breaching it. The Grand Commander, aware of his perplexity, responded directly. My lord, the situation is as follows, according to the analysis of the Lin family head. Our hunting in the wilderness operates under the law of survival of the fittest. Unless we kill excessively, those high-tier beast kings will not intervene. However, our current intention to establish a foothold in the wilderness encroaches upon the territory of these mutated beasts, which the high-tier beast kings cannot tolerate. This explanation allowed Qin Yifan to grasp the matter at hand. In other words, the number of mutated beasts in the wilderness far exceeded their expectations? It seemed so. The Grand Commander wore a look of regret. He had initially believed that with the current strength of Ice City, breaching the wilderness would pose no problem. But it now appeared they had been naive. Previously, I did not perceive the gravity of the situation, but after the analysis by the Lin family head, I realized that the space available for human survival is still far too limited. Damn it! Qin Yifan exclaimed. I do not wish to assert that humanity is the supreme ruler, but allowing a horde of intellectually deficient mutated beasts to dominate Blue Star is simply outrageous. Moreover, I merely wish to establish a passage connecting the two cities without encroaching significantly on their territory. Why is that unacceptable? He happened to stumble upon a history book, recalling the scenes once depicted to him by Lin Yefeng. In the past, humans on Blue Star could not simply go wherever they pleased. At the very least, transportation between cities was exceedingly convenient. Across the vast expanse of Huaxia, cities of humankind are scattered, a stark contrast to the present day where only 50 grand cities exist. Although there are numerous human settlements in the wilderness, they pale in comparison to the past when humanity thrived. A sudden inspiration struck him. He envisioned connecting the Ice City and Thunder City through the wild, yet he did not anticipate the formidable resistance that awaited him. The Grand Commander found himself at a loss and inquired, "City Lord, shall we proceed with the plan to traverse the wilderness?" "Proceed. Why should we not?" If it were the former Qin Yifan, he would have recoiled in the face of adversity, but the man he had become would not falter. Is it merely a matter of numbers? I refuse to believe we cannot vanquish them, and even if we cannot eliminate them all, we shall instill fear in them. With that, he rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Jiobao, inform Hongjia. Mobilize the entire Independent Legion." "Yes, City Lord." Jiobao, filled with excitement, promptly relayed the message to Jiuhong. The Grand Commander, perceiving that Qin Yifan intended to take personal command, hastily said, "City Lord, I will dispatch 2 teams of extraordinary combat units to assist you." Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow, contemplating the absurdity of needing additional extraordinary experts when his Independent Legion already boasted such talent. The Grand Commander clarified, "The extraordinary experts in your legion have other obligations. I will provide you with 2 available teams." Without suspicion, Qin Yifan nodded. "I merely wish to drill the Independent Legion. The absence of extraordinary experts is inconsequential, though it is prudent to be prepared." The Grand Commander raised an eyebrow in agreement. "Very well. This time I shall accompany you to broaden my horizons." This was not merely a matter of the Grand Commander seeking adventure, but rather an earnest desire to witness firsthand how Qin Yifan engaged in battle. Thus, the following morning, outside a satellite city at the entrance to the wilderness, 12,000 official members of the Independent Legion gathered. There was no fervent passion nor grandiose proclamations. With a mere wave of his hand and the utterance of 4 words, "Follow me into battle," Qin Yifan ignited the fervor of the Independent Legion. "Kill, kill, kill." With that rallying cry, Qin Yifan led the charge into the wilderness. Behind him followed the Grand Commander, then the 2 teams of extraordinary combat units, followed by the personal guards of both himself and the Grand Commander, with Jiao Hong leading the Independent Legion at the rear. Not long after entering the wilderness, they encountered a horde of mutated beasts. Outside of beast-type periods, mutated creatures typically appeared in smaller groups. However, the pack of mutated wolves before them sprawled across the landscape, an endless sea of fur. Qin Yifan's lips twitched in irritation. "What a way to greet us." The Grand Commander remarked calmly, "It is possible that our endeavor to establish a city in the wilderness has provoked the extraordinary Beast King, hence the heightened response." "Humph. They think they can thwart my plans. They are sorely mistaken." With a determined gesture, he commanded, "Independent Legion, engage. Extraordinary combat units, guard. If the extraordinary Beast King does not emerge, you need not intervene." Jiao Hong then commanded, "Independent Legion, 5-man team tactics, advance. Kill." With a fierce roar, the Independent Legion surged forward in groups of 5, charging toward the horde of mutated wolves. 2 extraordinary teams were scattered, yet a palpable sense of trepidation enveloped them. The tales of their previous skirmishes had already circulated within their circles, with 5 10-member squads barely escaping with their lives. This time, only 2 groups had been summoned. Did the City Lord intend for them to meet their demise? Yet, they were compelled to obey orders, silently praying not to encounter an abundance of transcendent beast kings. Alas, fate often unfolds contrary to one's wishes. Chapter 147. What use is it to remain? Barely minutes into the battle, the howls of the mutated wolf pack echoed ominously from behind. In an instant, the previously disordered pack transformed into a cohesive unit, coordinating with their comrades to confront the 5-member independent military squad. The 2 extraordinary teams felt a chill run down their spines as the howls were evidently emitted by a transcendent wolf king, likely not 1 or 2, but at least 20. Though thoughts of retreat began to fester within them, they were acutely aware that Qin Yifan stood behind, overseeing the fray. If they abandoned the independent squad, their fate would undoubtedly be far more dire. With death looming regardless, they gritted their teeth and charged headlong into the mutated wolf pack, resolved to confront the transcendent Wolf King. However, to their surprise, Qin Yifun's voice rang out from the rear. "What are you doing? Did I not say that you need not engage if the transcendent beast kings do not appear?" The transcendent experts were momentarily taken aback, yet inwardly elated. This was not due to a lack of enthusiasm. They hoped not to be held accountable later. Their joy was short-lived, however, a mere 10 minutes later. Witnessing the staggering casualties among their ranks, including several ordinary wolf kings, they could no longer contain themselves. The transcendent wolf kings revealed themselves from behind the pack. The members of the transcendent team turned to Qin Yifun, silently questioning what to do next. In a flash, Qin Yifun positioned himself parallel to them and proclaimed, "Go forth. I shall provide support. Do not fear injury. As long as you draw breath, I can revive you." The transcendent experts internally scoffed, thinking, "If you're so fearless, why don't you join us? We'll provide you with the support." Regrettably, their complaints were just that, complaints. They steeled themselves and surged forward. Unfamiliar with collaborating with Qin Yifun, they were uncertain if his words held any truth, leading to an awkward combat scenario. They did indeed entangle the transcendent wolf kings. Yet they found themselves on the defensive, struggling under relentless pursuit. Qin Yifun's exasperated shouts echoed, "Are you out of your minds? They cannot use their skills. And you're not restricted. Why not unleash your abilities? Just look at your physique. Engaging in close combat is ludicrous. Commander, disperse them to other squads immediately. This is utterly pathetic." His frustration was warranted, as the 20 individuals had only managed to contain an equal number of transcendent wolf kings, while a dozen others breached their defenses and charged towards the independent squad. Nevertheless, under Qin Yifun's supportive guidance, the 50-level members of the independent squad showcased remarkable prowess, even managing to challenge foes beyond their rank. Though they fought in groups of 5, their ability to face such overwhelming odds was a commendable feat. The superlative experts were momentarily taken aback by the scorn directed at them, yet they swiftly regained their composure and began employing their skills to kite the enemies. There was no alternative, for those superlative wolf kings were utterly incapable of utilizing their skills and could only rely on their formidable physiques in combat. Engaging in close combat at such a juncture was tantamount to attacking one's strengths with one's weaknesses. It was utterly foolish. It is truly perplexing how they could have made such a fundamental error. As they came to realize their mistake, they gradually adapted to Qin Yifun's support, and the battle began to manifest an overwhelming advantage. Once all the superlative wolf kings had been vanquished, the remaining ordinary wolf kings could hardly stir up any turbulence. And before long, the mutated wolf pack began to disintegrate and flee. Qin Yifun halted the independent legion from pursuing and ordered them to commence clearing the battlefield, subsequently summoning the 2 groups of superlative experts before him. Casting a scrutinizing glance over them, Qin Yifun coldly inquired, "How do you perceive your own performance?" The 20 individuals bowed their heads in shame, rendered speechless. Qin Yifun continued, "Although I have not taken you into the wilderness for a sweep, did you not think to inquire with others, or ponder the prospect of fighting alongside me? How much time has passed, and yet your minds remain stagnant? Why do I need to rein you in? Is it not because of your arrogance, believing that being experts grants you some special privilege? But what is the reality? You seize opportunities when they arise and scurry away at the first sign of danger. That is your true portrayal." One individual, feeling particularly aggrieved, bit his lip and retorted, "We did not run away." Qin Yifun let out a cold laugh. "That is only because I was watching from behind. Can you honestly claim that when the superlative wolf kings appeared, you did not hesitate? Look at those soldiers clearing the battlefield. They have not flinched even in the face of ordinary wolf kings, let alone when confronted by superlative ones. And what of you?" The man opened his mouth but could not muster a retort, bowing his head once more. Qin Yifun admonished, "Do not think that your elevated rank means anything. You merely have a few more years of experience, and were born into fortunate families. I can assure you, if you do not exert yourselves, it will not be long before they surpass you, and then you will amount to nothing. Reflect on that." Qin Yifun's frustration stemmed from a sense of urgency. How long had it been, and yet there were still those who remained unmotivated? It suddenly dawned on him that these individuals were likely placed here by the commander deliberately. Turning to glance, he noticed the commander chuckling to himself, and he couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Little did he expect to have been used as a pawn once again. It was indeed rather careless of him. The commander, noticing his realization, hurriedly explained, "Do not be angry. There are only a few of these idlers left. I was merely attempting to make use of them, if it proves ineffective. I will handle them accordingly, as they are a significant detriment to morale. It is akin to having a few underperforming students in a class. However, a teacher would never abandon their students. Yet as a commanding officer, I cannot afford to be lenient. As Qin Yifan remarked, their subordinates had already matured, and they were no longer concerned about losing a few individuals. Upon hearing this, the 20 elite warriors felt a chill in their hearts, and one of them hastily exclaimed, "Wang Yuzu, I am your clan uncle. How can you dare to suggest disposing of me? Are you out of your mind?" Wang Yuzu, the supreme leader, paid him no heed and merely shrugged towards Qin Yifan, saying, "You see, even now they behave this way. What purpose do they serve?" Qin Yifan secretly scoffed, realizing that Wang Yuzu intended to play the role of the good cop, leaving him to assume the mantle of the villain, thereby incurring no personal loss. He then cast a cold gaze over the 20 individuals and spoke in a grave tone, "This is your final opportunity. Should there be any further notions of complacency, there will be no mercy." With that, he flipped his hand, revealing a dagger from which a faint, alluring fragrance began to emanate. The 20 individuals immediately let out wails of agony. This was Qin Yifan's method. The poison capsules typically posed no threat to them, but when paired with another toxin, they rendered the victims desperate for survival yet unable to escape death. The antidote was utterly unnecessary. As long as they performed adequately, Qin Yifan would not take further action against them. Unfortunately, these individuals remained oblivious, mistaking Qin Yifan's actions for coercive control. After dealing with these individuals, the Independent Corps finished clearing the battlefield, and Qin Yifan led his team deeper into the wilderness. Chapter 148, Resource Issues. After traversing 10 kilometers into the wilderness, Qin Yifan and his team arrived at the first satellite city. Witnessing the utter devastation, with bloodstains marring the ruins, Qin Yifan clenched his fist in fury. "Rest assured, I, Qin Yifan, shall avenge this grievance 100-fold. As his words echoed, a thunderous rumble emerged from the distance, accompanied by swarms of mutated beasts charging from 3 directions. Observing that the foremost attackers were all level 50 mutated beasts, a cruel smirk crept across Qin Yifan's lips. They sought to overwhelm with sheer numbers. Blinded by their own folly, he promptly issued orders. "Independent Corps, prepare your skills, preferably area attacks. You 20 should also coordinate with the Independent Corps." As he spoke, massive dark canopies materialized in the distance, prompting panicked roars from the mutated beasts that had yet to charge forward. The Independent Corps was well acquainted with this tactic, and even the newly integrated members had trained for such collaboration with Qin Yifan, highlighting the importance of foresight. In the next moment, powerful area skills erupted alongside the dark canopies, and regardless of whether mutated beasts emerged, the warriors of the Independent Corps maintained a steady output. The 20 elite warriors, having been reprimanded and intimidated earlier, finally recognized the necessity of contributing, and their performance was relatively proactive this time. However, as it was their first experience, they inevitably appeared somewhat clumsy. Fortunately, the members of the Independent Corps were compassionate, offering guidance, and soon the newcomers adjusted their approach. Within mere seconds, a multitude of mutated beasts surged forth from the dark canopies, only to be met with a barrage of skills. Witnessing the throngs of fallen mutated beasts, the elite warriors were left in a state of disbelief. While those level 50 mutated beasts may seem insignificant to them, it is hardly an easy task to vanquish them so effortlessly. It was then that they recalled the peculiar nature of the dark canopy. Those mutated beasts were essentially attempting to withstand advanced skills with mere brute force, so it was hardly surprising that they fell. This realization dawned upon them, highlighting Qin Yifan's formidable prowess. Although they had yet to witness his more powerful combat skills, his abilities were undeniably extraordinary, particularly when combined with an army. The battle raged on for 10 minutes, and from a distance, the echoes of beastly roars resounded. With a mere wave of his hand, Qin Yifan dispelled the dark canopy, revealing the panicked retreat of the mutated beasts. Beasts are beasts. Once they are sufficiently terrified, they will refrain from troubling us again. The Grand Commander was inclined to point out that it was, in fact, they who had invaded another's territory, yet somehow it was they who were being provoked. The city lord was correct. It was indeed their lack of experience that led to this situation. Had they approached the defense of this satellite city with more caution, they might have avoided such predicaments. Well, it is never too late to realize this. Qin Yifan nodded and continued. Once we eliminate this wave of advanced beast kings, they should remain quiet for a while. Grand Commander, please send someone back to bring the construction team to rebuild this satellite city. The Grand Commander raised his wrist and tapped a few times. City Lord, The mutated beasts only damage the surface structures. The underground signal transmission devices remain intact. You can issue commands directly from your portable computer. Oh, is that so? I shall message Ran to organize a team to come over. I intend to stay here for a while. I see you wish to personally expand our territory, haha. Do you not desire such an endeavor? If you were not so inclined to delegate, this task would naturally fall to me. Shall we switch roles? Amidst the encirclement of dozens of advanced beast kings, only Qin Yifan could maintain such levity. Yet, to him, those advanced beast kings were hardly a concern. He refrained from allowing anyone else to intervene. Charging headlong into the fray alone, the onlookers bore witness to his astonishing power. In the past, if anyone had claimed that an ability user could contend with advanced beast kings, they would have been met with disbelief. Yet now, they had witnessed Qin Yifan wielding an advanced beast king as a weapon, using it to bludgeon others into confusion. Subsequently, he showcased several skills. First, poisoning 3 advanced beast kings. Then, under the fearful gazes of the remaining beast kings, he employed the 5 elements purification technique to transform them into advanced spirit crystals. Finally, Qin Yifan brandished 3 advanced spirit crystals and uttered, "Those who wish to live should flee quickly. Should you dare to provoke me again, this will be your fate." With a howl, the remaining advanced beast kings fled in disarray, leaving behind a trail of panic. As always, truth lies within the range of those who flee. There is no reasoning with these beasts. Strength alone must speak. A single decisive strike can prevent a multitude of retaliatory blows. Thus, Qin Yifan maintained his stronghold in the wilderness for a month, during which the construction team erected 10 satellite cities. Arranged in 2 parallel lines, 5 cities on each side, each set 10 kilometers apart, all interconnected by walls. If they could truly establish a connection through the wilderness, it would pave a grand thoroughfare leading to Thunder City. This is Qin Yifan's vision, yet it can only progress this far. The reason is simple: resources are insufficient. At last, Qin Yifan understands why the predecessors constructed merely 50 grand cities. The construction of cities is an exceedingly resource-intensive endeavor. Even if he were to utilize a reinforced concrete structure, the amount of steel required to build such a passage would be astronomical. Moreover, to ensure the sturdiness of the city walls, one cannot employ ordinary steel. At the very least, it must be of a refined steel quality, with some areas even necessitating the use of steel essence. In a state of helplessness, Qin Yifan issued a command for Jiabao to assemble a team specializing in material manifestation. There was no need for anything extravagant. He simply required individuals with the ability to materialize metallic substances, with the ultimate goal of self-sufficiency. Previously, he had demonstrated his prowess by refining the golden metal manifested by the elder of the Lake City tribe into tangible form. Coupled with his current strength, he was no longer apprehensive of others' covetousness and boldly set about striving towards his vision. To be candid, his work efficiency was remarkably high, particularly since he did not need to refine excessively advanced materials. He merely required those in the manifestation class to employ their most basic skills. For instance, Jiabao, who presently excelled at materializing 1,000-fold steel armor, could easily manifest 10 tons of ordinary steel by utilizing his energy to perform the simplest of skills. Then, with Qin Yifan's refining, he could obtain a ton of refined steel. In Ice City, there were an abundance of manifestation-type superhumans. Following Jiabao's recruitment call, an astonishing 20,000 responded. One can imagine the scene: 20,000 manifestation superhumans converging to conjure vast quantities of ordinary steel. While Qin Yifan moved about like a perpetual motion machine, swiftly accumulating several warehouses worth of materials. When Lin Yifeng found him, he was taken aback by the sight. "Mr. Qin, aren't you overqualified for this task?" Lin Yifeng exclaimed. Without lifting his head, Qin Yifan replied, "I wish to open up the wilderness, but the materials are lacking. Otherwise, could you devise a solution?" Lin Yifeng's expression grew increasingly animated. "As for steel, I truly have no means, considering there are no iron mines near Ice City. Have you not contemplated substituting steel with other materials?" Chapter 149. A Promising Situation Substitutes? Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Brother Lin, you are a researcher. Surely you understand why steel has been utilized for so many years?" Lin Yifeng chuckled, though his laughter was infrequent and somewhat chilly. "Had this been before yesterday, I might have wholeheartedly agreed with your perspective. However, today he produced a storage orb. I wish to inform you that you need not worry about construction materials any longer." Qin Yifan knew he would not boast without reason, yet he was still somewhat perplexed. "Is this your new invention?" "Sort of. It was discovered inadvertently. Take a look." And you will see. Qin Yifan, still puzzled, thought to himself that one would typically feel excitement upon creating a new invention. Yet Lin Yifeng's tone seemed tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Nevertheless, he refrained from commenting further. Upon receiving the storage orb and extracting its contents, he exclaimed, "What on earth? Is this the bone of a mutated beast?" Although that object appeared to be made of rebar, Qin Yifan could discern its true essence at a glance. Lin Yifeng hastily defended, "It's not merely the bones of mutated beasts, rather, it's bone powder meticulously blended in proportion." That this research fanatic stuttered was a testament to the peculiar nature of this new invention, which was evidently at odds with his usual style. Qin Yifan blinked, pondering the bone powder. Was it not merely the bones of mutated beasts ground into a fine substance? Yet, indeed, this material was abundant. If there were any shortage, it would not pertain to the bones of mutated beasts. The flesh could be consumed, and the blood could be extracted for blood crystals. But the bones held little utility and were generally discarded as refuse. They took up far too much space, necessitating the use of storage spheres to contain them. Lin Yifeng had also noted that these bones consumed excessive room in the storage spheres, thus seeking a solution to the issue. Unexpectedly, he had truly discovered a novel application for these bones, yet he felt this invention was somewhat unpresentable, as it stemmed from refuse. However, to Qin Yifan, this appeared to be a groundbreaking invention, a creation unmatched in history, destined to benefit countless generations. Brother Lin, you have truly aided me immensely. When can we achieve mass production of this material? Mass production is quite feasible. I shall expedite the process to alleviate the strain on the storage spheres. Qin Yifan smiled. Brother Lin, you should dedicate more time to researching such practical innovations. This single invention could elevate your renown to the world. Lin Yifeng found himself at a loss for words. In his view, this did not qualify as an invention, yet he was too weary to explain to Qin Yifan. Bone powder steel, a name Qin Yifan bestowed upon it, was now at his disposal, rendering the need for personal refinement obsolete. However, he did not disband the manifestation team. Instead, he assigned them the task of forming a large team focused on defensive skills. If Zhou deemed them worthy, they would be incorporated into the Independent Legion. If not, they would safeguard the construction team to prevent significant casualties. Following this, he returned to his watch in the wilderness, as the distance was merely a minor inconvenience, with the remaining tasks manageable remotely. Yet, the wilderness was of paramount importance. Without his assistance, should they be besieged by numerous super-tier beast kings, even the Independent Legion might prove ineffective. During the wait for mass production of bone powder steel, Qin Yifan and his team remained diligent, continuously clearing out mutated beasts. Did you not claim this territory as yours? I hereby declare that it now belongs to humanity. Qin Yifan did not venture far, marking a line 10 kilometers from the city wall, focusing solely on eliminating the mutated beast within that boundary. Witnessing his actions, the construction team quickly set to work, commencing the hardening of the ground surrounding the satellite city and the city wall. The notion of disrupting ecological balance was now a moot point. The current ecosystem was beyond human destruction, as mutated beasts evolved alongside humanity, ensuring that neither could truly obliterate the other. During this period, other cities exchanged supplies several times, and Qin Yifan directly attended to them in the wilderness. Witnessing Ice City breach the wilderness, even the superlative experts who were previously skeptical were left astounded. However, many privately expressed their cynicism, arguing that even if the wilderness were conquered, what difference would it make? Little did they realize that this not only signified formidable combat strength but represented a monumental event of epic-making significance. Nevertheless, there were those who shared Qin Yifan's vision. With the enhancement of their own city's combat capabilities, they too yearned to partake in this endeavor, yet were hindered by a lack of construction resources. Unlike Qin Yifan, who acted impulsively, they understood the necessity of meticulous preparation. After Qin Yifan shared the method for producing bone powder steel, the issue of construction resources was swiftly alleviated. The pressing concern then shifted to whether their combat strength was adequate. After several attempts, they discovered that while entering the wilderness posed challenges, it was not insurmountable. Thus, during another resource exchange, several cities expressed their desire to increase their exchange volume, united in their rationale of keeping pace with Qin Yifan. Upon learning of his ambition to restore humanity's grandeur from a millennium ago, who among them would not feel a surge of excitement, desiring to be part of such a grand undertaking? Though they once governed a great city, they too were ensnared within its confines, always apprehensive about venturing to other cities. They had to guard against mutated beasts along the way and the potential treachery from individuals of other cities. This division among humanity, born of prolonged separation, created a facade of unity while masking a profound disconnection. Yet, a plan inadvertently initiated by Qin Yifan gradually propelled humanity toward reuniting. Upon noticing a shift in their mindset, Qin Yifan felt elated and consequently intensified his support for other cities. Of course, he made it abundantly clear that the cultivated combat strength was to be utilized for constructive purposes, with a stern warning against internal strife. Beyond the immediate threat of mutated beasts, there loomed an extraterrestrial menace, those ancestral beings draining their vitality. Through repeated reinforcement of these ideas, this mindset began to take root in the minds of those individuals. Furthermore, as other cities poured all their resources into nurturing their own citizens, they had made no provisions for tributes, thus prioritizing this matter. Consequently, the entirety of Huaxia began emulating Ice City's model, first eliminating mutated beasts surrounding their cities, then expanding their cities from existing satellite towns, subsequently constructing numerous satellite towns, and finally identifying a pathway into the wilderness. This initiated a virtuous cycle, slaying mutated beasts, extracting spirit crystals for cultivation, enhancing levels, and subsequently defeating more advanced mutated beasts. Qin Yifan played a pivotal role in the extraction of spirit crystals. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that he single-handedly assisted in the development of all of Huaxia. Nevertheless, Qin Yifan found joy in this endeavor, for he was determined to no longer exist under the yoke of others' exploitation, necessitating a vigorous enhancement of his own strength. When his own strength proved insufficient, he was compelled to seek alternative solutions. Now, the desired pattern had finally emerged. Chapter 150. A year-end burden. As the year drew to a close, Qin Yifan found great delight in the developments of the latter half of the year. Even the cities that remained beyond his complete control were advancing rapidly in accordance with his vision. Notably, the three cities of the capital, the Magic City, and the Phoenix City stood out. After all, they were the three largest cities in China, each replete with formidable talents. With Qin Yifan's unwavering support, the surge of talent had become nothing short of explosive. Within just 6 months, individuals had already ascended to the impressive level of 66. If this trajectory continued, it was anticipated that by the time interstellar ships arrived in over half a year, a cadre of level 70 experts could be cultivated. Of course, during this period, mutated beasts were also developing in tandem, as the current environment was exceedingly conducive to their growth. Despite the major cities having established pathways connecting them to others, only a minuscule portion of the wilderness had been claimed, with the vast majority still belonging to the mutated beasts, with all cities now interconnected. This new year saw all the city lords gathering in Ice City, while the capital remained in the hearts of the people as the capital of China. For these lords, Ice City was the true epicenter of contemporary China. The composition of the city lords had undergone significant changes, particularly in the last 2 months, with many new faces taking the helm. Numerous events had transpired during this period, and Qin Yifan's invitation for them to convene in Ice City was imbued with purpose. As for the superclass experts, they had discovered a new direction, striving to expand their territories while simultaneously enhancing their own prowess. They, too, wished to escape oppression. As Qin Yifan articulated, if one could attain level 80 on Blue Star, why venture into the interstellar realm only to suffer? To avoid subjugation, one must cultivate strength from within, rather than relying on the pity of others. With their focus shifted, their desire for control diminished, as long as their cities, with a sense of belonging, remained stable, they were content. The scene shifted to the grand hall of the Ice City Lord's mansion, a venue bustling with esteemed guests. In an opulent private room, a massive round table was occupied by the lords of the 50 major cities of China. Naturally, Qin Yifan occupied the seat of honor. Amidst a gathering of level 60 superclass experts, his own level 55 seeming rather incongruous. Indeed, after more than half a year of effort, he had only managed to elevate his rank by 5 levels, as progressing beyond level 50 required comprehensive enhancement akin to the breakthrough at that level. Moreover, this minor advancement had not bestowed upon Qin Yifan any new combat skills, it merely augmented his existing capabilities. He had grown larger in stature and stronger in might than before. In essence, his strength had undergone a substantial enhancement, albeit still confined to supportive abilities. Once the banquet commenced, the attendees engaged in a round of praises, toasting to Qin Yifan, before finally broaching the main topic of discussion. Lord Qin, in just 8 months, the interstellar spacecraft will arrive. Do you truly believe we can stand against those beings? After half a year of interaction, the bonds among us have grown significantly closer. and our modes of address have become less rigid. Observing the Lord as he spoke, Qin Yifan smiled and remarked, "How should I know? All I understand is that without earnest effort, achieving this task is undoubtedly impossible." Lord Qin's words were indeed sagacious, yet a somewhat hesitant Lord interjected, "We must prepare for the worst. Otherwise, we should allocate our remaining time to ready those tributes. What do you think, Lord Qin?" Qin Yifan, with a bemused smile, gazed at the unfamiliar lord and pondered, "I seem to have forgotten which city you govern." The man's expression darkened, yet he introduced himself, "I am Yin Qinxiang, the Lord of Lu City." In an instant, Qin Yifan's smile vanished, and his tone sharpened. "Your name suggests greatness, yet you consistently bow to others. Do you truly honor the one who bestowed that name upon you?" Recently, Lin Yuan had compelled him to learn much, and his demeanor had greatly improved. He could now insult without resorting to vulgarity. This statement was akin to a grave affront to Yin Qinxiang, who retorted vehemently, "Lord Qin, do you think I desire this? I am merely considering the collective. If you cannot lead us against the interstellar visitors, at the very least, you must ensure our safety." "Lord Yin, your assertion is flawed. Do you presume Lord Qin to be selfish? Indeed, Lord Yin, you must apologize to Lord Qin. Without his leadership, could our city have flourished to this extent?" I too oppose Lord Yin's indecisive perspective. If anyone agrees with him, they may step forward and pursue their own course, lest they hinder our progress. A chorus of lords began to voice their opinions, while Qin Yifan discreetly observed their expressions. These individuals indeed seemed intent on stirring trouble. At that moment, Yin Qingxiang countered once more, "I never claimed Lord Qin to be selfish. I merely suggested that if we lack absolute certainty this time, we might as well wait for the next opportunity." This viewpoint swiftly garnered support from several lords. "Yes, indeed, we can navigate through this encounter, and after another decade, we shall certainly possess the means to confront them. Even if those ancestors return to exploit us, isn't that a form of protection? At least it prevents others from the stars from bullying us." I concur. Blue Star is still rather diminutive, and eventually we must venture beyond. Offending those ancestors would make it exceedingly difficult for us to establish a foothold among the stars. If one disregards other factors, their arguments could be deemed valid. However, Qin Yifan found it challenging to agree. Wait for the next time? Do you believe they would overlook the changes on Blue Star? Furthermore, if you consider the blockade of Blue Star to be protection, I can only say your perspective is quite peculiar. At this juncture, Qin Yifan's demeanor darkened ominously. "Have I perhaps been too generous of late, leading you to take my kindness for granted? Or do you presume yourselves capable enough to vex me during this festive season?" As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. After a while, the lord of the capital finally stepped forward to ease the tension, saying, "Lord Qin, they are merely afraid. This is a natural human reaction." While this sentiment appeared reasonable, the subsequent remarks caused the faces of those present to change dramatically. "I have a suggestion. Since you are fearful, why not step aside and allow those willing to follow Lord Qin to take your place? This way, should anything occur, you will remain unharmed." The Lord of the Demon City immediately expressed his support, asserting, "Lord Long is correct. After 6 months of progress, you believe you have grown wings, don't you? But let us not forget who has facilitated all of this. Without Lord Qin, would you have developed so swiftly?" The Lord of Peng City sarcastically remarked, "Lord Qin, why do I have the impression they wish to destroy the bridge after crossing it?" Indeed, Qin Yifan had control over these 3 cities. Yet he had not stripped them of their identities. They still held their own opinions. Naturally, they must first align themselves with Qin Yifan before expressing their views in their own manner. Chapter 151. A clouded heart. After the 3 city lords concluded their statements, silence enveloped the room once more. After a considerable pause with no one speaking, Qin Yifan broke the quiet. "I am not particularly learned, yet I have been studying recently. There is a saying that I believe you all have heard. What has long been separated must unite. And what is long united must separate. History has been in a perpetual cycle of this nature, and I thought humanity had been divided for an eternity, at least. One would assume that we all desire unity. Alas." Here, he placed his hands on the table. "Once again, I must reiterate, I am not particularly cultured. Nor do I possess much cunning. Do not push me to overturn the table." Yin Qingxiang furrowed his brow deeply, unwilling to escalate matters too quickly, so he spoke again. "Lord Qin, we harbor no opposition to you. We merely wish for a more stable resolution. If you could provide us with assurances," bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yifan slammed his hand on the table. "What assurance can I give you? Why should I owe you anything? If you wish to cower and not resist, Then leave my presence at once. You shall never receive a single coin of my support again. That is my assurance to you." Hearing this, Yin Qingxiang became frantic. "Lord Qin, you cannot act this way. We are merely expressing our perspectives. Isn't this a tad undemocratic? Democracy? I had no intention of using profanity. Yet you compel me to curse." Qin Yifan pointed a finger at Yin Qingxiang, reprimanding him loudly. "I encountered this term in history books. But that was during a prosperous era. Now, you dare speak to me of democracy? Why don't you go die for those righteous individuals?" Having said this, he did not allow for any rebuttal, rising abruptly. "It seems I have been too lenient. Given the circumstances, today's gathering shall transform into a banquet of treachery. Old Long, Old Fu, Old Huang, secure the doors." The three lords of the capital, Demon City, and Peng City immediately stood, with two guarding the entrance, while one positioned themselves behind Qin Yifan, casting a fierce glare at the other lords. Yin Qingxiang's expression darkened like water, his voice becoming chillingly cold. Everyone has witnessed how this individual, relying on his control of resources, acts with impunity. Do you still wish to remain subjugated? It is often said that time possesses memory. Yet some memories are deemed distorted. Perhaps it is merely human arrogance, wanting only to believe in what one chooses, dismissing the extraordinary legends as mere fabrications. As his words fell, a dozen individuals immediately rose. "Lord Qin, relinquish your method for swiftly acquiring resources, and we may still remain friends. Otherwise, do not blame us for our hostility. Yes, without further ado, you must disclose the method for extracting complete spirit crystals. Otherwise, we shall not spare you." Lord Qin. "A wise man knows when to yield. The majority now stands against you. Do you still fail to recognize your error?" With the emergence of these dozen individuals, many more followed suit, and it was apparent that they had already surpassed half. The remaining individuals remained indecisive, lacking firm allegiance to either side, yet to Qin Yifan. This was already sufficient. "Heh, old dragon, have I been too merciful?" This remark was directed at the lord of the capital standing behind him, who immediately lowered his head. Lord Qin's benevolence is evident, but it is a pity they fail to understand. Only our most loyal subordinates can appreciate Lord Qin's sincere intentions. Though these words may sound like flattery, they were indeed his heartfelt thoughts. Initially, he contemplated resistance, but with Qin Yifan's vigorous commitment, he found no time to dwell on that, instead immersing himself wholly in the development of the capital. By the time he comprehended Qin Yifan's true intentions, he began to wholeheartedly follow in his footsteps, spreading this ideology throughout the entire capital. Qin Yifan was not in pursuit of mere answers. He was simply reflective. Knowing well that favors lead to resentment, why then test human nature? Is this not courting trouble? It seems wise to refrain from discussing moralities of humanity until the restoration of great prosperity is complete. As he spoke, he gestured towards the platter before him. The originally pristine white dish instantaneously transformed into an inky green, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Yin Qingxiang immediately shouted, "Everyone, quickly consume the antidote pills." With a flurry, over 20 individuals produced pills and swallowed them, while others urgently sought Yin Qingxiang's assistance. "Lord Yin, give me an antidote pill, and I shall support you from now on." "Me too, grant me one." Meanwhile, a dozen individuals hastily pleaded for mercy from Qin Yifan. "Lord Qin, spare us. We did not intend to oppose you. Indeed, it was their clandestine alliance. I had no part in it." Yet Qin Yifan paid them no heed. "Do you think I am unaware of your clandestine dealings? My lack of intervention was merely to observe your responses. It seems I have overestimated your integrity." Meanwhile, Yin Qingxiang busied himself, administering antidote pills to those who chose to follow him, before sternly questioning, "Lord Qin, is this the only despicable tactic at your disposal?" Others immediately echoed his sentiments. Regrettably, Lord Yin has anticipated these developments and has already devised a countermeasure. You shall not prevail any longer. A person of over level 50 truly believes themselves invincible, yet in reality, they are but a jester. "Lord Qin, I advise you to exhibit kindness, otherwise, a grim fate awaits you." In the face of such brazen arrogance, Qin Yifan suddenly burst into laughter. "It is quite astonishing that you possess such confidence without understanding your adversary." Yin Qingxiang scoffed coldly, stating, "Do not presume that I am unfamiliar with you. I have studied you for no less than 6 months. I have formulated numerous strategies solely to counter your poison-based skills. However, none of these methods surpass the efficacy of this antidote pill. For just days ago, I encountered an ability user with a poison affinity akin to yours. Yet, unlike you, he is a benevolent individual. While you wield poison to control others, he utilizes it to heal. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Ability users with a poison affinity are rare, and to use poison for healing is truly commendable. But what of it? It appears you remain oblivious to the situation. With an air of confidence, Yin Qinxiang proclaimed, "If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my prowess." He pointed a finger at Qin Yifan and declared solemnly, "From this day forth, I am your master. Kneel and submit to me at once." As he spoke, there was no hint of energy fluctuation from his body, as if he were jesting. However, once his words fell, a formidable surge of energy erupted and surged towards Qin Yifan with lightning speed. Upon witnessing his skill successfully strike Qin Yifan, Yin Qinxiang erupted into laughter. "I am aware of your dark-based skill, but mine is instantaneous. You cannot interrupt it. Nor do you have time to defend yourself. Now, obediently become my servant." Chapter 152, Mastering the Situation. Some individuals are remarkably hypocritical, and Yin Qinxiang epitomizes this. He verbally denounces Qin Yifan as despicable, claiming he only uses poison to control others, yet he himself seeks to dominate Qin Yifan with a mental skill, unabashedly declaring he will be Qin Yifan's master. In response to such audacity, Qin Yifan retorted, "I am your father." The triumphant expression on Yin Qinxiang's face faltered, transforming into disbelief. Why? Why did my skill not have any effect? Qin Yifan cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "That is because you do not understand your father. Using mental skills to control others is merely a leftover trinket for me." Yin Qinxiang, assuming Qin Yifan was about to strike, hastily enveloped himself in a mental barrier. At that moment, someone stepped forward behind him, exclaiming loudly, "Do not fear, Lord Yin. Witness how I subdue him." As he spoke, the individual unleashed a skill, manifesting a miniature sun within the room, radiantly bright. Qin Yifan squinted, his expression oddly bemused. The individual, misinterpreting Qin Yifan's reaction as fear, smugly declared, "This is the nemesis of dark-based skills. How unexpected and delightful, is it not?" Qin Yifan nodded lightly, surprised by the turn of events. However, before he could fully process it, a brash voice boomed, "Esteemed guests, his dark abilities are no longer at his disposal. But he still possesses speed and strength. Quickly, restrain him." Immediately, a throng of individuals unleashed their formidable skills upon Qin Yifan. In the next moment, a stone pillar cage ensnared him, accompanied by a plethora of chains, webs, and other binding measures draping over him. Qin Yifan stood motionless, allowing them to exert their powers without resistance, even preventing the three city lords from intervening. Once the onslaught of skills ceased, he coolly inquired, "Is the performance concluded?" Yin Qinxiang, sensing the tide had turned, chuckled, "City Lord Qin, do not feign calmness. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Submit to me, and I shall spare your life." "Your words are truly contemptible," Qin Yifan replied, pausing momentarily before revealing a cruel smile. "To allow you to perish so easily would be too merciful. Allow me to showcase my true abilities." With that, a dark canopy materialized, and all constraints upon him vanished, including the glaring, foolish little sun suspended in midair. Even his poison incantation was interrupted, a testament to the overwhelming might of the dark veil. Qin Yifan then tapped the platter before him, transforming it into a crimson hue, as a pungent odor swiftly permeated the air. "Ah!" The astonished crowd erupted in horrified screams, collapsing one by one, desperately tearing at their garments in agony. Yin Qinxiang fought through the torment and gazed at Qin Yifan, asking, "Why?" Qin Yifan stepped forward, crouched beside him, and looked down, saying, "Sometimes, light fails to illuminate the darkness, and some poisons in this world are indeed incurable. Do not blame my cruelty. It is your lack of awareness that has led to this. When I provided resources to you, I was unequivocal. Yet, instead of fostering unity, you conspired against me. Since you harbor such intentions, I must employ my own methods to redirect your focus." He then rose slowly and returned to his original position. "I once aimed my heart towards the bright moon, yet the moon merely illuminates the gutter. Here, opportunities are scarce. I now pose a single question. Do you wish for life or death?" Truth be told, he was genuinely furious, not at them, but at himself. Knowing full well that human nature cannot withstand temptation, why had he chosen to burden himself further? Fortunately, the thoughts of those transcendent masters had shifted drastically. Otherwise, he would have had little peace this year. "I wish to live. I wish to live. City Lord Qin, please relieve my poisoning." The assembly was devoid of any other thoughts, all fervently pleading for Qin Yifan to alleviate their suffering. Ultimately, even Yin Qinxiang could no longer endure the pain, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "I beseech you, City Lord Qin, grant me an antidote. I shall never oppose your will again." This was his most authentic sentiment. Henceforth, no matter how others might incite him, he would never stand against Qin Yifan again. This torment was simply unbearable. Qin Yifan once again tapped the crimson plate, activating the detoxification technique, causing the plate to regain its lustrous sheen akin to jade. The symptoms plaguing the city lords were promptly alleviated, and within moments, they returned to their normal states, as if awakening from a vivid dream. Yet, they were acutely aware that it was not a dream. Fear now filled their gazes directed at Qin Yifan. He shook his head, reflecting that had he foreseen this day, he might have acted differently. Thus, on the final day of the year, Qin Yifan effectively grasped control over all the cities. Of course, this control was clandestine, not meant to be displayed openly. Just like the three major cities, their current development was entirely reliant on Qin Yifan as support, yet publicly. The credit belonged to the three city lords. After the banquet, the commander and Lin Yefeng accompanied him to his office. Observing him slumped on the sofa with a rather grim expression, the commander chuckled. "What's the matter? Isn't it good to have the situation under control?" Qin Yifan remained silent, while Lin Yefeng candidly remarked, "It seems you'll be quite busy after the new year. You must sustain the collective development of all of Huaxia, so you cannot be biased." Qin Yifan shot him a disdainful glance, thinking to himself, "Thank you for the reminder, but I am not daunted by this." With the acquisition of the object manipulation technique, his work efficiency had increased exponentially. As long as it remained within the bounds of his mental capacity, he could simultaneously employ other skills on objects within a 100-meter radius. This was the expanded range following the enhancement of the object manipulation technique, though its execution still required mental energy, imposing certain limitations. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that while the mutated beast carcasses he had purified lost all their energy, the flesh remained edible, albeit only serving to satiate hunger. This meat was a boon for the impoverished districts, as ability users required energy-rich sustenance. Initially, the bones were discarded. But since Lin Yefeng invented bone powder steel, these energy-depleted bones became a part of the composition. The commander cheerfully remarked, "My lord, do not overthink it. Look at the three city lords of the capital, Magic City, and Pink City. They are doing quite well." Sensing Qin Yifan's discontent, Lin Yefeng added a comforting remark. "Didn't you promise them that after 5 years, as long as they performed well, you would grant them their freedom? There is no need for any psychological burden." Qin Yifan helplessly rolled his eyes. "What psychological burden could I have? I am merely pondering whether those fellows left any contingency when they sealed off Blue Star." The commander and Lin Yefeng exchanged glances, silently questioning why he was only considering this now. Lin Yefeng explained, "Their greatest contingency was sealing off Blue Star, transforming it into a prison. As for anything else, I have yet to uncover." Chapter 153. The night before the arrival. Galactic year, 2187, July 31st. The night before the interstellar spaceship's arrival, Qin Yifan and the other prominent city lords gathered in the capital, with an unspoken purpose, to welcome the interstellar guests. Traditionally, as this day approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, for it was also known as the Day of Tribute. As the name suggests, it was a day to present tributes to those interstellar visitors. In truth, these interstellar visitors were originally inhabitants of the Blue Planet. However, upon departing, they adopted the identity of members of the Interstellar Alliance. Over time, they became known as the Interstellar Guests. On this day, Qin Yifan encountered representatives from the remaining 4 nations of the Blue Planet: the Beautiful Nation, the Eagle Nation, the Bear Nation, and the Black Nation. Among them, the Bear Nation is considered a neighbor to Huaxia, yet they have maintained an alliance, resulting in no instances of mutual aggression. The Beautiful Nation currently dominates all of South America. The Eagle Nation occupies a significant portion of Europe, and the Black Nation, with the largest territory, has claimed the entirety of Africa. Indeed, rather than nations, these 4 could be more accurately described as coalition states, for their circumstances mirror those of Huaxia in the past. They possess the capability for interconnectedness via networks, yet find themselves confined to isolated cities. As for the remnants of other nations, while humanity still exists there, survival is exceedingly arduous. Only a few gathering places remain, insufficient to sustain a large city, thus failing to constitute a true nation. The atmosphere at the scene was peculiar, as representatives from the 4 nations appeared despondent, whereas the lords of Huaxia exhibited a contrasting demeanor. There was tension, excitement, and anticipation, yet no trace of fear. This was unusual, as typically one does not look forward to being oppressed, nor does one feel exhilaration and expectation in the face of another's dominance. This left the representatives of the four nations quite perplexed, prompting one to voice a question. Lords of Huaxia, what exactly are you anticipating? Do you genuinely expect those interstellar guests to show mercy? The lords of Huaxia ceased their discussions and turned their attention towards the speaker. The city lord of the capital directly inquired, Mayor Golden, what level are you currently at? Golden, the mayor of Washington in the beautiful nation, equivalent to a city lord in Huaxia, was taken aback by the question but responded nonetheless. I am currently at level 63. What of it? We too have noticed the changes in the world, but what does that matter? The capital city lord feigned an exaggerated expression, exclaiming, Oh my heavens! How can you be only at level 63? That is utterly astonishing. What is so astonishing about it? There are among you those with even lower levels than mine. He remarked, pointing directly at Qin Yifan, who shrugged innocently. This individual certainly had a knack for selecting targets. Qin Yifan was currently only at level 59, hindered by the slow progression of his elemental affinity. This revelation elicited exaggerated reactions not only from the capital's city lord, but from the other lords as well. If you were to compare with others, that would be one thing, but comparing with Qin Yifan transcends mere levels. The capital's city lord chuckled and clapped his hands, saying, Mayor Golden, do you know what level I am? You? At most, you surpass me slightly, level 64, no more, replied Golden. The city lord of the capital laughed heartily. Mayor Golden, you remain as proud as ever, showing no interest in our development in Huaxia. Let me inform you, I am now at level 67. Do you comprehend what that signifies? Their dialogue resembled that of children engaged in play, yet the levels here bore no resemblance to those in a mere game. This is evident from the astonished expressions of Golden and the individuals from the other four nations. Impossible, even if the world has transformed. How could his level have risen so swiftly? I refuse to believe it. Our Eagle Nation possesses the strongest power. How could he surpass us? Does Huaxia possess some unique cultivation method? Shouldn't they share it with our Black Nation? Why isn't that happened this time? Amidst the discussions, Golden finally regained his composure and earnestly inquired of the city lord of the capital, Dragon, how did you accomplish this? The city lord of the capital extended his hand and retrieved a complete spirit crystal from his pocket, explaining that cultivating with this would yield rapid progress. Mayor Golden, you must be aware of this, correct? Oh my God, you are actually using tributes. Are you courting death? Tributes? The city lord of the capital chuckled coldly, declaring, From tomorrow onward, this term will cease to exist. This statement cast a solemn atmosphere over the city lords of Huaxia. They all believed that under Qin Yifan's leadership, they could win this battle, though the anticipated tension remained. Yet, the representatives from the remaining four nations appeared bewildered, their faces marked by shock. Golden directly pressed, Dragon. What do you mean by that? Literally, the city lord of the capital replied with a faint smile. Tomorrow, we shall not offer tributes to the interstellar visitors. Nor will we do so in the future. My God, you have all gone mad. I must leave this place. If they wish to perish, let them. I shall not accompany them. Where do you think you can go? The interstellar spacecraft will only land here. If the interstellar visitors do not see us, they will punish us. The representatives of the four nations nearly lost their minds, but the situation that unfolded next sent them into an even greater frenzy. Suddenly, waves of superclass experts entered the scene, encircling the landing area perfectly. Indeed, they occupied the very spot where the interstellar spacecraft would descend, a vast and spacious arena. The landing point was situated at the center of this area, which was at least the size of 2 football fields, making it clear just how many superclass experts were present. Each of these experts held a minimum level of 72, with one reaching as high as 75. This was the confidence that Qin Yifan and his group now possessed. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would secure victory against the interstellar visitors tomorrow. The representatives from the four nations were left dumbfounded by this sight. Although they could not discern the exact levels of those superclass experts, the aura surrounding them was palpable. Golden questioned incredulously, Dragon, were they all superclass experts before? Why do I feel that their levels surpass mine by a significant margin? Isn't that a given? The city lord of the capital replied with an air of certainty. What kind of individual can become a superclass expert without exceptional talent? They are not to be compared with us, the mediocre. His words were not flattery. They were the unvarnished truth. Not everyone can cultivate to level 60. Those with inferior talent can never ascend to superclass expertise. The talents of these city lords were not to be deemed poor. Yet they certainly did not match those of the superclass experts. Gordon remained somewhat incredulous. However, the superlative experts of our nation halted mid-sentence, unable to continue due to a sense of embarrassment. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he inquired eagerly, "Dragon, have you discovered some extraordinary method to rapidly enhance your prowess?" The lord of the capital city revealed a cryptic smile and responded, "Indeed, Mayor Gordon. If you had not obscured the information from Huaxia, it would not have been difficult to ascertain this. Regrettably, the entire network of Blue Star is interconnected. Yet the other four nations are reluctant to pay heed to our side. You see, this is a historical remnant. In the past, they held Huaxia in contempt. When Huaxia initially launched its prototype spacecraft, they resorted to slander and treachery, only ceasing their disparaging remarks once the prototype returned with officials from the Galactic Alliance. The Galactic Alliance, as a subordinate of the Interstellar Federation, naturally sought to develop Blue Star upon learning that it was also a life-sustaining planet. However, upon witnessing Blue Star's technology and cultivation capabilities languishing at a rudimentary level, the visiting officials exhibited a palpable lack of enthusiasm. Fortunately, Huaxia made great efforts to integrate into the Galactic Alliance, and it was only thereafter that Blue Star's technology experienced unprecedented advancement, simultaneously providing those who had cultivated to level 60 with an alternate path. Under normal circumstances, Blue Star should have secured a place within the Galactic Alliance. However, a century ago, an event transpired that was exceedingly difficult for the inhabitants of Blue Star to accept. The ancestors who departed Blue Star, employing unknown means, effectively sealed it off entirely. Since that time, while the internal conditions of Blue Star remained unchanged, it ceased to receive any communications from the cosmos, as if it had vanished from the galactic realm. Had Blue Star held significant standing, it might have attracted the attention of others. Yet, as a resource-poor life planet, it was of little consequence. This explains why the ancestors who returned from their excursions identified themselves as citizens of the Interstellar Federation, as the identity of Blue Star people was too embarrassing. Whenever those who had departed returned, the inhabitants of the other four nations would chastise their own descendants harshly. The reasons for this are known only to them. After each tribute, the people from the other four nations harbored even greater disdain for the Huaxia people. Upon hearing the lord of the capital city's remarks, the expressions of those present were nothing short of remarkable. Fortunately, Gordon possessed a sufficiently thick skin. Disregarding the lord's sardonic jibes, and continued to press, "Dragon, my good friend, do share what you have discovered." He had to set aside his pride, for they had already lagged behind Huaxia in the domain of interstellar spacecraft, and now the chasm in cultivation had widened so significantly that their ancestors would surely reprimand them. This time, the lord of Ice City did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to Qin Yifan. Upon receiving a subtle nod from the latter, he began to narrate. The shock brought about by the new cultivation system was profoundly immense for the people of the other four nations, persisting until the arrival of the interstellar spacecraft at dawn. As they remained in a state of bewilderment, in the early hours of the morning, a sudden flicker of light appeared on the distant horizon, followed by the emergence of a radiant orb in the sky. As the luminous sphere swiftly approached the gathering crowd, an extraordinary interstellar spacecraft came into view. From a low angle, it resembled a half-disk, devoid of wings, relying solely on various jet ports for propulsion, allowing it to maneuver at any angle. When it hovered before the onlookers, it became evident that this spacecraft was far more than a mere half-disk, towering at a height of 100 meters. With a radius of 200 meters, it was indeed a colossal marvel. Its exterior revealed no visible internal structure. Yet one could easily envision a scene brimming with advanced technology. As this magnificent behemoth descended before them, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the atmosphere. However, Qin Yifan felt no trepidation. Instead, he was curious to ascertain whether he could somehow store it within his personal space. At that moment, he employed a probing technique to investigate the interior of the spacecraft, only to find his mental energy unable to penetrate its confines. The force of his telekinetic abilities proved insufficient, and unless he could physically touch the vessel, it seemed an unattainable feat, especially with the array of formidable weaponry adorning its exterior. As the spacecraft descended, a new thought sparked in Qin Yifan's mind. What if he were to cast a shroud of darkness upon it? This ability, previously reserved for targeting those endowed with supernatural powers, had never been attempted on a technological creation. After much contemplation, he decided to suppress this notion. The current situation remained ambiguous, and it was prudent to refrain from reckless actions that might jeopardize future plans. With the arrival of the interstellar vessel, the once distant elite practitioners had now gathered behind him. The other city lords from Huaxia mirrored this movement, leaving the individuals from the other four nations in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the unfolding scenario. Why did these seemingly lesser beings command such reverence from the assembled crowd? At that moment, a massive hatch at the bottom of the spacecraft opened, wide enough for 10 trucks to pass side by side, yet it housed only a handful of individuals, creating an impression of vast emptiness. As the hatch fully opened, these figures swiftly materialized before the onlookers. In the past, they would have exuded an air of superiority, but now, they approached with faces adorned in obsequious smiles, not directed towards Qin Yifan and his companions, but rather towards the two individuals encircled in their midst. Those bearing the ingratiating expressions were none other than the pioneers who had ventured forth from Blue Star, albeit with varied appearances. The two individuals at the center, while physically resembling humans from Blue Star, were strikingly different in appearance. After much contemplation, Qin Yifan found the term exquisite most fitting to describe them. Though they appeared male, their beauty was undeniable, rivaling that of Jiao Hong and Lin Yueran. Dressed in feminine attire, none would contest their femininity. Their attire was indeed distinctive, adorned in form-fitting armor of an unknown material, which is precisely why they are referred to as males. It's evident at a glance. They were currently surveying their surroundings with expressions of curiosity, and upon noticing Jiao Hong and Lin Yueran behind Qin Yifan, their eyes instantly radiated an indescribable light. The assertions made by these individuals were not unfounded. The human race on Blue Star bears considerable resemblance to us, and there are indeed superior specimens among them. Brother, you cannot monopolize these two. I desire the one on the right. Very well, very well. After all, I've grown weary of those mediocre ones along the way. Let's indulge ourselves before considering anything else. I concur, haha. Upon uttering this, the slightly shorter among them reached out a hand toward Jiao Hong, unleashing a formidable force that aimed to draw her closer. Although the language they employed was incomprehensible to all present, their intentions were palpable through the mental energies they projected, causing Qin Yifan and his companions to wear expressions of grave seriousness. Seeing that the individual was prepared to act, could they simply tolerate such insolence? Yet, before anyone could retaliate, the individual emitted a surprised exclamation. Ah, it seems you possess some capabilities. However, your resistance is utterly futile before me, and the more you struggle, the more exhilarated I become. Ha ha ha. With a strange laugh, he prepared to strike again when the crowd surrounding the two finally spoke up. Your Highness, there is no need for you to intervene personally. I shall command her to serve you well. Indeed, indeed. They are all our slaves. They will not dare to defy us. Chapter 155. May we converse? These words caused Qin Yifan's brow to furrow deeply. Previously, he had only gleaned some information from various records, which had inspired thoughts of resisting such oppressive behavior. Now, experiencing it firsthand, it was clear that it was far beyond mere oppression. They were treated as though they were less than human. Slave, what a derogatory term. He could scarcely fathom how previous city lords had endured such indignities. Yet, reflecting on it, he pondered how he might respond if he were confronted with such hierarchical oppression. As he contemplated these matters, the individual spoke again, this time directed at them. Hey, you lowly peasants, what is the meaning of this? Even we show utmost respect to the second and third princes. Cannot you discern that? Those two women, why are you not hurrying to serve the princes? Do you require an invitation? Had it not been for the lack of willing participants, I would insist on leaving a few behind to teach you proper etiquette. Truly, a collection of uncivilized peasants. These remarks tightened Qin Yifan's brow even further, and at that moment, an unremarkable elder leaned closer to whisper a few words in his ear, which only added to his astonishment. However, after a brief moment of surprise, he regained his composure and stepped forward, speaking coldly. Ladies and gentlemen, you were once part of our ranks. How does belittling us differ from insulting yourselves? As for the so-called notion of slavery, I truly wonder how you possess the audacity to utter such words. Are you not the very descendants who have forgotten your own heritage? His words left the individuals momentarily stunned, and they regarded Qin Yifan with expressions of disbelief. You seem rather unfamiliar. Do you have any idea who stands before you? How dare you speak to us in such a manner? Do you seek your own demise? I am well aware of who you are. Qin Yifan's response was resolute. While he could graciously address you as seniors, the less flattering truth is that you are traitors of the Blue Star. Having abandoned the land that nurtured you, you turn your back and fail to acknowledge your roots, all the while exploiting your juniors in various forms. Do you not find such behavior disgraceful? You are audacious. The speaker was infuriated and on the verge of erupting when the two so-called princes suddenly interjected. Hey, old Long, old Fu, are you capable? Or should we handle this ourselves? Indeed, My time is exceedingly precious, and I prefer not to squander it on trivial matters. The old Long and old Fu they referred to were not the same individuals Qin Yifan had addressed. It merely indicated that these fellows continued to use their previous names even after departing from the Blue Star. A few individuals behind Qin Yifan wore expressions that were difficult to decipher, mingling shame and anger, yet devoid of the earlier smugness. The two mentioned recognized that the two princes were growing impatient. If they did not resolve the situation promptly, trouble would ensue. Thus, they ceased their hesitations. An old Long raised his hand, an energy wave surging forth, conjuring a fire dragon that shot straight towards Qin Yifan. Foolish one, if you seek death, I shall oblige. His words hung unfinished in the air, as he found himself frozen in disbelief. In an instant, his vision darkened, and he lost control of his skill. The fire dragon he had unleashed simply vanished before his eyes, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. On the other hand, Qin Yifan felt a surge of confidence. Not because the dark canopy had subdued the individual before him, but because it had slightly impacted the nearby starship. The affected section had lost all propulsion, allowing his mental energy to probe the interior. Unfortunately, there was little useful information to be gleaned, as that section appeared insignificant, devoid of any personnel, save for a mechanical voice sounding an alarm. However, the mere confirmation of the dark canopy's effectiveness was sufficient. Surprised, are we? You don't genuinely believe that simply leaving the Blue Star renders you invincible, do you? This statement left old Long utterly speechless, for he had harbored such a belief in his mind. Regardless, reaching level 60 indicated their remarkable talent. The likelihood of facing them in a higher challenge was exceedingly slim. Furthermore, having left the Blue Star for an extended period, they had now cultivated their skills to over level 70. Given that the maximum level on Blue Star was 60, who, if not them, could be deemed invincible? Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? He had scarcely regarded Qin Yifan and his companions before, but having closely examined them just now, he finally discerned something amiss. Not only he, but others also recognized this anomaly, all revealing expressions of astonishment. Observing their reactions, the two princes furrowed their brows slightly. What is the matter with you all? Looking as though you have lost your parents? The elder dragon, somewhat agitated, explained, Your Highness, the second prince, and Your Highness, the third prince. This slave planet originally possessed a weak source of energy, barely sufficient for us to cultivate to the 60th level. However, as he spoke, he gestured towards the first group behind Qin Yifan. The implication was unmistakable. The two princes, following his gesture, casually remarked, They are merely in the 70s. Not even comparable to one of my guards. What is the fuss? If you cannot handle this, shall I summon my personal guard? He mistakenly believed that the elder dragon and his companions were incapable of dealing with the situation, unaware that they were discussing something entirely different. Your Highness, what I mean to convey is that the source of energy on this planet is growing, indicating that this planet has the potential to evolve. The second prince finally grasped the implication, his expression transforming into one of surprise as he inquired, Are you serious? You're not deceiving me, are you? The elder dragon hastily assured him, Your Highness, you should be aware of how we arrived at Link Star. It was precisely because we could not continue our cultivation here. Yet now, at this point, he was uncertain whether to feel shocked or elated. His gaze towards Qin Yifan and the others was complex. As you can see, some among them have already reached our level, but I firmly believe their strength cannot rival ours. Acknowledging someone else's superiority is always a challenging endeavor, regardless of the circumstances. Qin Yifan could not help but chuckle softly. Although he wished to extract information from them, he felt compelled to interject, I shall begrudgingly address you as Elder Dragon. But I truly do not comprehend the source of your confidence. May I inquire how long it has been since you departed from Blue Star? You have only managed to ascend to the 70th level, while we have achieved this in a mere decade. You ought to feel a modicum of shame rather than boast so shamelessly. I feel embarrassed for you. The Elder Dragon intended to respond, yet Qin Yifan cut him off, raising his hand decisively. Enough of your prattling. I have no desire to engage in banter with you. Those two, from Link Star, if I am not mistaken, correct? To the esteemed friends from Link Star, might we discuss matters? As he previously mentioned, although there was a language barrier, communication was possible with sufficient mental acuity. Upon understanding Qin Yifan's intent, the two nobles wore expressions of amusement. Old Third, a mere slave wishes to converse with me? How novel. Indeed, quite novel. What say you? Second brother? Chapter 156, fierce battle with the guards. The two princes from Linkstar regarded Qin Yifan with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for an ant, their words dripping with contempt. Nevertheless, Qin Yifan remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Gentlemen, our nation, China, has historically been a land of propriety, treating distant guests with utmost respect. However, this does not imply that we will tolerate any form of humiliation. Should you persist in this attitude, we are entirely prepared to adopt a different approach in our dealings with you." Now this is intriguing. The second prince's face broke into a sinister smile as he softly called out, "Number 1. With a sudden swish, a figure appeared beside him in an astonishing manner. Clad in a full suit of armor that even enveloped the head, rendering any useful information invisible, Qin Yifan was somewhat taken aback. For his probing technique had been continuously active, yet he had nearly failed to detect the trajectory of that individual, just as his astonishment peaked. The second prince gestured with a nod, indicating that the person was alive. The figure gently inclined his head, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Qin Yifan, extending a large hand directly towards his neck. The others gasped in shock, realizing they could not reach him in time. However, Qin Yifan remained composed, raising his fist to strike that hand. With a thunderous boom, the man merely swayed his upper body, while Qin Yifan was forced back several steps. "Lord Qin, allow me. Lord Qin, hand him over to me." A group of super-level experts rushed forward to confront the assailant, but Qin Yifan waved his hand decisively. "Everyone, step back. This individual is formidable." Upon hearing this, the super-level experts hesitated briefly, then promptly retreated without hesitation. They only halted after retreating over 100 meters, underscoring the importance of Qin Yifan standing in their eyes. It is worth noting that only a small portion of them were directly under Qin Yifan's command, and he had not previously imposed undue hardship upon them. In truth, after all the cities were connected, Qin Yifan had traversed nearly the entirety of Huaxia. He was not merely sightseeing, he lingered in each location for a considerable time, assisting in the eradication of the wilderness while leaving behind abundant resources for the cities he visited. This was the primary reason for the shift in mindset among most individuals. Though Qin Yifan was indeed domineering, he also delivered what was due. Moreover, his intentions were just, leading one to ponder why they would not support him. His prowess was undeniable. Even the highest-ranking individual currently could not contend with him without the use of the dark canopy and poison. This was precisely why they were so resolute in their retreat, as they did not wish to burden Qin Yifan. Amidst the fray, Qin Yifan's expression grew grave. He sensed no energy fluctuations emanating from the man, suggesting that he possessed a natural equilibrium capable of repelling a fortified version of himself. The man's true strength became apparent. In the next moment, he lunged forward again, still aiming to seize Qin Yifan's neck. This time, Qin Yifan chose not to engage directly. Instead, he deftly evaded the strike and drew a dagger, maneuvering to stab at the assailant's back. The 5 elements body technique not only augmented his speed, but also bestowed upon him a form of martial prowess, enabling him to execute movements and positions beyond the capabilities of others. Thus, despite the man's velocity, he could not evade this cunning strike. However, the attempt bore no fruit, as the dagger was thwarted by the armor, producing a shower of sparks without leaving so much as a scratch. "Damn, how resilient!" Qin Yifan could not help but exclaim, glancing at the figure fully encased in armor. How was he to proceed against such an adversary? The man was not granted a moment to contemplate, and after being pricked by him, it appeared he had been provoked, pulling forth an energy sword from behind. Indeed, it was an energy sword, with a tangible hilt and a blade resembling that of a laser. With a swift, unembellished strike, had it not been for Qin Yifan's quick reflexes to activate spatial translocation, that sword would have cleaved him in twain. He immediately began to circle around the man, wielding a dagger to probe for weaknesses in his armor, yet he found none. Thus, half a minute passed, and neither could gain the upper hand. At that moment, the man erupted, a violent surge of energy emanating from him, leaving no time for Qin Yifan to react as a massive fireball erupted from his form. It was akin to a high-explosive bomb, unleashing not only searing flames but also a formidable shockwave. Qin Yifan refrained from employing the dark canopy and instead directly invoked the 5 elements escape technique, maneuvering through the flames to approach the man, seizing the opportunity as the skill concluded and the man gasped for breath. He placed a hand on the man's shoulder and initiated the 5 elements purification technique. It was a desperate gamble as he was utterly unguarded during the activation. Should the adversary launch a lethal strike, he would have no chance to evade. Fortuitously, his gamble paid off, for after the man's eruption, he did not recover swiftly. Moreover, the speed of the 5 elements purification technique was remarkably swift. In merely a second, the armor that adorned the man vanished, transforming into a substantial metallic crystal in Qin Yifan's grasp. He paid no heed to the grade of the metal, hastily storing it in his spatial pocket while simultaneously launching an attack with the dagger. With a swift thrust, he finally achieved success, delivering a fatal blow that severed the man's throat. The man emitted a series of unintelligible gasps, his eyes wide with astonishment. He could not fathom why the armor that had once protected him had vanished. Otherwise, his demise would not have been so humiliating. This entire sequence of actions, though it seemed prolonged, transpired within mere seconds, as the explosive effects of the man's eruption gradually faded. On the other side, the second prince had been prepared to continue observing the battle, but upon witnessing the aftermath, he found it utterly unacceptable. His elite guard, an 80-level warrior, had perished without explanation? Wait, where was his armor? Could it be that the eruption had obliterated his armor? Yet, that did not align with previous instances, for the man had undergone numerous eruptions without losing his armor. While he pondered these perplexities, Qin Yifan spoke up. "Dear friends, I shall extend one last opportunity. If you remain unwilling, I shall have no choice but to declare war." Before the two could respond, their companions nearby vehemently rebuked him. "Fool! Do you even comprehend what you are saying? You dare to challenge the two princes? Do you know who they are?" Linka Star serves as the governing celestial body of the galaxy, while Blue Star is merely the most rudimentary life planet within it. These two esteemed individuals hail from the first empire of Linka Star. Do you now comprehend the gravity of the situation? Do you think we desire this predicament? Are you aware of the vastness of interstellar space and the challenges it poses? Yet, you dare to disrupt our endeavors. I vow to bring about your demise. Qin Yifan remained unfazed by their boisterous threats, his gaze fixated intently on the two princes from the first empire of Linka Star. Chapter 157. Do I have the right? After a surge of anger, the second prince regained his composure and regarded Qin Yifan with keen interest, finally uttering, "Do you even realize what you are doing?" "Of course I do. What, do you believe I lack the right to converse with you?" Qin Yifan replied with unwavering confidence, yet to the two princes, his assertion appeared in utter absurdity. "Huh? Did you not hear what they just said? I am an entity you cannot provoke. Do you truly grasp this? Perhaps?" Qin Yifan's voice was low yet resolute. "But what of it? To live as a human is to stand firm. Otherwise, what is the purpose of existence? To live like them, as mere dogs? Moreover, did I truly provoke you?" The preceding words were still regarded as folly by the second prince. Yet the latter question left him somewhat bewildered. No one had ever posed such an inquiry to him, and faced with this unusual circumstance, he found himself at a loss for a response. At that moment, the third prince suddenly interjected loudly. "You have already slain my second brother's guard. Does that not count as provocation? Why would I kill him? Was it my initiative?" The third prince was momentarily silenced. Their boorishness had been dismissed. And now faced with such a serious interlocutor, they found themselves unsure of how to proceed. At this juncture, Qin Yifan silently expressed gratitude towards Lin Yefeng, as this artful rhetoric had been learned from that pedantic individual. However, the second prince quickly regained his composure and posed another question. "I am a prince from the first empire of the governing star of the galaxy. You are obliged to obey my commands. Does your defiance not warrant my wrath?" Qin Yifan shook his head. "I cannot ascertain the authenticity of your so-called titles. Even if they are genuine, who decreed that I must heed your commands? Damn it, brother. The empire forbids the use of foul language in public. To hell with the regulations. I am not within the empire, and I am confronted with a bunch of unenlightened fools. Why should I refrain from speaking as I wish? Brother, stop dawdling. Quickly summon your guards. Today, I intend to unleash a massacre. I will annihilate them all." He has been provoked. This fellow has indeed been unhinged. Qin Yifan found amusement in this turn of events. These two were undoubtedly the type of ruffians who required no strategic maneuvering. Thus, as they called for their guards, he remained inactive, not even preparing his own men. He had already devised a plan for engagement, though some were oblivious to it. The individuals from the other four nations approached, their faces awash with panic, and addressed those standing beside the two lords. "My lords, we only arrived here last night to present our tributes, having no association whatsoever with those Huaxia people. We implore you to discern our innocence. My lords, had it not been for the interstellar warship's necessity to land here, we would never have consented to come. You are well aware of this, so please do not hold us accountable. Indeed, we have done nothing and know nothing." "Silence." The second prince, exasperated by their clamorous pleas, waved his hand and commanded, "Eliminate them." In an instant, the hapless individuals, unlike Qin Yifan, were no match for the strike of an 80-level guard, and were swiftly dispatched. Those encircling the two princes bore no semblance of sympathy. Some even spat in contempt upon the corpses. Their intentions were unmistakable. They stood united against a common enemy, yet feared to voice their sentiments, resorting instead to such actions as a form of expression. Qin Yifan observed their behavior keenly. His lack of intervention on behalf of the four nationals stemmed from unfamiliarity and a desire to probe. Following this assessment, his disappointment deepened, though he maintained an inscrutable demeanor. Meanwhile, the second prince, exhilarated by the slaughter, reveled in the moment and arrogantly turned his gaze towards Qin Yifan. "Boy, do you see this? This is the consequence of offending me. Are you afraid?" Qin Yifan remained unperturbed, replying coolly, "I reiterate, you have one last chance. To hell with your chances. This prince needs no opportunity from a lowly peasant like you. Kill them. Annihilate them all." The second prince, momentarily regaining some composure, lost it once more, flailing his arms and shouting in fury. The guards, ever obedient, prepared to charge at Qin Yifan. However, in the next moment, a vast shroud of darkness enveloped them entirely. "What on earth is happening? Protect me. Come and shield me." In the obscurity, amidst the second prince's frantic cries, there were suppressed gasps, but soon silence fell. Half a minute later, the dark veil dissipated, revealing Qin Yifan still standing in his previous position, yet the scene before him had transformed entirely. The second and third princes remained, their faces now etched with terror. Stripped to mere undergarments, their once grand armor had vanished without a trace. Not only were they affected, but the guards surrounding them shared the same fate. Though devoid of fear, they regarded Qin Yifan with a vigilant intensity. Lying on the ground, the once sycophantic individuals from the Blue Star, who had sought favor with the two princes, were now rendered nearly lifeless, their bodies immobilized save for their pleading eyes, which overflowed with dread and supplication. Noticing the silence from the two princes, Qin Yifan chuckled lightly. "May I now engage in dialogue with you?" The second prince, his throat tightening, stammered, "Who exactly are you?" "As you can see, I am a denizen of the Blue Star," Qin Yifan replied. Then once again asked in a resonant voice, "Do I have the right to converse with you?" The second prince clenched his teeth and suddenly uttered in a low voice, "Retreat. Back to the battleship. I shall annihilate the entire Blue Star." As he spoke, he began to retreat, yet in the next moment, he stood frozen in place. Qin Yifan had waved his hand, conjuring a vast curtain of darkness, transforming the interstellar spacecraft into a mere hunk of iron. The Iron Hulk, which had been blaring alarms, left those inside in a state of panic, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. "Do I have the right to converse with you?" This declaration thundered like a bolt of lightning, shaking the second prince's very spirit, momentarily leading him to believe he was gazing upon a deity. The third prince beside him fared no better. He was reduced to tears, wailing, "Yes, you do. You have the right to converse with us. That must suffice." The second prince hastily nodded, realizing that conceding was his only option, or else he faced certain doom. "Humph," Qin Yifan scoffed, disregarding them and turning back to address the crowd. "Do you see? Only when one possesses a strong fist does one have a voice. Otherwise, one merely exchanges Blue Star for another place to be a dog." His words ignited a fervor among the crowd, who erupted in a unified cry, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Chapter 158. A fortunate capture. Faced with the raging crowd, the two princes, who were once so proud, now shouted in a feeble tone, "I am a prince of the First Empire of Linkastar. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, I assure you the Empire will obliterate the entire Blue Star. You cannot kill us, otherwise you will surely meet a dire fate." Qin Yifan raised his right hand, and immediately silence fell over the crowd as he turned his gaze toward the two princes. "Have I ever said I would kill you? However, do not be too proud. I need to ascertain whether you possess the right to converse with me." With that, he took a step forward, causing the third prince to shout in terror, "Do not approach me." Alas, Qin Yifan had no intention of heeding his plea, striding forward with determination. "Stop him. Someone, stop him." The two princes were now in a state of utter panic. Their previous arrogance vanished, as evidenced by their shift from demanding his death to pleading for his restraint. The guards, fiercely loyal and unafraid of death, stood little chance against Qin Yifan. Stripped of their armor, their defenses were alarmingly inadequate. One by one, they fell beneath his advance, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. By the time he reached the two princes, only 4 guards remained by their side. Though these guards remained steadfastly loyal, Their eyes were filled with terror, their courage to confront Qin Yifan utterly extinguished. Yet, Qin Yifan did not press forward. Instead, he halted in place and spoke coolly. "It appears you lack the right to converse with me. If that is the case, you are of no use to me. It would be better to eliminate you." The third prince immediately cried out, "Do not kill me. Please, spare me. I am still young. I do not wish to die." The second prince, experiencing a rare moment of clarity, shouted at Qin Yifan, "We are of value. We are truly useful." "Oh?" The corners of Qin Yifan's mouth curled slightly as he asked, "Do tell, what purpose do you serve?" The second prince, caught off guard, hesitated, for he had never contemplated such a question and thus found himself at a loss for words. Glancing around, his eyes suddenly fell upon the deactivated warship, prompting him to exclaim, "I can gift you this warship, allowing you to traverse the galaxy at will." "Is this a warship? Not merely a starship?" "Certainly not an ordinary starship. This is my personal vessel, the Annihilation-class battleship, equipped with super propulsion, capable of reaching sublight speeds and executing wormhole jumps within 10 seconds. Its armament consists solely of the most advanced spirit crystal cannons, with the main cannon capable of obliterating a planet." As he spoke, the second prince became increasingly animated, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. They silently rejoiced that Qin Yifan had silenced him. Otherwise, the terrifying potential of this warship would have been too much to fathom. Once the prince finally concluded his lengthy exposition, Qin Yifan suddenly inquired, "What brings you to Blue Star?" By this point, the second prince had regained much of his composure, and upon hearing the question, he shot a venomous glare at the group sprawled on the ground. "It's their fault, claiming Blue Star is home to exquisite beauties that could bear us stronger offspring. Otherwise, I would never have deigned to come to such a wretched place." Realizing that Qin Yifan's expression had shifted, he hastily curtailed his remarks. In truth, Qin Yifan had no intention of intimidating him. Rather, he felt a sense of relief, grateful for his formidable skills, as the consequences of failure were unfathomable. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yifan spoke in a grave tone, "Have everyone aboard the warship disembark. Do not attempt any tricks. Should even one person remain, it will lead to their demise. All right, I will have them cleared out immediately, but you must guarantee our lives." The second prince, fully aware of his dire situation, now harbored a singular desire, to escape Blue Star alive. Qin Yifan nodded, reassuring him, "Rest assured, you still hold some value. I will not kill you." However, the warship had lost power, and despite their efforts, the occupants found it challenging to disembark. An hour later, everyone had finally exited the warship, at which point Qin Yifan commanded that all individuals be restrained with specialized handcuffs. Only the two princes received special treatment. Yet as they were inept fighters under Qin Yifan's watchful gaze, they posed no threat. With this step complete, Qin Yifan let out a sigh of relief and turned to the visibly excited Lin Yefeng. "This warship is now entrusted to you. I shall refrain from further elaboration, as you know what must be done. Fear not. I will handle the operators of the warship, and within a day, all will be resolved." "Very well, proceed." Lin Yefeng shouted with exuberance before leading away the operators to study the so-called Annihilation-class battleship. Qin Yifan then addressed the commander, "Commander, identify the individuals belonging to Blue Star, and the rest are yours to interrogate. I want every last detail extracted from them." "Understood, Lord City Master." The commander, now entirely convinced, had always held admiration for Qin Yifan, but now he was utterly in awe, not only due to Qin Yifan's formidable prowess, but also because of his audacious ideas and the courage to act upon them. The Grand Commander had taken away a significant number of individuals, leaving behind only the esteemed veterans from Blue Star. Those who had previously been incapacitated by Qin Yifan's poison had already regained their senses, albeit with special handcuffs adorning their wrists. At this moment, Qin Yifan turned his gaze towards the other city lords and superlative experts, stating, "Esteemed colleagues, I entrust these individuals to you. Feel free to deal with them as you see fit. My only stipulation is that they are not to be released." "Understood, City Lord Qin." The city lords and superlative experts were thoroughly convinced. What could they possibly contest? The man had managed to commandeer a super battleship. Who among them could boast such an achievement? Finally, Qin Yifan turned his attention to the two individuals beside him and spoke calmly, "Gentlemen, please follow me." The two so-called princes had no choice but to comply and soon found themselves accompanying Qin Yifan to a spiritual energy mobile home. Although this helipad lay within the capital, it was remarkably spacious. Upon their arrival, they had brought numerous spiritual energy mobile homes for resting purposes, previously designated for those self-styled predecessors. Now it was available for anyone's use. Upon entering the mobile home, Qin Yifan casually gestured, "Please, take a seat. Would you care for something to drink?" The two princes appeared bewildered, internally lamenting their desire for refreshments, yet questioning what was available. Anything will suffice," the second prince managed to utter. In truth, Qin Yifan did not genuinely wish to entertain them. He simply tossed them 2 bottles of water, uncapped one for himself, and took a few sips, as he was indeed parched. Subsequently, he raised his wrist and inquired, "You must have one of these?" The personal computers that emerged after joining the Interstellar network were undoubtedly possessed by those from the stars, and he assumed they would be even more advanced. The second prince looked on in disbelief, while the third prince muttered quietly, "We have long since discarded such rudimentary intelligence systems. My apologies, Blue Star's technology is limited. Yet I kindly ask that you refrain from showcasing your superiority before me." After expressing this sentiment, Qin Yifan continued, "Since you possess more advanced intelligence systems, it would be prudent to first learn our language. Otherwise, communication may prove cumbersome." Chapter 159. You are of greater value were this to occur on Linkastar. Demanding a prince to learn the language of the natives would be an affront to the entire empire. However, in the current scenario, the two princes dared not utter another word and promptly connected to the network to swiftly acquire the language skills. What followed was a question-and-answer session. Initially, Qin Yifan refrained from inquiring about the star systems or Linkastar, focusing instead on a few inconsequential questions pertaining to their journey. While these inquiries might have seemed trivial to the two princes, they provided Qin Yifan with valuable insights. One significant revelation was that the network within the solar system could only circulate internally, completely isolated from the external grand network. This privilege had been secured by certain individuals from Blue Star, aiming to transform it into their own private sanctuary. Although other interstellar civilizations regarded Blue Star as a primitive planet, to them, it represented a veritable treasure trove. At least they can exert their influence here, eagerly anticipating their decennial return, for it is within this realm that they can indulge their whims. Furthermore, the reason these two princes accompanied us to Blue Star aligns with their previous statements. As for the details of their journey, Qin Yifan found no inclination to inquire further. What goodness could one expect from those who come with such intentions? After they responded to a few mundane questions, Qin Yifan fell silent for a moment before suddenly remarking, "Although you are addressed as Your Highness, I presume your status on that so-called Linkastar is not particularly elevated, is it?" The third prince immediately bristled, declaring, "We are indeed princes of the First Empire." However, the second prince hesitated, eventually replying with a hint of resignation, "What he says is not entirely incorrect. Our princely titles are genuine, yet we are not truly the second or third, but rather the 102nd and 103rd. Qin Yifan widened his eyes in astonishment. "You truly belong to the royal lineage of the First Empire? And your imperial father has over 100 sons?" Upon hearing the second princess' candid admission, the third princess' demeanor turned somewhat disheartened as he retorted, "What of it? I already have over a dozen sons myself. It is the quality of our genes that grants us the liberty to procreate freely. Is it not the same for you on Blue Star?" Qin Yifan gazed at him in surprise, thinking to himself, "Surely, your notion of superior genes does not pertain to mere physical appearance?" The second prince seemed to sense his thoughts and offered a wry smile. "My lord, we are not mere empty vessels. It is merely that our talents remain obscured among our more than 100 brothers, leading to our current despondency." Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow, silently pondering what talents he could possibly possess. The second prince chuckled again. "My lord, do not judge us through your lens, for you know not the environment we inhabit." He hesitated for a moment before softly adding, "Might I trouble you to lend me your personal computer? I wish to upgrade it. But I ask that you make good use of the information contained within." Without hesitation, Qin Yifan handed over his device, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity and unwilling to refuse their cooperation. Shortly thereafter, the upgrade was complete, and the second prince returned the computer to him. Qin Yifan tapped on the screen, discovering a new contact and finally learning the second princess' true name, Kent Solis. As he opened the information sent by Kent, he inquired, "Do your names include surnames?" "Indeed, they do. Kent is the surname of the royal family, and Solis is my given name. You may call me by my name directly." "Very well, Solis. My surname is Qin, and my given name is Yifan. I hope you can overlook any previous unpleasantness. I too hope that our future interactions will be amicable." If one were to question whether Qin Yifan was being timid, it is not timidity, but rather prudence. After all, They are genuine sons of an emperor, and even in their unfulfilled aspirations, their status remains immensely noble. Should one attempt to harm them, Blue Star would undoubtedly face dire consequences. His earlier display of dominance was merely a means to assert equal footing in their dialogue. Otherwise, how could these two be so obediently seated here, engaging in conversation with him? After perusing the materials, Qin Yifan felt a tempest raging within, and it took considerable effort to regain his composure. Slowly lifting his eyelids, he addressed the second prince, saying, "Solis, I must admit, I underestimated you previously." The second prince, devoid of arrogance, merely shrugged nonchalantly. "Yifan, we hardly know one another, and my previous demeanor was indeed rather presumptuous. It is only natural for you to harbor such thoughts." To be candid, Qin Yifan felt somewhat uncomfortable being addressed so familiarly by someone he had just met. Nevertheless, it was a customary practice for them, and he refrained from voicing his concerns. "So, what is your objective?" he inquired. "Quite simple, collaboration." The moment the second prince uttered those words, the third prince exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, why would you wish to collaborate with this esteemed gentleman?" The second prince cast a sidelong glance at him. "Troll, have you only learned the language of Blue Star? What I just said to Yifan was also a reminder to you." "Apologies, brother, I overlooked that." Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow, bemused by the stark contrast in their behaviors. It was as if they had transformed into entirely different individuals. However, considering his understanding of the current state of Link Star, he could somewhat comprehend their reactions. "Solis, the collaboration you speak of must be founded on equality, correct?" The second prince replied with certainty, "Indeed, this is evident from how we address each other by name. I regard you as an equal in our dialogue." "Why?" Qin Yifan's inquiry was straightforward, and the second prince answered without evasion. "Because of you. Yifan, I imagine your primary concern moments ago was the value of a potentially habitable planet, but I assure you, my motivation for collaboration lies not in that, but solely in you as an individual. I have discerned from certain indications that you possess a value surpassing that of a habitable planet." As his words resonated, a prompt from the system echoed in Qin Yifan's mind. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Repel the interstellar visitors. The host may claim rewards at any time." Ding. The system has issued a new task. Please complete it punctually. Task: accept the collaboration request from Kent Solis. Task duration: 1 day. Task completion reward: all attributes will increase by 10 levels. No wonder the system had not counted the task as completed. It was waiting here. Furthermore, the system promptly issued another task. Could this be a chain of tasks? However, the reward for this task seemed rather simplistic. Merely agreeing to collaborate would elevate him by 10 levels. Yet, upon reflection, it was not so straightforward. The collaboration must be intricate, and given his current level, he was inadequate to comprehend it fully, hence the system's issuance of such a task. Suppressing the impulse to agree immediately, Qin Yifan gazed earnestly at the second prince and asked, "Solis, please do not tell me you aspire to become an emperor?" The second prince nodded solemnly. Qin Yifan could not help but exclaim, "Damn it. I can't believe this. Why do I keep encountering such individuals?" Chapter 160, Preparations before departure. Qin Yifan vented his frustrations for quite a while, while the second prince and the third prince merely gazed at him in silence. There was little to say. The second prince was acutely aware of how outrageous his own ambitions were, while the third prince was utterly stunned into silence. Their flamboyant demeanor stemmed from a fear of being targeted by their over 100 brothers, a situation where they might not even know how they met their demise. But what was this he just heard? His own blood brother, the second prince, harbored such grand aspirations, aspiring to be a sovereign above all others. Had he lost his mind? Yet, inexplicably, a flicker of excitement stirred within him. Who among the imperial offspring did not yearn for the exalted throne? Casting a glance at his elder brother, he quickly suppressed this burgeoning desire, resigning himself to the role of a carefree prince. He had no intention of becoming a fool like his elder brother. Eventually fatigued, Qin Yifan nestled into the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Do you wish for me to accompany you to Linkexing? Or should I develop launching into a base to support you?" A victorious smile spread across the second prince's face. He understood his ambitions were indeed audacious. But who among those who achieve great things is not a little mad? Just by observing Qin Yifan's previous behavior, it was evident that he was not one to settle for mediocrity. Not to mention the information he had gathered from the internet hinted at the fact that this was no ordinary individual. "Yifan, I want both. Can you manage that?" Qin Yifan straightened his posture, fixing his gaze on this ambitious man. "You are quite greedy. But then again, one would not covet that position otherwise. Now, answer me sincerely, is this a sudden whim, or have you been preparing for this? Though Qin Yifan could be impulsive, it was usually when he had a fair understanding of the situation, given that he hardly knew much about these two before him. He could not afford to make a hasty decision. Yet, the system had presented him with a task, compelling him to acquiesce to the second prince. Albeit while maintaining an air of caution, the second prince glanced at his younger brother before responding gravely. I assure you, this is not a spur-of-the-moment idea. I have been preparing in secrecy for 20 years. Qin Yifan rolled his eyes in exasperation. How old are you this year? His just implied how could one prepare for 2 decades at such a young age? However, the second prince, oblivious to the humor, replied earnestly, though I am 58. I'm still quite young. My eldest brother is over 200 years old. Qin Yifan opened his mouth, only to let out a bitter smile. He had forgotten that those with supernatural abilities greatly extend their lifespans upon surpassing 50, and each subsequent level gained further vitality. Crossing the threshold of 80 was another significant milestone, leading to an entirely new realm of existence. Of course, he was unaware of all this until he had perused the recent materials. Rubbing his temples, Qin Yifan murmured, I need to think this over. How long can you remain here? In no more than 2 months, as the swiftest journey back to Linka Star requires at least half a month. The second prince elucidated. The temporal patterns of Linka Star align with those of our current location, and it has its own tradition of celebrating the new year. Thus, I must return to the imperial capital in advance. You may remain here. I shall provide you with a response shortly. Once Qin Yifan departed, the third prince lowered his voice and inquired, Brother, have you truly prepared for 20 years? The second prince gazed intently out the window. Troll. Have you visited our elder brother recently? The third prince was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Half an hour later, in another psychic vehicle, Lin Yefeng stormed in. His demeanor irritable upon discovering Qin Yifan seated there, indulging in spirits. Do you have any notion of how busy I am? Is there not a matter that could have been conveyed via video? After finishing his drink and setting the glass aside, Qin Yifan promptly clicked on his portable computer, and a video commenced. This is Linka Star, 1,000 times larger than Blue Star. The elemental energy, which we previously discussed, is several dozen times more potent than that of Earth. According to your calculations, I estimate that it could enable those with abilities to ascend to level 100. Lin Yefeng's attention was instantly captured, but he pondered, why does such a vast planet adhere to the same temporal rules as ours? Qin Yifan replied contemplatively, I am not a scientist, I am merely stating a fact. There are 2 choices. One is to depart from Blue Star with me in 2 months to explore Linka Star together. And the other, before Qin Yifan could articulate the second option, Lin Yefeng decisively opted for the first. A slight smile crept upon Qin Yifan's lips. Brother Lin, it will not be as easy as Blue Star. Survival will be challenging, as evidenced by our predecessors. Lin Yefeng's lips twitched. Do not provoke me into cursing. If it is difficult where you are, then my stay in Blue Star would be in vain. The commander chuckled heartily. I knew he would respond that way, huh? Qin Yifan shot him a glance. I shall take that as a compliment. After a moment's silence, he suddenly spoke. This journey will be perilous. Consider your decision carefully. You have 2 months. The commander inquired, what about Jiaohong and the others? I have yet to ask them, but they will heed my guidance. Then why must we deliberate? Can we not simply follow your lead? The commander, your words impose great pressure on me. From now on, call me Brother Wang. At that moment, Lin Yefeng interjected, that warship has ample space. My presence is not indispensable. I shall continue my research on it. Qin Yifan clicked a few more times on his portable computer. Here are the warship's data. Familiarize yourself with it promptly, for it shall become your base. Excellent. Another half hour passed, still in the same psychic vehicle, but the commander and Lin Yefeng were replaced by Jiao Hong, Jiao Bao, Tang Laosan, and the monkey. Qin Yifan had reserved this second batch for them to provide specific explanations. However, he had barely begun to speak when Jiao Hong interrupted. Afan, you need not elaborate. Simply state your decision. With a momentary pause, Qin Yifan smiled and nodded, saying, very well, I shall depart from Blue Star in 2 months. And you all are welcome to join me. Before Jiao Hong could respond, Jiao Bao was the first to voice his agreement, quickly followed by the monkey, who also expressed his desire to accompany them. Jiao Hong exchanged a glance with Tang Laosan, who gently nodded in affirmation, prompting a subtle smile from Jiao Hong as she addressed Qin Yifan. Afan, after your departure, Blue Star will undoubtedly require capable individuals for its management. Hence I have chosen to remain. This was precisely what Qin Yifan had in mind, yet there was no need for him to vocalize it. as their unspoken understanding sufficed. Excellent. It is settled then. In the ensuing 2 months, Qin Yifan and Lin Yifeng prepared a substantial array of resources for Blue Star. Qin Yifan focused on procuring a plethora of perfect-grade extracts, predominantly spirit crystals, while Lin Yifeng, utilizing the information at his disposal, ensured that Blue Star was left with a wealth of technological products. Throughout this period, however, the topic of unsealing Blue Star was never addressed. Chapter 161. Departure from Blue Star. The vast expanse of the starry sky lay silent and still, the boundless universe devoid of any disturbances. As a blue planet gradually diminished in size, this was the scene unfolding before Qin Yifan's eyes. It was both awe-inspiring and tinged with regret. The awe stemmed from never having witnessed such a sight before, while the regret was due to Jiao Hong and Tang Laos and being unable to share in this moment. As the battleship departed from Blue Star, vivid memories of their final moments together flashed before him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yifan softly declared, "Wait for me. It shan't be long before I return to fetch you." The second prince, standing beside him, remarked with a hint of implication, "Yifan, perhaps their existence on Blue Star is far more comfortable than ours." Qin Yifan shot him a sidelong glance, replying, "If you were not so consumed by desire, you would find comfort as well." The second prince shrugged, saying, "Humans often find themselves unable to control their desires, especially with you around. I am not far from fulfilling my aspirations. Your confidence in me is noted, though I am curious as to its origins." The second prince waved his wrist, showcasing a device, an instrument redesigned by Lin Yifeng using Linkastar technology. "Captain Lin has stated that this device would not have come to fruition without your involvement. Refining the cultivation system is something that even no one from Linkastar has accomplished. If you could achieve such a monumental task, assisting me in ascending to the throne should be a trivial matter." Qin Yifan was at a loss for words, recognizing the disparity in their concepts. Yet he was too weary to engage in a debate over the matter. Ever since he met this individual, he had been inundated with such thoughts. Were it not for the system issuing a series of tasks, he would have preferred to distance himself from this incessantly chattering companion. Indeed, after accepting the second prince's request, the system once again announced a new mission. Ding! A new task has been assigned. Please complete it in a timely manner. Task: assist Kint Solis in ascending to the throne. Task duration: 5 years. Task completion reward: all attributes will increase by 10 levels. Moreover, he had not yet claimed the rewards from the previous 2 tasks, fearing that a sudden surge in levels would alarm others. Thus, he currently appeared to hold only a level 60 status, and during the 2 months leading up to his departure, he had not only been industrious but had also indulged in ample sustenance. In terms of skills, there has been little change. The originally formidable has grown even greater, and the already powerful has become even stronger. He is now awaiting an opportunity that would allow him to elevate his level without drawing undue attention. At that moment, the hatch opened, and a graceful figure entered, carrying a tray that glimmered with a lustrous sheen. "Mr. Qin, the armor meticulously crafted by my elder brother for you has finally been completed. Please take a look and see if you're satisfied." Indeed, the visitor was Lin Yuan, who had followed Qin Yifan closely, proudly claiming the title of his personal secretary and naturally remaining at his side. Qin Yifan found no need to dissuade her. After all, there were plenty of people accompanying him on this journey, and her presence was inconsequential. With a smile, he lifted the red cloth covering the tray, revealing yet another vintage-style mechanical watch, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly. "Your brother truly has a peculiar sense of humor. Why has he fashioned them all in such a manner?" Lin Yuan handed the tray to the nearby Jiobao, chuckling as she replied, "My brother has such eccentric tastes. You must bear with it. Besides, the design of this device can be altered at will. If you dislike this appearance, you may simply choose another." Qin Yifan shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. He donned the watch and pressed the activation button. With a beep, a needle extended from the back of the watch and pierced his wrist. Extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Binding successful. Intelligent core initializing. Master, the intelligent core has successfully initiated and connected to the Interstellar network. Please name the intelligent core. Feitian. Understood, Master. Feitian reporting for duty. Please give your commands. Don the armor. Yes, Master. Upon receiving the command, the watch immediately began to expand, swiftly enveloping his palm while simultaneously covering his arm and extending across his entire body. The entire process was remarkably dreamlike, and within a mere 2 seconds, Qin Yifan found himself adorned in exquisitely crafted armor. His previous outer garment had been destroyed by the armor, falling to the ground, leaving him clad only in his inner garments and the armor itself. Qin Yifan moved about, feeling no discomfort, and then issued another command. Fei Tian, mimicry. Please specify the target, master. Qin Yifan designated a guard of the second prince, and the armor on his body responded, transforming to perfectly match that of the guard. At that moment, the second prince exclaimed, "My goodness. I never expected the material named Starlight Gold by Captain Lin to be so effective. I too desire such armor. It would greatly enhance my safety." The third prince raised his hand timidly, saying, "I want one too." The Captain Lin mentioned twice was naturally Lin Yafeng, who owned this battleship and had brought his entire research team along. This individual had become utterly consumed by his work, tirelessly absorbing the technology of linkexing and developing his own products. The simultaneous process of learning and creation was something only he could manage. Qin Yifan tilted his head. "You are aware of where these materials originate. Your inventory is insufficient, so you will simply have to wait until we return to linkexing." The second prince found himself in a state of exasperation. While he lacked for armor, he could hardly justify the need to have several sets on hand, particularly when the one he wore had been taken from another guard. Nevertheless, with Captain Lin already possessing experience, he could simply extract enough star gold upon returning to commence his work. He could afford to wait. Yet, despite his words, he could not hide the envy reflected in his gaze towards Qin Yifan. It was futile. The metallic crystals refined by Qin Yifan had surpassed the known limits of Linka Star. Who would have believed it if it had been spoken of before? This was not merely a matter of discovering new metallic elements. Qin Yifan's extraction skills were astonishingly formidable, directly applied in front of others, which was quite terrifying. However, the more astounding Qin Yifan's abilities appeared, the stronger the hope within the second prince grew. What Qin Yifan was thinking was beyond his knowledge. But once donned in the armor, he understood that his opportunity for advancement had arrived. This armor was not only exceptionally defensive but also possessed numerous other functionalities. Flight was merely its most basic feature. It could endure extreme temperatures and was equipped with an oxygen system, enabling interstellar travel. Its only drawback lay in the energy issue. Lin Yafeng's current mastery of spatial compression technology was insufficient. Thus, it could only house 10 perfect-level spirit crystals at present. Nonetheless, this would suffice to support Qin Yifan's cosmic voyages for several months, and as long as he had sufficient spirit crystals for replacement, he could achieve limitless flight. Additionally, this armor boasted a remarkable capability. It could shield against mental probing. Consequently, as long as Qin Yifan wore the armor, others would remain unaware of his exact level. After showcasing the formidable power of this armor in the training room, he returned alone to his private chamber. He intended to allocate the level rewards granted by the system, thereby securing his life further. Chapter 162. Enhancing Strength. With a heart full of excitement, Qin Yifan communicated with the system in his mind. System, claim the rewards. Understood. The rewards have been dispensed. Please check. Host. A surge of intense energy enveloped him, providing a comprehensive sense of refreshment. He promptly opened his attributes panel. Host, Qin Yifan. Ability level, level 75. Energy value, 100 million, 100 million. Talents, flexibility talent level 75, 1 billion. Spatial talent level 75, 1 billion. Enhancement talent level 75, 1 billion. Mental talent level 75, 1 billion. Light talent level 75, 1 billion. Dark talent level 75, 1 billion. Poison talent level 75, 1 billion. 5 elements talent level 75, 1 billion. Skills, super large portable space. Passive space size 1500 by 1500 by 1500 cubic meters. Capable of containing living entities. Super probing technique, passive probing range, within a radius of 200,000 meters. Super illumination technique, level 60 proficiency 400 million, 500 million. Copper skin iron bones, passive reinforcement effect, 30 times. Super holy light healing technique, level 60 proficiency 400 million, 500 million. Enormous. The Dark Canopy boasts a mastery level of 60 with an impressive 400 million out of 500 million. Its unassailable nature, passive, permanent, non-upgradable, allows it to withstand mental assaults of tenfold intensity. The immunity to all poisons, passive, renders the host impervious to any toxin in existence. While the poisonous flesh, passive, designates the host's very flesh as the most toxic substance in the world. The 5 elements technique, passive, provides immunity to 70% of attribute skill damage. The poisoning technique also reaches a mastery of 400 million out of 500 million at level 60, alongside the 5 elements escape technique, which shares the same proficiency. Spatial shuttling, passive, enables traversal through the void, while the object control technique, detoxification technique, and the 5 elements body technique, passive, further enhance abilities. The latter increasing movement speed by 30-fold. The 5 elements purification technique achieves a mastery level of 400 million out of 500 million as well. The 5-star armor passive can withstand fatal strikes exceeding the host's level by 20. Although the skills remain unchanged, their functionality has significantly improved. For instance, the capacity of the personal space, the range of detection, and the extent of the dark canopy's coverage have all expanded, alongside the speed of skill execution. This pertains to the rapidity of successful skill application. All skills are instantaneous, rendering speed irrelevant. Take the 5 elements purification technique, for example. It can be activated with a mere thought, yet the purification itself requires a process. While previously swift, it is now remarkably quicker, achieving successful purification in roughly a second. Similarly, the Holy Light healing technique, which once required a healing process after application, now sees this duration drastically reduced. In conclusion, aside from the absence of combat skills, he has taken a significant stride towards greater strength. The following day, Qin Yifan was in the training room, becoming accustomed to his newfound strength and speed when suddenly, a mechanical prompt echoed through the space. Wormhole jump imminent. Please secure your body to avoid injury from excessive vibrations. After repeating this warning 3 times, the announcement ceased, and the door to the training room swung open. Lin Yuan entered and inquired, "Mr. Qin, is the wormhole jump truly that serious? Didn't the information specify this? Please don't tell me you haven't read it." "I have read it, but it just seems somewhat unreliable," he replied. "What could possibly be unreliable? After all, the Linka star has a development history spanning tens of thousands of years. Such a straightforward theory cannot be incorrect. You mentioned a history of several millennia. Yet why has the cultivation system been subdivided?" Upon hearing this reasoning, Qin Yifan chuckled, realizing that her concern stemmed from this point. "Should I say you are displaying a touch of superiority over your brother? Not at all. Let's quickly find a cabin with safety seats then." "Isn't that a safety seat? Go ahead and sit. I can merge the armor with the cabin floor. Unless the entire battleship disintegrates, I shall face no issues." Lin Yuan pouted. "I think you are the one showing off. If only the battleship had enough materials, I would insist on having my brother craft me one as well. Once we arrive at Linka Star, everything you desire shall be within reach." At that moment, the second prince approached, smiling as he remarked, "Not just you, Miss Lin, but even I find myself envious. Rest assured, Miss Lin, the first item crafted will undoubtedly be yours, provided we have the materials." The essence of Gengjin serves as the primary material for crafting the armor worn by him and his guards, from which Qin Yifan has refined the Stardust Gold. Yet, Qin Yifan inquired with a hint of perplexity, as we are on the brink of a wormhole jump. "Why are you not seeking a secure place to remain and instead come looking for me?" "Oh, I nearly forgot the matter at hand." The second prince cast a reluctant glance at Lin Yuan. Indeed, this fellow remained infatuated with the captivating beauty. However, he certainly would not, nor dare to, resort to coercive measures any longer. Regrettably, Lin Yuan showed no interest in him, rendering his attempts at flattery utterly futile. "Yifan, accompany me to the command room. After the wormhole jump, the battleship will enter a period of stagnation, and I fear there may be those with ulterior motives targeting our vessel." Qin Yifan's confusion deepened. "You are a prominent figure in the galaxy. Who would dare to covet your possessions? Are they seeking their own demise?" Upon mentioning his status, the second prince appeared somewhat awkward. Under normal circumstances, those interstellar pirates would certainly not dare to act against me. But the extended duration of our stay in Blue Star complicates matters. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow. "I presume you are not here to place blame on me, which suggests your brothers might be the ones causing you trouble. Am I correct?" The second prince gave a thumbs up. "Clever, just so." Nodding, Qin Yifan gestured as they walked. And after departing the training room, he curiously asked, "You mentioned maintaining a playboy persona. Why would anyone still take an interest in you?" The second prince shrugged. "It is the plight of being born into royalty. Sometimes, despite being harmless, people perceive you as having ulterior motives. What can one do?" Though he did not fully comprehend, Qin Yifan empathized with his predicament. However, he finally posed his greatest inquiry. The period of stagnation lasts only a few minutes. What could possibly transpire in such a brief interval? The second prince elucidated, though the stagnation is short-lived if someone awaits at the wormhole's exit. A few minutes can suffice for many undertakings. Qin Yifan paused momentarily, then quickly resumed his stride, shaking his head. You are rather untrustworthy. I suspect you already have a countermeasure in place, do you not? The second prince's expression remained unchanged. Indeed, you see right through me. However, due to your presence, I have abandoned my previous approach for something more discreet. He then shifted the subject, asking, Yifan, does your extraction ability have any limitations? Qin Yifan furrowed his brow. Such matters of privacy were not to be pried into lightly. Nevertheless, the second prince was evidently aware of these details, which suggested he had ulterior motives for his inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yifan exclaimed in astonishment, Solis, if someone were indeed lying in wait on the other side of the wormhole, what scale of fleet would they deploy? The second prince turned his head and regarded him intently. Yifan, if you were not my friend, I would likely have to sleep with one eye open from now on. Come now, is it really that serious? Qin Yifan retorted, rolling his eyes. Given your line of questioning, if I were to remain oblivious, I would indeed be a fool. Chapter 163. Providing support in the stars before long. They arrived at the command room. Upon entering, they were greeted by a myriad of screens displaying the external situation, offering a panoramic view with no blind spots. One screen indicated the distance to the wormhole. The second prince donned a suit of armor, thus he did not seek a safety seat. Instead, standing alongside Qin Yifan before the screen. What do you think? Is the splendor of the universe not enchanting? Qin Yifan nodded, then shook his head. Initially, he was indeed captivated, yet prolonged exposure only evoked a sense of insignificance within him. This remark momentarily halted the second prince's expression, which soon transformed into a resigned smile. Indeed, even the giants of the Linka star, towering at mere dozens of meters, seemed trivial against the boundless cosmos. Qin Yifan cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering whether the desire for imperial power still burned as fiercely. The second prince inhaled deeply and countered, Do you believe me if I say it has grown even stronger? I do, for it signifies your ambition. A chuckle escaped the second prince, though I cannot hope to conquer the vastness of the universe. I shall relentlessly seek the secrets hidden among the stars. Ascending to the throne is merely the first step. Only then can I freely utilize the resources of the empire to realize my aspirations. Qin Yifan shot him a knowing look. It seems I was not mistaken. You, like Brother Lin, are quite the madman. The second prince's smile broadened. There is a saying on Blue Star, birds of a feather flock together, as the countdown dwindled to mere seconds. The warship finally entered the wormhole. The moment they crossed the threshold, the entire vessel shuddered. Such tremors are inconsequential for a ship of this magnitude. Yet the wormhole's continuous nature caused irregular jolts upon entry and exit. While the ship itself would remain intact, those within must be securely fastened to avoid mishaps. The sights within the wormhole were dreamlike, awash with vibrant colors, yet prolonged gazing could induce illusions. After permitting Qin Yifan a moment to admire the view, the second prince instructed the intelligence system to deactivate the screen, intending to resume the display upon exiting the wormhole. Captain Lin Yefeng indeed commanded the ship, yet he regarded it primarily as a base for research, eschewing involvement in combat operations. After a wait of several minutes, following another violent jolt, the warship stabilized. The command room screen flickered to life, revealing the vastness of space once more, now adorned with a multitude of vessels of varied designs. The principal distinction between interstellar warships and spacecraft lies in their armament. Interstellar ships typically lack devastating weaponry, as their primary function is transportation. Smaller ships, designed for conveying individuals, boast remarkable speed, often eluding conventional warships, and rarely fall prey to space pirates. Conversely, larger vessels, tasked with cargo transport, usually travel in fleets to mitigate the risk of pirate encounters. It is not uncommon for adventurers, like the second prince, to operate a solitary warship, typically venturing into uncharted territories. However, those who traverse areas with network coverage, such as the second prince, inevitably attract the attention of opportunists, especially given his unique status. Observing the multitude of ships on the screen, Qin Yifan felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Solis, are you certain that this is the work of your brethren, rather than those who harbor a vendetta against you for your father's death or your wife's abduction? With so many warships, you must have made countless enemies. The expression on the second prince's face was as dark as a stormy sea, his words forced through clenched teeth. The duration of their absence had been extensive, and certain truths could no longer be concealed. At the moment they emerged from the wormhole, his intelligence system had received a deluge of information, from which he deduced alarming conclusions. Observing that the cannons aboard the warships were already beginning to charge, he had little time for further discourse and issued a loud command. Activate the shield to its maximum capacity, engage all secondary cannons in interception mode, and deploy all unmanned drones for self-destructive interception. Wait a moment. Qin Yifan interrupted before he could finish his orders. What are you doing, Solis? The second prince, momentarily at a loss, thought it was obviously a preparation to withstand enemy fire. They couldn't simply remain passive, could they? Why did you summon me? Casting him a sidelong glance, Qin Yifan replied, just activate the shield. I will handle the rest. Leave it to you? Are you jesting? With a concentrated barrage from the enemy, the ship's shield will surely shatter, and we will be left as fish on a chopping block. The second prince had initially intended for him to confront the warships, leaving the responsibility of countering enemy fire to the ship itself. But he was taken aback by Qin Yifan's unexpected assertion. This is my first battle in the stars, so I must experiment. Otherwise, there would be no need to activate the ship's shield, Qin Yifan stated, disregarding his astonishment and commencing his actions. Before long, the screen before them began to darken significantly, and their view was entirely obscured. The second prince furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this your dark attribute skill? If so, we won't be able to see outside." Qin Yifan shot him an exasperated glance. Did I not mention I needed to try some experiments? This is merely a test. Indeed. Qin Yifan was verifying the limits of his abilities. After all, in the vastness of space, even tens of thousands of meters could be considered close. Although those warships appeared relatively near, they were, in reality, at least several 100,000 meters away. His probing technique had a maximum range of 200,000 meters. Yet he could not even detect half that distance. The limit of his probing technique was also the maximum range for deploying his dark canopy, which currently enveloped a cubic area with a side length of 1,000 meters. In other words, to encircle the warships with the dark canopy at its maximum range, he would need to deploy as many as 125 of them. Moreover, space combat was not confined to a flat plane. Threats loomed from above, below, and all around, rendering it impossible to deploy the dark canopy at maximum distance. Even if Qin Yifan could cast his skills instantaneously, there remained a necessary interval between each deployment, restricting him to close-range casting. Furthermore, he had to ensure that his allies aboard the warship remained unaffected, as the dark canopy did not distinguish between friend and foe. Thus, he opted for a distance of 1,000 meters, releasing them one by one, allowing for repetition of the previous anchor points for subsequent deployments. After a minute, Qin Yifan withdrew all dark canopies and declared, "All done. My skills can withstand their attacks. You may prepare for a counterstrike." Upon witnessing all enemy ships' secondary cannons undergoing recharging, the second prince, with a hint of disbelief, inquired, "Your dark abilities can intercept energy cannons? How is that even possible?" His astonishment was palpable, and one could only imagine the shock of the commanders aboard the enemy vessels. They stood there, wide-eyed and speechless, unsure of how to proceed. It wasn't until a subordinate reported the completion of the recharging process, seeking permission to continue firing, that they found themselves at a loss for commands. Fortunately, at that moment, a voice resonated across all warships, instructing, attempt another round of simultaneous secondary cannon fire. If that fails, resort to the main cannons. What? Elder, do we truly need to use the main cannons? If that happens, the lives of those two will be at risk. Enough chatter. This is an order. Aim and fire, but do not harm our own. Understood. Chapter 164. Divine maneuvers as the enemy prepared for a second round of simultaneous secondary cannon fire. The second prince had regained his composure and was strategizing with Qin Yifan against their foes. With the warships now restored to operational status, they had a plethora of tactical options at their disposal. However, with the unpredictable variable of Qin Yifan, the second prince was keen to exploit this advantage. Yifan, I recall your dark abilities can render the warships completely motionless. Let us utilize this to eliminate them one by one. I have no objections. As long as we maintain sufficient distance, we must maneuver the warships closer to them. Very well. The second prince acknowledged and proceeded to select a target. Meanwhile, Qin Yifan produced a barbecue grill, prompting Lin Yuan and Zhou Bao to rush over and prepare meat for him. The second prince, turning around and witnessing this scene, momentarily forgot what he intended to say. Yifan, what are you doing? Replenishing our stamina. Do you think casting abilities in interstellar space is so effortless? Qin Yifan muttered as he retrieved mutated beast meat. You only see the advantageous side, without considering my consumption. The second prince found himself both amused and exasperated. Yifan, if you didn't bring any restorative potions, why go through all this trouble? Qin Yifan shook his head. Restoratives lack flavor. Barbecued meat is far more satisfying. What's wrong? Should I stop? Wait, no. You can do whatever you like. The second prince, genuinely fearing he might abandon the task, hastily changed the subject. Yifan, look here. Despite their disguises, this ship appears to be their command vessel. Shall we target it first? You make the call. I'll merely provide support. All right, enjoy your meal. The second prince, rarely in a light-hearted mood, made a jest before returning to command the warship towards the enemy flagship. In the meantime, the enemy had launched another round of simultaneous fire, yet regrettably, it proved ineffective once more. Initially, they thought their eyes were deceiving them. However, with the second volley, the energy beams vanished into the darkness once again, forcing them to confront the unsettling reality, although they could not comprehend the reason behind it. The energy beams had indeed disappeared, and they were at a loss for an explanation, unable to fathom the origin of the sudden darkness. As they commenced energizing the main cannon in accordance with orders, the second prince's battleship surged forward, its target precisely aligned with their command vessel. Although the intentions of the opposing forces remained unclear, they swiftly adapted their tactics. A dozen or so ships maneuvered sideways, positioning themselves directly in the path of the second prince's vessel, while the command ship retreated at a rapid pace. Upon recognizing their strategy, the second prince prepared to direct his battleship to evade, intending to pursue the enemy command vessel afterward. At that moment, however, Qin Yifan suddenly shouted, "No need to evade. Just charge ahead." What? Not only the combat team responsible for operations, but even the second prince was momentarily taken aback. Yifan, are you certain? Although my battleship's hull can withstand collisions, the impact could potentially disrupt some functionalities. Just trust me, charge. With no time to issue a command. The enemy ships were already upon them, leaving no room for retreat. Gritting his teeth, the second prince maximized the protective shield and commanded, "Full throttle, ram them." The enemy ship commanders were utterly bewildered. What in the world was happening? Had the two princes lost their minds? They were opting for a direct collision instead of utilizing their main and secondary cannons. What sort of strategy was this? Just as they hastily prepared to fire their cannons, an unexpected darkness enveloped their vision, accompanied by the piercing blare of alarms filling their ears. And then, there was nothing. Their consciousness plunged into oblivion. Meanwhile, the second prince was on the brink of madness, having readied himself for the impending collision, only to witness the enemy ships abruptly vanish into thin air. Indeed, they had disappeared, gone without a trace. Once they surged past the location, the two obstructing ships reappeared as if a colossal hand had momentarily removed them and then returned them to their original positions. The second prince, his face a mask of shock, turned to Qin Yifan, swallowing hard as he asked, "Yifan, please don't tell me that was your doing." As Qin Yifan stuffed his mouth with grilled meat and wiped the sweat from his brow, he replied, "It was me, but I want to do it again. It's far too exhausting." The corners of the second prince's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He was at a loss for words. Those were battleships. Even the smallest weighed several dozen tons. Moving them, even in the vacuum of space, was no trivial task. Not to mention, they had vanished and reappeared. What divine intervention was this? The individuals aboard the enemy vessels were equally frantic. They had initially believed the two princes had lost their wits, intending to ram their own shipmates. To their astonishment, they witnessed an unbelievable spectacle. Why had the two ships, destined for collision, vanished into thin air, only to suddenly reappear? Those who had blinked at that moment speculated that the second prince's battleship had somehow distorted space to traverse through. Such conjecture was utterly absurd. Regardless, the second prince's ship was now barreling towards their command vessel with great speed. They had to take action. However, when they fired their crystal energy cannons, the outcome was eerily reminiscent of before, utterly ineffective. The formidable main cannon charged at an excruciatingly slow pace. And as the second prince's warship and flagship were on the verge of colliding, they hesitated to fire. In stark contrast, the flagship's commander, undeterred, issued a direct order to unleash the partially charged main cannon. Alas, just as the cannon was about to discharge, an ominous shroud of darkness enveloped the entire warship, rendering it immobile. Amidst the cacophony of alarms, the commander's frantic screams echoed. But no amount of furious shouting could hasten the lengthy process required to restart the vessel after it had fallen completely silent. Much like a private vehicle left idle, a warship's energy reserves should ideally remain sufficient for activation, provided it is regularly maintained. However, once engulfed by the dark veil, not only the energy chamber but the entirety of the flagship became devoid of power. To revive the ship, one would need to be a spatial adept or carry energy crystals for backup. Moreover, replacing the energy crystals would necessitate a considerable duration of recharging, a luxury the second prince would not afford them. Seeing the adversarial flagship reduced to a mere hunk of metal, he eagerly commanded the deployment of unmanned drones to board the enemy vessel and expel its crew, declaring, "Kill any who resist." His resolve was unwavering, with the enemy cornered. There was no room for hospitality. Qin Yifan understood his sentiment but interjected with a caution, "Avoid damaging the enemy's armor. If possible, aim for their heads to conserve material." Far from advocating for restraint, Qin Yifan was contemplating the potential for greater resource acquisition. Hearing his words, the second prince chuckled, "Yifan, do not be so petty. We have seized such a grand warship. Why concern ourselves with trifling scraps?" Qin Yifan paused, glancing at the flagship hovering on the screen, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Solace. You are truly bold. You wish to turn a perfectly good warship into mere materials? I yearn for it too, but how shall I explain its origin? Though I long to bring this matter to light, the time is not yet ripe." The second prince raised an eyebrow, adding, "Besides, there are so many more over there. I cannot possibly take them all." A glance at the multitude of enemy ships made Qin Yifan realize the limits of his ambition. His heart ignited with excitement at the thought of capturing over 100 vessels, envisioning a vast trove of resources. Would it be possible for each of his companions to be outfitted with a suit of armor? Yet, reality proved less bountiful than his dreams. After the flagship was captured, the personnel aboard the other vessels attempted a rescue. However, witnessing the fate of those who ventured to save the flagship, who were lost without a trace, the remaining crew wasted no time and began to scatter in frantic retreat. Even though the second prince exerted himself to chase down the enemy, he ultimately managed to retain only half of the vessels, and their quality was rather subpar. Fortunately, he captured the command ship, which was of the same series as his own Annihilation-class warships. Despite its disguise, the second prince recognized it at a glance. After the battle concluded, he busied himself with directing the combat team to clean up the battlefield, while Qin Yifan focused on replenishing his energy. It could be said that the entire battle was sustained by his efforts, with the second prince's warship serving merely as a means of transportation. Of course, without the second prince's vessel, capturing so many ships would have been impossible for Qin Yifan. He could traverse the stars in his armor, but how could he possibly catch up to a warship? Otherwise, what would be the purpose of inventing warships? Everyone could simply fly around in their own suits of armor. As he was enjoying his meal, the intelligence system, Feitian, suddenly spoke, "Master, Captain Lin has sent a communication request." How did he come into the picture? Does he intend to lay claim to the spoils? Without further thought, Qin Yifan allowed Feitian to connect the call. On the other end, Lin Yefeng's excited voice came through. "Mr. Qin, I want that Annihilation-class warship, and I want it now." His voice was loud, and since Qin Yifan made no effort to conceal their conversation, the second prince heard him clearly. Before Qin Yifan could inquire about the purpose of the Annihilation-class warship, the second prince let out a wry smile. "I anticipated this, Yifan. It is indeed the command ship we just captured. If Captain Lin desires it, let him have it." Qin Yifan was surprised by his swift agreement and nodded at Lin Yefeng. "I can give it to you, but you must tell me. What do you intend to use that warship for?" "To merge. This is a series of warships, and once all models are gathered, they can be synthesized into a larger Annihilation-class vessel." It was evident that Lin Yefeng had thoroughly absorbed this knowledge. Otherwise, he would not have appeared at such a moment. Qin Yifan glanced at the second prince, who nodded resignedly. He is correct. The designer of this series envisioned it this way from the outset, but unfortunately, the cost of a single Annihilation-class warship is exceedingly high, preventing him from realizing his ultimate vision. Inquisitively, Qin Yifan asked, "So what is the situation now?" The second prince shrugged. He is an independent designer who recognized his financial limitations, ultimately opting to sell the design blueprints separately. Our royal family acquired the model, while the other 3 models fell into his hands. Qin Yifan nodded in understanding. It seemed that one of the second prince's brothers was behind this. However, would there be any issues with us so brazenly reclaiming the warship? What issues could arise? Regardless of who initiated it, they will not acknowledge it. Which means this Annihilation-class warship is ownerless, so we shall take it without hesitation. Is that so? In that case, Lin, the warship is yours. All right, second prince. I will take over the piloting rights. Go ahead. The second prince, now only needing the combat team to control the unmanned drones, returned the piloting rights to Lin Yefeng. The Annihilation-class warship had a triangular shape, and when it drew near, the flat side aligned perfectly with the longest side of the triangle. The two Annihilation vessels, when combined, resemble a semicircle adorned with a triangular cap. This process, however, was not instantaneous. It was in the depths of space that Qin Yifan witnessed the culmination of this fusion. Presently, Qin Yifan floated before a captured warship, which, in comparison to the second prince's vessel, could only be deemed as scrap. According to the second prince, the assailant had expended a substantial sum to hire several interstellar pirate crews. Otherwise, those previous scoundrels would not have fled so readily. Not all pirates are reckless. Knowing they cannot win, they would certainly flee rather than face defeat. Moreover, they had their own strategies, even if they suffered some losses. It mattered little as long as their warships remained intact. After all, these worthless vessels would not attract the attention of the two lords, even if they did. They could not take them all, as it would hinder their speed and potentially invite greater troubles. Regrettably, their plans were commendable, yet they were unaware of the existence of the formidable Qin Yifan. Upon their return to the battlefield, they beheld countless corpses drifting in the void of space. As for the warships, there was not even a single screw left. This revelation nearly drove the pirate crews to madness, prompting them to frantically contact their employer. Meanwhile, the employer was also in a state of disarray, as a failed operation necessitated damage control. Achieving this without anyone's knowledge was impossible. Thus, facing pressure from all sides left no time to consider the pirates' plight. This led the pirate crews to engage in some rather irrational behaviors. Of course, these are matters for another time. Presently, Qin Yifan was both lamenting and secretly reveling in the situation. After all, despite the warship's inferiority, it was still a colossal entity to an individual. As he undertook the 5 elements purification technique on such a massive construct for the first time, a sense of trepidation filled his heart. Fortunately, the skill was successfully activated, though it consumed an enormous amount of energy, depleting 100 million energy points in an instant, necessitating the use of restorative potions to regain his strength. In the expanse of space, there were no places to roast meat, nor would relying on such a method be a practical use of time. Thankfully, the restorative potions also enhanced his strength, albeit lacking in flavor, which Qin Yifan found unappealing. However, in relation to the effort expended, the rewards were indeed substantial. Before him lay a considerable mass of star gold, which he cautiously stowed away in his personal space after a few tentative touches. Describing his current demeanor as that of a suddenly wealthy pauper would not be an overstatement. For this was a metallic material unnoticed even by Linkastar, and its value was incalculable. Naturally, he would not engage in actions that might empower his enemies. Such treasures were to be utilized for his own benefit, and even if his allies could not fully utilize them, they must be concealed. Moreover, the ever-watchful second prince loomed nearby like an insatiable abyss, and he was uncertain how much of the spoils would be demanded upon the division of rewards. Thus, he found himself both relishing and lamenting, experiencing a bittersweet joy. Chapter 166. Entering Linkastar after 2 days of activity near the wormhole, they finally resumed their journey. Even so, there were over 50 warships involved. Not only did clearing personnel and collecting spoils require time, but Qin Yifan also needed an extended period to restore energy after purifying a single vessel. Yet, despite this, he managed to complete the task in a mere 2 days, prompting the second prince to exclaim in astonishment, "Damn it, Qin Yifan, you are utterly insane." A true prodigy. The third prince, standing nearby, chose not to intervene, as he was in a state of utter bewilderment. He had not participated in the battle, being blissfully unaware of the impending events, having been lost in a realm of indulgence. When he finally emerged, he was greeted by the sight of Qin Yifan meticulously cleaning the battlefield. He was taken aback by the transformation of a colossal warship into a mere mass of metallic crystal, and he found it both amusing and exasperating that Qin Yifan even spared the armor from the fallen. In short, he was completely astonished, even beginning to question his own existence, for he had never encountered such a scenario before. Fortunately, the second prince was mentally prepared, otherwise, his reaction would have been more than just exclamations of disbelief. As Qin Yifan elegantly savored his grilled meat, he casually remarked, "Second prince, do mind your manners. Such vulgarity is unbecoming." The second prince, undeterred, not only cursed, but also gestured rudely. "No way. I demand my share, not just a suit of armor." His fury was justified. Having previously hinted at his desires, he was met with the flippant response that the armor could indeed be provided. Upon hearing this, the second prince nearly choked on his own saliva. After all my efforts, you think a single suit of armor is sufficient? Absolutely not. Qin Yifan grinned. Putting aside the jest, of course, I can grant you the star gold, but first, do enlighten me about the number of men under your command. The second prince hesitated briefly, glancing at his younger brother, who promptly stood up. There are others waiting for me in the room. You carry on. Satisfied with having such a Na'vi brother as a shield, the second prince spoke softly once the third prince had departed. I understand your intent, and I do not require much. 100 suits of armor will suffice, at least to provide my loyal subordinates with some means of protection. This quantity pleased Qin Yifan. Yet he frowned at the mention of protection. I must say, Solis, no armor, no matter how fine, can withstand a spirit crystal cannon. The technological prowess of your Lin Kastar seems to vastly surpass that of the cultivation civilizations. The second prince shook his head, explaining it is all relative. While the spirit crystal cannon is formidable in space, on a planet, one must rely on cultivation civilization. Of course, there are spirit crystal rifles on planets. But they could not even breach the defenses of my previous armor, let alone the star gold. Upon hearing this clarification, Qin Yifan nodded slowly. Very well. I have already provided Brother Lin with a considerable amount of star gold. You may request the armor from him. When did you give it to him? The second prince's words trailed off, realizing that this delved into Qin Yifan's secrets, a slip of the tongue born from his earlier astonishment. Qin Yifan refrained from offering explanations. After all, his personal space differed significantly from others. Provided his mental strength was sufficient, extracting objects from within it from a distance of 10,000 meters posed no challenge. The warship's range, merely a few hundred meters, allowed him to discreetly deposit the starry gold into Lin Yifeng's warehouse. That fellow had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. He utilized whatever was available without ever questioning the rationale behind it. From that point onward, they encountered no further complications. 10 days later, they approached an extraordinarily colossal planet. Although Qin Yifan had previously viewed the entirety of Link Star through video, witnessing it in person left him utterly astounded. It was immensely vast. To put it in perspective, if the blue planet appeared akin to a basketball from the same distance, Link Star resembled a basketball court in size. Even the smallest of Link Star's 7 moons was considerably larger than the blue planet. Before long, the warship surged into Link Star's atmosphere. As it pierced through the thick clouds, Qin Yifan beheld a breathtaking landscape reminiscent of a traditional Chinese landscape painting. From afar, it seemed no different from the blue planet, with towering mountains, lush forests, and seas that met the horizon. However, one must not overlook a fundamental point. Link Star was immense. Thus, the vistas he observed were vastly more expansive than those on the blue planet, including the habitats of sentient beings. It is essential to emphasize the presence of intelligent life, as Link Star was not solely inhabited by humans, though they held a dominant position. After a day of travel, Qin Yifan finally grasped the grandeur of Link Star. Even if the warship could not attain its interstellar velocity on the planet's surface, it still effortlessly soared at 5 times the speed of sound. Yet, despite the distance traveled since their entry point, they had yet to reach the imperial capital of the first empire of Link Star. Having grown weary of the scenic views, Qin Yifan could not help but voice his curiosity. Solis, why don't we enter directly from within the first empire's territory? The second prince cast him a sidelong glance. Link Star is surrounded by a formidable artificial magnetic field. Unless one enters through the designated entry point, the consequences would be catastrophic. As he spoke, he gestured dramatically, leaving Qin Yifan momentarily speechless. Don't tell me there are still those who dare to entertain designs against Link Star. What do you think? The second prince replied with a sense of inevitability. If entry were as unrestricted as on the blue planet, Link Star would likely descend into chaos. Only then did Qin Yifan recall that this was no longer the blue planet, where warships were a common sight throughout the cosmos. The thought of unrestricted access was amusing yet alarming. Well then, how much longer until we reach the imperial capital? Soon, but we must first visit my territory. The second prince, anticipating Qin Yifan's impending question, interjected, surely, you do not believe that as a prince, I could pilot a warship to the imperial capital without consequence? I would be accused of treason. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow, pondering the numerous regulations in place. Nevertheless, he sensed a certain trepidation from the so-called emperor. Visiting your territory sounds fine. It provides an opportunity to arrange matters for my people. I concur. You and your guards may assume the roles of my former protectors. But an excessive number would not be permissible. The second prince wished to conceal Qin Yifan's identity, however. The entourage he brought along could not escape scrutiny and thus had to follow the pathways designated for outsiders. Even though he was a royal prince of the empire, he could not indulge in such privileges, for should anyone catch wind of his indiscretions, the consequences would be dire. At this juncture, he cast a glance at Lin Yuan and whispered, "As for Miss Lin, I shall have her act as my personal assistant. I don't need that. I will remain by Mr. Qin's side." Lin Yuan interjected sharply, immediately sensing his ulterior motives. The second prince wore a conflicted expression as he said, "Yifan, consider this." Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow and looked toward Lin Yuan, who promptly activated her smart assistant, transforming into the guise of a guard. Yet, one could not help but marvel at the striking beauty concealed beneath such a robust exterior. Chapter 167. Entering the second prince's domain after soaring through the skies for what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at the realm of the second prince. Though referred to as a domain, its size eclipsed that of all the landmass on Blue Star combined. The lordly city before them was as expansive as the entirety of Huaxia, with a resident population numbering in the billions. Qin Yifan was utterly astonished, not merely by the vastness and the multitude of inhabitants, but also by the remarkable management that rendered such a colossal city seemingly devoid of chaos. Additionally, he was curious as to why, despite possessing such an extensive territory, the two princes only ventured forth with a handful of guards. Naturally, he posed his inquiry, to which the second prince responded candidly, "When we go out for leisure, bringing too many guards is impractical. Moreover, I never anticipated I would impulsively travel so far to Blue Star. As for city management, it relies on a central intelligence system. Each city is governed by a main control intelligence. Provided the city lord establishes clear rules, the populace must adhere to them or face severe penalties. A word of caution. When in public, refrain from using foul language or exhibiting any disrespectful behavior, lest you be branded as a transgressor." Qin Yifan smirked, retorting, "Putting that aside, I have no desire to remain by your side. It sounds rather unbearable." The second prince sighed in exasperation, "If I do not have you alongside me, many matters would be impossible to address. Relax. I shall remain silent at most, provided you do not impose upon me. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning against you. Rest assured, I wouldn't dare." Through their time spent together, the second prince had come to realize the extraordinary nature of Qin Yifan. Initially, he harbored ambitions of controlling him, yet now he found himself devoid of such thoughts, even wary of harboring any untoward notions. Although the term untoward may not aptly convey his sentiment here, he truly found himself at a loss for more fitting vocabulary. Qin Yifan was simply too formidable. To provoke him would yield unimaginable repercussions. If he were to unleash his wrath, even the vast expanse of the prince's domain could be rendered barren. Upon returning to his territory, the reception was nothing short of extravagant. From the moment they touched down, a throng of individuals began to converge. As the second prince stepped onto the floating platform, a crowd of people had already gathered within a kilometer radius. Naturally, a 10-meter perimeter around the second prince remained unoccupied, cordoned off by Qin Yifan and his entourage. Had it not been for Qin Yifan adjusting his helmet, others would undoubtedly have perceived the expression of social embarrassment on his face. The enthusiasm displayed by these young ladies was rather overwhelming, akin to an unrestrained assault. Yet, how could they attempt to pounce on the second prince when they could not even reach him? He was unable to retaliate against these individuals. For apart from considering the second prince's image, the laws of Linkexing strictly prohibited such actions. Superhumans are absolutely forbidden from laying hands on ordinary citizens. Otherwise, the most severe punishment would be death, while the lightest would entail a fine of millions of galactic credits. At that moment, Qin Yifan struggled to comprehend this legal stipulation. But the second prince explained that without it, how could the city sustain its billions of inhabitants? With a substantial population base, more superhumans could be nurtured. And with an increased number of superhumans, sufficient power could be wielded. It is a virtuous cycle, and given the vastness of Linkexing, it could support countless lives. The real concern lies in having an insufficient population. The women who boldly pursued the second prince all aspired to bear his children, justifying their intentions as a means to inherit commendable genes. As for concerns about reputation, as long as morality was not utterly violated, no one seemed to care. Finally seated in an oversized psychic vehicle, the second prince reclined languidly against the genuine leather seat, while the third prince wore an expression of unfulfilled desire. Qin Yifan discerned that the third prince was indeed a true libertine. Even his small wits were squandered on frivolities. It was no wonder the second prince had always kept him close, for he served as an unyielding shield forged from starlight gold. Once inside the psychic vehicle, The rigid protocols dissipated. Qin Yifan settled himself comfortably, pouring a glass of a liquid that resembled wine. After taking a sip, he grimaced slightly and remarked pointedly, "You princes truly indulge yourselves. If only there were less intrigue among you." The second prince, not grasping the implication, reached for the bottle to pour himself a glass. Qin Yifan intercepted him with his cup, maintaining a steady gaze. Initially, the second prince was bewildered, but he soon realized, inhaling sharply in shock. 10 minutes later, "Third brother, troll, what has happened to you? Someone, summon a healer, quickly fetch a healing superhuman for me." The now poisoned third prince stammered in distress. "Second brother, I have been loyal to you all these years. You must save me." His plea was a genuine display of emotion. As he remained oblivious to the scheme that Qin Yifan and his elder brother had orchestrated with mere glances. "Did you not wish to vex me? Then allow me to return the favor." Indeed, the poison administered by others was not lethal, yet it would cause considerable discomfort, even without an antidote. Enduring a month of agony in bed would eventually lead to recovery. However, with the new year approaching, there were numerous events in the imperial capital. As a prince, if he could not partake, it would reflect poorly, regardless of the circumstances. Thus, the second prince and Qin Yifan decided to employ this poison against the third prince, using this very point to pursue further investigation. Although it was evident that the individuals being scrutinized were mere scapegoats, the prospect of purging a few traitors from his midst was nonetheless gratifying. Moreover, the adversaries' failure to achieve their nefarious aims only served to exacerbate their humiliation. Thus, what was initially intended as a welcoming banquet transformed into an interrogation scene, precipitating an extensive investigation on the spot. In truth, many matters had become quite transparent. And at times, the second prince would deliberately retain a few individuals, performing for their benefit as a spectacle for those lurking in the shadows. Those traitors assumed that the second prince would continue his charade, merely presenting a few scapegoats for show. Little did they know, this time, the second prince was resolute in his intentions, embarking on a course of action that was utterly genuine. Aside from the spies dispatched by the emperor, everyone else was swiftly purged. In a single instant, the second prince's palace was stripped of several hundred individuals, with even dozens from the guard corps apprehended. A day later, the second prince sent a message to the imperial capital, one reporting the incident and the other detailing the discovery of a new cultivation system. Indeed, presenting this finding was a monumental achievement, arguably surpassing even the glory of territorial expansion. It is crucial to understand that should this system be disseminated, it would undoubtedly incite tremendous upheaval across the entire star system, potentially leading to a reorganization of vested interests. In comparison to acquiring a small star system, being able to carve a slice of the larger galactic pie is a far more significant accomplishment, is it not? Of course. What he reported was merely a theory or a concept. The core technology remained firmly under his control, specifically in the hands of Qin Yifan and Lin Yefeng. Lin Yefeng possessed all the critical data and had the capability to mass-produce detectors, while Qin Yifan held mastery over the extraction of perfect-grade essences. Indeed, even within the entire star system, few could extract such perfect-level essences, which fundamentally explains why they had not developed a new cultivation system. Chapter 168. The astonished Roddle the second prince's desire for this achievement was rooted in laying the groundwork for his bid for the throne. It is imperative to recognize that to ascend to the imperial throne, one must possess unparalleled accomplishments. While it may not necessarily require unfathomable feats, at the very least, one must have significant accolades to their name. He had long projected an image of a debauched scion, devoid of any notable achievements. In contrast, his brothers, who possessed the strength to compete for the throne, either held military exploits of territorial expansion, leading fleets to conquer habitable planets, or had accumulated substantial merits through quelling rebellions. Thus, to vie against them, the second prince needed to manifest something grand. And indeed, the repercussions of his actions were considerable. The following day, the imperial capital dispatched a commissioner, an official appointed by the emperor, to liaise with him regarding the matter. Ostensibly, this official arrived under the pretense of investigating the poisoning incident. For the emperor had also recognized the benefits of this new system and wished to keep it under wraps for the time being. Aware of the situation, the second prince, during the reception of the official named Roddle, skillfully evaded direct discussion, fixating instead on the matter of the poisoning. This tactic left the official feeling quite uncomfortable. Gazing at the seemingly innocent expression of the second prince, he suddenly found himself perplexed. "Your Highness Solite, the emperor places great importance on this matter. Yet you must present some credible evidence. Do you understand? His words were almost a clear indication. To gain the Emperor's attention, one must proffer something substantial, otherwise. How could he possibly support you? The second prince blinked, as if finally grasping the situation, and hurriedly produced a storage capsule. The spatial technology of Linkstar is far more advanced. A mere capsule can hold 100 cubic units of storage. However, the contents of this capsule were scanned, a sophisticated detector, along with several categorized extracts and various potions. Roddle inspected them with his mental prowess, revealing a look of perplexity. As if questioning, "Is this all?" Roddle, these pieces of evidence require careful discernment. Only by correlating them with previous incidents can you comprehend their implications. Although after a thorough purge, the number of spies around him had significantly dwindled, he still had many individuals in his orbit. For instance, the third prince accompanying him, and various officials of his territory, with whom he could not openly express certain sentiments. Roddle nodded gently, understanding the second prince's intent, yet still feeling somewhat dismissive. The ensuing banquet was rather mundane, filled with superficial pleasantries that rendered Qin Yifan, posing as a close attendant, nearly drowsy. Once he endured the banquet and returned to the second prince's palace, Qin Yifan finally relaxed. When they were alone, the second prince inquired with a smile, "Yifan, did you find it tedious?" "Not merely tedious, but exceedingly so." Qin Yifan adjusted his helmet to transparency and rolled his eyes, saying, with this time spent on idle chatter, "Wouldn't it be better to dedicate it to training?" The second prince shrugged. "Yifan, while training is undoubtedly important, one must also grasp the nuances of human relationships. One cannot always resort to violence in times of conflict, can one?" Qin Yifan nodded in strong agreement. "All my experiences have taught me that in the end, it is the might of one's fist that prevails." The second prince pursed his lips, refraining from contesting his words, but shifted his perspective. "That is because you are sufficiently powerful. Were it me, I could only feign compliance. Take the incident with the wormhole, for example. Without you, my fate could have been dire. Even now that I have returned to my territory, I must tread cautiously, for my strength is insufficient to instill fear in others." Qin Yifan understood the essence of his expression and smirked. "I shall take that as a compliment. Rest assured, we are now friends. As long as you do not court disaster, I will always support you." Court disaster? The second prince pondered over the term before comprehending its meaning. As Qin Yifan had spoken in Huaxia language, though he had mastered the common tongue of Linkstar, he remained unaccustomed to it. Understanding was one thing, but speaking still felt more natural in Huaxia. The second prince nodded vigorously. "I would never court disaster. Yifan, you must be weary after a long day. Go rest." Qin Yifan nodded gently, taking Jiobao, and the disguised Lin Yu ran with him as they departed, leaving behind only the trusted guards of the second prince. Meanwhile, Roddle arrived at the palace arranged by the second prince, foregoing the company of beautiful women to retreat alone into a chamber, instructing everyone not to disturb him. He retrieved the spatial capsule provided by the second prince and extracted a detection device, quickly understanding its operation after a few adjustments. After assessing his own innate attributes, Roddle's expression transformed dramatically upon seeing the results. While possessing dual talents was undoubtedly accurate, the detection device from Linkstar could only reveal the level of the primary talent. Even if both talents progressed simultaneously, only the more advanced one would be displayed. However, this device not only indicated the levels of his dual talents, but also precisely reflected the extent of their current cultivation. Of course, this precision was relative to comparisons between devices, and some discrepancies in accuracy remained, yet it was still remarkably advanced. In that moment, Roddle's mind raced with possibilities. Such a sophisticated instrument surely did not originate from the star system. Could it be that Prince Solis had made contact with extraterrestrial beings during his recent expedition? Yet, his movements had been well documented, having lost signal only 2 months prior at the edge of the Dead Star Sea. How could extraterrestrials venture into such a desolate expanse? Was it conceivable that anyone could traverse the Dead Star Sea? This seemed even more implausible, as the Empire had dispatched its strongest research team to survey that area, which spanned several 100 million light-years of desolation. Once inside, energy would dissipate rapidly. The research team had once proclaimed that unless perpetual energy was developed, no one could cross that treacherous sea. If it were not of extraterrestrial origin, could it be that Prince Solis had developed this himself? That notion appeared even more far-fetched. Everyone knew who he was, a supercilious wastrel incapable of such achievements. Had he been pretending to be a fool all these years? The thought sent a chill down Roddle's spine. After recovering from his astonishment, he examined the contents of the second prince's spatial capsule, and began testing each item with the device. To his shock, he discovered that true perfection existed. As the samples he had previously tested had only reached an 80 purity, while those provided by the second prince were all of perfect grade. Perhaps true perfection was an illusion, merely the upper limit of the detection device, yet it was astonishing nonetheless. He then experimented with cultivation according to the new theoretical framework. Using his own resources, he experienced a sense of stagnation, whereas the perfect-grade materials facilitated smooth and significant progress. This astounding revelation caused him to overlook how the second prince had acquired such items, instead envisioning the myriad connections of vested interests. The thought of being at the pinnacle of this beneficial chain made Roddle tremble with excitement. He could not bear to linger even for a moment longer. He swiftly gathered his belongings and called for his companions to return to the imperial capital. Disregarding the lateness of the hour, he boldly entered the imperial palace. Clutching the token bestowed by the emperor, in chapter 169, he sought to convey his stance. As Roddle departed, the second prince was entwined with a woman on the grand bed. Though not a true libertine, he was still a man of passions and desires. Having been apart for an extended period, he naturally wished to indulge in the affections of his most cherished consort. After their intimate encounter, the consort named Nina lay against the second prince's chest, her small hand playfully tracing circles, while she murmured, "Your Highness, your sudden return has caused quite a stir." "It's truly frightening." The second prince, lost in a moment of tranquility, lazily replied, "Frightening? There are far more terrifying matters ahead." "More terrifying?" Nina blinked her large eyes, confidently asserting, "No wonder you changed your personal guards." The second prince's eyes narrowed, glinting with a piercing light as he adopted a deliberate tone, "My beloved consort, do not speak thoughtlessly. My personal guards are the ones I trust most. Didn't he you? But my cousin." The moment those words slipped from her lips, Nina sensed the gravity of her mistake, yet it was too late to retract them. The second prince gently pushed her away, his demeanor turning cold as he questioned, "Cousin? Since when did you have a cousin as my personal guard? I was unaware." "Your Highness, please let me explain." Nina was now filled with dread, regretting her impulsiveness. Why couldn't she have waited to speak? Yet, that was the man she cherished most, willing to serve as the personal guard solely to encounter her within the palace walls. It was all his fault. Had he not forcibly separated them, they would not have been in such a predicament. As her thoughts raced, she attempted to mask her anxiety. But she could not escape the discerning gaze of the second prince. "Explain? What is there to explain? You shall perish." With a swift motion, the second prince snapped her neck. He required no further justification. The mere act of deceit, even from his most beloved consort, warranted her demise. He would not investigate the matter further, fearing that the truth might incite even greater anger, yet this incident served as a cautionary tale. The following morning, his chambers underwent another purge, albeit discreetly. However, Qin Yifan and the others remained aware of the events, as they were currently masquerading as the second prince's personal guards. They were permitted periods of rest, yet the majority of their time was spent by his side, even if merely for appearances. Within the chambers were only the second prince's trusted allies, and he paid little heed to the chaos, instead lamenting to Qin Yifan, "What is this madness? I play the part outside, yet turmoil brews in my own backyard. Can you believe it?" Qin Yifan thought to himself that the people of Linkexing were notoriously fierce, a fact he was well aware of. So, it's acceptable for the officials to set fires, but not for the common folk to light their lamps? Yet, he refrained from voicing this sentiment, offering only a weary smile and a shake of his head. "Saurus, I am not well versed in such matters. But betrayal must surely have its reasons. If you truly loved them, do you think they would act this way?" The second prince pressed his lips together tightly. Could true love even exist? His identity alone rendered it impossible for anyone to genuinely express their emotions. They dared not do so. Even Qin Yifan, included among them, nearly adopted a cooperative stance. The notion of fostering any feelings, even a hint of friendship, was entirely absent. What transpired was merely a charade, a mutual exploitation of needs. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, this is a scandal for me. Yifan, you wouldn't consider me overly ruthless, would you?" Qin Yifan cast him a sidelong glance, stating, "As a prince, if you can only wallow in pity, I suggest you take matters into your own hands. Betrayal, in any form, is betrayal. I do not urge you to forgive them. Rather, I implore you to accept this reality and discern the reasons behind their treachery as a lesson." The second prince was taken aback. He had not anticipated such words from Qin Yifan. He nodded in agreement, saying, "I understand. However, I fear that I will have no time to wed once I return home. so such matters will not arise again. That would be for the best. Qin Yifan deftly shifted the topic. What of the investigator from yesterday? Did he have any reactions? At this, the second prince chuckled, genuinely amused. How could he not react? His response was quite significant. He returned to the capital overnight. He should be reporting to my father now. Qin Yifan appeared slightly surprised, then nodded in understanding. No wonder he has earned the emperor's trust. That investigator possesses quite a keen sense. That is indeed essential, the second prince began, but abruptly halted, stifling his thoughts. Even in the presence of trusted allies, he dared not speak ill of the emperor, even if that emperor was his own father. At that very moment, his biological father. The emperor of the First Empire of Linkexing stared gravely at the device in his hand. They were in a concealed chamber within the royal palace of the capital, where only the emperor and Roddle were present, indicative of the emperor's profound trust in Roddle. Silence lingered for an extended period before the emperor finally broke it. Roddle, have you inquired where Solis went during those 2 months? Roddle quickly bowed and replied, Your Majesty, Prince Solis stated that he was selecting a consort. He mentioned a remote corner inhabited by humans, albeit in a very primitive state. I have investigated. That place belongs to a rather barren star system within the Milky Way. It was only a few centuries ago that anyone ventured from their home planet into the galaxy, and it is now entirely sealed off and utilized as a mining planet. A mining planet. The emperor pondered, lapsing into silence once more. Roddle respectfully suggested, Your Majesty, should I dispatch someone to investigate? Unnecessary. It is merely a mining planet. How could such an advanced system emerge from it? The emperor looked down upon the blue planet, dismissing it entirely. He would not even deign to regard a mining planet, considering his elevated status. Yet, he struggled to comprehend how the second prince had acquired this new cultivation system. After another lengthy silence, he spoke in a low voice, Roddle, tomorrow you shall lead a team to Solis once more. This time, we must thoroughly investigate the matter of his poisoning. Roddle was momentarily taken aback and cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, are you certain we must conduct a thorough investigation? Indeed. Regardless of who lurks behind the scenes, I demand their revelation, for I wish Solis to perceive my resolve. As you wish, Your Majesty. After Roddle departed, the emperor squinted his eyes and uttered, Solis, I trust you have not betrayed me, for if you have. A cold snort reverberated through the secret chamber, causing the sturdy metallic floor to fracture with fissures, which swiftly mended themselves. A day swiftly passed, and Roddle once again arrived at the lordly city of the second prince. This time, he was accompanied by a significantly large entourage, including several influential officials from the imperial capital, which startled the second prince who awaited their arrival. He had anticipated the emperor's concern, yet never to such an extent. Nevertheless, he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, engaging in pleasantries before inquiring with a smile, Roddle. Was the evidence I provided last time sufficient? Roddle chuckled. Prince Solis, the evidence is ample. Otherwise, I would not have brought such a large contingent. His Majesty has commanded a thorough investigation. Chapter 170, A Mutual Performance Thorough Investigation. A mere 2 simple words, yet when uttered by the emperor, they carried an unimaginable weight. This also allowed Qin Yifan to witness the remarkable efficiency of the First Empire. In the span of a single day, a deeply buried connection was unearthed. The depth of this connection was such that even the astute Solis had not anticipated that the individual behind the assault was none other than his own brother. Yes, the very brother who had been rendered a fool by the second prince. However, the reason behind his actions was merely a reflection of the tactics employed against him, returning the very methods used upon himself. His brother was indeed a formidable character, having played the role of an imbecile for years while quietly advancing in the shadows. This time, emboldened by a sense of capability, he sought to strike once more at the second prince, only to find that the second prince was even more adept, leading to his utter downfall with a mere touch. Of course, there were those who wished to shield him during this period. Yet with the emperor's direct orders for a thorough investigation, anyone who dared to associate with this matter was swiftly incarcerated in the imperial capital's prison, regardless of their involvement. Whether they played a minor role or were merely ordered to participate, all were unmasked and scrutinized meticulously. This also implicated 2 princes who sought to instigate trouble. And like the second prince's brother, they were stripped of their titles and reduced to commoners. Naturally, after the thorough investigation, 5 days had elapsed. After all, even the most efficient processes require time. When all the reports were laid before the second prince, he could not contain his mirth, laughing unabashedly. He did not wish to be so unrestrained, yet the pent-up frustration of years had finally found an opportunity for release, leaving him exhilarated. Beside him, Roddle maintained a benign smile, his slightly portly frame rendering him rather endearing. However, much of his attention was directed towards the third individual in the room. Indeed, although this was not a secret chamber, there were only 3 individuals present within the confines of the room. However, the third individual appeared somewhat out of place, as he was a guard. Typically, the presence of a guard is for the sake of security. Yet, as the most trusted minister of the emperor, he was an unequivocal source of safety for the second prince. Moreover, he had articulated the necessity of discussing a matter of great importance, intending to ensure that the second prince dismissed all attendance. Nonetheless, the prince insisted on retaining this guard. After observing for a while, Roddle could discern nothing particularly remarkable about the guard. Noticing that the second prince had already composed himself, he gently inquired, "Your Highness Solis, is everything satisfactory now that the matter has been resolved?" "Indeed, I am quite pleased," the second prince replied with a vigorous nod, expressing his gratitude to Roddle. "I apologize for the trouble this has caused you, and I am deeply appreciative. Please accept these small tokens of my esteem." As he spoke, he produced a storage capsule and handed it over. Roddle, after modestly declining a few times, accepted it. A brief scan with his mental energy revealed an abundance of extracts and potions, yet his anticipation felt somewhat diminished. "Your Highness Solis, there remain several inquiries that His Majesty would like addressed," he began, hesitant to voice certain thoughts as a minister, yet his meaning was unmistakably clear. The second prince smiled and nodded. "Since it is my father who has prompted your questions, please proceed." Without hesitation, Roddle asked, "Your Highness, from where did you acquire this new theory, the novel detection device, and these other items?" His gaze was fixed upon the second prince, yet most of his mental focus was directed towards the guard. Still, he sensed no change in the guard's demeanor. Even if the armor could shield against mental probing, a person would inevitably exhibit subtle movements under emotional shifts. However, the guard remained utterly still, resembling a statue. In truth, Roddle's boldness was somewhat misplaced. He mistakenly believed that his level of over 90 would evade notice by an ordinary person. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yifan was an extraordinary individual with formidable mental prowess, making it impossible for Roddle to escape his perception. Thus, one might wonder if Qin Yifan would exhibit any anomalies. Certainly not. Yet, remaining completely immobile was itself a peculiarity. And even without discovering anything tangible, Roddle placed even greater significance on the guard, Qin Yifan. Had Qin Yifan been aware of Roddle's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have scolded him mercilessly, questioning the absurdity of being scrutinized for either motion or stillness. Unaware of their silent duel, the second prince cleared his throat and said, "Lord Roddle, do you believe in the existence of transcendent beings beyond this world?" Haha. Roddle's sudden laughter did not provoke irritation from the second prince. Rather, he continued, "I realize this notion may seem preposterous, yet it is the truth. I wonder if you have noticed the changes in my worship? Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten to ask. I recall that your Highness's worship was a type of annihilation vessel, yet it appears to have undergone some modifications in recent days." Roddle had indeed observed this matter, though his attention had been primarily consumed by the newly established training system, leading him to overlook the details of the worship. The second prince smiled and said, "It is not merely a change. Rather, we have acquired a new model of the Star Destroyer, which now forms part of their amalgamation." "Oh?" Roddle immediately conjured a multitude of thoughts, yet he merely inquired softly, "What does this have to do with those matters?" "It is undoubtedly relevant. This tale begins from my departure from that mining star," the second prince recounted animatedly, though it was evident that his narrative was embellished. The only truth lay in the fact that he encountered someone upon completing the wormhole jump. The subsequent claims of a master coming to his rescue and gifting him trinkets due to his meager strength were pure fabrications. Roddle could discern this. Yet he played along and listened attentively before asking, "Your Highness, you mean to say that when you faced danger, a transcendent being descended to aid you in vanquishing an interstellar pirate group, subsequently seizing a star destroyer and bestowing these items upon you, correct?" The second prince nodded gravely, affirming, "Indeed, it sounds absurd, yet it truly transpired." Roddle blinked and ultimately nodded with a smile. "His Majesty has asked me to inquire how many new detection devices you possess, Your Highness." "Hiki, Lord Roddle. I had intended to present these to Father when I visited the imperial capital, but unforeseen events transpired," the second prince replied, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "I fear there may be those who wish me harm, which is why I revealed a fraction of this. You, Lord Roddle, should understand the purpose behind it." Roddle smiled and nodded, though internally he was lamenting, "What a scheming family." Mingling with you all is truly taxing on my mind. My hair is nearly falling out from the stress. After addressing the matter posed by His Majesty, he continued, I have a minor query, and I hope Your Highness can elucidate it. Pray, speak, Lord Roddle. Your Highness, given that you faced an assassination attempt on your way back, why did you not report it to the imperial capital, instead opting to escalate the matter only after returning to your territory? Chapter 171. He is showing favor to me. Compared to a direct assassination, that mere poison, which would only cause discomfort for a month, is trivial. Yet the second prince concealed the assassination attempt, choosing to emphasize the poison instead. Is this not making a mountain out of a molehill? In truth, this question is not as straightforward as it appears. Yet the second prince's response was quite astute. After the assassination attempt, I certainly wished to report it to the imperial capital. But there were still several days of travel ahead. I feared. Here, the second prince hesitated, his face betraying fear. If the perpetrators were to learn that their plot had been exposed, they might resort to extreme measures. This time, there would be no transcendent being to save me. Hence I decided to wait until I returned to my territory to address the matter. Alas, he immediately donned a distressed expression, Lord Roddle. You must know that while my territory is vast, it is severely lacking in resources, resulting in a dearth of skilled individuals. The few level 90 fighters I managed to cultivate were all offered to father, leaving me with only a handful of over 80 level subordinates who were truly capable. I am genuinely apprehensive. Roddle listened attentively and then smiled, nodding, I understand. Rest assured, I will certainly inform His Majesty of this matter upon my return. That is reassuring. Indeed, I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wish to survive and dutifully serve father. After bidding farewell to Roddle and his entourage, Qin Yifan returned to the psychic vehicle and stated directly, Solis, that fellow has begun to suspect me. The second prince, lounging on the genuine leather seat, replied nonchalantly, I am aware. It was intentional. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, What do you mean? As he poured himself a glass of wine. He drank it down before the second prince poured himself a glass in turn. Now, he was genuinely anxious, even after undergoing cleansing. It was imperative that someone else sample the drink first to ensure safety. After downing half a glass, he let out a contented belch and chuckled. If I don't let them uncover some issues, they will continue to monitor me, much like the reclusive sage I fabricated earlier. Although they may not believe, they will certainly investigate seriously. Solis, your actions are rather reckless. What if my identity as a denizen of Blue Star is exposed? The second prince erupted into boisterous laughter. Yifan, do you believe that even if I claimed these items originated from Blue Star, they would unequivocally dismiss it? Why is that? It is quite simple. Blue Star is deemed inferior. They would never entertain the notion that a lowly planet, regarded merely as a mining rock, could yield such exquisite treasures. Noticing the incredulity on Qin Yifan's face, the second prince hastily added, I do not intend to belittle Blue Star. It is merely a fact. After all, even the Milky Way is not considered noteworthy, let alone. Qin Yifan raised a hand to interrupt. I grasp your point. There is no need for reiteration. How am I, a native of Blue Star, to navigate this predicament? The second prince smiled helplessly. I harbor no disdain for you, nor would I dare. I am merely elucidating the situation. They will not investigate Blue Star, but will assume I truly ventured there to select a consort, having been ensnared due to the prolonged delay. After a moment of silence, Qin Yifan murmured, Since you have highlighted my uniqueness, there is no need for me to continue the pretense, is there? We should maintain appearances outwardly, but you are free to act as you please at other times. The second prince said with a somewhat sycophantic grin, I have already instructed my people to construct a large warehouse for you, where a continuous supply of mutated beast corpses will be delivered. I will only spend 3 days a month there, simply have the corpses stored in storage capsules. Since I need not disguise myself deliberately, I must seize the opportunity to cultivate. At this juncture, Qin Yifan voiced another concern, Solis. It stands to reason that Linkastar should support ability users in reaching level 100. Why do you only have guards of over 80 levels around you? The higher level experts above 90 have been reassigned, either to accompany generals in expanding territories or to guard the borders, the second prince explained matter-of-factly. The only place with a presence of level 90 in Linkastar is the imperial capital. If any other location discovers a level 90, unless they have just broken through and failed to report, they would be dealt with as insurgents. What sort of rule is that? Qin Yifan expressed his confusion. Sensing that the emperor of the imperial capital was perhaps overly cautious, the second prince shrugged. This has been the case with emperors throughout history. It is a norm everyone has grown accustomed to. Qin Yifan no longer dwelled on the matter, waving his hand dismissively. Forget it. Have someone bring me some delicacies. I haven't had a proper meal in days. My mouth is nearly parched. Very well, I shall command it at once. The second prince, well aware of Qin Yifan's habits, understood that making him endure such prolonged hunger was rather unkind, thus he ordered the finest ingredients to be used. Consequently, the imperial chefs in the second prince's palace commenced their relentless work, toiling as if they were burdened with the weight of 3 generations. Even as they exerted themselves to the utmost, they were still pressed by the second prince's attendants, which sparked a hint of bewilderment among them. What was going on with the second prince? Did he intend to work them to death? Even mutated pigs couldn't consume this much. What was he trying to achieve? Meanwhile, within a secret chamber of the imperial capital, a conversation was unfolding. After Roddle relayed the second prince's words verbatim, the emperor inquired softly, "Is that truly what he said? It seems this young man can no longer endure, and rightly so. With such exceptional resources, he indeed possesses the merit." Roddle bowed and responded, "Your Majesty, presenting a new cultivation system is indeed a significant achievement, yet Prince Solis has only revealed half of it, which raises certain concerns. He merely offered a glimpse. The true essence remains firmly in his grasp." The emperor, unencumbered by caution, did not conceal his thoughts from this close advisor. He was negotiating his terms, or rather, waiting for the opportune moment to act. It appeared he must make a show of goodwill. "Thus, you shall issue a decree. In 5 days, I will host a family banquet, and all princes must be in attendance." "Yes, Your Majesty." This command sent a wave of panic among the princes scattered afar, who immediately scrambled to summon the swiftest starships back home. Those stationed on Linkastar were equally perplexed, pondering what had prompted their father to extend an opportunity. They certainly needed to present their best selves. Upon receiving the decree, the second prince erupted into a raucous laugh. Qin Yifan, amidst the flurry of activity, inquired, "What brings such amusement?" "My father is hosting a family banquet in 5 days. It is a signal. He seeks to mend relations." Though he referred to him as father, there was no trace of familial warmth. Their relationship scarcely qualified as one of superior and subordinate. In truth, they resembled rivals. The second prince coveted the emperor's throne, while the emperor was intent on securing his position. Setting aside blood ties, it was but a contest. Qin Yifan smirked. "And what will you do? Extend your goodwill in return?" A cold glint flickered in the second prince's eyes. "I shall demonstrate my strength. I want him to unequivocally understand what I desire." On the day of the family banquet, the second prince made a grand exit from the city. 10 large transport ships, escorted by a luxurious aircraft, proceeded at a moderate pace towards the imperial capital. The warships were not to be deployed. The second prince was merely showcasing his fangs, not seeking conflict at that moment. Naturally, Qin Yifan accompanied him, continuing to indulge in a feast. Indeed, even during his travels, he did not spare the royal chefs, albeit he slowed his pace of consumption, granting them a modicum of respite. His relentless feasting over 4 consecutive days yielded remarkable results as he ascended a level, bolstered by the high-quality ingredients provided by the second prince. The mutated beast meat of levels 80 to 90 was plentiful, and given that he was only at level 75, the advantages of indulging in such superior fare were substantial. After finishing yet another dish, he cast a glance at the second prince, who wore a conflicted expression, and inquired with curiosity, "Solis, what troubles you?" The second prince met his gaze, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow. "Does this concern me?" The second prince nodded cautiously, responding, "Yifan, I mean no offense. I merely wish to inquire about the exceptional efficiency of your absorption system." This was a rather civilized way of putting it. A more straightforward interpretation would be, "Why can you eat so much? Are you part pig?" Qin Yifan shrugged nonchalantly. "It's a matter of constitution. I have always been good at absorption. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived on a single bun for 7 days." While the claim of superior absorption might be exaggerated, he had indeed once managed to live off a single bun for an entire week. This blend of truth and fiction left the second prince at a loss, prompting him to shift to another question. However, the new cultivation system states that one must consume items of the same attribute for optimal absorption and to expedite the enhancement of one's abilities. Yet, Yu Qin Yifan interrupted with a sidelong glance. "If you wish to ask about my talents, just say so. Though I want to divulge the specifics. I prefer directness over circumlocution." The second prince offered an awkward smile, deftly changing the subject. "By the way, Yifan, my safety during this journey to the imperial capital rests entirely in your hands. Rest assured, even if their battleship's main cannon were to bombard you, I would remain unfazed. However, I will not involve myself in their conspiracies. Qin Yifan favored straightforwardness. Although he could engage in deceit and stratagem, he found it tedious. In essence, he preferred to act rather than engage in idle chatter. Nevertheless, controlling an empire was not merely a matter of brute strength. Thus, he could only assist the second prince as best as he could. After all, a task from the system promised a reward of 10 levels. While consumption could also lead to leveling up, a more effortless ascent was undeniably more appealing. In the imperial capital, within the royal palace, the emperor reclined on a soft couch, eyes closed in repose. Suddenly, he inquired softly, "Roddle, where is Solis?" Roddle checked and promptly replied, "He is en route and is expected to arrive at noon, given the current speed." The emperor's brow furrowed slightly, arriving precisely on time. What was he up to? Roddle bowed respectfully and responded, "Your Majesty, Prince Solis is bringing 10 large transport ships, but the specific cargo has not been registered." Oh? The emperor slowly opened his eyes. Although he did not rise, he exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect. "Send him a message. He must not be late." "Yes, Your Majesty." If even the emperor felt a twinge of impatience, one could only imagine the sentiments of the other princes. Ordinarily, whenever the emperor extended an invitation for a royal banquet, which prince would not hasten to the imperial capital at the earliest opportunity, not only to avoid tardiness but also to seize the chance to approach the emperor? Even in the direst of circumstances, one could still seek the company of their mother. For adopting a conciliatory approach is indeed a significant pathway to gaining favor with the sovereign. Yet, upon reflection, regardless of the distance, all have gathered save for Princes 102 and 103. Naturally, they address each other by name, or simply add royal brother to their titles. For to invoke their numerical designations not only complicates matters, but also lacks elegance. Within the banquet hall, the assembled princes exhibit a spectrum of behavior. Some engage in hushed conversations in small clusters, while others sit in solitude, eyes closed in contemplation. Nevertheless, the glimmer of schadenfreude is evident in their expressions. Among them, a prince of striking countenance, clearly approaching middle age, finds himself the center of attention, surrounded by admirers who shower him with flattery. "Your Royal Highness, Prince Byman, I have heard that you have once again conquered a minor star system. Such an achievement will undoubtedly earn our father's commendation." Minor star system? Surely you jest. It is a grand system comprising over a dozen habitable planets. I suspect the reason our father has organized this familial gathering is to honor you, Prince Byman. Indeed. Who else could possibly warrant such an event? A familial banquet, as the name suggests, gathers all sons together. Historically, significant events tend to unfold during these gatherings. And with no other news circulating, the princes attribute this occasion solely to their esteemed elder brother. At this moment, His Royal Highness Kent Byman remains composed, gesturing dismissively. "My modest accomplishments hardly merit such praise from our father. Surely, there are other brothers who have achieved far greater feats." Just as others were about to respond, a voice, laced with sarcasm, interrupted. "Prince Byman, it seems you possess a keen self-awareness. A mere star system with a handful of habitable planets hardly qualifies as a monumental achievement." Byman's smile faltered for a moment, yet he quickly regained his composure and turned to the speaker. "Pray tell, Palmer, does this imply that your accomplishments are of even greater significance, warranting this familial banquet?" Kent Palmer, the third in line, is but 2 months younger than Byman. There is also a second brother, 1 month their senior, who has fallen in battle. Given their age and the support they command, they stand as the most formidable contenders for the throne. Responding directly to Byman's inquiry, Palmer offered a sly smile, his tone dripping with irony. "Whether this gathering was arranged specifically for me remains uncertain. Our father's intentions are notoriously elusive. However, in terms of merit, you cannot possibly compare to my own. Considering that I quelled the insurrection in the Berkey star system." An insurrection in the Berkey star system? I was unaware. Indeed, the Berkey star system is a level 9 system. Such a significant disturbance could not have escaped our notice. Star systems are classified by the number of habitable planets they possess, ranging from 1 to 9. Not every system with such planets receives a classification, for instance. Byman's conquest of a system with merely a dozen habitable planets does not qualify as high-ranking. A level 9 system requires a minimum of 50 habitable planets, encompassing vast expanses of at least 200,000 light-years. The galaxy in which Blue Star resides is merely a few thousand light-years in extent, and it harbors scant life-bearing planets. Thus, it scarcely merits classification, which explains why others do not regard Blue Star with any seriousness. The only point of contention is that Solis would venture to such a place to select a consort. A topic that had already drawn mockery from the crowd and continues to elicit comments from time to time, just as discussion swirled in the banquet hall. The grand door connecting to the inner chamber was suddenly pushed open, revealing a procession in the corridor beyond. The princes promptly hushed their chatter, rising to adjust their appearances before directing their attention towards the entrance. Chapter 173. Forgive me for my deceit against the sovereign. Leading the way was, of course, the emperor, though his countenance was notably cold and forbidding. What was the purpose of hosting this parental banquet if that rebellious offspring could not comprehend it? I have yet to publicly declare anything, yet he dares to indulge in arrogance. How outrageous. Just as he was about to step into the banquet hall, a voice rang out from outside. His Highness Solis has arrived. This proclamation halted the emperor in his tracks. Could it be that the young man had done so intentionally? Perhaps he was merely delayed in preparing a gift for the emperor, given that there were 10 transport ships involved, and a slight postponement could be deemed reasonable. It is often said that the most terrifying thing is one's imagination. A mere comment about encountering someone in the elevator could, in the hands of a malicious mind, morph into a scandalous affair. The emperor was not immune to such thoughts. Gazing out, he observed a strikingly handsome young man clad in a fitted suit of armor gracefully approaching the main entrance of the banquet hall. It was none other than his son Solis, whom he had not seen in years. Just as a smile began to form on his lips, his brow furrowed slightly. Why was Solis accompanied by a guard? Was it possible that, as Roddle suggested, Solis was being coerced? However, his expression did not convey such a notion. And what of those accompanying him? At this moment, not only was the emperor fixated on the second prince, but the attention of all the princes in the banquet hall was also drawn to the main door. Observing that only Solis had arrived, their lips subtly curved upward. It seemed the rumors were true. That unfortunate fellow troll had suffered in Solis's stead and was unable to attend the parental banquet. While they did not consider Troll a formidable rival, the absence of an opponent was still a cause for delight. Yet, just as this thought took root, they quickly sensed something amiss. Why was Solis accompanied by a guard? This was the imperial palace. Did he truly fear his father? Moreover, with that level 80 guard of his, what could he possibly achieve in the presence of these level 90 individuals? Wait, who were those others behind him? This was the thought of the astute, while those less discerning began to express their agitation. Solis, how dare you be late to the parental banquet? Do you not regard the king? Solis, how dare you bring a guard into the imperial palace? What are you intending? Solis, who are those people outside? Why are they here? Do you intend to rebel? The second prince paid no heed to the venomous words surrounding him. Amidst the eyes of those filled with confusion and dread, he swiftly positioned himself at the center. He then knelt on one knee, his right fist pressed against his chest, bowing his head towards the inner gates as he declared, "Your humble servant, Solis, pays his respects to his majesty. May your majesty's achievements resonate through the ages and share longevity with the heavens." The emperor remained silent, and soon after, Roddle stepped forward to whisper a few words beside him. The emperor furrowed his brow slightly before responding in a low voice, "Rise." "My father," Solis continued, "before I explain this matter, I beseech your majesty to forgive your son for his transgression against the crown." Before the emperor could reply, another voice interjected. "Solis, you have admitted to your treachery. How dare you ask for your majesty's forgiveness? You deserve death. Your majesty, such treachery must not be forgiven. It warrants swift execution." The emperor cast a cold glance at the speakers and replied icily, "Have you forgotten? Kneeling before you is your own brother, my beloved son. And you ask me to kill my own flesh and blood. What are your true intentions?" A gasp filled the room, not from fear, but from shock at his words. "Did you not tell us, your majesty, that the imperial family is devoid of affection? How did you ascend to the throne without understanding this? You have not hesitated to slay your own son. How can you question our motives now? My heavens, what madness is this?" Just as everyone was still reeling, the emperor uttered another startling statement. "Solis, my son, regardless of your transgressions, I shall forgive you. Rise and respond." The corners of the second prince's mouth curled slightly. Yet with his head bowed, none could discern his expression. He then proclaimed loudly, "Thank you for your grace, father." Only then did he slowly rise, straighten his posture, and continue, "Father, I have previously presented to you the newly developed training system, but fearing it may not have received the attention it deserves, I took the liberty of implementing it myself, with unexpectedly remarkable results." At this, he gestured towards the 10,000 individuals standing outside the hall. "These are the elite warriors I have cultivated recently, all at level 90. However, due to time constraints and my eagerness to present them to you, I resorted to some minor subterfuge. As he spoke, he turned to his attendant, giving a subtle nod. The attendant, Qin Yifan, caught the prince's signal, though he secretly scoffed. He complied. Turning, he waved his hand, and the hall erupted once more in gasps of astonishment. This time, the fear was palpable, as one and all were significantly shaken. The sudden disappearance of 10,000 individuals was indeed terrifying. Even the emperor, accustomed to grand spectacles, was taken aback, yet he maintained a composed demeanor on the surface. Solis, my son, the vexation in His Highness the Second Prince's heart is beyond words. He mused that he did not intend for you to feign difficulty. Yet you do not even attempt to mask your indifference. However, he cannot act against Qin Yifan and can only smile as he introduces, Father. This guard possesses a unique talent, that is, the ability to encapsulate living beings within a space, although the duration cannot be prolonged. His emphasis on the brevity of this moment was intended to convey his meaning to Qin Yifan. Qin Yifan rolled his eyes internally, thinking to himself how this group seemed to possess an abundance of cunning, unable to speak plainly. Nevertheless, he acted swiftly, gesturing once more. And the previous 10,000 warriors reappeared before the assembly. The second prince, undeterred by the astonishment of others, continued, These soldiers are unarmored and unarmed. I merely wish to present them to Father, and I humbly request your forgiveness for my concealment. The emperor nodded gently, inquiring softly, Are these soldiers trained by you recently? Upon finishing his question, he suddenly realized, and his expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal. No one noticed this change, but the ever-watchful second prince observed it clearly, understanding the reason behind his father's fleeting change in countenance. Indeed, Father, he replied, feigning earnestness, I cultivated them according to the new training system, which enabled those previously stagnated at levels 89 to swiftly break through. Father, with this new training system, our first empire shall soar to unprecedented heights. Chapter 174. Intrigues and machinations. The emperor outwardly displayed a look of satisfaction, yet inwardly he cursed the second prince vehemently. Initially, he intended to use this familial banquet as a means to curry favor with the second prince and extract valuable information from him. However, this individual had opted for a grand revelation, and now, regardless of how he attempted to conceal it, the situation could not be contained, and he was compelled to acknowledge the prince's merit and status. In essence, in this minor confrontation, the emperor suffered a significant covert defeat. Nonetheless, he could not allow this to manifest outwardly. Haha. The emperor laughed thrice. Excellent. Solis, my son, you have done splendidly. It is worth my effort to host this banquet for you. Come, take a seat. With that, the emperor strode into the banquet hall, directly taking his place at the main table, and beckoned the second prince over, his intentions clear. In that instant, the other princes turned pale. Yet with the course of events set, they dared not question the emperor and could only attack from alternative angles. This time, Baiman stepped forward, bowing deeply to the emperor. Father, I just heard Solis mention a new training system. I find myself utterly perplexed, and I beseech you to clarify. Following suit, several others rose to echo his sentiments. Yes, Father, what constitutes this new training system? Is there truly a flaw in the long-standing hierarchy? Father, you are well aware of the character of Solis. How could he possibly discover a new training system? Please do not let him deceive you. Father, the emperor surveyed the room, his gaze ultimately landing on the still second prince, and understanding his implication, he could only speak aloud. Solis, my son, since there is much confusion among everyone, why don't you elucidate what the new cultivation system entails? Yes, Father, the second prince affirmed, summoning the intelligent brain to project a virtual screen. He commenced his explanation with fervor, having thoroughly grasped the new cultivation system after spending considerable time with Qin Yifan. His discourse was articulate and comprehensive. Concerned that some in the audience might not grasp the concepts, he meticulously elaborated for over an hour, ensuring even the least astute of the princes understood, not to mention the more intelligent ones. Some had even begun to envision their illustrious futures, though the realization that their success hinged upon the second prince's influence left them feeling quite conflicted. Not only were they uncomfortable, but so was the stoic emperor, who pondered deeply. He finally comprehended that he had underestimated Solis. By revealing this matter before all the princes, Solis had positioned himself on equal footing with them, having merely secured certain advantages ahead of time. Now, all the initiative resided with Solis, and the emperor's sole remaining power was the potential to bestow the throne upon him, an impossibility. Thus, the forthcoming developments promised to be intriguing. When the second prince concluded his presentation, he added, This new cultivation system is something I stumbled upon. Indeed, it was not of my own invention. Hence, I felt compelled to present it to Father at the earliest opportunity. As you all know, I harbor no ambitions. I simply wish to live well and honor my father. Everyone internally scoffed, some even envisioning him with an exaggerated expression of self-importance. Yet outwardly, they all wore smiles. Solace, your filial piety is commendable. With this new cultivation system, Father shall surely achieve even greater glory. With this framework, we can cultivate numerous experts. Soon, pushing through several level 7 star systems will be within our grasp. And elevating our star system to level 6 is merely a matter of time. Solace, I grasp the theory, but surely there must be more? Within the assembly were those who flattered, those who aspired, and those who could comprehend the gravity of the situation. Unfortunately, the second prince disregarded them, instead bowing to the emperor. Most of what I have acquired has already been presented to Father. I have merely retained a small portion for my own use. And I humbly seek your permission. The emperor raised an eyebrow, internally acknowledging the audacity of this young man, who had deftly shifted the burden onto him, yet he could not refuse. Granted. Now, let us defer this matter until after the banquet. It has been far too long since we have shared a moment together as father and son. Come, let us drink. As his words echoed, music commenced, and beautiful dancers gracefully entered, followed by a procession of attendants bearing food and drink. The parent-child banquet commenced in splendid fashion, though it bore no relevance to Qin Yifan, who stood there like a mere pillar. Fortunately, he had already indulged sufficiently in recent days. Otherwise, he would have been unwilling to accompany the second prince on this occasion. Feeling utterly stifled, he aimed to blend into the background, yet some would not allow him to remain undisturbed. As the evening progressed, and the customary pleasantries had been exchanged, Delir suddenly addressed the second prince. Prince Solis, your attendant is rather unique. The second prince inwardly cursed the old fox. Lord Roddle, as you are aware, my territory recently underwent a thorough cleansing, revealing not only a plethora of unsavory elements but also uncovering a substantial amount of hidden treasures. Oh, Roddle smiled disarmingly. Yet his words bore a piercing intent. So, this attendant has only been by your side for a short while, yet you seem to trust him immensely. Upon hearing this, the second prince's expression turned frosty. Lord Roddle, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Not at all. Not at all. Roddle hastily waved his hand, just as the emperor interjected. My son Solis, Roddle is merely concerned for your well-being. However, your attendant does indeed seem commendable. This statement subtly implied that the emperor had taken an interest in the attendant and expected the second prince to present him forthwith. Nevertheless, the second prince feigned ignorance and replied with a smile, Father, you flatter him. His skills are indeed remarkable, but he is otherwise quite average. And he is merely at level 70. At this, the emperor and Roddle nearly recoiled in surprise. They had anticipated discovering a noteworthy individual. Yet it appeared that this man was nothing more than an ordinary attendant. In their eyes, a level of 70 was insignificant, and they found it hard to believe that the second prince would dare to deceive them. Consequently, their focus promptly shifted away from Qin Yifan. This was a classic case of stereotyping leading to missed opportunities, as they had overlooked the truth twice due to their preconceived notions. The royal banquet was well attended, yet the atmosphere was decidedly oppressive. Despite the emperor's claims of wanting to bond with his son, who would dare to approach him genuinely? Only the second prince felt emboldened, while the others were filled with trepidation, fearful of provoking the emperor and losing their lives. Fortunately, the emperor's mood was relatively amiable this time, as he was preoccupied with contemplating how to deal with the second prince, thus appearing somewhat distracted and indifferent to the performances of the other princes. After 2 hours had elapsed, all the princes had raised their glasses and shared their recent endeavors, bringing the banquet to a close. With so many sons, it took quite some time for each to speak. Finally, the emperor raised his goblet and declared, Well, your performances have been commendable. I hereby grant you permission to remain in the imperial palace for the new year, during which you brothers should foster closer ties. With that, he tilted his head back and drained his cup, signaling the end of the gathering. After the guests had paid their respects and taken their leave, the emperor spoke. Solis, my son, you stay behind. The rest may disperse. Chapter 175. The echo of my youth. Before long, the grand banquet hall was left with only 4 individuals, the emperor, Roddle, the second prince, and Qin Yifan, disguised as an attendant. At that moment, both the emperor and Roddle's gazes were fixed upon Qin Yifan, pondering the implications of the second prince's insistence on keeping him close. The second prince, as if just recalling the situation, hastily gestured, "You wait outside for me." Qin Yifan placed his right fist over his heart and bowed his head, replying, "Yes, Your Highness." Without hesitation, he turned on his heel and exited the banquet hall, only to find 1,000 elite warriors, each at the pinnacle of their skill, still waiting outside. He couldn't help but internally scoff, acknowledging the extraordinary prowess of the imperial family's command over their subordinates. At that moment, some princes had not yet departed, with a few pointing and whispering towards the throng of warriors, while others lingered in the distance, seemingly awaiting something. Upon seeing Qin Yifan emerge from the hall, one individual swiftly approached him. The figure halted before Qin Yifan, yet no further action ensued. He had anticipated that Qin Yifan would acknowledge him, thus initiating a conversation that could potentially shift allegiances. Regrettably, Qin Yifan offered no indication of recognition. Unable to speak first without losing face, the two remained in a standoff. Fortunately, several attendants were present outside the banquet hall, and one, quick on his feet, stepped forward with a respectful tone. "Greetings, His Highness Palmer. What commands does Your Highness have?" As he spoke, he subtly nudged Qin Yifan with his elbow, an unmistakable hint. Only then did Qin Yifan recall his manners, hastily pounding his fist against his chest and bowing his head. "I pay my respects to His Highness Palmer." A scoff escaped Palmer's lips, almost embarrassed to be in such a situation. His voice, once soft, now dripped with icy disdain. "As a prince's attendant, do you not comprehend even the simplest of protocols? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on decorum for the sake of my dear brother, lest you bring him shame." With that, he raised his hand, energy pulsating around him, sending a bolt of lightning hurtling towards Qin Yifan. Given the proximity, evasion was nearly impossible, and Qin Yifan had no intention of dodging. He did not even activate any defensive skills. A sharp crack reverberated through the air, plunging the scene into further tension. Typically, when a prince sought to reprimand a subordinate, whether out of genuine malice or mere intimidation, the latter was expected to play along. Yet Qin Yifan stood resolutely, like a pillar of stone. Did he disdain the prince's power or his noble status, deeming himself unworthy of even feigning compliance? Palmer's expression twisted with frustration. His hand raised in accusation, struggling to find the words. "Very well. I command you to remove your armor." Qin Yifan cast a sidelong glance at him, contemplated briefly, and ultimately allowed his armor to retract. A second later, a chiseled visage emerged, complemented by the elegant contours of his fitted attire. Truth be told, while the princes before him boasted superior genetics, to Qin Yifan, they merely appeared aesthetically pleasing, in stark contrast to his own rugged physique, which accentuated his muscular form. They seemed almost frail. As Qin Yifan's formidable presence became apparent, Palmer's jealousy ignited further. What began as a desire to strike had transformed into a clawed hand. Fingers curling with sharpened nails, aimed menacingly at Qin Yifan's face. In that moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a woman. However, Qin Yifan would certainly not allow him to succeed. Yet, he remained motionless. Just as Palmer's fingertips were about to graze his face, he activated his spatial shift. To the onlooker, he appeared to be present, but in reality, he had transcended into the void, causing Palmer's hand to grasp at nothingness. This only fueled Palmer's fury further. As he raised his voice to a piercing pitch, "I command you, do not evade." His shout resonated powerfully, reaching the ears of the three within the palace, becoming exceedingly grating. All three turned in unison, witnessing Palmer, resembling a furious harpy, flailing his arms at Qin Yifan. Alas, no matter how fervently he endeavored, he could not lay a finger on Qin Yifan. The emperor observed with keen interest, commenting, "My dear Solis, your attendant possesses quite a unique skill. If he could maintain this state for an extended period, he would be invincible." The second prince internally sighed, realizing he had evaded the two inside but had forgotten the multitude outside. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm facade, replying, "What use is that? He is my attendant. If danger arises and he hides, what shall I do? If he were not of such utility, I would never have brought a novice who has yet to learn the rules." Upon hearing this, the emperor lost interest in Qin Yifan, dismissively stating, "Rodel, remove Palmer. It is unbecoming for a prince to go mad alongside a mere attendant." "Yes, your majesty." Once Rodel was sent away, the emperor gazed meaningfully at the second prince and inquired, "Solis, speak truthfully, where do these things originate?" The second prince feigned ignorance, replying, "Father, did I not give everything to you? If you ask for more, I would have nothing left." The emperor regarded him with a knowing smile. "What? Do you truly believe I would not take measures against you?" "Father, what do you mean?" "I do not comprehend," he retorted, feigning confusion. Seeing his expression, the emperor suddenly chuckled, genuinely amused. You perform admirably, reminiscent of my younger days. Perhaps, in the end, you may indeed ascend to my throne. The second prince hastily bowed in gratitude. Father, you flatter me. How could I ever compare to you? If I could achieve even a fraction of your greatness, I would be thoroughly content. Haha, I merely commend your audacity. However, your methods are still rather immature. The emperor leaned back in his chair, speaking candidly. Do you think that merely exposing these matters will yield results? In truth, you were too hasty. Fortunately, you have shifted the burden onto me. Otherwise, the second prince smirked, revealing a self-satisfied expression. Father, I simply wish for them to achieve greater merit. After all, in the end, these accolades will also reflect upon me. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, the emperor could not help but be moved, surprised by his foresight. He nodded gently. Well done. Continue on this path. Now, I am weary. You may take your leave. I take my leave, your majesty. Exiting the grand hall, the second prince prepared to depart, only to be encircled by the waiting princes. Solis, it has been too long since we last bonded. Come, let us share a drink. Elder brother. I too wish to befriend Solis. Why not all go together? In response to the invitations from the various princes, Solis revealed a bashful smile. Thank you, dear brothers, for your kindness. I have just returned to the palace and have yet to see my mother. Though his words remained unfinished, their meaning was unmistakable. Noticing the less than pleased expressions on the faces of the princes, he hurriedly added, Once I have dined with my mother, I shall host you all in the evening. If that pleases you, then it is settled. Excellent. Chapter 176. A visit to mother. Did Solis genuinely wish to see his mother? There was a hint of sincerity, yet it was minimal. His relationship with her was far from affectionate, as she favored his elder brother, who had once plotted against him but ended up ensnared in his own machinations, feigning ignorance. Unfortunately, the patience of that individual was lacking, and once again, he provoked the second prince, ultimately bringing about his own downfall and losing everything. The reason Solis chose to visit his mother first was twofold. It was a matter of etiquette, and he was also curious to observe her reaction. The grandeur of the imperial palace was largely due to the multitude of concubines, necessitating the expansion of numerous palaces. Solis, accompanied by Qin Yifan, traversed the corridors for quite some time before finally arriving at his mother's palace. The attending servant, upon recognizing him, promptly opened the doors and scurried inside to announce his arrival. Solis enjoyed an unobstructed passage and soon entered a modest palace. The interior decoration of the imperial residences bore a striking resemblance to one another, with distinctions limited to a few ornamental pieces. However, the opulence remained a constant, which required no further elaboration. Qin Yifan, having grown weary of the sameness, found little novelty. Yet, when Solis's mother made her entrance, he was momentarily captivated. The term beautiful hardly sufficed to describe her. Paired with the palace, he deemed her magnificent. Her appearance was undeniably stunning, transcending mere beauty. But it was her aura that truly distinguished her, noble, poised, yet retaining an elegance characteristic of femininity. The amalgamation of these traits in a single individual left Qin Yifan thoroughly astonished. Your humble son pays his respects to the esteemed Empress Dowager, wishing you eternal youth. Qin Yifan suddenly recalled the need for salutation and hastily bowed his head. The Empress Dowager cast a brief glance at Qin Yifan before gently raising her hand. Solis, there is no need for excessive formality in my presence. Come sit. Let me see if you have lost weight recently. Mother, I eat well and sleep soundly. How could I possibly be thin? As he spoke, the second prince obediently settled beside his mother, exuding an air of submission. She scrutinized him from head to toe, smiling and nodding in approval. Indeed, you seem well. I heard that you encountered danger during your travels. Do share what transpired. The peril was indeed considerable. Yet fortune often accompanies misfortune, and I, too, have found blessings amid adversity. The second prince recounted the tale of the mysterious individual, omitting any mention of the events that unfolded upon his return to his territory. His mother appeared to listen intently, at times displaying concern and at others, relief. Finally, she sighed and remarked, Solis, danger lurks everywhere in the cosmos. You should refrain from venturing out too often. Do you understand? Indeed, my esteemed mother, the second prince replied, his expression darkening. Remaining in the territory is rather dull, lacking the talents of my brothers, who can lead troops into battle and achieve great deeds. I am left with little more than indulgence. His mother smiled faintly. Solis, do you truly think that indulgence is all you are capable of? The second prince feigned innocence. Dear mother, is this not what you have taught me? What other abilities could I possibly possess? His mother paused momentarily, then relaxed, maintaining her calm demeanor. Solis. The elder brother holds precedence. This is a principle of the imperial family that you should understand. Of course, I comprehend, he affirmed earnestly. I have been adhering to the rules all these years. However, he added, the most ruthless of all is the royal family. My father will not spare familial ties. Anyone who dares err will face the severest of punishments. His mother's gaze narrowed slightly, pondering the harshness of his father. If not for your possession of that item, do you think he would act so ruthlessly? Though she contemplated this inwardly, she voiced her agreement. Indeed. That is why I have taught you to conduct yourself well and to never provoke your father. It seems you are the most obedient among my 3 sons. Certainly. Heeding the words of my esteemed mother is always wise. As this exchange came to a halt, Qin Yifan felt the palpable insincerity in their words. One sought to elevate the elder son, while the other had excluded him entirely. How could they converse so calmly? As he began to drift into slumber, Solis abruptly shifted the topic. Mother, I have heard that my uncle is besieging an 8th-level star system but has made little progress. Is this true? His mother appeared momentarily taken aback. Your sources are quite astute. Indeed, this is the case. What are your thoughts? Naturally, I wish to assist my uncle. After all, he is my mother's brother. The phrase mother's brother bore a literal meaning that could easily lead to misunderstandings, not to mention its implied connotations. Dear mother. This is a saying from my homeland, meaning. The second prince elaborated, finally enabling his mother to grasp the meaning behind the 4 characters. She then regarded him with an expression of mild incredulity. Solis, do you not fear your father's ire should you openly support your uncle? How could that be? My uncle's expansion of territory is also a service to my father, is it not? His mother found it difficult to discern his intentions and furrowed her brow. While your reasoning is not without merit, legally, a prince should not. Mother, I speak not of law, but of familial affection. Do you not wish for my uncle to achieve merit? Before she could finish her thought, the second prince interrupted, presenting a compelling argument. At a loss for words. She hesitated, and in that moment, Solis swiftly produced a storage capsule. Mother, within this capsule are complete theoretical frameworks, along with 300 new testing devices, and additionally, 10,000 complete spiritual crystals of level 100. Please deliver these to my uncle. With these resources at hand, if uncle employs them wisely, he could effortlessly establish a formidable legion of 100,000 and conquer an 8th-level star system. His mother gazed at him, her eyes wide with astonishment, instinctively inquiring. Why do you not present these to your father? Naturally, His Majesty possesses even greater treasures, yet it would be remiss to overlook the importance of the Empress as well, would it not? The second prince, adorned with a radiant smile, epitomized the image of a devoted son, yet the treasures he offered were akin to a scalding hot potato. His mother stared at the storage capsule in silence for an extended moment before finally exhaling a soft sigh. Solis, what is the purpose of this? Solis smiled gently, responding. My dear mother, in my guardian's homeland, there exists a proverb, root out the evil completely, sever the grass at its roots. Do you comprehend? His mother's pupils dilated in shock. And after a while, she managed to regain her composure and nodded slightly. I understand, Solis. Rest assured, from this day forth, we shall support you alone. Is mother not awake? Everything we do is for the sake of the emperor. Indeed, all is for the emperor. As he departed from his mother's palace, the second prince, hands clasped behind his back, quietly asked, Yifan, do you believe I am being hypocritical? It is rather hypocritical. Qin Yifan hesitated before responding softly. To control such a vast star system, employing certain tactics is indeed necessary. Chapter 177. Incitement to division. It was rare to hear Qin Yifan utter such words. And the second prince couldn't help but reflect, Yifan, the strength of an individual is ultimately limited. Unless one wishes to remain a solitary wanderer, one must employ every means to achieve equilibrium. Do not presume that our imperial clan stands alone in dominance over the entire star system. Let us not speak of distant matters. Consider my mother's clan. Do you think they lack aspirations for the throne? Qin Yifan curled his lips, knowing this. Why did you offer them 10,000 elite warriors? The second prince suddenly burst into hearty laughter, shaking his head in amusement. Did you think I was gifting them? Rest assured, they shall receive none. Qin Yifan quickly grasped the implication. You mean all those resources will ultimately fall into your father's hands? That is inevitable. Then why go through this charade? The second prince replied with a matter-of-fact demeanor. Naturally, it is to incite division. Incite division? Are you attempting to sow discord between your father and mother? Qin Yifan was taken aback, but the second prince shook his head. Their relationship is quite clear. I aim to create a rift between the imperial clan and my mother's lineage, ensuring they do not grow too close, while also making certain that neither dares to distance themselves from me. Qin Yifan opened his mouth, silently expressing his skepticism before asking, at this rate, when do you expect to ascend to the throne? Fear not, the path has already been laid out for my father. It will not be long before he relinquishes the throne to me. Observing his unwavering confidence, Qin Yifan inquired curiously, why? What path have you laid? It is quite simple, the path to advancement. The second prince shrugged. Why do the people of Blue Star wish to depart? Is it not because the overall environment of Blue Star is insufficient for their continued advancement? Galaxies are similarly constrained, limiting individuals at the 100th level from further cultivation. Although my father has yet to encounter a bottleneck, it is not far off. At this juncture, he turned to Qin Yifan, a smile dancing upon his lips. Now that we have provided him with a new path for cultivation, I believe he will soon reach his limitations. And he certainly would not engage in the folly of preferring to be a leader of the lesser rather than a follower of the greater. Qin Yifan raised an eyebrow, remarking on the adeptness with which you employ the illusions of Blue Star. It appears you have genuinely invested effort into understanding the civilization of Blue Star. This stems from a deep respect for friends, the second prince humbly acknowledged. Before grinning, let us proceed. Our next destination is my royal brothers. Once I have dealt with them, I shall enjoy a period of peace. The princes, too, possess palaces within the imperial capital. Yet they are generally forbidden from entering during ordinary times, lest they be accused of harboring treasonous intentions. The second prince's statement regarding hosting his brothers was no jest. Although he had yet to return to his palace, the servants had already begun preparations. It was merely a command. If he were to oversee every detail himself, it would be exhausting, not to mention redundant given the multitude of subordinates at his disposal. As the lights began to glow, the princes arrived, each bearing gifts. Unsurprisingly, the most common offerings were beautiful women, as it is well known that the second prince has a penchant for such. He graciously accepted all, leaving the manner of treatment to his discretion. After exchanging pleasantries, the second prince announced the commencement of the feast. In the spirit of brotherhood, there were no strict protocols. He simply arranged a buffet, allowing guests the freedom to converse with whomever they wished, whether upstairs or downstairs, or even on the beds. However, this time, the attention of all was not drawn to the women, leading to a remarkably restrained atmosphere as they enjoyed drinks on the ground floor. Naturally, with over 100 brothers present, it was impossible for them all to cluster around the second prince. Even if they wished to, he could not accommodate them all. And ultimately, 4 representatives were chosen: the first prince, Byman, the third prince, Palmer, the sixth prince, Kenan Locke, and the ninth prince, Kent Barfoot. The eldest and the third had previously mentioned that the sixth and ninth princes were also contenders for the throne, their maternal families being formidable and each possessing military accomplishments. Their relentless pursuit of the second prince was transparent. They sought swift methods to cultivate experts. Regrettably, the second prince remained tight-lipped on this matter. After engaging in conversation for quite some time, he adeptly evaded their inquiries, inciting considerable frustration in the second prince, Palmer, who coldly remarked, "Solus, we are all reasonable individuals. There is no need for you to feign ignorance. Speak plainly. What is it you truly desire?" With an innocent expression, the second prince replied, "Brother Palmer, your words truly baffle me. I have no desires at all." Just as Palmer was about to erupt in anger, he was interrupted by a light cough from Byman, who raised a hand and said, "Palmer, mind your tone. Solus, we all understand. You have already presented valuable resources to our father. We harbor no ulterior motives, surely. If you feast upon the meat, you must allow us a taste of the broth. Would you not agree?" "Oh, I see now. You are referring to the new cultivation system." The second prince, with a look of sudden realization, clapped his hands and said, "Brother Palmer, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. I cannot comprehend your roundabout manner. Look, with Brother Byman's straightforwardness, I finally understand." Palmer, exasperated, thought to himself that the prince was merely pretending to be oblivious. Yet, he found himself at a loss for how to respond and could only endure it with a resigned sigh. "Very well, just wait. Once I obtain the goods, I shall see how I deal with you." At that moment, Enlock interjected to ease the tension, saying, "Solis, do not blame Brother Palmer for his urgency. We are all eager to bring glory to our father, are we not?" The second prince spread his hands and replied, "I am but a hedonist. How could I possibly grasp your sentiments? He paused briefly before continuing, however. It is true that all the good things have already been surrendered to our father. All I have left are some spirit crystals for cultivating level 90 experts. If you desire them. His words trailed off, but everyone understood his implication, leaving the four of them somewhat speechless. Who among them wanted level 90? They were aiming for the coveted 100. Yet, such sentiments could not be openly expressed. For who knew who among them might be a spy? Even if not specifically incited by the emperor, any hint of disrespect or overstepping might easily reach the emperor's ears. This was precisely why they refrained from private dealings with the second prince. They feared the complications that might arise from misunderstandings. After a prolonged silence, Barfit suddenly spoke up. Solis, you have been mentioning a new cultivation system. Could you perhaps enlighten us? The other three nodded in agreement. Indeed. They had heard him ramble on about it during the parent-child banquet, and with the presence of those 10,000 level 90 experts. They had been inclined to believe his claims. Yet, until this moment, they had yet to witness the so-called new cultivation system for themselves. The second prince, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, "Oh, that is quite simple. Here, I have 100 new detection devices for you all to share." As he spoke, he produced a storage capsule, and a servant promptly stepped forward to distribute the new devices to each prince. After a series of experiments, everyone was astounded. The previous classifications had indeed never been so meticulous. However, Byman soon voiced his skepticism. Solis, does perfect-grade material truly exist in this world? Chapter 178. No pain without comparison. In truth, the status of perfect-grade materials within the new cultivation system was not particularly high, yet everyone understood that the higher the level, the more advanced assistance one required to break through. Perfect-grade materials were precisely such an existence. Their current doubts revolved around this notion. The second prince smiled slightly, stating, "True perfection exists only in ideals, yet relative perfection is indeed achievable." He then produced another storage capsule, gesturing for everyone to examine its contents freely. These items had long been prepared to demonstrate to these individuals, with the ulterior motive of ultimately reaping their benefits. In fact, there was no need for him to prepare anything. Others would invariably carry some resources with them. The simplest among these were potions, for regardless of the time, life-saving potions remained essential. They employed a new type of detection device to examine the medications they possessed, followed by an assessment of the concoctions prepared by the second prince. To their astonishment, the instrument yielded results of exceptional quality. After a moment of contemplation, Palmer ominously remarked, "Solis, did you concoct these substances yourself? Or are you merely speaking without authority?" Solis shrugged, stating, "I truly cannot elucidate this matter. Believe it or not, the choice is yours." Palmer's words sowed seeds of doubt among the other princes, particularly due to Solis's refusal to clarify, which left them in a state of perplexity. After all, these substances appeared rather dubious, and if they were deceived, it would become a monumental joke. Byman, however, chuckled and said, "Palmer, whom are you questioning with such skepticism? Bear in mind, Solis has long submitted these findings to our father. Surely, the emperor can discern authenticity from falsehood?" This statement caused Palmer's complexion to shift dramatically as he hastily clarified, "That was not my intent. I merely harbor some uncertainties." He longed to express his doubts solely about Solis, yet he quickly realized that such a statement would equate to questioning the emperor himself, compelling him to retract his words. Solis, with a slight smile, asserted, "The truth can be elusive. I trust that you all brought along a considerable number of nearly level 90 guardians?" Indeed. This was a certainty, as within the imperial city, apart from the emperor's subordinates, no other level 90 experts were permitted to exist. Otherwise, they would be ruthlessly eliminated. Solis's previous exploits within the imperial palace would have warranted no leniency from the emperor had it not been for his newly acquired cultivation system. Noticing their lingering confusion, Solis candidly stated, "If you do not mind presenting a few level 90 experts to our father, you may utilize these exceptional spirit crystals for experimentation. Of course, as the saying goes, no pain, no gain. You undoubtedly possess imperfect level 90 spirit crystals as well, and a comparison will reveal the viability of this theory." The princes mulled over this phrase, finding it both intriguing and logical. Eventually, Byman spoke up, suggesting, "Allow me to take the lead and conduct a trial here with Solis's assistance. This will also facilitate an explanation to our father." Solis gestured for him to proceed, declaring, "Byman, the floor is yours. I shall serve as your witness." Byman wasted no time, summoning 3 of his near-level 90 guardians, and upon testing with the new detection device, The results were strikingly similar. All exhibited fire element affinity with nearly identical breakthrough probabilities. Subsequently, Byman produced an 80% pure, level 90 fire element spirit crystal, along with a perfect level wind element spirit crystal and a perfect level fire element spirit crystal from the second prince. He distributed these crystals to his guardians for their respective breakthroughs. The outcomes were evident. The guardian who received the perfect level fire element spirit crystal easily achieved a breakthrough. Next was the guardian with the perfect level wind element spirit crystal, followed by the one with the 80% pure crystal. This comparison clearly indicated that, without exception, the perfect level spirit crystals proved superior, particularly when harmonized with one's innate abilities. After reevaluating, the potential disparities among the three individuals became apparent. If they continued their previous training methods, the latter two would likely struggle to reach level 100. The first point is that one can easily ascend to a level of mastery, though this undoubtedly necessitates a protracted journey, accompanied by a copious amount of resources. Although merely an experiment, it has already allowed the princes to witness the magnificence of the new cultivation system. Palmer no longer harbored doubts and posed a crucial question directly. Solus. What if the previous cultivation process employed a significant quantity of impure spirit crystals, resulting in a decline in potential? The second prince blinked, genuinely perplexed about how to resolve this matter, as it was not something he had created. He merely embraced the principles. Byman furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by the term embracing principles. Solus, I find much of what you say incomprehensible. What is the situation? Palmer cast a helpless glance at him. Byman, isn't this beside the point? Solus chuckled. I have recently been studying a rather intriguing civilization. These phrases are proverbs from that culture. Embracing principles refers to utilizing something without questioning its origin. As for Palmer's mention of the point, I must clarify, for I can no longer trace its source. He certainly could find the source and address the issue, yet he was simply disinclined to explain. He intended merely to utilize these individuals, indifferent to their concerns. His response was impeccably crafted, leaving the assembly in discomfort, yet powerless against him. Not only they, but even the emperor was similarly affected. Otherwise, how could he allow such a cunning individual to thrive? The ensuing period became rather mundane, although the attendees sporadically sought information. All inquiries were deftly sidestepped by the second prince. Ultimately, as the banquet concluded, each prince departed with a new type of detection device and a limited quantity of perfect-grade materials. As for acquiring more, it depended on their ability to navigate the circumstances. After the banquet, Qin Yifan had initially intended to retire for the evening when the second prince called out to him. Yifan, do you suppose this is the end of the matter? Yifan, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, Did you not say that once you dealt with your brothers, you could enjoy some peace? Indeed, but that was after managing them. Do you truly believe a single banquet can satiate them? If not, then what? The second prince sighed. Of course, it is not over. Do you know why my father orchestrated the family banquet? Yifan, reasoning naturally, responded, Isn't it to bolster your position? That is but one aspect. The second prince's eyes glimmered with an inscrutable meaning. Do you think he is so easily swayed? Calling all his sons back is merely to stir the waters. Are you implying? Yifan asked uncertainly, that someone will take action against you within the imperial palace? The second prince nodded vigorously, prompting Yifan to exclaim in shock. Had I known it was this complicated, I would have preferred to eliminate them all at once. The second prince raised his hands in exasperation. If only it were that simple. But alas, it cannot be done. Without needing further explanation, Yifan understood the situation. He merely wished to vent his frustrations. So, what shall we do next? Continuing to feign ignorance, or perhaps jesting? Chapter 179. Escalating the situation. The second prince revealed an understanding smile, suggesting that after such a prolonged absence from the Blue Star, the need to conceal one's true feelings must have been overwhelming. Qin Yifan scoffed. If you wish for my assistance, simply ask. There is no need to feign concern on my behalf. The second prince, setting aside his playful demeanor, earnestly stated, Yifan, I implore you to help me this time. If we can navigate through this challenge, even that individual will no longer underestimate me. Qin Yifan waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, you remain reliant on external forces. Should there come a day when I am not by your side, you will lack even the slightest capacity for self-preservation. The second prince scratched his forehead, offering an awkward smile. He had indeed harbored such thoughts. With Qin Yifan around, he had never considered his own safety. Now, confronted by Qin Yifan's words, he was compelled to acknowledge this reality. Very well, I shall dedicate my evenings to rigorous training. Moreover, Yifan, are you certain that absorbing a substantial amount of perfect-grade spiritual crystals from other realms can awaken talents from those realms? Qin Yifan nodded gently. This was just conveyed to me by Brother Lin. He commenced this experiment while still on Blue Star, and we finally have a conclusion. However, he grinned at the second prince. The process is far from enjoyable, and should you falter, the consequences will be dire. The second prince understood the implication. Yet he nodded resolutely. Rest assured, I can endure a modicum of pain, as long as it leads to strength. Very well, as long as you are determined. I shall ensure your safety. In the late hours of the night, most of the lights in the second prince's palace had dimmed, leaving only a few areas illuminated. Suddenly, 10 shadowy figures emerged beneath the surrounding wall. Under ordinary circumstances, their mere presence near the palace would have triggered alarms. Yet now, there was no response, indicating that nefarious dealings were afoot. The 10 individuals exchanged glances, and without uttering a word, they advanced toward the main hall where the second prince resided. Clad in dark attire, they revealed glimpses of armor beneath. Their appearance was far from professional. They lacked even masks, resorting instead to rudimentary disguises, showing little regard for the role they were meant to play. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The more pressing concern was their choice of weapons. Brandishing standard longswords so conspicuously, it was as if they wished to broadcast their identities as palace guards. Yet, in Qin Yifan's eyes, this was of little significance. Regardless of who approached today, they would find that their return was not guaranteed. As those intruders burst into the main hall, they were suddenly enveloped in darkness, unable to perceive their surroundings regardless of the means they employed. Simultaneously, their armor vanished, and in their bewilderment, they felt a sharp pain at their throats, rendering them devoid of sensation. When the shroud of darkness lifted, Qin Yifan stood leisurely beside the second prince. This is merely the first wave. There are still many outside. What are your plans? The second prince's expression was less than favorable. Although he had suspected that an attack was imminent, the discomfort lingered in his heart. It appears that I have been rather weak. This time, I must impart a profound lesson upon them, and I apologize for the trouble caused. Setting aside trivial matters, it must be acknowledged that had you not ventured to the Blue Star, I would have remained oblivious to when I might arrive here. Qin Yifan spoke a truth. Had he adhered to his original plan, he would have undoubtedly entered interstellar space after developing for a period on the Blue Star. However, transitioning from the Blue Star to Linka Star would have been an exceedingly lengthy process. For him now, this is akin to soaring to great heights in a single leap. The second prince nodded, aware of the mutually beneficial nature of time, yet he ultimately reaped the greater advantage. Thus, despite having buried his emotions deep within, he could not help but feel a twinge of gratitude for Qin Yifan's continual assistance. At times, he pondered that befriending Qin Yifan might not be such a detrimental affair. Yet, this notion was fleeting. He remained committed to the path of an emperor, which forbade him from indulging in emotional whims. Yifan, I leave the remaining matters to you. Spare the living. I shall retreat to my cultivation. No problem. What seemed like a tranquil night was, in reality, fraught with undercurrents. As dawn broke, the scene before the second prince's palace left nearby, spies utterly astounded. The palace doors swung open, revealing a cadre of guards escorting a group of bare-chested individuals, forcing them to kneel before the entrance. Finally, 2 rows of maidens emerged, brandishing banners. Claim your own. Each individual must pay a ransom of 100 corpses of level 100 mutated beasts. This situation quickly reached the emperor's ears, prompting him to shatter a table in fury. How dare he? How dare he put this matter in plain sight? What does he intend? Roddle lowered his head, pondering for a moment before cautiously stating, Your Majesty, this may be his deliberate strategy. The emperor squinted, immediately grasping the implications. His earlier rage had clouded his judgment, but upon regaining composure, he swiftly discerned the intricacies involved, exclaiming in admiration, This tactic is indeed ruthless. He intends for me to assist him in countering others. How remarkably clever. Even someone as composed as he could not refrain from cursing, illustrating the brilliance of the second prince's scheme. Yet, the second prince remained oblivious to the true architect behind this, as it was Qin Yifan who orchestrated it. He deemed the second prince's methods too lenient. To intimidate the unscrupulous, one must exhibit strength. Thus, he devised this plan. When the second prince awakened from his meditation and learned of the situation, he burst into laughter 3 times, exclaiming, Yifan, you truly understand me. I wished to act thus, but my reservations held me back. I never anticipated you would decisively take the reins. Qin Yifan shrugged. As long as you do not blame me. Why would I blame you? The second prince replied earnestly. To speak candidly, I have often pondered how to repay you for all you have done. If you are willing, when I ascend to the throne, I shall appoint you as Duke of Equal Partnership. How does that sound? Ah, even the title of Duke of Equal Partnership has been conjured. Are you not concerned that after we stand on equal footing, I might harbor intentions to usurp your realm, regardless of whether the sentiment was genuine or feigned? The mere utterance of such words stirred a modicum of emotion within Qin Yifan. After all, as the sovereign of a galaxy, who wouldn't feel exhilarated to stand on equal footing with such an individual? The second prince then shrugged his shoulders and candidly stated, "It is because of your formidable abilities that I prefer not to be your adversary. Do you understand?" Qin Yifan nodded in agreement, reassuring him, "I comprehend, and rest assured. I harbor no grand ambitions. My assistance is merely to fulfill our prior agreement. I can assure you, as long as you do not scheme against me, I pose no threat to you." While they exhibit loyalty and affection here, elsewhere, ruthless and merciless events unfold. At the entrance of the second prince's chamber, over 100 individuals kneel, having placed the issue squarely on the table, necessitating a resolution. At this juncture, any scapegoat must possess significant weight, and indeed, there are many influential figures within the imperial palace. However, the dilemma lies in determining who will bear the blame. Chapter 180. Underlying struggles from the perspective of the sovereigns. The second prince's failure to eliminate those individuals was a calculated move to escalate the situation. In contrast, Qin Yifan's true intention was to instill fear, a notion the sovereigns had not considered. It was not that they lacked the capacity to ponder, but rather that they dared not entertain such thoughts. It is crucial to note that those dispatched were of no lesser rank than level 95. They had anticipated easily subduing the second prince, yet to their astonishment, not only did they fail, but their agents were also captured alive. What on earth was happening? These agents were akin to death warriors. Even if captured, they would undoubtedly seek a means to end their own lives. Yet, after a night had passed, these individuals remained alive. Why was that? The implications were chilling. Therefore, in selecting a scapegoat, the sovereign was exceedingly meticulous this time. Palmer was at the forefront, not only because he frequently antagonized the second prince, but also due to his involvement in this incident, making him a genuine mastermind behind the scenes. Under normal circumstances, he would not be so readily disposable. However, the current situation was clearly extraordinary, thus rendering him a sacrificial pawn. Following him were several other princes with considerable strength vying for the throne, along with a few concubines from the harem and prominent ministers. When these individuals arrived at the second prince's quarters, looking utterly dejected, the second prince could hardly contain his delight. "Did you think me easy to bully? Now you've kicked a metal plate." With little more to say, he casually ridiculed them before releasing them for a sum of money. After all, they were merely scapegoats. No matter how gratifying the moment, he preferred to send them on their way and devote his time to cultivation. Once a person has a goal, their motivation becomes remarkably vigorous. While the second prince reveled in this victory, the sovereign felt immensely frustrated. After redeeming the captives, his first step was to inquire about the circumstances surrounding their predicament. However, the intelligence gathered was scant, as they themselves were unaware of the specifics. Nevertheless, from the vague accounts provided, the sovereign distilled several key points: skills capable of masking perception, abilities that could instantaneously strip away metallic armor, an overwhelming force that disregarded human defenses. After softly repeating these observations, he gravely inquired, "Rodel, based on your investigations, does Solis have such formidable experts by his side?" Rodel bowed slightly, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "Your Majesty, upon Prince Solis's return, he has undertaken a thorough purge of his territory. My spies are unable to approach him, leaving me with no means to investigate. I had almost forgotten about this matter." The emperor rubbed his temples, feeling a dull ache. The guards he had brought were all under level 90, yet capable of challenging higher ranks. It appeared he had been cultivating quite a number of individuals in secret. Rodel hesitated for a moment before cautiously stating, "Your Majesty, the most pressing issue at hand is to identify the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on Prince Solis." "I am aware of that. Proceed as we discussed before. Act swiftly, and do not keep Solis waiting," the emperor commanded. "Understood, Your Majesty. I take my leave." At midday, under the blazing sun, Rodel and his entourage arrived at the second prince's chambers. The second prince was accompanied only by Qin Yifan and received them in the main hall. After an initial exchange of pleasantries, Rodel presented the findings of their investigation. "Prince Solis, this incident involves a group led by Palmer, who sought to abduct you for your valuable possessions. All principal offenders have been apprehended. The emperor is furious and wishes to dispose of them swiftly. However, considering that you are the victim, he has sent me to inquire about your stance on the matter. To ask me? The second prince appeared momentarily perplexed, then stroked his chin in contemplation. These individuals sought to harm me. Their demise is well-deserved. However, I suspect that they are not the only ones plotting against me. Would you not agree? This statement was nearly a declaration of intent, yet Rodel could only feign ignorance and respond. Your Highness speaks wisely. I share your sentiments. But what shall we do? A glimmer of murderous intent crossed the second prince's face. Let us make an example of them. Arrest everyone associated with Palmer and instill fear in those with ulterior motives. Rodel gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. The emperor had offered him a way out. Yet the second prince seemed intent on escalating the conflict. However, he could not voice his concerns openly and cautiously suggested, Your Highness, this matter involves many parties. If we apprehend them all, I fear what? The second prince's expression hardened. Must we grant them the chance to harm me again? What is this? Were you not here to inquire about my wishes? This is my intent. You may proceed as you see fit. Rodel nearly choked on his words, leaving the second prince's chambers in a daze. Once outside, the wind revived him from his stupor. Is the second prince no longer pretending? Is he prepared to confront the emperor directly? Such a course seemed ill-advised. After all, the entire system remained under the emperor's control. And the second prince possessed only a new cultivation system. Burdened with doubts, he returned to the emperor, reporting everything in detail before quietly asking, Your Majesty, what do you propose we do? The emperor's expression remained calm as he glanced at Rodel, saying, What else is there to do? He has already made his intentions clear. Proceed as he has instructed. Your Majesty, if we were to apprehend everyone, would the scope of our actions not be excessively broad? Have you left your wits at home today? The emperor furrowed his brow slightly. Had he not already conveyed that there were others covertly plotting against him? Surely, it sufficed to send someone back to his palace once more. Roderick was momentarily taken aback, then quickly grasped the implication, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. Yet, he found it difficult to decipher the emperor's intentions and had no choice but to quietly inquire, Your Majesty, who shall we dispatch this time? The emperor cast him a sidelong glance, signaling him to continue probing. As you command. That evening, yet another wave of formidable adversaries invaded. This time, the second prince did not make an appearance, instead dedicating himself to rigorous training in the cultivation chamber, leaving Qin Yifan to manage the situation alone. On this occasion, Qin Yifan spared no one, but rather than silently disposing of the bodies, he ordered that they be unceremoniously cast outside the palace gates. This was not done in the dead of night, but rather in the morning, allowing the servants to make a grand display of their disposal. The intent was clear. The first instance served as a warning, but this time, there would be no courtesy extended. The second prince, no longer holding back, after partaking in breakfast, directly led Qin Yifan into the palace to confront the emperor. Upon meeting, he immediately launched into a tirade. Father, I wish to inquire about who is responsible for the palace guards. Why do thieves persist in infiltrating my quarters? Thankfully, they have targeted me alone. If it were aimed at you, the consequences would be dire. Observing his son's earnest concern, the emperor's lips twitched slightly. Solace, rest assured. This time I shall not spare the captain of the imperial guards. Furthermore, I shall initiate a comprehensive reformation across the entire empire. Chapter 181. Heartfelt confessions. The emperor's grand promises were as expansive as they were ambitious, prompting the second prince to stifle a laugh. He mused that perhaps the most in need of reform in this empire was none other than the emperor himself. Nevertheless, he feigned compliance, saying, Father, your wisdom shines brightly. Indeed, the empire requires thorough reorganization, for a 1,000-mile embankment can be breached by an ant's nest. The emperor raised an eyebrow. Solace, my son, I find your recent remarks quite intriguing. Does the phrase about the embankment harbor any deeper meaning? The second prince smiled faintly, explaining. The literal interpretation suggests that even the sturdiest dam can succumb to neglect, eroded by a mere anthill. As for the metaphor, it serves as a caution. One must be vigilant in managing details, lest grave issues arise. Having elucidated the phrase's significance, the second prince continued, Father, such a vast empire should prioritize preventive measures. You must take seriously the events that have transpired in my life recently. The emperor fell into silence, contemplating for a moment before asking, Solace, my son, if it were you in this predicament, how would you choose to address it? Severe punishment for the culprits is essential. But we must also identify and rectify any oversights, the second prince articulated confidently, whether through bribed informants or exploiting vulnerabilities in our intelligence systems. There must be gaps that we need to uncover and seal, ensuring the empire's smooth operation. The emperor nodded approvingly. Well said, you are correct. However, there is an old saying in Linkexing, too clear water harbors no fish. The second prince shrugged, acknowledging that at least the water was clean. Even fishless water could serve other purposes. Suddenly, the emperor laughed heartily, expressing his delight. Very well, you have developed your own insights. His expression then turned serious. Let us not engage in riddles, my son. The reason you are undertaking all this is merely for my throne. Now, tell me, what else can you offer? The second prince blinked, uncertain. This was just the beginning. Why did the emperor seem inclined to compromise? Something felt amiss, very amiss. Father, what do you mean? I find myself somewhat bewildered. Bewildered, are you? If that is the case, how can I trust you with the imperial throne? The emperor's unwavering gaze unsettled the second prince, who hesitated before responding. Father, your words are so direct that I find them hard to digest. What is there to digest? Surely you have surmised that I am nearing the pinnacle of the 100-level threshold, the emperor remarked casually. In the past, I might have relished my power. But you have brought me an unexpected surprise. Given your understanding of me, do you think I would be content with the status quo or venture into more advanced galaxies? The second prince remained uncertain about the emperor's sincerity and could only respond ambiguously. Father, you could certainly elevate our galaxy with your capabilities. Easy to say, the emperor replied, a rare look of resignation crossing his face. For years, I have engaged in battles across the realms, yet galaxies of similar levels possess comparable strengths. It is not merely about annexation. Even in warfare, victories are often shared. Even with your new cultivation system, achieving a significant advantage will require a lengthy process. It may be swifter to enhance oneself. The second prince glanced at the emperor, then at Roddle, who appeared to be in a meditative state, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. The second prince felt at a loss, unsure how to respond. Noticing his silence, the emperor continued, moreover, if I venture to higher galaxies, I am also establishing a foundation for you. If I were to control a more advanced galaxy and merge it with ours, you would no longer need to struggle for advancement. Were this a typical father-son conversation, the son would undoubtedly be moved to tears. However, in the context of an imperial family, the implications were far more profound. The second prince looked up in astonishment. Father, if you hold such intentions, why not stabilize our galaxy rather than pursue a risky path? The emperor shook his head gently. The reason I mentioned earlier still stands. The galaxy may appear prosperous, yet it is fraught with internal and external threats. There are matters you have yet to comprehend. The second prince quickly interjected, if that is the case, Father, you should refrain from such actions. Who else could manage the current situation? You. The emperor replied candidly. I have great faith in you. Of course, you are not ready in the short term, but I am willing to wait, for it will still take me several years to reach the 100-level threshold. The second prince furrowed his brow slightly, unwilling to accept the emperor's words, as they seemed too heartfelt, almost disingenuous. Yet, what if the emperor spoke the truth? After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately refrained from responding and merely bowed, saying, I beseech you, Father, for clarity. The emperor, visibly disappointed, shook his head. In that case, continue your antics. I am weary. You may leave. As you wish, Father. After the second prince departed with Qin Yifan, the emperor grimaced and inquired in a low voice. Rodel, have you discerned anything? Rodel hurriedly bowed and replied, Your Majesty, I sense that His Highness Solis remains unchanged, and his attendant exerts no control over his actions. The emperor nodded thoughtfully. That is indeed peculiar. Why has he become so radical on 2 occasions? After a moment's contemplation, Rodel suggested. Perhaps he harbors ambitions for the throne but is not yet prepared. The emperor stroked his chin, contemplating for some time before affirming, You are correct. Let us summon Digama. After the new year, allow him to accompany Solis on a tour. Oh, Your Majesty, do you wish to probe His Highness Solis? Not so much probing, but rather a choice I proposed. I merely wish to observe how far he can go. Meanwhile, the second prince engaged in conversation with Qin Yifan. Yifan, what do you believe my father's words meant today? Qin Yifan replied bluntly, the literal meaning. The second prince appeared somewhat exasperated, finally managing to say, Could you not assist me in analyzing it? What is there to analyze? Qin Yifan shot him a glance. The significance of his words lies in your interpretation. If you deem them true, then they are. If you consider them false, my assertion of their truth is of no consequence." The second prince scratched his head, confessing, "I wish to believe he speaks the truth, but if I misjudge, the consequences could be dire. Fear not. With me by your side, your life shall remain untroubled." "What good is that? I desire to ascend to the throne, not live like a stray dog." The second prince finally voiced his innermost thoughts, eliciting a mix of amusement and sympathy from Qin Yifan. To become an emperor, you must strive in that direction. Engaging in petty intrigues is futile. You must demonstrate your capabilities in other areas for the emperor to notice. Chapter 182. Astonishing Revelations. The second prince took Qin Yifan's words to heart, dedicating the following days to rigorous training, aside from necessary social engagements. It is no wonder he took pride in his excellent lineage. When he committed himself, his progress was remarkably swift. Within mere days, he unlocked a third talent, transforming him into a tri-elemental adept. Multi-elemental adepts face a significant hurdle upon reaching level 50. But once past that threshold, activating further talents presents no substantial barriers. This insight stemmed from Lin Yefeng's latest research, prompted by Jiao Hong's sudden outburst. Previously, due to technical limitations, he could only regard this event as an anomaly. However, with the technological support of the entire star system now at his disposal, this technological maverick thrived, producing a plethora of remarkable innovations. Indeed, while other matters may not hold as much significance, the crux of this discourse lies within the study at hand. It is essential to acknowledge that, under equal circumstances, the prowess of a singularly gifted individual pales in comparison to that of a dual talent bearer, for the latter possesses an inherent versatility. As for the time investment required for the cultivation of dual or multiple abilities, it is undeniable that each is a prodigy among prodigies. The second prince, while undoubtedly talented, appears somewhat mediocre when juxtaposed with Qin Yifan. However, now that he has ascended to the ranks of a triadic ability wielder, his power has surged exponentially. Notably, he has actively awakened his spatial talent, mastering several formidable combat skills that have vastly augmented his combat capabilities. Observing him practice these skills, Qin Yifan feels a pang of envy. Alas, he has yet to acquire a single combat skill, drifting further along the path of support. Of course, his prowess as a support character is somewhat exceptional. The news of the second prince's advancement quickly spread, creating ripples across Lancastar. This phenomenon is indeed unprecedented. While there have been instances of late-blooming ability awakeners, such as Jiao Hong, they are often regarded as anomalies. The second prince's case, being a product of postnatal development, is widely considered impossible, yet it is undeniably occurring before their eyes, leaving them in awe. The first to receive this news was undoubtedly the emperor, who possesses an unparalleled grasp of the palace's affairs. Upon learning of this development, he promptly scrutinized the second prince's expenditures over the past days and discerned the underlying intricacies. To activate spatial talents through the frequent use of spatial spirit crystals, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, while Roddle beside him voiced his confusion. However, according to the newly established cultivation system, utilizing spirit crystals from other domains not only slows down the cultivation process but also risks meridian blockage and stagnation in progression. The emperor too found himself perplexed, as these 2 points appeared contradictory. Resolutely, he waved his hand and commanded, "Summon Prince Solis to the palace." "Yes, your majesty." Half an hour later, the second prince arrived at the grand hall accompanied by Qin Yifan. After their respectful salutations, he softly inquired, "Father, may I ask why you summoned me?" The emperor, eschewing any riddles, asked directly, "How did your spatial talent awaken?" Taken aback by the directness of the inquiry, the second prince nonetheless steeled himself for the moment. "Your majesty, this is a unique cultivation method devised by my subordinates based on the new training system, with a success rate of approximately 50%. Considering my own mediocre aptitude, I thought I had nothing to lose, so I decided to give it a try." "A success rate so low? Where are the research data?" The second prince promptly produced a storage capsule, as this cultivation method bore no secrets worth concealing. He had intended to present it to the emperor. "Father, in theory, the success rate of this method is quite high. The experimental results indicate 50% due to the practitioner's capabilities. I have personally endured the process and understand how arduous it is. Failure is inevitable if one cannot persevere." The emperor remained silent, meticulously examining the experimental data. In truth, there was little to analyze, as he could hardly comprehend most of it, merely scrutinizing the examples presented. After a considerable pause, He lifted his gaze towards the second prince and spoke softly, "Are you suggesting that if one perseveres until the end, one is certain to awaken a new talent?" The second prince shrugged, stating that theoretically, an individual would need to accumulate 500 perfect grade spirit crystals to gather sufficient energy for awakening a talent. Naturally, in practice, the quantity would be greater, as it is unrealistic for a person to train without interruption. There would invariably be some loss. And individual physical conditions must also be taken into account. Nonetheless, it would not exceed 600 crystals. Surpassing that number would likely lead to failure. One last question. The Emperor continued. The spatial spirit crystals you retrieved cannot all be perfect grade. Are you truly training with those impure crystals? The second prince smiled awkwardly, aware that nothing could escape his father's discerning eye. That was merely for your eyes, father, he admitted. The Emperor immediately grasped his implication and nodded, saying, "It seems you possess some valuable resources." However, he was not overly concerned about this, as the entire star system was home to countless extractors, capable of amassing numerous perfect-grade spirit crystals through sheer volume. His current objective was to consolidate these perfect-grade crystals in his possession, leaving the second prince's collection beyond his reach for the time being. The second prince then continued, "Father, with this new method of cultivation, you could undoubtedly lead the star system to unprecedented heights, eliminating the need to venture into higher-level galaxies." The Emperor regarded him thoughtfully, letting out a deep sigh. "Solus, to speak candidly, I have grown weary of this position. It is easy to conquer a territory, but far more challenging to maintain it. I would much rather explore the higher star systems than remain confined to this role. Do you understand?" After a moment of silence, the second prince suddenly stood, pounding his chest with his right fist. "Father, if possible, I would willingly take your place and venture into the higher star systems to carve out a realm of my own." "Oh?" The Emperor's eyes brightened, though he soon fell into contemplation, scrutinizing the second prince with uncertainty. After a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, "You clever boy, this provocation is quite sophisticated. It seems you truly possess the qualifications to inherit my position. Your son dares not." The second prince immediately knelt on one knee, bowing his head low, fearful that the Emperor would see the astonishment etched upon his face. "Rise," the Emperor gestured with a wave of his hand, speaking gently. "I bear no resentment towards you. As I said, you still have a few years to prepare. Moreover, I have summoned Digima back, after the new year. You shall accompany him to explore the state of the entire star system, and you will realize that my words are not mere fiction." "Yes," your son obeys. With the acquisition of the cultivation method, it meant that the other princes would also gain access to it. The imperial palace truly held no secrets. Of course, this depended on the Emperor's disposition. If he chose not to share, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone else to obtain precise information. He disseminated the news with the intention of utilizing these individuals as subjects for experimentation. Chapter 183, A New Journey. The other princes swiftly received the news as well, and they could surmise the Emperor's intentions, yet they harbored no grievances. After all, they too were eager to employ others as their test subjects. Although they resided in the imperial palace without the accompaniment of formidable allies, this did not hinder their capacity to orchestrate affairs from a distance. Consequently, various corners of the entire star system initiated experimental protocols. However, this experiment was not something that could yield immediate results. Thus, it was unlikely that any conclusions would be drawn before the new year. The second prince was indifferent to this. He was currently on his way to his mother's palace. As he walked, he smiled and remarked to Qin Yifan, "Do you see? In the past, I found it quite difficult to visit my mother in the imperial palace, but now." Qin Yifan shot him a glance. "Previously, you were merely a slothful leech. Who would bother with you?" The second prince, unfazed, shrugged and replied, "That's exactly my point. Now that they see I possess capability, everyone is eager to curry favor. Can you blame me for employing strategy?" Qin Yifan pursed his lips. Given the prevailing circumstances, change could only be achieved through overwhelming strength capable of subjugating all. This notion had been imparted to him by the Grand Commander, and at the time, he had not fully grasped its significance. Now, however, he realized the substantial challenge it posed. The Emperor, despite being the sovereign of the star system, was unable to alter the status quo, for he was merely a cog in the wheel. The second prince shook his head in resignation, remarking that effecting change was no simple feat. Wherever there are people, there exists a web of intrigue, and with an entire star system teeming with countless humans, the entanglements of interest were immense. One small shift could reverberate throughout. Qin Yifan nodded in agreement, While usurping a regime was feasible, transforming the broader environment was an arduous task. Dismantling the ruling class could lead to a regime change. Yet altering the larger landscape required a comprehensive upheaval, a feat not achievable overnight. Moreover, few would willingly undertake such a thankless endeavor. The second prince laughed heartily. Yifan, although your strength is unparalleled, do not harbor illusions of changing the grand environment. It is entirely futile. Qin Yifan found merit in this statement. As long as he and those close to him thrived, the affairs of others need not weigh heavily on his mind, nor was there a necessity to seek the spotlight. Upon arriving at the second prince's mother's palace, they found her awaiting them outside, a reception of the highest order. The second prince hurried forward to pay his respects. Mother, how could you trouble yourself to personally greet me? I am overwhelmed. A broad smile graced his mother's face. Solus, you are now worthy of such an honor. The second prince offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further, and the group swiftly entered the palace. Once seated, his mother addressed him directly. Solus, my son, I summoned you today to discuss a matter of importance. Mother, please command me. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to your service. Your words are reassuring, Solus. Could you procure for me 10,000 perfect grade, 100 spirit crystals? That is not overly difficult. Yet are you not concerned about my father discovering this? You need not concern yourself with this matter. Simply entrust it to your uncle's envoy when the time comes. Very well, rest assured, you shall not be wronged. While it may appear that only the second prince and his mother are present, their conversation is devoid of maternal affection, representing instead a dialogue between two entities motivated by mutual interests. After concluding their negotiation, the second prince symbolically dined with his mother before escorting Qin Yifan back to his palace. His outings no longer require a large entourage. The presence of just Qin Yifan suffices. Others have grown accustomed to this arrangement, and none dare to harbor ulterior motives against him. It is not merely uncertain whether this individual possesses hidden secrets. Offending him could yield unpredictable consequences. The combat prowess of Qin Yifan alone could rival that of 1,000 soldiers, unless one dares to disregard the imperial edicts. Harming the second prince proves exceedingly difficult. The emperor has contemplated undermining him, yet alas, Qin Yifan is bound by duty and cannot be swayed. Once his mission is complete, it is conceivable that Qin Yifan might shift his auxiliary focus, but that remains an unknown future. For now, he is undoubtedly to remain by the second prince's side. After extensive observation, it is evident that this individual is not inherently malevolent. Rather, he is merely swept along by the currents of circumstance. This is hardly blameworthy, as the state of being awake while others are intoxicated is not easily attained. Furthermore, lacking exceptional strength, one risks being ousted for excessive individuality. Time swiftly passes, and the new year has come to a close. The princes depart the imperial palace, embarking on the new year's endeavors. The second prince is the last to leave. Yet he does not return to his own territory, but rather accompanies another loyal minister of the emperor. Digma, the Grand Minister of the Empire, oversees both grand and minor affairs throughout the realm. Unlike Roddle, who remains by the emperor's side, Digma traverses the stars, often eluding even the emperor's knowledge of his precise whereabouts unless summoned. The emperor has called him back to guide the second prince through the empire, allowing him to gain insight into the current state of affairs. Aboard a premier battleship, Digma and the second prince sit across from each other, surrounded by a series of large screens that vividly display the external scenery. Digma takes a sip of tea, smiling as he inquires, Your Highness Solis, do you have any thoughts on the itinerary I have arranged? The second prince elegantly sips his tea and replies nonchalantly, This journey is at the behest of my father, who wishes for me to gain experience alongside Lord Digma. Thus, I have no objections to the itinerary. Digma's laughter is hearty. I appreciate your highness's disposition. You adapt gracefully to both adversity and tranquility. His words carry a clear implication, yet the second prince, seemingly unperturbed, asks, Lord Digma, may I inquire about the purpose behind selecting the ROG star system as our first destination? The star system is classified as a level 6 system, encompassing numerous lower-level systems, with the ROG star system being one among them. However, it bears its own uniqueness, not due to its classification as a level 7 system, but because it is governed by Kemp Beeman. Degma smiled slightly, lacking any specific purpose, merely wishing for His Highness Solis to observe how other princes manage their territories. The second prince raised an eyebrow, questioning whether the management models were not all uniform. Could it be that his elder brother, the King of Beeman, would dare to defy orders? Indeed, while the management models were standardized, there existed loopholes ripe for exploitation. Degma revealed a mysterious smile, leaving one to ponder whether he was mocking the flaws in the management system or harboring other intentions. However, the second prince found the topic intriguing and remarked with a chuckle that perfection was unattainable. It was normal for management models to harbor imperfections, yet he wondered why Lord Degma had chosen to disclose this to him rather than report it to the king. Degma shrugged, explaining that he had indeed reported the matter to the emperor, but the emperor deemed such flaws unavoidable. Chapter 184. To speak frankly, the second prince shook his head in disbelief, interpreting unavoidable flaws as mere pretense. Either the emperor was turning a blind eye, or he was testing him. Given the current circumstances, the latter seemed more plausible. The second prince smiled and inquired, Lord Degma, I am curious to know what specific flaws exist within the management model. That is something His Highness Solis must discover for himself. If I were to divulge everything, there would be no need for you to accompany me, would there? It was evident that this journey was indeed a test set forth by the emperor. Nonetheless, the second prince did not mind. After all, he aspired to contend for the throne, and gaining insight into the empire's affairs at this juncture was advantageous. Before he could say more, Degma abruptly shifted the conversation. I have heard that His Highness Solis's bodyguard is quite formidable. Might I be introduced to him, so that this old minister may broaden his horizons? The second prince raised an eyebrow. While having heard of Qin Yifan was not surprising, such a formal request for an introduction was peculiar. However, he did not elaborate further and gestured towards Qin Yifan with a resigned demeanor. Qin Yifan stepped forward and bowed to Degma. The second prince introduced, This is my personal attendant, Qin Yifan. Qin Yifan, a fine name. Degma nodded, then seemingly casually inquired, Your Highness Solis, from where does he hail? If possible, I would like to visit his homeland to recruit more talents. The second prince chuckled faintly, realizing that this individual was rather naive in his approach. Yet, upon reflection, he understood that the emperor and Roddle had likely exhausted all means to uncover Qin Yifan's origins, making Degma's direct inquiry not entirely unwarranted. Lord Degma, to speak frankly, Yifan's talents and skills are unparalleled. I discovered his existence purely by chance. This statement held truth, for in Qin Yifan's understanding, there was no one else quite like him possessing such a system. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly shone brightly, just as he did. Despite emerging from obscurity, Degma expressed a hint of regret, stating, what a pity. If only we could have more talents like the bodyguard Qin. Our empire would surely ascend to greater heights. The second prince smiled, acknowledging that a talent like Yifan is a rarity that appears once in a millennium. However, for the empire to ascend to greater heights, the strength of one or a few individuals is insufficient. Collective effort is imperative. Prince Solis spoke wisely. And after a round of polite exchanges, the conversation concluded, leading them into a serene journey. Days later, they arrived at the main planet of the Rog star system, Flame Star. The name Flame Star was derived from the planet's enduring high temperatures, rendering it akin to the tropics of the Blue Star. Certain regions were perpetually active with volcanic eruptions, making the environment uninhabitable for ordinary humans. Nevertheless, for those with extraordinary abilities, it served as an excellent training ground and resource hub. Having marveled at the breathtaking sights of Flame Star from their spacecraft, Qin Yifan and his companions finally entered the planet's atmosphere. After a further period of travel, they reached the administrative center, Baiman City. The self-absorbed Prince Baiman had named the administrative center after himself, though he was not arrogant, as he awaited their arrival at the landing pad. Naturally, the individual he came to greet was not the esteemed Degma, despite the latter being a close advisor to the emperor with considerable power over life and death. Baiman had no need to curry favor with him. His intent was to connect with the second prince, hoping to extract some advantage from this encounter. Upon meeting, they exchanged pleasantries, and soon, they boarded a luxurious energy vehicle heading towards the Lord's residence. Their conversation lacked substance until midway through the banquet, when Baiman broached the main topic. Solis and Lord Degma, what brings you to Flame Star? Degma glanced at the second prince, who replied with a smile. Nothing much. My father merely asked me to tour the empire and observe its current state. At these words, Baiman's expression shifted momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. Haha. It seems your father holds you in high regard. Indeed, your newly developed training system has made a tremendous contribution to the empire, which is no small feat. While this statement held truth, it carried a tinge of envy. Solis smiled faintly, attributing his success to luck, had he not encountered a life-threatening crisis previously. The mysterious figure might not have intervened. His words struck a nerve, and Baiman, upon hearing this, felt an urge to hunt down the individual who had acted previously. Haha. Luck is indeed a part of strength. Solis, I've heard you've activated a new talent. What new skills have you acquired? The second prince, eschewing pretense, promptly demonstrated his abilities. Teleportation, spatial blades, and personal space. Though these skills were relatively common, they were nonetheless astonishing. The ability to activate a new talent was impressive enough. And now he had unlocked a rare spatial talent, evoking undeniable admiration. Fortunately, with the theoretical foundation he contributed, it could be said that anyone might achieve similar feats. However, the number of successful individuals remained limited, with the elite yet to engage directly. Solis, with these skills, your combat prowess has significantly elevated. Have you considered stepping onto the battlefield? He replied, it's merely luck. The second prince chuckled and shook his head. My father has not assigned me any tasks, and I am quite content to enjoy a few days of leisure. Yet, should my father decree otherwise, I must inevitably take to the field, regardless of my reluctance. Beeman paid no heed to his rather ostentatious remarks. Even if he wished to, it was seemingly impossible. Thus, he chose not to dwell on it further and directly inquired. Solis, what do you believe the probability of awakening one's talents the day after tomorrow truly is? This question piqued the interest of Daijima, who immediately perked up, eager for the second prince's response. After a moment of contemplation, the second prince softly replied, I maintain my stance. Theoretically, the success rate is quite high. But actual execution ultimately depends on the individual. Take me, for instance. I persevered for over half a month before I succeeded. There were times I considered giving up. And had it not been for Yifan encouraging me, I might have opted for a state of partial failure. For that experience was so daunting that I doubt I could endure it again if given the chance. He did not urge anyone to attempt the endeavor. Yet his words profoundly resonated with every listener, embedding a thorn in their hearts. They realized that without attempting, they would forever remain unable to engage with him on equal footing. Consequently, after this conversation spread, everyone, including the emperor, made a unanimous decision. They would strive to awaken new talents. Thus, during the second prince's tour of the empire, numerous individuals across its corners began to manifest their innate abilities. This included the emperor and approximately half of the princes. The phrase approximately half signifies that the other half had failed, succumbing to the state of partial failure he had mentioned. However, nobody concerned themselves with them. Instead, the emperor's resolve only solidified further to initiate the awakening process for all inhabitants of the star system. In the emperor's view, a 50% success rate warranted the attempt, as it would rapidly enhance the empire's combat prowess. Yet, to Qin Yifan, this plan appeared utterly reckless. However, upon learning that the emperor's motivations stemmed from preparations to venture into higher-level star systems, he chose silence. It was not his concern, after all, and once the emperor departed, the throne would undoubtedly pass to the second prince, thus ensuring the smooth completion of his own task. 3 years swiftly elapsed, leaving 1 more year until he fulfilled his mission. At this juncture, the emperor was fully prepared. Having cultivated a formidable force of 100,000 high-level ability users over the past 3 years, this formidable army would bolster his confidence as he prepared to embark on a campaign into more advanced star systems. Naturally, before his departure, he intended to transfer the throne. However, prior to this transition, he sought an equal dialogue with Qin Yifan. Within the imperial palace's main hall, the emperor stood not in a position of superiority, but rather faced Qin Yifan directly. Qin Yifan, I wish to pose a question to you. Qin Yifan, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, ask away. Who exactly are you? Me? This inquiry caused Qin Yifan to ponder for a moment before he softly responded. I am merely an ordinary person, fortunate enough to awaken a unique talent. Is that truly the case? You are not someone dispatched from an alien system? Certainly not. I can candidly inform you that I hail from a remote little galaxy, one that is obscured from your searches due to its classification as a mining planet. A mining planet? The emperor's gaze narrowed, unable to fathom that Qin Yifan's origins were so humble. Yet, Qin Yifan remained remarkably composed. Quite curious, isn't it? I can only say that your thinking is rather rigid. His calmness in revealing such details stemmed from the fact that stability had been fully restored on Blue Star, and those familiar to him had already been transferred onto Lin Yifeng's warship. In other words, he was entirely devoid of worries. Even if the second prince were to turn against him, he could still live freely within the galaxy alongside others. After a moment of silence, the emperor inquired, once I depart, will you vie for the throne against Solis? Qin Yifan shook his head resolutely. Of course not. I have no desire to bear the burdens of an emperor. It is far too exhausting. His answer elicited a hearty laugh from the emperor, who, after a prolonged moment, shook his head and remarked, "What others yearn for, you deem so trivial. How should I appraise you, Qin Yifan?" Qin Yifan replied nonchalantly, "You need not harbor any concerns regarding me. I have promised Solis my assistance in securing the throne, and thus he shall become the next emperor." This statement left the emperor without retort, as Qin Yifan's demonstrated prowess over the past 3 years stood as undeniable evidence. Do not assume that the second prince has navigated these 3 years without challenge. He has faced numerous conspiracies aimed at his downfall, all of which Qin Yifan has deftly thwarted. Whether through poison or advanced weaponry, even interstellar pursuits proved futile against him. Qin Yifan was akin to an indomitable wall, steadfastly shielding the second prince, a barrier no one could surpass. Once more, the emperor fell into silence. "Qin Yifan, after Solis secures his position, could you assist me?" Ding. A new mission has been issued by the system. Please complete it in a timely manner. Mission: agree to the emperor's request and aid him in conquering higher-level galaxies. Mission duration: 10 years. Completion reward: a 20-level increase in all talents. The long-awaited system notification echoed, and without hesitation, Qin Yifan nodded. "No problem. I, too, wish to witness the beauty of higher realms." "Very well. Tomorrow I shall announce my abdication in favor of Solis." A month later, Solis ascended to his position, while the former emperor departed with a formidable fleet to conquer higher galaxies. Upon becoming emperor, Solis's first decree was to appoint Qin Yifan, bestowing upon him a title never before conferred. The title of Co-King, as the name suggests, signifies a prince who stands alongside the emperor, making him the second most significant figure in the empire after Solis. In truth, Qin Yifan was indifferent to this honor, for he had already attained what he desired. The moment Solis ascended the throne, the system had issued the reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission to assist King Solis in ascending to the throne. The mission rewards have been dispensed and are ready for collection. However, he chose to claim the rewards in the stillness of the night, for the commotion of a 10-level increase would be quite substantial. When the hour was late and all was quiet, Qin Yifan entered a secluded chamber and spoke in his mind. System, claim the rewards. Subsequently, an intense surge of energy emanated from him, causing his power to soar once more. Host, Qin Yifan. Abilities level, 95. Energy value, 5 billion 5 billion. Talent, flexibility talent level 95 050 billion. Space talent level 95 050 billion. Enhancement talent level 95 050 billion. Mental talent level 95 050 billion. Light talent level 95 050 billion. Dark talent level 95 050 billion. Poison talent level 95 050 billion. 5 elements talent level 95 050 billion. Skills: ultra large spatial dimension, passive, space volume 50, 00050, 00050, 000 cubic meters, capable of receiving living beings. Super detection technique, passive, detection range, radius of 500, 000 meters. Super illumination technique level 85, proficiency 40 billion 40 billion. Copper skin iron bones, passive, enhancement effect, 50 times. Super holy light healing technique level 85, proficiency 40 billion 40 billion. Ultra large dark canopy level 85, proficiency 40 billion 40 billion. Flawless, passive, permanent. Non-upgradable, capable of withstanding mental impacts exceeding 10 times one's own strength. Immune to all poisons, passive, immunity to any poison in the world. Body of 1,000 poisons, passive, the host's flesh and blood is the most toxic substance in existence. 5 elements technique, passive, immunity to 90 attribute skill damage. Poisoning technique level 85, proficiency 40 billion 40 billion. 5 elements escape technique level 85, proficiency 40 billion 40 billion. Space traversal, passive, capable of traversing the void. Object manipulation technique level 85, proficiency 40 billion 40 billion. Detoxification technique level 85, proficiency 40 billion 40 billion. 5 elements body technique, passive, increases movement speed by 500 times. 5 elements purification technique level 85, proficiency 40 billion 40 billion. 5 elements armor, passive, capable of withstanding a fatal blow exceeding the host's level by 20. Glancing at the attribute panel, he found that he had yet to acquire combat skills. However, the sheer magnitude of his auxiliary skills rendered him a prodigy in the eyes of others, alleviating any sense of regret he may have felt. Meanwhile, as his power surged, a significant transformation unfolded on Blue Star. The entire planet began to expand slowly, with previously interconnected passageways fracturing. Concurrently, various celestial phenomena erupted within the borders of Huaxia, leading to the continuous emergence of numerous spatial nodes. Groups of individuals clad in ancient attire emerged from these nodes, gazing in bewilderment at the dramatic changes unfolding on Blue Star.